My destiny is dictated by me, not by heaven. If heaven wishes to extinguish me, I shall extinguish heaven. Reborn into a world of immortal heroes, Zhao Qingshan, filled with youthful ambition, vows to become a formidable force. After over 20 years of cultivation, he realizes he lacks any extraordinary abilities and falls short compared to those exceptional figures, making slow progress in his cultivation. Disheartened, he chooses to embrace a life of leisure, deciding to return home to marry and raise a family, only to be astounded by the realization that his previous approach to navigating the world of immortals was misguided. Years later, the immortal realm bears the surname Zhao. Chapter 1. The Failed Transmigrator. As the sun sets beyond the western mountains, the ancient city, bathed in the golden hues of twilight, appears majestic and grand. The ancient plaque inscribed with the words Chongping City hangs above the city gates. A steady stream of pedestrians and merchants flows in and out of the city, all engaged in the hustle and bustle of daily life. A squad of city guards stands at the city gates, inspecting the packages of travelers for any prohibited items. 10 years, a youth clad in simple garments, a sword hanging at his waist, rides atop a horse, gazing at the familiar yet somewhat foreign city walls. A complex expression flickers in his eyes. I never imagined I would return one day to my homeland in this world. Indeed, the closer one is to home, the more apprehensive one feels. At this moment, he feels it most profoundly. Reflecting on the years past, he recalls the excitement of discovering his rebirth in an immortal world, vowing to become an emperor, to tread upon the 9 heavens, to gaze down upon the world, standing proud amidst the cosmos, eternal and indomitable. As a child, barely able to speak, he pointed to the heavens with one hand and to the earth with the other, proclaiming loudly, "My fate is my own, not dictated by heaven above and below. Only I am supreme." His fervent declarations astonished his parents and grandparents, who regarded him as a prodigious child sent by the heavens to the Zhao family. Thus, Zhao Qingshan became the most extraordinary member of the Zhao clan, enjoying the finest resources available. The family library opened its doors to him, allowing him to select any cultivation methods at will. When he requested a master of body refinement to guide his training, his grandfather went to great lengths to invite a renowned expert from afar, enabling him to embark on a structured and systematic physical training regimen from the age of 2. At the age of 6, he underwent the spirit root test. The spirit root is the foundation of a cultivator. Only those with a spirit root can practice cultivation. The quality of the spirit root signifies innate talent, leading to faster progression in cultivation. A low-grade spirit root is merely the most basic requirement for becoming a cultivator. On the day of the spirit root test, Zhao Qingshan's parents and grandparents invited friends and relatives to witness the event, eager to showcase their prodigious child. Unfortunately, the results of the test were underwhelming. Although Zhao Qingshan possessed a spirit root, it was of the lowest grade, barely meeting the minimum threshold for cultivation. Had it ended there, disappointment would have been an expected reaction. After all, he could still cultivate, and while he might never reach the foundational stage, he could still aspire to the qi refining stage, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even attain the 9th level of qi refinement. What left Zhao Qingshan's parents and grandparents in despair was the revelation that he possessed 4 different spirit roots, commonly referred to as a mixed spirit root, and among them, the most mixed of all. In cultivation, one seeks singularity and purity with such a diverse foundation. A cultivator would struggle to focus their efforts effectively if one possesses 2 types of spiritual roots. Such roots are deemed impure, regarded as tainted, compelling the cultivator to nurture both simultaneously, thereby exponentially increasing the expenditure of time and effort. It is vital to acknowledge that human lifespan is finite, and one's vitality is limited. The path of cultivation is inherently a defiance against fate, fraught with challenges. Those in the qi refinement stage are not vastly different from ordinary individuals. Facing a lifespan cap of merely a century upon reaching 100, one meets their inevitable demise. The overwhelming majority of cultivators find it exceedingly challenging to establish a foundation, ultimately becoming foundational stage practitioners. In the case of Zhao Qingshan, possessing a mixed lineage of 4 elemental roots, despair looms large, as one can easily envision the arduousness of his cultivation journey. In his youthful exuberance and fervent ambition, Zhao Qingshan boldly proclaimed, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." Where there seems no path, a multitude can forge one. Just because others cannot, does not imply that Zhao Qingshan cannot, he shall carve a celestial road. Zhao Qingshan's grand aspirations rekindled the hopes of his parents and grandparents. Yet, reality proved that many had encountered insurmountable obstacles, and Zhao Qingshan was not immune. With ordinary qualifications stemming from a mixed lineage, his progress was excruciatingly slow. Despite his family's investment of considerable resources, by the age of 13, Zhao Qingshan barely reached the first level of qi refinement. This was already a testament to his unwavering diligence and commitment to practice. Qingshan, accept your fate. Your roots are mediocre, and foundational success in this lifetime is beyond hope. Our family's resources are limited. It would be best to abandon this endeavor. His parents' words from that evening still echoed in his ears. Zhao Qingshan refused to succumb. He would not resign himself to fate. He shouted defiantly, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." He would not yield to destiny. He was determined to fight against it. To struggle against heaven was exhilarating. To contend with the earth was delightful. To battle against others was equally thrilling. That night, after consuming several bowls of inspirational broth in his room, he resolutely packed a small bag, grasped a sword, and under the cover of night, scaled the walls to flee from home. He believed that between life and death lay profound terror, and he sought to sharpen himself amid these extremes. He aspired to traverse the world, uphold righteousness, and wander with his sword. Yet, the moment he stepped beyond the borders of Chongping City, regret washed over him. After all, this was a realm of immortals, populated not only by cultivators but also by ferocious beasts. He was a stranger in unfamiliar territory. Having never ventured beyond the city, how would he survive? However, pride compelled him onward. After a struggle outside the city, he trudged away from Chongping, looking back with heavy steps. Over the span of 10 years, he endured countless hardships, faced death repeatedly, witnessed the breathtaking landscapes of the Jin Kingdom, and experienced the vicissitudes of life. Yet, upon reflecting on his own cultivation, he found himself merely at the second level of qi refinement. Perhaps embracing a life of ease is not so bad after all. Zhao Qingshan chuckled at his own folly. Once, he had lamented the younger generation's choice of complacency, believing they should strive and toil, for without hardship, how could one savor sweetness? Yet in this life, reality had taught him that he had been overly naive. After more than 20 years of relentless striving, drenched in sweat and blood, having left his hometown to face myriad challenges, what had he accomplished? Nothing but to remain a mere second-level qi refinement practitioner, a small fry in the grand scheme of things. While he was indeed stronger than the average person, in comparison to true cultivators, he was but a lowly existence. Looking back, Zhao Qingshan reflected on his arduous struggle over the past 2 decades, only to find that his life bore no distinction from that of a pampered individual who lay idle, akin to a mere parasite. This realization filled him with disillusionment. If hard work yielded such inconsequential results, he mused, perhaps it was better to entirely surrender to idleness. After all, with the Zhao family's wealth, he could assuredly live a life free from want. Am I destined to be the most unfortunate among all-time travelers? Lacking both a grandfather and a system, I am indeed a quintessential example of failure. Zhao Qingshan chuckled to himself in self-mockery, feeling as though he had brought shame upon all-time travelers and reincarnators. He deemed himself unworthy of such titles. The knowledge, experiences, and memories from his previous life proved utterly useless in this new existence. Instead, they became an encumbrance. No wonder all-time travelers require a system. Those without such assistance are utterly at a disadvantage, unable to compete with the natives. Disembarking from his horse, Zhao Qingshan led it through the inspection of the city guards as he entered Chongping City. Upon entering Chongping City, he was greeted by bustling streets teeming with pedestrians, the air alive with the cries of street vendors and the calls of inns and taverns vying for patrons. The thoroughfare was lined with an array of shops and establishments, all contributing to the lively atmosphere. As he strolled along, familiar storefronts and bridges came into view, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance of an expansive estate. This residence sprawled over several hundred acres, its grand entrance imposing, with towering walls adorned with climbing vines. At the estate's entrance stood 2 large stone lions, flanking a grand doorway, while a dozen elegantly dressed individuals lounged nearby. The main entrance remained closed, with only side doors admitting comers and goers. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the bold characters, Zhao Mansion. As Zhao Qingshan arrived, leading his horse, he was confronted by a guard who warned, "This is Zhao Mansion. Unauthorized individuals must keep their distance to avoid misfortune." Zhao Qingshan shot the guard a glance and declared, "I am the eldest son of the Zhao family. Zhao Qingshan, hurry and report to the lady and the master that I have returned." The eldest son? The guard was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. "You a pretty boy, I initially thought you to be a decent person, but it seems you are nothing but a fraud. While it may be acceptable to deceive others elsewhere, to attempt to swindle in Zhao Mansion is intolerable. Today, I shall ensure you regret it." The guard's demeanor shifted, revealing a menacing glare. Chapter 2. Am I dead? A fraud? A swindler? Zhao Qingshan was left dumbfounded. Despite possessing 4 types of low-grade spiritual roots, rendering him somewhat mediocre in talent, his appearance was striking, handsome, and dignified. Although he had faced numerous life-threatening situations during his decade of wandering, his visage bore no scars. Anyone who beheld him would instinctively feel a sense of goodwill, perceiving him as a virtuous individual. How had he come to be labeled a fraud? Did he truly resemble a swindler? "Greetings, I am Zhao Qingshan, the eldest son of the Zhao family. Why do you accuse me of being a fraud?" Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow. The man scoffed disdainfully. Who in Chongping City does not know that the esteemed Zhao Qingshan passed away 5 years ago? His father and mother were heartbroken, holding a grand funeral for him, and a tomb was erected outside the city, with his spirit tablet enshrined in the ancestral hall. Dead? I am dead. How could I be unaware of such a thing? Zhao Qingshan scratched his head, perplexed by the bewildering turn of events. He was evidently alive, and well, how could he have met his demise? Could it be that I am a ghost? Yet, upon glancing at a shadow cast by the setting sun, Zhao Qingshan was reassured of his corporeal existence. "Brothers, there is an impostor posing as the young master, seeking to deceive us for food and drink. If we do not teach him a lesson today, who knows what other riffraff might come to our Zhao family tomorrow?" The man proclaimed loudly. Instantly, others approached, encircling Zhao Qingshan. "Attack!" the man commanded. Zhao Qingshan wore a look of helplessness. After 10 years of absence, he had finally returned home, only to be informed of his own death and beset by his own family servants. In an instant, Zhao Qingshan made a move. 10 robust men clad in ornate attire were sent flying. These men were merely servants, stronger than the average person, but Zhao Qingshan, having cultivated to the 2nd level of qi refinement and roamed the world for a decade, found it effortless to handle them, even without unsheathing his sword. Who dares to cause trouble at the Zhao residence? At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted, resonating painfully in Zhao Qingshan's ears. Then, he beheld a figure descending from the rooftop, adorned in splendid garments. Upon seeing him, Zhao Qingshan felt a wave of disorientation and involuntarily exclaimed, "Father!" The burly man nearly lost his footing upon hearing Zhao Qingshan's call. "Father, it is I, Qingshan. Do you not recognize me?" Zhao Qingshan felt a deep sorrow after 10 years away. Even his own father could not identify him. "Alas, Qingshan, you are Qingshan?" Zhao Leiting's eyes widened in disbelief as he leaped from the rooftop, landing before Zhao Qingshan and scrutinizing him closely. Zhao Qingshan had left home at the tender age of 13, a mere boy, and now, a decade later, he had transformed into a mature, resolute young man, his appearance and demeanor drastically altered, making him hardly recognizable. "You claim to be Qingshan? Do you have any proof?" Zhao Leiting inquired, frowning. Zhao Qingshan found himself at a loss for words, reminiscent of a previous life, when he had to prove his own identity. He pondered, aware that he possessed a token of his identity, his cherished jade pendant, a symbol bestowed upon him by his grandfather. However, 5 years ago, he had given it to a young girl. Instinctively, Zhao Qingshan reached for his lower back. "Well, father, does the birthmark on my backside count as proof?" Zhao Qingshan believed the mark might indeed affirm his identity. "It does. You shall remove your trousers." Zhao Leiting's tone softened. "What? Here, in public, to remove my trousers?" Zhao Qingshan, despite having roamed the world for a decade and experiencing numerous trials, could not help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. Not everyone possesses the audacity to shed their dignity so casually, to speak of disrobing without a second thought. Enough nonsense. Zhao Leiting's eyes widened, raising his hand, the threat implicit in his gesture. Zhao Qingshan sighed, contemplating the fates wrought by heaven and those of his own making. Had he known, he would have refrained from returning home, allowing himself to fend for survival alone. However, He recognized that his energy was currently ensnared by Zhao Leitang, and to resist would likely incur the tempestuous wrath of his father. Alas, circumstances dictate one's actions, and he found himself compelled to comply. Zhao Qingshan reluctantly shed his trousers, donning only a pair of undergarments, and turned his back to Zhao Leitang, pointing at the conspicuous birthmark. Upon seeing it, Zhao Leitang immediately confirmed Zhao Qingshan's identity, rushing forward to embrace him, exclaiming with fervor, "Qingshan, it truly is you, my son. How could you allow me to experience the sorrow of a parent burying their child?" Huh? Zhao Qingshan glanced at his father's head of dark hair, feeling speechless. Considering his age, Zhao Leitang was merely in his 50s, not yet 60. As a cultivator, he appeared no older than middle-aged. What kind of sorrow of a parent burying their child is this? Moreover, he was alive and well. Zhao Leitang, raising his voice in excitement, called out, "My wife, Qingshan, has returned. Father, mother, Qingshan is back." His voice reverberated throughout the estate, prompting the servants to open the gates wide. "Let me handle the horses," a clever servant exclaimed with a beaming smile. Zhao Qingshan chose not to dwell on the earlier obstruction, recognizing it was merely the servant's duty. Zhao Leitang grasped Zhao Qingshan's hand as they entered the main door. "Qingshan, oh Qingshan." The estate buzzed with commotion as a resplendently dressed middle-aged woman rushed forward, followed by several maidservants. Upon spotting Zhao Qingshan, the woman's tears of joy flowed freely. "Mother." Zhao Qingshan felt a pang in his heart, rushing to her side. Li Qin examined Zhao Qingshan closely, her hands caressing his arms and face. Good, as long as you are alive. As long as you are well." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Young master, Madam has shed countless tears for you." When news of her death reached her, she fell gravely ill from the shock. A nearby maid chimed in. "It is the fault of this unfilial son only now do I return," Zhao Qingshan said, gazing at his mother, noticing the unexpected abundance of gray in her hair and the wrinkles around her eyes, a sharp ache piercing his heart. He knew that when he had left home, his mother had already attained the 6th level of qi cultivation, and such cultivators typically did not show gray hair or wrinkles unless they reached their 70s or 80s. Yet now, at barely 60, she bore the marks of age. Shortly thereafter, two elderly figures, their hair as white as snow, approached, accompanied by several maidservants. Despite their gray hair, the couple walked with steady steps, their vitality still robust. "Qingshan, you have returned. You have finally returned." The elderly woman stepped forward, grasping Zhao Qingshan's hand, tears cascading down her cheeks. "If you had not come back, I might never have seen my grandmother once more. They all believed you were dead, but I never lost faith. I refused to believe that our Zhao family's prodigy could succumb so easily." The woman's hands, creased with age, revealed the passage of time. Tears streamed down Zhao Qingshan's face as he knelt before the two elders, bowing deeply in reverence. "Grandfather, grandmother, I have caused you such worry." Zhao Qingshan recalled that a decade ago, when he left home, both grandparents were still blessed with full heads of white hair and were free of wrinkles. Yet, merely 10 years had passed, and now both were adorned with silvery hair and etched with lines of age. He knew well that one had reached the 9th level of qi cultivation while the other had attained the 8th. Under normal circumstances, they were destined for longevity, free from ailment and suffering. In the span of 10 years, such a lengthy duration could be likened to the transformation of the world, yet it felt fleeting, as if it had vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3. My choice to lie down. Zhao Lai gently stroked Zhao Qingshan's head, saying, "Grandfather still wishes to see our Zhao family's prodigy marry and bear children." As Zhao Lai gazed upon Zhao Qingshan, who knelt before him, a myriad of emotions surged within him. He recalled how, when Zhao Qingshan first learned to speak, he pointed a finger and declared, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. I alone reign supreme in heaven and earth." This proclamation had astonished him, leading him to believe that heaven had bestowed upon him the prodigious child of the Zhao family, a notion that instilled in him great expectations for Zhao Qingshan. In his youth, Zhao Lai had saved an individual gravely injured. Unbeknownst to him, that person was a golden core cultivator. In gratitude for Zhao Lai's life-saving act, the cultivator took him as a disciple and brought him to the Sunfire sect. Regrettably, Zhao Lai possessed inferior spiritual roots and lacked the innate talent required for cultivation. Even with the foundation-building pills bestowed by his master, he failed to establish a foundation. Resigned to the reality of never achieving this milestone in his lifetime, Zhao Lai sought companionship with Tang Wanyu, and soon after, They left the Sunfire sect to settle in their hometown, establishing the Zhao family in Chopping City. Despite his inability to reach the foundation-building stage, Zhao Lai harbored hopes for his grandson, believing that Zhao Qingshan might surpass him and succeed where he had failed. In the realm of cultivation, each stage represents a significant leap in power. Practitioners in the Qi refining stage have a life expectancy of merely 100 years. Whether at the 1st or 10th level, once that century is reached, death is inevitable. In contrast, foundation-building cultivators possess an extended lifespan of 2 centuries, with greatly enhanced abilities. As a disciple of the Sunfire sect, Zhao Lai believed that, as long as Zhao Qingshan's spiritual roots were adequate, he could recommend him for cultivation within the sect. Unfortunately, during the spiritual root assessment, Zhao Qingshan was found to possess a mixed set of 4 inferior roots, which left Zhao Lai profoundly disheartened. A mixed set of spiritual roots, irrespective of their quality, offered little hope for success. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, Zhao Qingshan boldly proclaimed his ambitions. Igniting a flicker of renewed hope within Zhao Lai's heart, a small wish that his prodigious grandson might still perform a miracle. Alas, the world is devoid of miracles. And after years of arduous training, upon reaching the age of 13, Zhao Qingshan had only attained the 1st level of Qi refining. This outcome plunged Zhao Lai into deep disappointment. What he did not anticipate was Zhao Qingshan's departure from home. Nearly 5 years later, news arrived at the Zhao household bearing the tragic tidings of Zhao Qingshan's demise. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Zhao Lai came to a poignant realization: the well-being of his descendants is, in itself, a blessing. Qingshan, he lamented, if cultivation is fraught with hardship, then perhaps it is better to forego it. That is fate. Tang Wanyu clasped Zhao Qingshan's hand, saying, fate is predetermined by heaven. One cannot alter it. You should marry soon and have children. Perhaps your grandmother could help care for them. She wiped away the tears from her eyes. Zhao Qingshan's tears fell like raindrops. With unwavering resolve, he declared, Father, Mother, Grandfather, Grandmother, I have returned to accept my fate. No matter how hard I strive, without the requisite talent or opportunity, all efforts will ultimately be in vain, and I see no hope ahead. Thus, he chose to completely surrender, living a tranquil life as an ordinary individual. The pursuits of immortality and the ethereal realms felt exceedingly distant. He had toiled and strived, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He bore no regrets in his heart. He accepted his fate. What alternative could there be to acceptance? Good. Qingshan. Accepting fate is sufficient. Li Qin joyfully remarked, since foundational cultivation seems unattainable, it is wise to focus on nurturing the next generation. Tomorrow, when your mother discusses a marriage proposal, you shall take a wife, bear a healthy son, and perhaps in time, take several concubines, producing 10 or 8 children. Who knows? One of them might achieve foundational cultivation. Li Qin envisioned herself surrounded by a throng of children calling her grandma, a delightful scene in her imagination. As a cultivator, Li Qin was acutely aware of the harsh and arduous realities faced by those at the lower echelons of cultivation. If a cultivator failed to establish their foundation by the age of 60, the prospect would be forever lost. Thus, upon realizing the futility of their own foundational cultivation, many Qi refining cultivators opted to marry and raise children, seeking a partner to quietly spend the remainder of their lives while investing their time and energy in nurturing the next generation. Hoping that one among them might succeed in foundational cultivation, Zhao Leiting erupted in hearty laughter, patting Zhao Qingshan on the shoulder, proclaiming, a true man knows when to embrace and when to let go. You shall become a prosperous gentleman, and your younger siblings, even if they can't cultivate, will inherit the lion's share of the family fortune. Younger siblings? Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, I have siblings now? He vividly recalled that a decade ago, when he left home, his parents had only him as their child, and Zhao Leiting was devoted solely to Li Qin, never taking a concubine. It was merely due to someone bringing back news of your demise that your mother was heartbroken, shedding tears at the thought of you. Consequently, we had no choice but to have another child to alleviate her sorrow and ensure that the Zhao lineage would not perish, Zhao Leiting explained. At that moment, a mischievous child of about 3 approached, giggling with glee, while another wobbled unsteadily, attempting to walk. Zhao Qingshan instantly comprehended. These were his younger siblings. He found himself both amused and bewildered. In his previous life, he had heard tales of siblings with age gaps of 10 or 20 years, and he often found such stories incredulous. Little did he know, this phenomenon would occur in his own life. Soon thereafter, a wave of shame washed over him, accompanied by a pang of sympathy for his mother. One must understand that childbirth inherently involves peril, draining a woman's vitality. The birth of a single child can severely deplete one's essence, especially for cultivators. Consequently, among cultivators, it is common to have but one child. At that moment, He finally grasped why, in merely 10 years, his mother, not yet 60, appeared so aged. The toll of bearing 2 children was indeed substantial. That evening, upon Zhao Qingshan's return, the Zhao family gathered for a sumptuous dinner, the atmosphere vibrant as the servants cheerfully brought forth platters of dishes. A testament to the Zhao family's kindness and generosity towards their staff. Zhao Qingshan felt an immense joy as he reunited with his parents and grandparents. Surrounded by the playful antics of his younger siblings, whose mischief brought abundant laughter to the family, this sense of happiness and reunion was something he cherished deeply. The warmth of familial bonds often touches the heart profoundly. During the feast, his parents and grandparents inquired about his expectations for a spouse. Zhao Qingshan pondered thoughtfully. Ideally, a partner with some cultivation would be preferable. After all, being with an ordinary person might not foster the right connections. It would be best if her cultivation level weren't excessively high, and her age should be neither too advanced nor too young. She should possess virtuous character, be gentle and considerate, and certainly not be willful. Additionally, she ought to be beautiful, with a figure that is neither too slender nor too plump. Li Qin, unable to suppress her amusement, remarked, "Are you seeking a wife or a celestial being? You little rascal, aren't you making it deliberately difficult for your mother? Do you not realize that the number of male cultivators far exceeds that of female cultivators? The women are sought after, they may not even have eyes for you. Especially since you are only at the 2nd level of qi training." Li Qin felt a slight headache coming on. Zhao Qingshan awkwardly scratched his nose and chuckled. Ordinary girls are acceptable, but they must be beautiful. The following day, Li Qin approached Zhao Qingshan with news of an arranged marriage. The prospective bride belonged to a prominent family in Chopping City, urging Zhao Qingshan to prepare for the wedding. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The Zhao residence was adorned with vibrant decorations, festooned with the character to symbolize joy, as friends and family gathered to celebrate the wedding. Among the guests were many cultivators. It wasn't until the deep of night that the last guest departed. With the assistance of the maidservants, Zhao Qingshan, slightly unsteady on his feet, made his way to his quarters. Upon entering, he noticed several red candles illuminating the room, casting a much brighter glow than usual. The bride, dressed in radiant red attire, sat gracefully in the newly decorated bridal chamber. Zhao Qingshan smiled and approached the bed, gazing down at his bride. He could see her shoulders trembling slightly, a clear indication of her nervousness. Taking the scale rod from the maid's tray, he gently lifted the red veil, revealing a face marked by panic. He was momentarily taken aback. Despite having seen countless beauties in his previous life on social media, whether pure or seductive, slender or curvaceous, there was an undeniable authenticity that was lacking in those images. What lay before him was truly a masterpiece. The maid, oblivious to the moment, took the scale rod and veil from his hands. The bride, blushing with embarrassment, kept her head lowered, unable to meet the gaze of her husband. It was Zhao Qingshan who first regained his composure, reaching out to grasp her delicate hand. His heart raced, and his voice trembled as he spoke. "Tong, it's time for us to rest. Dear husband, please be gentle." That night, both of them underwent a profound transformation. Zhao Qingshan evolved from a boy into a man. As dawn broke the next day, the sky began to lighten. Zhao Qingshan awoke from his slumber, feeling the warmth of his beloved wife curled up like a tiny kitten in his embrace. A satisfied smile graced his lips, for possessing such a stunning spouse filled his heart with immeasurable joy. He finally comprehended the meaning of the phrase "a feast for the eyes." Congratulations to the host on the first interaction, earning the following: Alchemy 100, Forging 100, Talisman Crafting 100, Formation 100, True Chi 500, Water Spiritual Root 500. Alchemy Master, First Tier Lower Grade, 900, 1000, Forging Master, First Tier Lower Grade, 800, 1000, Talisman Master, First Tier Lower Grade, 950, 1000. Formation Master, First Tier Lower Grade, 900, 1000. Realm, Chi Training Level 2, 3400 3000. Breakthrough Possible, Gold Spiritual Root, Lower Grade, 900, 2000. With Spiritual Root, Lower Grade, 900, 2000. Water Spiritual Root, Lower Grade, 1400 2000. Fire Spiritual Root, Lower Grade, 900, 2000. Chapter 4. The Proper Way to Cultivate Immortality. Just as Zhao Qingshan was about to rise, he suddenly noticed a voice echoing in his mind. He was taken aback, stunned by the revelation. What on earth is happening? Am I dreaming? It turns out that he was not without a system, nor was he devoid of his golden finger. It had simply arrived a tad late. Zhao Qingshan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and he pinched his arm, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality, affirming that this was not a mere dream. He then caught sight of a virtual panel materializing in his peripheral vision, adorned with several lines of shimmering golden text. Darling, what is the matter? Bing Tong awakened and noticed Zhao Qingshan lost in thought. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard. Tong, do you see anything unusual? No, not at all, Bing Tong replied shyly, then added. Husband, we must get up quickly. We still have to pay our respects to father-in-law and mother-in-law. As a well-bred young lady, Bing Tong had been instructed by elder women on various matters pertaining to the bridal chamber, as well as the etiquette surrounding marriage. However, Zhao Qingshan's gaze was sharp and fervent. There is still plenty of time. Let us sleep a little longer. After waiting for so many years, the opportunity had finally presented itself, and he needed to ascertain whether he truly possessed a golden finger. At this moment, he was indifferent to the needs of his newlywed wife. After a long while, tranquility returned. Bing Tong fell into a deep slumber, nestled in Zhao Qingshan's embrace. Yet, Zhao Qingshan felt no fatigue. His eyes were wide with anticipation as they remained fixated on the emerging virtual panel. The golden letters gradually materialized. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed another interaction, gaining Alchemy 50, Forging 50, Rune Crafting 50, Array Formation 50, True Chi 250, Water Spirit Root 250. Alchemist, first rank lower grade, 950-1000. Forging Master, first rank lower grade, 850-1000. Rune Master, first rank lower grade, 1000 can break through. Array Master, first rank lower grade, 950-1000. Realm, Chi Training second layer, 3653,000 can break through. Gold Spirit Root, lower grade, 900-2000. Wood Spirit Root, lower grade, 900-2000. Water Spirit Root, lower grade, 1652,000. Fire Spirit Root, lower grade, 900-2000. Zhao Qingshan felt tears welling up within him. From the moment of his birth, he had longed for a grandfatherly figure or a system, a yearning that persisted for a full 23 years. Ironically, just when despair had set in and his ambitions had dissipated, he chose to embrace an ordinary life. Only then did the golden finger materialize. Upon realizing that this was indeed his golden finger, Zhao Qingshan was not filled with ecstatic joy, but rather overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down his face. Curse it all. Why did the golden finger not appear sooner? Why must it show up at this moment? Reflecting on his past struggles and hardships, and glancing down at the scars on his body, Zhao Qingshan felt an urge to strangle his own golden finger. He felt as though this golden finger was mocking him. Where was the golden finger that did not manifest from the very beginning? Why did it only materialize after he had squandered 23 years? It is essential to recognize that the prime period for cultivation is merely a fleeting span of less than 30 years. He was already 23 years old, having traversed more than half of this golden era for cultivation. After a considerable time, having adjusted his emotions, Zhao Qingshan took a deep breath. Through his recent experiment, he had come to understand what this golden finger truly was. It was the power of communication that could lead to strength. He had initially believed that without a grandfather figure or a golden finger, he was at a disadvantage, only to realize that the method of unlocking these powers was flawed. Profound communication was indeed the correct pathway to unveiling the world of immortals. Clenching his fists, Zhao Qingshan felt an overwhelming surge of strength within his body. This was not merely an increase in physical power, but rather the rekindling of hope. It was the essence of hope, the strength of the spirit. It also represented the power of will. Through his exchanges with Tonger, he enhanced his skills in alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, array formation, true energy, and water spiritual roots. Other spiritual roots remained unchanged, suggesting that Tonger possessed water spiritual roots. Zhao Qingshan mused internally. His heart burned with fervor. Alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and array formation were the four major domains of the immortal realm, each a significant profession. He had studied a bit but could not claim mastery. He never anticipated that two exchanges would yield such substantial growth. With this golden finger, what was there to fear in the future? 10 times a day. Even if I possess mixed spiritual roots, I can still advance at an astonishing pace. If the Yellow Emperor could ascend during the day, how could I, Zhao Qingshan, not achieve the same? A flame of hope seemed to ignite within his heart. Turning his gaze to the jade figure in his arms, Zhao Qingshan longed to continue sharing intimate moments with his wife. However, he was acutely aware that Bing Tong was merely at the first level of qi cultivation and had just entered matrimony. Having shared moments last night and this morning was already pushing her limits. If he were to indulge further, it would be a tremendous strain on her body. And perhaps before long, Bing Tong would meet her untimely demise. An hour later, Bing Tong slowly awoke, feeling utterly drained. Tonger, as you are newlywed, you should not get up just yet. Allow me to summon a maid to assist you with dressing and personal care. Zhao Qingshan said hastily as he noticed Bing Tong attempting to rise. I shall listen to my husband. Bing Tong's cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, exuding a blend of shyness and allure. Zhao Qingshan found himself momentarily entranced, taking a while to regain his composure before awkwardly rising from the bed, gathering his clothes and stepping into the outer chamber. At that moment, two maids were yawning as they got out of bed. Upon seeing Zhao Qingshan, a hint of blush appeared on their faces. Last night, the two maids had buried their heads under thin blankets in their own quarters. Yet they had been disturbed for most of the night. The maids felt annoyed by the noise, their little faces puffed in irritation. But curiosity compelled them to occasionally peek into the inner room. Consequently, while the inner chamber had returned to tranquility, the two maids had taken a full hour to finally drift off to sleep. By morning, as they groggily awakened, sounds once again emanated from the inner chamber. Logically, they should have entered to attend to their grooming and washing, yet they dared not step inside. Unbeknownst to Zhao Qingshan, he had disturbed the slumber of the two maidservants the previous night and morning as he busily instructed them to care for Bing Tong. An hour later, Zhao Qingshan accompanied Bing Tong to pay respects to his parents, offering tea and greetings. Qingshan, you are still young. Do not indulge excessively. You must take care of your health, Zhao Leitang said meaningfully. Zhao Qingshan, with an air of nonchalance, feigned ignorance of his father's insinuation. In contrast, Bing Tong, feeling bashful, wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. She discreetly pinched Zhao Qingshan's waist. Zhao Qingshan widened his eyes, inhaling sharply. Yet he dared not utter a sound. Why is it that women, whether in the past life or in this ethereal realm, share such common traits? Li Qin found it amusing but chose to remain silent, leaving the two to enjoy their meal in the courtyard. As if anticipating the occasion, lunch was rather lavish, featuring several nourishing dishes. Come, Qingshan, Xiao Tong. This is a stew of century-old ginseng with bull's penis, excellent for nourishing yin and invigorating yang. Be sure to have a bowl, Li Qin said, serving the newlywed couple. Qingshan, this dish is made from the kidney of a bull demon. You should indulge. Zhao Qingshan marveled at his mother's care for her son, aware of her intention to bolster his health. His spirits lifted. He relished the nourishing soup and devoured the meat with great appetite. In this celestial realm, alongside human cultivators, there exists a plethora of demon beasts. Any beast that attains intelligence and absorbs the essence of sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, belongs to the category of demon beasts. The flesh of these creatures is imbued with rich energy and is highly valued. Even in the Zhao household, the family could not afford to indulge in demon beast meat every day. After lunch, Zhao Qingshan took his beloved wife to pay respects to his grandparents, spending the evening there to enjoy a meal with the elderly couple. Chapter 5. Breakthrough. As dusk descended, Zhao Qingshan and Bing Tong returned to their courtyard. Tonger, I have reached a critical juncture in my cultivation and have gained some insights. I must enter seclusion for a while, Zhao Qingshan gently expressed, taking Bing Tong's delicate hand. Dear husband, the matter of cultivation is paramount. You should hasten to your seclusion, Bing Tong replied, understanding the value of such rare opportunities for enlightenment as a practitioner herself, her demeanor reflecting a sense of urgency. Zhao Qingshan entered a modest room, simple in its decor, which served as his sanctuary for cultivation, as well as a space for crafting talismans and alchemy. The room was ensconced with formations that muted external sounds and concealed it from prying eyes, ensuring that neither the essence nor the sounds within could escape. He activated the virtual panel, silently reciting, Talismancer, breakthrough. Boom. The virtual panel spun, emitting a beam of golden light that penetrated Zhao Qingshan's body. A slight tremor coursed through him as his mind expanded, filling with newfound insights into the art of talisman crafting. Simultaneously, the corresponding status on the virtual panel transformed. Talismancer, Grade 1 Mid-Grade, 0-2000. Zhao Qingshan opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. Many previously obscure concepts now crystallized in clarity. He inhaled deeply, seeking to calm his exhilaration. Approaching a table, he swiftly completed the series of preparatory rituals, focusing his mind, cultivating tranquility, and invoking blessings, before commencing the intricate process of talisman creation. With talisman brush in hand, he dipped it in beast blood and began to inscribe the talisman patterns onto the paper. In a short span, he crafted a low-grade communication talisman with fluidity, a Grade 1 communication talisman with a range of 50 kilometers. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. Although this was not his first endeavor in crafting communication talismans, his previous success rate lingered around a mere 30%. Yet, this time, the creation unfolded effortlessly. Following the same method, he proceeded to create 3 additional communication talismans. Indeed, as a Grade 1 mid-grade talismancer, his prowess surpassed that of a Grade 1 low-grade talismancer significantly, evidenced by a remarkable improvement in success rates. Zhao Qingshan stroked his chin, elated. Communication talismans were prevalent among Grade 1 talismans, each fetching 3 low-grade spirit stones in the market, while the production cost of a single talisman was merely 5 low-grade spirit stones. Having utilized 5 materials to produce 4 communication talismans, he achieved an impressive 80% success rate. The cost amounted to 5 low-grade spirit stones, and the potential sale yielded 12 low-grade spirit stones, resulting in a net profit of 5 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones served as the universal currency for cultivators, categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and superior grade, with an exchange ratio that increased incrementally at 1:100. However, practitioners in the Qi refinement stage predominantly utilized low-grade spirit stones, seldom venturing into mid-grade. Zhao Qingshan mused inwardly, filled with anticipation, relieved that he would no longer need to worry about a shortage of spirit stones in the future. Spiritual stones are indeed invaluable treasures, capable of procuring an abundance of cultivation resources, training techniques, magical artifacts, elixirs, and formations, all of which can be acquired through these stones. For they are imbued with spiritual energy and serve as the universal currency within the realm of immortality. Among the 4 esteemed professions in this domain, none holds a higher status or greater wealth than the alchemist, followed closely by the talisman creator, formation master, and finally, the artifact smith. Tong'er is truly a treasure trove, ripe for the exploration of wealth. The mere thought of engaging with Bing Tong and the prospect of enhancing all 4 professions fills Zhao Qingshan with a sense of wonder. Presently, his vital energy is scarcely sufficient to forge 5 first-tier communication talismans. It seems he must break through the Qi refinement realm. Zhao Qingshan muses inwardly. He then seated himself cross-legged upon a mat on the stone bed, calming his mind and centering his spirit. Opening the virtual panel, he silently intones, "Realm, breakthrough." Instantly, a beam of golden light emanated from the virtual panel and entered his body, accompanied by a resounding crack that reverberated in his ears, as though shattering a certain barrier. Zhao Qingshan hastily circulated his techniques, allowing his vital energy to flow through his meridians in a complete cycle. The previous obstructions vanished without a trace. After completing the cycle, his aura expanded dramatically, and he effortlessly broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Astounded by the increase in his internal vital energy, Zhao Qingshan was overcome with joy to the point of tears. It is worth noting that he had been at the 2nd level of Qi refinement for 2 years, during which time he felt no growth in his vital energy, leading him to the brink of despair. No matter how formidable his external martial skills became, he could only aspire to be a congenital master, and even the most powerful congenital masters pale in comparison to foundation-building cultivators. Hence, external skills remain a secondary path. Those who cultivate them, regardless of their efforts, are ultimately distanced from the path of immortality. Once he stabilized his vital energy, Zhao Qingshan exhaled a breath of stale air. Now that he has reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, as long as he continues to engage in exchanges, his cultivation speed shall not falter. He clenched his fist. However, until he has grown stronger, he must remain undetected, for discovery would place him in a perilously precarious situation. The adage, "A commoner is innocent." But possessing treasure brings guilt is one Zhao Qingshan fully comprehends. His unique advantage may empower him, yet should others become aware of his rapid progress, their curiosity would inevitably lead them to seek out his secret, placing Zhao Qingshan in jeopardy. This world is rife with malevolent cultivators and demonic practitioners who act without restraint. In their quest for power, they will resort to any means necessary, even if it means becoming despised rogues. The allure of any secret that can enhance cultivation speed is not merely a fatal temptation for evil cultivators, but equally compelling for the disciples of righteous sections. Consider the vast Jin kingdom. In the mere city of Chongping, there are no fewer than 100 cultivators within its jurisdiction, all in the Qi refinement stage, each yearning for the success of foundation building. After his breakthrough, Zhao Qingshan did not hastily emerge from his seclusion. Rather, he continued crafting talismans. He produced 3 communication talismans, 2 dust-avoiding talismans, 3 purification talismans, and 1 protective talisman, all of which were first-tier talismans. The creation of these 9 talismans completely depleted his vital energy at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Soon after, Zhao Qingshan sat cross-legged, silently restoring his vital energy. By the time he emerged from his meditation, dawn had broken. The sun ascended, casting a gentle warmth, yet the morning air retained a hint of coolness. Servants had already begun their duties, sweeping the floors, watering the flowers, or boiling water for cooking. "Young master," exclaimed the maiden Xia Chan and Qiu Yu upon seeing Zhao Qingshan, hurriedly bowing in respect. Xia Chan, a servant of Li Qin, had been sent to attend to him upon his return, while Qiu Yu, a maid accompanying Bing Tong, was what one might call a concubine maid. "Is the young mistress awake?" Zhao Qingshan inquired. "Not yet. I shall go and rouse her, Xiaochan replied. Wait, there is no need to disturb her. Instead, prepare some hot water for me. I wish to take a bath, Zhao Qingshan instructed. Xiaochan and Qiuyu promptly set to work, and before long, everything was ready. Zhao Qingshan disrobed and stepped into the wooden tub, filled with water adorned with rose petals. He felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, the water's temperature perfect. Opening his pores to pure comfort. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, followed by the sensation of gentle hands kneading his shoulders. Unable to resist, Zhao Qingshan turned to see Qiuyu had silently approached from behind. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with life, her beauty captivating. Young master, is the pressure satisfactory? Qiuyu inquired softly. Just perfect. Zhao Qingshan praised. You are truly beautiful. Qiuyu's cheeks flushed. The cause uncertain, whether it was the steam from the hot water or her own shyness. Zhao Qingshan reveled in Qiuyu's ministrations, but soon she hastily retreated, allowing Xiaochan to enter and assist him with drying his body and hair. Once clad in fresh attire, Zhao Qingshan made his way to the main chamber. Chapter 6. Diligent cultivation. Within the confines of the inner chamber, his beloved wife lay peacefully on the bed. Zhao Qingshan gazed at his slumbering spouse, captivated by her beauty. With a visage as exquisite as ice and a figure as flawless as jade, her delicate features surpassed the purity of snow. Zhao Qingshan gently removed his garments and climbed onto the bed, a profound sense of happiness enveloping him. He mused that had it not been for his esteemed lineage in Chopping City, and had Bing Tong not possessed merely inferior spiritual roots, being at the nascent stage of cultivation, such a radiant beauty would have been beyond his reach. Fate, had he returned a year later, or possessed a higher cultivation level, their union would have remained an impossibility. With his mind completely at ease, Zhao Qingshan soon drifted into slumber. Time passed, though he was unaware of its passage, until a sudden exclamation jolted him awake. He opened his eyes abruptly. My lord, it is all my fault for disturbing your rest, Bing Tong said shyly. Still adjusting to their new life together. For years, she had been accustomed to solitary nights, and waking to find another presence beside her startled her instinctively. As she collected her thoughts, the reality of her new identity as a married woman settled in, and the sight of her husband beside her ignited a flurry of emotions within. Outside, the two maids, Xiaochan and Qiuyu, felt a blush creeping onto their cheeks. Sister Qiuyu, as the bedchamber maid, it is your responsibility to be prepared for crucial moments, Xiaochan whispered urgently. Qiuyu's heart raced at the implications of her words. Oh dear, why must we speak of such things? Qiuyu's cheeks flushed crimson. As a handmaid accompanying Bing Tong, she was well aware of her dual role, and rather than feeling repulsed, she found a certain thrill in it. You are now the masters. How could you escape your fate? Qiuyu cast a sidelong glance at Xiaochan. The two of them were the sole attendants in the household, one serving Zhao Qingshan and the other attending to Bing Tong. They exchanged hushed whispers until their conversation ceased, prompting them to prepare. Back in the inner chamber, Zhao Qingshan felt refreshed. Upon examining the virtual panel, he noted the new changes displayed. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing another exchange, earning Alchemy 40, Forging 40, Rune Crafting 40, Array Formation 40, True Chi 200, Water Spiritual Root 200. Alchemist, First Stage, Inferior, 990, 1000, Blacksmith, First Stage, Inferior, 890, 1000, Rune Master, First Stage. Medium, 42,000, Array Master, First Stage, Inferior, 990, 1000, Realm, Chi Refinement. Third Layer, 850, 4000, Gold Spiritual Root, Inferior, 900, 2000, Wood Spiritual Root, Inferior, 900, 2000, Water Spiritual Root, Inferior, 1852,000, Fire Spiritual Root, Inferior, 900, 2000. Zhao Qingshan pondered to himself. It appears the effectiveness of these exchanges is exhibiting a diminishing trend. During their first profound exchange, both individuals were unguarded, with Zhao Qingshan reaping the greatest benefits. However, the advantages diminished significantly during the second encounter and further decreased during the third. It seemed that in pursuit of spiritual cultivation, Zhao Qingshan realized that he must exert considerable effort in the days to come. Although he recognized that desire could be as sharp as a knife, he was determined to push forward for the sake of his practice. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Zhao Qingshan devoted himself wholeheartedly to cherishing and caring for his wife, their affection blossoming. Aside from an initial visit to his wife's family for a reunion, they remained largely confined to their courtyard. The results of such diligent labor were indeed remarkable. With his steadfast efforts, Zhao Qingshan experienced a rapid enhancement in his cultivation, evident in his progress across various disciplines. Upon accessing the virtual panel, he observed that the data reflected a significant transformation compared to 2 weeks prior. Alchemist, intermediate first rank, 1792,000. Blacksmith, intermediate first rank, 1692,000. Talismancer, intermediate first rank, 1842,000. Array Master, intermediate first rank, 1792,000. Realm, Chi Refining fourth layer, 4,655,000. Gold Spiritual Root, inferior, 900-2000. Wood Spiritual Root, inferior, 900-2000. Water Spiritual Root, medium, 1054,000. Fire Spiritual Root, inferior, 900-2000. In just over half a month of marriage, Zhao Qingshan advanced from the Chi Refining second layer to the fourth layer, a remarkable speed that could be likened to soaring through the skies. The exhilarating sensation of such rapid progress captivated him. Notably, the breakthrough in his water spiritual route to the medium grade significantly accelerated his training in water-based techniques. In Zhao Qingshan's perspective, possessing 2 or more spiritual roots was not a disadvantage. Rather, it conferred distinct advantages. The challenges lay in the extended time and energy required for cultivation, as human resources are finite. Individuals with multiple spiritual roots often progress more slowly than those with a singular root, leading to the misconception that they are inferior. For instance, a cultivator with a fire spiritual root could master fire techniques and become an accomplished alchemist. If they also possessed a wood spiritual root, it would introduce a gentler aspect, enhancing the quality of their elixirs and increasing the success rate while reducing the likelihood of catastrophic failures. Tonger, you stay at home. I shall accompany grandfather and father to the market today. Zhao Qingshan gently dipped Bing Tong's delicate hand and spoke softly. After half a month of seclusion, he felt an urge to act. He had exhausted all materials during his alchemical and talismanic endeavors and needed to procure more supplies. Naturally, he also intended to sell the elixirs and talismans he had crafted over the past weeks to exchange for spirit stones, as he lacked the funds to buy new materials. Be well, my husband. I shall await your return at home. Upon hearing Zhao Qingshan's intentions to visit the market, Bing Tong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Throughout this month, she experienced both joy and distress, often feeling overwhelmed and noticing a significant decline in her vitality. Even her balance seemed precarious as she walked. Zhao Qingshan ventured into the market, seizing the opportunity to enjoy a few days of respite. In truth, not only Bing Tong but even Zhao Qingshan himself felt somewhat fatigued. In recent days, he experienced aches in his back and waist, requiring him to support himself with one hand while walking, despite indulging in nourishing delicacies. No amount of supplementation could keep pace with his exhaustion. Stifling a yawn, Zhao Qingshan grasped his treasured sword and departed from his courtyard. In the back garden, amidst a pavilion surrounded by water, fish and shrimp frolicked in the lake, while the fragrance of osmanthus wafted gently with the autumn breeze. Grandfather, father, where is our Chongping city market? Zhao Qingshan inquired with curiosity. The market they intended to visit was no ordinary marketplace frequented by common folk. It was a trading hub for cultivators, where transactions were conducted with spirit stones rather than silver or gold. For ordinary people, silver and gold served as currency. Yet for cultivators, they held little value. Our Chongping city market is located within Tian's Hushan, and it opens once every 6 months, Zhao Lai replied with a smile. This will be your first visit, and I look forward to broadening your horizons. Zhao Leitang added with a chuckle. This market attracts not only cultivators from Chongping City, but also those from surrounding cities, all eager to acquire their desired items. With sufficient capital, one could even procure foundation-building pills. Zhao Leitang remarked, of course, obtaining such items does not guarantee one's survival upon consumption. Chapter 7. The Marketplace. The Foundation Establishment Pill. A second-tier elixir is specifically designed to enhance the success rate of foundation establishment. By consuming a single foundation establishment pill, a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement possesses a 30% chance of successfully establishing their foundation. For those at the 9th level, the probability soars to 70%. As for practitioners at the 10th level, merely one pill guarantees a complete success in foundation establishment, transforming them into foundation establishment stage cultivators. Consequently, the foundation establishment pill has become an exceedingly precious treasure in the eyes of countless Qi refinement practitioners. This elixir can only be concocted by alchemists who have achieved complete mastery in foundation establishment, resulting in its exorbitant price. When a Qi refinement practitioner acquires a foundation establishment pill at a high cost, it does not necessarily imply that they can safely consume it, as they may very well face the threat of robbery from other cultivators. Grandfather, father, how many spirit stones does a foundation establishment pill cost? Zhao Qingshan inquired with curiosity. Zhao Lai chuckled, raising 2 fingers. 200. 200 low-grade spirit stones? How inexpensive. Zhao Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Leiting, irritated, gave Zhao Qingshan a light slap on the head. You little rascal, what fanciful thoughts are you having? Your grandfather means 200 mid-grade spirit stones. That equates to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan was momentarily stunned. Based on his current production of first-tier talismans, he could create approximately 6 to 8 talismans a day, each valued between 2 to 10 low-grade spirit stones. Taking the average value, the talismans he produced daily would be worth around 40 low-grade spirit stones. This meant he would need to labor continuously for 500 days, nearly 2 years, to afford a single foundation establishment pill. And this calculation does not even account for the costs associated with crafting the talismans. The price of first-tier and second-tier elixirs is indeed exorbitantly high. Initially, Zhao Qingshan had perceived himself as quite affluent, but upon reflection, he realized he was still rather impoverished. As he, along with Zhao Lai and Zhao Leiting, exited the Zhao residence and galloped down the deserted streets on horseback, they swiftly left the city. Clop, clop, clop. The 3 horses raced along the path, and Zhao Qingshan, riding with renewed vigor, displayed a spirit markedly different from when he had returned to Chopping City. His eyes sparkled with light, no longer filled with disheartenment and despondency, but rather ignited with hope and determination. Mount Tianzhu lies just east of Chongping City, approximately 30 miles away, with its highest peak, Tianzhu Peak, soaring around 1,000 meters high, earning considerable renown within the city. Upon reaching Mount Tianzhu, they entrusted their horses to the innkeeper, who guided them to the stables. The 3 friends then found a table to sit at, ordering a few dishes and a pot of wine. Zhao Qingshan curiously surveyed his surroundings. Although he had visited marketplaces before, it was his first time in the marketplace of Chopping City. At that moment, a number of individuals had already gathered, each being at least at the first level of qi refinement. Only those who reached at least the first level could access the marketplace. Otherwise, they would be barred at the gates. Cultivators abide by their own rules and possess a distinct social circle, one from which ordinary citizens are excluded. Approximately an hour later, a foundation building period cultivator announced the commencement of the semi-annual Chopping Fong market, to which many cultivators responded with enthusiastic cheers. Zhao Qingshan appeared equally exhilarated. During this period, he had crafted 100 talismans and refined 36 elixirs, eager to exchange them for spirit stones at the market. The Chopping Fong market, held biannually, attracts disciples from nearby sects, wandering cultivators, and scions of noble families who gather here to trade the spirit herbs, medicinal plants, and hunted demonic beasts they have collected, exchanging them for the resources essential for their cultivation, spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and more. Although the Zhao family is a prominent clan in Chongping City, it was established merely by Zhao Lai, a 9th-layer qi refinement cultivator, and thus lacks profound heritage and substantial cultivation resources. Particularly, the family's resources were significantly depleted in nurturing Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan even suspected that the entirety of the Zhao family's wealth might not suffice to purchase a single foundation-building elixir. Thus, attending this market was undoubtedly the optimal choice for him, as it presented an opportunity to acquire the necessary cultivation resources. The Zhao family's collection pavilion, housing all their books, was compiled by Zhao Lai and Tang Wanyu, revealing their limited resources. While manageable at the qi refinement stage, these resources would prove inadequate should he advance to the foundation building stage. Soon, the market buzzed with activity, drawing over 1,000 cultivators, with throngs of people milling about. Many well-prepared individuals had set up stalls, ready for trade. Zhao Qingshan casually wandered through the market to gauge the general atmosphere and was somewhat astonished to find that, aside from spirit stone transactions, many stalls also facilitated barter exchanges. How is it, Qingshan? Has it met your expectations? Zhao Lai inquired with a smile. Zhao Qingshan nodded, saying, "It has exceeded my expectations. This is the largest cultivation market I have ever witnessed." While exploring the market, he discovered numerous treasures, spirit herbs, medicinal plants, and elixir recipes available for trade. Although these were merely common first-tier elixir recipes for energy-boosting and fasting elixirs, they broadened Zhao Qingshan's horizons. Naturally, no one was offering second-tier recipes since only foundation-building cultivators could refine them, and this market primarily catered to qi refinement cultivators. This is merely child's play. If given the chance, I shall take you to the Liyang sect's market, which is far grander and of much higher caliber, Zhao Lai remarked with a smile. The Liyang sect, a first-rate sect in the Jin Kingdom, is undeniably incomparable to such a loose cultivator market. Grandfather, I possess some talismans and elixirs. Do you have any means to sell them? Zhao Qingshan whispered. Oh, from where did you acquire the talismans and elixirs? Zhao Lai asked, puzzled. Zhao Qingshan smiled shyly and replied, It's simply from my childhood love of reading and venturing out, attempting to create talismans and refine elixirs, which has allowed me to accumulate some over the years. He dared not reveal to Zhao Lai that he had already reached the 4th layer of qi refinement, and that the talismans and elixirs were products of his efforts over the past month and a half. Everyone needs to harbor a few secrets of their own. How many do you have? Zhao Lai inquired nonchalantly. 40 communication talismans, 20 protective charms, 10 dust-evading talismans, 10 purification charms, 15 detoxification talismans, and 5 fire talismans. All of the first tier. Zhao Qingshan lowered his voice. There are 36 medicinal pills, 12 vitality-enhancing pills, 12 fasting pills, and 12 energy-replenishing pills, all of the first tier. Zhao Lai and Zhao Leitang stared in astonishment at Zhao Qingshan, unable to fathom that he possessed such a wealth of resources, akin to a mobile treasury, surpassing even their combined fortunes. Zhao Qingshan is a first-tier talisman maker and a first-tier alchemist, even if he cannot establish a foundation. He possesses enough prowess to ensure the Zhao family's prosperity and wealth for decades. After all, not everyone can become an alchemist or a talisman maker. Chapter 8. The Dan Flame technique. In the heart of the marketplace stood a hastily constructed wooden pavilion, adorned with a sign reading Treasure Pavilion. This establishment, renowned throughout the Jin Kingdom, specialized in the acquisition and sale of elixirs, talismans, spiritual herbs, and medicinal plants. It catered not only to practitioners of the mystical arts, but also to ordinary folk. Zhao Lai led Zhao Qingshan to the Treasure Pavilion, proclaiming, "The reputation of the Treasure Pavilion is impeccable. To date, there have been no reports of deceit or trickery. It has never been accused of exploiting customers or engaging in coercive transactions." Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly. While a Treasure Pavilion also existed in Chongping City, it primarily served the common populace. In contrast, this location focused exclusively on the needs of cultivators. Upon entering, Zhao Leitang elaborated. The Treasure Pavilion is divided into 2 sections, one for acquisitions and the other for sales. Each area is further categorized by specific functions, featuring dedicated counters for elixirs, spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, talismans, formations, and magical artifacts. Zhao Qingshan expressed his confusion. If this is the case, why would anyone choose to sell their wares at street stalls or engage in trade elsewhere? Zhao Leitang chuckled. The Treasure Pavilion thrives on its reputation for honesty and integrity. While the selling prices may be higher, the purchasing prices tend to be lower. Human nature often harbors a greedy inclination to acquire valuable items at lower costs and to sell their possessions at favorable prices. Zhao Qingshan soon grasped the concept. At the talisman counter, he sold 100 talismans, earning 500 low-grade spirit stones. He then proceeded to the elixir counter, where he sold 36 elixirs for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It became clear to him why alchemists were so affluent. The price of elixirs far exceeded that of talismans within the same tier of quality. He reflected on this realization as he separated from Zhao Lai and Zhao Leitang to continue exploring the marketplace. After wandering about, gaining a general understanding of the prices of spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and elixirs, he noticed numerous rogue cultivators peddling cultivation techniques and skills. Although Zhao Qingshan possessed several cultivation techniques and manuals, having been trained in 4 distinct methods from the Zhao family's extensive treasury, he had no intention of trading or selling them. The techniques and manuals were the very foundation of a cultivator's journey, immensely valuable. Even those at the qi refining level were worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, with superior ones fetching tens of thousands. A single technique or manual could potentially establish a lineage of cultivators or a small sect. As Zhao Qingshan meandered through the market, he purchased materials for crafting talismans and refining elixirs, spending a total of 1,300 low-grade spirit stones, essentially reinvesting all his earnings from selling talismans and elixirs. Suddenly, he halted at a stall, eyes widening in astonishment. The Dan Flame technique, a second-tier manual, was on display. This technique could be cultivated up to the foundation establishment stage, marking it as a remarkably advanced skill. Such techniques held great allure for smaller sects and families. After all, a quality technique or manual far surpassed the value of inferior ones, particularly with a secret manual such as the Dan Yinju, whether in alchemy or artifact crafting. The essence of flame is indispensable. Within some smaller sects and families, possessing a mere ordinary fire attribute technique is already a significant asset, which underscores the extraordinary value of the Dan Yinju. Zhao Qingshan could not help but glance at the elderly vendor. One who dares to present a technique like the Dan Yinju for trade is likely a practitioner at the 8th or even 9th layer of qi refinement. It is not inconceivable that even a master at the peak of qi refinement could be involved. However, Zhao Qingshan refrained from considering the possibility of a foundation establishment practitioner overseeing this market, as it is exceedingly rare for a market to be graced by someone of that caliber. What merit could possibly draw a foundation establishment practitioner to engage in such trades? Zhao Qingshan noticed that some practitioners were casting glances in this direction, though he was not surprised. Such superior techniques and manuals easily attract the covetous eyes of wandering cultivators, who might resort to unscrupulous means to acquire them, even to the extent of committing heinous acts. The relationships among practitioners are far from amicable. On the contrary, they are often brutally competitive, approaching to examine the old man's terms of trade. Zhao Qingshan discovered that he sought either a second-tier metal attribute technique or 3 first-tier techniques capable of advancing to the 9th layer of qi refinement. He muttered to himself. No wonder few were drawn to this stall. The conditions seemed insurmountable for most. After wandering the market for a couple of circuits, he observed a notable trend. There were indeed many seeking to trade techniques and manuals, particularly among smaller families, while they possessed certain cultivation techniques. These were not necessarily suitable for every family member. Thus, their demand for techniques and manuals was substantial. Moreover, some wandering cultivators sought to exchange manuals, most of whom had achieved the 9th layer of qi refinement or reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, yet lacked the means to purchase foundation establishment pills to elevate their cultivation. Consequently, they resorted to selling their manuals to accumulate spirit stones for purchasing said pills or to obtain superior techniques, hoping to enhance their chances of successfully establishing a foundation. This illustrates the struggles faced by lower-tier cultivators. Devoid of the resources and heritage of sects or families, they are compelled to seek out cultivation resources by any means necessary, often risking perilous endeavors. Esteemed friend, how might one verify the authenticity of your Dan Yinju? Zhao Qingshan inquired, stepping closer. His own Yinhuaju could only elevate him to the 9th layer of qi refinement, ultimately falling short. A high-level technique like the Dan Yinju undoubtedly held fatal allure for him. Should he acquire the Dan Yinju, not only would his cultivation of fire element roots accelerate, but his success rate in alchemy would also improve markedly. The cultivation of a practitioner hinges on several factors, the most crucial being the quality of their innate spiritual roots, followed by the techniques employed, and subsequently the choice of mentors and companions. This is a portion of the Dan Yinju manual. You may first ascertain its accuracy before deciding on a trade, the elderly man said, retrieving a handwritten copy from his storage bag and presenting it to Zhao Qingshan. Indeed, the fellow cultivator is remarkably honest. Although I have never laid eyes on the true visage of the Dan Flame technique, it is evident that this manuscript pertains to a fire attribute cultivation method. Zhao Qingshan took the handwritten copy and scrutinized the recorded technique carefully. After pondering for a moment, he returned the manuscript to the elder. However, Zhao Qingshan hesitated, his heart weighed down by the concern that the elder might have merely stumbled upon this fragment by chance and sought to deceive other cultivators. Such occurrences are not uncommon, particularly in markets like this. In a street stall, prices are negotiable, and the transaction is completed with the exchange of money for goods. Once the deal is struck, any subsequent regrets are futile, as it is a test of discernment. It is akin to shopping for antiques. If one misjudges, they have only themselves to blame, not others. Fellow cultivator, how can you be certain that the other contents of your Dan Flame technique manuscript are genuine? Zhao Qingshan inquired, attempting to glean some insight from the elder's demeanor. The elder chuckled softly. Young man, are you unfamiliar with the rules of the market? Transactions involving cultivation techniques inherently carry an element of risk. There is no guarantee of success. If you harbor doubts, would it not be wiser to seek out a place like the Treasure Pavilion? The elder was not offended. He recognized Zhao Qingshan's youth, understanding that such naivety is typical for the young. If every young person were as cunning as the elderly, then these old fellows would find it difficult to survive. Zhao Qingshan was at a loss for words. The cost of acquiring a technique like the Dan Flame technique at the Treasure Pavilion would be exponentially greater. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qingshan produced 3 techniques, fellow cultivator. Here are the Flame technique, Greenwood technique, and Gentle Water technique, all of which can be cultivated to the 9th level of qi refinement. The elder regarded Zhao Qingshan with a hint of surprise. Each of these techniques is among the finest of the first tier and could easily establish a cultivation family. To present 3 at once indicates that this young man possesses a notable background. The elder, contemplating his initial intentions for some underhanded dealings, felt compelled to restrain himself. He retrieved a piece of jade from his storage pouch. This is the Dan Flame technique, which can be accessed a total of 3 times. It has already been utilized twice, leaving 1 reading available. The 2 promptly completed the transaction, and Zhao Qingshan secured the jade talisman within his own storage pouch, feeling a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. Chapter 9. New discoveries. 3 days later, the market closed. The majestic Tianzhushan seemed to revert to its former tranquility, shedding the frivolity of recent days. Zhao Qingshan departed Tianzhushan alongside Zhao Lai and Zhao Leitang. During these few days, some cultivators had cast suspicious glances at Zhao Qingshan, yet upon the sight of Zhao Lai, they would disperse. Had Zhao Qingshan been alone, perhaps he would have faced unwelcome advances from solitary cultivators. With urgency, they hastened home. It is often said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and this sentiment rang true, though merely separated for 3 days. Zhao Qingshan's blood surged with fervor upon seeing Bing Tong. Eventually, calmness returned. Zhao Qingshan, having achieved a remarkable hat trick, felt invigorated, as if he were a celestial being soaring amidst the clouds. Congratulations to the host for securing a three-peat championship, earning 150 in alchemy, 150 in artifact refinement, 150 in talisman crafting, 150 in array formation, 400 in true chi, and 400 in water spiritual roots. Alchemy Master, First Tier, Middle Grade, 1942,000. Artifact Refiner, First Tier. Middle Grade, 1842,000. Talisman Crafter, First Tier, Middle Grade, 1992,000. Array Master, First Tier, Middle Grade, 1942,000. Realm, Chi Refining. Fourth Layer, 5,000 and 55,000. Breakthrough Possible, Gold Spiritual Root. Low Grade, 900-2000. With Spiritual Root. Low Grade, 900-2000. Water Spiritual Root. Middle Grade, 1454,000. Fire Spiritual Root. Low Grade, 900-2000. Gazing at the virtual panel in his peripheral vision, Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. The effects of this hat trick exceeded his usual gains, yielding benefits greater than the sum of 3 typical achievements. If he were to continue striving, could he perhaps achieve a grand fourfold success and garner even more? Zhao Qingshan's enthusiasm surged, for the rewards bestowed upon him were indeed bountiful, igniting his ambition. Yet, as he looked upon the enchanting figure in his embrace, he found her already burdened and peacefully asleep. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form, he mused. Amitabha. Quickly, he subdued his restless desires. He was not one of those malevolent practitioners, unable to indulge in such actions. Furthermore, perhaps a steady and gradual approach was the true path. Cradling his beloved, he slowly succumbed to slumber, awakening naturally after a restful night. Upon his awakening, he found Bing Tong still asleep. Observing his comrade standing tall, he sighed in resignation, resolutely rising to dress and prepare for the day. After enjoying the breakfast that Shiyue had brought, Zhao Qingshan issued some instructions before heading to his cultivation chamber. Seated in meditation, he retrieved a jade talisman from his storage pouch and began to study the Dan Yanju. Instantly, a scripture unfolded in his mind. The Dan Yin represented the flames of alchemy and artifact refinement. The Dan Yanju was a secret manual, promising mastery that could incinerate heaven and earth. Of course, Zhao Qingshan merely chuckled. He was aware of the tendency among earlier practitioners to exaggerate the capabilities of their created techniques and spells. If the Dan Yanju were truly as formidable as claimed, it would not merely be classified as a second-tier technique. This tome, Dan Yanju, comprises 3 sections. The first, Dan Yanju, the second, Dan Yanju, and the third, Dan Fanju. Yet, what he has acquired is merely the first volume. Dan Yanju. Indeed, it surpasses the Hui Yanju by a considerable margin. This transaction has proven to be highly profitable. Zhao Qingshan meticulously contemplates the Dan Yanju, and after several readings, he begins to grasp its essence, feeling a surge of anticipation for the formidable nature of the subsequent Dan Yanju and Dan Fanju, hoping to obtain them in the future. With a tranquil mind and focused spirit, Zhao Qingshan adjusts his state to its utmost potential. He embarks on the journey of transforming his previous practice of Hui Yanju into Dan Yanju. With a foundational understanding of Dan Yanju, the process becomes significantly smoother. He perceives the fire attribute within his true chi and, adhering to the techniques outlined in the Dan Yanju, gradually channels the fire attribute's spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. As the singularly vigorous fire attribute energy permeates his body and enters his meridians, the sensation of being scorched by flames overwhelms Zhao Qingshan, leaving him in a state of agony. While practicing Hui Yanju, he merely felt a mild warmth, easily resolved within a few breaths. This time, however, the intensity of Dan Yanju is markedly greater. Enduring the searing pain, he directs the fire attribute energy into his dantian, transforming it into fire attribute true chi. Several times he feels faint, and cries of anguish escape his lips. Zhao Qingshan bites his tongue, spurring his consciousness to remain alert and persevere. Should he succumb to unconsciousness, he might very well be incinerated. Time is a blur, but eventually, his body adapts to the operational pathway of Dan Yanju, and the excruciating sensation begins to subside. Zhao Qingshan secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Having surmounted the greatest hurdle, the next step is to proceed methodically. The following day, Zhao Qingshan opens his eyes, extends his hand, and conjures a flame, which is none other than the Danyan flame. Its potency a full doubling of that which he previously cultivated with Huiyanju. The hue of the flame is no longer the traditional crimson, but a blend of fiery tones interspersed with hints of azure. This Danyanju undoubtedly belongs to the second tier of techniques, exhibiting remarkable strength, with the fire attribute true qi being twice as pure. Zhao Qingshan's eyes gleam with joy. However, this true qi requires meticulous refinement to achieve complete familiarity and mastery. Transitioning one's cultivation method is no trivial endeavor. The higher the cultivation level, the more challenging the transition becomes, and the longer it takes. Zhao Qingshan's swift adaptation is aided by his relatively low cultivation level, nearly at the fourth layer of qi training. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, considerable effort is necessary for him to fully integrate the Danyan true qi with his body. Achieving seamless control. After 10 arduous days, he finally completes this monumental task. It is time to break through his current realm. A spark of determination flashes in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. He inhales deeply, then slowly exhales a breath of turbid air, clearing his mind of distractions. Opening the virtual panel, he silently chants, "Realm, breakthrough." Instantly, a golden light emanates from the virtual panel and enters his body. A resounding crack echoes in his ears, as if shattering some barrier. Zhao Qingshan hastily channels his technique, guiding the true qi through his meridians in a circulatory cycle. The barrier between the fourth and fifth levels of qi refinement vanished in an instant, as if it were a natural progression. 3 hours later, Zhao Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy evident in his pupils. He had successfully broken through to the fifth level of qi refinement. At the tender age of 23, he found himself only slightly inferior to those prodigies. If things continued this way, in 10 or 20 years, he would surely catch up to those gifted individuals. In high spirits, Zhao Qingshan decided to host a banquet in his courtyard to celebrate with his wife and 2 maidservants. Of course, they were unaware of his achievement in reaching the 5th level. They only knew that he had acquired a superior technique during his visit to the market and had successfully changed his cultivation method. This was indeed a joyous occasion worthy of celebration. That night, Bing Tong was particularly enthusiastic, and it was not until the 4th round of festivities that she finally succumbed. When Zhao Qingshan achieved the 5 successes, Bing Tong, weary and outmatched, surrendered. Congratulations to the host for achieving the 5 successes for the first time. Rewards include Alchemy 300, Weapon Forging 300, Talisman Crafting 300, Array Formation 300, True Qi 700, Water Spiritual Root 700. Alchemist, First Tier Superior, 240-4000. Weaponsmith, First Tier Superior, 140-4000. Talisman Maker, First Tier Superior, 290-4000. Array Master, First Tier Superior, 140-4000. Realm, 5th level of Qi Refinement, 750-6000. Gold Spiritual Root. Low Grade, 900-2000. With Spiritual Root. Low Grade, 900-2000. Water Spiritual Root. Medium Grade, 2,154,000. Fire Spiritual Root. Low Grade, 900-2000. Zhao Qingshan gazed at the changes on the virtual panel with immense delight. The earlier sense of weakness was replaced by a newfound vigor. His waist no longer ached, nor did his back. If it were possible, he would have fought until dawn. Chapter 10. The Dilemma with a Breakthrough in His Cultivation and an Ample Supply of Materials. Zhao Qingshan endeavored earnestly to earn money. After all, the daily toil necessitated a substantial replenishment, and the expenses for such replenishments were considerable. Without spirit stones, he could not proceed. In the early days of his return, he chose to adopt a languid lifestyle, living off his family's resources as a dependent. However, ever since activating his unique ability, his ambitions had rekindled, and Zhao Qingshan was no longer willing to remain a mere dependent. Thus, all expenses within his courtyard, including the allowances for Xiachan and Xiaoyu, were drawn from Zhao Qingshan's own finances. He effortlessly crafted 3 communication talismans, musing to himself, "These communication talismans shall be for my personal use. They are the least expensive. I ought to focus on crafting those that are of greater value." Communication talismans represent the most rudimentary and basic form of talismans, inherently lacking in worth. Typically, cultivators possess their own communication talismans for correspondence. However, the range of a first-tier communication talisman is limited to 50 miles, while cultivators generally traverse areas spanning several hundred miles, rendering the first-tier talismans somewhat awkward in utility. In most cases, they are unnecessary. Additionally, these first-tier talismans suffer from the inconvenient limitation of only permitting a single line of communication. To add another cultivator to one's contact list necessitates either deleting the existing contacts or creating an additional talisman. Therefore, Zhao Qingshan planned to craft protective talismans, purity talismans, and explosive spirit talismans. As a first-tier high-grade talisman craftsman, he boasted a high success rate for producing these first-tier talismans. Upon breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refining, Zhao Qingshan could create 8 high-grade first-tier talismans in a single day. When he grew weary or bored with talisman crafting, he would turn to alchemy. His daily interactions were concentrated in 3 sessions each evening, allowing for a brief respite. He was cautious not to overindulge, as excessive frequency might undermine his foundational cultivation, and such moderation also considered the well-being of his wife. Unbeknownst to him, winter had stealthily arrived. The cold wind howled, the temperature plummeted further, and only half a month remained until the new year. Last night, a heavy snowfall blanketed the Zhao residence in a shimmering layer of silver. The servants busily swept the snow aside, revealing a path for passage. While the biting cold compelled them to don thick cotton coats, Zhao Qingshan remained nestled under his blankets. The room was imbued with a formation that maintained a warmth akin to spring, despite the frigid conditions outside. It seemed imperative to acquire an appropriate secret technique for intimate cultivation assistance, Zhao Qingshan pondered. Having perused countless texts in his previous life and now combining theory with practice, the process had been rather gratifying. Yet, with his unique ability, he reaped the benefits of such exchanges, while his wife had not enjoyed similar gains, remaining at the first layer of qi refining. Moreover, as time passed, Bing Tong's combat prowess waned increasingly. Just last night, she had pleaded for mercy, unable to endure further. This was not the first occurrence of such a phenomenon. It had happened many times before, and its frequency had only intensified recently. Thus, Zhao Qingshan recognized the necessity to procure a technique for deeper communication. Opening the virtual panel, he observed the fluctuations in the data. Alchemist, first-tier superior, 2,954,000, blacksmith, first-tier superior, 2,944,000, talismonger, first-tier superior, 3,004,000, array master, first-tier superior, 2,944,000, realm, qi refining 5th layer, 4,286,000, gold spirit root, inferior, 900,2000, with spirit root, inferior, 900,2000, water spirit root, medium, 3,554,000, fire spirit root, inferior, 900,2000. He could not help but acknowledge that the effects of communication had grown increasingly feeble. Data does not lie. Reflecting on the period following their marriage, he recalled how swiftly his cultivation advanced in just 1 month. He had surged from the 2nd layer of qi refining to the 5th layer. Yet, despite his diligent efforts and unwavering dedication, he had failed to breach the 6th layer. Bing Tong roused gently, her gaze falling upon Zhao Qingshan, who seemed lost in thought, a look of shame crossing her features. The newlyweds had indulged in the pleasures of their union, yet as the thrill of intimacy lingered, she too found delight in their connection. Nevertheless, witnessing her husband's unfulfilled desires left her heart heavy with melancholy. Upon noticing Bing Tong had awakened, Zhao Qingshan promptly retrieved a piece of jade from his storage pouch. Tonger, this is the gentle water technique I have cultivated, which can lead one to the 9th layer of qi refining. You need not continue with the departing water technique instead. Embrace the gentle water technique. Upon hearing this, Bing Tong could not suppress her feelings of gratitude. Although her family, the Bing clan, was well off, it paled in comparison to the Zhao family. The departing water technique she practiced could only reach the 6th layer at most. While the Bing family possessed techniques that could reach the 9th layer, they were of the earth attribute, and as a water spirit root, Bing Tong was constrained to water-based techniques. A technique like the gentle water technique was invaluable, and she was astonished that Zhao Qingshan would bestow it upon her husband. This might not be appropriate. Bing Tong hesitated, aware of the customs that govern noble households. It's nothing to worry about. My grandparents and parents will not object. Zhao Qingshan replied nonchalantly. However, this technique is solely for your cultivation and must not be shared with others. Bing Tong nestled her head against Zhao Qingshan's chest, her delicate hand caressing him as she spoke softly. I am your wife. I am of the Zhao family in life, and will be a spirit of the Zhao family in death. Yet, within her heart, a shadow of sorrow lingered. With her inferior spirit root and lack of a powerful background, despite embarking on the path of cultivation, she was already 18 years old and still at the 1st layer of qi refining. As the years advanced, she feared becoming less desirable, wondering if her husband would still cherish and care for her as he had. A slight comfort came from the knowledge that her husband, being a mixed spirit root of 4 elements, despite his remarkable comprehension, was only at the second layer of qi refining, not far beyond her own state. They were destined to traverse their lives together, and as long as she remained, she would be the legitimate wife, while other women would merely be concubines, posing no threat to her standing. Upon reflecting upon this, Bing Tong once more summoned her courage and spoke, "My lord, you should accept Qiu Yue. After all, she is my maidservant, a concubine, and she will inevitably belong to you." She lamented her own inadequacy, which prevented her husband from being fully satisfied. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, falling like droplets. Zhao Qingshan, witnessing her distress, tenderly embraced his wife, saying, "Tonger, in the future, even if I were to take many concubines, you shall always remain my principal wife." He added, "After some time, I shall procure an appropriate method for deeper communication, which I believe will benefit you as well." Zhao Qingshan gently wiped away the tears from his wife's face. It is a lamentable truth that no woman desires to share her husband with another. However, in this realm of cultivation, it is commonplace for men to have multiple wives and concubines. This is not only true for cultivators, but also for ordinary individuals. Any man of means typically possesses a harem. Zhao Qingshan found himself in a predicament. The current circumstances were undeniable. With limited resources, even a strong ox cannot till an extensive field. Excessive force risks damaging the land. Thus, to reap greater rewards, he must inevitably cultivate additional plots. In Chapter 11, regarding the spirit wood root, this was not the first instance of Bing Tong persuading her husband to take Qiu Yu as his concubine. In fact, it marked the third occasion. Bing Tong gently caressed her flat abdomen, devoid of any excess flesh, her expression tinged with melancholy. Since their marriage several months prior, the couple had engaged in their conjugal duties with fervor, and under normal circumstances, there should have been signs of life stirring within her by now. Yet, alas, there were none. A few days ago, her mother-in-law had invited her to dinner, subtly insinuating that they were unlikely to cultivate a foundation in this lifetime and should focus on nurturing descendants to foster offspring. It was imperative that they first conceive a child, urging the couple to exert themselves diligently in this endeavor. However, they had already toiled earnestly, leaving no room for further effort. Bing Tong understood that Xia Chan and Qiu Yu would inevitably belong to Zhao Qingshan, if given the choice. She would prefer Qiu Yu to become Zhao Qingshan's woman first. After all, Qiu Yu is her handmaiden, inherently her ally, posing no threat to her standing. Zhao Qingshan, however, did not echo Bing Tong's sentiments and promptly took action, recognizing that his wife was in a state of emotional sensitivity and required his utmost comfort and consideration. 3 days later, emerging from his meditation chamber, he found the night had fallen. After a day spent refining elixirs, fatigue weighed upon him. Glancing at the sky, he noted the howling cold wind and the relentless flurry of heavy snow, which had already blanketed the ground to a depth of half a meter. Adorned with a warmth talisman, Zhao Qingshan felt no chill, even clad merely in a blue long robe. "Young master," Qiu Yu called out shyly. Zhao Qingshan regarded her, reflecting on how in the world of cultivation, the abundant spiritual energy often hastened maturity. Common families typically saw their children married by the age of 12 or 13. At merely 16, Qiu Yu had blossomed into a figure of exquisite curves. "Qiu Yu, assist this young master in bathing," Zhao Qingshan commanded. "Yes, young master," she replied, promptly setting about her task. Moments later, she had prepared a large wooden tub filled with steaming hot water and scattered flower petals atop its surface. As Qiu Yu helped Zhao Qingshan disrobe and eased him into the tub, she herself shed her garments, donning only a modest undergarment. Her cheeks flushed as she kneaded his shoulders and dried his body with a towel. "Come, join me in the bath," Zhao Qingshan suddenly declared. Young master Qiu Yu's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, her body aflame with embarrassment. Zhao Qingshan grasped her hand, her slight frame, likely no more than 90 pounds, easily drawn into the tub alongside him. Tension coursed through Qiu Yu's body, trembling with anxiety. Zhao Qingshan tenderly caressed her skin, soothing her frazzled nerves, and gradually, her heart began to relax. After bathing for over half an hour, they concluded their wash. Instead of returning to the main residence, Zhao Qingshan lifted Qiu Yu in his arms and made his way to another chamber. His courtyard was expansive, with several rooms allocated for both Xia Chan and Qiu Yu. Their exchange was sparse in words, yet it marked the moment Qiu Yu officially became Zhao Qingshan's woman. As the clouds and rain began to dissipate, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, and the autumn moon had sunk into a deep slumber. The autumn moon was but an ordinary woman, one who had never cultivated, and her performance paled in comparison to that of the exquisite Bing Tong on their wedding night. Although Zhao Qingshan felt a lingering desire, he could hardly contain his excitement as he activated the virtual panel. "Congratulations, host." Once again, You have become the groom, gaining alchemy 50, true energy 400. Wood spirit root 300. Alchemist, first tier upper grade, 3000 4000. Refiner, first tier upper grade, 2944,000. Talisman master, first tier upper grade, 3000 4000. Formation master, first tier upper grade, 2944,000. Realm, chi refining 5th layer, 4686,000. Gold spirit root, lower grade, 900 2000. Wood spirit root, lower grade, 1200 2000. Water spirit root, medium grade, 3554,000. Fire spirit root, lower grade, 900 2000. Zhao Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this time, the dual cultivation yielded far less than his initial experience with Bing Tong. Furthermore, the enhancement was primarily in the wood spirit root. Could it be that this golden finger offered varying benefits depending on the woman with whom he engaged in dual cultivation, influenced by the partner's constitution and cultivation level? The more he pondered this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. The thought that this golden finger could enhance different spirit root qualities based on various partners left Zhao Qingshan utterly elated. It is well known that a cultivator's spirit root talent dictates their upper limits in cultivation. Those with lower-grade spirit roots theoretically cap their potential at the foundation establishment stage. Medium-grade spirit roots can aspire to the golden core stage. As for those possessing upper-grade spirit roots, they are regarded as prodigies, coveted even by the most prestigious sects. For they possess boundless potential. His four-system mixed spirit roots were all lower-grade, deemed as waste spirit roots. During his spirit root assessment, numerous family and friends unreservedly declared that Zhao Qingshan's path to immortality had been severed. Contentedly, he drifted into sleep, thoroughly satisfied with his golden finger. The following morning, Zhao Qingshan addressed the waking Qiuyu. "Come, Qiuyu, allow me to test your spirit root." With a wave of his left hand, a disc materialized in the air. This disc was a low-tier magical artifact, serving no purpose other than to detect spirit roots. It displayed 7 colors, each corresponding to one of the 7 common elemental spirit roots. If a spirit root were detected, the color corresponding to that attribute would illuminate. Conversely, if it remained dark, it indicated that the individual either lacked a spirit root or possessed one that did not belong to these common attributes. Qiuyu timidly inquired, "My lord, do I possess a spirit root?" She understood that only those with spirit roots could cultivate, and without one, a connection to the path of immortality was forever lost. As a mere child of an impoverished family, lacking sufficient food and clothing, no one would undertake the task of testing a commoner's spirit root. At the tender age of 7, she had been sold to the Bing family as a servant. Only through testing would she discover her fate. Zhao Qingshan gently advised, "Place your hand upon the disc, and then close your eyes." Following his guidance, Qiuyu positioned her palm in the indentation of the disc. Suddenly, a dazzling emerald radiance erupted from the disc, leaving Qiuyu utterly astonished by this miraculous spectacle. "With spirit root, medium grade," Zhao Qingshan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Although he had long suspected Qiuyu possessed a spirit root, and indeed a wood spirit root, he had anticipated it to be of the inferior grade. Thus, the revelation of it being of medium grade was a tremendous surprise, indicating that Qiuyu's aptitude for cultivation was remarkable and highly suited for the path of immortality. Yet, Zhao Qingshan felt a tinge of regret. Had Qiuyu undergone the spirit root assessment at the tender age of 6, her innate talent would undoubtedly have attracted the attention of a sect, allowing her to become a disciple despite her humble origins. Nevertheless, possessing a spirit root, especially one of medium grade, was infinitely better than having none at all. This signified that Qiuyu could indeed embark on her cultivation journey. And once she cultivated true qi, she would become a practitioner of the qi refining stage, yielding benefits far superior to those of an ordinary individual. "Come, Qiuyu. This is the greenwood art, a wood attribute cultivation technique that will enable you to advance to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Devote yourself to the study of the greenwood art henceforth." Zhao Qingshan carefully returned the disc to his storage bag and retrieved a jade talisman. This talisman, inscribed with the cultivation technique, was a one-time use item. Upon reading the technique, the jade would shatter. Zhao Qingshan patiently guided Qiuyu in her practice, elucidating the cultivation technique and its associated precautions. He was thoroughly familiar with the greenwood art as it was his own practice. Under Zhao Qingshan's mentorship, Qiuyu commenced her journey on the path of cultivation. Chapter 12. Departure. The days in the gentle embrace of warmth always seem to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it is already the time of the new year. The servants busily clear the accumulated snow and adorn the estate with festive decorations, imbuing the Zhang residence with a jubilant atmosphere. Since taking Qiuyu as a concubine, Zhao Qingshan's life has flourished, becoming more comfortable and blissful. As he once again embraces the joys of life, accompanied by his wife and concubine, Zhao Qingshan proceeds to the main hall, where the reunion dinner is being held. Enveloping the family in a harmonious ambience, a table is lavishly set with an array of delicacies, boasting over a dozen exquisite dishes, alongside 2 bottles of wine. Beneath the table, a small charcoal stove burns merrily, its flames representing the promise of prosperity in the coming year. Zhao Qingshan takes the initiative to pour a cup of wine for everyone. The elder, as the head of the family, speaks first, sharing auspicious words. And together they raise their glasses in celebration. Qingshan, the talismans and elixirs you crafted have been sold, and the items on your list are all acquired. There remain 700 low-grade spirit stones, Zhao Li announces as he hands a storage bag to Zhao Qingshan. Observing his grandson, Zhao Li feels a swell of pride. Although Qingshan possesses a mixed spiritual root of 4 elements and is of ordinary talent, lacking hope for foundation establishment in this lifetime, he is still the pride of the Zhao family, quietly excelling as an adept alchemist and talisman maker. In just a few months, Zhao Qingshan's wealth has surpassed the combined efforts of his father and grandfather over several decades. Good lad, you have become an exceptional alchemist and talisman maker. Our Zhao family is rising, and the surrounding cultivators are eager to befriend us. Zhao Leitang exclaims, filled with excitement. With Zhao Qingshan's presence, the Zhao family is bound to thrive further. Both alchemists and talisman makers symbolize an endless flow of spirit stones through their craft, eliminating the need for perilous hunts of demonic beasts. Hunting demonic beasts carries significant risks. A single misstep could result in death at their hands, becoming prey themselves. As the Zhao family's foundation strengthens and their resources for cultivation expand, future generations will be afforded greater opportunities, establishing a virtuous cycle. Grandfather, father, after much effort, I have finally reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Mastering alchemy and talisman crafting is no easy feat. Zhao Qingshan laments at this moment. What? Zhao Li exclaims in astonishment. Qingshan, you have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Were you not at the 2nd level before? How did you suddenly break through? Zhao Leitang stands dumbfounded. Tang Wanyu and Li Qin, mother and daughter-in-law, gaze at Zhao Qingshan in disbelief. Being of a mixed spiritual root, Zhao Qingshan's cultivation journey has been arduous and slow, making his achievement of the 2nd level already commendable. They understand the diligence he has put into his practice. However, the news of him reaching the 3rd level is astonishing, though still in the early stages of qi refinement. This milestone signifies a hopeful path toward mid-stage qi refinement for Zhao Qingshan in his lifetime. Zhao Qingshan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, I accidentally broke through during my cultivation yesterday. Accidentally broke through? The crowd exchanged glances, their faces filled with a mixture of disbelief and despair. Cultivating immortality is a profoundly arduous endeavor, a struggle against fate itself. How could one possibly achieve a breakthrough so casually? If only they too could stumble upon such fortune and ascend to greater heights. With Zhao Qingshan reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement, the family reunion dinner brimmed with joy, lifting everyone as spirits. Yet, Zhao Qingshan felt a twinge of guilt and his desire for discretion and to remain inconspicuous. He had concealed his progress even from his closest kin. Father, here are 500 low-grade spirit stones for you. With such a large family, the expenses for food and daily needs are considerable. Zhao Qingshan produced 500 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Zhao Leitang. Zhao Leitang accepted them without hesitation. Knowing his son was quite prosperous and had no shortage of spirit stones, Li Qin scoffed, if you have the ability, earn your own spirit stones. Relying on your son's wealth hardly makes you a hero. It is only natural for a father to utilize his son's resources. Zhao Leitang retorted, unabashed. Ordinary folk still have to support their parents in their twilight years. Observing the playful banter between his parents, Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Over the past few months, he had concocted nourishing pills for his mother, aiding her in recuperation, and the effects were indeed remarkable. The white strands in Li Qin's hair had diminished, and her wrinkles had significantly lessened. The family basked in warmth and harmony, and Zhao Qingshan relished this cherished happiness. As the days turned into weeks, time drifted into April. The spring breeze caressed the earth, and trees flourished with verdant foliage, while the flowers in the courtyard burst into bloom, radiating vitality. Zhao Qingshan felt buoyant, with a promising future ahead and the path to greatness within reach. Rarely did he grant himself a day of leisure, but today, he decided to take his wife and concubine out for a stroll. Chongping City, a modest metropolis, boasted a population of around 500,000, with the entire district exceeding 1 million. The commerce here thrived, with shops and taverns dotting the landscape. Husband, shall we visit the treasure pavilion? Bing Tong suggested, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Since marrying into the Zhao family, she had seldom ventured beyond her quarters. This rare opportunity to explore filled her with excitement. Very well, let us proceed to the treasure pavilion. Zhao Qingshan readily agreed. Soon, they arrived at the bustling thoroughfare, where a magnificent three-story building sprawled across the landscape, its entrance adorned with a grand plaque inscribed with the gilded characters, Treasure Pavilion. At the entrance stood several men with swords at their waists, greeting each guest with warm smiles while reminding them to refrain from bringing weapons inside the pavilion. Zhao Qingshan and his companions, equipped with storage bags, naturally entered the treasure pavilion unarmed. This place is enormous, Qiu Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with awe. The interior of the treasure pavilion was indeed vast, with numerous counters, and the bustling staff alone numbered over 100, and this was merely the first floor. Zhao Qingshan could not help but nod in acknowledgement. The treasure pavilion is ubiquitous throughout the major cities of the Jin Kingdom, catering to a diverse clientele ranging from cultivators to ordinary folk, encompassing all walks of life. The array of goods available is indeed vast, practically everything one could desire. During this period, most of the talismans and elixirs crafted by Zhao Qingshan were sold to the treasure pavilion, with only a small portion exchanged with cultivators in need. He was well aware of the pavilion's rules. The first floor is open to all, inviting anyone to enter. However, access to the second floor is restricted to individuals of certain standing, as the items available for purchase or sale there are beyond the means of ordinary people. The third floor, on the other hand, is not open to the public, reserved exclusively for cultivators, and only those at the mid-stage of qi refinement or above may enter. Zhao Qingshan gazed with great interest at the array of goods displayed on the counter, each item confidently positioned without fear of theft or misappropriation. Within the treasure pavilion, aside from the usual attendants, there were also dedicated patrols. Sister, look at that bracelet. It is incredibly expensive. One bracelet costs 120 taels of silver. Qiyu exclaimed, pointing at a piece displayed on a counter, her astonishment palpable. Although Qiyu had already attained the first level of qi refinement, she remained unaware that she was no longer like the average person. 120 taels of silver is undoubtedly a substantial sum for a typical family, given that a family of 3 could live comfortably on just 10 taels a year. When Qiyu was sold to the ice mansion, she fetched a mere 20 taels of silver. Bingwei glanced at the item and remarked, "This is a blue flower stone bracelet. It could serve as a treasured heirloom." Zhao Qingshan retrieved 120 taels of silver from his storage bag to purchase the blue flower stone bracelet, adorning Qiyu with it. She felt both joy and trepidation, for her previous monthly allowance amounted to only 1 tael of silver. This bracelet would require 10 years of her allowance to afford. The attendant at the counter regarded Zhao Qingshan and his companions with deep respect, noting their opulent attire and their nonchalance in producing 120 taels of silver. Such individuals could only be either extraordinarily wealthy or of noble birth. After perusing the pavilion and acquiring numerous items, primarily for the 3 ladies, they eventually arrived at the counter selling materials for weapon manufacturing. What a jumble of items, Xiaochan muttered. Indeed, the counter displayed various metal pieces, stones, and even powders, with prices ranging from a few taels to astonishingly high amounts. What a ridiculous stone! It costs £1 of gold per pound, Xiaochan exclaimed, her eyes widening at the price tag. Zhao Qingshan cast his gaze upon a silver metal piece with unique markings and smiled, saying, "This is called star-patterned steel. It possesses exceptional flexibility and is the finest material for crafting the shafts of long spears. Thus, its price is correspondingly steep. 1 tael of star-patterned steel is equivalent to 1 tael of gold, or 100 taels of silver. Just this piece of star-patterned steel weighs nearly 10 pounds, which means it equates to 10 pounds of gold." The 3 ladies were utterly astonished, never having fathomed that such stones could be valued so highly. Zhao Qingshan procured 20 pounds of eternal cold iron, a material 10 times more precious than star-patterned steel, rendering it inaccessible for ordinary individuals to forge weapons. His sword, however, was crafted from millennium cold iron. In the past, his limited capabilities confined him to using millennium cold iron for his sword. For even if he had been given eternal cold iron, he would have been unable to melt it. Now, circumstances have changed. He possesses the potential to melt eternal cold iron, and thus he is determined to enhance his sword with it. Chapter 13. An old friend's visit. Casting a lingering glance at the treasure pavilion, Zhao Qingshan sighed softly, overwhelmed by emotion. The treasure pavilion was indeed a veritable den of extravagance. A mere casual expenditure of several thousand or even tens of thousands of taels of silver would scarcely create a ripple. Accompanying the 3 women as they continued their shopping, he soon discerned that women seemed to possess an innate affinity for acquiring garments. Despite already possessing ample attire, they perpetually felt the need for just one more piece. Perhaps moved by sentiments of camaraderie, the three women surprisingly consented to share a room that evening. It should be noted that prior to this, he had endured considerable effort to persuade them, yet they had remained resolute. Having achieved his long-sought desire, he was naturally in high spirits. It was not until the early hours that they finally concluded their revelries. The battlefield fell silent, and the sounds of crickets outside were distinctly audible. Zhao Qingshan felt physically drained, his body aching and weary, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality as he gazed at the virtual panel in his peripheral vision. Indeed, the golden finger had not disappointed him. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing a remarkable feat for the first time, defeating 3 opponents single-handedly. You have gained Alchemy 100, Forging 100, Talisman Crafting 100, Formation 100, True Chi 500, Water Spiritual Root 500, Wood Spiritual Root 500, Fire Spiritual Root 500. Alchemy Master, 2nd Tier Low Grade, 2,000 10,000. Forging Master, 2nd Tier Low Grade, 1950 10,000. Talisman Master, 2nd Tier Low Grade, 2,500 10,000. Formation Master, 2nd Tier Low Grade, 1540 10,000. Realm, Chi Training 6th Layer, 1887,000. Gold Spiritual Root, Low Grade, 900 2000. Wood Spiritual Root, Medium Grade, 1800 4,000. Water Spiritual Root, Medium Grade, 4,494,000. Can Break Through, Fire Spiritual Root, Medium Grade, 200 4000. As Zhao Qingshan observed the changes in the data on the virtual panel, he felt a jolt of excitement and burst into a broad smile. Although he was indeed fatigued from the night's endeavors, the rewards far surpassed his previous experiences, with all 3 major attributes of his spiritual roots boosted by a remarkable 500 points. Excellent. Excellent. I knew this golden finger would be formidable. How exhilarating. Zhao Qingshan felt that if it meant working diligently every day, he would gladly embrace it. After the new year, Xiaochan had been welcomed into his abode, and Zhao Qingshan assessed her spiritual root, discovering it to be a low-grade fire spiritual root. Consequently, he encouraged her to cultivate the Dan Yin Ju that he had acquired. And during their dual cultivation sessions, his own fire spiritual root also experienced significant enhancement, reaching a medium grade. Now, the most substantial gain was that his water spiritual root had reached its limit, allowing for potential elevation. He decided to refrain from enhancing it to a superior grade for the time being, as he needed to seek a companion with a gold spiritual root to achieve a harmonious balance among the 4 primary spiritual roots. Zhao Qingshan hesitated momentarily, but after careful consideration, he resolved against elevating his water spiritual root. Currently, his proficiency as an alchemist, forging master, talisman master, and formation master had all attained the 2nd tier, aligning him with the foundational level of cultivators. What now constrained him was, in fact, his realm. Zhao Qingshan pondered deeply. He is not unfamiliar with the art of refining 2nd-tier elixirs. However, he finds himself unable to produce them due to his current cultivation level of merely the 6th layer of Qi refinement, which lacks the requisite spiritual energy to support such endeavors. The same principle applies to other areas of his practice. Nevertheless, the elevation of one's realm is not an overnight affair. He has been quite diligent. Even upon learning that his grandfather possessed a secret manual, he unabashedly requested it. And through relentless daily cultivation, achieving the 6th layer of Qi refinement is already a commendable feat. Alas, the burden is heavy. Zhao Qingshan feels somewhat disheartened, suddenly realizing that this golden finger of fortune is rather troublesome, constantly presenting him with challenges. On the following day, Zhao Qingshan and his companions did not rise until well past noon. Upon reaching his personal cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan commenced his alchemical work. He retrieved the alchemical furnace and, with a swift incantation, summoned the flames of alchemy under his control into the furnace. The fire within danced eagerly, seemingly impatient to assist in the concoction of elixirs. Zhao Qingshan methodically tossed the spiritual herbs laid out on the table into the furnace. As the herbs were engulfed by the flames, they began to liquefy under the intense heat. Seizing the opportune moment, he altered his hand seals and called out, "Form." Instantly, the liquid within the furnace transformed into distinct pills, swirling in a harmonious dance. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan executed another hand seal, and the flames dissipated. Soon after, the pills soared from the furnace, which he deftly captured with a wave of his robe. With remarkable swiftness, he filled a jade vial with the elixirs. This batch yielded a total of 12 Qi recovery pills, and as he gazed upon the elixirs nestled within the jade vial, a look of satisfaction graced his features. Given his current alchemical skills, he may not yet be capable of refining 2nd-tier elixirs, yet 1st-tier elixirs are a trifling matter, boasting a success rate of 100%. Moreover, the quality of the elixirs he produces is exceptionally high, making them quite popular among cultivators. Consequently, even though the prices of the elixirs and talismans he crafts have risen slightly, cultivators from the vicinity continue to flock to the Zhao family for their purchases. The Zhao family's reputation is on the rise, and their status has consequently elevated, prompting former friends of Zhao Lai and Zhao Leitang to visit and rekindle connections, including acquaintances not seen for a decade or even two. The adage in poverty, no one asks, in wealth, distant relatives appear aptly describes this phenomenon. After successfully refining a batch of chi recovery pills, Zhao Qingshan sat cross-legged to replenish his spiritual energy. An hour later, he created 10 talismans, all of superior first-tier quality, including explosive spirit talismans, protective talismans, and fire talismans, having long since ceased the creation of lower-grade communication talismans. Why toil for meager rewards when he can earn more spiritual stones? In the main hall of the Zhao residence, a maid was serving tea and pastries while the elder was entertaining guests, one of whom was a venerable old man with snow-white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, likely nearing 90 years of age. Ah, old he, considering your age, you are already 92. Why do you not enjoy your days at home? Instead, you've traveled all this way to visit me. If you were to injure yourself on the road, I would have a difficult time explaining to your family. Zhao Lai jested. The elderly gentleman, He Shiming, a disciple of the Liyang sect, felt a sense of hopelessness regarding his foundational cultivation in this lifetime. Thus, he returned to his hometown to perpetuate his lineage, dedicating his energies to nurturing the next generation, harboring hopes that among them would be a prodigious talent for cultivation. In terms of age, He Shiming was 2 years senior to Zhao Lai. Brother Zhao, I must express my envy towards you, He Shiming remarked. For you have such an exceptional offspring, destined to revitalize your family's fortunes and ensure its prosperity for a century. If only my He family's descendants were as remarkable, I would not need to toil so tirelessly, He Shiming mused. Although he was older than Zhao Lai by 2 years, He Shiming had entered the Liang sect 3 years later. Thus he respectfully addressed Zhao Lai as brother. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lai displayed a look of pride. Since Zhao Qingshan's return to the family last year, his life had become increasingly gratifying. He understood that as long as Zhao Qingshan lived, the Zhao family would flourish. Relying solely on elixirs and talismans to maintain 100 years of wealth, cultivators in the chi refining stage dared not offend a pill master like Zhao Qingshan, while those in the foundation establishment stage regarded Zhao Qingshan, a mere chi refining novice, with disdain. No matter how exceptional the first-tier elixirs and talismans he crafted were, they held no value for those in the foundation establishment stage. Thus, Zhao Lai felt assured that even if he were to close his eyes in eternal rest, he could do so without any regrets. After many years, the brothers reunited, inevitably exchanging pleasantries. A quarter of an hour later, He Shiming noticed a distinguished young man entering and couldn't help but exclaim, "This must be Master Zhao Dan, indeed a paragon among men." Zhao Qingshan cast a puzzled glance at He Shiming. Zhao Lai chuckled, "Qingshan, this is my old acquaintance from the Liang sect, He Shiming. You should address him as Master He." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshan promptly clasped his fist in greeting. Qingshan pays his respects to Master He. He Shiming waved his hand with a smile. "We are no longer disciples of the Liang sect. You may simply call me a fellow cultivator." Zhao Qingshan looked towards Zhao Lai, who nodded slightly, prompting him to respond. "Master He, if that is the case, you need not call me Master Zhao. You may refer to me as a fellow cultivator as well. In the realm of cultivation, alchemy, artifacts, and talismans are paramount. Alchemists are the rarest and most esteemed, holding the highest status. For this reason, even though Zhao Qingshan publicly claimed to be merely a third-tier chi refining cultivator, even those at the peak of the chi refining stage dared not treat him lightly." After exchanging pleasantries, He Shiming finally revealed his purpose. "I have come to seek you out, brother. Not only to procure a batch of talismans and elixirs, but also to inquire if, with your alchemical prowess, you could possibly concoct a foundation establishment pill." Suddenly, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, enveloped in stillness. Chapter 14. Foundation Establishment Pill Formula. The Foundation Establishment Pill. This is a coveted elixir, yearned for by countless chi refining stage cultivators. One single foundation establishment pill can effortlessly fetch 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, for cultivators at the chi refining stage, this item is often more sought after than available. Even if one manages to gather the requisite 200 mid-grade spirit stones, acquiring a foundation establishment pill is not guaranteed. Such a pill requires connections and a certain standing, as only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage possess the capability to concoct it. Even if the Treasure Pavilion offers foundation establishment pills for sale, a chi refining stage cultivator must accrue sufficient consumption points within the pavilion to make a purchase. Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Friend He, The foundation establishment pill can only be refined by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Not only am I not a foundation establishment cultivator, but I also lack knowledge of the pill's formula. Zhao Qingshan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Even if I were provided with the formula for the foundation establishment pill, my success rate in refining it would likely be a mere 10%. A success rate of 10%? This is nearly tantamount to a 100% failure rate. No one would willingly seek a pill refiner with such a low probability of success. Yishiming appeared somewhat disheartened, as he had harbored small hopes initially. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Zhao Qingshan's mind, and he tentatively inquired, "Friend He, might you possess the formula for the foundation establishment pill? If so, I would be willing to offer a handsome price for it." Zhao Qingshan owned several first-tier pill formulas, over a dozen, in fact. Yet, he did not possess even a single second-tier pill formula, as it was exceedingly rare to encounter cultivators who held such knowledge. Zhao Lai's eyes brightened. Indeed, should he obtain the formula for the foundation establishment pill, the benefits would be unequivocal. While Zhao Qingshan could not currently refine the foundation establishment pill, who could say what the future might hold? Perhaps he would be able to concoct it one day. Zhao Lai turned to Yishiming, saying, "Junior brother He, I recall that during our time at the Liyang sect, you were close with senior brother Chu, who is a disciple of the medicine hall. Most of the foundation establishment pills at Liyang sect were refined by senior brother Chu's master. If junior brother He truly possesses the formula for the foundation establishment pill, I am certain that a transaction would be mutually beneficial." Yishiming paused for a moment, then smiled. "I happen to have the formula for the foundation establishment pill. Back when I was at the Liyang sect, I was in the process of gathering herbs to request senior brother Chu to refine the pill. The formula was fortuitously acquired by me. Originally, I intended to inquire whether Zhao Daoyu could refine the foundation establishment pill, as I wished to procure one to bolster my family's foundation. I did not expect you to focus on the formula instead." Yishiming chuckled softly. He then stated with seriousness, "I believe you are aware of the value of the foundation establishment pill formula. What price are you willing to offer?" Zhao Lai raised 2 fingers, 200 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1 foundation establishment pill. Yishiming displayed a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Zhao Lai's casual gesture would surpass the wealth accumulated by his family over several decades. After a moment's hesitation, Yishiming shook his head. "Not enough. 200 medium-grade spirit stones is indeed a considerable fortune, however." Yishiming understood that the value of the foundation-building elixir recipe far surpassed it, particularly for an alchemist. Zhao Qingshan resolutely stated, 300 medium-grade spirit stones. "If we can trade, we shall. If not, so be it. After all, it is unlikely that I will ever concoct the foundation-building elixir in my lifetime, and this recipe will likely go to waste." Yishiming felt a jolt in his heart. Seeing Zhao Qingshan so steadfast, he realized that if he did not agree soon, the transaction would fall through. Thus, he hastily nodded in acquiescence. 300 medium-grade spirit stones it is. In truth, Yishiming felt quite helpless. While the recipe for the foundation-building elixir is indeed precious, it holds no value if it cannot be utilized. Even if he were to sell it at the treasure pavilion, they would not accept it. Participating in the market did not guarantee a sale either. As the alchemists there either deemed the recipe useless or were tempted yet unable to afford it. Before long, the 200 medium-grade spirit stones and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were placed into a storage pouch. The exchange was executed smoothly. Zhao Qingshan received the foundation-building elixir recipe and, after a cursory glance, felt assured about its contents. Subsequently, Yishiming procured a batch of talismans and elixirs, amounting to 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the quantities of talismans and elixirs were limited, they agreed to a month for collection, implying that Zhao Qingshan had acquired the foundation-building elixir recipe for only 150 medium-grade spirit stones. That evening, Zhao Qingshan, unusually, refrained from dual cultivation with his wives and instead retreated to the cultivation chamber alone. He lit the furnace to refine elixirs, for the forthcoming task was quite weighty. He needed to produce not only a substantial quantity of elixirs but also a multitude of talismans. Given that the original offerings of elixirs and talismans had been predetermined, the sudden influx of a large order necessitated overtime work to ensure timely delivery. As long as the payment was sufficient and prompt, he would not balk at working tirelessly. After refining 2 batches of elixirs, Zhao Qingshan finally paused, securing the elixirs within jade vials into his storage pouch. The elixirs and talismans meant for Yishiming would also be placed in a separate storage pouch. After a brief respite, he sat in meditation to replenish his true qi. After a considerable time, his depleted true qi was restored. The process of alchemy primarily consumes fire attribute true qi, alongside a portion of wood attribute true qi. Presently, Both his fire and with spiritual roots were of medium grade, and his cultivation methods were reasonably proficient, allowing for a swift recovery of true qi. Although he could use qi replenishing elixirs for a rapid recovery, Zhao Qingshan, as an alchemist, understood that regardless of how refined the elixirs might be, they inevitably contained a trace of elixir toxicity, as it is often said that medicine is 3 parts poison. The more elixirs one consumes, the greater the accumulation of toxicity within the body. Should this toxicity reach a critical level, it could jeopardize a cultivator's life. Thus, Zhao Qingshan avoided consuming elixirs whenever possible. Furthermore, depleting his true qi and engaging in the process of recovery was, in itself, a form of cultivation. The true qi regained through this method was often purer and more abundant. Taking a deep breath, he then slowly exhaled the stagnant air from his chest. Zhao Qingshan extracted the Foundation Establishment Pill formula from his storage bag, scrutinizing the details of the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe with great care. Perusing it repeatedly, 1 3-tiered Shuejian herb, aged no less than a century, 1 3-tiered lingua, the blazing fruit, and 1 500-year-old sambao mushroom. As Zhao Qingshan continued to examine the recipe, his expression grew increasingly grave. The formula encompassed nearly 100 varieties of spiritual herbs. He finally comprehended why the Foundation Establishment Pill was so scarce. Merely gathering the requisite alchemical materials demanded considerable effort. The method for concocting the Foundation Establishment Pill was exceedingly intricate, and the failure rate in its preparation was widely acknowledged within the realm of cultivation. It is often said that for qi refining disciples, achieving foundation establishment is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Beyond innate talent and cultivation techniques, one pivotal factor contributing to this difficulty is the scarcity of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Even when one manages to assemble a set of raw materials, the necessity of locating an alchemist to refine them remains, and even among Foundation Establishment alchemists, there is no guarantee of successfully producing a single Foundation Establishment Pill. For loose cultivators, the challenge of achieving Foundation Establishment is undoubtedly compounded. Zhao Qingshan mused inwardly. If even disciples of the Li Yang sect find it challenging to establish their foundations, one can only imagine the insurmountable odds faced by backgroundless, unconnected loose cultivators in acquiring a Foundation Establishment Pill. Silently, he committed the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe to memory, etching each type of spiritual herb into his mind, realizing that from this day forth, he must begin collecting the herbs listed in the formula. Moreover, it would not suffice to gather merely one set of raw materials. He must strive to amass as many as possible. For just one set of materials, at least 2,000 inferior spiritual stones were required. No wonder a single Foundation Establishment Pill could fetch a price of at least 200 medium-grade spiritual stones. Filled with contemplation, Zhao Qingshan finally grasped the rarity of the Foundation Establishment Pill. He inscribed the Foundation Establishment Pill recipe onto a jade stone and stored it in his bag. Steadying his mind, Zhao Qingshan commenced his talisman crafting. Chapter 15. A life of struggle within the confines of the training chamber. The flames of the alchemical fire blazed intensely, relentlessly scorching a piece of 10,000-year cold iron. This ancient metal, impervious to ordinary flames, was excavated from various locations, exuding a dark hue and an overwhelming chill. It is esteemed as one of the finest materials for crafting magical instruments during the qi refinement stage. In the martial world, weapons infused with even a modicum of 1,000-year cold iron are deemed extraordinary, capable of cleaving through steel as if it were mere clay. 10,000-year cold iron is even rarer than its 1,000-year counterpart, thus highly coveted. Common folk would refrain from purchasing 10,000-year cold iron, for no matter how skilled a swordsmith may be, they cannot melt this formidable material. Likewise, practitioners in the qi refinement stage would not acquire it lightly, as even fire attribute cultivators find it exceedingly challenging to liquefy this iron. Beads of sweat formed on Zhao Qingshan's forehead as he manipulated the alchemical flames to scorch the ancient metal, a laborious and exhausting endeavor. On any given day, he could only melt a small fraction of the 10,000-year cold iron into iron essence to infuse into his sword, making the refinement process painfully slow. Over the past month, aside from concocting elixirs and crafting talismans, much of his time was devoted to refining the ancient metal. In cultivation, the significance of method, resources, companions, and environment is paramount, with methods taking precedence. Without a proper technique, one cannot cultivate at all. Resources follow closely behind, as they are essential for substantial progress. The arduous task of enhancing his sword was driven by the understanding that a more formidable weapon would amplify his own strength, granting him greater confidence in confrontations. At last, sensing that his internal qi was nearly depleted, Zhao Qingshan formed a hand seal, causing the alchemical flames to dissipate. He gazed at his sword. now radiating an even more formidable chill, sharper than before, and a look of satisfaction graced his features. Though weary, he reveled in the escalating power of his blade. Once he fully refined this piece of 10,000-year cold iron and allowed it to mature, his sword would undoubtedly become a remarkable magical instrument. Such instruments, far superior to the ordinary weapons perceived by the masses, are wielded by practitioners in both the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, categorized into 4 tiers: inferior, average, superior, and exquisite. Previously, his sword barely qualified as an inferior magical instrument. After placing the sword in the 10,000-year cold iron into his storage pouch, Zhao Qingshan secured another pouch before stepping out of the training chamber. Darling, upon catching sight of Zhao Qingshan, Bing Tong's expression softened, her eyes brimming with affection. Among his wives and concubines, Bing Tong was the most exquisite, her beauty captivating Zhao Qingshan endlessly. Her gentle demeanor, obedience, and dignified grace made her the epitome of an ideal spouse. Should he find himself unfulfilled, she would even encourage him to take additional concubines. The only lament was that Bing Tong possessed an inferior spiritual root, limiting her potential. Despite the cultivation resources provided by Zhao Qingshan and their daily profound exchanges of insights and techniques, she had only recently attained the 2nd level of the Qi refinement stage. To establish her foundation in this lifetime would prove quite challenging. A cultivator's life hinges upon establishing their foundation before the age of 60. Failing to do so renders the prospect of achieving it hopeless. After all, 60 years is a significant threshold for a Qi refinement practitioner. Beyond this age, their vitality and spirit inevitably decline. Before reaching the age of 60, he had failed to establish a solid foundation. After 60, as his vitality waned, the possibility of success dwindled even further. However, it was fortunate that Bing Tong had attained the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, momentarily halting the alarming decline through deep exchanges. This also allowed Zhao Qingshan to discern a pattern concerning his fortunate ability. The higher the cultivation level of the exchange partner, the greater the benefits he reaped. At times, Zhao Qingshan found himself reflecting on the nature of this fortunate ability, akin to a malevolent capitalist. Initially, he needed to exert only a modest effort to earn a modest gain, but soon, that effort escalated to threefold, yielding lesser benefits than before. Observing Bing Tong in her current state, Zhao Qingshan strode forward, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her toward the inner chamber. The recent hectic pace had resulted in him distributing his affections equally among his wives and concubines, and the benefit of this arrangement was that their spirits improved daily. This night was destined to be sleepless. The following day, Zhao Qingshan awoke feeling invigorated, his steps imbued with a newfound lightness. He sought out Zhao Lai, who was leisurely fishing in the back garden, a cup of tea beside him. This idyllic retirement life was indeed delightful, prompting Zhao Qingshan to ponder whether he might consider an early retirement himself. Yet, such thoughts were but a fleeting dream. Ordinary individuals had to toil until the age of 65 to retire, let alone cultivators. Qingshan, you've arrived. The old man greeted with a beaming smile. Content with a life devoted to fishing, leisurely pursuits, and engaging in jovial banter with old friends, he also managed some business on the side, making life quite relaxed and enjoyable. Grandfather, here are the goods requested by Yishiming. The talismans and elixirs are all contained within, Zhao Qingshan announced, presenting a storage pouch to the elder. This merchandise was valued at 150 medium-grade spirit stones, and after deducting the cost of raw materials, approximately 20 medium-grade spirit stones remained, netting them a profit of 130. Zhao Qingshan merely took half as a share for his efforts, leaving the rest for family expenses and material purchases. Only 3 days remain until the month is up. Are you ready, Qingshan? The old man's eyes widened, his grandson's efficiency in talisman crafting and alchemy leaving him at a loss for words. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. Luck, just luck. This time, my efficiency in crafting talismans and refining elixirs has been somewhat higher than usual. In truth, his success rate for first-level talismans and elixirs had reached 100%. Given his experience and cultivation level, he was already a 2nd-level alchemist and talisman maker. If not for the lag in his Qi cultivation progress, he could have already begun crafting 2nd-level talismans and elixirs. The marketplace will soon open. Will you attend this time? The old man asked, calming his excitement as he broached the subject. Zhao Qingshan's expression shifted. When does it open? 7 days from now, the old man replied, stroking his beard. Very well. Let us go together. Perhaps we shall find some treasures. Zhao Qingshan nodded in agreement. The marketplace opened every 6 months and lasted for 3 days each time. Zhao Qingshan was eager to visit the marketplace, not having forgotten his intention to gather the spiritual herbs and medicines needed for foundation establishment. Although there was still a considerable time before he could establish a foundation, it was prudent to prepare in advance. ensuring he was well-equipped. Upon returning to his courtyard, Zhao Qingshan spoke to his wives about the happenings of the market. His wives, filled with curiosity and excitement, implored him to take them along. After all, this was a market meant for cultivators, a grand event that piqued their interest. Zhao Qingshan acquiesced, recognizing that his wives were now cultivators themselves, thus qualifying to attend the market. 3 days later, Zhao Qingshan received his share of 65 mid-grade spirit stones, signifying that Shiming had taken away his batch of goods. He extracted 50 mid-grade spirit stones and subsequently set up a small gathering array and an illusion array in his courtyard. As a second-tier array master, he was now capable of arranging second-tier formations. Unlike other disciplines, the essence of array mastery lies in knowledge and cultivation, with less reliance on vital energy. With a swift hand gesture and a firm utterance, Zhao Qingshan successfully established the 2 small arrays. Satisfied with his work, he applauded softly. The second-tier gathering array proved to be significantly more effective than the first-tier one he had previously set up. He could already sense the ambient spiritual energy converging into the courtyard. Once this energy reached saturation, the spiritual essence within the courtyard would be double that of the outside world. The denser the spiritual energy, the quicker one could absorb it during cultivations, thereby facilitating the practice. As for the illusion array he constructed, it bore no lethal capabilities. However, even a fully realized Qi practitioner would become ensnared within its illusions unless they possessed profound knowledge of arrays. Moreover, those with weaker mental fortitude risked losing their composure, potentially leading them to madness. Zhao Qingshan placed immense importance on the security of his courtyard, as he was quite mindful of his own life. He crafted 3 jade talismans for his wives, allowing them to enter the courtyard freely without being affected by the illusion array. Chapter 16. Earning money is not dishonorable. Tianjia Mountain, with its singular path ascending from the foot to the summit, was already under the guardianship of cultivators, permitting only them to ascend, while others were barred from entry. For the past 3 days, Tianjia Mountain had belonged exclusively to the cultivators. Wow, is this the cultivators' market? How lively it is, filled with so many practitioners, exclaimed Bing Tong, her eyes sparkling as she alighted from the carriage. Sister, those individuals exude such formidable auras, said Qiuyu, her voice trembling with apprehension. Xia Chan clutched Qiuyu's hand tightly, her complexion paling. This was their first encounter with such a multitude of cultivators. Zhao Qingshan, riding on horseback, halted with a gentle smile. The spring market is the most bustling of the year, especially this year, as it is said that over 3,000 cultivators have gathered, setting a historical record. The elder chuckled, having attended numerous markets. I must say this is the most vibrant one yet, with the highest participation of cultivators. It is a grand feast unseen in a century. This reflects the thriving development of Chongping City, attracting more cultivators from the surrounding areas. Zhao Leitang wore a radiant smile. At that moment, many cultivators, upon spotting their group, approached to offer their greetings. Old Master Zhao, you are a revered elder. You arrive without a word, and we could have prepared to welcome you properly. Brother Lai, it has been a month since we last met, and your charisma has only grown. Is this the esteemed Zhao Dan Master? Truly, he is the pride of the Zhao family, unmistakably extraordinary. As more cultivators approached to express their respects, each wore a beaming smile and adopted a humble demeanor. Thank you, fellow cultivators. As this market commences, I wish you all abundant harvests, the elder beamed. At 90 years of age, with only a decade of life remaining, he was undoubtedly regarded as a venerable figure within Chongping City. His reputation had soared in the past months due to the Zhao family's continuous production of talismans and elixirs, further elevating the elder's standing. Haha, fellow cultivators, the festivities have begun. Let us explore the market thoroughly and not miss out on any desired treasures, Zhao Leitang stated, his face aglow with enthusiasm. As the head of the Zhao family, he commanded respect wherever he went. His cultivation was also noteworthy, having reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Naturally, as Zhao Qingshan's father, he was privy to the elixirs crafted by his son, making his prospects of achieving the 9th level of Qi refinement within this lifetime quite attainable. Wherever the Zhao family traveled, cultivators greeted them, bringing pride to Bing Tong, Xia Chan, and Qiuyu, who beamed with satisfaction, though they usually stayed within the confines of their home, unaware of their family's esteemed status. Witnessing the enthusiastic greetings from numerous cultivators illuminated their understanding of their prominent lineage. As Zhao Qingshan led his wives through the market, it was clear that this spring market was far more animated than the previous autumn one, bustling with throngs of people and an abundance of stalls operated by cultivators. Some even constructed wooden huts as their shops. Some fashioned tables from wood to serve as stalls, while others, finding it cumbersome, simply set up shop wherever they pleased. The cultivators paid little heed to such superficialities, Their primary concern lay in the possibility of encountering something that stirred their hearts. The marketplace for cultivators was quite straightforward. Transactions could be conducted using spirit stones or through barter, as long as both parties consented. Notably, no one would employ silver or gold here. Esteemed friends, come. At Tianyin Pavilion, cultivators offer 10 low-grade spirit stones for one experience, or 100 for an entire day, ensuring you a taste of earthly delights. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman, her face adorned with wrinkles yet radiating a smile, beckoned patrons at the entrance of a 2-story building. My dear friend. You seem to be in your 60s or 70s. What brings you out to conduct business? A woman of your age is no longer desirable. No one would even want to pay for your company, chuckled a male cultivator. The alluring woman remained unfazed, responding with a grin. In my youth, I was renowned for my beauty, and many a cultivator sought to become my partner. Yet, I had no interest in them. A woman can thrive without a man. Here at my Xiaoxiang Pavilion, we have charming maidens of 18 and others in their 20s and 30s, all cultivators from Tianyin Pavilion. Should you miss out, such opportunities will not arise again. Her confidence sparked whispers among the cultivators, many displaying interest. Some even proffered 10 low-grade spirit stones to the enchanting woman before entering her establishment. Tianyin Pavilion, a sect exclusively for female cultivators, only accepted women and had many practitioners skilled in the arts of allure and intimacy, with some even mastering the secrets of yin and yang. Their enchanting voices in the bedroom were akin to celestial music, much adored by male cultivators. The 3 maidens, Bing Tong, felt their cheeks flush, utterly astonished to find such establishments existed even in the realm of cultivation. Zhao Qingshan, however, was not surprised in the least. Where there is demand, a market inevitably arises. And with a market comes profit and potential for growth. Cultivators are but human. Female cultivators too wish to earn spirit stones. They strive to acquire their wealth through honest means, without thievery or shame. Such choices belong to them, and in the realm of cultivation, no legal constraints govern their decisions, leaving others with no authority to interfere. Zhao Qingshan reflected on his previous visit to the marketplace where he encountered no such establishments, yet this time, one had emerged. The woman's instincts were remarkably keen. Continuing his exploration of the market, Zhao Qingshan purchased any valuable spiritual herbs, fruits, or medicines he came across, spending generously as he held spirit stones in abundance. Over the past few months, Zhao Qingshan had amassed quite a fortune in spirit stones. With wealth comes the necessity to spend. Otherwise, fellow cultivators would lack the means to purchase talismans and elixirs. Should he hoard his riches, the flow of currency would soon dwindle, leaving others in want. For lower-tier cultivators, earning spirit stones was no easy feat at times. Venturing into the depths of desolate mountains to gather spiritual herbs, fruits, and medicines entails significant peril, as such locales are often inhabited by ferocious beasts. A moment's carelessness could result in one becoming prey to these creatures. In this regard, male cultivators and their female counterparts differ considerably. Female practitioners can easily find male partners, thus securing spiritual stones and resources for cultivation. Alternatively, if they prefer independence, they can earn spiritual stones in places like the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, where their lives are not at risk. In just one day, Zhao Qingshan expended 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones, while his storage bag filled with numerous items. In a tavern, at a window seat, for cultivators were indulging in food and drink. Brother, that is Zhao Qingshan, the alchemist and talisman maker from the Zhao family. At the 3rd level of qi refinement, whispered a burly man clad in a coarse linen shirt, gesturing toward Zhao Qingshan below. The one-eyed bandit rubbed his nose, revealing a sinister grin. A mere boy at the 3rd level of qi refinement, perfect for our banditry. Once captured, we shall never lack for talismans and elixirs, and we can recruit more followers. He had the 3 female cultivators, presumably Zhao's wives or concubines, with a lecherous gaze. Is this the life of an alchemist and talisman maker? His single eye glimmered with envy. Let us seize them for our lair. The brothers would surely revel in the spoils. A large man cautioned, Brother, the Zhao family is a powerful force in Chomping City. Their patriarch, over 40 years ago, was said to be at the 9th level of qi refinement, and the current head is at the 7th level. The one-eyed bandit scoffed, considering his age. That old fool Zhao Lai is already 90. A 90-year-old at the 9th level of qi refinement likely has not surpassed the 6th level now. I could sever that fool Zhao Leitang's head without needing 10 moves. The one-eyed bandit was known for his ruthlessness. Their purpose in attending the market was to target the Zhao family, specifically Zhao Qingshan. Chapter 17. The villain dies from excessive chatter unbeknownst to Zhao Qingshan. He had become the target of scrutiny. The marketplace had been open for 3 days, and he was thoroughly immersed in its offerings. spending lavishly and acquiring a plethora of spiritual herbs, elixirs, fruits, and various materials, including the components for 30 different foundational cultivation pills. Over the span of 3 days, he expended 200 mid-grade spiritual stones. The spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits were classified by tiers. The higher the tier and the greater the age, the more valuable they became. Unexpectedly, the scale of this marketplace was substantial, attracting numerous cultivators, and he had managed to acquire many remarkable items. Zhao Qingshan was in high spirits, reveling in the abundant rewards of this visit. The 30 sets of materials for foundational pill formulas alone brought him immense joy, though costly. Missing out on such materials would mean an indeterminate wait to gather them again. In addition to the foundational pill materials, Zhao Qingshan procured a significant amount of beast hides, bones, and blood. This marketplace even featured a master of the Qi refinement stage, who presented the corpse of a beast equivalent to the 9th level of Qi refinement, causing quite a stir throughout the venue. Once a beast attains sentience and absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, its physique often surpasses that of a human, and their fearlessness in battle makes them formidable opponents. Generally, a beast of the 9th level of Qi refinement would pose a challenge even for a perfected Qi refinement cultivator, necessitating a foundational stage cultivator to vanquish it. Zhao Qingshan successfully acquired the corpse of the tiger beast. His wives were equally exhilarated, chattering animatedly, having gained a wealth of experience from this excursion. Although their purchases were modest, they were sufficiently thrilling to elate them. With the marketplace officially closing, cultivators from various regions began to depart. The cultivators from Chongping City constituted merely a fraction of the crowd, with the majority hailing from surrounding towns. "Let us return home," Zhao Qingshan exclaimed as he mounted his steed. His horse, well fed with elixirs and enhanced through the cleansing of its meridians using true energy, had grown notably tall and spirited, exhibiting a hint of sentience. Old Master and Zhao Leitang had also enjoyed a fruitful journey, their faces beaming with delight. On the official road from Tianzhushan to Chongping City, approximately 5 to 6 meters wide, 3 horses and a cart galloped along. "This path is mine. This tree is mine to carry. If you wish to traverse this road, leave behind some toll." At that moment, a voice rang out, revealing a fallen tree obstructing their path. For burly men wielding swords and knives grinned at them. Zhao Qingshan and his companions had no choice but to rein in their horses, their expressions turning grave. Zhao Leitang fixed his gaze upon the leader of the bandits, declaring loudly, "One-eyed dragon, we have always maintained a cordial distance. You are not a cultivator from Chongping City. Why do you block our way? Haha, fool. When encountering a plump pig, why not capture it and take it back to the mountain for a feast during the festivities?" One-eyed dragon laughed heartily, his aura fully unleashed. Zhao Qingshan narrowed his eyes, his hand grasping a jade stone that revealed the strength of their adversaries, one at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 2 at the 7th, and 1 at the 6th. The one speaking, One-eyed dragon, was indeed at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The elder softly explained, "This formidable man is known as the One-eyed Dragon, a notorious figure within the confines of Gaodu City. Once a disciple of the Blade Demon sect, he managed to survive its annihilation at the hands of the Liang sect, albeit as an outer disciple." "One-eyed dragon, what do you intend to do?" Zhao Leitang bellowed. The One-eyed Dragon grinned maliciously. "What do I want? To slay you 2 old geezers and seize your cherished Qilin child for my talisman crafting and alchemy." Haha. His laughter echoed with arrogance. "Humph, this is my territory in Chongping City. It won't be long before other allies come to my aid, and then you shall have no escape." Zhao Leitang retorted with a cold smirk. "I will kill you both before long." The One-eyed Dragoness soul eye glimmered ominously. Zhao Qingshan realized that there would be no peaceful resolution to this confrontation today. Silently, he retrieved several explosive spirit talismans from his storage pouch. As a talisman master, he was never short of talismans. Without hesitation, Zhao Qingshan hurled them forward, and instantly, boom, the explosive spirit talismans detonated. Despicable. As the smoke cleared, the One-eyed Dragon found himself in disarray, his armor tattered and torn, wielding a knife as he cursed. Among the 3 burly men beside him, one lay dead, while the other 2 writhed on the ground, grievously injured. The explosive spirit talismans, being advanced first-tier talismans, exhibited considerable power. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. "After all these years of your misdeeds, you still don't grasp the truth that villains often meet their demise through excessive prattle. A mere 4 men dare to rob a talisman master?" He then extracted 5 spirit talismans from his pouch, brandishing them with a flourish. "Do you think you can withstand these 5 talismans?" With that, Zhao Qingshan cast the 5 talismans, igniting them in a blaze of flames. Ah! 2 cries of agony emerged as the 2 severely injured men were engulfed in fire, writhing helplessly on the ground, unable to extinguish the flames consuming them. Such pitiful souls. "Look at the dead. burning without feeling a thing. Zhao Qingshan observed with a feigned sympathy, reflecting on the unbearable torment of being burned alive. One-eyed dragon, accept your fate. Zhao Leitang charged at the one-eyed dragon, sword in hand. Enraged and humiliated by this ambush, the one-eyed dragon, having lost 3 of his brothers and sustained injuries himself, was filled with fury. He brandished his knife and engaged in combat with Zhao Leitang. Yet he had to remain vigilant against potential sneak attacks from Zhao Lai and Zhao Qingshan. Even in death, he was determined to take Zhao Leitang down with him. However, within mere 10 exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage, his expression turning ferocious as he gritted his teeth, wielding his large blade. He disregarded Zhao Leitang's thrust and sought to trade injury for life. Zhao Leitang was taken aback, unaccustomed to such ferocity. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The one-eyed dragon's bloodthirsty mania had taken over. His survival hinged upon his reckless ferocity. The weak fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear nothing. Many a cultivator had met their end at his hands for underestimating him. Just at that moment, when his blade was merely a centimeter away from Zhao Leitang, poised to deliver a fatal strike, a protective shield enveloped Zhao Leitang, momentarily halting the attack, causing him to be propelled backward. A talisman. The one-eyed dragon gritted his teeth in frustration. The talisman, a high-level spiritual charm among the first-tier talismans, was capable of withstanding a blow from a Qi refinement stage cultivator, regardless of whether they were at the first layer or a perfected master of Qi refinement. Naturally, with each instance of protection, the talisman would shatter. However, in that fleeting moment, Zhao Leitang had already reacted, and his sword pierced the heart of the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon's eyes widened in shock as he felt all his strength being drained away, as if his very life force was rapidly ebbing. The specter of death loomed ever closer. Staggering, the one-eyed dragon lost his balance and fell to the ground. A grim smile spread across his face, for he had not anticipated that what he believed to be a certain victory would ultimately lead to his own demise. In just a few breaths, the one-eyed dragon breathed his last, his eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. Zhao Qingshan, with keen interest, began to scour the battlefield for spoils, collecting 4 magical artifacts and 4 storage bags. The explosive spiritual talismans and burning talismans lacked the potency to obliterate the magical artifacts and storage bags. The craftsmanship of the magical artifacts was mediocre, rendering them of little value. Zhao Qingshan mused inwardly, considering that among the 4 magical artifacts, the most valuable was undoubtedly the one-eyed dragon's blade, though it likely wouldn't fetch more than 100 low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan began to examine the 4 storage bags. Storage bags are utilized by cultivators for holding items, with inferior bags having a capacity of approximately 1 cubic meter, while superior ones can reach around 10 cubic meters. Generally, storage bags are not particularly valuable. A 1 cubic meter storage bag costs merely 1 low-grade spirit stone, while a 10 cubic meter bag costs around 100 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan's own storage bag was of the 10 cubic meter variety. The wealth and possessions of ordinary cultivators are typically stored within these bags, thus Zhao Qingshan felt a growing sense of anticipation. Update note: 2 chapters will be updated daily before the official release, in preparation for a significant post-release surge. Without a backlog, the release could be disastrous. If there are favorites or requests for more updates, I may add an extra chapter or 2 depending on the circumstances. Thank you for your understanding and support. Chapter 18. Abundant spoils without the nightgrass, horses do not thrive. Without windfall, men do not prosper. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with delight. A 3rd-tier spirit fruit. The blazing flame fruit. This 3 treasure herb must be at least 500 years old. The 3rd-tier spirit herb, snowview grass, has a history of 200 years. As Zhao Qingshan continued to inspect the contents, his joy deepened. The 4 storage bags contained hundreds of spirit herbs and medicinal plants, including materials required for foundational pills such as the blazing flame fruit, 3 treasure herb, and snowview grass, in addition to a substantial quantity of 1st-tier spirit herbs. There were also a considerable number of 2nd and 3rd-tier spirit herbs. In terms of value, these herbs alone were worth no less than 300 mid-grade spirit stones. These wastrels, to have squandered such precious herbs. Zhao Qingshan exclaimed, his heart aching. It is crucial to understand that once spirit herbs are harvested, their potency begins to diminish. Even stored in a bag, it merely slows the rate of loss. As a skilled alchemist, Zhao Qingshan held a deep disdain for such behavior. He bore no psychological burden in eliminating the one-eyed dragon and his ilk, even if they suffered the consequences of their reckless mishandling of spirit herbs. Taking out several jade boxes, Zhao Qingshan meticulously sorted the herbs by tier and type, placing them within the boxes. Once he had organized all the spirit herbs and fruits, He carefully stored the jade boxes in another storage bag. As an alchemist and talisman master, it was only natural for Zhao Qingshan to possess multiple storage bags. And this particular one was dedicated solely to medicinal materials. His wives, witnessing Zhao Qingshan's fervent dedication, could not help but chuckle softly. It was their first time seeing him in such a state. "Grandfather, father, I will take care of these 4 magical artifacts for you. The remaining items I shall organize meticulously," Zhao Qingshan remarked, noticing there were still several items scattered on the ground. "Ah yes, these spirit stones as well. I shall give these to you." The spirit stones on the ground included both low-grade and mid-grade stones. Zhao Qingshan was uncertain of their exact quantity. However, he was unconcerned. As an alchemist and talisman master, he was not in dire need of spirit stones. Each talisman crafted and every pill refined yielded in profit rather than loss. Zhao Leiting and the elder both grinned widely. These riches belonged to the one-eyed dragon and his cohorts, who were ruthless and amassed considerable wealth, easily estimated at no less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This represented a truly significant fortune. In the realm of cultivation, wealth is paramount, ranking second only to the law. Thus, its importance is evident. Zhao Qingshan gathered the remaining miscellaneous items into one of his storage bags, while Zhao Leiting moved aside the fallen trees from the path, and the group continued onward. Soon returning to Chomping City. In the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan began to sort through the assorted items from his storage bag. Heavenly Harmony Powder, my. Such a pill exists. These wicked cultivators are indeed nefarious, Zhao Qingshan remarked, picking up a jade vial containing a red pill. Upon examination, he recognized the contents of the vial. Hawan powder is specifically designed for practitioners in the qi refining stage. With merely 1 dose of this elixir, even the most virtuous and seemingly untouchable jade maidens would find themselves unable to resist their desires, proving more proactive than anyone else. Such a potion is an essential tool for those who engage in unscrupulous pursuits. It would be better to destroy this harmful concoction. Zhao Qingshan, who prides himself on his righteous character, holds the utmost disdain for such rogues. Over a decade spent traversing the rivers and lakes, he has eliminated countless of these scoundrels. In his view, such matters should be consensual, yet these brigands resort to force, making their demise hardly regrettable. It is worth noting that these rogues are not short of wealth. Acquiring a handful of maidens would be a trivial affair for them. Yet they remain fixated on their nefarious desires. Just as he was about to destroy the vial of powder, Zhao Qingshan hesitated. Pausing his hand, better to keep it for potential future use. He placed the jade vial into his storage pouch and picked up another vial containing a different powder. After a brief inspection, he recognized it, the King Kong powder. Zhao Qingshan nearly choked, for this powder serves but a singular purpose, enhancing pleasure in intimate encounters. It seems that despite their imposing stature, the one-eyed bandits are mere facades, all show with no substance. The joys of the bedroom require such aids, it appears. He carelessly stowed the vial in another pouch, dismissing the King Kong powder as unnecessary, intending to leave the rest of the useless items for his father to handle. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan was struck by a revelation upon discovering a vial labeled washing marrow pill. He stared, transfixed, at the vial containing a black pill roughly the size of his thumb. The washing marrow pill, as its name suggests, is utilized for purging the marrow and enhancing one's innate qualities, thereby elevating one's cultivation. This is a second-tier elixir. Not only is it beneficial for practitioners in the qi refining stage, but it also proves effective for those in the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, its worth surpasses that of the foundation establishment pill, which is of no utility to those at the latter stage. What a remarkable find! Zhao Qingshan was overjoyed, astonished that the one-eyed bandit possessed such a treasure. He placed the vial beside his mat, awaiting the opportunity to consume it after sorting through the remaining items. After considerable effort, he finally organized the various vials and jars, retaining only a few useful items while placing the rest into his storage pouch for his father to deal with later. Zhao Qingshan's gaze shifted to 3 remaining books and 2 pieces of jade. He picked up one of the books, titled 9 Styles of the Demon Blade. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained the cultivation techniques of the Blade Demon sect, focusing on the mastery of Blade Qi. Comprising 9 extreme techniques that often involve sacrificing oneself or inflicting harm in exchange for victory. Zhao Qingshan shook his head, devoid of any desire to practice such methods. These techniques belong to the realm of demonic arts. Veering towards extremity, practicing such methods would inevitably corrupt even the noblest of individuals. He then picked up another book, its cover devoid of any title. Upon opening it, he was confronted with illustrations that would make anyone blush, revealing it to be a manual on intimate exchanges. To be precise, it should be referred to as the secret art of yin collection and yang supplementation. This practice, which utilizes women as vessels, is truly cruel. After flipping through it, Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but lament. Normally, secret arts of profound exchange benefit both parties. However, this particular method of yin collection and yang supplementation is one-sided, ruthlessly siphoning the vital essence from female cultivators to bolster oneself. Engaging in such practices would likely lead to the swift demise of the woman involved. Alas, such occurrences are not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, where countless wicked cultivators and demonic practitioners exploit women as vessels for their own gain. With a firm grip, Zhao Qingshan reduced the book to mere powder. He could never engage in the vile act of yin collection and yang supplementation. His conscience would not allow it. Turning to the final tome, he discovered it was a technique. The turtle breathing technique enables one to reduce their breath and heartbeat to the utmost minimum, entering a state of apparent death. Zhao Qingshan perused the text with keen interest. Such techniques are exceedingly rare and sometimes serve as a trump card. For instance, the turtle breathing technique could be invaluable when pursued and gravely injured, allowing one to feign death, thus deceiving the enemy into believing they have perished and allowing for a narrow escape. He felt fortunate that he had previously performed a cremation for the Cyclops. Otherwise, had he practiced this technique, he might have narrowly evaded death. Zhao Qingshan felt a sense of relief. He had held disdain for the Cyclops and had not wished to bury him, so he had summoned a fireball to incinerate the body. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan realized an important truth. It would be prudent in the future to destroy the bodies of any slain foes to eliminate potential risks. Upon inspecting the remaining 2 jade pieces, he confirmed there were no ordinary stones but were inscribed with techniques. The shape-shifting art and the 7-kill formation. The shape-shifting art allows one to elongate or shorten various body parts at will and control muscle tension, enabling instantaneous changes in skin color. However, should one use more than 70% of their magical energy in combat, it would become ineffective, reverting to its original form. The 7-kill formation, a second-tier array, is composed of 7 swords, forming a lethal sword array. It is fair to say that these 2 jade pieces are worth their weight in gold. Chapter 19. Refining the essence. As Zhao Qingshan stowed away the 2 jade stones into his storage bag, he felt a sense of satisfaction in finally organizing his recent acquisitions. He could not help but acknowledge the wisdom in the saying, without the midnight grass, a horse does not grow fat. Without unexpected wealth, a person does not prosper. Indeed, it held a profound truth. Had he diligently accumulated wealth through honest means, it might have taken him a year or 2 to see any substantial results, and even then, he might not have attained certain possessions. However, by taking a life, he had gained everything belonging to the other party. The spoils of victory filled him with joy. Zhao Qingshan began to compose himself, calming his mind and focusing his spirit. After about 15 minutes, he reached for a nearby jade vial and uncorked it, releasing a rich aroma of medicinal essence that invigorated his senses. Indeed, it was the essence cleansing pill. Without hesitation, he placed the pill in his mouth. It transformed into a warm current that flowed down his esophagus and into his stomach, quickly spreading throughout his entire being. A delightful warmth enveloped him, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring, akin to the pure, serene state of a fetus in its mother's womb. Yet, this comforting sensation was ephemeral. Soon, he felt a wave of intense itching and pain coursing through his body. It was as though thousands of ants were incessantly gnawing at his flesh, his bones, and his organs, creating an unbearable itch that made his very soul tremble. He instinctively reached out to scratch, but found no relief, for the sensation of itching pervaded him from head to toe. Suddenly, he became aware of a nauseating, sour odor emanating from his body, intensifying his discomfort. An hour passed, and at last, the effects of the essence cleansing pill began to wane, leaving him utterly exhausted. The foul stench that had plagued him finally ceased, and he could no longer feel the repugnant impurities emerging from his being. Without a moment's delay, Zhao Qingshan resolved to cleanse himself of the accumulated filth, washing away the dark, murky water that flowed into the drain. After 5 thorough baths and 5 washes of his hair, he finally felt free of the grime that had clung to him. I never imagined that, as a half-step innate martial artist, my body could harbor such impurities. It seems I must be more mindful of my diet in the future, he mused inwardly, having traveled the world for a decade. Zhao Qingshan had only achieved the 2nd level of qi cultivation. Yet, in martial arts, he had reached the threshold of the innate realm, equivalent to the pinnacle of qi cultivation. He had believed his body to be in good condition, but now he realized how mistaken he had been. Henceforth, he resolved to minimize his intake of ordinary food, opting instead for spiritual grains and vegetables while reducing his consumption of common rice, vegetables, and meat. Retrieving a fresh meditation mat, Zhao Qingshan settled into a cross-legged position, attentively sensing the changes within his body. He felt a newfound lightness and vitality coursing through him. I have attained the innate realm, he exclaimed in delight, finally achieving the coveted state of mastery in martial arts. At this level, he could rightfully be considered a Grand Master, for in the entire Jin Kingdom, innate warriors were exceedingly rare. To some extent, innate strong individuals are comparable to foundational stage cultivators, though they are slightly weaker, as foundational stage cultivators possess various magical tools, techniques, and talismans to aid them. Initially, he felt disheartened and returned home, contemplating a life of leisure due to his slow progress in the second layer of Qi cultivation. While his external martial arts training remained in an awkward state, neither advancing nor retreating. Now, however, he has made commendable progress in his Qi cultivation, and his external martial arts have reached the innate realm, truly a case of double happiness. When Zhao Qingshan gazed at his own skin, he could not help but be astonished. All scars had vanished, his skin was a translucent white with a rosy hue, as smooth as cream and seemingly delicate enough to break with a touch. It is worth noting that the scars on his body had moved many to tears, including his wives who wept in sympathy. Zhao Qingshan had comforted them by saying, "Scars are a man's metals. What a remarkable cleansing elixir it was, truly unbelievable." Zhao Qingshan mused inwardly. Moreover, it seemed that his true energy had also broken through. Upon opening his virtual panel, he discovered that he had indeed reached the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. Upon emerging from seclusion, it was already the time when the moon rabbit hung high in the sky, in a rare display of dominance. Zhao Qingshan embraced his beloved wife and summoned his 2 concubines into the inner chamber. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Even the moon rabbit in the sky shyly hid behind the clouds. In the early morning, as dawn broke, the wind and rain had long ceased, and tranquility reigned. Zhao Qingshan held his beloved wife and beautiful concubines close, one at his side and another at his feet. He opened the virtual panel once more. "Congratulations, host. You have once again showcased your prowess and returned victorious, gaining Alchemy 10, Weapon Forging 10, Talisman Crafting 10, Formation 10, True Energy 50, Water Spiritual Root 50, Wood Spiritual Root 50, and Fire Spiritual Root 50. Alchemist, 2nd tier lower grade, 2,410,000, Weapon Forger, 2nd tier lower grade, 2450 10,000, Talisman Crafter, 2nd tier lower grade, 2950 10,000, Formation Master, 2nd tier lower grade, 2440 10,000, Realm, 7th layer of Qi cultivation, 58,000, Gold Spiritual Root, lower grade, 900, 2000, with Spiritual Root, middle grade, 4,000, Water Spiritual Root, middle grade, 4,600 4,000, can break through, Fire Spiritual Root, middle grade, 400, 4000. Upon observing the results of his recent endeavors, Zhao Qingshan could not help but roll his eyes. Despite his formidable prowess, the rewards were disappointingly scant. Having broken through to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, the dual cultivation effects had been further diminished, primarily due to the significant disparity in cultivation levels between him and his wives. It was clear that his gains were severely limited. One must understand that he had fought until dawn, and the effort he exerted was evident. Yet the meager rewards left him feeling despondent. Zhao Qingshan wore a contemplative expression. Presently, he faced but 2 choices. One option was to hasten the improvement of his wives' cultivation levels. As their powers increased, the efficacy of their shared cultivation would naturally enhance as well. Another option presents itself, to take a concubine and don the mantle of a groom once more. With a sigh escaping his lips, he found himself momentarily beset by a sense of dilemma. His wives and concubines had been dutiful and attentive, otherwise he would not have experienced such a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation. Now, enjoying a blissful and harmonious life, the very thought of taking another concubine would inevitably cause them distress. It seems that, for the time being, he must focus on elevating the abilities of his current wives and concubines. His emotions were somewhat tumultuous, and the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind left him restless and unable to sleep. Quietly rising, he indulged in a warm bath, donned a light garment, and ventured into the courtyard. There, he had set up a 2nd-tier spirit gathering array, which intensified the spiritual energy of the environment, rendering it twice as potent as elsewhere. The abundance of spiritual essence had led to a remarkable transformation. The flora within the courtyard flourished splendidly, with blossoms blooming in resplendent beauty. Were it not for the unsuitability of the land for cultivating spiritual herbs, he could have very well established a medicinal garden. As dawn's light began to filter through, Zhao Qingshan contemplated his next steps and commenced his practice of the transformation technique. After all, in the future, he would inevitably need to venture forth into the world, and there may come a day when he must assume a new identity. The transformation technique, without a doubt, was perfectly suited for this purpose. However, despite its seemingly straightforward nature, mastering the technique proved to be quite a challenge. It may be easy to grasp, yet achieving proficiency is another matter entirely. Chapter 20. A series of murders. The days of cultivation were invariably delightful. Amidst the crafting of talismans and the refining of elixirs, the intimate exchanges with my beloved wives added a charming embellishment to my life. As spring gave way to winter, I found myself blissfully unaware that the new year was fast approaching. My water spirit root was primed for a breakthrough, yet I had been exercising restraint, intending to wait until my golden spirit root advanced to a mid-grade level to maintain balance. I harbored concerns that should the water spirit root ascend to a superior grade, the disparity in quality between it and the golden root might lead to contamination. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps outside drew my attention, prompting me to furrow my brow. In this household, only my wives were permitted to come and go freely. Both my cherished spouses were usually composed and had never displayed such panic. Autumn Moon appeared flustered, her complexion pale. "What has transpired?" I instinctively inquired. Autumn Moon replied, "A corpse of a cultivator has been found in the White Horse River, bloodied and stripped of all garments. It is highly likely that it was the work of an evil cultivator." Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow deeper. The White Horse River was the sole major inland river of Chomping City, stretching approximately 40 to 50 meters in width, traversing the city from north to south. Many residents relied on its waters for drinking and washing, and it was a thoroughfare for numerous vessels transporting goods daily. The river earned its name from a historical event. Long ago, the emperor of the Jin state conferred a title upon a prince who was known as by Ma San Lang. Legend has it that while he stood on the White Horse Bridge, observing the river's tumultuous flow reminiscent of galloping steeds, a dragon of immense length wreaked havoc upon the populace. By Ma San Lang heroically shot an arrow at the dragon, but was tragically ensnared by its tail. Both perished in their fierce struggle. To honor by Ma San Lang, a temple was erected, and the river was named in his memory. Thus, it was exceedingly rare for a corpse to surface in the White Horse River throughout the year. Evil cultivators, who might take lives for treasures, would never dispose of a body in such a place, for it would incite the wrath of all cultivators in Chomping City. "You all stay within the courtyard and do not venture out. I shall investigate," I instructed my beloved wives, emphasizing the need for caution. My 3 wives possessed only rudimentary cultivation skills, being early-stage chi practitioners, devoid of combat experience, merely novices. Should they encounter the malevolent cultivator, it would spell disaster. Even with protective talismans and defensive charms I had bestowed upon them, their lack of ability would render them mere targets. After conveying my warnings, I departed the courtyard and made my way to the main hall. The Zhao residence comprised 4 separate courtyards. I occupied one, while my parents and grandparents resided in their respective quarters, and another was maintained for occasional use by servants. Upon my arrival at the hall, I found my father and grandfather present. "Qingshan, how rare it is for you to leave your courtyard and not be in the company of your beloved wives," Zhao Qingshan remarked with a teasing tone, as I was known to dwell contentedly in my own space, enjoying a blissful life with my cherished spouses. Upon returning after a little over a year, Zhao Qingshan found himself with both a wife and 2 concubines. This development greatly pleased Zhao Qingshan, for if he was destined to never establish a foundation in this life, he ought to marry well and sire many offspring, preferably 10 or 8. The only source of his dissatisfaction was the fact that none of his wives or concubines had yet conceived. Embarrassed, Zhao Qingshan scratched his head, thinking how mischievous his father was. While it is often said that one should see through things without stating them outright, his father had done precisely the opposite. "Father, I heard there are rumors about a malevolent practitioner who has committed murder and discarded the bodies in the White Horse River. Is that true?" Zhao Qingshan inquired. Zhao Lai nodded. "Yes, this was discovered this morning, creating quite a stir throughout the city. Numerous fellow practitioners have come to us, urging to investigate the truth and pursue the killer. The city lord even visited us personally, requesting our assistance." Zhao Qingshan added, "The authorities can only manage ordinary citizens. They are utterly powerless against the skilled practitioners of the martial world, let alone cultivators. The government tends to be exceptionally cautious with cultivators, fearing any provocation could lead to dire consequences. Of course, they also strive to maintain good relations with local cultivators, particularly those from esteemed sects and families. Now that a female cultivator has been murdered, it is evident that the perpetrator must be a practitioner. Such matters can only be addressed by local cultivators. At present, the Zhao family stands as the preeminent cultivation family in Chomping City." "Father, do you have any leads?" Zhao Qingshan asked. "We are currently reaching out to contacts and conducting investigations, but we have yet to find any clues," Zhao Qingshan replied solemnly. "Regardless of who it may be, such deeds are utterly reprehensible. If we remain silent, Others will only perceive the cultivation community of Chongping City as easy prey. The murder of a female cultivator is one matter. To strip her of her clothing and then discard her body into the White Horse River is an affront to the entire cultivation community of Chongping. Zhao Qingshan nodded in agreement. Should the culprit be a Foundation establishment practitioner, they would be powerless to act. However, if the perpetrator were merely a Qi refinement practitioner, they would surely settle this score. Yet, on the following day, another corpse of a female cultivator surfaced in the White Horse River, similarly stripped bare. A blatant provocation. Outrageous. That scoundrel is exceedingly arrogant. Zhao Leitang erupted in fury, feeling as though he had been slapped in the face. Zhao Lai, equally incensed, exclaimed, "This is intolerable. This is utterly outrageous. If we do not seek retribution for this grievance, we shall be regarded as dishonorable. And the cultivation community of Chongping City will inevitably become a laughingstock." Zhao Qingshan, too, felt a surge of anger. The once tranquil cultivation community of Chongping City had been thrown into turmoil by this wicked practitioner, leaving everyone in a state of unease, especially the female cultivators. In an instant, Zhao Lai, leveraging his personal prestige, summoned a multitude of cultivators, over 100 of them gathering at the Zhao residence, and began searching for other outside practitioners. Given the rarity of cultivators, outside practitioners were even fewer in number. Such heinous acts had never occurred before. The emergence of these incidents over 2 consecutive days indicated that they must be the work of outside practitioners. After a thorough search, they identified over 20 external practitioners. But Zhao Qingshan assessed them and felt they did not resemble those who would commit such dark deeds. He whispered softly into Zhao Leitang's ear, prompting Zhao Leitang to host a banquet for the assembly of cultivators at the Zhao residence. As night fell, enveloped in darkness as thick as ink, Zhao Qingshan retrieved 8 spirit talismans, activating them. The talismans transformed into delicate paper cranes, soaring in all directions. These talismans, known as scouting talismans, serve the purpose of gathering intelligence, akin to drones. However, unlike their mechanical counterparts, they flew silently and could only detect the presence of cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage or lower. Zhao Qingshan gently closed his eyes, sitting serenely atop the roof. The 8 paper cranes flitted about, continuously relaying information back to him. Zhao Qingshan found himself at a loss for words. He was forcibly subjected to a plethora of action scenes, regardless of his consent, leaving him with no choice in the matter. Naturally, there were also quarrels between couples and various other scenarios. Zhao Qingshan focused his mind. If that malevolent cultivator was not within the Zhao residence, it was highly likely they would emerge to continue their nefarious deeds. During the day, they made a grand display of searching for external cultivators, yet a single cultivator intent on concealment could easily evade detection. Thus, he advised his father to retain a multitude of cultivators, significantly diminishing the number of cultivators within the city, making his investigation considerably easier. At present, he dedicated most of his energy to scouting the cultivators. After all, any movement from cultivators would invariably cause fluctuations in their aura, which the paper cranes could effortlessly capture. Chapter 21. The destruction of evidence in the dead of night. A sudden gust of frigid wind swept through, transforming the entire Chongping city into a pristine white landscape. As snowflakes fell gently from the sky like feathers, Zhao Qingshan, however, was not in the mood to appreciate this wintry scene. The chill of the 12th lunar month was particularly biting, often accompanied by heavy snowfall. While it is said that a timely snow heralds a bountiful year, for the impoverished populace, the harsh winter was a source of dread and terror, for it could very well spell their demise, leaving them unable to witness the arrival of spring. Zhao Qingshan's expression suddenly shifted, for his paper crane had conveyed a message. Detecting the presence of a Qi refinement stage cultivator, he promptly rose, shaking off the snow that clung to him, and made his way toward the eastern city. Before long, he arrived at a residence in the eastern part of the city, which exuded an air of opulence and grandeur. Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow. This was clearly the abode of a wealthy merchant. What business could a nefarious practitioner have here? He concealed his presence and approached the main hall, where the aura of the cultivator emanated. Inside the main hall, a young man clad in white sat comfortably upon an ornate throne. A woman in a pink robe nestled against him, feeding him delicacies. To his right, another stunning woman served him wine and delicacies. Below, several young maidens danced gracefully, accompanied by musicians whose melodies fluctuated between grand and exuberant, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Zhao Qingshan's brow furrowed deeper. The white-clad youth was clearly not a virtuous character. Yet, he refrained from jumping to conclusions and continued to observe quietly. At that moment, the young man in white appeared to be in high spirits, relishing a carefree existence. "Young master, do try this," It is made by my own hand, the woman in pink urged, offering him a morsel. The young man glanced at the prominent cleavage of the beautiful woman to his right. Is my cooking not to your liking? The woman in pink pouted playfully. Delicious indeed. Fair maiden, your culinary skills are exquisite, and your lips are even sweeter, he replied, turning to plant a kiss on the pink-robed woman's mouth, eliciting a delighted laugh from her. Then, do sample this wine. It is the finest in the city, a century-old brew. The beautiful woman on his right chimed, batting her eyelashes. Delicious indeed. The young man praised after sipping the wine. Now, all of you may leave, he commanded, addressing those below. Yes, young master. The musicians and dancers complied, bowing as they withdrew. The young man then produced a jade vial, uncapping it to release a plume of pink mist that soon filled the entire room. The women began to emit peculiar sounds, succumbing to an overwhelming heat as they shed their garments. Such a hedonist, Zhao Qingshan muttered to himself, increasingly convinced that this white-clad youth was indeed the culprit. Yet, he refrained from acting immediately. After all, one must uphold the principle of evidence to avoid unjustly condemning the innocent while allowing the true villain to roam free. Cackling with malevolence, the young man clad in white declared, "Today is your turn. Go to your demise without fear." With a sudden surge of ferocity, he lunged at the neck of the woman in the pink robe, intent on drinking her blood. Simultaneously, he inflicted various grotesque torments upon her lifeless body, as though her death meant nothing. After half an hour, the young man donned his own garments, hoisting the corpse of the pink-robed woman with one hand as he departed the estate, making his way towards the White Horse River. Just as he was about to cast her body into the waters, Zhao Qingshan intervened, producing an explosive spirit talisman that he hurled at the young man. With a resounding explosion, the talisman detonated, leaving the young man grievously injured. How audacious of one at merely the 5th level of qi refinement to commit such heinous acts. Zhao Qingshan scoffed, pondering that had he not wished to conceal his true strength, he would not have needed to expend even a single explosive talisman. Who are you? The white-clad youth gasped, pallor washing over his face as he collapsed to the ground in a state of disarray. I am a disciple of the Joyous Harmony Valley. If you dare to kill me, the valley will never let you go. Joyous Harmony Valley, Zhao Qingshan mused, recognizing it as a sect within the state of Jin known for its dual cultivation practices. The disciples, renowned for their beauty, engaged in practices that blurred the lines of morality, male disciples drawing energy from females, and vice versa, thus categorizing them amongst the more unsavory of sections. Should other rogue cultivators have heard the young man's claim, they might have fled in terror, for few dared to provoke the Joyous Harmony Valley. You, at the mere 5th level of qi refinement, dare to boast of your affiliation with Joyous Harmony Valley? Zhao Qingshan retorted disdainfully, producing a fire spirit talisman. Activating it, a conflagration erupted, hurtling towards the young man. In a panic, the white-robed youth screamed, yet no matter how he struggled, the flames engulfed him, refusing to be extinguished. Zhao Qingshan regarded the unfolding scene with indifference. The young man had brutally slain 3 female cultivators in Chongping City and cast their bodies into the river. Thus, he must accept the consequences of his actions. While the act of burning him alive appeared ruthless, it was merely poetic justice. He then set the corpse of the pink-robed woman ablaze, reducing it to ashes in a matter of moments. With that, Zhao Qingshan departed. Simultaneously, he utilized paper cranes to silently monitor the entirety of Chongping City, seeking any additional perpetrators. As dawn's light began to break, no other cultivators were discovered, and the 8 paper cranes, having reached their limit, spontaneously combusted, leaving no trace behind. Upon returning to his abode, where his wives were soundly asleep, Zhao Qingshan refrained from disturbing them. Instead, he retreated to his cultivation chamber and retrieved the storage bag of the white-clad youth. Preparing to assess the spoils of his recent encounter, he counted 1,200 low-grade spirit stones and 50 mid-grade spirit stones with relative ease, storing them in his own bag. Joyous Harmony powder, impressive indeed, he mused, eyes widening at the sight of 8 vials of the substance. As he meticulously organized the items, he came across a tome detailing a method of dual cultivation. It surpassed the previous technique he had acquired, though, regrettably, it was of no use to him. The Blissful Lotus technique is intriguing, far surpassing my dual cultivation secret arts. Zhao Qingshan gently caressed the last volume, a smile gracing his face. He immediately delved into the study of the Blissful Lotus technique. The myriad forms of dual cultivation are rooted in the principle of mutual benefit, advantageous to both parties. Hence, Zhao Qingshan harbored no aversion to it. He was eager to experiment, and at noon, he inevitably took the Blissful Lotus technique to study closely with his beloved wife and concubines, blending theory with practice for a trial. It must be said that each discipline has its specialization, The realm of love, as explored in the Human Harmony Valley, is indeed profound, offering exquisite pleasures and yielding remarkably favorable results. For several consecutive days, no further incidents of female cultivators being murdered and their bodies discarded in the White Horse River occurred. The entire Chomping City gradually returned to its former tranquility. The case of the discarded bodies became a mystery, a topic of conversation over meals. Zhao Qingshan's life was enriched with newfound enjoyment, and his wives reveled in it, accelerating their cultivation progress. After Bing Tong reached the second level of qi refinement, Qiu Yu, possessing a mid-grade with spiritual root, also advanced swiftly to the same level. In contrast, Xiaochan still had some distance to cover before reaching the second level. Following the reunion dinner of the Spring Festival, Bing Tong and the others felt immense pressure. After more than a year, their wombs had shown no signs of change. "Husband, our wombs are uncooperative. You should take another concubine," Bing Tong said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiaochan and Qiu Yu lowered their heads, having partaken in blessings. Yet their own bodies remained unresponsive. Moreover, as concubines rather than wives, they lacked the agency to voice their desires. Zhao Qingshan embraced Bing Tong's slender waist, gently reassuring, "Tonger, do not worry. Regardless of how many women I take, you will always be my wife." In truth, Zhao Qingshan was contemplating this matter himself. For since he reached the 7th level of qi refinement, his intimate exchanges with Bing Tong and the others had yielded diminishing returns. And he had yet to break through to the 8th level. This predicament troubled him greatly. Thus, he pondered that taking another concubine might provide a fresh perspective on his cultivation endeavors. Chapter 22. Testing and Selection. Old Master Zhao, upon hearing that Zhao Qingshan intended to take a concubine, chuckled with delight. Tang Wanyu and Li Qin, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were equally overjoyed, eagerly taking charge of the matter and jubilantly selecting a suitable candidate for Zhao Qingshan. The entire Chongping city was abuzz with excitement, as countless families sprang into action, their minds racing with hope that their daughters might become Zhao Qingshan's concubines. Though Zhao Qingshan was merely a third-tier qi practitioner, his abilities were somewhat unremarkable. He was nonetheless the foremost alchemist and talisman maker in Chomping City. These two professions were among the most sought after, allowing one to effortlessly accumulate spirit stones, counting them until their hands grew weary. Countless cultivators lined up, eager to curry favor with Zhao Qingshan, yet many would be fortunate to even catch a glimpse of him. For any family whose daughter secured the position of Zhao Qingshan's concubine, a little support to the maternal family would ensure they feasted to their heart's content. They would rather be a high-born concubine than a lowly wife. However, this opportunity came with stipulations. The candidates had to be female cultivators aged 25 or younger or possess spiritual roots. Consequently, long lines formed at the Zhao residence. One queue consisted of young women undergoing tests for their spiritual roots. Those who possessed them were permitted to stay, while those who did not departed in disappointment, unless they possessed extraordinary beauty. The other line comprised children. The Zhao family, in a rare display of benevolence, offered to test the spiritual roots of the children in Chomping City. It was well known that no cultivator had ever taken such an initiative before. Ordinary people, muddling through life, had no means to test their spiritual roots. This oversight had caused countless potential cultivators to miss their chance at the path of immortality. After much deliberation, the Zhao family decided to undertake this endeavor to bolster the strength of the cultivation community in Chongping City. In the past, even if they were willing to assist ordinary people in testing their spiritual roots, there had been insufficient cultivation resources to support them. However, times had changed. The Zhao family no longer lacked resources. Moreover, it was imperative for the Zhao family to strengthen their own power. And nurturing talent from a young age was the optimal choice in light of their dwindling numbers. Testing for spiritual roots was a straightforward process, taking approximately 10 seconds per individual. No spiritual root. Next. No spiritual root. Next. No spiritual root. Next. The majority of those tested lacked spiritual roots. As Zhao Leitang announced the absence of spiritual roots with a stoic expression, countless children rushed into their parents' arms, weeping bitterly. They understood that the best way to alter their fates, to rise from obscurity and escape poverty, was to possess spiritual roots and become cultivators. With the potential for wealth and prosperity at their fingertips, the shattering of their dreams was devastating. Suddenly, the disc in Zhao Leitang's hand blazed with light. His eyes brightened as he gently addressed the 7-year-old girl before him. Gold spiritual root. Low-grade gold spiritual root. Congratulations, you may cultivate. Come this way. After testing hundreds of children, the emergence of a candidate with spiritual roots finally calmed Zhao Leitang's previously agitated heart. It was no easy feat for children from ordinary families to possess spiritual roots. This is precisely why cultivators seek partners among their peers. as children born from such unions are far more likely to possess spiritual roots. Yea, I possess a spiritual root. I can cultivate and become an immortal. The little girl exclaimed with unbridled joy, merrily following Zhao Qingshan's direction towards the other side, where the Zhao family servants had prepared a feast. Her parents were equally elated. For their daughter's possession of a spiritual root, even if it were of the lowest grade, heralded a monumental transformation for their family. In the future, when she married, the bride price would be an astronomical sum, as they well understood the desirability of female cultivators. Others around them offered their congratulations, filled with admiration and envy. The testing of spiritual roots progressed swiftly. The young maidens completed their assessments within a single morning, for those bold enough to participate were somewhat attractive, while those of ordinary appearance lacked the confidence to come forth. As for the children, when nightfall arrived, only 4,000 had been tested. Zhao Qingshan instructed the others to depart, promising they could return the following morning. Among the 4,000 tested, merely 3 possessed spiritual roots, 2 boys and 1 girl. For an ordinary person to possess such roots was exceedingly rare, falling short of even 1 in 1,000. The Zhao family rewarded each of these children's families with 1,000 taels of silver, and the children would temporarily reside at the Zhao estate to receive further training. Qingshan observed that all present were cultivators or possessed spiritual roots. To his left stood a female cultivator, the most adept among them at the 3rd level of qi refinement, while the least proficient was at the 1st level. The back garden was ablaze with light as over 20 young maidens lined up, their elegant garments adorned with intricate designs, each one made up to enhance their beauty. Among this assembly of stunning women, a diverse array of types emerged, noble and aloof, gentle and kind, serene and cool, ethereal and enchanting, each uniquely captivating. Qingshan felt a sense of satisfaction. Had he roamed the city in search of such individuals, he might have taken an eternity. Now, with his mother and others having filtered the choices according to his criteria, he was left with a mere 20 to select from, simplifying the task considerably. He picked up a sheet of paper detailing the profiles of these beauties, and he felt a twinge of regret that none of the 5 female cultivators possessed golden spiritual roots. Among them, 2 had water roots, 1 had a wood root, 1 a fire root, and 1 had an earth root. Intrigued, Qingshan's gaze fell upon the first lady in line. Clad in a plain dress that hugged her voluptuous figure, her beautiful visage exuded a calm serenity, embodying a sense of earthy warmth and solidity. Shu, of inferior earth root, at the 5th level of qi refinement, was 18 years old and the daughter of the Shui family. She had joined the Qingxia sect at 6 years of age and returned to Chongping City just a month ago. The Qingxia sect was a formidable establishment, rivaling the Liyang sect. Logically, a cultivator of Shui Meishu's caliber would have no difficulty finding a partner of the 9th level of qi refinement within the sect. And with a stroke of luck, she might even secure a partner at the foundation establishment stage. Zhao Qingshan found himself perplexed as to why Shui Meishu had chosen to participate and willingly accept the role of his concubine. Zhao Qingshan's interest in her stemmed from the fact that she possessed a soil spiritual root. Should she become his concubine and they engage in dual cultivation? He pondered whether he might enhance his own innate talents in soil spirituality. Such an eventuality would allow him to gather the 5 elemental roots, potentially leading to even greater surprises. In his heart, he discreetly noted her name and presence, then turned his attention to those women who had yet to embark on their cultivation journeys. Among them, he sought the one named Yuanqing. With a gentle smile, Zhao Qingshan remarked upon her, recognizing her as the sole individual among them endowed with a gold spiritual root. The rarity of such a root, particularly in a woman, was striking, and he could not help but marvel at his good fortune, despite her lack of cultivation experience. Yuanqing's gold spiritual root held the promise of elevating his own abilities, potentially allowing him to reach the intermediate level of spiritual root sooner rather than later. Yuanqing was filled with joy, though a hint of shyness colored her demeanor as she stepped forward, instantly capturing attention. Clad in a flowing green gown, her beauty was ethereal, reminiscent of celestial jade, radiant and unparalleled, possessing a charm that was simply beyond compare. Despite being a woman, she exuded a spirit that many men lacked. Zhao Qingshan could not help but feel his spirits lifted at the sight. Indeed, beautiful women are always a feast for the eyes, and he praised his discerning taste. At that moment, the other beauties gazed upon Yuanqing with a mix of envy and admiration, for she had suddenly soared to prominence. They realized that henceforth, they would have to curry favor with her. This realization brought a wave of despondency, with some of the women bowing their heads in tears. By calling out Yuanqing's name, Zhao Qingshan conveyed that they had lost their opportunity, although they could still marry into affluent families or seek companionship with cultivators. Such prospects paled in comparison to serving as Zhao Qingshan's concubine. To be a favored concubine in a prestigious household far outweighed the prospects of being a wife in a humble family. The standing of Zhao Qingshan's concubines, each enjoying a life of luxury, was enviable. In contrast, the wives of other affluent families would have to bow before Zhao Qingshan's concubines, often finding themselves in lines just to gain an audience. The female cultivators felt the deepest sense of loss, as their hope of becoming Zhao Qingshan's concubine had vanished, leaving them bereft of any cultivation resources. Chapter 23, A Bountiful Harvest. The most disheartening of all was Xue Meishu. Within the Qingxia sect, her beauty naturally attracted a multitude of suitors among the outer disciples. Even inner disciples sought her hand, desiring her as a companion on the path. As a prestigious sect of immortal cultivation, the inner disciples held promising prospects for foundational establishment, being key figures cultivated by the sect. However, Xue Meishu remained indecisive. For the choice of a companion must be approached with utmost caution. In the realm of cultivation, one must consider the harmony of law, wealth, partner, and environment. With the partner holding a significant position, a misguided choice could lead to being reduced to a mere furnace for another's ambitions, rendering her arduous cultivation a mere garment for someone else's glory, and once the moment of regret arrived, it would be too late. Last month, during a rare visit home, Xue Meishu heard of Zhao Qingshan's illustrious reputation as a master of alchemy and talismans, capable of creating elixirs and charms beyond her financial reach. Intrigued, she pondered how a mere practitioner of the third layer of qi could achieve such feats. When news spread of Zhao Qingshan's intent to take a concubine, her parents fervently encouraged her, extolling his virtues. Xue Meishu, swayed by their words, decided to pursue this opportunity. Despite being merely at the third layer of qi, aged 25, and possessing a mixed spiritual root deemed subpar, Zhao Qingshan was the foremost alchemist and talisman maker in Chopping City. With such a stature, he could rival even those in the foundational establishment stage. From a personal standpoint, his assistance could greatly enhance her chances of establishing her foundation, while from a familial perspective, an alchemist and talisman maker could sustain a family's prosperity for generations. She had initially believed that her own cultivation at the fifth layer of qi placed her above the rest, rendering her competitors insignificant. To her astonishment, Zhao Qingshan chose an ordinary woman instead. Indeed, he was a failure, lacking in aptitude and discernment, Xue Meishu muttered to herself. Just as her disappointment reached a peak, Zhao Qingshan pointed a finger in her direction. Xue Meishu. A wave of immense joy surged within her, dispelling all previous dissatisfaction. Although the initial plan was to take a single concubine, circumstances led Zhao Qingshan to choose both suitable candidates. Only a child would grapple with choices. In the world of adults, it was always about having it all. Li Qin beamed with delight, exclaiming that having two was better than one. She eagerly hoped Zhao Qingshan would gather all the beauties, as this would increase her chances of holding a grandchild soon. The selection of concubines concluded, leaving Xue Meishu and He Wanqing behind, while the other beauties received their rewards and departed. Li Qin generously bestowed upon each a sum of gold and silver, along with some elixirs and talismans, ensuring that even if they could not enter the family, their journey was not in vain. Taking a concubine differs significantly from marrying a wife. When Zhao Qingshan wed, it was a grand affair, filled with celebration and merriment, with the entire Chopping City in attendance. They even set up a porridge stall at the city gates to provide nourishment for the impoverished. In contrast, the recent taking of concubines was a muted affair, with no festive decorations adorning the Zhao residence. It merely involved introducing the two concubines to the elders, who hosted a modest family banquet to celebrate the occasion. Subsequently, he returned to his small courtyard accompanied by two concubines. The courtyard was meticulously cleaned and adorned with colorful decorations, with red lanterns hanging, each emblazoned with the character. Zhao Qingshan introduced the two concubines to his legitimate wife, Bing Tong, and also acknowledged the other two concubines, Xia Chan and Xiao Yu. As Bing Tong observed the two concubines performing their respectful greetings, she felt a quiet relief within her. Previously, upon learning that Xue Meishu was at the fifth level of qi training, her heart had nearly leapt to her throat, fearing for her own status as the primary wife. Now, with Zhao Qingshan instructing them to pay her respects, the significance was unmistakable. This gesture solidified the hierarchy of their relationships. Dear sisters, Bing Tong gracefully embraced the role of the matriarch, leading the two newcomers aside for some intimate conversation, while Zhao Qingshan, glancing at the sky, noted that it was still early and retreated to his training room. In a single room with 5 women, familiarity soon blossomed among them. As the saying goes, 3 women can create a drama, thus 5 could orchestrate an entire opera. Gradually, Xue Meishu and He Wanqing began to form a general understanding of Zhao Qingshan. Their cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, They were taken aback by the intensity of his desires as a talisman and alchemist, realizing that even 3 of them could not match his vigor. How would the 2 newcomers endure the evening? The thought was beyond their comprehension. Would he approach them one by one, or all at once? At the hour of high, Zhao Qingshan emerged from the training room, gazing at the crescent moon. Resembling an elegant eyebrow, a new year brought fresh beginnings. Having welcomed 2 concubines to greet the new year, he deemed this a rather auspicious turn of events. He proceeded to one of the rooms, the only one remaining in the courtyard, not anticipating the presence of 2 concubines, and thus unprepared. Therefore, this room would serve as their bridal chamber, festively adorned and exuding joy. Upon entering, he beheld the 2 concubines donning vibrant new garments and exquisitely made up, radiating beauty beyond measure. Their allure surpassed that of Xia Chan and Xiao Yu, each possessing a distinct charm, showcasing their individual merits. Their meticulous preparations left Zhao Qingshan momentarily entranced. "Darling, you and Sister Meishu may share the bridal chamber first. I shall wait outside," He Wanqing shyly suggested. Making to step out, Zhao Qingshan grasped her delicate hand, gently pulling her closer, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, and teasingly brushing her nose. "Tonight marks a delightful occasion for the 3 of us. Why venture out? Let us savor this beautiful moment together." He then embraced Xue Meishu, delighting in the company of both. Xue Meishu and He Wanqing blushed deeply, their faces adorned with a rosy hue. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a book from his storage pouch and opened it, engaging both women in a study of the Supreme Bliss Lotus technique. This first experience was invaluable and promised the most effective interaction. Mere instinctive actions would be a waste. Zhao Qingshan hoped this would facilitate He Wanqing's formal entry into the realm of cultivation, while also assisting Xue Meishu in elevating her own abilities. The 2 young women grew increasingly bashful as they gazed at the illustrations within the books, feeling as though their cheeks were aflame. As the hour of the rat approached, Xue Meishu and He Wanqing officially became concubines of Zhao Qingshan. One lay nestled against Zhao Qingshan, curling up in his embrace like a docile little kitten. With traces of tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, yet a smile graced her face as she slumbered peacefully. In reality, despite Xue Meishu being a 5th-layer Qi practitioner, her combat prowess on the battlefield was not particularly formidable. She could only endure slightly longer than He Wanqing before ultimately succumbing and pleading for mercy. Zhao Qingshan, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly activated the virtual panel before him. Golden characters shimmered on the screen, proclaiming, "Congratulations, host, for once again experiencing the role of a bridegroom. Earning alchemy 300, weapon forging 300, talisman crafting 300, formation 300. True Qi 1500, gold spiritual root 1500, earth spiritual root 2500. Upon reading the first line, Zhao Qingshan felt an overwhelming joy. The rewards surpassed those he had received on the night of his wedding by 3-fold. More importantly, he had unexpectedly acquired an earth spiritual root, a delightful surprise. This revelation also confirmed some of his earlier speculations regarding his unique abilities, indeed, as he had surmised. The spiritual roots of his companions would be accessible to him after their mutual cultivation. Zhao Qingshan continued to peruse the information. Alchemist, 2nd tier low grade, 6,410,000. Weaponsmith, 2nd tier low grade, 64,50,10,000. Talisman Master, 2nd tier low grade, 69,50,10,000. Formation Master, 2nd tier low grade, 64,40,10,000. Realm, 7th layer Qi, 8,258,000. Breakthrough possible, gold spiritual root, low grade, 2,402,000. Breakthrough possible, with spiritual root, medium grade, 2,704,000. Water spiritual root, medium grade, 4,604,000. Breakthrough possible, fire spiritual root, medium grade, 2,304,000. Earth spiritual root, low grade, 2,502,000. Breakthrough possible, at this point. Zhao Qingshan could not help but break into a broad smile. The gains he had amassed were indeed substantial. Chapter 24. The 5 elements spiritual roots in just one night. The gains were far more substantial than those amassed through countless prior endeavors. Zhao Qingshan felt an overwhelming urge, if he were to take on a few thousand concubines, each day unique. Could he not ascend directly to the celestial realm? He took a moment to calm his restless heart, reminding himself to remain composed and not act recklessly. He focused his mind, inhaling deeply and exhaling the impurities from his spirit, ultimately regaining his tranquility. Clearly, his state of mind still required refinement. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a jade stone from his storage pouch, a creation of his own design, specifically crafted to gauge the cultivation levels of others. The previous night had yielded bountiful results, with both his concubines, Xue Meishu and He Wanqing, also achieving significant advancements. Xue Meishu had leaped to the 7th layer of qi refinement, a remarkable 2-tier elevation from the mid-stage to the late stage of her cultivation. At just 18 years of age, she had already reached this level, with ample time ahead to aspire towards the foundation establishment stage, making her prospects exceedingly promising. Yuan Qing, once an ordinary person devoid of any foundation, had astonishingly ascended to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, akin to a fish leaping through the dragon gate. Soaring to newfound heights, Zhao Qingshan could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Had he possessed such secret techniques during his formative years? The cultivation levels of his beloved wives, Bing Tong, Xia Chan, and Xiao Yu, might have been significantly higher than they were now. The night passed in silence, and they peacefully drifted into slumber. It was not until the sun had risen high in the sky that Xue Meishu and Yuan Qing stirred, gently nudging Zhao Qingshan awake. Whispering, "Husband, it is time to rise." He awoke, donned his attire with the assistance of his beautiful concubines, and proceeded to partake in breakfast. After their meal, Zhao Qingshan imparted the golden attribute cultivation technique, golden qi method, to Yuan Qing. This technique could be cultivated up to the 9th layer of qi refinement and was the finest gold-based method in his possession, one he himself practiced. Advanced cultivation techniques. The higher their level, the greater their value. They were treasures cherished by various sects and exceedingly difficult to acquire, even at the treasure pavilion. Such methods were rarely obtainable and seldom sold. However, Zhao Qingshan was unperturbed. He believed he had time to gather more techniques and was confident in his ability to procure superior methods. Upon learning that Yuan Qing had ascended to the 3rd layer of qi refinement in just one night, Bing Tong, Xia Chan, and Xiao Yu expressed their envy. "Mishu, may I see the earth attribute technique you are practicing?" Zhao Qingshan inquired gently as he led Xue Meishu to his cultivation chamber. Since becoming his partner the previous night and witnessing the rich spiritual energy of the courtyard alongside Zhao Qingshan's prowess, she had gained immensely and was now devoted to them. Thus, she readily complied, her lips parting to reveal, "The technique I practice is called Yellow Dragon Heart Method, capable of cultivation up to the foundation establishment stage." As she retrieved a tome from her storage pouch, she continued, "I transcribed this myself. It is not a core technique of the Qingxia sect and is not prohibited from dissemination." Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly, recognizing that major sects possessed a variety of techniques, some being core methods reserved for direct disciples, while others were significant techniques shared only among inner disciples. In the realm of forbidden yet invaluable techniques, disciples are often permitted to impart their knowledge to others. Zhao Qingshan perused his handwritten manuscript with meticulous attention, and after a full hour, he remarked, "Now that you are my partner in the Tao, I shall not treat you unjustly. Accept these elixirs and talismans. You have reached the 7th level of qi training, and I will certainly assist you in acquiring a foundation establishment pill to aid your advancement." Zhao Qingshan generously bestowed upon Xue Meishu this promise. Xue Meishu was filled with joy, taken aback by Zhao Qingshan's magnanimity and commitment. Indeed, her choice had proven wise. Seeking a partner among the inner disciples of the Qingxia sect carried its risks. Even if one encountered a good person, there was no guarantee of unwavering support. Despite having known him for merely a day, she could already discern that Zhao Qingshan treated his wives and concubines with kindness. His initial generosity, presenting her with dozens of bottles of elixirs and numerous talismans, was a stark contrast to many inner disciples of Qingxia sect who could scarcely match such generosity. Moreover, Zhao Qingshan's promise to help her obtain a foundation establishment pill was nothing short of extraordinary. The foundation establishment pill, an object of desire for countless qi training cultivators. Even within the Qingxia sect, many disciples undertook perilous tasks for the mere chance to acquire one. While it was not impossible for qi training cultivators to establish a foundation without this pill, it typically required one to reach the peak of qi training. With a foundation establishment pill, even those at the 8th level of qi training could attempt to break through, and those at the 9th level enjoyed a significantly higher success rate. Such a pill was valued at no less than 200 medium-grade spirit stones. Though some qi training cultivators might muster the resources to purchase it, the acquisition was not solely a matter of wealth. It depended on availability as well. After Xue Meishu departed the training chamber, Zhao Qingshan commenced his practice of the Yellow Dragon Heart Method. The term Yellow Dragon symbolically represented the element of earth. As Zhao Qingshan chanted the method's incantation, he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, channeling it through his meridians into his dantian. Within his dantian, 4 aura spheres already existed, representing the elements of gold, wood, water, and fire. With the acquisition of an earth spiritual root, an additional sphere naturally emerged, embodying the earth element. With a flicker of inspiration, Zhao Qingshan positioned this earth element sphere in the center of his dantian. while he orchestrated the gold sphere to the west, the wood sphere to the east, the fire sphere to the south, and the water sphere to the north. In this manner, the 5 elements harmoniously generated one another, aligning with the principles of the 5 elements. Once this arrangement was complete, the 5 aura spheres within his dantian began to operate autonomously. Zhao Qingshan instinctively absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with remarkable speed. Thanks to the second-tier gathering formation placed in his courtyard, which continuously drew external spiritual energy inward. Otherwise, the entire courtyard's spiritual energy would have been depleted by his voracious absorption. Time slipped away unnoticed, and it was only when the rapid absorption finally subsided that Zhao Qingshan gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of apprehension crossing his gaze. If his physique were robust, the rapid absorption of the ethereal energy might have overwhelmed his meridians, leading to a catastrophic rupture of his body. However, upon observing the 5 harmonious energy orbs within his dantian, a profound sense of wonder spread across Zhao Qingshan's face. Possessing 5 spiritual roots, all embodying the 5 elements, he contemplated whether this was a boon or a curse. Yet, from his current perspective, it seemed to be a blessing. Zhao Qingshan activated the virtual panel and silently intoned, "Breakthrough of the metal root." Boom. An unseen force cascaded down from the void. A violent pain akin to having one's marrow extracted coursed through Zhao Qingshan's body as he noticed a golden radiance emanating from his entire being. The agony arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. In the fleeting moment before its departure, Zhao Qingshan experienced an extraordinary sensation of comfort, as if he were weightless and had shattered some binding constraint. At that moment, the surrounding ethereal energy surged rapidly into his meridians. Relishing this sensation, Zhao Qingshan resolved to continue and intoned, "Breakthrough of the earth root." Why not indulge in this ecstasy twice? Chapter 25. A promising future after a brief moment. Zhao Qingshan opened his eyes, a joyful expression illuminating his face. All 5 of his spiritual roots had ascended to the intermediate grade, and the speed at which his vital energy coursed through his meridians had significantly increased. It was no wonder that the cultivation realm placed such emphasis on spiritual roots. They determined a practitioner's potential. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the loftier the ceiling of cultivation, and the swifter the pace of advancement. Zhao Qingshan now comprehended why practitioners valued spiritual roots so highly. Those endowed with superior roots held an undeniable advantage. Practitioners with intermediate-grade spiritual roots cultivated at double the speed of those with inferior roots. Meanwhile, those with superior roots could progress 5 times faster than their intermediate counterparts. This translated to an individual possessing superior roots having a cultivation speed tenfold that of someone with inferior roots. Such disparity was remarkable. Naturally, sects sought to recruit disciples with high-grade spiritual roots, as nurturing such talents required fewer resources while yielding substantial returns. A bright future indeed awaited. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his spirit soaring. If this continued, reaching the pinnacle grade of spiritual roots was not beyond the realm of possibility. Superior grade roots were scarce throughout the Jin Kingdom. Once discovered, they would instantly attract the fervent interest of prominent sects, elevating the individual to the status of a direct disciple and granting access to the finest cultivation resources, viewed as the cornerstone of the sect's future. As for pinnacle grade roots, they were the rarest of geniuses, deserving of the title prodigy. Zhao Qingshan took a moment to collect himself, calming his mind. He retrieved a pill furnace and extracted several spiritual herbs from his storage pouch. With a flick of his mouth, the flame of alchemy leaped forth into the furnace as he immersed himself completely in the art of pill making. Alchemy demanded mastery over control and a delicate touch in handling the medicinal ingredients, which ultimately dictated success or failure. Each herb must be meticulously cleansed of impurities, and different pills required ingredients to be added in a precise order. Any deviation could lead to failure. The process of crafting a first-tier pill involved merely 3 steps. The first step was to condense the medicinal liquid, achieved by igniting the flame to purge the herbal materials of their impurities, leaving only their essence. Zhao Qingshan moved with practiced ease, his actions fluid and captivating. Other alchemists might possess only fire spiritual roots, which often produced a volatile flame difficult to control. A moment's distraction could ruin the medicinal liquid or even cause an explosion of the furnace. Zhao Qingshan, however, was different. He also possessed with spiritual roots, which imbued his vital energy with a gentle quality, tempering the flame's ferocity and enhancing the quality of the pills. Furthermore, as a second-tier alchemist, crafting first-tier pills was a trivial task for him, executed effortlessly. With a decisive gesture, Zhao Qingshan formed a hand seal and uttered a soft command. The furnace trembled gently, and the medicinal liquid began to solidify into pills. As the process concluded, he retrieved the newly formed pills, watching as they soared from the furnace's opening. With a wave of his hand, his vital energy enveloped these pills, which he then placed into a jade vial. Feeling a mere quarter of his internal energy deplete, Zhao Qingshan was filled with exhilaration and diligently resumed his alchemical endeavors. As night fell, a biting wind howled through the air, and thick snowflakes danced like feathers from the heavens. Despite the festive atmosphere of the new year, a heavy snowfall had graced the land. It was unclear how long the snow had been falling, perhaps an hour or two. When Zhao Qingshan emerged from his cultivation chamber, the earth lay blanketed in a pristine layer of white, adorned in a silvery cloak. The accumulation of snow reached his knees, making each step a laborious effort. Clad in a thin, azure robe, he gazed upward, awed by the formidable power of nature, even for an adept cultivator who could manipulate the climate in a localized area. The vastness of natural weather remained unconquerable. Zhao Qingshan chose not to activate the formation that would shield him from the frigid wind and snowfall, instead appreciating the seasonal changes around him. The warmth of spring was confined to the interiors of his abode. Reflecting on his recent breakthroughs in alchemy, a smile graced his face as he recalled the 5 cauldrons of elixirs he had successfully refined: the fasting elixir, the Qi recovery pill, the Qi gathering pill, the rejuvenation pill, and the Qi enhancement pill. The efficiency with which he produced these 5 varieties was remarkable, consuming less time and energy than before. Each cauldron yielded 12 pills, totaling 60 elixirs, a feat that would surely evoke envy among other first-tier alchemists, who often labored for days over a single batch, with failure being a frequent companion. This disparity in the cost of alchemical formulas and their high market prices stemmed from the commonality of failures in the refining process. Zhao Qingshan's swiftness and high success rate signified reduced costs and increased returns. Observing the various rooms, he pondered for a moment before making his way to the last chamber. Seizing the moment, he believed that one must strike while the iron is hot to truly savor its essence. Soon, exclamations of astonishment echoed within the room. After a considerable time, tranquility returned, and Zhao Qingshan reveled in the warmth and fragrance surrounding him. Opening the virtual panel, he was greeted by shimmering golden text: "Congratulations, host. Your relentless efforts have yielded alchemy 150, forging 150, talisman making 150, formation 150, Qi 750, metal spiritual root 750, earth spiritual root 1250. Alchemy master, 2nd tier. Low grade, 65 50 10,000. Forging master, 2nd tier, low grade, 6,600 10,000. Talisman maker, 2nd tier, low grade, 7,110,000. Formation master, 2nd tier. Low grade, 6690 10,000. Realm, Qi refining. 8th layer, 1,009,000. Metal spiritual root, medium grade, 1154,000. Wood spiritual root, medium grade, 2,704,000. Water spiritual root, medium grade, 4,604,000. Breakthrough possible. Fire spiritual root, medium grade, 2,304,000. Earth spiritual root, medium grade, 1754,000. Upon witnessing the changes in his stats, Zhao Qingshan understood that the results of his initial efforts were the most favorable. Subsequent endeavors would yield diminishing returns. Moreover, this achievement was a breakthrough for Xuemishu, who had reached the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, while He Wanqing remained at the 3rd layer, which contributed to the remarkable outcome. Otherwise, the results would have undoubtedly diminished. Nevertheless, Zhao Qingshan was not disheartened, as this was within his expectations. In fact, he found considerable satisfaction with the results. He understood the principle of gradual progress. Relaxing his body and mind, Zhao Qingshan quietly slipped into slumber, swiftly entering the realm of dreams. The following day marked the eve of the Lunar New Year, the most significant day of the year. After today, Zhao Qingshan would officially turn 25. The heavy snowfall from the previous night had set the servants of the Zhao residence into motion, clad in thick garments, as they began the task of snow removal. Unlike the typical methods employed by ordinary households, which often involve merely sweeping the snow away, the Zhao family, being a clan of cultivators, operated differently. The servants wielded a dark staff, atop which flames danced. As the snow touched the fire, it melted into water, which then flowed away into the drainage system. Meanwhile, others were busy adorning the Zhao residence with festive decorations. Zhao Qingshan engaged in some morning exertion, and by the time he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. The snow in the courtyard remained, while Bing Tong, Xia Chan, and Qiuyu joyfully built snowmen. Zhao Qingshan took great pleasure in admiring the beauties amidst the snow, although they were now women and no longer the youthful maidens they once were. His tender care had preserved their innocence. In other families, various rules and customs prevailed, but in his courtyard, there was but one principle: harmony among wives and concubines, with the husband regarded as the ultimate authority. Chapter 26. Steady your nerves. Do not be reckless. On New Year's Eve, as dusk settled, The Zhao residence was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding an atmosphere of festivity. The servants had just received their bonuses, their faces beaming with joy. This day marked the pinnacle of happiness for the servants, as they not only received monetary rewards but also indulged in sumptuous feasts, often more lavish than those enjoyed by many affluent families. After all, those wealthy households could seldom afford the delicacies derived from magical beasts, a luxury that the Zhao family provided on this auspicious occasion. It is precisely this generosity that causes a throng of hopefuls to vie for positions within the Zhao household whenever vacancies arise. In the grand hall, a round table was laden with an array of delicacies, many sourced from magical beasts, and even the rice was steamed from spirit grains, infused with ethereal energy. The Zhao family, consisting of 12 members, gathered merrily around the table. The patriarch and matriarch occupied the seats of honor, their faces radiant with smiles. Seated alongside them were Zhao Leitang and Li Qin, flanked by Zhao Qingshan's younger brother, Zhao Ji, and sister, Zhao Yufei. The two little ones were in a playful mood, bringing much delight to the gathering. At their tender age of mischief, they could easily dart away if not closely watched. The Zhao family had a rather casual approach to naming their children. When Zhao Qingshan's father was born amidst a thunderstorm, the old man named him Zhao Leitang, inspired by the tempest. When it came time for Zhao Qingshan's birth, his parents were out enjoying nature when a monstrous serpent appeared, startling his mother into premature labor. By the time Zhao Leitang vanquished the beast, his mother had already given birth, leading to the name Zhao Qingshan. His brother was named Zhao Ji, as his parents sought to have another child after receiving news of a death in the family, hoping he would inherit the family legacy. His sister was named Zhao Yufei. Born during a season of persistent rain, Zhao Qingshan relished the warmth of this familial atmosphere, feeling a profound sense of comfort. It stood in stark contrast to his life beyond these walls, where rest was elusive, necessitating vigilance at all times. In just over a year, following the activation of his extraordinary abilities, his cultivation had soared from the second level of qi refinement to the eighth, propelling him into the late stage of qi refinement, poised to embark on foundation establishment. Moreover, his skills in alchemy, talisman crafting, and array formations had also advanced significantly, elevating him to the second tier. Through the practice of alchemy and talisman crafting, he had amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones. Most importantly, his spiritual roots had reached the mid-grade level, and he had even acquired an additional earth attribute root, granting him mastery over all 5 elemental roots. Zhao Qingshan felt immense satisfaction with his current state of affairs. Qingshan, do you aspire to join the Liang sect? The patriarch suddenly inquired. With your prowess in alchemy and talisman crafting, I believe there will be no obstacles to your admission. Should you wish to pursue this path, I can pen a letter of recommendation for you, which would surely facilitate an audience with my esteemed mentor. Zhao Leitang, Tang Wanyu, and Li Qin all turned their attention toward Zhao Qingshan. The sect is a formidable bastion. Once one joins, a plethora of cultivation resources becomes accessible, along with the guidance of esteemed masters. Although the Zhao family has thrived and established dominance in Chomping City, it pales in comparison to a colossal entity like the Liang sect. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback, not expecting his elder to broach this subject. Contemplation washed over him as he weighed his options. Joining the Liang sect undoubtedly presents numerous advantages. It serves as a grand stage, and thanks to the elder's connections, he would have a golden core cultivator as a formidable backing, ensuring he would not be easily bullied and could enjoy a prosperous life there. In such a prestigious sect, it is reasonable to assume he could have his own medicinal garden, replete with various high-tier, precious spiritual herbs. As for the second-tier pill formulas he struggles to collect now, the Liang sect likely possesses a plethora. However, the decision to join the Liang sect is not without its drawbacks. The most significant disadvantage is that he cannot conceal his cultivation level. His spiritual talismans can only ensure that qi refinement stage cultivators cannot discern his true level. Yet they cannot mask him from foundation establishment stage cultivators, let alone the golden core cultivators present in the sect. If a golden core cultivator were to become curious and seek to uncover the secrets he harbors, it is conceivable that he could be captured and subjected to harsh interrogation or experimentation. Zhao Qingshan holds a healthy respect for such cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, there are those who wield the body-snatching secret technique, capable of seizing another's body. Furthermore, soul-searching techniques are not unheard of. After careful consideration, Zhao Qingshan resolved to remain at home, prioritizing his safety. The outside world is fraught with peril. It is wiser to stay sheltered at home. Although Chomping City is a large metropolis, it is not densely populated with cultivators, and there are no local foundation establishment stage cultivators. Even if a foundation establishment or golden core cultivator were to pass through, they would likely pay him little heed. Stability is key. Safety comes first. Having reached a decision, Zhao Qingshan smiled and said, "Grandfather, I shall not pursue the Liyang sect for now. I find comfort at home. After all, I have little hope of reaching the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. And with a mere century of life ahead, what difference would it make to join the Liyang sect? Moreover, my foremost duty now is to secure an heir to carry on the Zhao family's lineage and heritage." As he spoke, a playful smile graced his lips. It might be for the best not to go. The Liyang sect could very well bring about unwarranted trials, as it is hardly a sanctuary. Tang Wanyu chuckled. Grandma is eagerly awaiting someone to call her great-grandmother. Having once been a disciple of the Liyang sect herself, Tang Wanyu was well aware of its realities. Life within the sect is not as idyllic as it seems. Fierce competition exists, with external disciples vying for supremacy and even more ruthless rivalries among internal disciples. Zhao Qingshan's potential departure to the Liyang sect brought her joy, for it is indeed a grand stage. Yet, his decision to stay also delighted her, as it would allow her to see her grandson whenever she wished. No elder desires anything less than to cherish their grandchildren, and indeed, every grandparent holds a special affection for their grandchildren. Li Qin also wore a joyful smile, eagerly anticipating Zhao Qingshan's continuation of the family lineage and the passing down of traditions. Even in death, she would feel she had honored the Zhao ancestors. The reunion dinner was filled with warmth and happiness. Once the meal concluded, everyone made their way to the back garden, where the servants had prepared the fireworks. At Zhao Qingshan's command, the servants ignited the fuses. With a whoosh, a brilliant light shot into the sky, bursting into a kaleidoscope of colors at its peak. Crackling sounds echoed as the sky erupted with vibrant displays. "Wow, so beautiful!" exclaimed the younger siblings, their excitement palpable. This fireworks show was a feast for the eyes, its brief duration of mere minutes packed with awe-inspiring moments. While affluent families occasionally set off fireworks during the new year, their displays were modest compared to the Zhao family's extravagant display of over 100 fireworks in just a few minutes. Zhao Qingshan smiled, believing that as long as his family was happy, the expenses were inconsequential. After all, such funds could be easily replenished. As the fireworks concluded, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The younger siblings played with lanterns in the garden, while Zhao Qingshan's wives engaged in quiet conversation. Today, the elder had unexpectedly mentioned sending Zhao Qingshan to the Liyang sect, which caused their hearts to race. After all, the bond between husband and wives was cherished. And although they felt fatigued, they found joy in their circumstances. The thought of Zhao Qingshan leaving for the Liyang sect was daunting. It would feel akin to living as widows. Zhao Qingshan's decision to remain at home brought them a sigh of relief, particularly for Xuan Meishu and He Wanqing, both newlyweds. They could hardly fathom how they would cope if Zhao Qingshan were to depart for the Liyang sect. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. Chapter 27, Spring Outing. New Year, New Atmosphere. On the eve of the new year, the night was spent awake, with lights left unturned off. In the inner chamber, two beds were joined to form one. The bed frame swayed and creaked. The battle continued until dawn. Laboring through the night until the time came to declare the end of hostilities and sheathe the weapons, Zhao Qingshan lay sprawled, legs widely apart and arms outstretched, forming a big character. His body felt somewhat frail, with a sore waist and aching back. His eyelids were heavy as he opened the virtual panel, revealing the golden words displayed. "Congratulations, host, for having a delightful night, earning alchemy 300, crafting 300, talisman making 300, formations 300, true energy 1500, gold spiritual root 750, earth spiritual root 750 with spiritual root 100, water spiritual root 100, fire spiritual root 100. Alchemist, second tier, lower grade, 6,850 10,000. Craftsman, second tier, lower grade, 6,900 10,000. Talisman maker, second tier, lower grade, 7,700 10,000. Formation master, second tier, lower grade, 6,990 10,000. Realm, G refining, 8th layer, 2,500 9,000. Gold spiritual root, medium grade, 1,900 4,000. With spiritual root, medium grade, 2,800 4,000. Water spiritual root, medium grade, 4,700 4,000, can be broken through. Fire spiritual root, medium grade, 2,400 4,000. Earth spiritual root, medium grade, 2,500 4,000. Upon seeing the results of the night's endeavors, Zhao Qingshan broke into a grin, feeling revitalized, free from fatigue. No one fears hard work. Rather, it is the absence of reward for one's efforts that instills trepidation. Contentedly, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. A month later, Spring had truly arrived, free from the lingering chill of late winter. The sun shone brightly, the spring breeze was gentle, and the flora flourished in vibrant hues, teeming with life. Zhao Qingshan took the rare opportunity to step beyond his courtyard, accompanied by his wives for a spring outing. On the bustling streets, people were in high spirits, glancing around joyfully and exchanging light-hearted banter. His 5 wives, each possessing ethereal beauty and remarkable grace, radiated a healthy glow that captivated countless passers-by, drawing unsolicited gazes. The number of heads turned was incalculable. Some even collided with lampposts while distracted. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoed as a young man clad in extravagant attire galloped down the bustling street on a tall steed, prompting pedestrians to hastily step aside. Those who failed to react in time were knocked aside by the powerful horse, while the young man continued unabated, not reining in his mount. A servant followed closely behind on horseback, hastily offering coins and silver to those who had been struck, urging, "Young master, slow down, slow down." The young man suddenly noticed that a group ahead did not move aside, causing a jolt of alarm within him. He quickly pulled the reins to halt the horse, fearing that such speed might result in a fatal accident. Injuring someone could be resolved with a handful of coins, but a life lost would be a far greater tragedy. A tragic incident of a horse collision could lead to considerable trouble. However, at that moment, the horse galloped uncontrollably, defying any attempts to rein it in. Zhao Qingshan, witnessing the horse charge towards him, swiftly moved and struck the beast's head with a powerful punch. The sound of crack echoed as the horse was sent sprawling to the side, the unmistakable noise of its bones fracturing resonating in the air. The young man clad in fine attire tumbled from the horse's back, appearing quite disheveled. After regaining his composure, he rose from the ground, fuming, and exclaimed, "You have the audacity to injure my horse. Quickly compensate me for it." Zhao Qingshan, with a tone tinged with hostility, retorted, "You recklessly rode through the streets, nearly injuring us. Had I possessed any martial prowess, it might have been your life at stake instead of your horse. And now you demand compensation from me." As the young man, still dazed, began to regain his senses, he suddenly laid eyes on the 5 enchanting maidens, perceiving them as celestial beings. In that moment, he felt as though his own women were utterly unappealing by comparison, as if they could be discarded without a second thought. "Oh, my beautiful ladies," he gulped, "if you offer me these 5 maidens as an apology, I shall forgive you." He then hurried forward, intending to grasp Bingtong's hand. Zhao Qingshan's brows furrowed, a flash of anger crossing his features as he swiftly delivered a kick that sent the young man flying. As a man, he would not permit anyone to lay hands on his wives or concubines. The young man, recovering from the ground, yelled in fury, "Who dares to harm me? My father is the city lord. You better kneel and apologize." Zhao Qingshan frowned, taken aback by such audacity in this world. "But your father being the city lord does not grant you immunity. Such arrogance is intolerable in Chopping City." He seized the young man's collar and delivered several resounding slaps, transforming his face into a grotesque visage, his mouth askew. "My lord." The young man's servant arrived, aghast at the scene, hastily brandishing a weapon. Zhao Qingshan effortlessly tossed the young man aside, who collided with a group of servants. "My lord," they cried in terror as they rushed to aid him. Enraged, the young man shouted, "Why haven't you killed him yet?" Despite his distorted speech, the servants comprehended their master's command and charged at Zhao Qingshan. Shui Meishu, frowning, unleashed her golden bell whip, which danced with remarkable agility at her command, swiftly incapacitating several servants who fell to the ground, gravely injured. Her strength had surged, yet her control remained imperfect, resulting in excessive force against the hapless servants. At that moment, the young man sensed an impending doom, his legs weakening as he slumped to the ground, an unsettling odor wafting through the air. Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow, disheartened by the incompetence of the young man in splendid garments, who lacked even the desire to retaliate against him. He continued onward with his wives, eventually arriving at a picturesque lakeside for leisure. This expansive lake, surrounded by flourishing flowers, trees, and verdant greenery, attracted numerous young people who frolicked in the springtime, flew kites, and enjoyed picnics. Many adults accompanied their children, playing joyfully by the water's edge, while others indulged in fishing. Such a locale, in close proximity to the city, was devoid of any ferocious beasts, as the surrounding monsters had long been eradicated by cultivators. Meanwhile, within the lord's manor, a dark cloud loomed, and the servants dared not utter a sound. "Oh, my son, who could be so cruel as to inflict such harm?" In a chamber, a stunning woman gazed sorrowfully at the young man in splendid attire, who lay on the bed, wailing in agony. Tears streamed down her face as she turned to the silent middle-aged man beside her, lamenting, "My lord, Behold this territory under your jurisdiction. Our son has been so grievously harmed. Do they not regard you, the city lord, at all? Enough. A mother's excessive indulgence leads to a wayward child. The middle-aged man retorted angrily. If not for your pampering, he would not have become so reckless, galloping through the bustling streets and injuring innocent citizens. He has offended those he should not have. That is the pride of the Zhao family, the foremost alchemist and talisman master of Chongping City. Even if he has slain Ming'er, what can we do? The man's fury was palpable. Wishing to drag the moaning Zhang Yiming from the bed and give him a proper reprimand. Initially overjoyed by the birth of his beloved son, Zhang Yuquan had high hopes for his eldest, wishing for him to achieve great success and astound the world. However, as his career flourished, he neglected the household, allowing his son to be raised solely by his mother, resulting in a reckless character prone to trouble. Now, he had gravely offended the wrong person. Though the events had transpired swiftly, Zhang Yuquan soon investigated the matter and the background of the adversary, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Indeed, he was the lord of Chongping City, yet he was aware of the formidable forces he could not afford to offend. Ordinary cultivators might show him some deference. But the Zhao family, particularly Zhao Qingshan, was another matter entirely. Zhao Qingshan, though merely a third-level qi cultivator, was not to be underestimated. For he was the foremost alchemist and talisman master in Chongping City. The beautiful woman wept uncontrollably, her tears falling like rain. Oh, my poor son. It is all the fault of your mother, and your uncle's absence leaves you without support from your maternal family. Zhang Yuan stood frozen, his heart a tumult of anger and resentment. If not for her, how could his son have turned into such an arrogant and headstrong individual? Yet, he found himself at a loss, for her younger brother was her greatest ally. Chapter 28. Troubles arrive. My younger brother-in-law is indeed a cultivator. It is due to this brother-in-law that I have ascended the ranks, rising from a humble background to become the lord of Chongping City. Yet, paradoxically, this same brother-in-law renders me helpless in my marriage. Even when my wife errs, I dare not voice my grievances, which has instilled in her a sense of invulnerability. In fact, as the lord, I do not even possess a concubine. Sister, why are you crying? At that moment, a middle-aged Taoist appeared in the room, speaking languidly. Has your brother-in-law been unkind to you? Could it be that since he became the city lord, he has taken advantage of your family's lack of support? The Taoist's words sent a shiver through Zhang Yuquan, causing his lips to twitch. With a brother-in-law like you, how could I ever dare to bully her? The beautiful woman, upon seeing the middle-aged Taoist, rushed into his embrace, weeping, Brother, my son has been terribly bullied. He was nearly beaten to death. I have but one son, and if anything were to happen to him, I would have no reason to live. The woman sobbed uncontrollably. The middle-aged Taoist quickly reassured her, Sister, do not worry. I shall seek justice for my nephew. Brother-in-law, you must quickly tell me who has harmed Ming'er to such an extent. As he spoke, the Taoist retrieved a pill from his storage pouch and placed it into Zhang Yiming's mouth. The medicine dissolved instantly. Lying on the bed, Zhang Yiming ceased his cries, his injuries visibly healing, though his mouth remained awry. Alas, this time Ming'er has provoked the wrong person. Zhang Yuquan, unwilling to conceal the truth, sighed and recounted the events in full, offering, Wang Zhong, the fault lies with Ming'er. Master Zhao did not take his life. Let this matter end here. Zhang Yiming, rising from the bed, grasped Wang Zhong's robe, pleading, Uncle, you must stand up for your nephew. I merely glanced at his wife and concubines, and he nearly beat me to death. Very well, I shall advocate for you, Wang Zhong replied hastily. Having lost his parents to a drought in his youth, he was taken in by his sister, who endured hardship to raise him, ultimately marrying Zhang Yuquan, who was destitute. At the age of 7, Wang Zhong encountered a Taoist who recognized his intelligence and latent spiritual roots. He tested Wang Zhong's potential and discovered he possessed a mid-grade thunder spiritual root. Overjoyed, the Taoist took him under his wing, teaching him for 3 years before returning him to his sect at the age of 10, where he became an inner disciple of the Qingxia sect. Wang Zhong harbored deep affection for his sister, his only family in this world, which also benefited Zhang Yuquan. This kindness extended to Zhang Yiming, his nephew. As long as Zhao Qingshan provides me with 2 concubines, this matter can be settled. Zhang Yiming's eyes sparkled. Unable to contain his salivation, Wang Zhong chuckled. Do not speak of 2 concubines. Even 4 would be his obligation. If he dares to refuse, my sword shall not permit it. Wang Zhong, do not act recklessly. Zhao Qingshan is a renowned alchemist and talisman master, celebrated across the major cities in the vicinity. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow. Brother-in-law, is he not merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Even with the addition of those 2 old fellows from his family, what is there for me to fear? Wang Zhong replied with a faint smile. Zhang Yuquan opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the enchanting woman and Zhang Yiming were overjoyed. sending someone to gather information, eagerly awaiting Zhao Qingshan's return to confront him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the clouds, Zhao Qingshan and his wives returned from their outing, blissfully unaware of the impending trouble. Merely half an hour after arriving home, Zhao Qingshan was stirred by a sudden wave of energy. Instructing Bing Tong and the others to remain in the courtyard, he proceeded towards the front gate with Xue Meishu. Whoever you are, I, Zhao Lai, a disciple of the Liang sect, offer my greetings. Zhao Lai intently regarded Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong scoffed, a disciple of the Liang sect. You say? At over 90 years old, your audacity is truly remarkable. As an inner disciple of the Qingxia sect, Wang Zhong was well aware of the stringent rules within the elite cultivation circles of the Jin Kingdom. Any practitioner who failed to establish their foundation by the age of 60 was required to leave their sect and no longer be recognized as a disciple. This reality was harsh yet undeniable. Establishing a foundation signifies the commencement of one's journey in cultivation. Those unable to do so lack the qualification to tread the path of immortality. For practitioners in the cultivation world, only those who have successfully established their foundation can genuinely be considered cultivators, while those in the qi refinement stage are deemed inconsequential. Zhao Lai's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this middle-aged Taoist would show him no respect. Bring Zhao Qingshan out to face me, or I shall ensure that not a single creature remains in the Zhao residence today. Wang Zhong declared coldly. Zhao Leitang retorted angrily. What bold words! Let me see the prowess you boast of. An insignificant 8th level of qi refinement, utterly oblivious to your own mortality. Wang Zhong replied, his voice icy. Zhao Leitang executed his technique with agility, his skills commendable, and as he shouted, the fierce wind generated by his punches bore lethal intent. Wang Zhong, however, did not draw his sword. Instead, he countered with his own fists, showcasing a formidable and imposing boxing style. Your movements are too slow. Your strikes too tardy, Wang Zhong taunted, his demeanor suggesting he still had plenty of energy to spare. After 10 exchanges, Wang Zhong delivered a powerful strike aimed at Zhao Leitang's chest, fierce and vengeful, intent on claiming his life. At that moment, the protective talisman Zhao Leitang bore activated, forming a barrier that momentarily obstructed the blow. Nevertheless, the terrifying force still sent Zhao Leitang flying. A protective talisman? How infuriating. Were it not for this talisman, that strike would have ended your life. Wang Zhong sneered. Yet I shall see how many more talismans you possess. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan arrived at the entrance, shouting, Stop! Wang Zhong, with keen interest, assessed Zhao Qingshan and then glanced at Xue Meishu beside him, momentarily taken aback before laughing. So you are Zhao Qingshan? The one who nearly took my nephew's life? Then he turned to Xue Meishu and said, Last year, I offered you the chance to be my Dao partner. Yet you declined. To my surprise, you returned home and chose a waste of a 3rd-layer qi cultivator as your companion. It appears your primordial yin has been lost. Huh. Now that I have broken through, even if you were intact, you would not qualify to be my Dao partner, let alone with your lost primordial yin. It seems I shall capture you and make you my nephew's concubine. Wang Zhong laughed coldly. Initially, Wang Zhong was one of the suitors vying for Xue Meishu's affection, being one of the few inner sect disciples. Unfortunately, what seemed like a sure thing turned into rejection when Xue Meishu declined his advances. Although he was an inner disciple, he could not resort to force within the sect, as the discipline hall would not spare him. After being rejected, Wang Zhong did not persist relentlessly. As a disciple of the Qingxia sect, he possessed considerable pride and had many women vying for his attention, rendering him indifferent to Xue Meishu's refusal. However, Wang Zhong did not anticipate that after rejecting him, Xue Meishu would choose a 3rd-layer qi cultivator as her partner, which incensed him. He plotted to take revenge on Xue Meishu, and making her his nephew's concubine seemed a fitting choice. Xue Meishu's expression changed as she recognized Wang Zhong. You have succeeded in foundation establishment? Last year, Wang Zhong was merely at the 9th layer of qi cultivation and, as an inner sect disciple, obtaining a foundation establishment pill would not be difficult for him. Zhao Lai and Zhao Leitang's expressions shifted as well. If Wang Zhong were a foundation establishment cultivator, they stood no chance against him. The realms of qi cultivation and foundation establishment are utterly distinct. Upon the successful attainment of foundation establishment, a cultivator undergoes a transformation of their essence, spirit, and vitality. This means that once a cultivator steps into the foundation establishment realm, no matter how formidable a qi cultivator may be, they are no match for a newly ascended foundation establishment cultivator. Though it may seem that the difference between qi cultivation and foundation establishment is merely one tier, in reality, it is as vast as the heavens and the earth. This disparity is also reflected in their lifespans. No matter how powerful a qi cultivator may be, their lifespan is limited to a mere century. Yet, upon the successful attainment of foundation establishment, a cultivator's lifespan extends to 200 years, twice that of a Qi cultivator. Chapter 29. Is the Talisman Master Association lacking spirit talismans? Successful foundation establishment. No, no, no. It was merely a fortuitous breakthrough to the 10th level of Qi refinement, achieving the great perfection of Qi refinement. Wang Zhong, witnessing Xue Meishu's astonishment, could not help but display a triumphant expression. During his month-long journey of cultivation, he had a moment of insight and, through secluded meditation, effortlessly reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. This level signifies the great perfection of Qi refinement. In high spirits, Wang Zhong considered that his place of seclusion was not far from Chomping City, so he set off, only to unexpectedly encounter such a situation. At the 10th level of Qi refinement, with the consumption of a foundation establishment pill, success in foundation establishment would be guaranteed. Thus, although he was at the 10th level of Qi refinement, he bore little difference from a foundation establishment cultivator. After all, for outer sect disciples like Xue Meishu, acquiring a foundation establishment pill was no easy feat, yet for inner sect disciples like Wang Zhong, obtaining one was relatively simple. In fact, with a mere request to his master, he might just receive one. Regretful, are we? Wang Zhong chuckled with delight. Unfortunately, in this world, everything exists except for a pill of regret. In the past, I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. Now, your regret is in vain. If your primordial Yin had not been lost, I might have considered you as a maid, but now, you are not even worthy of that. Wang Zhong sneered. You should obediently serve as my nephew's concubine. Who knows, perhaps one day I might reward you. Zhang Yiming gazed at Xue Meishu, his eyes gleaming with interest as he listened to Wang Zhong's words, salivating at the prospect. Such a beauty, even if not untouched, so what? He felt drawn to her. Yet, Xue Meishu replied with a smile, Wang Zhong, the choice of my partner is my own affair. With my husband, how delightful it is. I have come to understand the joy of being a woman. Look at my cultivation. You have merely broken through a minor level. Xue Meishu laughed. Once I return to Qingxia Mountain, who is to say I cannot become an inner sect disciple? Suddenly, Wang Zhong trembled all over, as he finally took note of Xue Meishu's cultivation and was astounded. How is this possible? How can it be? Your aptitude is mediocre. How could you advance from the 5th level of Qi refinement to the 8th level in such a short time? Indeed, you are not far from the 9th level. Wang Zhong was filled with disbelief. He had pursued Xue Meishu before and had naturally investigated her background, knowing that she possessed merely inferior spiritual roots and had cultivated for over a decade at Qingxia sect, yet had only reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. However, now Xue Meishu had astonishingly attained the 8th level. Furthermore, judging by her aura, she was close to the 9th level. This signified the hope of foundation establishment. It also meant that if Xue Meishu returned to Qingxia sect, applying to become an inner sect disciple would pose little difficulty. Zhao Qingshan, with an arm wrapped around Xue Meishu's slender waist, said with a cheerful demeanor, I am an alchemist. Refining pills is my forte. Is it so surprising that my partner's cultivation is elevated? Upon realizing that Wang Zhong was not a foundation establishment cultivator, Zhao Qingshan felt a sense of relief. As long as Wang Zhong was not a foundation establishment cultivator, even if faced with 2 cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement, Zhao Qingshan felt no fear whatsoever. The enchanting woman cast a glance at Zhao Qingshan's handsome visage and ethereal demeanor, then shifted her gaze to Zhang Yuquan's ordinary face. A pang of jealousy stirred within her. Turning to Wang Zhong, she remarked, Brother, why waste words on these vile couple? Wang Zhong collected his thoughts and responded with a cold sneer. Zhao Qingshan, I find myself in a dilemma. If you relinquish 2 concubines to my nephew and prostrate yourself in apology, this matter shall be buried. Otherwise, today, not a single creature shall remain in the Zhao residence. Relinquishing 2 concubines? Not a single creature left? Zhao Qingshan's expression darkened. Producing 10 talismans from his storage pouch, Zhao Qingshan let out a chilling smile. Wang Zhong, it's a pity you are a disciple of the Qingxia sect, a prestigious lineage, yet you engage in such tyrannical behavior. Do you wish to test the might of a talisman master? He waved the talismans in his hand. Wang Zhong's countenance shifted upon seeing the 10 spirit talismans. Yet he retorted with a scoff, you are merely a trifling cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. What potency can those talismans wield in your hands? You cannot possibly harm me. Is that so? A fiery rage ignited within Zhao Qingshan. This marked the 2nd occasion someone had threatened his family's life before him, and the first time he was coerced into surrendering his concubines, too, no less, under the threat of utter annihilation. Family and kin held paramount importance in his heart, and he would willingly lay down his life to protect them. In his mind, Wang Zhong had already secured a spot on his list of foes to eliminate. Divine retribution may still allow one to live. Self-inflicted punishment, however, brings certain death. Zhao Qingshan's eyes were frigid, his wrath boiling within, emanating a murderous intent. He hurled a blasting talisman, which instantly detonated with a resounding explosion. What can a mere blasting talisman do to me? You underestimate the strength of an inner disciple of the Qingxia sect. Wang Zhong evaded effortlessly, sustaining no injury, while simultaneously urging his sister and nephew to retreat. Indeed, one blasting talisman is ineffective against you. What of two? Zhao Qingshan's voice was icy as he launched two blasting talismans, which soared towards Wang Zhong, resulting in another deafening explosion. Futile. I am protected by my enchanted armor, and you are but a trifling cultivator at the 3rd level. How could you breach my defenses? Wang Zhong scoffed, his tattered robe a testament to the explosion's devastation. Yet, the protective armor beneath shielded him, leaving him unharmed. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan unleashed the remaining 7 blasting talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The simultaneous detonations unleashed a terrifying shockwave, compelling onlookers to retreat in astonishment. The sheer power of a single blasting talisman was formidable. The explosion of 7 was utterly astonishing. Zhang Youqiuan's lips twitched, though not a cultivator. He understood the considerable expense of a single blasting talisman, yet Zhao Qingshan seemed to cast them aside as if they were worthless. Cough, cough, cough. As the sound of coughing echoed, the smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing Wang Zhong in a rather disheveled state, his robe torn, hair disarrayed, face smeared with soot, and his protective talismans dull and lifeless. Had it not been for the mutual protection of the talismans, he might have been reduced to mere ashes in the explosion. Wang Zhong's expression was exceedingly grim. Now that your explosive talismans are depleted, let us see what prowess you possess. Zhao Qingshan let out a derisive laugh. From his storage pouch, he produced 20 explosive talismans, shaking them in his hand as if to display a challenge. Shall we test the authenticity of these 20 explosive talismans? Or perhaps wager on whether I will have more explosive talismans or other talismans left after using these? Zhao Qingshan's face was adorned with a smirk. Even a talisman master would sell their crafted talismans, yet who would not retain a few as a last resort against adversaries? Wang Zhong's countenance darkened further, though the soot obscured the true extent of his fury. And us, Xue Meishu, Zhao Leitang, and Zhao Lai each produced 10 explosive talismans from their storage pouches, brandishing them in a show of defiance towards Wang Zhong. To him, those explosive talismans appeared glaringly ostentatious. You are indeed ruthless. Wang Zhong gritted his teeth, hesitating to gamble. Winning would not yield any advantage over Zhao Qingshan and his companions, yet losing could cost him his life. How could he dare to take that risk? Let us depart. Wang Zhong commanded his sister and nephew. Zhang Yiming, reluctant, protested, Uncle, you promised me. Silence. Wang Zhong interrupted him abruptly, seizing Zhang Yiming like an eagle clutching its prey and dragging him away. The beautiful woman dared not speak further. Though not a practitioner herself, she possessed keen insight. Recognizing that her brother had not gained the upper hand but had instead suffered considerable loss, with her brother in such a predicament, she found herself devoid of the confidence to seek vengeance. Chapter 30 passed just like that. Wang Zhong and his companions arrived with great momentum, only to leave in a state of disarray. Numerous cultivators witnessed this scene and began to murmur among themselves. How could the inner disciples of the Qingxia sect, masters at the 10th level of qi refinement, consider themselves unfortunate in such a manner? TSK, 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 the talisman makers are indeed not lacking in spiritual symbols. They used a total of 10 explosive talismans. If one did not achieve the desired effect, 2 would be detonated in succession. If those failed, 7 would follow. These are explosive talismans, each costing a considerable amount of low-grade spirit stones. 200 to 300 were wasted in the blink of an eye. Such extravagance. The talisman makers must be exceedingly wealthy. Even more astonishing, Zhao Qingshan produced 20 explosive talismans, dazzling my eyes. Had it not been for Wang Zhong's swift escape, one might wonder if Zhao Qingshan would have unleashed a barrage of 20 consecutive explosions. I envy the Zhao family the most. They are in a prime position to benefit. Just look at how they nonchalantly produced 10 explosive talismans. TSK, 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 what affluent individuals they are. Are masters at the 10th level of qi refinement formidable? Indeed. They are an invincible presence among qi refinement cultivators. Yet, what left the deepest impression on the gathering of cultivators was Zhao Qingshan's opulence. Such a lavish display. It is essential to recognize that for low-level cultivators, acquiring spirit stones is no easy feat. Not every qi refinement cultivator possesses the ability to concoct pills or produce talismans for profit, as Zhao Qingshan does. Many early-stage Qi refinement cultivators lack even 100 low-grade spirit stones to spare. Asking them to part with 2 or 3 dozen for a single high-tier explosive talisman is akin to asking them to sacrifice their very flesh. In a brief moment, Zhao Qingshan nonchalantly utilized 10 explosive talismans, inciting envy and jealousy among the onlookers. Are talisman makers truly devoid of empathy? At this moment, those who previously regarded Zhao Qingshan as merely a third-level Qi refinement cultivator began to revise their opinions. What does it matter if he is at the 3rd level? As long as he possesses ample talismans, he can effortlessly defeat a 10th-level Qi refinement master, even obliterating his opponent. They speculated that had it not been for Wang Zhong's formidable defensive artifact, he might have been reduced to ashes amidst the 7 consecutive explosions of the explosive talismans. At this juncture, all cultivators regarded Zhao Qingshan with a mixture of respect and trepidation. His status among them suddenly rivaled that of a 10th-level Qi refinement master, even nearing the stature of a foundation establishment cultivator. A multitude of cultivators approached to exchange pleasantries, while others vehemently criticized Wang Zhong. Zhao Qingshan, wearing a facade of hospitality, harbored a chilling resolve within. After bidding farewell to the gathered cultivators, he retrieved a reconnaissance talisman, which transformed into a paper crane and soared high above, reaching the vicinity of the city lord's residence. Those who had entered his kill list would not be spared. Had he not possessed numerous trump cards to fend off Wang Zhong today, his family would have been in grave peril. For one who dared to threaten his family, Zhao Qingshan would not let the matter rest easily. Wang Zhong, possessing considerable talent, was an inner disciple of the Qingxia sect and now stood at the 10th level of Qi refinement. It would not be long before he ascended to the ranks of foundation establishment cultivators. If retribution were to come, the Zhao residents would face a significant crisis. In light of this, such potential threats must be eradicated at their inception. At this moment, Wang Zhong and his companions returned to the lord's residence. His countenance darkened. Though his original robe had been destroyed, he now donned armor, having procured a pristine robe during his journey. Zhang Yiming continued to voice his grievances. How can this be allowed to stand, uncle? You promised me that I would at least be granted the privilege of claiming him as a concubine. I am eagerly awaiting the return with a beauty in my arms. Wang Zhong replied coldly. How could this matter simply be dismissed? Had it not been for the protective armor bestowed upon me, I would likely have been reduced to ashes by that explosive spirit talisman. This armor, a gift from my master for my protection, has sustained considerable damage, and I shudder to think of the cost required for its restoration. Wang Zhong seethed. Once I return to the sect and successfully cultivate my foundation with the elixir, I shall return to exact vengeance, wiping out every male of the Zhao family as a tribute for my foundation establishment. When the time comes, those wives and concubines of his will be at your disposal. Choose as you wish, whether 1 or 5. Wang Zhong had no intention of letting this matter fade away. Today, seeking justice had only resulted in a profound humiliation, witnessed by all the cultivators of Chongping City, marking him with disgrace. To cleanse himself of today's shame, he deemed it necessary to claim the Zhao family's heads. A tempest of anger brewed within him. He had never before faced such a stinging humiliation, particularly in front of his sister, brother-in-law, and nephew. The beautiful woman expressed her concern. Brother, Zhao Qingshan possesses numerous spirit talismans. It is far too perilous. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. Despite her worry for her son, she also felt a deep concern for her brother. A significant reason she remained youthful and alluring even now was that many years ago, Wang Zhong had given her a longevity pill, which had preserved her beauty. Wang Zhong reassured the enchanting woman, Sister, do not fret. Once I cultivate my foundation successfully, I shall be a foundational stage cultivator. At that time, I will summon a senior brother to safeguard me, ensuring absolute security. Zhang Yuquan furrowed his brow, stating, Wang Zhong, perhaps we should cease this matter right here. Let it fade away. After all, Zhang Qingshan did not take Yiming's life. This is not an irreconcilable enmity. Father, how can we let this go unpunished? Before Wang Zhong could respond, Zhang Yiming protested. I am but an ordinary person. He is a cultivator who bullies the weak and nearly took my life. This time, not only did he refuse to submit or offer his concubine in humility, but he also harmed my uncle. Zhang Yiming was still fixated on Zhao Qingshan's 5 wives. Throughout his life, he had always received what he desired. Yet, this time he had been beaten, and he could not accept such indignity. Yiming, you, Zhang Yuquan was enraged, lamenting the lack of discernment in his son. How could he have raised such an ungrateful child? Wang Zhong interjected, Brother-in-law, I shall take charge of this matter. Disputes among cultivators should be resolved in the manner befitting cultivators. You, being but an ordinary first-tier mortal, should refrain from involvement. Wang Zhong spoke with unyielding candor, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Zhang Yuquan. He perceived his sister as a paragon of beauty, unparalleled in her allure. Had it not been for the devastating drought, the loss of their parents, and her selfless dedication to raising him, how could she have ever wed a man like Zhang Yuquan, who possessed neither looks nor talent, and was devoid of any wealth? Regrettably, by the time he came to this realization, it was far too late. Even his nephew had already been born. He certainly could not urge his sister to abandon her husband in search of another. After a thorough grooming at the Lord's residence, Wang Zhong declined the pleas of his sister and brother-in-law, departing under the cover of night towards the northern city gate. Although the gates of Chongping City would close at nightfall, barring entry and exit to common folk, this posed little challenge to cultivators. A practitioner like Wang Zhong could effortlessly scale the city walls. Meanwhile, high above, 1,000 paper cranes vigilantly monitored Wang Zhong, relaying information continuously. Zhao Qingshan, upon Wang Zhong's departure from the Lord's residence, activated an invisibility talisman and set forth. While it appeared he remained in the training chamber, he had in fact left the Zhao residence. Shortly after Wang Zhong exited the northern gate, Zhao Qingshan also departed from Chongping City. As Wang Zhong traversed 100 miles from the city, he suddenly furrowed his brow and called out, "Who goes there?" Concealed like a rat, Wang Zhong snorted disdainfully, having detected the presence of a pursuer. Chapter 31. Assassination. Indeed, it was a master of the 10th level of Qi training. Merely a hint of murderous intent was enough for him to be sensed. Zhao Qingshan could not help but feel a pang of emotion within. The invisibility talisman concealed his form, yet it could not mask the aura of his killing intent. Just this slight hint of malice made Wang Zhong alert. Zhao Qingshan had to admit that Wang Zhong was the most gifted cultivator he had encountered thus far, a disciple of a prestigious sect, nurtured by the system. However, he was indifferent. With over 100 miles separating him from Chongping City, killing Wang Zhong here would leave no trace back to him, thus sparing his family from any repercussions. "Come out. Are you afraid that I want to know you are trailing me?" Wang Zhong bellowed, his body tense with vigilance. Uncertain of the identity of his unseen pursuer, and he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. A genius only holds significance while alive. A deceased genius bears no value. At this moment, Wang Zhong secretly lamented his decision not to cultivate diligently in Chongping City to restore his depleted true energy. Instead, he had impatiently departed in the dead of night, eager to return to Qingxia sect and break through to the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, his internal true energy reserves were now less than half. Now, he could only pray not to encounter a formidable foe, otherwise he would be in grave danger. Zhao Qingshan refrained from revealing his presence immediately, suppressing his aura and preparing for a stealthy strike. With the invisibility talisman at his disposal, he was presented with a prime opportunity for ambush. As he approached within 3 zhang of Wang Zhong, prepared to strike, he observed Wang Zhong cautiously retrieving several spirit talismans from his storage bag. Indeed, Wang Zhong was exceedingly cautious, fully on guard. Zhao Qingshan chuckled inwardly. It was unfortunate that he dared to covet my wives and threaten my family's lives. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan made his move, and at that moment, the invisibility talisman lost its effect. In an instant, a streak of black light shot towards Wang Zhong's head, swift as a meteor streaking across the sky, rendering evasion impossible. The black light loomed larger in Wang Zhong's vision. By the time Wang Zhong reacted, the black light had already collided with his head. A resounding thud echoed, and Wang Zhong's head was severed from his body, flying away. Blood gushed forth from the point of decapitation. His head tumbled a short distance before landing on the ground, eyes wide open in shock, reflecting disbelief. He died with his eyes unclosed. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong's body remained upright, still clutching the spirit talismans. Alas, even his preparations were futile. He had no time to activate the talismans. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Qingshan confiscated the talismans, weapons, and storage bag, while simultaneously igniting a flame that engulfed both Wang Zhong's body and head, igniting a fierce blaze. Even for a cultivator, being consumed by fire rendered their remains no different from those of an ordinary person. Zhao Qingshan maintained a stoic expression, watching as Wang Zhong's corpse was reduced to ashes, feeling no remorse. Since he was an enemy and had made a foe of Zhao Qingshan, in his eyes, a dead genius was indeed a good genius. As the flames turned the body to ash, they eventually extinguished. Zhao Qingshan formed a spell with his hands, and instantly, the ground where the corpse lay sank, burying the ashes beneath the soil, and the path returned to its original state. No one knew that beneath this road lay the ashes of a prodigy. Zhao Qingshan concealed his presence, vanishing without a trace, erasing all traces of his aura. In Chongping City, he merely gave Wang Zhong a glimpse of his capabilities using spiritual talismans, without truly revealing his strength. However, in this desolate wilderness, under the cover of night, With no one around, he felt no apprehension. Though he had only attained the 8th level of Qi training and could not match Wang Zhong in that regard, he was not to be underestimated. His external skills had reached the innate realm, equivalent to a foundational stage cultivator, and in a sudden ambush, his lethality surpassed that of a typical foundational stage practitioner. To eliminate Wang Zhong, it would only take a single move. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Qingshan arrived at a desolate mountain. There were no villages here, surrounded only by forests. At night, wild beasts emerged to hunt. The howls of hungry wolves echoed, accompanied by the sounds of other ferocious creatures. Zhao Qingshan leaped onto a large rock and began to examine the spoils of his endeavor. Wang Zhong, being an inner disciple of the Qingxia sect, was likely to possess considerable wealth. He hoped not to be disappointed. Zhao Qingshan murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The treatment of inner disciples far exceeded that of outer disciples, as they received substantial support from the sect, being regarded as the future backbone of the organization. Among his findings were several spiritual talismans, one for protection, one for thunderstorm, and one for indestructibility. All were high-grade first-tier talismans, each possessing significant value. After ensuring their integrity, he stored them in his storage bag. He then examined the sword. Wang Zhong's sword was an impressive magical artifact, far superior to his own. Zhao Qingshan speculated it must have been gifted to him by his master. This sword could not be exposed. If revealed, the Qingxia sect would easily trace it back to him as the one who killed Wang Zhong. However, as a weapon refiner, Zhao Qingshan found it easy to deal with. If necessary, he could melt the sword and forge a new one. For now, its worth surpassed that of the 3 talismans combined. Zhao Qingshan continued to extract items from his storage bag, discovering pills and a piece of dull armor. He marveled at the armor, which had withstood the explosive force of 7 spiritual talismans without shattering. Once repaired, it could be worn again. Such fine treasures, he mused. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wait, this is a 4th-tier spiritual herb, the 4-leaf blood mushroom." Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. The blood mushroom was a peculiar herb. Its tier determined by the number of leaves it bore. A 1-leaf blood mushroom was a 1st-tier herb. 2 leaves indicated a 2nd-tier herb. And this specimen was a 4th-tier herb. The value of a 4th-tier spiritual herb was exceedingly high. Typically, 4th-tier herbs were protected by spiritual beasts, the weakest equivalent to foundational stage cultivators, while stronger ones could rival those of the golden core stage. Zhao Qingshan could not fathom how Wang Zhong had come to possess this 4-leaf blood mushroom. What a prodigal! To leave it carelessly in the storage pouch. Zhao Qingshan felt a pang of regret and hurriedly placed the 4-leaf blood herb into a jade box to prevent its medicinal properties from deteriorating. As he continued to inspect the storage pouch, he discovered that Wang Zhong's pouch contained dozens of spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits, all of commendable quality. Surprisingly, the majority were not 1st tier, but rather 2nd and 3rd tier. Among these treasures, Zhao Qingshan also uncovered a 4th-tier spiritual herb, the purple danshin, known also as danshin. This rare variety of ginseng is exceedingly uncommon. Zhao Qingshan had previously encountered its description in illustrations, but had never seen it in reality until today. It could be said that merely these 2 4th-tier herbs instilled in Zhao Qingshan a profound sense of excitement. As an alchemist, nothing piqued his interest more than herbs and the formulas for elixirs. Chapter 32. Aftermath. Zhao Qingshan gazed upon the last 3 items, which were 3 tomes. He picked up one of the books, its cover inscribed with the 4 prominent characters Essentials of Alchemy. Instantly invigorated, he recognized it as a treatise on alchemy. As an alchemist, Essentials of Alchemy held immense allure for him. He delved into the tome, becoming utterly absorbed in its contents. After a considerable time, Zhao Qingshan reluctantly closed the book, feeling that he had only scratched the surface. Although it primarily contained technical terminology and commonly used recipes for crafting elixirs, which he was already familiar with, its value was not particularly significant. However, it did include 2 2nd-tier recipes, the Bone Growth Pill and the Ice Heart Pill. The inclusion of these 2 recipes alone rendered Essentials of Alchemy quite valuable. The second book was a martial technique titled Mastering Divine Thunder, a lightning-based skill and a core technique of the Qingxia sect, which thrilled Zhao Qingshan greatly. However, lacking a lightning attribute spirit root, he was unable to cultivate it. Furthermore, this book only encompassed a portion of Mastering Divine Thunder, allowing cultivation only up to the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, he placed it into his storage bag as part of his collection. The final tome was a manual on the art of nurturing and wielding magical artifacts. Magical artifacts serve as weapons for cultivators, and their rank requires diligent nurturing by the practitioner. Various methods exist to elevate the rank of these artifacts. Additionally, the rank of an artifact is one aspect. The process of refining and controlling it is equally crucial. Even low-tier magical artifacts can exhibit vastly different powers in the hands of different individuals. Zhao Qingshan felt a surge of interest as he began to read attentively. He understood the process of forging magical artifacts, yet the nuances of refining and wielding them remained somewhat elusive to him. Even his grandfather, a disciple of the Liang sect, had limited exposure due to his inferior spirit root, resulting in only a superficial understanding of artifact usage. In contrast, Wang Zhong, as an inner disciple of the Qingxia sect, would have had far greater exposure. As he continued to read, his admiration grew, and he felt his horizons broadened. Glancing at the sky, he noticed the dawn was breaking. Zhao Qingshan then stored the books in his bag and set off towards Chongping City. Morning arrived, with the sun just beginning to rise. 3,000 miles northeast of Chongping City lay Qingxia Mountain. The morning light caressed the peaks, enveloping the valleys in a misty embrace, with cranes dancing and eagles soaring. The air was rich with spiritual energy, and the flora and fauna exhibited a lively essence. Here, the ethereal essence of heaven and earth was several times denser than in the outside world, a true paradise for cultivation. Qingxia Mountain spans 60 kilometers in length and 40 kilometers in width, entirely belonging to the Qingxia sect. Since its founding by the revered Qingxia Zhenren, the sect has endured for over 10 millennia. In terms of historical longevity, it surpasses even the Jin Kingdom. Though devoid of a millennium dynasty, it boasts a lineage of 10,000 years. This is the truest reflection of the immortal cultivation world. On Chaoyang Peak, within a thatched cottage, a plump young boy stirred from his groggy slumber. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he rushed out of the cottage towards the peak, exclaiming in alarm, "Not good. Not good. Master, something terrible has happened." Moments later, the stout boy breathlessly reached the summit of the mountain. At the peak stood a massive stone upon which a Taoist, facing the rising sun, sat cross-legged in tranquil meditation. The Taoist, with a youthful face and white hair, bore no wrinkles despite his silver locks, his complexion vibrant and rosy. He was none other than the master of Chaoyang Peak, Zilei Zhenren. Zilei Zhenren slightly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of displeasure. "Qingli, you are no longer a child. How many times must I admonish you to exercise composure? Such flustered behavior is hardly conducive to foundation building." The stout boy, Qingli, bowed deeply in reverence, his voice trembling with urgency. "Master, a grave matter has arisen. Senior brother Wang Zhong's life jade talisman has shattered." Zilei Zhenren furrowed his brow momentarily before responding, "I understand." He then closed his eyes again, resuming his cultivation. A look of confusion crossed Qingli's face. What could this mean? Senior brother Wang Zhong was greatly favored by the master, yet he showed no anger at the news of his demise. Dazed, Qingli descended the peak, and after some time, Zilei Zhenren finally opened his eyes, a complex expression crossing his features. Indeed, Wang Zhong was a promising disciple, but it was essential to remember that there were over 10 inner disciples belonging to Chaoyang Peak. Wang Zhong was merely one among many. With the current state of Chaoyang Peak in disarray, and with his own master having unexpectedly fallen, Zilei Zhenren knew that his most pressing concern was to diligently cultivate and break through to the Golden Core stage. Everything else was merely ancillary. He understood the fierce competition within the Qingxia sect. If he did not advance, other disciples from rival peaks might challenge him. "Zhong'er, once I achieve my breakthrough, I shall avenge you," Zilei Zhenren murmured softly, sighing deeply as he resumed his cultivation. Zhao Qingshan exited the meditation chamber, weariness etched across his face. After returning home in the early hours, he had busied himself with alchemical practices to avoid drawing attention. This inevitably left him fatigued. "My husband." Upon seeing Zhao Qingshan's tired visage, his wives and concubines gathered around him, enveloping him in their fragrant presence. Each one, with affectionate gazes and tender expressions, resembled blooming flowers in vibrant competition. Instantly, Zhao Qingshan's fatigue dissipated, igniting a warmth within him as he embraced them, leading them toward a newly constructed room. Within this space, devoid of furnishings, he had specially created a modest swimming pool, ample enough for a pair of lovebirds to frolic. Turning on the faucet, fresh water flowed into the pool, and Zhao Qingshan retrieved a spirit talisman, tossing it into the water. This talisman, known as the heating talisman, served the purpose of warming the water. In a short while, the pool was nearly full, the water temperature just right. Zhao Qingshan removed the talisman and placed it aside, then began to assist his wives and concubines in shedding their garments. Gasps of surprise echoed, prompting a hearty laugh from Zhao Qingshan as he leaped into the pool. After a while, he floated weightlessly on the surface, his mind completely unburdened, free from all thoughts, savoring the tranquility of the moment. He relished this instant of relaxation and delight. As the days pass, transitioning from spring to summer, the sweltering heat of summer sets in, with unrelenting high temperatures. Few are willing to venture outside except in the early morning or late evening, and only when absolutely necessary. Zhao Qingshan's days unfold with ease and contentment, as if Wang Zhong had never graced his life. He spends his time in the company of his wives and concubines, engaging in alchemy and talisman crafting, simple yet fulfilling pursuits. If there exists any source of pressure for Zhao Qingshan, it lies in the frequent inquiries from his parents and grandparents regarding his offspring. Despite having one wife and 4 concubines, and putting forth considerable effort in his endeavors, none of the women have conceived. He regularly indulges in nourishing tonics. Yet there remains no sign of pregnancy among his wives. If he had but one wife and no news after such a time, one might suspect an issue on her part. However, with 5 women experiencing the same situation, the matter becomes decidedly more complex. His parents and grandparents often summon him, hinting and probing about his decade-long absence, wondering if it has somehow jeopardized his lineage. This has left Zhao Qingshan perplexed. He is well aware of his own vitality. If there were any injury, could he still conquer the world and assert his dominance? Yet, he remains baffled as to why none of his wives have conceived. Chapter 33. The token in the tranquil garden by the lakeside. Zhao Qingshan was engaged in fishing. Yet, rather than seeking a catch, his mind was preoccupied with the potential dilemmas he might face. He recalled from his past life that a couple's inability to conceive was not solely the woman's fault. It could very well lie with the man. Infertility. Indeed, men could also suffer from infertility, and during that era, the likelihood of such issues among men was steadily on the rise, with countless contributing factors. Could it be that he too was afflicted? In this time, a man confronted with such a predicament would vehemently deny any personal shortcomings, instead attributing blame to the woman. However, Zhao Qingshan was different. His perspective was always more open-minded than others. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He sighed inwardly. If a man encountered such a challenge, there would be no remedy. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he was no longer in a state of hopelessness regarding foundational cultivation and could instead focus on the continuation of his bloodline. With a promising future ahead, he believed that foundational cultivation was merely a matter of time, and the issue of progeny was not insurmountable. Perhaps once he successfully cultivated his foundation and underwent a transformation, the problem would resolve itself. Zhao Qingshan stroked his chin, having come to terms with his situation. The absence of offspring was no rare occurrence. Many families in his previous life chose a child-free existence. Moreover, his life was progressing positively, and he was confident that in the coming years, he would achieve foundational cultivation. Success in this endeavor would signify the establishment of a foundation for immortality, granting him a lifespan of 200 years, thus alleviating the need to concern himself excessively with lineage. Additionally, Zhao Qingshan had heard that during the process of foundational cultivation, one's essence, spirit, and body would undergo a metamorphosis, potentially resolving any male-related issues. He decided to let things unfold naturally. Upon hearing footsteps, Zhao Qingshan turned to see the old gentleman approaching with his fishing rod in hand. Compared to Zhao Qingshan, the elder was a true angler. Each time he caught a fish, he would gleefully prepare it himself, crafting a variety of dishes: fish soup, steamed fish, braised fish. Every kind of fish could yield a dozen different preparations. As the elder aged another year, his vitality was noticeably diminished compared to the previous year. Although he remained sturdier than the average person, it was undeniable that he was growing old. Zhao Qingshan felt a pang of sadness within. The pursuit of immortality was a struggle against fate. Only by breaking through to higher realms could one extend their lifespan. Otherwise, it remained fixed. The elder had once consumed foundational elixirs, but alas, he had failed to establish his foundation. He had since relinquished that pursuit, dedicating his time and efforts to nurturing his lineage. Practitioners in the Qi refinement stage were akin to ordinary people, typically possessing a mere 100 years of life. The sole advantage was that, barring violent deaths or severe injuries, they could generally live to 100, often departing this world peacefully. In contrast, while ordinary individuals theoretically might reach a century, in reality, only a minuscule fraction ever achieved that milestone. As more individuals reach the ages of 50 or 60, it is often considered a significant milestone. Even those who live longer find themselves aged at 50 or 60, facing various ailments, with the prevalence of diseases increasing with age. Zhao Qingshan yearned to extend the life of the elder, yet he was aware that among the first-tier elixirs, none possessed the ability to prolong life. Even the few second-tier formulas he had mastered failed to offer any promise of longevity. Legends spoke of celestial treasures capable of extending one's lifespan. Yet such treasures remained confined to myth, and Zhao Qingshan had never heard of anyone truly acquiring them. "Qingshan, take this jade pendant." The elder retrieved a pendant from his storage bag and handed it to Zhao Qingshan. Puzzled, Zhao Qingshan gazed at his grandfather. Grandfather, what purpose does this jade serve? Could it possibly be a jade talisman inscribed with a secret formula? After pondering, he concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. This is a token bestowed upon me by my esteemed teacher, the Hua Yongzhen Run. The elder chuckled softly. With this token, you may meet my teacher and make a single request, which he shall fulfill with utmost sincerity. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback, quickly exclaiming, Grandfather, this is too precious. You must keep the pendant. He understood the elder's profound affection for his teacher, a bond that endured despite decades of separation. He even recalled a room adorned with a portrait of the Hua Yongzhen Ren, painstakingly painted by the elder himself. The elder waved his hand dismissively. My time is limited. What purpose does it serve to retain it? A sigh escaped his lips. Ultimately, I feel remorseful for not achieving the foundational stage, failing to live up to my teacher's expectations. He continued, with this jade pendant, you will have a means to seek assistance when needed. Your father has benefited from your elixirs, advancing his cultivation, yet he has long since lost hope for foundational success. His temperament is impulsive, and when flattered by others, he easily loses his sense of direction. The elder reflected, it seems our Zhao family must rely on you. Your younger siblings are still too young and will need your guidance for some time. Though the elder had grown frail and his eyesight dimmed, his mind remained sharp, and he was acutely aware of the family's future. My grandfather suffered greatly in his youth, during years of famine. He had to resort to begging in the city to survive. The rise of our Zhao family has not come easily. The elder lamented, revealing his own struggles. Orphaned at a young age, he was often shunned by relatives who viewed him as a harbinger of misfortune. In a desperate bid for survival, he resorted to begging each year, until fate smiled upon him when he saved the life of the Hua Yongzhen Ren. Zhao Qingshan listened silently as the elder reminisced about his past, refraining from interrupting. Eventually, the elder returned to the present, expressing, my greatest wish now is to see you bear children and hold your great-grandchild. As for your brother marrying and having children, I fear I may not witness that. Zhao Qingshan was caught off guard by the elder's shift to this topic, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. The issue does not lie in one's lack of effort. In a brief span of time, he has taken a wife and 4 concubines, tirelessly laboring each day. Alas, words only bring tears. Zhao Qingshan is filled with a profound sense of frustration. If there existed a potion that could guarantee the conception of children with his wife and concubines, he would undoubtedly consume it without a second thought. Unable to remain in place any longer, he dejectedly departed from the back garden and made his way to his small courtyard. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him, while the bed creaked ominously. Within the courtyard, a tempest raged. Fortunately, his own protective formation safeguarded the area, isolating it from the main residence. As night fell, the moon hid shyly behind the clouds, reluctant to reveal itself. It was not until the stillness of the deep night that the moon timidly emerged from the clouds, casting its silvery light once more upon the earth. Chapter 34. The soul of the laborer amidst the sweltering summer heat. The earth seemed as though it might be baked to perfection. Within the confines of his room, a perpetual springtime reigned, courtesy of the array he had meticulously arranged, maintaining a consistent temperature of approximately 25 degrees Celsius throughout the year. Zhao Qingshan was engrossed in the art of talisman crafting, the realm of talismans. Reliant on the most rudimentary materials, talisman paper and vermilion, incurred staggering costs over prolonged practice. The creation of a single talisman demanded even greater expenditure. It was common knowledge that alchemists and talisman masters reap substantial profits. However, few truly attain the status of a master in these arts. To become an alchemist, one must cultivate fire attribute techniques, possess formulas, and acquire secret manuals for refining elixirs, all while engaging in what could be deemed reckless experimentation. Initial stages often yielded nothing but losses, as the failure rate in alchemy was notoriously high. Talisman crafting bore fewer restrictions, yet the early investments were similarly substantial, necessitating extensive practice that consumed considerable resources. Few practitioners in the qi refining stage could afford such commitments or possess the capital to invest. Zhao Qingshan was fortunate. Before he turned 13, the majority of his family's resources were devoted to him, allowing him access to training materials that far surpassed those of his parents. Thus, he had the opportunity to engage and hone his skills. With the activation of his innate abilities, his prowess in various disciplines surged, rendering the processes of alchemy and talisman crafting significantly simpler. Nevertheless, the initial consumption remained daunting, with countless failures marring his progress. Fortunately, his output had begun to exceed his expenses. After completing a talisman, Zhao Qingshan stretched languidly and sighed. His life was undeniably laborious. He could have chosen to recline and savor existence. Yet inexplicably, he had become the backbone of his family, burdened with their aspirations for prosperity and glory. His wives depended on his diligent efforts each night to sustain them, and the grand bed he had constructed had collapsed twice already. Despite his tireless endeavors, his wives remained devoid of any signs of pregnancy. Their bellies were still flat and unyielding. This was not due to Zhao Qingshan's reluctance to create a larger bed, but rather the realization that if he did not, his wives would swiftly progress in their cultivation while he, after each arduous night, reaped meager rewards. It was akin to working tirelessly in a job with minimal pay increases, while others lounged effortlessly, their salaries rising steadily, a feeling of frustration that was all too palpable. Thus, he opted for a path that, though exhausting, promised greater returns. However, as time passed and efforts accumulated, he discerned a decline in the dual cultivation effects, eventually stabilizing at a rather unsatisfactory level. After several months of diligent work, he had yet to break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Observing this trend, he realized he would need to endure patiently, allowing the steady flow of time to accumulate his efforts until he could finally achieve that breakthrough. On a brighter note, the fruits of his labor had benefited his wives immensely. They radiated vitality, their gazes soft and effervescent, with their cultivation progressing at an impressive pace. Shui Meishu, the concubine with the highest level of cultivation, despite having commenced her training later, had reached the 8th layer of qi refinement and was not far from the 9th. Besides the evenings spent with Zhao Qingshan, she dedicated herself to rigorous practice, constantly contemplating whether she should apply to become an inner disciple of the Qingxia sect. Furthermore, there is He Wanqing, who, despite initially lacking any cultivation experience, has benefited from the effects of her first dual cultivation, and has now ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement in just over 6 months. From an ordinary individual with no prior training, she has remarkably transformed into a practitioner of the 5th level of qi refinement, a progress that is undeniably astonishing. However, the most impressive among them is undoubtedly Qiuyu. Possessing a medium grade with spiritual root, she exhibits exceptional talent. Although her journey commenced a bit later and she lacks the fortuitous circumstances that favored He Wanqing, her cultivation speed is rapid, and she too has reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Furthermore, Qiuyu practices a wood-based technique, excelling in nurturing flowers and plants, resulting in a flourishing garden. In contrast, the primary wife, Bing Tong, has only attained the 4th level of qi refinement, still some distance from the 5th level. Were it not for Zhao Qingshan's unwavering affection, her position as the matriarch would be precarious. Xia Chan, with lesser talent than Qiuyu and starting her cultivation later than Bing Tong, has only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, making her the least accomplished among the wives and concubines. Upon exiting the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan realized it was already evening. His wives and concubines, upon seeing him emerge from seclusion, were filled with joy, their gazes tender and affectionate as they looked at him, before hurriedly descending to prepare dinner. They have come to relish the act of cooking for themselves, choosing to dine whenever they please and ensuring their husband is well nourished. An hour later, as he surveyed the array of dishes before him, Zhao Qingshan felt his appetite surge. Though they are cultivators and he possesses nourishing pills that could sustain him for half a month without hunger, Zhao Qingshan rarely resorts to them unless in seclusion. Instead, he prefers to indulge in the pleasures of food and drink. My husband, this is the nourishing soup I have prepared, enriched with an ox whip. Dearest, please try this dish. It is my creation. This dish is delightful as well. Do have a taste. His wives and concubines busily served him soup, dished out food, and even fed him. Zhao Qingshan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In this corrupt age, to enjoy such blissful moments is a rare privilege. In his past life, even with wealth and power, such indulgence had to be conducted in secrecy. Otherwise, he would have faced public scorn or even imprisonment, as the iron fist of the people is not to be underestimated. After a hearty meal, he reveled in the attentive service of his wives and concubines, enjoying shoulder massages, leg kneads, and the harmonious sounds of music, as the melodies intertwined beautifully throughout the night. The following day, with the sun high in the sky, Zhao Qingshan gingerly supported his waist as he walked, reflecting on the necessity of possessing a robust constitution. He made his way to the main hall, where a guest awaited, an esteemed patron from the Treasure Pavilion. The cooperation between the Zhao family and the Treasure Pavilion has been exceedingly pleasant, with the majority of their talismans and elixirs sold to this establishment. After all, the demand for elixirs and talismans among the cultivators of Chopping City, even when including those from neighboring cities, is not particularly substantial. It is only entities like the Treasure Pavilion, which conducts business throughout the entire Jin Kingdom, that exhibit a significant demand for such goods. Do not underestimate the current pace at which Zhao Qingshan crafts talismans and refines elixirs. Even if this speed were to increase 1,000-fold or more, the Treasure Pavilion would undoubtedly accommodate such demands. Much of the materials required for the talismans and elixirs sought by the Zhao family are sourced from the Treasure Pavilion. Presently, the Zhao family is in a phase of rapid development, yet they aspire to remain humble. The Treasure Pavilion is, without a doubt, a colossal entity upon which they heavily rely. Zhao Qingshan is acutely aware that every city boasts its own Treasure Pavilion, and the overseers of these establishments are, at the very least, cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. It is a well-known secret among practitioners that the Treasure Pavilion is under the protection of Golden Core cultivators. Consequently, few practitioners dare to provoke the Treasure Pavilion, which has always valued harmony, fostering good relations with various cultivators and promoting prosperity through amicability. To prepare for this day, Zhao Qingshan took special care in his preparations last night. Chapter 35. The whole family mobilizes at the entrance of the Zhao residence. 2 stone lions stood guard on either side. The grand main door was wide open, and the servants had meticulously cleaned the bluestone threshold well in advance. Zhao Qingshan and the elder, his father, stood at the entrance to warmly welcome their guests, clearly demonstrating the Zhao family's esteem for the Treasure Pavilion. Before long, figures from the Treasure Pavilion were seen approaching. The visitor was Lu Jie, the deputy steward of the Treasure Pavilion. "Ha, Deputy Steward Lu, please, do come in," the elder exclaimed, his laughter booming. It was impossible to discern that he was already in his 90s. "Ha, old Zhao, it has been a while. You still exude your former charm." Lu Jie laughed heartily. He and the elder had been acquaintances for over 40 years, becoming good friends over the years. "Zhao Danshi, you truly are the pride of the Zhao family. When you tested your spiritual roots, I knew you were destined for greatness," Lu Jie remarked, turning his gaze to Zhao Qingshan. "With you in the Zhao family, prosperity will surely last for a century." When Zhao Qingshan was merely 6 years old, Lu Jie had been one of the witnesses during his spiritual root assessment. He had been astonished by Zhao Qingshan's words at that time, believing him to be someone of exceptional promise. Upon Zhao Qingshan's return after a decade away, he quickly caught Lu Jie's attention. Lu Jie was thoroughly impressed by Zhao Qingshan's accomplishments during his absence. Zhao Qingshan smiled and promptly led Lu Jie into the residence. For the entrance was hardly a suitable venue for conversation. They proceeded directly to the hall, where the host and guest took their seats, and servants soon presented spiritual tea and fruit. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Jie got straight to the point. "Old Zhao, Zhao Danshi, I have a significant business matter I wish to discuss with you." The elder inquired, "Old Lu, what sort of significant business?" "Within a year, we require 10,000 first-tier high-grade spiritual talismans and 10,000 first-tier elixirs," Lu Jie replied with a smile. "How does that sound? Quite a substantial order, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshan and the others could not help but reveal their astonishment. A first-tier high-grade spiritual talisman was valued at 2 or 3 dozen inferior spiritual stones, making a total of 200,000 to 300,000 inferior spiritual stones for 10,000 talismans. The elixirs were even more valuable. Each first-tier elixir was worth at least 10 inferior spiritual stones, and some could cost hundreds. Thus, 10,000 first-tier elixirs could amount to several 100,000 to 1,000,000 inferior spiritual stones. The elder was deeply moved and could not help but ask, "Old Lu, we have been good friends for many years. Could you tell me why the Treasure Pavilion is placing such a large order? It is quite unusual indeed." "Oh, this is due to the sudden outbreak of conflict between the Sunfire sect and the Demon sect, resulting in fierce battles, leading to a significant demand for elixirs and talismans." Lu Jie replied with a calm smile, offering no concealment. "In the realm of mortals, there is war. In the world of cultivation, sects also engage in warfare. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of rivalry. The competition for spiritual herbs and medicines, along with treasure hunting, inevitably leads to disputes, and thus enmity is born. The Sunfire sect and the Demon sect." The elder's eyes widened. As a former disciple of the Sunfire sect, he naturally held deep sentiments for it. How could he remain indifferent when matters concerning his own sect were at stake? The Celestial Demon sect, undoubtedly known to the elder, ranks among the top 3 of the 10 great sects of the demonic path, wielding even greater influence than the Radiant Sun sect. He could not fathom how a conflict had arisen between the Radiant Sun sect and the Celestial Demon sect. However, he was acutely aware that such a clash would lead to an astonishing consumption of medicinal pills and talismans. In such circumstances, no one would hesitate to utilize these resources. Indeed, multiplying the initial quantities tenfold or even 100-fold would be entirely normal. It is worth noting that there are 30,000 outer disciples in the Radiant Sun sect. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard, envisioning countless spirit stones hurling towards him, as if he would have to count them until his hands cramped. So, will we take this order? Lu Jie inquired with a beaming smile. This batch of medicinal pills and talismans would certainly be profitable for the Zhao family. Yet Precious Treasure Pavilion would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards as well. A win-win situation indeed. Without hesitation, Zhao Qingshan nodded affirmatively, declaring, the Zhao family will accept this order. It would be foolish to forego spirit stones. Miss this opportunity, and there may not be another. He reasoned that a bit of hard work now would yield a great fortune, allowing for leisure and enjoyment in the following year. Splendid, Lu Jie remarked. Master Zhao is a man of decisiveness. Rest assured, Precious Treasure Pavilion operates with integrity. Every batch of medicinal pills and talismans will be settled upon delivery. With no debts incurred, Zhao Qingshan chuckled, reassured by Lu Jie's words, for he trusted in the vast wealth of Precious Treasure Pavilion, knowing they would not default on these spirit stones. After hosting Lu Jie, Zhao Qingshan, Zhao Leitang, and the elder began to strategize. Qingshan, the quantity of talismans and spirit stones is considerable. Do you have confidence in this? Zhao Leitang expressed his concerns, given the magnitude of the order. The elder shared a similar apprehension, stating, indeed, Qingshan, the demand for talismans and spirit stones is substantial. If you lack assurance, it may be prudent to reconsider. After all, our talismans and spirit stones are not in short supply. With unwavering confidence, Zhao Qingshan responded, Grandfather, Father, trust in me. You need only procure the necessary materials. I will handle the rest. Zhao Qingshan asserted firmly. The Zhao family's talismans and medicinal pills were assured of a market. However, it must be acknowledged that the wealth of wandering cultivators is limited. How much can be sold throughout the year? The conflict between the Radiant Sun sect and the Celestial Demon sect presents a remarkable opportunity. As the saying goes, 3 years without business, yet when it opens, it earns for 3 years. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered, even if one were to sell talismans and medicinal pills at double the price in the future. It may not yield the same profits. Given that, leave the matter of materials to me. While I may not be adept at alchemy or talisman crafting, acquiring materials poses no issue, Zhao Leitang declared, thumping his chest in assurance. The materials required for first-tier talismans and medicinal pills are not particularly rare and are relatively easy to procure. For instance, the herbs and medicinal materials needed for first-tier pills primarily consist of first-tier materials, supplemented by a small quantity of second-tier materials. The Zhao residence continuously collects these, and there is already some stockpiled in the warehouse. Upon returning to his courtyard, Zhao Qingshan summoned his wives. To prevent jealousy among his women, he resolved to teach them the art of alchemy and talisman crafting. This woman ought not to remain idle. She requires tasks to occupy her mind, lest she succumb to incessant doubts and schemes. This household is not solely his domain. It is a shared abode for all. Xiachan, you possess a fire spiritual root and practice a fire attribute cultivation technique. Henceforth, I shall instruct you in the art of alchemy, Zhao Qingshan declared to Xiachan. Upon hearing this, Xiachan's face illuminated with joy. In the myriad paths of cultivation, alchemists are paramount. Should she truly become an alchemist, she would gain a heightened sense of security. As for you all, I shall teach you the crafting of talismans. Zhao Qingshan addressed his other wives and concubines. He then proceeded to construct 5 new chambers, for both talisman crafting and alchemy require tranquility, free from disturbances, otherwise, concentration would wane, and the endeavors would surely be rendered futile. This is why Zhao Qingshan consistently retreated to his cultivation chamber for alchemy and talisman crafting. During his time in the chamber, unless the family faced imminent peril, no one was permitted to interrupt him, not even his wives. Chapter 36. Despair and helplessness. Zhao Leitang was entrusted with the procurement of alchemical and talismanic materials, while Zhao Qingshan was responsible for the alchemy and talisman creation. The elder was not idle either. He took on the task of instructing 20 children in their cultivation. Last year's assessment of spiritual roots revealed that among the children under 10 in Chongping City, a total of 20 possessed spiritual roots, and thus the potential for cultivation. Naturally, these children were welcomed into the Zhao residence for nurturing. In the future, they would become a vital part of the Zhao family's strength, bolstering the clan's power. Under the elder's guidance, these children practiced the Qi introduction technique. This technique is a widely recognized foundational cultivation method in the realm of immortality, devoid of any specific attributes, allowing individuals with any type of spiritual root to cultivate and thereby harness true energy. While the Qi introduction technique is rather ordinary and lacks distinctiveness, it excels in its universal applicability, producing true energy that is balanced and harmonious. making it ideal for laying a solid foundation. Of course, the progress of this cultivation method is not swift. By the time the elder completes their education, it will take another 3 to 4 years before they can be introduced to other techniques for further development. For mortals on the path to immortality, fortune plays a crucial role. The children were filled with excitement and gratitude for the opportunity Zhao family provided them for spiritual cultivation. Moreover, within the Zhao household, they lacked neither elixirs nor cultivation resources. The elder took delight in mentoring the eager youngsters. Due to last year's significant harvest, he even resolved to conduct free spiritual root assessments for 6-year-olds in Chongping City every year on October 1st. Concurrently, Zhao Leitang busied himself procuring spiritual herbs and various materials required for talisman crafting and alchemy. He was well acquainted with the lists and requirements. The cultivators of Chongping City also became animated, venturing into the mountains to gather herbs and collaborate in hunting magical beasts, hoping to seize this opportunity for profit. Magical beasts are often treasures in their entirety. Their blood, fur, skin, bones, internal organs, flesh, and even teeth are valuable commodities. Even a low-grade magical beast can yield a corpse worth several hundred low-grade spiritual stones. This obsession of cultivators with magical beasts often results in a scarcity of such creatures within 100 miles of any city, as they are relentlessly pursued and attacked upon their appearance. In the courtyard, Zhao Qingshan was on the verge of despair. It had been 7 days since he decided to teach his wives the arts of alchemy and talisman crafting. However, he discovered that they truly lacked talent in this regard. While he was able to create communication talismans during his first layer of qi cultivation using just 3 materials within a day, his wives had spent an entire week wasting countless sheets of talisman paper and vermilion, yet they had not successfully produced even a single low-grade talisman. As for Xia Chan, despite her claims of understanding and grasping the methods during her alchemical lessons, she had yet to succeed in refining even a single medicinal liquid from a single herb. Despair. A profound sense of despair. When Zhao Qingshan had crafted the communication talismans, he had succeeded within a day using just 3 materials. And he had also managed to produce a basic medicinal pill within 2 days. In this moment, he felt the overwhelming frustration of a teacher burdened with a lackluster student. For a moment, Zhao Qingshan found himself somewhat disheartened. It seemed that a woman's intellect was indeed inversely proportional to her beauty. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus on earning a living while entrusting the aesthetics to his wives, who were to be as lovely as flowers and gentle in demeanor. Reflecting on it, he realized he had been rather ungrateful. Allowing his wives to manage their own affairs, Zhao Qingshan devoted his days entirely to crafting talismans and refining elixirs, producing talisman after talisman and concocting batch after batch of medicinal pills. Regardless of whether they were first-tier talismans or elixirs, his success rate remained an unwavering 100%. As night fell, he would toil for an additional 2 hours. His life took on a delightful rhythm, talisman crafting and elixir refining during the day, followed by 2 hours of companionship with his wives at night. Daily, he managed to refine 60 elixirs and create 35 talismans. Every fortnight, he would deliver these to the treasure pavilion, which promptly settled the payment. It could be said that the spiritual stones he earned daily were enough to incite great excitement. The treasure pavilion was equally pleased, as the Zhao family consistently delivered elixirs and talismans on time, allowing them to resell for substantial profits. Although these first-tier elixirs and talismans were modest, the demand far exceeded the supply, causing prices to swell. After all, in the entire Jin kingdom, the number of talisman makers and alchemists was limited. The escalating demand naturally led to an upsurge in prices. The conflicts between the Liyang sect and the Tianma sect provided the treasure pavilion with a lucrative opportunity, as they profited handsomely from the sale of talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Ordinarily, these large sects possessed their own apothecaries, training their own alchemists, talisman makers, and artifact crafters to satisfy their needs, leaving the treasure pavilion to cater to smaller sects and independent cultivators. However, with the current strife between the Liyang and Tianma sects, the demand from these major sects surged, allowing the treasure pavilion to reap significant rewards, far surpassing the meager earnings from the smaller sects and rogue practitioners. Not only was the treasure pavilion thriving, but the cultivators in Chongping City and the surrounding regions rejoiced as well, as the Zhao family eagerly acquired spiritual herbs and other materials, offering prices elevated by 10%. Each venture into the mountains yielded bountiful returns, and the cultivators, counting their spiritual stones, could not help but smile broadly. With their newfound wealth, they could purchase elixirs and talismans from the Zhao residents, creating a perfect cycle of prosperity. All 3 parties were immensely satisfied. As half a year swiftly passed, the most significant day of the year arrived, New Year's Day. On this day, the Zhao residence was adorned with festive decorations, brimming with cheer. The 20 children welcomed into the Zhao household relished a rare holiday without the burden of cultivation, joyfully playing throughout the estate. Daoji and Zhao Yufei. The two little ones happily joined in the merriment with their peers. For once, Zhao Qingshan set aside his alchemical pursuits, cherishing the time spent with his wives. They began the day with morning exercises and then indulged in a leisurely slumber until the sun reached its zenith. It had been over 6 months since he had allowed himself such indulgence. After 2 consecutive bouts of activity lasting over 5 hours. Even with the rest he had enjoyed during this half-year, Zhao Qingshan found himself feeling somewhat unsteady on his feet, as if floating. From time to time, he would need to steady himself by placing a hand on his waist. This year, the Zhao residence has reaped a significant profit. And in celebration of the Lunar New Year, they have generously rewarded each servant with 100 silver coins. The children who have been welcomed into the Zhao residence also receive their share of rewards, along with permission to return home for 7 days to celebrate the festival. They are expected to return to the Zhao residence on the 8th day of the new year to resume their cultivation. Over the past 6 months, after deducting expenses and the costs of their own training, the net income of the Zhao residence has reached an impressive sum of over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such a vast fortune is rare even among foundation-building cultivators, let alone those in the qi refining stage. Consequently, Zhao Qingshan has developed a sense of urgency due to the rapid accumulation of wealth in the Zhao residence. It is inevitable that such riches would attract the attention of others. Thus, he has arranged for 2 second-tier formations within the Zhao residence to fortify its defenses, ensuring that even if a foundation-building cultivator were to attack, they would not be completely defenseless. Chapter 37. Reflection and Joy. One must not be careless. Steady. Do not be reckless. Safety comes first, profit second. A man is unjustly blamed for possessing a treasure. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan found himself filled with regret for having been too heedless in swiftly securing a substantial order from the precious treasure pavilion. Although the gains were considerable, they also brought peril. Over the course of half a year, he had amassed more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, a monumental fortune that a foundation establishment cultivator would likely struggle a lifetime to accumulate. In contrast, within the Zhao family, the foremost expert was his father, Zhao Leiting, a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement. Another practitioner at the same level was the elderly patriarch, yet at over 90 years of age, his combat prowess had diminished significantly. Furthermore, there was his concubine, Shui Meishu, also a 9th level qi refinement expert and an outer disciple of the Qingxia sect. As for Zhao Qingshan himself, he presented an outward strength of merely the 4th level of qi refinement. He was surrounded by immense wealth yet lacked the corresponding strength to safeguard it. This situation was akin to a child clutching gold while traversing a tumultuous environment, making it exceedingly difficult to avoid drawing attention. A sense of crisis surged from within, rendering Zhao Qingshan restless even in slumber, prompting a thorough self-reflection. He had to concede that he had acted too impulsively when faced with that lucrative order, losing his composure and focusing solely on profit while neglecting the associated risks. After laying down 2 sets of second-tier formations, he felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. After all, if the Zhao family's wealth attracted more than one foundation establishment cultivator, even with the assistance of formations, security would still be questionable. However, there was no turning back now. He could only press onward with determination. Zhao Qingshan had been quietly preparing, intending to forge 7 swords to form the 7-kill formation as his trump card. This formation possessed remarkable power, capable of even slaying foundation establishment cultivators. With the 7-kill formation, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset in his arsenal. On the first day of the new year, the Zhao family gathered in the hall. This day was particularly significant for the Zhao clan, for his younger brother, Zhao Jai, was turning 6 and was eligible for the spirit root test. The Zhao family, while blessed with considerable wealth, had a sparse population and lacked core strength. Should Zhao Jai possess a spirit root, he could cultivate, thus providing the Zhao family with an additional safeguard for the future. Zhao Qingshan held a circular disc in his hands, personally preparing to test his brother Zhao Jai's spirit root. Jai, relax a bit. Just place your hand in the concave part of the disc and close your eyes, he encouraged, noticing his brother's tension as he affectionately ruffled his hair. I found it, brother, Zhao Jai replied, his body taut with nervousness. Although he was merely 6 years old, growing up in the Zhao household had made him acutely aware that this spirit root test was one of the most pivotal moments of his life, determining his destiny. Whether he could cultivate and become a practitioner would lead to 2 entirely divergent paths in life. If he could not cultivate, he would simply live as a wealthy young master, enjoying the splendors of life. Zhao Jai extended his small hand, placing it in the concave section of the disc, then closed his eyes. Zhao Qingshan gazed at the disc in his hand, filled with anticipation. For the family to flourish, unity was essential. Thus, he fervently hoped that his younger brother was a prodigy, capable of cultivating immortality, so that together they could forge an unbreakable bond. Suddenly, the disc emanated a golden glow, though not blinding. It was distinctly visible. A golden spiritual root. A low-grade golden spiritual root. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers broke into joyous smiles. Although Zhao Ji's low-grade golden spiritual root was not extraordinary, it signified his potential for cultivation. With the resources of the Zhao family, he could undoubtedly reach the foundational stage. Zhao Qingshan sighed in relief at the sight of the golden light. He understood that when both parents were cultivators, the likelihood of their offspring possessing a spiritual root was high. However, this was not an absolute certainty. Until the root was tested, the outcome remained unknown. After all, there have been instances where children of two cultivators lacked spiritual roots. All right, Ji, open your eyes. You possess a low-grade golden spiritual root and can cultivate. You may now withdraw your hand, Zhao Qingshan said with a smile, affectionately ruffling his brother's hair. Oh, yay, Zhao Ji exclaimed, leaping with joy and dancing. The testing results were satisfactory, and everyone celebrated merrily at the banquet. A low-grade spiritual root was indeed commendable, as the probability of a medium-grade root was rather slim. And no one dared to harbor lofty expectations. By maintaining modest hopes, the potential for disappointment was significantly reduced. Soon, news of the second son of the Zhao family, Zhao Ji, possessing a low-grade golden spiritual root, spread throughout Chopping City. As the foremost power in the city, every action of the Zhao residents drew considerable attention. The Zhao family did not conceal the news, allowing it to circulate rapidly. Many expressed relief that the Zhao family had a promising successor. That evening, Zhao Qingshan, in high spirits, indulged a bit too much in wine. His wives supported him as he swayed back to the courtyard. They regarded him with eyes full of melancholy. Over the past 2 days, they had felt immense pressure from their elders, leaving them restless. One of them gently touched her flat abdomen, feeling no sign of life. Bing Tong, supporting Zhao Qingshan's arm, softly said, "Husband, the year has passed. Perhaps it is time to take another concubine, to hasten the birth of an heir and continue the bloodline." As Zhao Qingshan's wife, it was only fitting for her to propose such a notion. The others, like Xia Chan and Qiuyu, being mere concubines, were not in a suitable position to suggest this. Among the wives, Bing Tong had endured the greatest pressure in recent days. After all, there were plenty of rooms in the courtyard. Accommodating an additional sister would pose no problem. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. It was inevitable. No woman wished to share her husband with another. Zhao Qingshan had already taken 4 concubines. Yet it was frustrating that none had conceived. The other concubines shared her sense of helplessness, puzzled as to why, despite their efforts and Zhao Qingshan's formidable prowess, no one had become pregnant. Zhao Qingshan's intoxication faded in an instant upon witnessing his wife's tears, her sorrow akin to a pear blossom drenched in rain. Truly a sight that evokes deep sympathy. He swiftly embraced his delicate wife, offering her solace. He understood that in matters like these, it takes 2 to tango. The fault surely lay predominantly with him. Taking a concubine? Such a decision could wait until he fulfilled the order from the Zhenbao Pavilion. Zhao Qingshan lifted Bing Tong in a firm embrace and called upon his other concubines. On the first day of the new year, with the weather being rather chilly, it would be a disservice to oneself not to indulge in a warm hot spring. Furthermore, what better way to mend the hearts of his wives than through tangible actions? After a night of silence, a genuine struggle ensued. For hours later, Zhao Qingshan lay quietly, drawing a subtle breath of cold air, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, a man must not falter. Words are futile. Countless men have paid dearly for this truth. He opened the virtual panel. Congratulations to the host for enjoying a delightful evening. Gaining alchemical proficiency 10, weapon crafting 10, talisman making 10, formation mastery 10, true energy 10, gold spiritual root 10, earth spiritual root 5, wood spiritual root 5, water spiritual root 5, fire spiritual root 5. Alchemist, second tier intermediate, 1150-20,000. Weaponsmith, second tier intermediate, 1220,000. Talisman maker, second tier intermediate, 1270-20,000. Formation master, second tier intermediate, 1290-20,000. Realm, chi refinement level 8, 9,509,000. Breakthrough possible, gold spiritual root. Intermediate, 4,204,000. Breakthrough possible, wood spiritual root. Intermediate, 4,804,000. Breakthrough possible, water spiritual root. Intermediate, 5,304,000. Breakthrough possible, fire spiritual root. Intermediate, 4,404,000. Breakthrough possible, earth spiritual root. Intermediate, 4,504,000. Breakthrough possible, Zhao Qingshan resolutely made a decision. It was time for a breakthrough. Chapter 38. The ninth level of Qi cultivation. At this juncture, the effectiveness of communication had dwindled to a pitiful state. This was the result of his relentless struggle against 5 adversaries, fighting valiantly until dawn. In truth, after nearly a year of arduous effort, his realm and spiritual roots were ripe for a breakthrough. However, he had always believed that rapid progress might not bode well. Thus, he had patiently refrained from advancing. Yet today, he realized that the time had come to transcend. Reaching the ninth level of Qi cultivation would significantly enhance his alchemical and talisman-making speeds. Furthermore, elevating his spiritual roots from mid-grade to high-grade would also expedite his cultivation. Consequently, after rising and freshening up at noon, Zhao Qingshan made his way to the training chamber. Seated on the meditation mat, he activated the virtual panel and intoned silently, "Realm, breakthrough to the ninth level of Qi cultivation." Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged within his body as he channeled his true energy, causing his aura to escalate continuously. This warmth circulated through his limbs and bones, moving with remarkable swiftness. Boom. After completing 2 full circulations, the abundant true energy smoothly transitioned him into the next realm. In an instant, Zhao Qingshan's aura surged dramatically. The Zhao family had gained another practitioner at the ninth level of Qi cultivation. With an impassive expression, Zhao Qingshan felt no elation. His breakthrough was a natural progression. With this golden finger at his disposal, he was acutely aware of his condition, making failure to advance an impossibility. Without opening his eyes, he kept them tightly shut, silently acclimating to the newfound true energy. In this sudden breakthrough, the quantity of his true energy had doubled, and its quality had also seen some improvement. He familiarized himself with this surplus of true energy. While an increase in true energy was indeed beneficial, if he could not refine this excess and fully harness it, it would become a ticking time bomb, possessing the true energy of the ninth level without the corresponding strength to wield it. Silently circulating the true energy within his body, it flowed seamlessly through his meridians. Unlike other practitioners who faced blockages, his meridians had long been unimpeded, allowing for smooth circulation of true energy. After an indeterminate number of circulations, Zhao Qingshan finally directed the true energy back into his dantian. Within the dantian, 5 colored orbs of energy had swelled to twice their original size, coexisting in harmony. Observing the 5 orbs, Zhao Qingshan silently expressed gratitude for the earlier decision to arrange them into the 5 elements. This arrangement facilitated a perpetual cycle of generation among the elements. Otherwise, he would have had to cultivate each type of true energy separately, which would have required quintuple the time. He hoped that these energy orbs would coexist peacefully and not engage in conflict. Otherwise, a clash of energies could render his dantian utterly useless. Zhao Qingshan mused quietly. Practitioners with 2 or more spiritual roots took considerably longer to achieve breakthroughs at the same realm as others, often requiring double or even more time. Additionally, differing attributes of true energy could lead to imbalances and conflicts, ranging from minor damage to the dantian to catastrophic failure. There were even instances where practitioners, in the midst of cultivation, experienced chaotic true energy that clashed violently, resulting in their bodies being unable to withstand the turmoil and ultimately exploding. It is precisely due to the prevalence of such occurrences that possessing a singular spiritual root is deemed optimal. One can cultivate this particular spiritual root without expending excessive time on other techniques, allowing for undivided focus and a shorter duration to achieve breakthroughs. Additionally, there is no concern regarding the potential conflicts arising from various attributes of true energy within one's dantian. For these reasons, individuals endowed with dual or multiple spiritual roots, whether they be of inferior, medium, or superior quality, are often categorized as mixed spiritual roots, tainted in essence. Even if all roots are of superior quality, they may still be regarded as ineffectual, doomed to a lifetime of stagnation in foundational cultivation. Should this path prove viable, it suggests that the prevailing wisdom within the realm of cultivation may not necessarily hold true. It could indeed be erroneous. Zhao Qingshan pondered. The presence of multiple spiritual roots might, paradoxically, signify superior aptitude. Rising from his meditative state, he glanced at the time, astonished to find that this session had consumed a full 7 days. This duration marked the longest period he had dedicated to familiarizing himself with his newfound power since his breakthrough. He found it hard to believe that other cultivators would require half a month or even a full month to ascend from the 8th to the 9th level of Qi training. Next, he aimed to transcend the limitations of his spiritual roots and elevate them to superior quality, unperturbed by the potential imbalance caused by disparities among them. A look of determination crossed Zhao Qingshan's face. Spiritual roots symbolize an individual's aptitude for cultivation. Possessing a spiritual root grants one the eligibility to cultivate. Without one, no matter how favorable one's background, true energy cannot be harnessed. The quality of the spiritual root correlates directly with the innate talent for cultivation. However, it is crucial to note that spiritual roots are merely one facet of cultivating talent. Comprehension is also a vital manifestation of one's potential. The cultivation realm is not devoid of instances where an individual with superior spiritual roots lacks the requisite comprehension, ultimately faltering at the foundational stage. Furthermore, spiritual roots are inherently predetermined and typically established at birth. The assessment conducted at the age of 6 reveals the quality of one's roots, which cannot be altered thereafter. Zhao Qingshan, possessing a unique advantage, is capable of enhancing his spiritual roots. Activating his virtual panel, Zhao Qingshan silently intoned, 5-element spiritual root, breakthrough. A peculiar energy surged within him, and upon its entry, he felt an intense heat emanating from the depths of his being, his blood seemingly boiling in an instant. Concurrently, the spiritual energy of the world, akin to sharks detecting blood, rushed frantically towards Zhao Qingshan. With a thunderous roar, the true energy within him erupted violently. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback, although he had previously experienced a breakthrough of this nature. The transition from medium to superior roots proved far more tumultuous than the earlier ascent from inferior to medium. He sensed that not only was the blood within him igniting and boiling, but also that his true energy was surging with unparalleled ferocity. He perceived a distinct crack, as if his body had shattered a form of restraint, liberating him from prior limitations. His body felt remarkably light, almost weightless. His perception of the spiritual energy in the world became significantly clearer, as though the elemental forces were approaching him with a sense of intimacy and friendliness. He could even sense that his very soul was trembling, as if some formidable force was instigating a profound metamorphosis within it. Gritting his teeth, he endured this transformative ordeal. He understood that he must withstand it. Otherwise, all his previous efforts might be rendered futile, or worse, leave his body with hidden scars. Intense pain relentlessly assaulted Zhao Qingshan's nerves, compelling him to clench his teeth so tightly that they began to ache. He could taste the metallic tang of his own blood. Time seemed to stretch, and gradually, the torment began to subside. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Qingshan gasped for air. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead and drenching his entire body. Remarkably, this time, he expelled a considerable amount of dark impurities that emanated a foul stench, nauseating him. He harnessed his water attribute energy to conjure water, continuously cleansing his form of the repugnant filth, directing it all into the drainage system. Whether this would poison the fish or shrimp was of no concern to him. After washing himself thoroughly 5 or 6 times, he finally felt a sense of relief. As he sensed the changes within his body, Zhao Qingshan felt as if he were transcending, floating in a state of ethereal bliss. As though he were adrift among the clouds. He had never experienced such comfort, such lightness. It felt as if his former self had been shackled by invisible chains, perpetually burdened. His pores opened wide, eagerly absorbing the spiritual essence of the universe, which felt remarkably close and congenial to him. He could even sense the vivacious delight of the heavenly energy surrounding him. Chapter 39, The Breakthrough of Spiritual Roots. The breakthrough of spiritual roots is not to be lightly compared with the advancement to the 9th layer of Qi training. Spiritual roots are innate, predetermined from the moment of one's birth. When a spiritual root breaks through, it signifies a metamorphosis, akin to a complete transformation of one's essence. This transformation is even more profound than mere rebirth or the washing away of sinews and marrow. It represents a fundamental change both internally and externally. A renewal of one's spirit and vitality. In the entire Jin kingdom, there are but a handful of cultivators with superior spiritual root qualities. Within each sect, such individuals are revered as direct disciples, privy to the finest cultivation resources, and sought after by powerful masters eager to take them under their wing. Regrettably, individuals endowed with superior spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, with a population nearing 100 billion. The number of those born each year with such exceptional gifts is minimal at best. Now, Zhao Qingshan has joined their ranks. Moreover, he possesses not just one, but an astonishing 5 superior spiritual roots. Of course, had others known this, their initial astonishment would soon give way to pity, lamenting over his seemingly exceptional talents being marred by the burden of mixed spiritual roots. They would surely muse over the karmic misdeeds of his previous life that led to such a plight in this one. Even cultivators at the golden core stage, or ancient beings at the nascent soul stage, upon witnessing Zhao Qingshan's 5 superior spiritual roots, would merely express their admiration and regret, casting only fleeting glances without any inclination to claim him as a disciple. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan endeavored to circulate his true energy, and to his astonishment, he soon discovered that after merely 2 cycles of his internal practice, the true energy within him had begun to increase. At this rate of cultivation, he surmised that even without daily interactions with his wives, he could expect to reach the 10th layer of Qi training in merely 2 to 3 years. Such terrifying potential. This, indeed, is the formidable effect of superior spiritual roots, far surpassing that of intermediate ones. Zhao Qingshan gasped in disbelief. He was utterly astounded. In this moment, he comprehended why those with superior spiritual roots are regarded as prodigies, shining brightly in their respective eras, provided they do not meet an untimely demise. Such talents are almost guaranteed to succeed in foundational cultivation with ease, and even achieving the golden core stage is a trivial matter. Naturally, such geniuses are accorded immense respect in any sect they join, even without a fortuitous advantage. Possessing superior spiritual roots instills within Zhao Qingshan a profound confidence in reaching the nascent soul stage. His eyes radiated with a powerful brilliance. The nascent soul cultivator, often referred to as an ancient being, earns this title because upon reaching this stage, one's lifespan extends to 2,000 years, perceived by ordinary mortals as akin to an immortal, ageless existence. Moreover, a nascent soul cultivator's golden core has solidified into a nascent form. As long as this nascent soul remains intact, no injury, however severe, can threaten their life. Even if their physical body were to perish, the nascent soul can escape, potentially seizing another's body and continuing their cultivation anew. Regaining his composure, Zhao Qingshan turned his gaze to the virtual panel, where the data had already begun to shift. Alchemist, Intermediate Level 2, 1185 20,000. Weaponsmith, Intermediate Level 2, 1200 20,000. Talisman Maker, Intermediate Level 2, 1270 20,000. Formation Master, Intermediate Level 2, 1290 20,000. Realm, Chi Refinement 9th Layer, 520,000. Gold Spirit Root, Superior Grade, 250,000. Wood Spirit Root, Superior Grade, 850,000. Water Spirit Root, Superior Grade, 1,350,000. Fire Spirit Root, Superior Grade, 450,000. Earth Spirit Root, Superior Grade, 550,000. What? Zhao Qingshan, upon observing these figures, nearly coughed up blood in shock. After reaching the 9th layer of Chi refinement, the threshold for further advancement was not a mere 10,000, but an astonishing 20,000. Calculating, Zhao Qingshan realized that despite his relentless efforts, he could only accumulate a meager 10 points of true energy each day. By this reckoning, he would require 2,000 days, approximately 5.5 years. Assuming a year consists of 365 days, it is worth noting that he presently possessed superior grade spirit roots, and with such a cultivation rate, he was confident that he could reach the 10th layer of Chi refinement within 2 to 3 years. Moreover, with the acquisition of a foundation establishment pill, achieving success in his foundational cultivation was not out of the realm of possibility. The arduous training alongside his wives and concubines, which left him physically drained and aching, was yielding less satisfactory results than solitary meditation. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan felt disenchanted with the company of his wives. Even more astonishing was the realization that to further elevate his spirit roots, the requirement was not the anticipated doubling to 8,000, but a staggering 50,000. Merely contemplating this left him dumbfounded. Observing his current state of exhaustion, where he could only increase his spirit root by 5 points daily, he deduced that he would need to toil tirelessly for 10,000 days, equating to a staggering 27.5 years. In disbelief, he shook his head. In the subsequent days, Zhao Qingshan became wholly absorbed in the transformative cultivation of his superior grade spirit roots, neglecting his routine tasks of alchemy and talisman crafting. Even the nightly exchanges that were once a necessity lost their allure. After recalibrating his perspective, he recognized that the companionship of his wives was no longer appealing. The efficiency of solitary cultivation surpassed that of shared efforts, thus he chose to immerse himself in his own practice. Experiencing the daily enhancement of his true energy was an exquisite delight. Previously, he seldom engaged in prolonged meditation, with the rare occasions lasting only 2 or 3 days. Now, however, he yearned to consume a fasting pill and seclude himself for several years to elevate his abilities. Yet, he ultimately subdued this impulse. While the elevation of his cultivation was undeniably significant, Zhao Qingshan understood that his current progress was fundamentally reliant on the interactions with his wives. It was through these profound exchanges that his latent potential was ignited, resulting in the fluctuations of his cultivation metrics. Though the current impact of these interactions contributed only half of his cultivation progress, it was essential to recognize that such exchanges not only enhanced his true energy but also fostered the growth of his spirit roots. Despite the gradual pace of spirit root enhancement, every little increment counted. As the saying goes, even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance, little by little. These accumulations would eventually lead to a day of transformation for his spirit roots. Moreover, my wives and concubines are all exceptionally beautiful, gentle, and charming, each possessing a unique grace. They are utterly devoted to me, diligently serving and pleasing me. How could I bear to leave them alone in their chambers? Enduring the endless solitude of the night? Zhao Qingshan took a deep breath to calm himself and restore his composure. After organizing his thoughts, he began to craft talismans and refine elixirs. Indeed, upon breaking through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, Zhao Qingshan's speed in crafting talismans and refining elixirs significantly increased. Previously, he could produce 35 talismans and 60 elixirs in a day. Now, he could create 70 talismans and 120 elixirs, effectively doubling his efficiency. After several consecutive days of intensive refinement, Zhao Qingshan finally emerged from his seclusion. Upon his return, the atmosphere was electric. His wives and concubines gazed at him with longing eyes, their affection palpable, as if they yearned to consume him entirely. Tonger, how long have I been in seclusion? Unable to endure the intensity of their stares, Zhao Qingshan hastily inquired of Bing Tong. With a delicate tone, Bing Tong replied, "My lord, you have been in seclusion for a full month. Recently, your father-in-law even came to ask when you would emerge, as the elixirs and talismans in the estate are nearly depleted." As she spoke, Bing Tong cast a wistful glance at Zhao Qingshan, feeling slightly embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and said, "I was fortunate this time to gain some insights during my seclusion, but I did not anticipate that it would take a month." Shui Meishu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "My lord, have you broken through to the 5th level of Qi cultivation?" Previously, Zhao Qingshan had been at the 4th level, so a breakthrough would indeed mean he had reached the 5th level. Zhao Qingshan smiled and nodded subtly. He would not disclose to his wives and concubines that he was actually at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, as that would be too outrageous. One lie often necessitates countless others to maintain its facade. Since he had concealed his true level of cultivation before, he must continue to uphold this pretense. Chapter 40. A vision of hope and cultivation. The wives and concubines were filled with joy, their previous melancholy dissipating into the ether. As cultivators, they understood the significance of this development. At the tender age of 26, Zhao Qingshan had ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement. A remarkable feat achieved within merely 2 to 3 years, transitioning from the 2nd to the 5th level. This rapid advancement was extraordinary. Attaining the 5th level at such a youthful age also hinted at a glimmer of hope for foundational establishment in his lifetime. As long as there remained a prospect for foundation establishment, the hope for continuing the path of immortality persisted. What did it matter if they spent a month in solitude? Confined to their chambers? They welcomed it with open arms. "My dear sisters, as our husband breaks through to new heights, it is our duty as wives and concubines to reward him splendidly," declared Bing Tong, the foremost wife, as she orchestrated the other concubines to prepare a feast. A wave of warmth flooded Zhao Qingshan's heart. With such gentle and compliant wives by his side, what were a few hardships and toils? Many men succumbed not to the burdens of labor, but to the pressures stemming from their households. A wise wife at home is worth more than any treasure. The adage of marrying a virtuous woman holds true. Naturally, if she is both virtuous and beautiful, that is the pinnacle of fortune. Children may ponder choices, but in the realm of adulthood, one must embrace all possibilities. Observing his wives and concubines as they busied themselves in the kitchen, Zhao Qingshan departed the small courtyard to seek out Zhao Leitang, handing him the talismans and elixirs he had procured. "Qingshan, why did you seclude yourself for such an extended period?" Zhao Leitang inquired with concern. During this time, their stock of talismans and elixirs had nearly been depleted, and the next delivery was fast approaching. Zhao Leitang had even ventured to the small courtyard a few days prior, for they typically avoided that place, having been warned by Zhao Qingshan long ago that it was guarded by a formation that could ensnare the unwary. Zhao Qingshan smiled. "Father, I had a moment of enlightenment and seized the opportunity to break through." "Really?" Zhao Leitang exclaimed, rising in excitement. "You truly broke through?" "Indeed. I have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement." Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile, subtly controlling the overflow of his true energy to precisely reflect his new level. "Haha." Zhao Leitang laughed heartily, his joy evident. "Whoever claims you have no hope for foundation establishment in this lifetime, let them step forward. I shall deal with them." Zhao Qingshan inwardly mused. "Wasn't it you who uttered those very words? Father, I entrust you with these talismans and elixirs. Please, try to stay home as much as possible." Zhao Qingshan urged, handing over the storage bag. Zhao Leitang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. In this small corner of Chongping City, who would dare to provoke the Zhao family? There is no need for excessive caution. "Father, a common man may bear no guilt, but possessing wealth can invite calamity. Our Zhao family now possesses at least several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such wealth could easily entice even foundation establishment cultivators," Zhao Qingshan cautioned, his tone laden with meaning. Zhao Leitang, who had initially dismissed the concern, suddenly felt as if cold water had been poured over him. A chill swept through him. and beads of sweat appeared on his brow. He realized he had been a bit too carefree lately, almost floating on air. Out in the world, he exhibited lavish generosity, with others addressing him as Master Zhao, Brother Zhao, or Lord Zhao. He floated in a sea of pride, impulsively bestowing talismans, elixirs, and spirit stones. In the span of just a year, he acquired the moniker Timely Rain. At home, his conversations with his wife, Li Qin, brimmed with confidence and volume. Zhao Qingshan, witnessing his father's awakening, felt a flicker of reassurance. As long as within Zhao Manor, the array he had secretly laid out would provide a measure of defense against any intruding foundational cultivators, enabling him to offer timely assistance. Outside, however, he would be at the mercy of adversaries, easily captured or slain before he could intervene. Grateful for Qingshan's timely reminder, Zhao Leitang shuddered at the thought of what could have transpired. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. Fear was indeed appropriate. Over the past half-year, substantial sums flowed into Zhao Manor each month. After deducting expenses and Qingshan's labor, a considerable fortune remained in the public account. This wealth was enough to drive qi refinement cultivators mad with desire and elicit envy from foundation establishment cultivators. What was most alarming was that, apart from his vigilance, no one else seemed to sense impending doom. When calamity descends, they would remain oblivious to their fate. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Qingshan returned to his small courtyard. The air was filled with tantalizing aromas, a medley of stews, stir-fries, and steamed dishes. Each of his wives had her own signature dish. They understood that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Thus, they diligently honed their culinary skills, rivaling even the finest chefs of renowned taverns. Before long, a table was adorned with exquisite delicacies, over a dozen dishes and 2 soups. The vegetables were imbued with spiritual energy, the meat sourced from magical beasts, and the rice steamed from spirit grains. Superior ingredients often required the simplest methods to create culinary masterpieces. My dear husband, this steamed fish is my creation. Do sample it and tell me how it tastes. My love, this is a cold vegetable dish. See if it pleases your palate. Come, darling, open your mouth. I shall feed you the soup. Their meal extended over an hour, followed by a brief period of rest for digestion. The wives swiftly tidied the table, washing the dishes and sweeping the floor to perfection. Once sufficiently digested, it was time for a soothing soak in the hot springs. Amidst the enveloping mist, his wives gazed at Zhao Qingshan with longing. After a month apart, their restraint crumbled. Laughter echoed as splashes of water danced around them, akin to lovebirds frolicking in the water. 5 hours later, Zhao Qingshan floated on the water's surface, too drained to stir after such extensive swimming and diving. He was disinclined to check his virtual panel, as the meager rewards it displayed failed to ignite his interest. Observing his wives in the pool, engaged in intimate conversation, he was compelled to acknowledge their growing prowess and strength. For the first time, he found himself bested. Half an hour later, Zhao Qingshan and his wives emerged from the swimming pool as the valve opened and water began to flow endlessly into the drainage system. My dear, your skin is exquisite, so fair and tender, it seems almost ethereal. Ice Tong gazed at Zhao Qingshan's complexion, feeling a twinge of envy. His skin had always surpassed hers in beauty, but after this recent period of seclusion and cultivation, it had transformed even further. It was almost unfathomable that a man's skin could be more flawless than that of a woman. The other concubines looked on with admiration, puzzled by the secret behind Zhao Qingshan's remarkable skin. They were all consuming the youth elixir and engaged in their own cultivation, which should have preserved their beauty unless they were nearing the end of their lives. Yet, despite their efforts, they found themselves unable to rival Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly. Previously, by a stroke of fortune, I obtained a cleansing essence pill. After consuming it, my body underwent a profound transformation, ridding itself of impurities and toxins, which naturally enhanced my skin. He continued, once I advance further in alchemy, I shall concoct cleansing essence pills for each of you. In due time, you shall each receive one, and you too will share in this transformation. Zhao Qingshan spoke with generosity, painting a vivid picture of hope for his wives and concubines, inspiring them with anticipation. In his heart, he genuinely wished to fulfill this promise, should it be within his capabilities. Upon hearing his words, the wives and concubines beamed with joy, envisioning a future where Zhao Qingshan would provide them with the cleansing essence pills, leading to their own enhanced beauty. That day, Zhao Qingshan chose not to continue his work on talismans or alchemy. Instead, he opted to rest with his wives and concubines, lying in bed and sharing intimate conversations. Reveling in the bliss of their company, he relaxed both body and mind, embracing a sense of ease and naturalness. Chapter 41. The first attempt at refining the foundation establishment pill, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, Zhao Qingshan found his vital energy doubled. His proficiency in talisman crafting significantly expedited his alchemical endeavors. due to a month of minimal talisman creation and pill refining. He was compelled to dedicate additional time to concocting elixirs and producing talismans, leaving only an hour each day to spend with his wives. Under Zhao Qingshan's relentless work ethic, numerous batches of pills and talismans emerged. Not only could he supply the cultivators in Chomping City and its neighboring towns with pills and talismans, but he also fulfilled the orders for the treasure pavilion punctually, never faltering in his commitments. As time flowed like water, several months swiftly passed. The substantial order from the treasure pavilion was finally completed, even ahead of the original schedule by more than a month. However, despite finishing early, he refrained from delivering the goods ahead of time, adhering strictly to the agreed-upon schedule and quantities. Caution is always prudent. Zhao Qingshan held reservations about fully trusting the treasure pavilion, and early fulfillment might arouse their suspicion. During these months, Zhao Leitang maintained a notably low profile, rarely venturing out. He procured spiritual herbs and other materials solely through transactions initiated by other cultivators. Completing the order for the treasure pavilion brought Zhao Qingshan a sense of relief, and he allowed himself a 2-day respite to spend quality time with his wives. He had indeed neglected them somewhat during this period. Although no one voiced discontent, Zhao Qingshan took it upon himself to soothe their feelings. After a brief indulgence, he informed his wives of his need to enter seclusion for several days, subsequently retreating to his cultivation chamber. This time, he intended to attempt refining the foundation establishment pill. He arranged the primary ingredients, Shiwejian grass, Qian fruit, and Sanbao mushroom prominently before him. Having gathered 2 complete sets of the necessary spiritual herbs for the foundation establishment pill, he recognized that, as this was his inaugural attempt, he could not afford to be overly confident. Next, Zhao Qingshan retrieved the alchemical furnace, meticulously polishing it. This furnace was a carefully crafted artifact from his previous endeavors. The original furnace was only capable of refining first-tier pills, and attempting to create second-tier pills within it would likely exceed its limits. Once the furnace was adequately prepared, he methodically organized the spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits in their proper sequence. With everything in place, he did not immediately ignite the furnace but instead sat in meditation, enhancing his physical and mental state. After all, this was his first attempt at refining a second-tier pill, and one could never be too careful. The process of creating a second-tier pill differed significantly from that of a first-tier. Even a slight error could lead to the waste of the elixir or, in severe cases, an explosion of the furnace. The destructive force of such an explosion could surpass even that of a first-tier explosive talisman. After half an hour, Zhao Qingshan finally opened his eyes, his mind devoid of distractions, his spiritual platform clear. He then summoned the alchemical flames, taking a deep breath before gradually releasing the fire to preheat the furnace. Once he sensed the furnace reached the optimal temperature for pill refining, he began to carefully refine the spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits in the designated order, transforming the primary ingredients into a liquid form. Subsequently, he continued to introduce various spiritual herbs and auxiliary medicinal plants, meticulously refining and purifying each one. Although Zhao Qingshan had not yet completed the infusion of all the spiritual herbs and medicinal elixirs, beads of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. The materials required for concocting the foundation-building pill numbered nearly 100, and the order of their preparation could not be disrupted. Each method of refinement was distinct, demanding the utmost care and precision in separating them with his spiritual consciousness to prevent any mingling of the medicinal liquids. This represented a considerable challenge for him. The fire attribute true energy was continuously depleting, while within his dantian, the 5 elemental true energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were harmoniously nourishing and replenishing the fire attribute energy. It was precisely because of this attribute and his true energy that Zhao Qingshan dared to boldly attempt the refinement of the foundation building pill. Otherwise, even with his prowess as a second-tier alchemist, the insufficiency of true energy would have rendered the task impossible. After a brief respite, Zhao Qingshan resumed his refining process and ultimately purified all the medicinal materials. Reaching this stage signified merely the completion of the initial step in concocting the foundation building pill. It did not guarantee success in producing the pill itself, as he controlled the alchemical flames to maintain the furnace's heat. Zhao Qingshan silently adjusted his own state and swallowed a prepared recovery pill to accelerate the restoration of his true energy. When the moment felt right, he began to swiftly envelop the purified essence with his spiritual consciousness and directed it to the center of the alchemical furnace. At this juncture, he needed to concentrate wholly, initiating the fusion of the medicinal components. This step was the most arduous. A moment's distraction could spell failure in the alchemical process. Many alchemists often faltered at this point, contributing to a persistently high failure rate. Zhao Qingshan commenced the fusion, adhering to the elemental combinations required for the pill. The alchemical flames blazed more fervently. During the prior purification of the spiritual herbs and elixirs, the flame's temperature had to be carefully regulated, not too high to incinerate the materials, nor too low to fail in their refinement. However, the current circumstances demanded that the furnace maintain as high a temperature as possible. Time seemed to blur. A rich aroma of medicinal fragrance began to emanate from the furnace, and a smile emerged on Zhao Qingshan's face, indicating that the pill was on the verge of completion. Yet, at that moment, his smile faltered, and he exclaimed in alarm, "Not good." The fragrance was abruptly replaced by the acrid scent of burning. Frustration washed over him. He was so close. Zhao Qingshan ceased to channel the alchemical flames or supply true energy, his face marred by regret. He had not anticipated that a mere moment of distraction could lead to such an imbalance in temperature and a slight disruption in true energy, resulting in failure. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Qingshan allowed the furnace to cool, clearing away the remnants of his failed attempt, and began to recalibrate his state. Although the initial failure in concocting the foundation-building pill left him quite discontented and filled with self-reproach, he understood that failure was a common occurrence in the art of alchemy. Even second-tier alchemists among foundation-building cultivators faced a high rate of failure. After regaining his composure and optimizing his state, Zhao Qingshan prepared to undertake his second attempt at refining the foundation-building pill. With the experience gained from his previous endeavor, the purification and refinement of the spiritual herbs and elixirs felt somewhat more manageable, yet Zhao Qingshan remained vigilant and cautious. The initial success in purifying and refining the spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits does not guarantee that this endeavor will yield the same results. The gentle essence of wood energy, infused into the alchemical furnace, tempers the fierce flames, imparting a softer glow. Within the furnace, the spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits pulsate with renewed vitality. As Zhao Qingshan approached the critical step of merging the essences into a pill, he recalled the lessons from his previous experiences, maintaining unwavering focus, devoid of joy or sorrow. Time slipped by unnoticed until a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, signaling that the elixir was nearing completion. As the scent intensified, Zhao Qingshan sensed the transformation was complete. He ceased to channel any more energy into the furnace. Gently, he began to withdraw his efforts, allowing the pill to mature. Approximately an hour later, he flicked his fingers against the furnace. With a tremor, the opening revealed a perfectly round and plump pill soaring forth. This foundational pill, still radiating warmth, was freshly crafted. Zhao Qingshan formed a hand seal to capture the foundational pill before placing it into a carefully prepared jade vial. Only within such a vessel could the potency of the pill be preserved, prolonging its efficacy. Gazing at the perfectly rounded foundational pill nestled within the jade vial, a smile of delight graced Zhao Qingshan's face. He had not anticipated that, after his initial failure in crafting the foundational pill, he would succeed on his second attempt. Achieving a success rate of 50% was indeed commendable. From the perspective of output versus investment, this endeavor had proven to be extraordinarily profitable, with no losses incurred. Chapter 42, The Fulfillment of Promises, Foundation Establishment Pill. To practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, the Foundation Establishment Pill is the most precious and significant elixir. However, for those in the Foundation Establishment stage, it is merely a second-tier pill of little use. A single Foundation Establishment Pill can fetch at least 200 medium-grade spirit stones, equating to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Should it fall into the hands of a Qi refinement practitioner in need, and if they possess sufficient spirit stones, it could even be sold for 300 or 400 medium-grade spirit stones. Yet, for cultivators in the Foundation Establishment stage, it holds little value. As consuming it yields no benefits, it is typically reserved for disciples or family members. Coincidentally, Mei Shu, being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, is eligible to consume this Foundation Establishment Pill and strive for the Foundation Establishment stage. Zhao Qingshan, holding the jade vial, had already decided upon whom to bestow this invaluable pill. Although his father is also at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he is over 60 years old, and the chances of successfully establishing a foundation with the pill are exceedingly slim, having only recently broken through to the 9th level. Zhao Qingshan recognizes the necessity of solidifying his foundation and does not currently require the pill for his own advancement. Thus, bestowing it upon Shui Mei Shu seems most appropriate. As a disciple of the Qingxia sect, should Mei Shu succeed in her breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment stage, she would return to the sect as an inner disciple, gaining access to more abundant resources. While the Zhao family is relatively well off, it pales in comparison to the Qingxia sect, particularly in terms of cultivation techniques and other resources such as pills and magical artifacts. After a period of quiet meditation to restore his true energy and optimize his condition, Zhao Qingshan emerged from his cultivation chamber. Surrounded by his wives, he felt no fatigue after sharing tender moments with them. He realized that his seclusion had lasted an astonishing 10 days. The passage of time seemed almost surreal. Mei Shu, come here for a moment. Zhao Qingshan called for Mei Shu to join him in the cultivation room, curious and uncertain about her husband's intent. She wondered if he sought to engage in something intimate within the chamber. A blush crept across her face as she entertained the thought. Upon entering the cultivation room, Zhao Qingshan noticed the rosy hue on Mei Shu's cheeks, her demeanor shy and demure. He couldn't help but draw her close, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Overcome by emotion, she instinctively closed her eyes. An hour later, Zhao Qingshan's hand glided over Mei Shu's delicate back. Mei Shu, look at this, he said, revealing a jade vial that he waved gently before her. What kind of elixir is this? Mei Shu inquired, her curiosity piqued. As a skilled alchemist, Zhao Qingshan was never short of pills, and his wives possessed their fair share. Did I not promise you? It is the Foundation Establishment pill. Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly. Did you think I was merely comforting you with empty words? Now that you are at the 9th level of Qi refinement, consuming this pill grants you at least a 70% chance of successfully establishing your foundation. He lifted Mei Shu's chin gently, adding, at that point, you would be a Foundation Establishment practitioner. Surely, you would not abandon me, your husband, who is but a mere 5th level Qi refinement cultivator, would you? Mei Shu was utterly stunned, gazing blankly at the round elixir nestled within the jade vial. Zhao Qingshan had spoken of it before, yet she had not taken his words to heart. She understood well how arduous it was to concoct a Foundation Establishment pill for an alchemist not yet in the Foundation Establishment stage. Achieving such a feat was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet now, the words of Zhao Qingshan had come to fruition. It felt as though she were in a dream. After all, Zhao Qingshan was merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Had he truly crafted a Foundation Establishment pill? Could it genuinely be for her? Mei Shu still struggled to believe it, rendered speechless by this sudden joy. Since becoming Zhao Qingshan's concubine, her gains had far surpassed her initial expectations. She lacked for spiritual talismans and elixirs, and her family had consequently thrived and expanded. More importantly, Zhao Qingshan treated her with kindness. Rather than employing brute force to claim her essence for his own enhancement, he had allowed her cultivation to soar. In just over a year, she had ascended from the 5th layer of Qi refinement to the 9th. She felt assured that with 5 more years of cultivation, she could reach the 10th layer. And even without a Foundation Establishment pill, she was confident in her ability to attempt Foundation Establishment. However, she had never anticipated that today Zhao Qingshan would present her with a Foundation Establishment pill. Foundation Establishment. How many Qi refinement cultivators yearned for this, yet found themselves unable to attain it due to a lack of such pills? Most Qi refinement practitioners would struggle throughout their lives, with only a fortunate few succeeding in establishing their foundations. Seeing Mei Shu in her dazed state, Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable expression. Of course it's for you, he teased, gently pinching her delicate nose. I only hope that once you become a Foundation Establishment cultivator, you won't disdain me for being merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Mei Shu covered Zhao Qingshan's hand with her graceful fingers, reclining against his chest, and replied earnestly, in my eyes, my husband has always been a great hero. What a jest. Since becoming Zhao Qingshan's concubine, her experiences had broadened her horizons. Although Zhao Qingshan might not excel in Qi cultivation, he was an alchemist and a talisman master. The terrifying prowess he displayed in alchemy and talisman crafting was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Moreover, the fact that he could now produce a Foundation Establishment pill indicated that, despite being at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he had become a second-tier alchemist. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists held the highest status. To Mei Shu, Zhao Qingshan was undoubtedly a remarkable potential asset. Furthermore, given her current circumstances, even if she successfully established her foundation and became a Foundation Establishment cultivator, she would find it challenging to locate a suitable partner of that caliber. Even if she achieved Foundation Establishment, she would remain Zhao Qingshan's concubine, devoted to him without fail. With a gaze brimming with affection, Mei Shu was tender as flowing water. She turned over, taking the initiative. The following day, Mei Shu entered her personal cultivation chamber, originally constructed for her talisman crafting endeavors. Unfortunately, her talent for talisman crafting was woefully inadequate, leading her to repurpose the space for her cultivation. The other wives and concubines were unaware that Zhao Qingshan had bestowed upon Mei Shu a Foundation Establishment pill, and thus saw no issue with her seclusion. It is a common occurrence for practitioners to enter seclusion for cultivation, while Zhao Qingshan engages in his own seclusion or the alchemical crafting of talismans. They too will retreat for their training. Only Zhao Qingshan is aware that by the time Mei Shu emerges from her seclusion, the Zhao family may very well possess its own foundational stage cultivator, with a foundational stage cultivator to safeguard them. the Zhao family status will undoubtedly experience a significant elevation, and their security concerns will be considerably alleviated. After all, foundational stage cultivators are in a league of their own, far surpassing those of the Qi refining stage. For instance, at the Treasure Pavilion, the majority of overseers are foundational stage cultivators, ensuring that no practitioner would dare to incite trouble. Zhao Qingshan encouraged his father to procure additional spiritual herbs and medicines, as well as to acquire the 3 second-tier pill formulas he possesses. With these formulas, he must personally concoct the pills to steadily amass experience. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. The moment Xue Meishu stepped out of the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan instinctively turned his gaze towards her. The aura emanating from Xue Meishu was remarkably potent, clearly indicative of a recent breakthrough, as she had yet to fully conceal her presence. The fluctuations of her released aura rendered Bing Tong and the other wives pale with fear. Zhao Qingshan immediately understood that Xue Meishu had successfully established her foundation after consuming the foundational pill. Chapter 43. The Pain of Parting, a Breakthrough. A foundation-building practitioner. Xue Meishu's face was awash with joy. The transformation from breaking through a bottleneck was akin to a rebirth, her lifespan extending to 200 years in an instant. Upon seeing Zhao Qingshan, her eyes widened in disbelief. 9th layer of Qi refinement. She was astounded. Zhao Qingshan, long perceived as a practitioner with 4 mixed spiritual roots, deemed hopeless in achieving foundation building, had surprisingly reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. It was her initial recognition of Zhao Qingshan's identity as a talisman master and alchemist that had compelled her to reluctantly accept him as her consort. Xue Meishu was profoundly shocked. When Zhao Qingshan had previously claimed to be at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, she had not doubted him. Considering his difficult path due to his 4 mixed spiritual roots, even with enhanced communication to accelerate his cultivation, his innate talent was still lacking. Now, Zhao Qingshan stood at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. If such an individual were still deemed hopeless for foundation building, then she wondered who could ever succeed. It was at this moment that she finally comprehended how Zhao Qingshan had been capable of concocting the foundation building elixir. The thought that he could also consume the elixir to advance to foundation building, yet had chosen to give it to her, filled her heart with overwhelming gratitude. With a husband like this, what more could a wife desire? My husband. Xue Meishu gazed at Zhao Qingshan with affectionate eyes and then took the initiative to lead him toward their chamber. The 4 maidens, Bing Tong and others, exchanged stunned glances, their eyes reflecting their astonishment. They could not fathom how Xue Meishu, after merely a period of seclusion, emerged as a distinguished foundation-building practitioner. However, they soon reconciled themselves to the situation. Xue Meishu had always been the most accomplished among them, and her successful foundation building was a joyous occasion for all, not a cause for envy. Instead, they felt happiness for her. In the deep of night, the clean and tidy wooden planks ceased their gentle sway. Zhao Qingshan tugged the silk blanket, covering Xue Meishu. She poked her small head out, leaning against his shoulder, and softly said, "My husband, truthfully, you could have first consumed the foundation-building elixir yourself." Zhao Qingshan instantly realized that the spiritual symbols on him had been discerned by Xue Meishu after her successful foundation building. He playfully pinched her cheek and replied with a smile, "If I can refine the first foundation-building elixir, then I can certainly refine a second. In the future, we shall never lack for foundation-building elixirs." His words were imbued with confidence. Now that you have achieved success, once you consolidate your cultivation, you should return to the Qingxia sect. Zhao Qingshan's fingers glided gently across her delicate face. Xue Meishu wrapped her jade-like arms around his waist and murmured, "Is my husband eager to send me away?" Zhao Qingshan laughed, aware that this was not her true sentiment. However, he continued, "Our foundation still lacks a bit. A visit to the Qingxia sect will allow you to acquire your own cultivation methods, techniques, and magical artifacts. Moreover, I will provide you with some elixirs, talismans, and spiritual stones. When you return to the Qingxia sect, you will also be able to exchange for some items we require." Zhao Qingshan spoke tenderly. The overall level of practitioners in Chongping City and its surroundings was still relatively low. It was likely that foundation-building practitioners could be counted on one hand, and resources were quite limited. During this period, the materials for second-tier elixirs that his father had diligently gathered were ultimately incomplete. For these Qi refining stage practitioners, locating first and second-tier spiritual herbs and fruits was manageable, yet finding third-tier ones proved exceedingly arduous. They possessed the will to search, but often lacked the means to return safely. In contrast, the Qingxia sect likely regarded such items as commonplace. If love endures, what does it matter how often we meet? Zhao Qingshan comforted his beloved concubine. "Xue Meishu, gentle as flowing water," replied, "Then during this time, let my husband accompany me well." "Certainly." Zhao Qingshan agreed without hesitation. He dedicated a full month to solidifying his cultivation, as Xue Meishu reluctantly departed. Glancing back with lingering attachment, Zhao Qingshan too felt a pang of loss. Their profound exchanges over the past month had brought him delightful rewards, far surpassing the outcomes of his interactions with other wives and concubines. Yet, for the sake of the future, he had to endure the heartache of parting with her for a while. He waved goodbye to Xue Meishu as she left. Upon returning to his courtyard, Zhao Qingshan entered the training chamber and activated the virtual panel. Alchemist, second tier intermediate, 4,520,000, blacksmith, second tier intermediate, 1,220,000, talismonger. Second tier intermediate, 1,270,20,000, formation master, second tier intermediate, 1,290,20,000, realm. Chi refining 9th layer, 2,520,000, gold spiritual root, superior. 250,000, wood spiritual root, superior, 850,000, water spiritual root, superior, 1,350,000, fire spiritual root, superior, 450,000. Earth spiritual root, superior, 1,550,000, indeed. A foundation establishment practitioner was remarkable. The effects of just 1 month were distinctly evident, far beyond the capabilities of those in the chi refining stage. Zhao Qingshan's face lit up with satisfaction as he realized he had made further strides on his path to enlightenment. Meanwhile, on the official road, Xue Meishu rode a swift steed, her exquisite beauty concealed beneath a veil. The horse, a rare breed capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day, would enable her to reach Qingxia Mountain in merely 3 to 4 days. Throughout her journey, Zhao Qingshan's admonitions echoed in her mind, instilling a sense of caution. After all, her storage pouch contained 3,000 mid-grade spiritual stones alongside a substantial quantity of first-tier elixirs and talismans, a considerable fortune not to be trifled with. With 3,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, she could purchase 30 foundation establishment pills at Qingxia sect. My husband, I shall not disappoint you. Await my return. Xue Meishu glanced back one last time, only to find Chongping City fading from her sight. A resolute glimmer shone in her eyes. Despite the sect's persistent emphasis on loyalty since the moment she entered, she remained steadfast. However, at present, her foremost concern is Zhao Qingshan, with the Qingxia sect occupying a secondary position in her heart. Naturally, she perceives that adhering to Zhao Qingshan's directives poses no detriment to the Qingxia sect. Galloping swiftly, she sought a place to rest, and by the afternoon of the 4th day, Qingxia Mountain came into view. A smile adorned Xue Meishu's face. Having resided here for 12 years, she felt an innate sense of familiarity and warmth. This is the domain of the Qingxia sect, where entry is forbidden to outsiders. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, several sword-bearing cultivators intercepted Xue Meishu. The entirety of Qingxia Mountain is under the jurisdiction of the Qingxia sect, with disciples stationed at various access points to the mountain. Xue Meishu retrieved her identification token from her storage pouch and waved it, thereby securing her passage. Qingxia Mountain is expansive, stretching 60 kilometers in length and 40 kilometers in width, adorned with 10 peaks and 72 half-caves. Yet only inner disciples are permitted to explore these regions. Outer disciples are confined to the periphery of Qingxia Mountain, and without explicit permission, they cannot venture deeper into its sanctum. Along the outskirts, one can observe numerous thatched huts and wooden houses, which serve as residences for the outer disciples of the Qingxia sect. Upon returning to her dwelling, which she had not visited for quite some time, Xue Meishu noted the accumulation of dust but refrained from cleaning, instead gazing nostalgically at the place she had inhabited for 12 years. After a while, she decided to apply for the status of an inner disciple. To attain the rank of an inner disciple within the Qingxia sect, one must meet 2 criteria: either possess a medium-grade spiritual root or have successfully established a foundation. Xue Meishu, having just accomplished the latter, seamlessly passed the certification for inner discipleship, receiving her inner disciple token, a ceremonial robe, and a sword classified as a low-grade magical artifact. Chapter 44. Refining Artifacts. As Xue Meishu departed, Zhao Qingshan initially felt a sense of disorientation. However, with 4 wives by his side, he soon found himself less consumed by nostalgia. Presently, having attained the 9th level of chi refinement, his pace in crafting talismans and elixirs has significantly accelerated. This newfound proficiency affords him a comfortable life, enabling him to produce elixirs and talismans every few days, while also indulging in the company of his wives. Together, they share their fortunes, occasionally venturing out to explore the streets and revel in leisure, enjoying a life of considerable ease. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The conflict between the Liyang sect and the Tianma sect has even reached discussions among cultivators in Chongping City. The rivalry is fierce, with neither side willing to concede. Regrettably, this strife has escalated beyond mere chi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators, ensnaring even those of the Golden Core stage. The old man is filled with concern, sighing heavily. The Liyang sect, a bastion he has known for decades, still holds a place in his heart. Despite not officially being a disciple, however, the sect now finds itself at a disadvantage. Father, please cease your lamentations. When two titans clash, we mere mortals are powerless to intervene, Zhao Qingshan remarked, rubbing his temples in mild exasperation. Is it not more delightful to simply observe as a bystander? The Liyang sect lies a daunting 6,000 miles from Chomping City, rendering their conflicts irrelevant to the city's affairs. With such frail limbs, a mere sneeze from either side could spell disaster for them. He believes the old man ought to relax. At over 90 years of age, with little time left, he should indulge in life's pleasures without excessive worry. Though their family does share ties with the Liyang sect, it hardly warrants such distress. Zhao Qingshan nodded in agreement. Father, take heart. The Liyang sect is a venerable institution with a legacy spanning millennia. It will not fall so easily. The old man furrowed his brow. I have heard that this time, both outer and inner disciples have suffered grievously, and even golden core cultivators are now embroiled in the conflict. Golden core cultivators are the backbone of any sect, and witnessing such devastation within a year is unprecedented in his long life. They are revered and addressed as immortal ones. Zhao Qingshan rolled his eyes, thinking that if they are aware of the involvement of golden core cultivators, what is there to be anxious about? With a mere gesture, a golden core master could render the entire Zhao estate to nothingness. Nevertheless, he must concede the brutality of the conflict between the Liyang sect and the Tianma sect, even at a distance of 6,000 miles. The intensity of the struggle reverberates to Chomping City. Over the past year, countless Qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners have surely perished. Sir, Deputy Steward Lu from the Treasure Pavilion has come to visit. At that moment, the steward entered to announce. Zhao Qingshan and the others exchanged glances. Given Deputy Steward Lu's esteemed status, they must prepare promptly to receive him. This time, he has arrived without prior notice, which is unusual. Come, let us go greet old Lu, the old man instructed. As the three individuals just stepped out of the hall, they were greeted by Lu, the deputy steward, who approached with a jovial demeanor. Haha, old Zhao, I hope you don't mind my unexpected visit. Lu Jie chuckled. The elder quickly stepped forward, responding with a warm smile. Old Lu, you flatter me. Your presence brings us joy. Please, come in. He promptly ushered Lu into the hall, where the servants presented fragrant tea and exquisite fruits. After a round of pleasantries, the elder curiously inquired, Old Lu, what brings you here on this occasion? Lu Jie candidly replied, To be frank, I have come to propose another collaboration for a substantial order. Zhao Qingshan, caught between laughter and exasperation, retorted, Deputy Steward Lu, the last order nearly cost me my life. I fear I cannot endure another large order. Zhao Dan, this opportunity is rare, Lu insisted. You are still young and perhaps unaware of the hardships involved in earning spirit stones. If you let this chance slip by, it may never return. Zhao Qingshan shook his head. Deputy Steward Lu, you're mistaken. The last order depleted nearly all the spiritual herbs and medicines in Chomping City and its vicinity. Now, even acquiring sufficient quantities is a daunting task for our Zhao family. He had grown weary of crafting first-tier spirit talismans and pills, realizing that the effort hardly justified the returns. Instead, he found that producing second-tier items, despite a lower success rate, offered greater rewards. With each endeavor, his experience grew, and thus, so did his chances of success, promising even more substantial gains in the future. Zhao Qingshan added, Deputy Steward Lu, we genuinely wish to assist, but we simply lack the necessary materials. Upon hearing this, Lu Jie could not hide his disappointment. The previous order had proven lucrative for the Treasure Pavilion, providing him with a handsome commission. He had arrived brimming with confidence, only to leave disheartened. However, he soon recognized the validity of their concerns. An hour later, Lu Jie took his leave. The conflict between the Liyan sect and the Tianma sect had intensified, leading to a growing demand for spirit talismans, pills, and magical artifacts. Even though Chomping City lay a considerable 6,000 miles from the Liyan sect, the prices for these items were steadily rising, particularly at the Treasure Pavilion. Cultivators struggled to procure spirit talismans and pills. Consequently, the Zhao family found their earnings in spirit stones not only remaining stable but actually increasing. In the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan was preparing to forge a magical artifact. In the center of the room stood an 8 trigrams furnace, specifically designed for this purpose, inscribed with several formations. Zhao had personally crafted this low-grade artifact, thus possessing an intimate understanding of its operation. A flame of pill fire descended into the furnace, and with a swift motion, he retrieved a piece of ancient cold iron. The gateway to creation lay before him, as the 8 trigrams aligned perfectly. With a graceful wave of his hand, Zhao Qingshan directed several streams of pure vital energy into the small apertures of the Bagua furnace. Instantly, the furnace illuminated, radiating beams of light that coalesced into enigmatic runes. While within, the alchemical flames surged, their intensity causing the ancient cold iron to swiftly melt and diminish in size. Previously, the process of refining the ancient cold iron had proven arduous, yet now it had become a mere trifle. After 3 days of diligent effort, he successfully forged a sword. The blade, measuring slightly over a foot in length, bore a rustic design and a deep ebony hue. When activated, it emitted a dazzling black light, exuding an overwhelming chill. It was a low-grade magical artifact. Seizing the momentum, Zhao Qingshan continued his crafting endeavors, aspiring to forge 7 long swords to assemble a 7-kill formation. After a month of relentless toil, he finally achieved his ambition, with a drop of his blood upon each of the 7 blades to establish his ownership. A smile graced Zhao Qingshan's countenance, though crafted from ancient cold iron. Its remarkable hardness and the power of its chilling aura elevated its quality to that of a low-grade magical artifact. While it could not rival his treasured sword, it was nonetheless sufficient to form the 7-kill formation. With the formation in place, Zhao Qingshan felt a newfound sense of assurance. He caressed the dark blade, acutely aware of the formidable danger posed by the ongoing conflict between the Li Yang sect and the Heavenly Demon sect. The grim reality that even foundational period cultivators were falling in battle instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. What if a malevolent foundational period cultivator were to set their sights on the Zhao family, effortlessly extinguishing them with a single strike? Taking a moment to meditate and restore his vital energy, Zhao Qingshan emerged from the cultivation chamber and meticulously arranged the 7-kill formation according to its designated layout. The entire formation enveloped the Zhao estate, ensuring that should formidable adversaries approach, they could retreat within the confines of their home and activate the formation. If their enemies dared to enter, they would harness the formidable power of the formation to repel them. Chapter 45. A long-awaited reunion on Chaoyang Peak of Qingshan Mountain. The formidable figure of Zile Jinren, with disheveled hair and a grim visage, failed to embody the aura of an enlightened master in his Taoist robe. How infuriating. Why can I not sense the impending tribulation? Zile Jinren's expression twisted with frustration. At the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, one must endure the trials of heavenly tribulation to advance to the Dan formation stage. Thus, practitioners at this level often prepare extensively for the tribulation well in advance. Once they sense its approach, they typically have only a month or 2 before the day of reckoning arrives, leaving no time for further preparations. Since the passing of his master and his ascension to the position of the peak's leader, he had felt an immense burden. Being merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, rather than the Golden Dan stage, he faced considerable dissent within the sect. Only by breaking through to the Golden Dan stage could he command respect. Ah, Zhonger, it seems I am still unable to let go. Zile Jinren inhaled deeply. Ever since Wang Zhong's demise, whenever he reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, the image of his disciple would invariably flicker through his mind. Wang Zhong would challenge him, questioning why, as a master, he had not avenged him. In those moments, a wave of shame would wash over him, leading to his efforts being in vain. Very well. I shall descend the mountain to uncover the identity of your murderer and exact vengeance for you, he murmured to himself before preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Xuemishu and a companion were making their way toward the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving at a mist-laden area at the base, they encountered what appeared to be a barrier obstructing their path. Sister Mengyao, surely you are not mistaken. Could this truly be the location of our Qisha marketplace? Xuemishu inquired, her expression one of doubt. The girl accompanying her, Su Mengyao, was an inner disciple of the Qisha sect and a friend whom Xuemishu had made after her own elevation to inner disciple status. With a gentle smile, Su Mengyao reassured her, Sister Meishu, what you perceive is merely a facade. This is, in fact, a formation or barrier set up by the marketplace. The scenery enveloped in mist, with verdant trees and ethereal beauty, bore no resemblance to that of a marketplace. Su Mengyao led Xuemishu into the market, and upon entering, Xuemishu was astounded by the vibrant spectacle before her. She had previously envisioned the Qingshan marketplace to be a modest bazaar akin to that of Chomping City. Yet what lay before her was a bustling town filled with throngs of people. It was evident that the marketplace was not solely populated by cultivators. Many mortals mingled among them. Most of these common folk were either affiliated with the sect or were descendants of cultivators who, lacking spiritual roots, sought to make a living by peddling goods. Sister Meishu, here you will find not only Qi refinement stage practitioners, but also those at the foundation establishment stage, and occasionally, even Golden Dan stage cultivators, Su Mengyao explained. She then guided Xue Meishu through the marketplace, unveiling a world filled with wonders that expanded her horizons. Overwhelmed with excitement, she realized she could easily gather the items listed by Zhao Qingshan. Soon, she would be able to return home. For 3 consecutive days, Xue Meishu visited the marketplace, purchasing various spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits, while also selling the elixirs and talismans from her storage pouch. As a result, her storage bag was filled with the items she had procured. Xue Meishu contemplated leaving Qingshan Mountain to return to Chopping City. At the foot of Qingshan Mountain, a path paved with blue stone stretched before her. Su Mengyao was bidding farewell to Xue Meishu. Mishu, is your partner truly so remarkable that you cannot help but think of him? Su Mengyao remarked with a hint of exasperation. You have yet to fully refine your magical tools or master the ability to manipulate objects, and yet you are so eager to return. Suddenly, Xue Meishu felt a stirring in her heart, realizing that she ought to bring a gift for her husband upon her return. With a cheerful smile, she suggested, Sister Mengyao, why not accompany me back? It would be unwise for me to travel alone in case I encounter any ill-intentioned individuals. You have always been curious about my rapid progress in cultivation, and I promise to share the secret once we reach Chopping City. Xue Meishu affectionately linked her arm with Su Mengyao's, displaying a hint of playfulness. Su Mengyao felt a wave of emotion. After reflecting on her own prolonged absence from Qingshan Mountain, she nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled then. Should you dare to change your mind, I shall ensure you receive a fitting punishment. For days later, Chopping City was finally within sight. Xue Meishu was filled with excitement and hurriedly led Su Mengyao straight to the Zhao residence. She refrained from using a communication talisman to inform Zhao Qingshan of her return, wishing instead to surprise him. Husband, upon entering the Zhao residence, she immediately rushed to the small courtyard, just in time to see Zhao Qingshan emerge from his training chamber. Unable to contain herself, Xue Meishu ran into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. It had been several months since they had last seen each other. Zhao Qingshan felt as though he were dreaming. The sound of Xue Meishu calling him husband captivated his very soul, embracing the warmth and fragrance of his beloved. He held her tightly. Among his wives and concubines, the most beautiful were undoubtedly Bing Tong and Xue Meishu, both of whom received his utmost affection. Meanwhile, Su Mengyao scrutinized Zhao Qingshan with curiosity, quickly discerning that he was at the 9th level of qi refinement, silently chastising him. No man is truly virtuous. Instead of diligently pursuing longevity, he indulges in the pleasures of life. Su Mengyao noted the presence of 4 other women in the courtyard, feeling a surge of disdain towards Zhao Qingshan. After a considerable time, the couple finally released each other. Husband, this is my senior sister, Su Mengyao, Xue Meishu introduced. Turning to Su Mengyao, she added, Sister, this is my partner, Zhao Qingshan, a second-tier alchemist and talisman master. Zhao Qingshan regarded the purple-clad woman standing a short distance away. She appeared to be just over 20 years of age. Her delicate features were strikingly beautiful, though her stature was slightly petite, her figure surprisingly well-developed, enticing one to look again. Sensing Zhao Qingshan's gaze, the young woman tilted her head slightly, her brows knitting together as she shot him an exasperated look, exclaiming, Pervert. Zhao Qingshan awkwardly touched his nose and clasped his hands together, saying, Fairy Su, welcome to my Zhao family as a guest. He dared not underestimate her. Being referred to as sister by Xue Meishu implied that this purple-clad woman was a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. Xue Meishu seemed to know something, as she held Zhao Qingshan's hand and laughed playfully. Senior sister, what do you think of my chosen companion? Surely he surpasses many of the disciples in our sect. Upon returning to the Qingxia sect, Xue Meishu had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, causing quite a stir among the outer disciples, and even many inner disciples were astonished, with several expressing a desire to pursue her and become her partner. Su Mengyao secretly scoffed, though she had to concede that Zhao Qingshan was indeed remarkable. As a second-tier alchemist and talisman master, his status was comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, sufficient for them to address each other as fellow cultivators. She now understood why Xue Meishu possessed so many spirit stones, elixirs, and talismans. The wealth of an alchemist and talisman master was renowned in the realm of cultivation. Zhao Qingshan had arranged for Su Mengyao to stay in a villa within his estate, and in the evening, he hosted a banquet in her honor. Late into the night, their long-awaited reunion felt akin to a newlywed couple, inevitably leading to indulgent joys. As the clouds and rain began to subside, Xue Meishu rested her head on Zhao Qingshan's chest, her delicate hand tracing circles on it. Husband, how do you find the gift I brought back for you? She asked languidly, as if seeking praise. Zhao Qingshan could not help but kiss her ruby lips, replying, I am quite pleased, exceedingly so. I never expected you to return from the Qingxia sect with such an abundance of spirit herbs, elixirs, and fruits. Earlier that day, Xue Meishu had already handed him 2 storage bags, which he had meticulously examined. Within them lay hundreds of 3rd-tier and 4th-tier spirit herbs, numerous materials such as monster blood, fur, and bones, as well as several precious ores that he had never encountered before. The most valuable treasures were 4 second-tier alchemical recipes, 3 second-tier formation techniques, and 4 martial arts manuals, along with 2 Dao techniques. These were items that could not be purchased even with spirit stones outside. Xue Meishu rolled her eyes playfully and laughed. The gifts I bring for my husband are not merely these, but also Su Mingyao, senior sister. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. Su Mingyao was the gift brought back by his beloved? With a triumphant smile, Xue Meishu continued. Mingyao is a genius of the Qingxia sect. Having reached the foundation establishment stage at just 18 years of age, countless cultivators in the sect seek her hand. If my husband could welcome her into our home, not only would he gain a beauty, but also a formidable ally. Xue Meishu giggled. The opportunity has been presented to you, dear husband. It is now up to you to seize it. Zhao Qingshan's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Su Mingyao, stirring something within his heart. Chapter 46. Qi supplement pill. Filled with excitement and profound emotion, within the sect, thoughts of selecting a concubine for her husband lingered in her mind. In the entirety of Chongping City, it was unlikely to find a concubine of such caliber again. With such a concubine, what more could one desire? Upon opening the virtual panel, a message appeared. Congratulations, host. You have gained Alchemy 200, True Qi 500, Earth Spiritual Root 500. The golden letters brought a slight smile to Zhao Qingshan's lips. Such a reward was indeed delightful. The following day, awakening naturally from slumber, he felt somewhat languid. Under the tender care of his beautiful concubine, he donned his garments before stepping outside. Zhao Qingshan accompanied Xue Meishu to the courtyard, where he spotted Su Mingyao swinging on a swing. He greeted her with a smile. Fairy Su, did you find the accommodation satisfactory last night? Su Mingyao replied with a gentle smile. As cultivators, we are not so particular. A thatched hut and simple fare suffice. The conditions here are quite good. Her gaze shifted to Xue Meishu, who was holding Zhao Qingshan's hand, noticing the radiant glow on her cheeks. Curiosity surged within her. How had Xue Meishu undergone such a remarkable transformation overnight? After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Qingshan noticed Su Mingyao's occasional cold remarks and wisely took his leave. He was keenly aware that he could not afford to offend her. She was a foundational stage cultivator with a father in the golden core stage. A formidable background indeed. As Zhao Qingshan departed, Su Mingyao pouted. Such a shame for a fine visage, yet he neglects cultivation for the allure of beauty. One day, when his lifespan wanes, he shall surely regret it. Junior sister, your skin appears remarkably improved overnight, glowing with vitality, Su Mingyao remarked, taking Xue Meishu's hand in curiosity. Senior sister, you have yet to find a partner. You might not know the joys of deep connection. Xue Meishu whispered softly to Su Mingyao, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. In the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan methodically retrieved various herbs from his storage bag, arranging them in order. He was set to concoct the second-tier pill, the Qi supplement pill. Having studied the formula multiple times, he was well-versed in its pharmacological properties. Familiarity through practice is superior to mere memorization. Only the fusion of theory and practice yields results. Lacking experience from his first attempt at crafting the Qi supplement pill, he adhered strictly to the documented steps. After meticulously cleaning the alchemical furnace and positioning it properly, Zhao Qingshan gradually released the alchemical flame to preheat the furnace. He then infused a small amount of true qi into it, causing the flames to surge and envelop him in warmth. Following the prearranged order of spiritual herbs, he added them into the furnace. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, an enticing scent that was utterly refreshing. Success. Before Zhao Qingshan could voice his triumph, a muffled sound erupted from the furnace, accompanied by a burned odor. A failure? Zhao Qingshan lamented inwardly. He had successfully crafted nearly 100 types of foundational pills. Yet he faltered with the Qi supplement pill, which required only a dozen herbs. Taking a moment to adjust his mindset, he inhaled deeply. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qingshan adjusted his state of mind. He opened the alchemical furnace, observing the dark residue and the acrid scent of burnt herbs with an impassive expression before discarding it entirely. Undeterred, Zhao Qingshan understood that the art of alchemy required meticulous attention. Each alchemist achieved success only after countless trials, for failure is indeed the mother of success. After cleaning the furnace, he resumed his alchemical endeavors. Cautiously, he preheated the furnace, meticulously controlling the temperature to meet the requirements for crafting elixirs. Following the formula for the Qi supplement pill, he sequentially added the rejuvenating herb, waiting for it to transform into liquid before introducing the wheatgrass. Finally, he added the blood-replenishing vine. As the herbal essences were refined and purified, the fragrant aroma intensified, filling the air with a rich scent. When the fragrance reached its peak, Zhao Qingshan sensed that the elixir was nearly complete. He ceased the release of alchemical flames and the flow of true energy, gradually consolidating the pill. After approximately 15 minutes, he formed a hand seal and gently tapped the furnace. A resonant hum emanated as the opening of the furnace revealed a crystal-clear pill soaring forth. Zhao Qingshan executed a series of hand seals to contain the elixir, then with a flourish of his robe, he ensconced the pill within a jade vial. Though its appearance was somewhat unappealing, there was no doubt it was a qi supplement pill. Zhao Qingshan scrutinized the elixir, noting its rather unattractive shape, neither perfectly round nor square. It had a rather rustic charm. Yet, it was indeed a genuine second-tier qi supplement pill. The effect of this pill is to replenish vital energy for a premature infant. A single qi supplement pill would suffice to restore their lacking vitality. Furthermore, it could be consumed by ordinary individuals, qi refining practitioners, or foundation establishment cultivators to replenish their own energy reserves. Of course, in terms of value, the qi supplement pill does not compare to the foundation establishment pill. However, do not be misled by its perceived affordability. A single qi supplement pill is worth at least 10 mid-grade spirit stones, equating to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Without pausing in his endeavors, Zhao Qingshan pressed on. With the experience of his initial success, the subsequent alchemical process unfolded with remarkable ease, devoid of unforeseen complications. Approximately an hour later, a perfectly round, translucent pill emerged. Zhao Qingshan collected it and placed it into a jade vial. The second pill exhibited a significant improvement in both color and shape, offering a more aesthetically pleasing appearance. This qi supplement pill, classified as a second-tier low-grade elixir, was not particularly challenging for Zhao Qingshan to produce. Having successfully crafted the qi supplement pill twice, he felt a surge of confidence. In the following days, Zhao Qingshan devoted his time primarily to his cultivation chamber, engaging in either alchemy or talisman crafting, while also spending evenings with his wives and occasionally visiting Su Mingyao. As his skills honed further, he consistently produced qi supplement pills, and by the time he exhausted the materials for crafting them, his success rate had soared to 70%. That evening, Zhao Qingshan summoned his wives. They gazed at him with curiosity, eager to discern the purpose of this gathering, which was neither for profound discourse nor a feast, but for an undisclosed matter. Zhao Qingshan retrieved 5 jade vials. A faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. These are the second-tier elixirs, vitality pills, which I have diligently concocted over the past period. They are designed to replenish one's vital energy, and each of you shall receive one. Shua, as a foundation establishment practitioner, you require 2. This vial contains 2 vitality pills. He gestured towards one of the vials, while the others contained a single pill each. For those below the foundation establishment stage, 1 vitality pill suffices, whereas practitioners at the foundation establishment stage necessitate 2. His beloved wives gazed at the jade vials, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Thank you, my lord," they exclaimed in unison, each eagerly grasping a vial. Zhao Qingshan instructed them to retreat and consume their elixirs in seclusion. He too made his way to the meditation chamber, having crafted the elixirs. It was only natural that he reserved some for himself. In the meditation chamber, Zhao Qingshan sat cross-legged, retrieving a jade vial from his storage pouch. After a brief adjustment of his breath, he extracted a pill from the vial and swallowed the unattractive vitality pill whole. This particular pill was the very first he had ever crafted. Its unsightly appearance made him reluctant to offer it to his wives or elder family members, thus he opted to consume it himself. As the pill slid into his body, awakening its medicinal properties, Zhao Qingshan experienced the surge of its effects. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, astonishment etched across his face. "What is happening? This single vitality pill has not even saturated my body." Zhao Qingshan was filled with disbelief. Chapter 47. A formidable foe approaches. 1 elixir is insufficient. Thus, I shall procure another. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch. Within this vial lay an energy-restoring pill, resplendent and perfectly spherical, its appearance markedly appealing. Without hesitation, he poured the pill into his mouth and commenced meditative practice, silently refining its medicinal potency. After a considerable time, Zhao Qingshan opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight illuminating his gaze. With the consumption of 2 energy-restoring pills, he experienced a profound sense of fulfillment coursing through his body, an overwhelming comfort enveloping him. Upon emerging from his meditative state, he discovered that none of his wives had yet exited their own meditative states. It was not until the late hours of the night that they gradually rejoined him. Zhao Qingshan's countenance brightened upon witnessing their transformations after ingesting the energy-restoring pills. Each of them had ascended a level in their cultivation. Pills such as the energy-restoring elixir do not directly enable practitioners to break through barriers. Rather, they replenish the practitioner's vital energy, thereby indirectly facilitating breakthroughs and ensuring a smoother progression thereafter. This intrinsic value is what renders energy-restoring pills and foundational elixirs so sought after. Many practitioners experience sluggish advancement and struggle to ascend due to insufficient vital energy and unstable foundations. In the treasure pavilion, on the 3rd floor in a guest chamber, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. A youthful-looking White-haired Taoist and a middle-aged man clad in ornate robes were engaged in the appreciation of tea. Zile, you now hold the esteemed position of the master of Chaoyang Peak of the Qingxia sect, a status unparalleled. What brings you to seek my company for tea this time? The middle-aged man in the embroidered robe inquired with a gentle smile. His long hair, tied back with a ribbon, coupled with his white eyebrows and penetrating eyes, exuded an imposing aura. Brother Qian, my descent from the mountain is to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of my disciple, Wang Zhong. For the past 3 months, I have pursued this inquiry, and this is the location where Wang Zhong was last seen, the Taoist Zile replied with a smile. Having gained clarity concerning the obstacles in his heart, Zile had descended from Qingxia Mountain and ultimately arrived in Chongping City, where he sought out Wang Zhong's family. He learned of the conflicts between Wang Zhong and the Zhao family, yet they mentioned that on that fateful night, Wang Zhong had departed from Chongping City, leaving Zile uncertain about the Zhao family's culpability in his disciple's demise. After a moment of contemplation, Zile made his way to the treasure pavilion. In Chongping City, the true preeminent force was not the so-called Zhao family, but rather the treasure pavilion, for it was protected by foundational stage practitioners. To his surprise, the steward of the treasure pavilion was an old acquaintance of his. Qianfeng pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. Zile, you are well aware of our pavilion's principles. We refrain from participating in any disputes and solely engage in commerce. Should you wish to purchase elixirs, talismans, or magical artifacts, you will find a warm welcome here. Qianfeng regarded Zile with respect, acknowledging that they were of equal standing, both at the pinnacle of the foundational stage. His aspirations lay solely in transcending the tribulations to coalesce into a golden core, thus becoming a practitioner of the golden core stage. Therefore, despite Zile's lofty status as the master of Chaoyang Peak of the Qingxia sect, it did not elevate him in Qianfeng's esteem. Only practitioners of the golden core stage commanded such respect. Zile, the true man, nodded and said, I am naturally aware of the rules of the treasure pavilion. Considering our long-standing friendship, if you are privy to the information, I kindly ask you to share it with me. Of course, as a businessman, I shall ensure that you do not incur any losses. He raised a finger, declaring 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This sum equates to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qianfeng raised an eyebrow, conceding that this was indeed a considerable fortune. Although he presided over the treasure pavilion in Chongping City without concern for mundane affairs, merely serving as a deterrent, his annual remuneration amounted to only 20 mid-grade spirit stones. To amass 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, he would need to oversee the pavilion for 50 years. After a moment of silence, Qianfeng spoke, if all goes as expected, it should be the doing of Zhao Qingshan. Zile furrowed his brow, but Zhao Qingshan is merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. It is said that during his previous encounter with Wang Zhong, he was only at the 3rd level. Qianfeng remarked thoughtfully, what one hears is not always the truth. Not long ago, I saw him at the 9th level of qi refinement. Impossible, Zile exclaimed, rising in disbelief. Is he not a 4-element mixed spiritual root? How could he possibly reach the 9th level of qi refinement? A 4-element mixed spiritual root is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Zile was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, although Wang Zhong's sister suspected the Zhao family of having a hand in Wang Zhong's demise, Zile remained skeptical. Is it not possible? You could visit personally and ascertain the truth. Qianfeng smiled lightly. Do not forget, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Rest assured, you shall not receive any less than that. Zile retrieved 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and placed them on the table before departing. Qianfeng gazed at the spirit stones on the table, murmuring to himself, what extravagant wealth, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones without so much as a blink. As Zile left the treasure pavilion, he headed straight for the Zhao residence. If this were indeed the case, then Zhong must have been harmed by this Zhao Qingshan. Zile's gaze turned icy. Wang Zhong had once been his disciple, brought back to Qingxia Mountain. Without offspring of his own, Zile had always regarded Wang Zhong as his son, destined to inherit his legacy. This privilege was unparalleled among his other disciples. Thus, upon receiving the news of Wang Zhong's death, he had been compelled to suppress his fury due to the pressures facing Qingxia sect, choosing instead to first break through to the golden core stage before seeking revenge. Unfortunately, his incomplete state of mind ultimately hindered his cultivation. Upon realizing his own heart's truth, he descended from Qingxia Mountain. Rest assured, Zhong, once confirmed, I shall ensure the Zhao family pays in full for your death. Zile's gaze grew ever colder. Before long, Zile arrived at the Zhao residence. Indeed, it was true. Zhao Qingshan had reached the 9th level of qi refinement and had concealed his strength remarkably well. With his perception, Zile discerned the cultivation levels of all present within the Zhao family. He bellowed, Zhao Qingshan, Come forth and welcome your death." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the skies above the Zhao residence, clear enough to be heard throughout Chongping City. What is happening? Is someone causing trouble at the Zhao residence? Has someone come to Zhao's residence seeking vengeance? Or does this pertain to a grudge against Master Zhao Dan? Such a terrifying aura. Could it be that of a Foundation establishment cultivator? In an instant, the cultivators of Chongping City were engulfed in fear, casting their gazes towards Zhao's residence. And one by one, they made their way there. Zhao Qingshan and the others wore solemn expressions as they swiftly approached the entrance, their attention fixed on the figure of Zhao Jinren. Zhao Qingshan clasped his fists and inquired, "Might I ask what brings this esteemed friend to our Zhao family?" Zhao Jinren replied coldly, "Zhao Qingshan, I am Zhao Jinren of the Qingxia sect. I have but one question for you. Did you slay my disciple, Wang Zhong?" The oppressive aura of Zhao Jinren bore down on Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan's complexion shifted as he felt the overwhelming pressure, making it difficult for him to breathe. What a preposterous accusation, Zhao Daoist. Wang Zhong sought trouble with me that day, and I merely taught him a lesson. I did not take his life. The cultivators in the city are well aware of this, and you could easily ascertain the truth. Zhao Qingshan was resolute in his denial. Zhao Jinren scoffed. What right does a mere Qi refinement cultivator have to address me as Daoist? Today, I shall eradicate your Zhao residence. And then it will be revealed whether or not you killed my disciple. Better to wrongfully kill than to let the guilty escape. Zhao Qingshan's expression darkened significantly. This was the second time he had heard threats of annihilation against Zhao's residence. The last had been from Wang Zhong. Indeed, like master, like disciple, both were of the same ilk. Xue Meishu's countenance also grew grim. Zhao Jinren's actions were exceedingly tyrannical. Zhao Jinren cast a glance at Xue Meishu and sneered. A distinguished Foundation establishment cultivator consorting with a Qi refinement cultivator. What a disgrace to my Qingxia sect. I have the freedom to choose my partner. Xue Meishu retorted coldly. Such behavior from you, Zhao Jinren, will be reported to the sect leader upon my return to Qingxia Mountain. That is only if you live to tell the tale. Zhao Jinren's face contorted with malice, his murderous intent palpable. At this moment, he was convinced that Zhao Qingshan was indeed the murderer of Wang Zhong. Retreat into the estate, Zhao Qingshan bellowed. The aura of Zhao Jinren was far more formidable than that of Xue Meishu. Had they remained, they would have been easily defeated by him. Chapter 48. Defending against the enemy, the old master and Zhao Leitang exchanged glances, promptly retreating into the estate. They had previously devised a strategy. Upon encountering formidable foes, they would withdraw to the safety of their home, utilizing the protective formations to confront the threat. Think you can escape? Sneered the master of purple lightning. Today, I shall annihilate the Zhao family, leaving no trace behind. With that, he drew his sword, unleashing a surge of true essence that radiated like a flash of lightning, and with a swift motion, he struck towards Zhao Qingshan, feeling the immense power of the strike. Zhao Qingshan's expression turned grave. Indeed, it was overwhelming, even surpassing his own full strength. In response, he produced 20 explosive spirit talismans, stepping back as he hurled them at the master of purple lightning. Boom! The talismans detonated simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying force that left onlookers in shock. A single explosive talisman could be disregarded by a foundation-building practitioner, but 20 detonating at once was an entirely different matter. The thunderous sound of the explosion echoed. Even Zhao Qingshan was forced to retreat, pulling Su Meishu along with him. The bluestone slabs of the ground were sent flying. The first few arriving cultivators, their faces pale, instinctively took several steps back. Just as everyone assumed the master of purple lightning had been obliterated, his voice rang out defiantly. How could mere first-tier explosive talismans impede me? To their astonishment, he stood unscathed, exuding a palpable aura of menace, his robe not even slightly damaged. If the 20 talismans had any effect, it was merely to darken the master's expression and dishevel his hair. Impossible, Zhao Qingshan exclaimed, his eyes wide. The sheer destructive power of the simultaneous explosions surrounding the master had failed to inflict any harm upon him. Be careful, my husband, Su Meishu remarked gravely. His robe must be a mid-grade artifact, perhaps even a superior one. The master of purple lightning scoffed. Your poverty truly limits your imagination. I shall not hesitate to inform you that my robe is of the finest quality. Not even 100 first-tier explosive talismans could harm me in the slightest. Submit to your fate, and I might allow you a complete corpse, he coldly declared. At this moment, he had already concluded that Zhao Qingshan was the one responsible for Wang Zhong's death. Even suspecting that Wang Zhong had perished under the overwhelming force of multiple explosive talismans detonating simultaneously, he reluctantly acknowledged Zhao Qingshan's capability to kill Wang Zhong. You rogue priest. If you wish to kill me, come and face me in battle, Zhao Qingshan retorted, pulling Su Meishu into the estate. with a chilling smile. The master of purple lightning proclaimed, "Then let me eradicate your entire Zhao household." He brandished his sword, cleaving through the great door of the Zhao estate with a resounding crash, advancing with unwavering determination into the premises. Formation, activate. Zhao Qingshan commanded as he witnessed the master entering the estate, swiftly forming hand seals to initiate 2 defensive formations. The flags and spirit stones he had previously concealed were activated in unison. The maze and the illusion array were simultaneously activated by Zhao Qingshan. He communicated with his father and the elder, instructing them to evacuate the Zhao residence with the others. The residual effects of such a battle would be lethal to ordinary individuals without the cultivation of the late Qi refinement stage. They would be unable to withstand the repercussions of the conflict. A second-tier array? The expression of Master Zile tightened in surprise. It was indeed astonishing that such a humble Zhao residence could possess a second-tier array. A second-tier formation could pose significant challenges to Foundation establishment cultivators, potentially even leading to their demise. However, recalling the information he had gathered, Zhao Qingshan was an alchemist and talisman maker, and it was not surprising for him to acquire a second-tier array given his ample resources. Yet, to think that a mere second-tier formation could contend with me is rather naive. Master Zile scoffed. To break a formation, there are 3 methods. One is brute force. After all, every formation has a threshold for endurance, and exceeding that threshold with overwhelming power will dismantle it. The second involves understanding the formation to identify its weaknesses. And the final method is to use formations against formations. Master Zile had little knowledge of the art of formations, so his only option was to resort to brute force. His robe was a top-tier artifact, and his sword was likewise of the highest quality. Moreover, he was at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. He could not believe that this second-tier formation could possibly hinder him. Zhao Qingshan kept a watchful eye on Master Zile within the maze while simultaneously monitoring his parents and grandparents as they evacuated. His wives were also withdrawing, leaving only Xuan Meishu by his side due to her Foundation establishment cultivation. The maze was dismantled in less than 15 minutes by Master Zile, resulting in the complete destruction of 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan's expression remained impassive. His family had largely retreated. Now, he needed to delay Master Zile as much as possible to afford his family more time to escape. With a wave of his hand, 500 mid-grade spirit stones flew forth, directed by Zhao Qingshan to various corners. An illusion array? Master Zile's brow furrowed slightly upon breaking the maze. How bothersome. He was inwardly frustrated. Initially, he believed he could effortlessly eliminate these insignificant characters within mere breaths. Yet he found them unexpectedly troublesome. Insignificant as they were, these pests posed no threat to me. Master Zile seethed. Regardless of whether it was the maze or the illusion, neither possessed any lethal capability. And being at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, he could go half a month without sustenance without issue, especially with a plentiful supply of fasting pills in his storage bag. A second-tier fasting pill could sustain a Foundation establishment cultivator for half a year without food. Master Zile suddenly gasped in astonishment as he beheld his master, hastily kneeling in reverence. Zhao Qingshan silently observed Master Zile within the maze, noting that even after half an hour, Master Zile remained ensnared within the illusion, unable to react. The illusion array posed no threat. It could not claim a single life. It merely conjures a series of bewildering scenes, ensnaring the cultivators within the illusion in a realm where reality intertwines with fantasy. Various illusions permeate the air. Some embody the deepest desires of humanity, while others manifest their greatest fears, accompanied by memories that evoke either pain or joy. The illusory array crafted by Zhao Qingshan is, in reality, merely a second-tier formation, lacking in sophistication. However, he did not anticipate that the spiritual cultivation of Master Zile was so feeble, leaving him ensnared within the illusion, unable to extricate himself. The myriad arts of cultivation encompass alchemy, weaponry, talismans, and formations. This particular formation is indeed profound and inscrutable, deserving of respect, and it is no wonder it ranks among the top 4. This was Zhao Qingshan's first encounter with the formidable power of formations. A peak Foundation establishment cultivator remained oblivious for half an hour. Although fully aware that it was an illusion, he found himself inexorably drawn into it. Zhao Qingshan refrained from launching a surprise attack on Master Zile, fearing that his actions might inadvertently awaken the latter, which would be most unfortunate. Why has Master Zile come here? A slender figure cloaked in white descended from the heavens, her voice resonating with an icy clarity. Do you harbor enmity against him? Xuan Meishu, upon seeing the white figure, exclaimed joyfully, Senior Sister Mengyao, you have finally arrived. The newcomer was none other than Su Mengyao. Zhao Qingshan feigned grievance, saying, I don't know what has possessed him, but he accuses me of killing his disciple and threatens to annihilate my entire family. With Su Mingyao's arrival, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was acutely aware that Su Mingyao was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, but more importantly, her father was a golden core cultivator. Suddenly, as if hearing something, Su Mingyao's expression shifted dramatically, and she cursed that wretched creature. How could he harm his own master's life? It turned out that Master Zilei, trapped within the illusion, was uttering his fears, which Su Mingyao overheard. At that moment, Master Zilei remained oblivious to the depths of his entrapment, his inner turmoil manifesting as dread. Master, do not blame your disciple. You are gravely wounded, and healing is futile. It is better to exchange your life for a chance at mine. Rest assured, once I achieve the golden core stage, I shall avenge you. Alas, even in death, your spirit lingers. Master Zilei oscillated between guilt, terror, and profound rage, while Su Mingyao's countenance grew increasingly grim. Chapter 49. Fierce battle. Despicable scoundrel, perish. Su Mingyao unleashed a flying sword, aiming to slay the purple thunder true man. Stop. Zhao Qingshan attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The sword darted past, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, it halted at the true man's robe, unable to advance further. The purple thunder true man awoke from the illusion, jolted by the imminent threat to his life. Zhao Qingshan covered his face. It is often said that intelligence and naivety are inversely proportional, yet Su Mingyao defied this notion. Indeed, the illusion array was soon shattered. Thief, traitor who betrays his master, die. Su Mingyao spat furiously. The purple thunder true man's countenance darkened. He realized that his heinous act of murdering his master was now known. Humph, Sister Mingyao, I must thank you. Had you not awakened me from the illusion, I would have remained trapped indefinitely, he replied coldly, laced with murderous intent. As a token of gratitude, I shall leave you with a complete corpse. The purple thunder true man understood that the news of his crime must not leak, otherwise he would find no refuge in the vast Jin kingdom. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to eliminate everyone present. Sister Meishu, let us join forces to capture this scoundrel. Su Mingyao was intent on killing the purple thunder true man. A sinister smile crept across his face, his gaze exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine, while his aura intensified ominously. Kill! A deep roar resonated. Buzz! The air quaked violently. The purple thunder true man's long hair billowed wildly as an overwhelming force erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic explosion. His raging true essence enveloped him, rendering his figure indistinct, save for his frigid, piercing eyes that instilled dread. Buzz! The air trembled urgently, creating chaotic ripples. The purple thunder true man vanished abruptly, only to reappear before Zhao Qingshan. Boom! Zhao Qingshan was struck with astonishment, retreating at breakneck speed as a torrent of violent energy slammed into him. The speed was astonishing, and the ferocity of the attack was outrageous. Zhao Qingshan staggered back, feeling his blood boil from the force. The disparity was palpable. Simultaneously, Su Mingyao and Xue Meishu launched their attacks. The purple thunder true man swiftly neutralized their combined efforts. With a sneer, he remarked, one at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and the other at the mid-stage, impressive enough. However, my robe is a top-tier magical artifact. I can disregard your attacks entirely. You cannot hope to contend with me. Su Mingyao glared fiercely and retorted, despicable scoundrel. Do you think you alone possess a top-tier magical artifact? As she spoke, her attire transformed into a delicate blue dress, and the sword in her hand morphed into a slender blue blade. The corners of the purple thunder true man's mouth twitched. He coldly laughed. Truly, you are the jewel of Master Xuanqing. It is indeed enviable. With his keen perception, he discerned that both items were, without a doubt, top-tier magical artifacts. The exquisite magical artifacts represent the pinnacle of their kind, serving as the most formidable weapons that foundational stage cultivators can refine. His possession of such a rare artifact is attributed to the heinous act of slaying his own master, thereby seizing all of his master's possessions. Otherwise, his finest weapon would merely have been a superior grade artifact. In stark contrast, one cannot help but notice Su Mingyao, a mere youth who has already reached the mid-foundational stage, boasting not one, but two exquisite magical artifacts. This inevitably stirs a sense of envy within Zilei Jinren. Despite the close bond between master and disciple, it pales in comparison to the ties of blood. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan also feels a pang of envy, recognizing the advantages of having powerful allies. It is essential to note that, given his current level of artifact refinement, he can at best concoct mid-grade artifacts. To forge superior grade artifacts, he He must ascend to the rank of third-tier artifact master, whereas exquisite artifacts likely demand the expertise of a fourth-tier master. Suddenly, with a swish, both figures vanished, and the sound of rushing wind filled the air. In the blink of an eye, they had engaged in combat. However, Su Mingyao's cultivation level was ultimately lacking, and she soon found herself at a disadvantage. As for Xue Meishu, having only recently attained the foundational stage, she was even less capable, resorting to utilizing the golden belt chain to disrupt Zhao. In the distance, atop a tall building, Qianfeng observed, sipping his tea. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhao has truly bitten off more than he can chew this time. This must be considered an internal strife within the Qingxia sect, he mused with a faint smile. He refrained from disclosing Su Mingyao's whereabouts within the Zhao residence to Zhao. After all, Zhilei's dealings pertained to the identity of Wang Zhong's murderer. Information Qianfeng had already shared. Zhao had not paid the price for intelligence regarding the Zhao residence. Thus, there was no obligation for him to inform Zhao. Friends? Qianfeng had plenty, not fewer than 800. Moreover, Zhao Qingshan was truly an unexpected surprise, possessing a mixed spiritual root of 4 elements. He had been deemed a waste in Qi training, with little hope of reaching foundational stage, yet here he stood at the 9th layer of the foundational stage. Qianfeng regarded Zhao Qingshan with admiration. Having resided in Chongping City for over 20 years, he typically paid little heed to its affairs. However, intelligence from Chongping City periodically found its way to him. Therefore, he was well acquainted with Zhao Qingshan's background. The Zhao residence's current standing was entirely reliant on Zhao Qingshan. He chose not to intervene on either side, as he had no vested interest. At that moment, the majority of cultivators in Chongping City had gathered nearby. Witnessing the eruption of this terrifying battle, they kept their distance, fearing for their safety. The fact that the Zhao residence boasted 2 fairies at the foundational stage was truly alarming. Hiss, is this the battle of foundational stage cultivators? The mere aftermath of their clash is so fearsome that I doubt I could withstand even a single blow. Who was that elderly Taoist with youthful features? And what grievance did he have with the Zhao residence? These cultivators remained oblivious to the unfolding events, daunted by the prospect of involvement. Even though they typically endeavored to forge connections with the Zhao residents, they now understood that they were utterly unqualified to partake in such a high-stakes confrontation. On the battlefield, Zhao Qingshan stood to the side, wielding his obsidian longsword, his cherished weapon. He refrained from activating the 7-kill formation, choosing instead to await the moment to deliver a fatal strike against the Purple Thundermaster. At this juncture, both parties were locked in a relentless struggle to the death. Zhao Qingshan's heart brimmed with murderous intent towards the Purple Thundermaster, who sought not only his life but the annihilation of his entire family. The dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to court death. His family was indeed that reverse scale. As the battle raged on, the Purple Thundermaster had gained the upper hand, his profound essence and superior cultivation proving formidable. Had Su Mingyao not relied on her exquisite magical artifact, she would have long since succumbed. Yet Zhao Qingshan remained passive, refraining from joining forces with them against the Purple Thundermaster, for he intended to continue depleting the Master's essence. Thus, even as the Zhao residence was reduced to ruins amidst the chaotic battle, he did not activate the 7-kill formation. One could surmise that his family had already escaped from Chongping City. Now, Zhao Qingshan harbored no reservations. As long as his loved ones were safe, a destroyed residence could be easily rebuilt. To preserve life while losing land is preferable. To lose life along with land results in total devastation. Half an hour later, at last, the 2 women could no longer withstand the overwhelming depletion of their essence. Chapter 50. The fatal strike. The Purple Thundermaster erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Now that your true essence is utterly depleted, how can you possibly withstand me? I shall send you 2 lovely ladies straight to hell." With a flourish of his sword, he aimed to slay Su Mingyao and Xue Meishu. No matter how formidable the magical artifact, it requires true essence to function. Without it, it is no more than ordinary armor. Yet, at that precise moment, Zhao Qingshan sprang into action. He formed hand seals and activated the 7-kill formation. 7 magical instruments forged from ancient cold iron radiated a chilling aura, converging to create the 7-kill formation, enveloping the Purple Thundermaster. Zhao Qingshan swiftly drew Su Mingyao and Xue Meishu away, ensuring they were outside the formation's reach. Another 2nd-tier formation, how infuriating. The Purple Thundermaster fumed, his anger boiling over. After painstakingly breaking 2 formations and defeating Su Mingyao and Xue Meishu, he found himself confronted by this insignificant ant who had activated yet another 2nd-tier formation. "Let you taste the might of my formation," Zhao Qingshan sneered, unleashing a barrage of icy sword auras towards the Purple Thundermaster. One wave consisted of 7 sword auras. Useless. I am protected by a supreme magical artifact. These sword auras cannot harm me. The Purple Thunder Master retorted defiantly. You shall soon discover their efficacy, Zhao Qingshan replied coldly. Within the 7-kill formation, waves of 7 sword auras relentlessly surged forth. The formation utilized the 7 ancient cold iron instruments as its foundation, with spirit stones serving as its energy source, continuously releasing sword auras to assail the enemy. Were he a mere chi refinement stage cultivator, even at the 10th level, he would be slain by the sword auras in mere moments. However, the Purple Thunder Master was different. As a peak foundation establishment stage cultivator with a supreme magical artifact safeguarding him, the threat posed by these sword auras was significantly diminished. Yet, Zhao Qingshan did not expect the 7-kill formation to vanquish the Purple Thunder Master. Rather, he aimed to exhaust the latter's true essence until his demise was inevitable. Initially, Zhao Qingshan refrained from activating the 7-kill formation because the Purple Thunder Master's true essence was abundant and his attacks formidable, making it easy for him to breach the formation. After all, the 7-kill formation was merely a second-tier formation, and its capacity was limited. However, the circumstances had changed. The Purple Thunder Master's true essence had been depleted by at least 60 to 70%, significantly reducing his offensive power. Half an hour later, the Purple Thunder Master's expression suddenly shifted, for he realized that his true essence was nearly exhausted. Observing the change in the Purple Thunder Master's countenance, Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with opportunity. 7 sword auras converged upon the Purple Thunder Master. Simultaneously, Zhao Qingshan made his move. The Purple Thunder Master furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering, what is this boy thinking? My robe is a supreme magical artifact, even if I stand still. He cannot harm me in the slightest. Why does he not flee but instead choose to attack? Has he succumbed to despair? Yet, Zhao Qingshan would not grant him excessive time for contemplation. The 7 sword auras surged towards the lower part of the Purple Thunder Master, who scowled and waved his robe to deflect the sword auras. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan's fist arrived as well. This is not right. What is happening? The Master of Purple Thunder suddenly sensed something amiss. In an instant, he felt an unprecedented, terrifying threat. Zhao Qingshan's punch let out a deep roar. The flames of his fist flickering intensely, the force of his blow seemingly magnifying several times in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this punch was aimed directly at his head. How could this be possible? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Master of Purple Thunder's expression changed drastically. He was unable to defend against the impending strike. Boom. The punch struck the Master of Purple Thunder's head, sending a wave of dizziness through his mind. As if countless steel needles were piercing him, the pain unbearable, and his consciousness plunged into an abyss of blankness. In that fleeting moment, the Master of Purple Thunder's head exploded. It's done. Zhao Qingshan gazed upon the headless corpse of the Master of Purple Thunder, a smile gracing his face. Everything he had done before led to this final strike. The Taoist robe was indeed an exceptional artifact, possessing formidable defensive power. However, it failed to protect the head. When his true essence had not yet been exhausted, the Master of Purple Thunder could defend his head in time, but once his energy was depleted, his reflexes inevitably slowed. Yet, this slight delay provided Zhao Qingshan with an opportunity, a chance for a fatal blow. Indeed, 2 exceptional artifacts, one for offense and one for defense, held immense value. Zhao Qingshan beamed with delight. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the Taoist robe and sword. He also seized the Master of Purple Thunder's storage bag. After a meticulous search and confirming that there was nothing of value, Zhao Qingshan flicked his fingers, and the flames engulfed the corpse. Both master and disciple had perished at his hands, and their fate would be the same. He granted them a fiery cremation. Huh? What is this? Just as Zhao Qingshan was about to dispel the formation, he suddenly noticed an ancient copper ring amidst the ashes. He had thoroughly searched before and confirmed there was nothing, which was why he had proceeded with the cremation. Collecting the copper ring without performing a blood oath to claim it, Zhao Qingshan then formed a hand seal, causing 7 dark swords to dissolve into shadows and the 7-kill formation to dissipate. My lord, where is that scoundrel? Shui Meishu inquired. Noticing Zhao Qingshan but not the Master of Purple Thunder, her curiosity piqued. Outside the formation, they were unable to see what transpired within. Zhao Qingshan replied with a calm smile. Naturally, I have slain him. Behold, this is the robe and sword of that rogue Taoist, now my spoils of war. How is that possible? You are merely at the 9th level of chi refinement. How could you have killed that scoundrel? He is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Su Mingyao exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Nothing is impossible. The power of the formation should not be underestimated. Zhao Qingshan replied with a serene smile. Fairy Su, that robed Taoist was one of your Qingxia sect's disciples. And now he lies dead by my hand. I wonder if your sect will come seeking trouble with me in the future? Su Mingyao shook her head vigorously. No? Absolutely not. I will personally return to the mountain and report this to my father, she declared. Zhao Qingshan surveyed his surroundings. What was once his residence lay in ruins. 3/4 of it reduced to mere rubble. He sighed, reflecting on how his childhood memories had been irrevocably shattered. I must strive harder. A mere foundation establishment cultivator nearly brought disaster upon the Zhao residence. What would happen if a more formidable adversary were to emerge? A sense of urgency welled up within him, a profound yearning for strength, an insatiable desire to grow stronger. At that moment, the surrounding cultivators gazed at Zhao Qingshan in awe and disbelief. They had not anticipated that this fierce battle would conclude with the Zhao family emerging victorious. The formidable foundation establishment cultivator had been vanquished by Zhao Qingshan. Was this truly the so-called waste with a mixed spiritual root? In fact, he was a prodigy. Previously, Zhao Qingshan commanded the admiration of the cultivators in Chongping City, not merely for being an alchemist or a talisman maker, but also for his potential. However, when it came to Zhao Qingshan's cultivation level, the cultivators of Chongping City would shake their heads, lamenting in unison, calling it a pity. Some wished to extend their congratulations to Zhao Qingshan, but by the time they gathered their thoughts, he had already departed. In that instant, countless individuals felt a surge of frustration and regret. This was an excellent opportunity to forge a connection with Zhao Qingshan, and it had slipped through their fingers. Zile. Is he dead? From his lofty perch, Qian Feng was equally incredulous. It was important to note that Zile, a true master, was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Just like him. Moreover, Zile possessed 2 supreme magical artifacts, making him even more formidable. Yet now, he had perished at the hands of a mere 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. What kind of formation could wield such power? A flicker of apprehension crossed Qian Feng's eyes. A formation capable of slaying Zile could undoubtedly do the same to him. This prodigy of the Zhao family must be befriended, never antagonized. Qian Feng inhaled deeply, suddenly realizing that the tides had shifted in Chongping City. The treasure pavilion, once an unrivaled entity, had commanded a position of superiority, with no faction daring to provoke it. As the only foundation establishment cultivator in Chongping City, he had stood exalted, with even other cultivators finding it exceedingly difficult to meet him as they awaited his governance over the marketplace. Many sought to befriend him, yet none could utter a single word in his presence. However, the treasure pavilion was no longer the foremost power in Chongping City. That mantle had now passed to the Zhao residence. He could no longer maintain his previous lofty stature. If Zhao Qingshan were to visit the treasure pavilion, he would have to personally attend to him. The Zhao Qingshan who had slain Zile now possessed the stature to stand on equal footing with him. Chapter 51. The spatial ring having vanquished the formidable Purple Thunder Master, the crisis has been averted. Zhao Qingshan has reunited with his family and subsequently embarked on a grand construction endeavor. Within a mere month, an opulent new residence has risen. The newly erected mansion exudes an imposing aura, with 2 majestic stone lions flanking the entrance, symbolizing the Zhao family's newfound power. Just days prior, the Lord's residence was mysteriously annihilated, leaving Chongping City without a ruler. During this month, the Zhao family temporarily resided in a nearby inn. With the completion of their splendid abode, adorned with festive decorations, they finally vacated the inn to inhabit their magnificent new home. Zhao Qingshan's courtyard is slightly more spacious than before, featuring additional rooms. The family joyously celebrates their new beginnings, and the servants share in the merriment. For not only is the evening feast notably lavish, but they also receive generous bonuses. Joyous occasions invigorate the spirit. Zhao Qingshan, unable to resist the allure of spirits, indulges a bit too much, his cheeks flushed as he stumbles about, rather unsteady on his feet. His wives and concubines shake their heads in amused disapproval. Despite his mediocre tolerance, he revels in drinking, heedless of their counsel. Before long, he succumbs to inebriation, having barely finished a barrel of wine. In truth, Zhao Qingshan relishes this state of pleasant intoxication, finding it utterly enchanting. With his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi training, a mere exertion of energy could dispel the effects of alcohol, rendering him impervious to drunkenness, though he humbly asserts otherwise. Nevertheless, Zhao Qingshan chooses to embrace the haze of intoxication rather than dissipate it, delighting in the blissful sensation it brings. Upon returning to the courtyard, he is attended to by his wives and concubines as he changes and bathes. Secretly, he performs a hand gesture, activating a formation. After a month of confinement in an inn, he yearns for the comforts of home, eager to unwind. This night, he finds no rest. As dawn breaks, Zhao Qingshan gasps for breath, reflecting on the challenges he has overcome. What a journey it has been. Upon opening the virtual panel, congratulations to the host. Relentless perseverance has led to triumph until dawn. Alchemy 100, Forging 100, Talisman Making 100, Array Formation 100, True Chi 300, Gold Spiritual Root 100. With Spiritual Root 100, Water Spiritual Root 100, Fire Spiritual Root 100, Earth Spiritual Root 100. Alchemist, second tier, medium grade, 7,320,000, Blacksmith, second tier. Medium grade, 7,220,000, Talisman Maker, second tier, medium grade, 7,270,000, Array Master, second tier. Medium grade, 7,290,000, Realm, Chi Refinement 9th layer, 8,520,000, Gold Spiritual Root. Upper grade, 1,250,000, Wood Spiritual Root. Upper grade, 1,850,000, Water Spiritual Root. Upper grade, 2,350,000, Fire Spiritual Root. Upper grade, 1,450,000. Earth Spiritual Root. Upper grade, 2,550,000. Observing this recent harvest, Zhao Qingshan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although progress was not as effortless as before, the correlation between effort and reward, coupled with daily enhancements, filled him with motivation. A wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and Zhao Qingshan succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already evening. His wives, radiant and vibrant, were preparing dinner. Qiyue approached to assist Zhao Qingshan with his bath and attire, inevitably succumbing to a playful touch. An hour later, after his other lovely wives had called out to him in impatience, Zhao Qingshan finally emerged, supporting Qiyue as they proceeded to the dining table. The lavish spread before him was resplendent with dishes. After adequately nourishing himself with 3 bowls of restorative soup, Zhao Qingshan began to feel rejuvenated. As his wives commenced tidying up and washing the dishes, he retreated to the cultivation chamber. The cultivation chamber was a space Zhao Qingshan had personally designed and constructed. It was meticulously arranged, complete with a specially set up miniature array. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved the storage bag of the purple Thunder Master and the ancient bronze ring. He pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon both the storage bag and the bronze ring, thereby claiming ownership. Previously, due to his external ventures, Zhao Qingshan had not examined the contents of the storage bag or the bronze ring. For such unclaimed items, blood acknowledgement was sufficient. Marveling at his newfound wealth, Zhao Qingshan was astonished to find the storage bag possessed a volume of 1,000 cubic units. While the ancient bronze ring turned out to be a spatial ring, spatial rings are significantly superior to storage bracelets and bags, often containing vast expanses within. After claiming the ring, Zhao Qingshan donned it, instantly perceiving its extraordinary properties. The space within was astonishingly vast, measuring an incredible 100 meters in length and width, with a height of 10 meters, amounting to an astounding 100,000 cubic meters. It was indeed remarkable, leaving Zhao Qingshan utterly astounded. Taking a deep breath, he began to inspect the contents of the storage bag. The most prominent items in the storage bag were the spiritual stones, abundant in both low-grade and mid-grade varieties. The distinctions between mid-grade and low-grade spiritual stones were apparent, primarily in their shapes. The low-grade stones, roughly the size of a thumb, were cubical, whereas the mid-grade stones, also thumb-sized, were elongated, approximately equivalent to 2 low-grade stones. However, the most significant difference lay in the amount of natural spiritual energy they contained. Zhao Qingshan meticulously calculated, his fingers growing weary from the effort. A staggering total of 108,600 low-grade spiritual stones equated to 1,086 mid-grade stones. The mid-grade stones alone numbered an impressive 54,320, bringing the total wealth derived from spiritual stones to an astonishing 55,406 mid-grade stones. Zhao Qingshan gasped in astonishment. This represented a fortune he could only hope to accumulate after a year of hard work. Indeed, it was true that without unexpected windfalls, one could hardly attain wealth. Similarly, without nighttime fodder, horses would not thrive. The swiftest path to amassing riches lay in seizing treasures from the fallen. Zhao Qingshan took a moment to steady his mind before resuming the inventory of the storage bag's contents. The most conspicuous items were the spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits, meticulously organized in their designated spaces. Each spiritual herb, medicine, and fruit was at least of second rank, with the majority being of third rank. As he counted each item, Zhao Qingshan felt himself growing numb. The total value of the contents within this storage bag was approximately 200,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, an extraordinary fortune. This master's elay was akin to a moving treasury. Such wealth was simply unfathomable. Zhao Qingshan felt as though he had overnight become immensely rich, free to indulge without effort. As if he could never exhaust the wealth amassed within 10 lifetimes. He carefully placed the various items back into the storage bag, transferring his own belongings into this superior bag, as it far surpassed his previous one. The storage bag was methodically divided into sections. Among the 7 cultivation methods, 5 pertain to the elemental arts, perfectly aligning with his need for transformation, making them accessible to others as well. Zhao Qingshan mused silently. In his view, the most valuable treasures in the storage bag were undoubtedly these 7 cultivation methods, each capable of reaching the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, with some even detailing the process of forming elixirs. Such methods were beyond mere spiritual stones in terms of value. Naturally, these methods were best kept concealed. While his own cultivation posed no risk, should they be revealed, he would likely face the wrath of the Qingxia sect. After all, cultivation methods were the very foundation of any sect. After a brief respite, Zhao Qingshan turned his attention to inspecting the spatial ring. The ring boasted a capacity of 100,000 cubic units, yet it was empty. To his astonishment, he discovered a high-grade spiritual stone. He extracted a vibrant, flawless green stone, momentarily rendered speechless. Although the stone was no larger than a quail's egg, it emanated an exceptionally rich wood attribute spiritual energy, invigorating and refreshing his spirit. A high-grade wood attribute spiritual stone. Zhao Qingshan was overwhelmed with excitement. Spiritual stones were the concentrated essence of natural spiritual energy, which possessed attributes. Thus, spiritual stones themselves inherently bore such properties. Thus, spiritual stones may be utilized for cultivation. However, low-grade spiritual stones are seldom employed directly by cultivators due to their mottled aura. In contrast, mid-grade spiritual stones are indeed suitable for cultivation, allowing practitioners to absorb the spiritual energy contained within and transform it into their own vital essence. This absorption is significantly more effective than drawing spiritual energy directly from the heavens and the earth. Chapter 52. Enormous wealth yet. The superior grade spirit stones were nowhere to be found. At least, Zhao Qingshan had never encountered superior grade spirit stones prior to this moment. Theoretically, the exchange ratio between inferior, middle grade, superior, and exquisite spirit stones increases exponentially by a factor of 100. 100 middle grade spirit stones could be exchanged for a single superior grade spirit stone, while 10,000 middle grade spirit stones would yield 1 exquisite spirit stone. However, this was merely a theoretical construct. In practice, one could easily obtain 100 middle-grade spirit stones for a single superior-grade spirit stone. Yet 100 middle-grade spirit stones could not be exchanged for even 1 superior-grade spirit stone. Zhao Qingshan had been oblivious to this until a conversation with Su Mingyao enlightened him. It turned out that superior-grade spirit stones were seldom used as currency. They were deemed the most suitable for cultivation. As for the legendary exquisite spirit stones, they remained just that, legendary. Even Su Mingyao had never laid eyes on one. Astonishingly, there were a full 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones within the spatial ring. Zhao Qingshan was rendered speechless. After a considerable time, he regained his composure, carefully stowing the superior-grade spirit stones back into the spatial ring before retrieving a purple sword. This sword was exceptionally sharp, emanating an aura that sent shivers down Zhao Qingshan's spine, a shudder that resonated deep within his soul. Could it be the fabled spiritual artifact? Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard, his hands trembling. He understood that above magical tools lay spiritual artifacts. The power of a spiritual artifact far exceeded that of a magical tool. Only cultivators at the golden core stage could bond with it through blood. Those below the golden core stage could not claim a spiritual artifact as their own. The essence of a spiritual artifact lay in its inherent spirituality. This was remarkable indeed. A spiritual artifact resided within the spatial ring. Zhao Qingshan's hands quivered with trepidation. Fearing the sword might inadvertently shatter the formation, he hastily returned the sword to the spatial ring. It then dawned upon him why the purple Thunder Master had swallowed the spatial ring whole. He likely feared that other cultivators might discover it, attracting the attention of golden core practitioners, which could lead to his untimely demise. Little did he know that he would meet his end at the hands of an inconspicuous Qi refining stage practitioner, inadvertently bestowing a great fortune upon him. Zhao Qingshan speculated that this spatial ring must have belonged to the purple Thunder Master's master. Upon further inspection, he discovered various spirit herbs and elixirs within the spatial ring, though he recognized none of them. He flipped over several jade bottles, finally picking one up, a body reshaping pill, a third-tier elixir capable of regenerating severed limbs. He then examined another elixir, a longevity pill, also a third-tier elixir. which could extend the lifespan of cultivators below the golden core stage by a decade. Zhao Qingshan's hands trembled with excitement. He could hardly believe the existence of such miraculous elixirs that could prolong life. Previously, he had understood that cultivators had a predetermined lifespan, without a breakthrough in their realm. Their longevity was limited. Thus, he had watched helplessly as his grandparents drew closer to their final days, feeling an urgency in his heart, but finding himself powerless to intervene. With the longevity elixir in hand, the lifespans of his grandparents could be extended by an entire decade, which is 12 years. With an additional 12 years, he might one day concoct even more potent elixirs for prolonging life or acquire celestial treasures that could enhance longevity. Taking a deep breath, he set the jade vial down and, after calming his mind, picked up another vial, which bore the inscription, Bone Cleansing and Marrow Purging Pill. A Tier 3 elixir capable of rejuvenating the bodies of foundation-building stage practitioners and restoring them to their prime. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon reading this. Did this imply that with the Bone Cleansing and Marrow Purging Pill, his parents and grandparents could begin their journey to foundation building? The prevalent belief that one could not begin foundation building after 60 years of age stemmed primarily from the frailty of the body at that stage, rendering further advancement impossible. Yet, the Bone Cleansing and Marrow Purging Pill ignited a glimmer of hope within Zhao Qingshan. After a considerable time, Zhao Qingshan continued his examination of the elixirs. In addition to the Tier 3 elixir, he discovered 4 jade vials containing Tier 4 elixirs. He was filled with admiration. It turned out that the greatest treasure was this spatial ring. Yet, with his current strength, he could not safeguard it. Without hesitation, Zhao Qingshan opened his mouth and swallowed the spatial ring. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure can invite calamity. This spatial ring cannot be exposed to light, otherwise it would only attract misfortune. The best course of action was to conceal it within himself. As the door to the cultivation chamber swung open, Zhao Qingshan realized it was already deep into the night. With dawn just around the corner, glancing at the quarters of his wives, he noted the darkness, indicating they had already retired for the night. Shaking his head, Zhao Qingshan refrained from disturbing their rest and returned to the cultivation chamber, sitting cross-legged to meditate and cultivate his energy. At dawn, he sought out his parents and grandparents. "Qingshan, why are you here so early? This is unlike you," the elder chuckled. They knew Zhao Qingshan well. He never visited them in the mornings. "Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother. If there were an opportunity for you to successfully establish your foundation, would you be willing to try?" Zhao Qingshan took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. "What?" The elder sprang to his feet, astonished. "Are you serious? Establishing a foundation, what practitioner in the qi refining stage wouldn't desire that?" To ordinary people, practitioners in the qi refining stage were already on the path of cultivation, but to those practitioners, only through successful foundation establishment could one truly claim the title of cultivator. "Indeed, Qingshan, you jest not with us, do you?" Tang Wanyu said with a hint of irritation. "We are already over 90 years old. Our bodies are frail. How could we ever establish our foundation?" Zhao Qingshan then produced the longevity elixir, the bone cleansing and marrow purging pill, and the foundation establishment pill, meticulously explaining the effects of each. Instantly, the 4 elders were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Only they understood the despair and anguish of realizing their hopes for foundation establishment were futile. Now, Zhao Qingshan had brought them a flicker of hope. The old man resolutely declared, "I am the eldest. Let me be the first to attempt this. If I fail, then death would be no great loss." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshan was startled. It dawned on him that this elixir might not be a genuine pill, but could very well be poison. Furthermore, he pondered whether the potency of the pill had diminished and if it retained its original efficacy. All was shrouded in uncertainty, and he could discern nothing. Should there be any issues with the elixir, or if it deviated from its promised effects, it would pose a grave danger to his beloved kin. "Grandfather, perhaps we should reconsider this for another time," Zhao Qingshan hastily suggested. The old man, however, appeared remarkably unperturbed, laughing heartily, having lived over 90 years. "I have seen enough of life. If I do not seize this opportunity, I shall die with regrets." With that, the old man took a longevity pill and unhesitatingly swallowed it. He then began to meditate, absorbing its energy. After a day and a night, the old man opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, it has granted me an additional decade. Truly remarkable for a 3rd-tier elixir." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the old man picked up a bone washing and marrow cleansing pill and swallowed it without a second thought. Almost instantly, his face flushed crimson, and he radiated heat like a furnace. The old man emitted low, pained groans, clearly suffering from the effects of the cleansing pill. Before Zhao Qingshan and the others, The old man's transformation was visibly rapid. His hair gradually shifted from white to black, and the wrinkles on his face began to vanish swiftly. His aged skin was being burned away, simultaneously giving rise to new flesh. After 2 days and nights, the old man completed the cleansing process. Although astonishment filled the eyes of Zhao Qingshan and the others, they each instinctively covered their noses, for the old man was now enveloped in a layer of dark grime, exuding an unbearable stench. "You old rascal. Go take a bath immediately. The smell is intolerable," Tang Wanyu remarked, exasperated. The old man, feeling quite embarrassed, hurried off to wash. 10 days later, the old man emerged from his quarters, his demeanor radiating exuberance. The formidable aura he now possessed was far greater than before. Zhao Qingshan and the others understood. The old man had successfully consumed the foundation establishment pill. "I have succeeded. I, Zhao Lai, have successfully established my foundation." He roared with exuberance, tears streaming down his face. Once, he had faced failure and become a laughingstock among his peers. Once, despair and sorrow had consumed him, leading him to channel his energies into marrying and raising children in the hopes of nurturing the next generation. And now, he had triumphed in establishing his foundation. "Master, Liar has succeeded." The old man wept profusely, still cherishing the memory of his teacher. Chapter 53. A dilemma with the old man personally attempting the process. Others soon followed suit. After Tang Wanyu ingested the longevity pill, she subsequently took the bone cleansing and marrow refining pill, ultimately consuming the foundation establishment pill. In contrast, Zhao Qingshan's parents only partook of the bone cleansing and marrow refining pill and the foundation establishment pill within a mere month, following the old man's successful foundation establishment. The three of them also achieved the same milestone. What was once a lofty aspiration, the foundation establishment stage, now saw 5 members of the Zhao family attaining this level. Zhao Qingshan felt elated, overjoyed, and exhilarated. He did not concern himself with the extent of their enhanced powers or how they might assist him. What truly mattered to him was that, with their successful foundation establishment, their lifespans would extend to 200 years, allowing them to accompany him for over a century. He would no longer have to witness the departure of his elders and friends along his path of cultivation, ultimately left in solitude. The pursuit of immortality through cultivation is the aspiration of countless individuals. Yet, the reality of cultivation is a harsh one. It involves enduring numerous tribulations and, along the journey, bidding farewell to loved ones, experiencing the poignant separations of life and death. While one may achieve longevity, their friends and family may not share the same fate, rendering the experience equally cruel and painful. With his unique talents, Zhao Qingshan harbored no doubts about his own potential for successful foundation establishment. To fail in such an endeavor despite possessing extraordinary abilities would indeed be a disgrace to any traveler from another realm. The Zhao residents thrived vibrantly. Zhao Qingshan adopted an increasingly low-profile demeanor, often remaining within the confines of his home for several days at a time. Materials were delivered monthly, and he would present the refined pills and talismans to his father at the end of each month. In the stillness of the deep night, the determined man labored tirelessly. As the fields grew richer, the oxen aged with toil. Zhao Qingshan opened his virtual panel, which announced, "Congratulations, host. Your spouses are utterly devoted to you. You have gained 500 true energy. Alchemist, second tier intermediate, 10,000 20,000. Blacksmith, second tier intermediate, 10,000 20,000. Talismonger, second tier intermediate, 10,000 20,000. Formation master, second tier intermediate, 10,000 20,000. Realm. Chi refinement 9th layer 13000 20000. Gold spiritual root. Upper grade 2,550,000. Wood spiritual root. Upper grade 2,550,000. Water spiritual root. Upper grade 2,550,000. Fire spiritual root. Upper grade 2,550,000. Earth spiritual root. Upper grade 2,550,000. The lines of resplendent golden text widened Zhao Qingshan's eyes. Since reaching 10,000 in alchemy, blacksmithing, talisman crafting, and formations, and achieving 2,500 in his spiritual roots, he found that further advancement had become stagnant. The acquisition of true energy fluctuated greatly, varying from hundreds at its peak to as little as 10 at its lowest. Zhao Qingshan displayed a contemplative expression, having formed certain conjectures through his recent explorations. A significant possibility for the stagnation of his spiritual roots was that among his wives and concubines, only Qiuyue possessed a medium-grade spiritual root, while the others were of inferior quality. At this point, he had seemingly reached the limits of his spiritual roots. Furthermore, his lack of progress in the realms of alchemy and talisman crafting could be attributed to the fact that, apart from Xuanmeishu, his other wives were all at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Thus their contributions to his experience had also reached a plateau. Today, his vital energy notably surged by 500. Could it be that the unwavering devotion of his wives resulted in a more harmonious exchange, thereby enhancing the effects? Zhao Qingshan pondered deeply. With a frown, Zhao Qingshan realized that it had become increasingly difficult to garner substantial experience from his wives. He was faced with two possible paths. One was to assist his wives in accelerating their cultivation so they could successfully establish their foundation. The other was to take another concubine, perhaps seeking a foundation-building cultivator as a partner. In fact, one might not suffice. He might need to consider acquiring 3 or 5. However, the thought of taking another concubine troubled him, for his wives were entirely devoted to him, and their harmonious coexistence brought him great joy. Would not such an action wound their hearts? Yet, he understood that advancing his cultivation was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. Such distress. Zhao Qingshan sighed inwardly. It was indeed a challenge to be a good man. Shaking his head, he decided to set aside these thoughts. Apart from his daily pursuits of alchemy and talisman crafting, Zhao Qingshan allocated time for his own cultivation, striving to reach the 10th layer of qi refinement as soon as possible. As winter descended, the world was blanketed in white, with snow falling intermittently. By the time of the 12th lunar month, heavy snow had fallen for several consecutive days, adorning the earth in a shimmering coat of silver. Today, Zhao Qingshan's courtyard was bustling with activity. Out of compassion for his wives, he had graciously allowed their families to visit. In name, the guests were his father-in-law, mother-in-law, elder brothers-in-law, younger brothers-in-law, or sisters-in-law. Yet, each of them regarded Zhao Qingshan with a gaze filled with awe. Apart from Qiu Yue, Xiaozan's relatives had long lost contact. But the families of his other wives had all arrived. Brother-in-law, I am now 18 years old and at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Do you think I have a chance to establish my foundation? Shui Gang asked somewhat shyly. Shui Gang was the younger brother of Shui Meishu, with a mere 2-year age difference between them. Since Shui Meishu became Zhao Qingshan's concubine, the Shui family had reaped considerable benefits in cultivation resources, allowing Shui Gang's progress to accelerate significantly. My friend Shui, at 18 years old and only at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, the foundation seems unlikely. It would be wiser to consider marrying early and extending your lineage, devoting your time and energy to nurturing offspring, Bing Qiao remarked lazily. Shui Gang shot a glance at Bing Qiao. The two had often competed for Zhao Qingshan's favor, even coming to blows on occasion. Hearing Bing Qiao's words now, he couldn't help but express a hint of sarcasm. In this regard, you are indeed quite pragmatic, Bing. A harmonious family is all that is needed. And then it is time for descendants to fill the halls. Wasn't brother-in-law also merely at the 2nd layer of qi refinement at 23? Look at him now. Already at the 9th layer, with foundation establishment within reach. This is our exemplar. How could we easily give up? Shui Gang remarked. How dare you speak in such a manner, comparing yourself to your brother-in-law? The father-in-law shot him a glare. Another father-in-law cast a disapproving look at Bing Qiao. You little rascal, why come here to your sister's husband and utter such words? Bing Tong, Shui Meishu. And others quickly interjected to ease the tension. Zhao Qingshan maintained his ever-present smile, inviting everyone to enjoy tea. In truth, he seldom interacted with these relatives, visiting them perhaps once a year. Without his permission, even these relatives found it difficult to enter the Zhao residence. While there might be some cunning and deceit among these kin, Zhao Qingshan paid little heed. His wives all understood the greater picture. They knew well what was appropriate and what was not. For example, supporting their maternal families was conducted with principles and boundaries firmly in place. No wife had yet transformed into a protective sister-in-law gone wild. He treated these relatives to a lavish feast, setting 3 tables for the occasion. Upon bidding them farewell, Zhao Qingshan presented some spiritual stones, elixirs, and talismans, maintaining decorum. That night, his wives appeared particularly enthusiastic. As the clouds of intimacy began to dissipate, Shui Meishu rested her head on Zhao Qingshan's chest. Husband, you are now at the 9th level of qi training, and our home lacks nothing in foundation-building pills. Why do you not consume them and attempt to break through? The other 4 women turned their gazes towards Zhao Qingshan, equally curious. They were aware that their household had gained 4 foundation-building cultivators. This year, cultivators frequently visited the Zhao residence to purchase foundation-building pills, averaging about 1 transaction per month. Hence, they understood that Zhao Qingshan could refine these pills and that they were plentiful within the home. Zhao Qingshan smiled gently. I am currently at the 9th level of qi training and not far from the 10th. My cultivation speed has increased in recent years, yet my foundation remains somewhat unsteady. Rushing into foundation building may not yield favorable results. He continued with a grin. Once I reach the 10th level of qi training, I shall then attempt to break through. He had his own plans, intending to advance gradually and steadily, believing that a slower approach was not disadvantageous. Rushing ahead too swiftly could lead to unforeseen pitfalls. Of course, he refrained from mentioning that should he successfully establish his foundation, it might inadvertently lead to neglecting them. Chapter 54, Guardian Pill Indeed. Upon reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement, one can consume the foundation establishment pill to attempt to break through. Remarkably, even those at the 8th layer have a 3 in 10 chance of success with the same pill. However, Zhao Qingshan remains unhurried. He aspires to attain the 10th layer of Qi refinement, achieving perfect mastery in his foundation. A solid foundation is paramount. Presently, all 5 elemental roots have reached the superior grade, significantly enhancing Zhao Qingshan's innate talent. His cultivation speed is commendably swift, and he is not far from the 10th layer. Upon reaching this pinnacle, he can choose to take the foundation establishment pill, ensuring a 100% success rate, or he may opt for self-cultivation, attempting to force a breakthrough from the 10th layer to the foundation establishment stage. The distinction between these two paths remains unclear to Zhao Qingshan. Nevertheless, he is eager to explore and witness the different vistas that each choice might unveil. He encourages his wives to consume pills for their cultivation, as they possess average talents and find the path to advancement exceedingly arduous. Human potential varies. He wields a golden finger, while they do not. The spiritual roots are intrinsically linked to an individual's limits. Those limits are evident. No amount of effort can alter them. It is akin to his own experience before awakening his golden finger. After a decade of wandering through perilous trials, he ultimately only reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Zhao Qingshan engaged in intimate conversations with his wives until dawn broke, at which point they finally succumbed to slumber. The following day, they awakened to the afternoon sun. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the world overnight, with snowdrifts accumulating to half a meter. His wives took delight in the winter wonderland, building snowmen in the courtyard. Zhao Qingshan, however, retreated to his alchemical chamber to continue his daily practice of pill refining. He had now mastered the creation of 3 types of 2nd-tier pills: the Qi restoration pill, the food abstinence pill, and the foundation establishment pill, each with a commendable success rate. Even the complex foundation establishment pill boasted a success rate of 70% in his hands. Today, he intended to concoct a new 2nd-tier pill, the Guardian Pill. As the name implies, the Guardian Pill serves to protect the meridians from damage. Upon successfully establishing a foundation, a cultivator's true energy transforms into true essence, which is far more volatile and uncontrollable than true energy. A moment's negligence could lead to the true essence harming the very meridians it ought to safeguard. Thus, the Guardian Pill is an essential safeguard for those in the foundation establishment stage. In his storage pouch, Zhao Qingshan had meticulously prepared the materials for 3 doses of the Guardian Pill. He reviewed the pill recipe once more, igniting within him a fervent desire to refine. Standing before the alchemical furnace, Zhao Qingshan entered a state of deep focus, achieving optimal mental and physical readiness. The furnace was preheated, and he infused it with true energy, sequentially introducing the spiritual herbs. Just as the fragrance of the herbs began to waft through the air, boom, a muffled thud echoed, and a pungent burnt aroma filled the room. What? At the last moment, his efforts had faltered, and the pill had failed. Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow, extracting the remnants from the furnace and discarding them. He cleaned the furnace and employed a purification talisman to cleanse the air, swiftly eliminating the burnt odor. Sitting cross-legged, he entered a meditative state, reflecting on the recent failure in pill refinement. Ultimately, Zhao Qingshan discerned that he had insufficient would attribute true energy at the critical moment, rendering the pill's consistency inadequate, leading to its destruction. Zhao Qingshan shook his head, harboring a profound admiration for the alchemists. These alchemists possess solely fire attribute spiritual roots, practicing fire attribute techniques. Unlike himself, who could balance the fiery temperament of the flames with would attribute true qi, it was evident how arduous their craft was, with a high failure rate. Although a single pill might seem costly, it was likely that these alchemists earned only meager rewards for their labor. Zhao Qingshan now understood that his greatest advantage in alchemy lay in his ability to harmonize the medicinal properties of the pills with what attribute true qi, thereby enhancing their efficacy. After a brief respite, he resumed the creation of the pulse-guarding pill. Drawing from his previous experiences, he skillfully preheated the alchemical furnace, infusing it with true qi and introducing the spiritual herbs. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, prompting Zhao Qingshan to intensify the input of what attribute true qi. Indeed, this time the pill did not fail. It took shape beautifully. After half an hour, a gentle flick of his fingers sent a pill soaring from the furnace, which he deftly caught in the folds of his robe. Holding the fragrant pill in his hand, Zhao Qingshan nodded in satisfaction, retrieved a jade vial, and placed the pulse-guarding pill within, labeling it accordingly. Organizing the pills and labeling the vials was essential for every alchemist, and Zhao Qingshan was no exception. Seizing the moment, he continued to craft more pulse-guarding pills. Meanwhile, within the Zhao residence, the elder was no longer the frail, white-haired figure of yore, but rather a youthful visage with a rosy complexion. He was guiding the Zhao household members in their cultivation. With the Zhao family conducting regular assessments of spiritual roots for 6-year-old children, the number of newcomers had increased significantly, now totaling over 30. Regrettably, each one possessed only inferior spiritual roots, with none attaining the intermediate level. It was a daunting prospect for the descendants of ordinary people to give rise to a genius in cultivation. Nevertheless, the elder was content. Once these individuals matured, the Zhao family would undoubtedly grow more formidable. After successfully establishing their foundation, the elder's ambitions began to stir. He envisioned the Zhao family as a prominent lineage of cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, apart from sects, the significance of cultivating families should not be underestimated. Some of these families were exceptionally powerful. He recalled that the royal family of the Jin state was, in fact, a cultivation family, which enabled them to govern the splendid landscapes for centuries and remain prosperous to this day. Should the Zhao family ascend to the ranks of a cultivation family, their lineage would strengthen, and the quality of spiritual roots would improve. Thus, the Zhao family could achieve enduring success. The growth of these children was paramount for the Zhao family's aspirations. Their eventual maturation would provide vital support. Presently, the Zhao family lacked for cultivation resources, and the first batch of children had already begun to cultivate, officially becoming practitioners. The elder anticipated that in 3 to 5 years, these individuals would assist the Zhao family in various endeavors, such as procuring herbs and materials from other cities or managing shops. "Master, a cultivator has come to pay a visit," announced the steward. "Old he?" The elderly gentleman was somewhat taken aback. "You brought him to the hall." With that, he proceeded toward the hall. Moments later, the steward entered, leading a middle-aged man. "It's not old he, but he Jin." The elder furrowed his brow. He Jin stepped forward, bowing. "Nephew pays respects to Uncle Zhao." The elder inquired, "Why are you here? Where's old he?" He Jin replied, "I report to uncle. My father passed away a month ago." "Passed away?" The elder was momentarily stunned. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes as he thought of Ishiming, who should have had a few more years before reaching the century mark, now unexpectedly departed. However, the elder was also aware that the theoretical lifespan of 100 years was rarely achieved by practitioners in the qi refinement stage, as many bore hidden injuries from their cultivation, which often manifested lethally in their later years. Zhao Lai felt a twinge of relief, grateful that his family had a prodigy. Otherwise, perhaps in a few years, he too might succumb to death. Unlike now, having successfully established his foundation, he still had over 100 years of life ahead. At that moment, He Jin was also engulfed in a tempest of emotions. He could not fathom how, despite being over 90, Elder Zhao appeared so youthful, with no signs of impending demise. Could there be some secret at play? Yet, recalling the legends of the Zhao family having slain a peak foundation establishment practitioner, along with 2 others stationed at the Zhao estate, He Jin felt a shiver. Even if there were secrets, how could a mere Qi refinement level 7 practitioner like him dare to inquire or pry? The elder regained his composure and addressed He Jin. "You have come for a purpose, I presume?" He Jin stated, "I have heard that the Zhao estate is selling foundation establishment pills, and I'm here to request the purchase of one. I hope, uncle, that you will consider our family's friendship and grant this favor to your nephew." "Very well. In consideration of old he, I shall make an exception," the elder replied, "but let us be clear, friendship is one matter, and business another. You must provide 200 mid-grade spirit stones for the foundation establishment pill. I trust you understand." He Jin was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly bowed in gratitude. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 55. Running away from home. A single foundation establishment pill requires no less than 200 medium-grade spirit stones. The issue lies in the fact that acquiring such a pill for that price is often a formidable challenge, almost impossible. The Zhao family was willing to sell him one for just 200 medium-grade spirit stones, which is already a gesture of goodwill. He had heard that a cultivator from the same city spent no less than 250 medium-grade spirit stones to procure a single foundation establishment pill. The foundation establishment pill is among the higher-priced elixirs of the second tier, as it significantly enhances the likelihood of a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator successfully establishing their foundation. Success in this endeavor opens up a multitude of possibilities. Thus, from this perspective, the value of the foundation establishment pill is indeed extraordinary. He Jin hastily bowed in gratitude, producing 100 medium-grade spirit stones and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The elder nodded and summoned Zhao Leitang. Zhao Leitang, without hesitation, retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch, which contained an elixir. He Jin took the vial, gazing at the precious pill within, his breath quickening in anticipation. With this foundation establishment pill, his son stood a chance at foundation establishment. Should the He family gain a cultivator at this stage, their status and influence would experience a significant elevation. He Jin placed the foundation establishment pill into his storage pouch and departed the Zhao residence with great joy. Observing this scene, Elder Zhao was filled with deep reflections. The arduous and bitter struggles of lower-tier cultivators were evident. Even a family like this faced a severe scarcity of cultivation resources, let alone those solitary practitioners. Elder Zhao couldn't help but reminisce about the Sunfire sect. He had spent his youth there, developing a unique attachment to the sect. In the past, he had been but a frail old man, full of aspirations yet lacking the means. Now, as a foundation establishment cultivator, he found himself empowered, and his thoughts began to flourish. What are you saying? Grandfather and grandmother have run away to the Sunfire sect. Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Two individuals who have just entered the foundation establishment stage, lacking even decent weapons, are heading to the Sunfire sect? It is worth noting that the straight-line distance from Chongping City to the Sunfire sect is a staggering 6,000 miles, with the journey likely exceeding 10,000 miles. Moreover, the Sunfire sect is currently embroiled in conflict with the Heavenly Demon sect, resulting in countless casualties on both sides. In such circumstances, venturing to the Sunfire sect is exceedingly perilous. Father, how could you be so foolish as to not stop grandfather and grandmother? Zhao Qingshan glared at Zhao Leitang. Exasperated, do you intend to collect their remains? At that moment, Zhao Qingshan was rendered speechless. Why not simply remain in Chongping City, where everything is well? In Chongping City, they lived in comfort, enjoying wealth and prosperity, with no dangers to contend with. Going to the Sunfire sect is akin to stepping into a furnace. Just look at the current prices in the elixir and talisman markets. They have surged significantly, with some even doubling. Zhao Leitang, feeling quite wronged, replied, I only just discovered through their letter that they had left. Zhao Qingshan covered his face, feeling a twinge of regret in his heart. Had he known better, he would have preferred to lay his elders to rest in peace. With the foundation successfully established, his thoughts began to stir, leading to such a tumultuous situation. Returning to his courtyard, Zhao Qingshan summoned his wives for a few words of counsel. He resolved to set off in search of his grandparents. The outside world was fraught with danger. My husband, let me accompany you. I am at the foundation stage and can offer some assistance, Shui Meishu suggested. Bingtong concurred. Our cultivation is insufficient to aid you. We would only hinder your progress. It would be beneficial for Meishu to accompany you, as she can provide some help. Moreover, as a capable man, you should not venture forth without someone to serve and care for you. The journey from Chongping City to Liang sect was quite distant. Even on horseback, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to arrive. Zhao Qingshan waved his hand dismissively and stated, I have roamed the world for 10 years and can take care of myself. Meishu should remain at home. Someone must oversee the household. While I am away, you all must maintain harmony and refrain from causing trouble. When idle, focus on your cultivation. Zhao Qingshan emphasized, particularly to Qiu Yue. You possess a mid-grade spiritual root and have good potential. Do not become complacent. Understood, my husband, Qiu Yue and the other concubines replied in unison. As the moment of parting drew near, reluctance enveloped them all. This time, none of the wives held back. Each employed their utmost charms to garner his favor. As the night deepened and tranquility reigned, the first light of dawn gradually emerged. Zhao Qingshan departed from the Zhao residence, riding westward. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed as he left Chongping City, galloping along the official road northward at an exhilarating pace. While the city was densely populated, with citizens seeking the safety of the walls, the outskirts were desolate, often devoid of human presence for long stretches. Occasionally, a large village housing over 1,000 inhabitants would appear, for it was only through sufficient numbers that a protective team could be formed to fend off fierce beasts. Even the nascent intelligent demonic creatures dared not attack them lightly. Thus, Zhao Qingshan pressed on with remarkable speed. By midday, he reached a county town, Pingan County. Glancing at the time, Zhao Qingshan chose not to continue on, but instead entered Pingan County. He could consume a fasting pill and survive without food or drink. But his horse could not. Such relentless galloping would tire even the finest steed. Humans require rest, and so do horses. Upon entering the town, he selected a reputable inn to take a brief respite, ordering a few delectable dishes and fine wines. 3 hours later, Zhao Qingshan resumed his journey. The spring night was cool, and the insects began to multiply. In the desolate wilderness, Zhao Qingshan kindled a fire, scattering some insect and snake repellent around. A wild boar, skewered through, was roasting over the flames. The boar was quite large. Even after preparation, it would yield several 100 pounds of meat. Even 10 people would find it sufficient. Zhao Qingshan retrieved some salt and sauce from his storage bag, diligently applying it to the meat. After a decade of wandering, he may lack various skills. Yet his mastery of barbecuing is unparalleled. The oil sizzles, and the aroma of grilled meat wafts through the air. Just then, footsteps approach. Zhao Qingshan turns to see 7 individuals making their way toward him. The foremost young man clasps his fists and says, "Esteemed fellow cultivator. As we pass through this area and the sky darkens, we presume you are also a practitioner of the way. May we trouble you for a meal?" Zhao Qingshan glances at them. They are all clad in identical Taoist robes, likely disciples of a cultivation sect out for training. The jade stones in their hands reveal their cultivation levels. 3 at the 7th stage of qi refinement, 3 at the 8th, and the leader at the 9th. Zhao Qingshan nods. When mountains and waters meet, it is fate. If you do not mind, let us share some meat together. Thank you, fellow cultivator. The 7 express their gratitude and eagerly take their seats. Before long, the wild boar is grilled to a perfect golden brown, its fragrance filling the air. Come, everyone. Sample my culinary skills. Zhao Qingshan cheerfully invites. Feel free to serve yourselves. No need for formality. Zhao Daoist's culinary expertise is truly exceptional. Just the aroma alone is enough to whet the appetite, Lu Hao remarks with a smile. The thigh meat of this wild boar is undoubtedly robust, and the tongue is both tender and flavorful. The tail has its merits too, though it's a pity this wild boar hasn't achieved sentience. Otherwise, its taste would be even more exquisite. Zhao Qingshan slices off a third of the boar's tongue, savoring it slowly. Indeed, these 3 cuts represent the essence of the wild boar, each with its unique charm. Which sect do you disciples belong to? Zhao Qingshan inquires with a gentle smile. Through their earlier conversations, they have already exchanged names. We are disciples of the Qingyan sect. A delicate voice chimes in. Zhao Qingshan turns to see its owner. A woman of exquisite beauty clad in a flowing white gown, her graceful figure alluring. She is greedily gnawing on a piece of thigh meat, her mouth glistening with grease. Junior sister Zhang. Lu Hao frowns slightly. Zhang Xian giggles. Senior brother Lu. Zhao Daoist appears to be a trustworthy individual. It's of no concern. The other 4 men readily agree. Indeed, senior brother Lu, Zhao Daoist seems far from any malevolent cultivator. Their admiration is clearly aimed at pleasing Zhang Xian. Chapter 56. Beware of the sycophants. Zhao Qingshan cast a fleeting glance at the 4 young men. He discerned that although the exquisite face of the woman remained composed, her brows subtly conveyed an air of arrogance, clearly accustomed to the present circumstances, even slightly disdainful. The 4 young cultivators, however, appeared oblivious to this nuance. Engaging in conversation laden with flattery, their gazes fervently fixed upon the lady in white. Occasionally, they exchanged glances imbued with a hint of rivalry. Perhaps they failed to comprehend that sycophants often meet a dismal fate. Zhang Xian, now at the 8th level of qi training, held these fellow disciples in contempt. Female cultivators of her caliber typically sought partners of superior status. If they were to choose companions of the same cultivation level, such unions would bear no tangible benefits, lacking in resources and talent. Thus, unless they encountered a foundation-building cultivator, they would not entertain the notion of companionship. Zhao Qingshan discreetly assessed the 7 individuals, astonished to discover they were disciples of the Qingyan sect. The Qingyan sect was undeniably the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation within the Jin kingdom, a paragon of righteousness, far surpassing the Liang sect and the Qingxia sect in strength. Furthermore, it was the most ancient sect, with a lineage extending over 10 millennia. During Su Mingyao's stay at the Zhao residence, Zhao Qingshan had taken the opportunity to glean insights about the cultivation world, enhancing his understanding significantly. The Jin kingdom's cultivation realm comprised 16 first-rate sects, 10 of righteous origin and 6 of demonic lineage. The 10 righteous sects included Qingyun sect, Xingchen Pavilion, Tai Daoist sect, Qingxia sect, Qianghua sect, Liang sect, Jinding Temple, Fahua Temple, Tiandao sect, and Xiantian Sword sect. The 6 demonic sects encompassed Maxing sect, Tianma sect, Jiashadian, Tianyin Pavilion, Wushan sect, and Wuji Demon sect. The Qingyan sect stood as the unequivocal leader among cultivation sections. It was rumored that the founding emperor of the Jin kingdom was also a disciple of the Qingyan sect, which had provided considerable backing in his rise to power. Zhao Qingshan mused silently, realizing why these 7 appeared youthful, yet possessed formidable skills. Zhao, my friend, may I inquire which sect you belong to? Zhang Xian asked curiously, her eyes blinking with interest. With a faint smile, Zhao Qingshan replied, I hail from a modest cultivation family, where the highest cultivation level among my elders is merely at the 9th level of qi training. In truth, we are akin to wandering cultivators. I am in no way comparable to you all, endowed with innate talent and affiliation with grand sects, which evokes my admiration. Zhao Qingshan remained serene within. Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of disdain. The struggles at the base of the cultivation ladder were arduous, lacking resources and talent, yielding few formidable practitioners. A small cultivation family was hardly worthy of mention. Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly, refraining from divulging specifics about his family. For one must tread cautiously in unfamiliar territories to avoid attracting undue trouble that could affect his kin. Your skills are truly remarkable, Zhang Xian exclaimed. Having just devoured a large pig leg and letting out a satisfied belch, giving Zhao Qingshan a thumbs up. It was her first encounter with such delectable roasted meat. At this moment, feeling quite satisfied, I could not help but give a thumbs up to Zhao Qingshan. Observing the charmingly naive expression of Zhang Xian, Zhao Qingshan felt a stir within his heart. His skills had indeed improved. You flatter me, Taoist Zhong, he replied with a smile. It is merely a matter of practice. The more one grills, the more proficient one becomes. He then retrieved 2 bottles of fruit wine from his storage pouch, offering them to the 2 female cultivators, Zhong Xian and Li Yan, before producing several more bottles for Lu Hao and the others. The eyes of Zhong Xian and Li Yan sparkled with delight at the sight, their gazes towards Zhao Qingshan growing increasingly favorable. Meanwhile, Lu Hao and his companions displayed expressions of excitement. After a satisfying meal, it was only fitting to enjoy some fine drinks. Instantly, the atmosphere became even more congenial. The following day, just as dawn was breaking, several men were busy collecting dew, even competing to see who could gather the most, hoping to win Zhang Xian's favor. Zhao Qingshan had not awakened this early in quite some time in the past. He would have just finished a battle and be preparing for rest. Observing these cultivators in their eager, almost servile demeanor, he shook his head with a sigh. The more one fawns, the more one invites disdain. Beautiful women have always been drawn to the rogue. Casting a glance at Zhang Xian, who was peacefully resting, he mused that she was blissfully unaware of the men diligently collecting dew on her behalf. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan took out a map from his storage pouch. This map depicted the territories of the Jin Kingdom, albeit in a rather rudimentary fashion, yet it was the best map he had at his disposal. After a brief examination, he estimated the distance from Chongping City to the Liang sect to be approximately 13,000 miles. The Jin Kingdom sprawled across vast lands, with a distance of 28,000 miles from east to west and 23,000 miles from north to south, encompassing an area of around 150 million square kilometers. Despite its nearly 1 billion inhabitants, the population density could be described as sparse, with vast stretches of rugged wilderness. The more he contemplated, the more Zhao Qingshan felt a sense of melancholy. While others sought to deceive their kin, this old couple seemed intent on ensnaring their grandson. A journey of 13,000 miles was daunting. Even for the most audacious, it would likely take at least half a month to traverse, assuming all went smoothly without incident. How could the elderly couple remain so reckless and impetuous at their age? Who could predict whether they might encounter the Tianma sect on their travels, leading to complications? As Zhao Qingshan glanced at the sky, he felt it was time to continue their journey. Fellow Taoists, our paths have crossed by chance, and it is a fortunate encounter. Today we must part ways. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters continue to flow. Zhao Qingshan clasped his hands in a farewell gesture towards Zhong Xian. Taoist Zhao. Zhong Xian replied, Might I inquire if you're familiar with Chongping City? Chongping City? Zhao Qingshan's heart stirred. Could it be that Zhong Xian and her companions were heading there? Maintaining his composure, he responded, Certainly, I am well aware of Chongping City. It lies about 1,000 miles from here. Wonderful. Zhong Xian's face lit up with joy. We are finally nearing Chongping City. Taoist Zhao, would you be willing to serve as our guide? Rest assured, we shall not let you suffer a loss. We are prepared to pay you 10 low-grade spirit stones per day, Zhong Xian offered. 10 low-grade spirit stones for merely guiding them was indeed a generous compensation. After all, there is no risk in this matter. Zhao Qingshan inquired, I wonder, Taoist Zhong, what brings you to Chongping City? Upon hearing this, Zhong Xian displayed a hesitant expression. Lu Hao, eager to speak before Zhong Xian, interjected, It is nothing of great consequence. Merely, Sister Zheng's family resides in Chongping City. As we embark on our journey of experience, I am simply accompanying her home to visit her family. Visit her family? Zhao Qingshan scoffed inwardly. Did he truly believe him to be a mere child of 3? Having grown up in Chongping City, he was well acquainted with his peers. Even if he had never met them in person, he had certainly heard their names. Yet, he had never encountered the name Zhong Xian. If a daughter from Chongping City had joined the Qingyan sect, her parents would have surely proclaimed it throughout the city, and it would not have escaped Zhao Qingshan's notice. Lu Hao's words only served to heighten Zhao Qingshan's suspicions. Chongping City was Zhao Qingshan's home, and the Zhao family was now the foremost cultivation family in the city. It is said that when the heavens fall, a tall person will bear the weight. If anything were to transpire in Chongping City, the Zhao family would undoubtedly be the first to be affected. Chapter 57. Astonishing Secrets and Hidden Schemes. Zhao Qingshan's heart brimmed with caution. Among the 12 states, 36 prefectures, and 365 cities of the Jin Kingdom, Chongping City was merely one of the mid-tier cities, with a population of just over 1 million. The disciples of Qingyan sect, led by Zhao Qingshan, seemed to have nothing better to do than to frolic in Chongping City, concocting a rather lame excuse of visiting family. If someone unfamiliar with Chongping City had been present, they might have easily fallen for this ruse. Yet, Zhao Qingshan, with his keen perception, saw through it instantly. Feigning interest, Zhao Qingshan shook his head, saying, "Never mind, I have pressing matters to attend to. You, always so ungrateful. I offer you spirit stones, yet you refuse." Zhao Qingshan retorted indignantly. "Junior sister Zhao Daoist has his own affairs. Let us not make things difficult for him." Lu Hao interjected, then turned to Zhao Qingshan. Clasping his fists in respect, "Zhao Daoist, may the mountains remain green and the waters flow long. I hope we meet again in the future." With that, Zhao Qingshan mounted his steed and departed. His horse, a magnificent steed nourished with elixirs, was exceptionally splendid. Clattering hooves echoed as he galloped along the official road. After covering a considerable distance, Zhao Qingshan produced a reconnaissance talisman, which transformed into a paper crane, soaring into the sky. Carefully scanning the surroundings and confirming there were no onlookers, Zhao Qingshan entrusted his horse to a farmer, offering a gold ingot for its safekeeping before stealthily making his way back. As he approached Lu Hao and the others, he activated a concealment talisman. Though merely a first-tier talisman, the group consisted of no foundation-building cultivators, and if he remained cautious, they would never detect his presence. "Junior sister Zhang, you truly lack experience in the world. You remain oblivious to the treachery of human nature." Lu Hao chided Zhao Qingshan, sticking out her tongue and making a playful face. She replied, "Senior brother Lu, that Zhao Daoist doesn't seem like a villain at all. Junior sister, our journey to Chongping City is to seek the cave of a golden core cultivator." Lu Hao lamented, regretting his decision to bring Zhao Qingshan along. Zhao Qingshan pouted, asserting, "This is merely a rumor. Nothing has been confirmed yet." "Senior brother Lu, junior sister Zhang is correct. This news remains unverified, so we need not be overly cautious." A youth named Tan Yin chimed in. "Once we arrive in Chongping City, we shall conduct a thorough search. If we indeed find the cave of a golden core cultivator, relaying this information back to our sect would be a significant achievement, earning us considerable rewards. Indeed, besides, that Zhao Daoist is merely a loose cultivator. Even if he learns of this news, what can he do? Can he compete with us?" Pan Yu added nonchalantly. Lu Hao's expression turned grave as he remarked, "Since such news has emerged, it surely bears some truth. If there truly exists a cave of a golden core cultivator, we shall achieve great merit and undoubtedly be rewarded with foundation-building pills." Zhao Qingshan's heart surged with tumultuous waves of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lu Hao and the others were heading to Chongping City due to the potential existence of a cave dwelling belonging to a golden core cultivator. A golden core cultivator represents an existence they can only aspire to. If they were to encounter one, they would undoubtedly show utmost respect and address them as immortal. The treasures left behind in such an esteemed immortal's cave can only be imagined. The wealth Zhao Qingshan acquired from slaying Master Zilei was likely obtained from the spoils of Master Zilei's own treachery. A fortune that could only be described as staggering. Accumulating such riches over decades would scarcely suffice. The treasures remaining in a cave dwelling of this caliber would surely not be of lesser value. After all, even a destitute golden core cultivator is still an immortal, and their possessions, be it spiritual stones, elixirs, or weapons, would be anything but trivial. It appears that his journey to the Liang sect must be postponed, Zhao Qingshan mused. Although the news of the golden core cultivator's cave has yet to be confirmed, it is better to err on the side of belief than to dismiss it. He did not wish to miss out on such an opportunity. Furthermore, the disciples from the Qingyan sect were not to be underestimated. Perhaps other sect members had also received word and were making their way to Chongping City. If that were the case, the city would undoubtedly become a hotspot of conflict and contention. Should he fail to establish a presence there, he might return to find the Zhao family in ruins, and that would be a regret too late to amend. His grandparents had recently established their foundation successfully, and he believed that with careful caution, they could safely reach the Liang sect. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qingshan ultimately chose to return to Chongping City, unbeknownst to Zhao Qingshan and the others. Every word they uttered fell upon Zhao Qingshan's ears as they journeyed towards Chongping City, inquiring about the situation whenever they encountered someone. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingshan returned to the homestead, riding his swift steed, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. By dawn the next day, Zhao Qingshan had already made his way back to Chongping City. At the Zhao residence, in the small courtyard, Bing Tong exclaimed, "Husband, weren't you supposed to go to the Liang sect? Why have you returned?" She was overjoyed to see Zhao Qingshan, who appeared weary from travel, as she had prepared herself for their separation of 1 or 2 months. It was due to unforeseen circumstances that I returned, Zhao Qingshan replied, prepare my bath and change my clothes. Elated, Bingtong called upon the other concubines to assist. Some drew water, others gathered flower petals, while yet others fetched clean garments for Zhao Qingshan. Before long, he was reclining in the bath, relishing the attentions of his wives and concubines. Yesterday morning, I encountered several disciples from the Qingshan sect who spoke of a golden core cultivator's cave in Chopping City. I deemed the matter urgent and thus returned. Zhao Qingshan explained the reason for his return. A golden core cultivator's cave. Xuan Meishu's eyes widened in shock. As a foundation establishment cultivator and an inner disciple of the Qingxia sect, she was acutely aware of the terror associated with golden core cultivators. Each golden core cultivator in the Qingxia sect was a peak leader or elder, wielding significant power. A mere stamp of their foot could send tremors throughout the entire sect. The wives and concubines were all taken aback, fully aware that the realm beyond the Qi refinement stage is the foundation establishment stage. And beyond that lies the golden core stage. Practitioners at the foundation establishment level are already regarded as formidable sovereigns within Chongping City, figures whom countless individuals revere. They could scarcely fathom the magnitude of presence that golden core practitioners must possess. This news has yet to be verified, and they have merely come to investigate. Zhao Qingshan spoke solemnly. It is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. We must exercise utmost caution. During this period, you all should remain within the small courtyard, as I will activate all the protective formations, just in case. A grave look flickered in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. As for those within the estate, they too must act discreetly to avoid calamity. After bathing and changing, Zhao Qingshan did not linger with his wives and concubines, but instead sought out Zhao Leitang to inform him of this startling news. Zhao Leitang was equally stunned, rendered speechless by the shocking revelation. However, he quickly regained his composure and addressed Zhao Qingshan earnestly. Qingshan, I will ensure that everyone within the estate conducts themselves discreetly during this time. Anyone who defies this will be expelled. At that moment, Zhao Leitang felt slightly dizzy, his heart in turmoil. Chapter 58. The land of controversy. In merely a day, the Zhao residence became a fortress of both external vigilance and internal caution. The inhabitants of the Zhao household ventured out only when absolutely necessary. Zhao Qingshan focused his attention on the entire Chongping city, observing whether the influx of visiting cultivators would increase. On the 3rd day after Zhao Qingshan's return to the Zhao estate, he noticed that Lu Hao, Zhang Xian, and others had finally arrived in Chongping City. Clad in the distinctive uniform of the Qingshan sect, they stood out conspicuously. Zhao Qingshan chose not to remain within the confines of the Zhao residence. Instead, he employed a concealment talisman to obscure his form, keeping a vigilant watch over Zhang Xian and her companions. They opted not to stay at an inn, but rather boldly purchased an opulent mansion in the city, sprawling over 10 acres and featuring 5 separate courtyards. While not vast, the estate exuded a refined elegance. As expected of disciples from the Qingshan sect. Their generosity knows no bounds. Zhao Qingshan marveled. Despite using the concealment talisman, he did not relax his surveillance over the city. A scouting talisman transformed into 1,000 paper cranes, soaring high in the sky, maintaining a constant vigil. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He glimpsed Zhang Xian in her courtyard, indulging in a bath. She was submerged in the tub, her upper body glistening with droplets, and amidst the swirling mist, her figure appeared even more enchanting. To his surprise, this young girl, though not of age, possessed a figure that was quite remarkable. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard, for Zhang Xian was exceptionally beautiful, outshining even his most striking wives, Bingtong and Shui Meishu. He had not anticipated that her first act upon settling in would be to bathe, thus affording him a view of such exquisite beauty. One must not gaze upon such impropriety. Zhao Qingshan covered his eyes with his hand, yet his fingers parted just enough to create a small opening. For an entire hour, he observed intently, taking in all that was to be seen, both appropriate and inappropriate, igniting a fire within him. In a frenzy, he departed and returned to his estate. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, Zhao Qingshan seized his wives and hastened toward the inner chamber. A tempest raged, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roaring thunder. After a considerable duration, tranquility returned, and all was well. Zhao Qingshan spread his arms and legs wide, forming a big character, gasping for breath. With multiple wives, the exertion was considerable. The experience of joy intertwined with fatigue was one he had come to know well. Zhao Qingshan gently closed his eyes, contemplating in silence. If a golden core cultivator's cave abode truly existed within the Chongping City region, where might it possibly be located? He was not entirely unfamiliar with Chongping City, having traversed most areas, yet none appeared suitable for such a dwelling. He muttered to himself, better to believe in its existence than dismiss it. The value of a golden core cultivator's cave abode was unimaginable, sure to drive countless cultivators into a frenzy. Not only Qi refinement stage cultivators, but even foundation establishment stage cultivators would be driven to madness. The allure might even draw in golden core cultivators themselves. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Suddenly, an influx of unfamiliar cultivators descended upon Chomping City, all hailing from distant lands. Within a mere span of 10 days, the number of visiting cultivators exceeded 100. This is nearly equivalent to the local cultivators of Chomping City. Moreover, these foreign cultivators generally possess cultivation levels of late Qi refinement, with some reaching the 9th and 10th levels of Qi refinement. The native cultivators of Chomping City appear particularly modest, as their cultivation, weaponry, and spells fall short compared to these outsiders, rendering them unable to compete. This realization has led Zhao Qingshan, who is closely monitoring Chomping City, to further confirm the veracity of the rumors. Over the past few days, he has been following Zhao Qingshan and others incessantly, as they venture out daily in search of the so-called Golden Core Period Cultivators Cave. It is surprising to discover that Zhao Qingshan has a peculiar obsession with cleanliness, requiring a bath every evening. Zhao Qingshan, observing Zhao Qingshan as she changes and bathes, finds himself indulging in this visual feast daily. Suddenly, a wave of energy fluctuation catches Zhao Qingshan's attention, prompting him to glance towards the left courtyard. Lu Hao has made a breakthrough, demonstrating remarkable talent by advancing to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Lu Hao is the leading figure of the Qing sect this time, boasting the highest cultivation level. Zhao Qingshan did not anticipate Lu Hao's breakthrough occurring at this moment. A grave expression flickers in his eyes. He wonders whether Lu Hao will employ a foundation establishment pill if he succeeds in establishing his foundation. Zhao Qingshan can no longer follow them so freely. His audacity in trailing the disciples of the Qing sect stemmed from their Qi refinement stage, rendering them unable to perceive his concealment talisman. However, should they reach the foundation establishment stage, the situation would drastically change. A first-tier concealment talisman cannot mask one's presence from a foundation establishment cultivator. Currently, Chomping City is not merely home to Qingyun sect disciples, but also those from the Qingxia sect, the Liang sect, and other factions, making it a place fraught with peril. Zhao Qingshan feels a weight in his heart. If they were merely Qi refinement cultivators, he would harbor little concern, as he has 3 foundation establishment cultivators safeguarding his family. Even though these individuals belong to various sects, they would not dare to offend the Zhao family or act recklessly within Chomping City. His greatest worry is that the commotion might attract other foundation establishment cultivators, or even golden core cultivators. If his fears materialize, life would become difficult for the Zhao family, as they're the local overlords. Before long, half a month has passed. The news of the Relic Cave has quietly spread throughout Chomping City and, within a few days, has become common knowledge. This information has also reached the surrounding cities, prompting cultivators from those areas to flock to Chomping City in a frenzy. Regardless of the truth of the matter, the prospect is exhilarating for loose cultivators. After all, relic caves often signify opportunities and abundant cultivation resources, enabling them to advance further along their path of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, there are countless tales of loose cultivators seizing opportunities and achieving meteoric rise. It is easy to imagine the immense allure such relic caves hold. As the number of cultivators continues to swell, Zhao Qingshan increasingly feels the mounting pressure. The sense of impending crisis grows progressively stronger, for foundation establishment cultivators have already appeared in Chomping City. Moreover, it is not just 1 or 2. There are already 5 foundation establishment cultivators in total. It is evident that these foundational period cultivators have been irresistibly drawn to the news of the relic cave. Zhao Qingshan found himself increasingly vigilant, as the scouting talisman in the sky operated incessantly, 24 hours a day. Yet, not all tidings were disheartening. There were indeed some favorable developments. The Zhao estate had recently sold a substantial quantity of first-tier elixirs and talismans, thereby acquiring a significant amount of spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and medicinal plants. Among these, several third-tier spiritual herbs and medicines could also be found. Some cultivators, in their quest for elixirs, talismans, and mid-grade spirit stones, even offered their cultivation techniques, spells, and formulas in exchange. This fortunate turn of events allowed Zhao Qingshan to obtain 3 second-tier elixir formulas, 4 second-tier talisman formulas, and 2 second-tier formations. One could say this was a delightful surprise. In the past, acquiring such items would have been a formidable challenge, taking an indeterminate amount of time. However, with the number of cultivators in Chomping City now exceeding 3,000, the larger pool naturally led to greater rewards. Yet, within just a month, the Zhao estate's elixirs and talismans were completely depleted, leaving them unable to sell further. Some had perished, yet not all were entirely lost. Chapter 59. Pressure. The Zhao residence has recently adopted a notably low profile, avoiding any conflicts with external cultivators. 3 foundational stage practitioners are stationed here, alongside a second-tier alchemist and a second-tier talisman master, compelling outsiders to treat them with utmost caution. In the realm of cultivation, alchemy, talismans, and formations hold paramount significance. The alchemist ranks first, while the talisman master holds the 3rd position. Zhao Qingshan occupies 2 of these roles, despite still being in the qi refining stage. His status and deterrent power are sufficiently formidable to rival those in the foundational stage. Furthermore, the Zhao residence engages in commerce, acquiring spiritual herbs, medicinal materials, alchemical formulas, talismanic designs, and formations, while also selling elixirs and talismans, ensuring a mutual non-interference with others. During this period, Zhao Qingshan has inevitably neglected his wives, yet they, understanding the gravity of the current situation, bear no resentment. Instead, they diligently cultivate, rarely stepping outside their quarters. At the Qing insect's residence, Zhao Qingshan is captivated by the exquisite form of Zhao Qingshan, who bathes while humming a melodious tune, reminiscent of a lark. Suddenly, a formidable aura arises from the adjacent courtyard, causing Zhao Qingshan's expression to shift. This aura is familiar to him. It is the unmistakable presence of a practitioner achieving foundational success. A look of solemnity crosses Zhao Qingshan's face as he departs the courtyard. Resolute in his exit from the estate, he had not anticipated Lu Hao's audacity. Merely half a month prior, Lu had gathered 250 mid-grade spirit stones to procure a foundational pill from the Zhao residence. And now he was consuming it to break through to the foundational stage. It is noteworthy that Lu Hao had only recently broken through to the 10th layer of qi refinement and had yet to solidify his foundation before hastily consuming the foundational pill. Truly, as a disciple of the Qing sect, his innate talent is exceptional. Reflecting on the estate, Zhao Qingshan cannot help but feel a twinge of emotion. In this brief span, not only has Lu Hao successfully reached the foundational stage, but Zhao Qingshan has also attained the 9th layer of qi refinement. Such an astonishing pace of cultivation is beyond the imagination of solitary practitioners. Among the 7 disciples of the Qing sect, each one appears poised to achieve foundational success. It is merely a matter of time. Zhao Qingshan understands Lu Hao's urgency to break through. The allure of the remnants of a golden core practitioner's cave is immensely compelling. The saying goes, men die for wealth, birds die for food. Such relics attract both solitary cultivators and disciples of prestigious sects alike. Opportunities, hopes for foundation, longevity. These aspirations drive qi refining and foundational stage practitioners to madness, even though they are acutely aware that such relics often come with peril and a high mortality rate. Yet, human nature inclines towards chance, always harboring a glimmer of hope. There will always be those who succeed, so why not aspire to be among them? Zhao Qingshan suspects that Lu Hao's ambitions extend beyond mere accolades. He likely seeks to venture into the cave to seize resources and pave his path towards the golden core. Solitary practitioners yearn for the hope of foundations, while disciples of esteemed sects view foundational success as merely the beginning, striving for the ultimate attainment of the golden core path. Even though Lu Hao is a disciple of the Qing sect, the path to achieving the golden core is fraught with challenges. Without hesitation, Zhao Qingshan returned home, as he wished to remain inconspicuous. Only in the shadows could he hope to benefit from the situation. Otherwise, how could he contend with these sect disciples? Since this ancient relic cave is situated in Chopping City, Zhao Qingshan, being a resident of Chopping, naturally desired to compete for it. Upon arriving home, Zhao Qingshan found his wives diligently practicing their cultivation, which brought him a slight sense of comfort. With so many cultivators gathered in Chopping City, he felt the pressure. And his wives felt it too. Under such strain, each of them worked hard at their cultivation rather than engaging in petty rivalries. Women, after all, require engagement. If left idle, they tend to indulge in restless thoughts. Only by keeping them occupied can a man find peace of mind. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qingshan proceeded to the cultivation room, intending to craft a second-tier explosive spirit talisman. The principles of the second-tier explosive spirit talisman are akin to those of the first tier, which he had previously created twice. Zhao Qingshan was reluctant to sell this second-tier talisman. Instead, he intended to keep it as his trump card. After all, a first-tier talisman poses little threat to foundation-building cultivators, but a second-tier talisman is a different matter altogether. A single misstep could lead to devastating consequences for a foundation-building cultivator, as the explosive power is magnified several times. With great care, he picked up the talisman brush and began crafting the second-tier explosive spirit talisman. As a talisman maker, Zhao Qingshan understood that creating talismans was no easier than alchemy. A moment's inattention could result in complete failure, unlike the ordinary paper used for first-tier talismans. The paper for the second-tier talismans is crafted from the hides of magical beasts, for only such material can withstand the talisman's formidable power. An hour later, he successfully completed an explosive spirit talisman, nodding in satisfaction as he placed it in his storage pouch. He did not cease his work on the talismans and continued his crafting. The following day, around noon, Zhao Qingshan emerged from his cultivation room, appearing somewhat fatigued. Just then, Qiuyue was tending to her flowers. Husband Qiuyue called out, her eyes sparkling with affection as she ran towards Zhao Qingshan. Leaning slightly forward, she casually wrapped her arms around him, the sweetness of the citrus fruit in her robe nearly spilling forth. Mr. Husband, did you? Zhao Qingshan inquired, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Qiuyue as he playfully nibbled her ear. Qiuyue felt a wave of warmth wash over her, her cheeks flushing as she shyly admitted, I indeed missed my husband. Seeing her response, Zhao Qingshan expressed his feelings through action, lifting Qiuyue into his arms and moving towards her. Soon, the bed began to sway, creaking under their weight. After a restful slumber, Zhao Qingshan awoke to find it was already night. Qiuyue lay curled up in his embrace like a content little kitten, her face radiating bliss. Zhao Qingshan smiled. With such a wonderful wife, he naturally indulged her. Though her cultivation level was somewhat lacking, she possessed a mid-grade spiritual root, indicating significant potential yet to be explored. This point is evident from Qiuyu's cultivation, which has already surpassed that of Bing Tong. It is noteworthy that, in daily life, he tends to care for Bing Tong, his legitimate wife, yet despite this, her cultivation remains eclipsed by Qiuyu's. Contemplating such innate talent indeed evokes feelings of envy and helplessness. One might even assert that, thus far, Qiuyu possesses the highest potential among his wives and concubines. And barring unforeseen circumstances, she may very well achieve the highest level of cultivation in the future. Dear husband, it is entirely my fault for indulging in slumber a bit too long. I shall rise at once to attend to your needs, Qiuyu said with a hint of embarrassment as she awoke. Indulging in transient pleasures is bound to come with its own trials. Zhao Qingshan chuckled lightly. There is no need to rush. Let us savor this moment together. Zhao Qingshan gently grasped Qiuyu's delicate hand, and the two shared intimate words, causing Qiuyu's cheeks to flush. It was not until she could no longer bear the moment that she finally rose to dress. By then, the moon had ascended high in the sky, and the heavens were adorned with countless twinkling stars. Chapter 60. The market. The gathering of 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators in Chongping City heralded immense commercial opportunities. Qian Feng, the proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion, took the initiative to collaborate with the managers of treasure pavilions from 3 nearby cities, convening a market at Talentless and announcing an auction to be held during the event. The entire Chongping City was abuzz with excitement. Talentless was cordoned off in advance, with cultivators stationed at critical access points, permitting entry solely to fellow cultivators. Despite the market not commencing for another fortnight, numerous cultivators arrived early to scout the venue. Naturally, Zhao Qingshan received this news and was instantly intrigued. With such a multitude of cultivators, there must be many items of interest to him. In the ensuing days, Zhao Qingshan immersed himself in his pursuits, crafting talismans and concocting elixirs, while also dedicating time to engage meaningfully with his wives. Although the routine of cultivation could be monotonous, it occasionally bore a hint of amusement. After all, life necessitates a touch of flavor. One by one, elixirs and talismans found their way into his storage pouch. Before long, the fortnight had elapsed, and Zhao Qingshan made his way to Talentless with considerable enthusiasm. At that moment, Talentless was buzzing with activity. 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators had gathered, many setting up stalls in open spaces, eager to profit from the occasion. Those with astute foresight erected structures for trading, often dealing in items of considerable value. For late-stage foundation establishment, cultivators from the Treasure Pavilion presided over the market, instilling a sense of restraint among the cultivators and deterring any unruly behavior. Outside the market, however, the Treasure Pavilion would not intervene. They established an impressive 3-story pavilion, a testament to their extensive business reach throughout the Jin Kingdom, earning respect from all quarters. Their uncanny ability to sense opportunities was nothing short of astounding. With 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators assembled, an enormous marketplace was created. Within just a few days, the volume of transactions could rival that of the treasure pavilions across these 4 cities over the course of a year or two. Suddenly, a realization struck Zhao Qingshan as he spotted a stall displaying a white dew flower. The white dew flower, a 4th-tier spiritual herb, is a remarkably unique entity that condenses a drop of white dew essence at the first light of dawn, possessing the capacity to cleanse the marrow and elevate one's cultivation. Zhao Qingshan recognized it as the primary ingredient in the 3rd-tier elixir, the marrow cleansing pill. Esteemed friend, may I inquire how one might procure this spiritual herb? Zhao Qingshan approached the stall and inquired. An elderly man, with graying hair and cloudy eyes, tended the stall. This spiritual herb is priced at 50 mid-grade spirit stones. He replied. Zhao Qingshan retrieved 50 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, handed them to the elder, and delicately placed the white dew flower into a jade box. Anxious to preserve its potency. Esteemed friend, would you consider trading this spiritual herb with me? I am willing to offer you 100 mid-grade spirit stones. At that moment, a youthful voice filled with excitement rang out as a young man hurried toward them. Zhao Qingshan turned to see the speaker approaching. Apologies, but I too am in need of this rare herb. Zhao Qingshan unhesitatingly declined. It is no jest. This Bailu flower is valued at no less than 300 mid-grade spirit stones. How could he possibly part with it so readily? The young man furrowed his brow. My friend, why must you be so obstinate? By offering 100 mid-grade spirit stones, you stand to double your profit. The implication of his words bore a threatening undertone. Zhao Qingshan maintained a stoic expression, having discerned that this youth was, in fact, a foundation-building cultivator. Yet, even if he were a foundation-building cultivator, what of it? Zhao Qingshan replied with a faint smile. I am a man of many virtues, though I must admit, I possess a certain greed. The youth frowned, taken aback by the audacity of this qi refining stage cultivator. He stated coldly, I am Xin Bao, an inner disciple of the Liyang sect. If you are willing to trade this Bailu flower to me, not only will you earn 50 mid-grade spirit stones, but you will also gain a favor from me. What do you say? A favor? Zhao Qingshan's expression turned slightly mocking. Such a precious herb would likely be guarded by spirit beasts of at least the foundation building level, if not the core formation level. Could the favor of a foundation building cultivator truly be worth 200 mid-grade spirit stones? If it were a favor from a core formation cultivator, Zhao Qingshan would have no hesitation. However, as for a foundation building cultivator's favor, he thought otherwise. I'm afraid, Shen Daoist, that I cannot part with this herb. Zhao Qingshan placed the jade box into his storage bag and smiled lightly. Shen Bao's eyes glinted with coldness. He had not anticipated that Zhao Qingshan would refuse to accept his offer. This fellow cultivator, excessive greed may very well cost you your life. Shen Bao gazed at Zhao Qingshan with a frigid glare, his sword already drawn. Shen Daoist, do you intend to resort to violence here in the market? Zhao Qingshan observed Shen Bao with a semblance of a smile. This market is under the protection of the Treasure's Pavilion. Shen Bao sneered. Others may fear the Treasure's Pavilion, but my Liyang sect does not. Yet, his sword quietly returned to its sheath. He spoke bravado, yet acted timidly. Zhao Qingshan felt a sense of disdain in his heart. My friend, that herb belongs to you. I shall offer you 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Would you sell it to me? Shen Bao produced 100 mid-grade spirit stones and addressed the stall owner. The stall owner's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, when Shen Bao had offered 100 mid-grade spirit stones, the stall owner had deeply regretted his lack of foresight. Now, with Shen Bao turning his attention back to him, the stall owner wore a fawning smile as he said to Zhao Qingshan, esteemed friend, I have decided not to sell that herb after all. Please take your spirit stones back and return the herb. Zhao Qingshan scoffed, replying, what nonsense is this? A transaction requires an exchange of goods for payment. The herb is now mine. You cannot simply retract your offer. Other cultivators were drawn to the commotion. TSK, TSK, TSK. How can one set up a stall without understanding the market's rules? If the price is too high, that is merely his own fault. Having sold at a loss, one can only blame their own lack of discernment. It is truly absurd. If this were the norm, how could the marketplace possibly function? The exchange of payment for goods is an unyielding principle. The stall owner, upon hearing the derisive laughter of other cultivators, felt a flush of embarrassment and agitation. However, one must recognize that this transaction involved a substantial sum of 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In comparison, what value does a little pride hold? As long as he could reclaim that precious spiritual herb, he would not hesitate to forego his dignity, even if it meant kneeling and calling Zhao Qingshan father. Zhao Qingshan remained impassive, with no inclination to alter his stance. A dignified foundation-building cultivator, so willing to abandon his pride, truly tarnished the reputation of the Liyang sect. Zhao Qingshan cast a scornful glance at Shen Bao before departing. The stall owner, witnessing this, was overcome with despair. Clearly, he could have profited 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet he ended up with a mere 50, incurring a significant loss. Shen Bao, on the other hand, wore a grim expression. Chapter 61. The pursuit of Shen Bao. Zhao Qingshan paid no heed to the vendor or Shen Bao, instead immersing himself in the vibrant marketplace. This particular bazaar was the largest yet, with the highest number of cultivators in attendance, rendering the entire Tianzhushan exceptionally lively. 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators gathered, either setting up stalls or perusing the market in search of desired items. Zhao Qingshan, spotting second and third grade spiritual herbs and medicines, purchased them without hesitation, expending 300 middle grade spirit stones in total. Regrettably, even at this level of bizarre, third grade spiritual herbs and medicines were scarce, and fourth grade ones were even rarer, save for the Bai Lu flower he had initially acquired. As for first grade herbs, Zhao Qingshan had long since lost interest. Amidst the bustling market, he also observed individuals selling magical artifacts. However, the most exquisite among them were merely mid-grade artifacts. Zhao Qingshan, possessing two exceptional grade artifacts, regarded these mid-grade items with disdain. Now, the only prospect that piqued his interest was the upcoming auction on the third day. Until now, he had never attended an auction within the cultivation realm. Shen Bao is truly relentless, shadowing me as if I were a plump sheep, Zhao Qingshan mused, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Bao, who lingered a short distance behind. Since morning, Shen Bao had trailed him, maintaining a distance of no more than 100 meters. Zhao Qingshan was well aware of Shen Bao's intentions and could not suppress a cold chuckle. He had his own advantages, the most significant of which were his two exceptional grade artifacts. Should any foundation-building cultivator mistakenly believe they had the upper hand, they would soon discover the folly of their assumptions. Meanwhile, Shen Bao observed Zhao Qingshan from a distance, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Damnable insect, how dare a mere ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivator provoke me? Shen Bao sneered. The Bai Lu flower, a fourth-grade spiritual herb, is immensely valuable, worth 300 middle-grade spirit stones, far beyond the means of a Qi refinement cultivator. Internally, Shen Bao lamented, wishing he had discovered the flower sooner. It could have been his. Although not an alchemist himself, Shen Bao recognized the Bai Lu flower because he intended to enlist the elder of the apothecary hall to concoct a bone-refining pill. The elder had agreed to assist him but required Shen Bao to gather 2 sets of the necessary materials. The Bai Lu flower was the primary ingredient for this pill, and thus Shen Bao had committed it to memory. While he refrained from acting within the market, once outside its confines, there would be no such restrictions. Although a disciple of the inner sect of the Liang sect, Shen Bao was wary of offending the treasure pavilion. Otherwise, even his elders would be unable to protect him. Thus, he dared not act recklessly in the marketplace, as doing so would be tantamount to slapping the treasure pavilion in the face. In a few days, my junior sister Bai should arrive here. Perhaps together we can uncover the hidden relics. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shen Bao's eyes. Having obtained the opportunity within the relic cave, the path to my golden core would be smooth sailing. And at that time, Sister Bai would be unable to escape from my grasp. The mere thought of Sister Bai's enchanting figure and unparalleled beauty ignited a fervor within him. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to acquire the Bai Lu flower. Once he gathered the necessary medicinal materials, his journey would become significantly easier. With the muscle cleansing and marrow washing pill, his cultivation would progress with much greater ease, Shen Bao mused inwardly. At this moment, his irritation towards Zhao Qingshan's lack of discernment intensified. How could he dare to enter the treasure pavilion? Shen Bao furrowed his brow, watching as Zhao Qingshan stepped into the building. Taking a deep breath, he followed suit. The treasure pavilion, a 3-story structure, was divided into a sales area and a purchasing area. A considerable number of cultivators were present in the pavilion. Even if only 1/10 engaged in transactions, the volume would still be substantial. Moreover, with the final day of the auction approaching, that would be the true highlight. Zhao Qingshan entered the sales area, inspecting each counter. With over 100 counters, the goods varied immensely. The attendants were not ordinary individuals, but cultivators themselves. Each floor had a foundation establishment cultivator overseeing it, ensuring that no one dared to cause trouble. The first floor sales area featured items priced below 50 lower-grade spirit stones, primarily catering to low-tier loose cultivators. With a diverse array of goods, many of which were unfamiliar to Zhao Qingshan, things he had never seen before. Such treasures were previously unimaginable to behold. Zhao Qingshan observed with keen interest, inquiring about several items, and spent a few hundred lower-grade spirit stones on various trinkets. Subsequently, he made his way to the second floor. Apologies, fellow cultivator, but access to the second floor is restricted, a smiling female cultivator informed him, her demeanor apologetic. Oh, what must one do to ascend to the second floor? Zhao Qingshan inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. Access to the second floor requires the payment of 10 lower-grade spirit stones, the female cultivator replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but marvel at how the treasure pavilion effortlessly profited. 10 lower-grade spirit stones could purchase a single item on the first floor. He retrieved 10 lower-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the female cultivator. Please, proceed upstairs, she said, her attitude becoming even more amiable upon receiving the spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan ascended to the second floor. The counters on the second floor were fewer in number, Yet the quality of goods was undoubtedly superior. Each item was valued at no less than 50 lower-grade spirit stones, with many exceeding 100. The cultivators on this level exhibited significantly higher cultivation levels, with the lowest being mid-Qi refinement and many at late Qi refinement. Early Qi refinement cultivators generally hesitated to spend 10 lower-grade spirit stones for the privilege of ascending. Here, one could find a plethora of items, elixirs, talismans, magical weapons, formations, puppets, and numerous precious ores, spirit herbs, and spiritual fruits. The precious ores sold here were not priced in gold or silver, but rather in spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan ascended to the second floor. Although the number of cultivators there was fewer than on the first floor, the transaction rate was notably higher. Those who found something desirable purchased it without hesitation, engaging neither in lengthy deliberations, bargaining, nor complaints about parting with items. Moreover, the sales staff on this level possessed superior cultivation compared to their counterparts below. Zhao Qingshan acquired several spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits, expending several thousand low-grade spirit stones, items he was in dire need of. However, he refrained from purchasing pills or talismans, for he was amply supplied in those regards. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan made his way towards the staircase leading to the third floor. In stark contrast to before, access to the third floor required a fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan expressed his astonishment. A sum of 100 low-grade spirit stones was beyond the financial reach of most low-tier cultivators. This method effectively filtered the clientele, showcasing the business acumen of the treasure pavilion. After paying the fee, Zhao Qingshan proceeded to the third floor. The number of counters on the third floor was even sparser, and the cultivators present were few. Only those in the later stages of Qi refinement or at the foundation establishment stage ventured here. Most cultivators on this level were at the 8th, 9th, or even 10th layer of Qi refinement, with a handful at the foundation establishment stage. A rough estimate indicated that there were only a few dozen cultivators on the third floor. However, these individuals displayed considerable generosity, often spending hundreds to thousands of low-grade spirit stones without a second thought. Chapter 62. The Refinement of the Cleansing Elixir Recipe, the Foundation Establishment Pill. Priced at 250 medium-grade spirit stones. The Meridian Protection Pill, at 100 medium-grade spirit stones. The Pill of Abstinence, costing 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan cast a fleeting glance at the second-tier elixir counter, and the displayed prices left him inwardly astonished. The Foundation Establishment Pill, which the Treasure Pavilion procured from the Zhao family, was originally priced at 200 medium-grade spirit stones, now being sold for 250, yielding a remarkable profit of 50 spirit stones. The Meridian Protection Pill, which the Zhao family provided to the Treasure Pavilion at 80 medium-grade spirit stones, was now offered at 100, netting a profit of 20 spirit stones. The sheer profitability of these transactions was truly breathtaking. Curiously, those in the late Qi refinement stage were eagerly extracting spirit stones, clamoring to purchase elixirs, particularly the Foundation Establishment Pill. After all, securing this pill would grant them the hope of breaking into the Foundation Establishment realm. Some even went so far as to borrow spirit stones from friends and family to acquire the Foundation Establishment Pill. With a price tag of 250 medium-grade spirit stones, it represented a substantial fortune for any Qi refinement practitioner, a wealth not easily possessed by all. Unlike Zhao Qingshan, on the other hand, was acquiring third-tier spiritual herbs and fruits, thoroughly depleting the inventory on the third floor. His journey was undeniably fruitful. To his exhilaration, he had not anticipated the Treasure Pavilion's generosity in presenting such an abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits. The amount the Zhao family could procure from scattered cultivators in a year would scarcely match this bounty. With these spiritual herbs and fruits, he could concoct second-tier elixirs for an extended period. A second-tier elixir recipe? Zhao Qingshan was suddenly captivated by a particular counter and halted. The recipe for the cleansing elixir was priced at 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon reading the description, his excitement surged. His blood seemed to boil with anticipation. Having personally consumed the cleansing elixir, he was well aware of its effects and value. It surpassed even that of the Foundation Establishment Pill, proving beneficial to both Qi refinement and Foundation Establishment practitioners alike. He had long lamented the absence of the cleansing elixir, but now, with the recipe in his possession, he could produce it, enabling his wives, parents, and siblings to partake of the elixir, enhancing their physical constitutions and accelerating their cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved 500 medium-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and purchased the cleansing elixir recipe. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. This cleansing elixir recipe is now yours. The vendor beamed as he handed the recipe to Zhao Qingshan. As a vendor, they received a share of the spirit stones from each sale. Initially, he feared his time would be wasted, but upon witnessing Zhao Qingshan's purchase of the recipe, he realized he would earn a commission of 10 medium-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, no one wished to convert medium-grade spirit stones into low-grade ones, as the former could be held during cultivation to enhance training speed. Zhao Qingshan took possession of the recipe and immediately placed it into his storage pouch. Secure at last. Shen Bao had been closely following Zhao Qingshan all along. Zhao Qingshan, with his extravagant display of wealth, caught the attention of all. Shen Bao was left astounded. How infuriating it was that this insignificant creature wielded such opulence, possessing not only inferior spirit stones, but also medium-grade ones. Flames of rage ignited in Shen Bao's eyes. As a disciple of the inner sect of the Liang sect, a foundation-building cultivator, he had never amassed such riches. A mere qi-refining practitioner, whom he considered a lowly insect, possessed even greater wealth than he did. The murderous intent within Shen Bao intensified, that wealth would inevitably be mine. Why should a mere qi-refining worm possess such affluence? Shen Bao raged silently. In his eyes, Zhao Qingshan had transformed into a moving mountain of gold. He yearned to eliminate Zhao Qingshan and claim the treasure for himself. Once I slay him, his riches will be mine, and perhaps even before I locate the ruins. My strength will see further enhancement, thus increasing my chances of seizing the treasures within. Shen Bao felt that his descent from the mountain was indeed fortuitous. However, his primary goal remained to discover the ruins and contend for the opportunities hidden within. The lair of a golden core cultivator typically harbored immense fortunes, presenting a lethal allure to foundation-building practitioners. As for Zhao Qingshan, he was merely a secondary consideration. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan felt a prickling unease, as if a thorn were lodged in his back. A chill coursed through him as he cast a fleeting glance, only to meet Shen Bao's fierce gaze. Zhao Qingshan smirked coldly. If he dared to make a move against me, he would soon understand why the flowers bloomed so vividly. He was not a malicious person who resorted to killing at the slightest provocation. Yet, he was no benevolent soul either. The notion of repaying kindness with kindness was not his creed. His principle was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I will surely retaliate. The Liang sect held some sentimental value for him, as his grandparents had once been disciples there. However, that was no reason for him to endure insults or humiliation. Should Shen Bao dare to act against him, it mattered not whether he was a disciple of the Liang sect or the Qingyan sect. Zhao Qingshan would show no mercy. On the third floor of the treasure pavilion, in a secluded chamber, Qian Feng and 3 other stewards from the treasure pavilion convened. These stewards, who typically presided over each floor, had gathered together. This young man truly possesses wealth and is generous in his expenditures, one steward remarked, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Another steward scoffed, he's merely at the qi-refining stage. Yet he flaunts his wealth so ostentatiously. Little does he know this is a path to his demise. Countless cultivators are now fixated on him, and many may resort to underhanded tactics. Qian Feng replied with a faint smile, this young man is none other than Zhao Qingshan of the Zhao family, a second-tier alchemist and talisman maker, who has single-handedly elevated the Zhao family to glorious heights. Not long ago, he even eliminated a peak foundation-building cultivator. His audacity is backed by considerable confidence. Qian Feng sipped his tea. The other 3 managers were taken aback. Could it be? He has merely reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. How could he possibly slay a peak foundation establishment cultivator? Qian Feng replied with a faint smile. He is indeed a second-tier talisman master. Who knows how many second-tier spirit talismans he possesses? I advise you all to refrain from targeting him, lest you suffer a significant loss. Qian Feng remained remarkably composed. This time, he personally organized the market. And despite it being merely a day, he was already quite pleased, as this market would yield rewards beyond just spirit stones. As a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Qian Feng naturally aspired to the golden core path. To successfully traverse this path, he needed to prepare in advance, which required a substantial amount of spirit stones. With sufficient spirit stones, he could procure elixirs, magical artifacts, and formations. While spirit stones are not omnipotent, their absence is utterly detrimental. Upon hearing Qian Feng's earnest words, the other 3 managers became cautious. They had known Qian Feng for more than a year or 2, and were well aware of his character. Those who initially harbored ulterior motives towards Zhao Qingshan promptly abandoned their schemes. Chapter 63, The Auction in the Blink of an Eye. The final day of the market had arrived. After today, the market would close its doors. The weather, however, was not in favor, as a gentle drizzle began to fall early in the morning. This downpour significantly reduced the number of cultivators setting up stalls, and the foot traffic in the market was markedly less than in the previous days. As dusk approached, Zhao Qingshan took a moment to refresh himself before departing from his temporary lodgings at Tian's Hushan, making his way to the treasures pavilion. This evening, the pavilion would host an auction, the highlight of the market. Zhao Qingshan was filled with curiosity about the rare treasures that would be presented at this auction, speculating that the items available for bidding would surely surpass those sold in the past few days. Unlike the previous days when entry was free, today, upon entering, attendees were required to pay a fee in low-grade spirit stones. The entire treasures pavilion had been transformed into an auction hall, which was now even more spacious and brightly lit than before. The crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow that was far from blinding. On the first floor, there were no seats, forcing the cultivators to stand. The second floor, however, boasted rows of seating, but access required a payment of 10 low-grade spirit stones. The third floor featured exquisitely decorated private boxes, with entry costing 100 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan paid the required fee and entered a box, subsequently paying 50 low-grade spirit stones for dedicated service from a charming attendant. Seated within the box, he had a clear view of the proceedings below, enhanced by a mirror that reflected the auction stage, providing a crystal-clear perspective. Zhao Qingshan silently marveled at the value of his expenditure. The ambience was serene, with only the auctioneer's voice resonating within the confines of the box. Different pricing tiers afforded varying levels of comfort, and the treasures pavilion truly excelled in its business acumen, adeptly catering to both affluent and modest clients alike. Reclining comfortably, the attractive attendant gently massaged Zhao Qingshan's shoulders. He awaited the commencement of the auction. It was evident that over 3,000 cultivators had gathered at the treasures pavilion for the event, some merely seeking to witness the spectacle and broaden their horizons, while others hoped to strike luck and acquire something of value. Zhao Qingshan felt the presence of several foundation establishment cultivators, and witnessing such a multitude for the first time left him profoundly impressed. The grandeur of the scene was unprecedented. Approximately half an hour later, nearly all who could attend had arrived. With a beaming smile, Qian Feng, radiating his formidable spiritual energy, addressed the assembly. "Welcome, fellow cultivators, to the Treasures Pavilion's auction. I am the steward of the Treasures Pavilion in Chongping City." He delivered a few formalities before demonstrating his prowess alongside 3 other stewards, their intent unmistakably conveyed. Subsequently, a seasoned auctioneer took the stage, a venerable elder with silver hair. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The first item for auction is the Boots of Swift Stride, a mid-grade magical artifact that enhances the wearer's movement speed by 60%. The starting bid is 50 mid-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 1 mid-grade spirit stone." Zhao Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. The opening bid for the first item was an astonishing 50 mid-grade spirit stones. He found it hard to fathom how exorbitant the starting prices for the subsequent items would be. Typically, the first item at an auction holds the lowest value, with prices escalating as the event progresses. The assembled cultivators collectively gasped. More than 90% of them possessed wealth insufficient to match the opening bid of 50 mid-grade spirit stones. This indicated that, for the evening, they were merely spectators. Clearly, the auction held by the Treasure Pavilion was tailored for affluent patrons. Before long, after several rounds of bidding, the Boots of Swift Stride were sold. After all, the ability to enhance speed rendered it a valuable artifact, significantly amplifying one's capabilities. As the first item was sold, the second and third items followed suit, each possessing considerable value. Zhao Qingshan observed without feeling any stirrings of desire, as nothing caught his fancy. The next auction item was an esoteric communication technique, an exceptional method for couples that remained effective even at the golden core stage. The fourth item was, astonishingly, a special secret manual. Zhao Qingshan's eyes lit up. This was precisely suited to his needs. In comparison, the technique he was currently employing paled in significance. Ultimately, Zhao Qingshan secured the manual for 500 mid-grade spirit stones. With this acquisition, he could deepen his relationships with his wives and accelerate their cultivation, achieving a dual benefit. His attendance at the auction was indeed worthwhile, and he felt a surge of private joy. Upon paying the 500 mid-grade spirit stones, the manual was delivered to his private box. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Qingshan eagerly perused it. Each technique was accompanied by detailed illustrations, some of which elicited a flush to his cheeks. Nevertheless, he found himself engrossed. Certain moves were indeed beyond his wildest imaginings. This experience broadened his horizons and enriched his knowledge. The subsequent items were commendable, yet none piqued Zhao Qingshan's interest, primarily consisting of pills and artifacts. Next up for auction was the pièce d'argent of the evening, the 3,000-year-old spirit herb, narcissus grass. This 5th-tier spirit herb possessed remarkable properties for rejuvenating flesh and bones, greatly benefiting cultivators of water attributes, with a certain probability of enhancing their spiritual roots. The starting bid was 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with each increment not less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. As the silver-haired elder unveiled the showpiece, a jade box containing a vibrant green spirit herb, the atmosphere surged with excitement among the cultivators. They were astonished to discover that the grand finale item was, indeed, a fifth-tier spirit herb. The fifth-tier spiritual herb signifies the potential presence of a guardian spirit beast with power rivaling that of cultivators in the golden core stage, or even the terrifying might akin to ancient beings of the nascent soul stage. Any fifth-tier spiritual herb is exceedingly precious and extraordinarily rare. Zhao Qingshan could not help but sit up, momentarily neglecting his studies, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he fixated on the jade box held by the auctioneer on the stage. Even without being refined into a pill, the efficacy of a fifth-tier spiritual herb is comparable to that of a third-tier elixir. Moreover, this is the water fairy herb, known for its ability to enhance a cultivator's spiritual root. Although he currently possesses a high-grade water spiritual root and does not require the water fairy herb for enhancement, his wife, Bing Tong, is in dire need of it. Should Bing Tong manage to elevate her low-grade water spiritual root to a medium grade, her cultivation speed would significantly increase, making the prospect of successfully establishing a foundation and even aspiring towards the golden core path a tangible possibility. In Zhao Qingshan's heart, he harbors a deep desire for his wife and concubines to accompany him as much as possible, to mitigate the solitude and loneliness of his long journey in the realm of cultivation. The water fairy herb is an acquisition he must secure at all costs. Chapter 64. Water Nymph Grass. The fifth-tier spiritual herb, Water Nymph Grass, was unveiled, astonishing all the cultivators present at the auction. Whether they were on the first, second, or third floor, everyone gazed in wide-eyed wonder at the jade box held by the auctioneer, within which lay the verdant spiritual herb. The significance of a fifth-tier spiritual herb was widely known. It indicated that its guardian spirit beast could be of the golden core or even the nascent soul stage. Regardless of which, the individual fortunate enough to acquire this fifth-tier herb would undoubtedly be a cultivator of at least the golden core stage. Its efficacy rivaled that of a third-tier elixir. Moreover, it had the potential to enhance one's water attribute's spiritual root, even though the auctioneer merely suggested this possibility. Rather than presenting it as an absolute certainty, it was still an invaluable treasure. Everyone understood that a person's spiritual root attribute was determined at birth and solidified by the age of 6, defining the quality of their spiritual root. The quality of one's spiritual root dictated their cultivation ceiling and was inherently linked to one's innate talent for cultivation. The ability to elevate the quality of a spiritual root was enough to drive people into a frenzy. It would compel cultivators with water attribute spiritual roots to risk everything, as such a monumental opportunity might never present itself again in a lifetime. How terrifying it is that such a thing exists. Auctioneer, is this truly authentic? Shen Bao inquired excitedly. It seemed that this question lingered in the minds of many. The auctioneer, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, I assure you all, we at Treasure Pavilion have verified that this is indeed the fifth-tier spiritual herb, Water Nymph Grass. Its efficacy has been confirmed, and I trust you will believe in the integrity of Treasure Pavilion. A single fifth-tier spiritual herb is not worth jeopardizing our reputation. The auctioneer spoke with unwavering confidence. His words swayed most of the cultivators, for Treasure Pavilion was a reputable giant, well established across various cities in the Jin Kingdom. Without hesitation, Shen Bao placed his bid, 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This final auction item would see competition limited to the private boxes, relegating those on the first and second floors to mere spectators. 3,100 medium-grade spirit stones. 3,200 medium-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan confidently raised his bid for 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. When Zhao Qingshan's voice echoed, shock rippled through the crowd, prompting many to glance toward his private box. Unfortunately, the array surrounding the box concealed its occupant's identity. Damn it, Shen Bao fumed, his eyes aflame with frustration. The entirety of his wealth barely amounted to 4,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The new bid meant that the water nymph grass was now beyond his reach. With a cold demeanor, Shen Bao declared, I shall see who ultimately claims this fifth-tier spiritual herb. The auction does not guarantee possession. At that moment, he was already devising a plan. In the world of cultivation, the act of killing for treasure was not an uncommon occurrence. The cultivators in the other boxes began to hesitate, contemplating their next moves. After all, the auction price surged to 4,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Such an exorbitant value is beyond the means of most foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they possessed such wealth, would it be worthwhile to deplete their entire fortune for a single spirit herb? Thus, After the auctioneer's repeated confirmations, Zhao Qingshan successfully acquired the Narcissus herb for 4,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Upon payment, the treasure pavilion presented the herb to him. The marketplace, which had been bustling for 3 consecutive days, officially came to a close with the conclusion of the auction. The events of this evening's auction became a hot topic among cultivators, with unprecedented items and exorbitant prices that challenged their perceptions. However, beneath the surface, currents of intrigue were stirring. Several Foundation establishment cultivators discreetly monitored the treasure pavilion. The notion of killing for treasure was not solely the domain of Xinbao. Others harbored similar thoughts. Naturally, there are always those who aspire to be the ultimate victor in such schemes. Where are they? Why haven't they emerged yet? Xinbao's eyes gleamed with cold light, his mind seething with anger. In his pursuit of murder and plunder, he found himself momentarily setting aside thoughts of Zhao Qingshan. After all, one must first savor the main course before indulging in dessert. Those individuals dared to contest with him. If they failed to recognize their place, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Xinbao glanced at the other Foundation establishment cultivators. The moment they caught his menacing gaze, a chill ran down their spines. Yet none retreated. Each had cultivated to the Foundation establishment stage, their wills unyielding. Lu Hao's eyes sparkled with determination. He too had participated in the auction, yet he had depleted his spirit stones to procure Foundation establishment pills, incurring considerable debt. Nevertheless, he too aspired to be the hidden winner. Though he had only recently established his foundation, he practiced the superior techniques of the Qingyun sect and was confident in his ability to contend. If he could seize the Narcissus herb, he would undoubtedly win the heart of a beautiful maiden. What a bunch of fools. They all seek to kill for treasure, truly believing I am as foolish as they are. Zhao Qingshan, who had descended from Tian's Hushan unnoticed, chuckled inwardly. He had already devised an escape plan to utilize a second-tier invisibility talisman. In such a scenario, the talisman would prove invaluable as all attention was diverted elsewhere, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the crowd and depart from the treasure pavilion without hesitation. Fortunately, the private room was shielded by a formation, otherwise, escaping would not have been so effortless. Zhao Qingshan recognized that his successful evasion was a stroke of luck. He was grateful that the treasure pavilion maintained its reputation. The undercurrents in Chomping City were intensifying, with an increasing number of cultivators arriving. Now, the count of Foundation establishment cultivators had surpassed 10. The thought of so many Foundation establishment cultivators gathering over a golden core cultivator's relic cave filled Zhao Qingshan with trepidation. Zhao Qingshan found it difficult to fathom the implications that the discovery of a relic cave belonging to a primordial infant cultivator might have on the entire cultivation community of the Jin Kingdom. Fortunately, no golden elixir cultivators had yet arrived in Chongping City. Otherwise, he would have been resigned to his fate. Zhao Qingshan felt a twinge of relief. If a golden elixir cultivator were to appear, the Zhao residents would indeed be akin to ants, easily crushed beneath their might. Revered as immortals, golden elixir cultivators possess incredible power, capable of annihilating cities like Chongping with ease. To achieve refinement or Foundation establishment cultivator, they are no different from ordinary mortals in such a presence. Such beings are far beyond Zhao Qingshan's ability to contend with. After casting a lingering glance at Tianzhu Mountain, he urged his steed onward to Chongping City. Whatever bloodshed transpired on Tianzhu Mountain that night held no significance for him. Chapter 65, Consuming the daffodil grass. Upon returning to the courtyard, it was already the early hours of the morning. Both his wife and concubines were deep in slumber. Zhao Qingshan made his way to the swimming pool, filling it with water and heating it up for a soothing soak. As he reclined in the pool, enveloped in a veil of steam, he squinted slightly, contemplating the astonishing fact that the news of a relic cave, still uncertain in authenticity, had drawn such a multitude of cultivators. The gathering of 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators in Chongping City was unprecedented in its history. Such an influx of practitioners had undeniably contributed to the burgeoning prosperity of the city. Although Chongping lacked a city lord's mansion, it continued to flourish seamlessly. The cultivators, in their affluence, treated the ordinary populace with restraint, indulging themselves lavishly in food and drink. They were in want of spirit stones rather than currency, resulting in a flourishing business for the taverns and pleasure houses of Chongping. Many cultivators preferred not to stay in inns, opting instead to purchase residences within the city. The wealthier among them acquired opulent estates, while those with lesser means settled for simpler abodes. At times, Zhao Qingshan pondered whether the presence of so many cultivators was a boon or a bane. After enjoying a hot bath, he changed into fresh attire and quietly approached Bing Tong's room. The moment he entered, Bing Tong became alert, awakening instantly. However, she remained unaware as Zhao Qingshan slipped beneath the covers. It was only when he joined her that she stirred. Tong, he murmured, embracing his delicate wife. Instantly, she melted into his embrace, her form adorned in an ethereal black veil that added an alluring charm to her every movement, providing Zhao Qingshan with an extraordinary experience. After a prolonged moment, as the clouds dispersed and calmness enveloped them, Zhao Qingshan gazed down at Bing Tong, who slumbered with a smile. And he too closed his eyes in restful slumber. As for the intimacy shared between them, he no longer harbored expectations. Each encounter seemed to bring heartache, leading him to believe that ignorance might be bliss. Time reveals true intentions. A day as a couple fosters 100 days of affection. Zhao Qingshan felt a pang of gratitude toward his wife, who was accommodating and uncontentious, managing their household with remarkable order, alleviating him of countless worries. Such a wife was indeed a rare find. The following day, he planned to present the daffodil grass to Tong, envisioning her joyous reaction. The sun was high in the sky by the time he reluctantly arose. The other concubines had prepared lunch, and he eagerly consumed 2 bowls of nourishing soup to rejuvenate himself, relishing the sumptuous meal. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch and presented it to Bing Tong. Within this jade box lies a 5-tier spirit herb, the daffodil grass. Aged 3,000 years. I acquired it at the auction yesterday. It possesses a significant chance of enhancing your water spirit root quality, making it ideal for you to consume. Bing Tong responded promptly, "Husband, you also possess a water attribute spirit root. This daffodil grass is exceedingly precious. It would be better for you to take it to enhance your root quality, allowing for swifter cultivation. The water nymph grass cannot enhance my spiritual root. Take it and consume it shortly. I shall protect you," Zhao Qingshan said, gently caressing Bing Tong's delicate face. The other concubines watched with envy, their gazes fixed on Bing Tong. They could only lament her good fortune, for the water nymph grass enhances the water attribute's spiritual root, and among them, only Bing Tong possessed such a trait. Bing Tong was deeply moved. Despite her limited experience, she understood the immense value of a 5th-tier spiritual herb. Lower-tier cultivators typically acquired only 1st-tier herbs, and those fortunate enough might obtain 2nd-tier ones. As for 3rd-tier herbs, they were perilously rare, often leading to the demise of low-level cultivators who sought them. She was uncertain of the exact worth of the water nymph grass, yet she feared it would be exorbitantly high. Marrying her husband was the greatest blessing of Bing Tong's life. Overcome with emotion, she threw herself into Zhao Qingshan's embrace. Had she wed another cultivator? Her journey would likely have halted at the 5th layer of qi refinement, rather than the hopeful path of foundation establishment she now tread. Not to mention, she would not have the opportunity to consume the water nymph grass to enhance her spiritual root. Zhao Qingshan tenderly stroked Bing Tong's silky black hair, smiling as he said, "The journey of cultivation is long and arduous. Let us accompany one another in pursuit of the path to immortality." After a brief interlude, Zhao Qingshan and Bing Tong entered a meditation chamber, activating the formation. Bing Tong sat cross-legged upon a cushion, focusing her mind and adjusting her state to its optimum. Upon opening the jade box, the aroma of the water nymph grass enveloped her, causing her pores to open and her body to tremble. She then placed the herb into her mouth and began to chew gently, its spiritual essence flowing within her. In that moment, Bing Tong commenced the refinement of the herb's medicinal properties. Zhao Qingshan observed her. The rarity of the 5th-tier herb meant that even if it did not enhance her spiritual root, it could still augment her cultivation. However, the direct consumption of such an herb was fraught with peril. A 5th-tier herb contained formidable medicinal power, and should she falter, it could result in her demise. He remained ever vigilant, prepared to assist her should she reach her limits. Pain etched across Bing Tong's features as beads of sweat began to form. Clearly, the process of refining the water nymph grass was no simple task. This 5th-tier herb was akin to a 3rd-tier elixir, and the potency of such elixirs could be overwhelming for a qi refinement cultivator. Gradually, her skin began to exude dark impurities, accompanied by a foul stench. Zhao Qingshan recognized this as the water nymph grass performing a thorough cleansing of her meridians and marrow. Bing Tong cried out in agony, undergoing a transformative rebirth. After a day and night, she finally ceased her cries of pain, her features no longer betraying her suffering. Even if they did, it would be obscured by the layer of dark, foul-smelling grime that now enveloped her. Another day and night passed before Bing Tong awakened. Zhao Qingshan was filled with joy. He knew not whether her spiritual root had improved, but he sensed her aura had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement. "My dear husband, why do you smell so foul?" Bing Tong exclaimed with delight, only to furrow her brows and cover her nose shortly thereafter. "Look at your current state. How could you not smell?" Zhao Qingshan concentrated his water-true energy, creating a shimmering water mirror. "Ah!" Bing Tong shrieked in terror upon seeing her reflection in the water mirror, startled by her own appearance. "Husband, please help me cleanse this filth. It is unbearable and repugnant," she pleaded. Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly and retrieved a talisman, which transformed into a cascade of water, spraying over Bing Tong. The dark grime washed away, flowing into the drain. It took no less than 10 condensation talismans to restore her to cleanliness. Yet, even after such efforts, Bing Tong still felt she exuded a foul odor. She extracted a bottle of perfume from her storage pouch and sprayed it repeatedly. After all, there is no woman who does not cherish beauty. Chapter 66. The transformation of Bing Tong. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. After the cleansing, Bing Tong's skin appeared even more delicate, almost translucent, resembling the most exquisite creation of the heavens. Zhao Qingshan marveled at this transformation. The water fairy grass had elevated Bing Tong's cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. Furthermore, it had refined her essence and beauty significantly. Even if her spiritual root quality had not improved, spending 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones to acquire this 5th-tier spirit herb was undoubtedly worthwhile. Feeling Zhao Qingshan's fervent gaze, Bing Tong couldn't help but blush, her heart brimming with joy. A woman delights in the admiration of her beloved. What woman does not cherish the appreciation of her husband for her beauty? Bing Tong was no exception. Unable to resist, Zhao Qingshan lifted her into his arms. Over the years, Bing Tong's figure had become increasingly perfect, accentuating her alluring curves. The silk garment clung closely to her form, revealing rather than concealing her silhouette, making her even more enticing. Bing Tong grasped her waist, shaking her head in a feeble attempt to resist, but ultimately, she was no match for Zhao Qingshan's strength. The previous night had not afforded them the opportunity to practice their newfound techniques, and today was the perfect occasion. They were in the cultivation chamber, equipped with a separate array that isolated them from the outside world. No sound could penetrate, no matter how loud they called. Zhao Qingshan leaned forward while Bing Tong leaned back. After an hour, Zhao Qingshan remained invigorated. This rare exchange of techniques had reduced the effort required while enhancing the experience significantly, leading to noticeable improvements. To his astonishment, he discovered that during that hour, Bing Tong had continued to break through, leaping from the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement to the 10th level. Zhao Qingshan was genuinely impressed. Indeed, a harmonious exchange between partners was essential for effective communication. Bing Tong, she said, appearing somewhat languid, devoid of energy. Why not test my spiritual root to see if it has improved? Zhao Qingshan nodded in agreement. He retrieved a black circular disc from his storage bag, specifically designed for testing spiritual roots. Bing Tong placed her delicate hand on the indentation of the disc, closing her eyes. A blue light flickered, radiating brilliance. Zhao Qingshan's face lit up with joy. This time, after consuming the water fairy grass, Bing Tong had indeed enhanced her water spiritual root, elevating it from inferior to mid-grade. Such fortune was truly remarkable. Tonger, your spiritual root has genuinely improved. It is now a mid-grade water spiritual root. Zhao Qingshan exclaimed with delight. He was elated for Bing Tong. Attaining a mid-grade spiritual root meant she could not only successfully establish her foundation, but also had prospects for the path of the golden core. Bing Tong opened her eyes, gazing at the blue light, tears of joy streaming down her face. It really has improved. It truly has. As a cultivator, Bing Tong understood the significance of spiritual roots all too well. With a mid-grade spiritual root, she could not only secure a place as an inner disciple in any sect, but would also be valued and provided with greater resources for her cultivation. In contrast, an inferior spiritual root belonged to the lowest tier. Although it might seem impressive to ordinary people, within the realms of sects, it was rather commonplace. In any first-rate sect, the outer disciples numbered in the thousands, and most of them possessed inferior spiritual roots. As her spiritual root elevated, her potential expanded, allowing her cultivation speed to increase. And in the days to come, she could spend more time beside Zhao Qingshan rather than facing the passage of decades, aging and lamenting her fate. This is indeed a moment of great joy. Now that your cultivation has reached the 10th level of qi refinement, after consolidating your power, you may consume the Foundation Establishment Pill and successfully establish your foundation. Zhao Qingshan gently embraced Bing Tong, speaking softly. Bing Tong nodded vigorously. Achieving Foundation Establishment. This is the lifelong aspiration of countless low-level cultivators, yet many depart this world without ever witnessing its splendor. And now it unfolds before her. To succeed in establishing her foundation in her 20s signifies that she may traverse the path of cultivation further, with over 100 years to pursue the golden cordell. All of this is a gift from Zhao Qingshan. He refrained from having Bing Tong immediately consume the Foundation Establishment Pill. For such a significant leap necessitated a solid consolidation of her cultivation to reinforce her foundation. Otherwise, even with successful foundation establishment, her roots could suffer damage. Over the following days, Bing Tong devoted herself to nurturing her spirit and solidifying her cultivation, never stepping outside the cultivation chamber. With the availability of spirit cleansing pills, She could remain in seclusion for years without concern. Each evening, Zhao Qingshan dedicated time to converse with his concubines, honing his skills. Within just a few days, he had mastered them to perfection. The cultivation levels of his 3 concubines, Qiuyu, Xiachan, and He Wanqing, soared, far surpassing the effectiveness of their previous exchanges. A single night of diligent effort often yielded better results than 10 days of prior toil. Zhao Qingshan relished a carefree life at home, while outside, currents of intrigue swirled. An increasing number of cultivators flocked to Chongping City. With more cultivators came more conflicts. Where there are people, there exists a world of rivalry. The enmity between the Liang sect and the Heavenly Demon sect had spilled over into this realm. Daily, the city witnessed cultivators clashing, with fatalities occurring amidst their skirmishes. Fortunately, these cultivators adhered to certain principles, preventing widespread casualties among the common folk. Zhao Qingshan maintained a low profile, and even Shenbao, who had harbored significant animosity towards him in the Tianzhu mountain marketplace, refrained from causing trouble. The Zhao family also adopted a more discreet stance, steering clear of the disputes among cultivators. Even their alchemical and talisman businesses had temporarily ceased operations, despite their subdued presence. The news of the Zhao family possessing 5 foundation establishment cultivators had, for reasons unknown, spread throughout Chongping City. All cultivators arriving in Chongping City were aware of the Zhao family's secret. No one dared to provoke them without reason. Zhao Qingshan seldom ventured beyond the gates of his courtyard, especially now. After a period of consolidating her cultivation, Bingtong was finally ready to consume the foundation establishment pill. While Zhao Qingshan did not need to guard her specifically, he could not help but remain attentive. In these days, he had refined spirit-washing pills for his other concubines, distributing them for their secluded cultivation. On this day, as Zhao Qingshan awaited her, the door to Bingtong's cultivation chamber swung open, and she emerged. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled as he discerned the aura emanating from Bingtong. He instantly realized that she had successfully established her foundation. With her cultivation at the 10th level of Qi training, the consumption of a foundation establishment pill would assuredly yield results. Yet, upon witnessing Bingtong's successful foundation establishment, Zhao Qingshan could not contain his joy. The newly established Bingtong radiated an elevated charm, surpassing even Xuan Meishu in grace. "Have you truly established your foundation?" Zhao Qingshan inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Indeed, Bingtong leapt into Zhao Qingshan's embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After years of anticipation, she had finally realized her wish. The elation she felt was beyond mere words. Through her heartfelt actions, she conveyed her sentiments. On that day, Bingtong exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm and initiative. As the melodies concluded, Zhao Qingshan activated the virtual panel. "Congratulations, host. Your wife displays unwavering loyalty, granting you 200 in alchemy, 200 in weapon forging, 200 in talisman making, 200 in array techniques, and 1,000 in true Qi, as well as 1,000 in water spiritual root. Alchemy Master, 2nd tier mid-level weapon forging master, 2nd tier mid-level talisman maker, 2nd tier mid-level array master, 2nd tier mid-level realm, 9th level of Qi training gold spiritual root, superior with spiritual root, superior water spiritual root, superior fire spiritual root, superior earth spiritual root, superior." As Zhao Qingshan beheld his newfound gains, a broad smile illuminated his face. Indeed, the transition into the foundation establishment phase brought about remarkable differences, just as he had anticipated. The higher the cultivation of his wife and concubines, the more pronounced the benefits. Chapter 67. The forging of magical artifacts. Bingtong is unlike any other woman. She is his wife, while the others are merely concubines. The distinction between a wife and a concubine is profound. This difference is evident in the exchanges Zhao Qingshan has with them. His interactions with Bingtong yield advancements in alchemy, talisman crafting, artifact forging, and formation techniques, whereas his communications with the concubines only enhance specific aspects of his abilities. With Bingtong having reached the foundation establishment stage, their recent dialogue has left him immensely satisfied with his gains. This further reinforces Zhao Qingshan's belief that investing 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones to acquire the 5th-grade spirit herb, water fairy grass, was an astute decision. Next, he must elevate the cultivation levels of his other concubines. Ideally, they too would successfully establish their foundations. Zhao Qingshan thought to himself as he quietly rose and donned his attire. He proceeded to the cultivation chamber and retrieved an 8 trigrams furnace. He intended to forge several magical artifacts for the use of his wife and concubines, though he possessed 2 exceptional artifacts, which would suffice for the time being. His wives lacked any decent magical tools. It would be most appropriate for them to wield mid-grade artifacts upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. To be seen with inferior artifacts would be beneath their dignity. Given his skill in artifact forging, he was well equipped to create mid-grade tools. Previously, he had reforged 7 inferior-grade artifacts, transforming them into mid-grade ones using the eternal cold iron sword. The potency of the 7-kill formation, set up with these 7 mid-grade swords, had increased manifold. The 7-kill formation, as the only lethal formation under Zhao Qingshan's command, served as one of his trump cards. Now, however, he aimed to forge artifacts for his wives. With both Bing Tong and Xuan Meishu having attained the foundation establishment stage, they would require at least mid-grade artifacts. Zhao Qingshan extracted a blade, a magical artifact, which he planned to melt down and reforge, adding various precious ores to create a new sword. Under the activation of the Furnace S formation, the temperature of the alchemical flame surged, and the blade began to liquefy. He then retrieved a fist-sized blue ore from his storage bag and cast it into the 8 trigrams furnace. The flames devoured the blue stone, refining its impurities and enhancing its essence. This blue ore, known as crystal stone, is found buried in rivers and seas, leaning towards the water attribute, making it perfect for crafting an artifact for Bing Tong. The value of a fist-sized crystal stone is equivalent to 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Under Zhao Qingshan's precise control, the essence of the crystal stone began to merge with that of the melted blade as he inscribed runes within. Gradually, a sword began to take shape. He then took out a jade vial filled with a crystalline liquid, removing the cap. A white mist swirled above the liquid surface, causing the temperature of the entire cultivation chamber to plummet, revealing the extreme cold contained within. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring is an exceptionally rare and frigid substance, regarded as one of the finest cooling liquids. As Zhao Qingshan held the jade vial, a chilling sensation coursed through his hand, and within the blink of an eye, a thin layer of ice began to form on his palm, with signs of rapid expansion. Zhao Qingshan gently flicked his fingers over the Bagua furnace and retrieved the newly forged sword. As he poured the ice spirit spring over the blade, a hissing sound echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. Once the mist dissipated, the sword was complete, emanating a chill that made one's heart quiver. Zhao Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. The blade bore the imprint of a phoenix, and he named it the Ice Phoenix Sword. It indeed reached the level of a mid-grade magical artifact. After inspecting the Ice Phoenix Sword, Zhao Qingshan placed it into his storage pouch. In the realm of cultivation, the mastery of alchemy, tool crafting, and talisman formation is not without reason. Though a magical artifact may often surpass the value of an equivalent grade elixir, it is vital to recognize the high costs and lengthy time involved in crafting such items. A toolmaker can only forge one item at a time, whereas an alchemist can produce multiple elixirs in a single batch. After a brief meditation to restore his true energy and optimize his condition, Zhao Qingshan commenced the crafting of armor, aiming for a mid-grade magical armor. The difficulty of forging defensive artifacts generally surpasses that of weapons of the same grade, which is why defensive artifacts often carry a higher value. Days later, Zhao Qingshan emerged from the training chamber, feeling considerably fatigued. Having forged a sword and 2 sets of armor, 3 magical artifacts in total, left him quite exhausted. Even several days of relentless toil without food or drink did not compare to this level of fatigue. The process of tool crafting was profoundly draining. Zhao Qingshan presented the Ice Phoenix Sword and the Sea Heart armor to Bing Tong. Although the Sea Heart armor belonged to the category of soft armor, it was quite convenient to wear. Similarly, he handed an identical Sea Heart armor to Xuan Meishu. Both women were astounded upon receiving mid-grade magical artifacts. Perplexed by the source of such treasures, they only knew Zhao Qingshan as an alchemist and talisman maker, unaware that he was also a skilled toolmaker. Nonetheless, they graciously accepted the gifts, as they were companions on the path, inherently united. After a short period of rest, Zhao Qingshan ventured outside, a rare occurrence. Shouts of "ha!" resonated like rolling thunder from ahead. He arrived at the training grounds, where over 30 children stood in disciplined formation, diligently exercising. Although cultivation primarily involves meditation and energy refinement, physical training is equally essential in the beginning. The body is the foundation. Thus, these 30 children engaged in physical training during the day and practiced meditation at night. The Zhao family viewed them as future allies, and as such, invested considerable resources into their development, providing them with amenities that would make most wandering cultivators envious. Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly, understanding that strengthening the body was crucial for better cultivation, a lesson he had learned well. With the elders having departed, the responsibility of teaching the children now rested upon Zhao Leiteng's shoulders. Zhao Qingshan, amidst the throng of youthful children, discerned the presence of his younger brother, Zhao Jai. Observing Zhao Jai's adept punches, Zhao Qingshan felt a swell of pride, relieved that his brother exhibited no signs of being a wayward youth. He made his way to a courtyard, the residence of his parents. Brother, his younger sister, Zhao Yufei, scurried towards him, her small legs propelling her forward. Zhao Qingshan knelt to embrace her, lifting her high into the air. Giggling joyfully, she erupted in a fit of laughter. At 6 years old, and still so mischievous, Li Qin remarked with mock annoyance. Zhao Yufei planted a kiss on Zhao Qingshan's cheek, as if seeking recognition. Brother, I possess a mid-grade with spiritual root. I can cultivate immortality. One day, I shall become an immortal and soar through the skies. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback, glancing towards Li Qin. Mother, has Yufei undergone her spiritual root assessment? Li Qin nodded, a smile gracing her lips. In the days you were in seclusion, we refrained from disturbing you. Your father personally awakened her spiritual root, and to our astonishment, this little one possesses considerable talent with a mid-grade with spiritual root. Yufei, that's wonderful, Zhao Qingshan exclaimed, planting a kiss on his sister's rosy cheek. The revelation of a mid-grade with spiritual root indicated that Zhao Yufei could potentially join a prestigious sect and receive exceptional training. It was indeed surprising that among the 3 siblings, the one with the greatest innate talent was none other than the youngest sister. Chapter 68. Pursued in the night. Zhao Ji possessed a low-grade golden spiritual root, while Zhao Yufei boasted a mid-grade wooden spiritual root. Undoubtedly, Zhao Yufei's potential far surpassed that of Zhao Ji. This was indeed a moment of great joy for the Zhao family to evolve into a genuine lineage of cultivators. It could not rely solely on Zhao Qingshan. Rather, it required the collective effort of all members of the Zhao clan. Furthermore, Zhao Qingshan himself was not fond of the trivial matters of the family. With such remarkable innate talent, abundant cultivation resources, the foundation of establishing oneself was merely the beginning. The path to the golden core was what she ought to pursue. A family with a golden core cultivator existed on an entirely different plane compared to one without. Even if a family had a peak foundation establishment cultivator, without a golden core practitioner, it could not claim true strength. Its influence would always be limited, merely reigning as a local dominion. In contrast, a family anchored by a golden core cultivator, even in a single prefecture, would be regarded as a top-tier family. Its influence sprawling across the entire region. In the state of Jin, there were 12 provinces, 36 prefectures, and 365 cities, with each prefecture comprising 10 cities, making for a significantly vast territory, approximately 4 million square kilometers in size. Presently, the Zhao family was considered the foremost family in Chopping City. Yet within the entirety of Zhenjiang Prefecture, it barely qualified as a first-rate family, falling far short of the pinnacle. Thus, recognizing Zhao Yufei's exceptional gifts, Zhao Qingshan's intention was to cultivate her. Qingshan, your father wishes to send Yufei to his sect. What are your thoughts? Li Qin inquired. The Liang sect has deep connections with our Zhao family. Sending her there might allow Yufei to study under a superior, providing her with prospects of achieving the golden core path. Zhao Qingshan frowned. The Liang sect is indeed commendable, but its current situation is precarious, struggling against the Tianma sect. Moreover, cultivating at home may not be inferior to joining a sect. Mother, my sister is only 6 years old. She is still quite young. There is no hurry in this matter. Zhao Qingshan shook his head, asserting, additionally, our family is not lacking in cultivation resources. Once she successfully establishes her foundation, it will not be too late for her to join a sect. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Li Qin nodded in agreement. At present, Zhao Yufei was merely 6 years old, and the thought of sending her to the Liang sect filled Li Qin with reluctance. Hearing Zhao Qingshan's words, she felt a quiet sense of relief. Currently, Zhao Leitang was the head of the family and appeared to be the one in charge. However, the true decision-maker was Zhao Qingshan, who preferred to remain in his courtyard, indulging in tranquility and avoiding family affairs, thus leaving all matters to Zhao Leitang. Now that Zhao Qingshan had suggested that Zhao Yufei remain at home to cultivate, she would not be sent to the Liang sect at this time. Brother, will you teach me to cultivate? Zhao Yufei asked sweetly, her voice endearing and charming. Zhao Qingshan gently patted his sister's little head. Of course, I will teach you to cultivate. He then began to guide Zhao Yufei in her practice. In the early stages of a child's cultivation, the guidance of an adult is paramount. Otherwise, a moment's negligence may result in injury to their meridians. The night sky sparkles with countless stars, and the moonlit rabbit hangs high above. After concluding his alchemical pursuits, Zhao Qingshan emerged from his meditation chamber, observing that his wives had already retired for the evening. He decided to ascend to the rooftop, retrieving a flask of spiritual wine from his storage pouch. Mastering sword flight is no trivial feat. It took Shua several months to grasp the fundamentals. As Zhao Qingshan sipped his wine, He reflected on the envy he felt watching Xue Meishu soar 30 meters through the air earlier that day. Sword flight is an expression of object manipulation spells, which can only be cultivated at the foundation establishment stage. Even for cultivators at this stage, the path to mastery is fraught with challenges. Xue Meishu, despite her efforts, could only manage a flight of 30 meters thus far. Although she had only begun to master it, her distance would likely increase with practice. Yet, even the most adept foundation establishment cultivator would be limited to a few hundred miles of flight. In contrast, those at the Golden Core stage could traverse thousands of miles in a single day, truly the stuff of celestial beings. As the night deepened and the city lay cloaked in darkness, few lights flickered in the gloom. Only Zhao Qingshan remained atop the roof, savoring his wine, a rare indulgence that had not graced him in some time. Ever since he activated his golden finger, his life had been one of contentment, surrounded by his wives. A stark contrast to his earlier days wandering the world, adrift and carefree. Suddenly, he heard commotion ahead, where two shadowy figures moved, one pursuing the other. "You wretched one. Now that you have fallen into my grasp, there is no escape," sneered the pursuing man, a chilling tone lacing his words. "Scoundrel, how could you betray my trust and drug me?" replied a cold voice, laced with fury. The man retorted, "Had you obediently accepted my proposal to be my partner, I would not have resorted to such underhanded tactics. If you do not receive the antidote within an hour, you shall succumb to the flames of desire." The icy voice declared, "Even in death, I shall not allow you to triumph." Zhao Qingshan, slightly inebriated, quickly grasped the situation. Incredulous that he had stumbled upon such a melodramatic scene, suddenly, a figure gracefully descended upon the rooftop, resembling a celestial being. However, she faltered, nearly losing her balance. Zhao Qingshan instinctively reached out, encircling her delicate waist, and with a gentle pull, she found herself in his embrace. As he took a moment to admire the woman in his arms, he noted her exquisite beauty, her delicate features, fair complexion, and smooth, radiant skin framed a charming cherry blossom mouth with thin lips, revealing rows of teeth like shards of jade. Truly, she was a vision of unparalleled beauty. His gaze lingered, compelled by the allure of such a captivating figure. Yet, the lady's cheeks flushed, her body radiated heat, and her eyes were clouded with desire. Though she gritted her teeth in defiance. "This esteemed friend is my partner. I kindly ask you to return her to me," spoke a man clad in a Taoist robe. Strikingly handsome, with flowing hair that added to his charm. Possessing an exquisite exterior, yet engaging in such actions, Zhao Qingshan felt profound disdain within. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he recognized the man before him, Shinbao, a disciple of the Liyang sect, who had previously harbored hostility towards him on Tianzushan. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qingshan drew his sword. Whoosh, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Bang! Shinbao's eyes widened in shock. Not uttering a single word, he attacked. The youth displayed a lack of martial ethics. Falling from the rooftop, he crashed to the ground, his eyes remaining unclosed in death. Zhao Qingshan, cradling the woman in white, descended from the rooftop, casting a glance at Shun Bao's lifeless body. He retrieved the storage bag and the sword from the ground. Subsequently, with a flick of his finger, he unleashed a flame to incinerate the corpse. Zhao Qingshan harbored no mercy for his enemies. A deceased adversary is indeed a good adversary. The notion of repaying grievances with virtue or leaving a line for future encounters was something Zhao Qingshan scoffed at. Chapter 70, The Trials of Cultivation. By the way, your grandparents must be quite advanced in age. How can they still establish a foundation? Bai Su suddenly pondered a question. It is common knowledge in the realm of cultivation that once a practitioner surpasses 60 years of age, the likelihood of establishing a foundation becomes nearly impossible. Observing Zhao Qingshan's age, which must already exceed 20, she deduced that his grandparents must indeed be over 60. Zhao Qingshan gently embraced Bai Su. Inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her, that is because, by a stroke of fortune, I obtained a miraculous elixir known as the Washing Muscles and Marrow Pill, which allows practitioners to rejuvenate their bodies and return to their prime. After consuming a foundation establishment pill, there is naturally hope to establish a foundation once more. Upon hearing this, Bai Su was enlightened. Elixirs often possess extraordinary powers. Leaning against Zhao Qingshan, she said, "Let us find a time for me to take you back to the Li Huaying sect to meet my master." At this, Zhao Qingshan felt a shiver run down his spine. Meet the mother-in-law. Much like an ordinary person facing their future mother-in-law, he felt a whirlwind of unease and apprehension. After all, Bai Su's master, the Jade Blossom Fairy, was not like the parents of his other wives. As a golden core cultivator, she could easily extinguish his life with a mere wave of her hand. Zhao Qingshan stammered, well, Su, do you think the Jade Blossom Fairy might kill me with a single slap?" A flicker of guilt crossed his heart. Bai Su responded in a soft tone. If you dare to bully me or betray my trust, I shall certainly ask my master to deal with you. Zhao Qingshan wrapped his arms tighter around her waist. Is it not true that you enjoy it when I tease you? Bai Su's cheeks flushed. She was indeed captivated by the thrill of it all. Oh dear, she thought, blushing at her own feelings. After a long pause, she finally spoke. My master treats me exceptionally well, as if I were her own child, so she will not make things difficult for you. However, you must diligently cultivate and strive to establish your foundation soon, so that we may pursue the path of the golden core together. Unlike the other disciples of the Li Wang sect, Bai Su had been instilled with the ambition of pursuing the golden core path since her youth, aspiring to become a nascent soul immortal. For her, establishing a foundation posed no significant challenge. The majority of outer disciples were merely seeking to achieve foundation establishment, with most resigning to a lifetime devoid of such hope. Yet for Bai Su, foundation establishment was but a beginning. Even after becoming Zhao Qingshan's partner, Bai Su remained steadfast in her cultivation goals, often urging her husband to strive harder. Zhao Qingshan tightened his grip and spoke softly. Rest assured, my dear, your husband is not as simple as you imagine. In the future, not only will I aim to survive the tribulations to achieve the golden core, but I may also aspire to reach nascent soul status, and even ascend to the celestial realm is not beyond the realm of possibility. With the advantage of his unique abilities, Zhao Qingshan brimmed with confidence. Bai Su gazed at him, captivated. His confidence and ambition were undeniably alluring. Little did she know, Zhao Qingshan was merely at the 9th level of qi training. Where did his self-assurance stem from? A mere mortal seeking to become an immortal must endure countless trials and tribulations. To achieve foundational success is the first step. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this foundation, one will encounter the small heavenly tribulation of 4 nines. If one successfully navigates this minor tribulation, they may formally condense their golden elixir and become a practitioner at the golden elixir stage, Bai Su stated with solemnity. Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly. Cultivation is an endeavor that defies the heavens, a struggle against fate, and naturally, one must endure the trials of heavenly tribulations. The path of a cultivator is fraught with numerous hardships. Passing through the small heavenly tribulation of 4 nines to attain the golden elixir stage is merely a beginning. For beyond it lie the stages of nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit division, body integration, tribulation crossing, and great completion. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, and late phases. Only after enduring countless tribulations and reaching the great ascension stage can one transcend and ultimately become an immortal. Upon crossing the small heavenly tribulation of 4 nines and attaining the golden elixir stage, one's lifespan extends to 500 years. While a nascent soul practitioner can live for as long as 2,000 years, upon reaching the late phase of the nascent soul stage, at that crucial juncture, one will provoke the great heavenly tribulation of 6 nines. Only by overcoming this formidable tribulation can one enter the spirit division stage. At that point, the nascent soul may merge with the spirit, giving birth to the primordial spirit, and the nascent soul can also leave the body, achieving true immortality. However, the great heavenly tribulation of 6 nines is exceedingly terrifying, not something just anyone can encounter. The transition from the nascent soul to the spirit division stage represents the most fundamental transformation of the soul. Many adept practitioners who reach the late nascent soul stage ultimately perish without making any breakthroughs to confront the great heavenly tribulation of 6 nines. Consequently, in the expansive realm of the Gene Kingdom's cultivation community, nascent soul practitioners are indeed the pinnacle, their numbers exceedingly rare. Yet, compared to the small heavenly tribulation of 4 nines and the great heavenly tribulation of 6 nines, the final tribulation crossing stage great heavenly tribulation of 9 nines is incomparable. The terror of the 9 nines tribulation is beyond the imagination of a mere qi refining stage practitioner. Those who are strong enough to face the tribulation crossing stage possess the power to annihilate realms, yet under the 9 nines tribulation, it is uncertain if even 1 out of 10 can survive, with souls scattered and forever unable to reincarnate. It is evident how arduous the path to immortality truly is. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming challenges of cultivation, countless individuals continue to tread the path of immortality. It is not an exaggeration to describe cultivators as those who defy the heavens. They strive for the limits of humanity, battling against heaven and earth without fear. When heavenly tribulations descend, cultivators must resist with all their might. Success allows them to persist in their pursuit of the Tao, while failure results in the scattering of their souls. My dear, if you can diligently cultivate to the golden elixir stage, I will be exceedingly happy, Bai Su gently declared, leaning against Zhao Qingshan's chest. Attaining the golden elixir stage would grant 500 years of shared companionship, and Bai Su felt content with that prospect. Zhao Qingshan smiled, offering no further explanations, for any elaboration would seem futile. He believed that through his actions, he would eventually earn Bai Su's trust. Though they had been together for less than a day, Bai Su's willingness to open her heart to him was already a significant development. "Let us go out. I wish to introduce you to my parents and other relatives," Zhao Qingshan said with a smile. The thought of meeting her in-laws left Bai Su feeling somewhat flustered. The unattractive daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws, especially since Susu is an unparalleled beauty, so there is no need for anxiety. Zhao Qingshan, noticing Bai Su's demeanor, offered a reassuring smile. Gathering her courage, Bai Su followed Zhao Qingshan out of the room, only to be left utterly astonished. Before her stood 5 enchanting women, each possessing their own unique allure. Bing Tong, Qiuyu, Xia Chan, He Wanqing, and Shui Meishu. To her astonishment, 2 among them were already cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. The 5 women, upon witnessing Zhao Qingshan holding Bai Su's delicate hand as they emerged from the training chamber, were equally taken aback. They were bewildered, unaware that their husband had brought a woman home. Zhao Qingshan, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose. Yet, for the sake of future happiness, he steeled himself to confront the situation. This hurdle was inevitable. He could not allow Bai Su's status as a celestial beauty to hinder his path or compel him to forsake his other wives. Sacrificing an entire forest for a single tree was not in his nature. He, Zhao Qingshan, desired them all. Chapter 71. Breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement, Zhao Qingshan now possesses 1 wife and 4 concubines. Bai Su was utterly taken aback. As the proud daughter of the Liang sect, a celestial being pursued by countless admirers, she had chosen a Qi refinement practitioner as her partner. Yet, she found herself not as the wife, but rather the 5th concubine. For a moment, Bai Su struggled to accept this reality. Zhao Qingshan took her delicate hand and introduced her to the other women, leaving Bai Su momentarily dazed. "Sister Bai Su, from this day forth, we shall be sisters," Bing Tong cheerfully declared as she grasped Bai Su's hand with a radiant smile. When Zhao Qingshan led Bai Su out of the cultivation chamber, Bing Tong was momentarily stunned. But soon her expression shifted to one of joy. Previously, she had persistently encouraged Zhao Qingshan to take concubines. Yet he had remained unmoved until today when he finally welcomed another into his fold. What delighted Bing Tong even more was that when Zhao Qingshan introduced her, he emphasized her status as the wife, as the elder sister. As the primary wife, Bing Tong showcased her magnanimity. Initially, Bai Su felt some resistance, but gradually, under the warmth of the other wives and concubines, her heart began to soften. With Bing Tong and the others engaging Bai Su in friendly conversation, the latter, a novice in such social dynamics, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. As she savored this newfound camaraderie, she found it hard to part ways. During her exchanges with Bing Tong and the others, Bai Su learned more about Zhao Qingshan's remarkable journey. Despite possessing mixed spiritual roots of the lowest grade, he had ventured out into the world for a decade, witnessing its splendor, only to return home to marry and start a family. Astonishingly, after marrying, he had transformed into an alchemist and a talisman maker. A second-tier alchemist and talisman maker, capable of crafting foundational elixirs. Bai Su was left agape with disbelief. The status of a second-tier alchemist equated to that of a foundational stage practitioner. It was almost unfathomable that a Qi refinement practitioner could ascend to such heights. Thus, when evening fell and Zhao Qingshan took her to meet his parents, Bai Su felt no inclination to resist. Her heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions, grappling with the fact that her partner had a wife and 4 concubines, while simultaneously feeling an insatiable curiosity about Zhao Qingshan. His life story was nothing short of legendary. What Bai Su did not realize was that when a woman becomes curious about a man, she is not far from falling for him, especially when her heart has already been captivated. Zhao Qingshan, noticing Bai Su's reluctance to leave, felt a surge of joy. His greatest fear was that she would depart without a word, severing all ties. As long as Bai Su remained, there was hope to win her heart and mind. In a state of bewilderment, Bai Su lingered. As days passed, with the concerted efforts of Zhao Qingshan and his wives and concubines, Bai Su gradually integrated into their household. Zhao Qingshan sighed in relief, realizing that their efforts were not in vain. The strain on his back had not been for naught. After a brief interlude, Zhao Qingshan entered the cultivation chamber, settling onto a meditation mat, focusing his mind and calming his spirit. Zhao Qingshan activated the virtual panel. Alchemist, intermediate second tier. Weapon refiner, intermediate second tier. Talismonger, intermediate second tier. Array master, intermediate second tier. Realm, 9th layer of Qi refinement. Golden spiritual root, superior quality, with spiritual root, superior quality. Water spiritual root, superior quality. Fire spiritual root, superior quality. Earth spiritual root, superior quality. Zhao Qingshan appeared quite exhilarated. Indeed, after enduring hardship, Sweet rewards had come. Not only had he reached the brink of a breakthrough in his chi refinement realm, but he could also elevate his status as a weapon refiner to superior quality of the intermediate second tier. Su Su was indeed a treasure trove of a girl. Even now, the rewards were astonishingly bountiful. Zhao Qingshan was utterly enamored with Bai Su. He discovered that Bai Su was an inexhaustible treasure, yielding an abundance of riches with every attempt at exploration. From the very first day until now, the rewards had remained consistently generous, showing no signs of decline, which left Zhao Qingshan in awe. It is worth noting that aside from the initial days following her successful foundation building, Bingtong experienced an inevitable decline in rewards. However, Bai Su showed no such trend. The exchange effects were remarkably effective. Zhao Qingshan silently chanted, "Realm, breakthrough." Boom. A beam of golden light emanated from the virtual panel and entered his body. A resounding crack echoed in his ears, as if shattering a certain boundary. Zhao Qingshan swiftly circulated his techniques, allowing his vital energy to flow through his meridians in a complete cycle. The previous obstructions vanished without a trace. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards Zhao Qingshan with fervor, he quietly immersed himself in this wondrous state of cultivation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhao Qingshan opened his eyes. So this is the 10th layer of chi refinement. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. Merely breaking through a minor realm had doubled his internal vital energy. The energy felt much denser, filling Zhao Qingshan with a sense of overwhelming strength. Having a golden finger certainly made a difference. Typically, a breakthrough would require 10 days to half a month, yet he accomplished it in merely half a day. Zhao Qingshan was in high spirits. Turning his gaze back to the virtual panel, why not elevate his weapon refining as well? Weapon refining, breakthrough. Zhao Qingshan silently intoned. Instantly, a beam of golden light shot from the virtual panel into his body, and an influx of information seemed to fill his mind. The various intricacies of weapon refining, once elusive, were now largely clarified. Zhao Qingshan was confident that his success rate in crafting intermediate quality artifacts would significantly improve, and the quality of the artifacts produced would also be enhanced. Upon glancing at the virtual panel again, the displayed data had transformed. Alchemist, intermediate second tier. Weapon refiner, superior quality of the intermediate second tier. Talismonger, intermediate second tier. Array master, intermediate second tier. Realm, 10th layer of chi refinement. Golden spiritual root, superior quality. Wood spiritual root, superior quality. Water spiritual root, superior quality. Fire spiritual root, superior quality. Earth spiritual root, superior quality. Zhao Qingshan did not immediately exit his meditation. Instead, he took a moment to stabilize his cultivation. When he finally emerged, the night had deepened. The stars twinkled brilliantly above, their luminous points cascading like scattered jewels across the sky. Zhao Qingshan could not resist gazing up at the starry sky. In a splendid mood, he began to hum a tune. He glanced around the rooms, all of which were dark, indicating that his wife and concubines had likely retired for the night. After some contemplation, Zhao Qingshan quietly made his way to Bai Su's chamber. Just as he opened the door, Bai Su was startled awake. "It's me, Su Su." Zhao Qingshan entered the room and locked the door behind him. "My lord." Upon seeing Zhao Qingshan, Bai Su immediately relaxed, her gaze softening like water. As Zhao Qingshan looked at Bai Su, his affection deepened. Who could resist such a treasure of a girl? At that moment, he felt increasingly grateful to Shen Bao. Without him, how could he have encountered such a remarkable gem? Sensing the fluctuations of Zhao Qingshan's aura, it was evident that he had just experienced a breakthrough and had yet to fully master his newfound energy. Bai Su exclaimed in surprise, "My lord, you've broken through. You have reached the 10th level of Qi cultivation." Chapter 72. A natural progression. Bai Su was utterly astonished. Zhao Qingshan had achieved a breakthrough. He stepped forward, embracing Bai Su's slender waist, and smiled. "This is all thanks to you, Su Su. Without your diligent efforts, I would not have attained this breakthrough so soon." Bai Su's cheeks flushed. However, joy soon followed. Now that you have broken through to the 10th level of Qi training, once you consolidate your cultivation, you can consume the Foundation Establishment Pill. At that point, breaking into the Foundation Establishment stage will be assured. Achieving the 10th level of Qi training and taking the Foundation Establishment Pill guarantees a successful Foundation establishment. The thought of Zhao Qingshan reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, extending his lifespan to 200 years, eased Bai Su's heart. The disparity in their cultivation levels would no longer be vast. Otherwise, one would be in the late Foundation Establishment stage while the other remains in the late Qi training stage, which would present a significant gap. Bai Su took out a jade vial from her storage bag and said, "Husband, this is the Foundation Establishment Pill. Once you consolidate your cultivation, you can successfully establish your foundation." Zhao Qingshan chuckled and shook his head. You should keep this foundation establishment pill. Bai Su shot him a glare. Husband, we are partners in this journey. Why be so polite? Having the foundation establishment pill will save you considerable time. Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile. I also possess the foundation establishment pill. As a second-tier alchemist, I can refine it myself. He retrieved 5 jade vials from his storage bag, each containing a foundation establishment pill. Bai Su was left dumbfounded. It dawned on her that Zhao Qingshan was indeed a second-tier alchemist. She had previously harbored doubts. How could a Qi training stage cultivator be a second-tier alchemist capable of refining a second-tier pill like the foundation establishment pill? Although the foundation establishment pill is only effective for Qi training stage cultivators, its complexity makes it a challenge even for many second-tier alchemists in the foundation establishment stage, given the high failure rate. Thus, even in a prestigious sect like the Liang sect, foundation establishment pills are typically reserved for inner disciples and direct disciples, with outer disciples only receiving them upon achieving great merit. Bai Su had thought Zhao Qingshan and his wives were boasting. After all, refining a second-tier pill consumes a significant amount of true energy, and how could a Qi training stage cultivator possibly sustain that? Now, witnessing Zhao Qingshan effortlessly produce 5 foundation establishment pills, she could not help but believe he was indeed a second-tier alchemist. Husband, quickly consume the foundation establishment pill so you can successfully establish your foundation. Bai Su exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Qingshan held her waist and smiled. There is no rush to establish the foundation just yet. He had just broken through to the 10th level of Qi training and was still acclimatizing to this newfound power. He worried that hastily consuming the foundation establishment pill might have adverse effects later on. Moreover, while Chopping City was fraught with turmoil, there was no immediate need for haste. He preferred a more natural approach, allowing things to unfold in their own time. After all, he had traversed this path steadily thus far. While others might eagerly strive to reach the foundation establishment stage, Zhao Qingshan felt no urgency. Bai Su considered his words and found them reasonable. Su. Such a beautiful moment should not be wasted. Zhao Qingshan laughed heartily as he walked forward, the wooden floor creaking beneath him. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with a clear sky stretching endlessly. Zhao Qingshan appeared somewhat lethargic, needing to support his waist as he walked. The formidable combat power of the foundation establishment stage was indeed overwhelming. He found himself at a disadvantage, despite Bai Su's seemingly aloof demeanor. Her fiery spirit as a fire spiritual root bearer was undeniably explosive. She had decisively overwhelmed him in their previous encounter. Casting a glance at the virtual panel in the lower left corner of his vision, a series of golden characters gleamed vividly. Congratulations to the host, despite repeated defeats. You have triumphed once more, gaining 2,000 in weapon refining, 2,000 in true Qi, and 2,000 in fire spiritual root. His status was as follows: Alchemist, second tier. Mid-grade, Weapon Refiner. Second tier, Upper grade, Rune Master. Second tier, Mid-grade, Array Master. Second tier, Mid-grade, Realm, Qi Refining. 10th layer, Golden Spiritual Root. Upper grade, Wood Spiritual Root. Upper grade, Water Spiritual Root. Upper grade, Fire Spiritual Root. Upper grade, Earth Spiritual Root. Upper grade. Zhao Qingshan marveled at this golden finger that seemed to speak. Although he had faced defeat repeatedly, it proclaimed his resilience. If this continues, I will soon reach the foundation establishment stage. He mused inwardly. Recalling Bai Su's performance the night before, he was already aware of her intentions. This woman, Bai Su, would not easily depart. Even if he were to let her go, she would likely hesitate to leave. Of course, Zhao Qingshan was reluctant to let go of such a treasure. Where else could he find a girl as extraordinary as Bai Su? The wives, witnessing Zhao Qingshan's demeanor, giggled amongst themselves. Husband, time is on our side. There is no need to rush, Bing Tong said with a smile as she observed Zhao Qingshan supporting his waist. Shui Meishu chimed in, laughing, men are all the same, fickle and capricious. The other 3 ladies, however, dared not tease Zhao Qingshan so openly. He rolled his eyes wearily at this moment. He lacked the energy to continue the battle, though he would have relished the opportunity to put his wives in their place. Zhao Qingshan's efforts had not been in vain. Bai Su and the other wives were growing increasingly harmonious in their interactions. Only one wife remained absent from their shared service, rendering the situation somewhat imperfect. Zhao Qingshan pondered the prospect of conquering 6 challenges and winning over 6 beauties. Without the camaraderie forged through shared battles, their relationships felt less intimate. Su, have you ever heard of this? Zhao Qingshan inquired of Bai Su. He knew that her cultivation stemmed from the supreme secret technique of the Liang sect, a closely guarded secret that, even as partners, she would not dare to divulge to him. Should the Liang sect uncover this, it would spell calamity for them. A single golden core cultivator could easily obliterate him and extinguish the Zhao clan. Zhao Qingshan practiced a fire attribute technique known as the Dan Flame's Secret Manual, which comprised 3 volumes, each more powerful than the last. He had only mastered the first volume, which was limited to the foundation establishment stage. While he had contemplated gathering the remaining volumes, he had yet to uncover their whereabouts. Thus, I must inquire about Baisu. Baisu is a direct disciple of the esteemed Yuhua Xiangu. I wonder if she possesses any knowledge on the matter. Baisu nodded and said, "It is indeed a remarkable technique, divided into 3 parts, the first, the second, and the third. My dear husband, you are practicing the first part, are you not?" Baisu gazed at Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan affirmed, "Indeed, I am cultivating a fire attribute technique, yet despite my inquiries over the past few days, I have encountered no leads, not even from the treasure pavilion." Baisu replied with a smile, "I happen to possess some information. Our elder Gu Hong from the Liryang sect specializes in alchemy, and his skills are unparalleled in our sect, ranking among the top 10 in the entire cultivation community of the Jin Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshan was filled with immense joy. Chapter 73, News of the Dan Yin Method. The Dan Yin Method. It is divided into 3 parts, each possessing its own unique significance. Zhao Qingshan, who has cultivated the Dan Yin Method, is well aware of the extraordinary nature of this technique, which greatly benefits alchemy. The sole regret is that the Dan Yin Method and the Dan Fen Method are exceedingly difficult to obtain, with even rumors about their whereabouts proving elusive. However, fortune smiled upon Zhao Qingshan as he unexpectedly received news about the Dan Yin Method from Baisu. Yet, a pressing dilemma soon confronted him: how to acquire the Dan Yin Method. Gu Hong, an elder of the Luyang sect's apothecary hall, holds a position of great power, being a golden elixir practitioner. In contrast, Zhao Qingshan is merely a novice at the 10th level of qi cultivation. Even if he successfully establishes his foundation, he would still appear insignificant before Gu Hong. Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The Dan Yin Method is an incredibly precious cultivation technique, truly the foundation of one's existence. His personal wealth might not suffice to procure it. Moreover, if he foolishly approached the transaction, he might be swiftly dispatched, with his fortune falling into the hands of others. Zhao Qingshan turned to Baisu, inquiring, "Su, do you have a way to obtain the Dan Yin Method?" "That's quite simple," Baisu replied. "As long as you become a direct disciple of Elder Go, he would surely impart the Dan Yin Method to you." Zhao Qingshan could only chuckle in disbelief. "But he is an immortal, and I am merely at the peak of qi cultivation. Even if I were to reach the foundation establishment stage, gaining entry to his tutelage would likely prove impossible." "That is indeed a valid point," Baisu conceded, her brow furrowing. Countless foundation establishment disciples within the Luyang sect have sought to be accepted by Elder Gu, yet he hardly deigns to acknowledge them. After a moment's reflection, Baisu added, "At worst, I could first appeal to my master. She dotes on me, and should she intervene, I believe Elder Gu would grant her some consideration." Zhao Qingshan took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Currently, he was merely at the 10th level of qi cultivation, and the Dan Yin Method was already sufficient for him to reach the foundation establishment stage, even progressing to the latter stages without issue. Therefore, securing the Dan Yin Method was not as urgent as it seemed. Perhaps fortune would favor him, and one day he might fortuitously acquire the Dan Yin Method. Su, they say that there are relics left by golden elixir practitioners in Chopping City. Is there any truth to this rumor? Zhao Qingshan questioned, feeling perplexed. He was somewhat familiar with Chopping City, but despite pondering for days on end, he could not fathom where such relics might be hidden. If they existed, they would have undoubtedly been excavated long ago. There would be no reason to wait until now. Yet, the rumors of these relics abound, attracting numerous practitioners to Chongping City, many of whom are disciples of various sects. But if these relics are indeed real, why have so many practitioners scoured Chongping City over such a lengthy period without uncovering them? Baisu replied, "This news is likely true. Do you know the origin of the name Chongping City?" Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. He had never considered this question before. 5 centuries ago, a child emerged in this place, fortuitously noticed by an elder of the Qingyun sect, who took him under his wing as a personal disciple. The child later adopted the Taoist name Chongping. He successfully established his foundation, cultivated for a century, and transcended the 4-9 minor heavenly tribulation, ultimately achieving the Golden Core stage and becoming a Golden Core practitioner. Baisu recounted slowly, for reasons unknown. The revered Chongping later betrayed the Qingyun sect. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that he ranked among the elite of Golden Core practitioners. Calculating the time, she added, "His lifespan has reached its end." Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow, astonished to learn the significance of Chongping City. It had not originally borne this name. It was merely renamed in honor of the Golden Core practitioner Chongping. Could Choping not have successfully formed his nascent soul and become an ancient being? Zhao Qingshan pondered, perplexed. Bai Su chuckled. The commotion caused by breaking through to the nascent soul stage is immense. How could it possibly be concealed from others? Zhao Qingshan paused, then understood. Indeed, the disturbance from establishing a foundation was considerable, and the tumult accompanying the transition to the golden core stage would be even greater, resonating across vast distances. Should one form a nascent soul, the uproar would be monumental, perhaps even felt by the upper echelons of the entire Jin kingdom. With so many disciples from various sects arriving in Chongping City, it seemed the elders of these sects had concluded that Chongping had not ascended to the nascent soul stage, but rather that his life had run its course. As a master of formations, Chongping's abilities could not be overstated. Thus, disciples in the foundation building stage from various sects flocked to the area, eager to enter the ruins and seize opportunities. Even the presence of Golden Core practitioners was not surprising. As days passed, the number of cultivators in Chongping City swelled. The Zhao family adopted an increasingly low profile, their doors tightly shut, with formations activated and seldom venturing outside. The business of elixirs and talismans had long been suspended. Zhao Leitang found solace in instructing his disciples at home, no longer concerning himself with external matters. Zhao Qingshan occasionally guided his sister, Zhao Yufei, in her cultivation, but spent most of his time at home, refining elixirs and crafting talismans by day, and enjoying the company of his wives by night, a life of tranquility. However, this serene existence was shattered by a piece of news. An elder of the Heavenly Demon sect had descended upon Chongping City, slaying disciples of the Burning Sun sect and driving 1,000 cultivators into a cave, none of whom had emerged in 3 days. How outrageous! The Heavenly Demon sect is utterly reckless, forcing cultivators to explore the ruins. Bing Tong exclaimed indignantly, her concern for her family evident. This is the modus operandi of the Heavenly Demon sect. Those who follow them prosper, while those who oppose them perish. Devoid of any sense of morality, Bai Su added, equally incensed. Once our elders arrive, they will surely seek retribution. The Burning Sun sect had over a dozen disciples in Chongping City, all mercilessly slain by the Heavenly Demon sect. Bai Su, as a disciple of the Burning Sun sect, felt a deep-seated anger. Zhao Qingshan's eyes glinted with fury as well. The actions of the Heavenly Demon sect are utterly tyrannical, forcefully driving 1,000 cultivators into a cave, which is tantamount to sending them to their doom. He felt an immense pressure. If the Heavenly Demon sect set its sights on the Zhao family, would they not obliterate them entirely? He could not comprehend why, having located the ruins, the Heavenly Demon sect did not choose to explore it themselves, but rather compelled cultivators to enter. Did they not fear that these cultivators might acquire treasures from the ruins? Or perhaps, the perils within the ruins are so great that even the Golden Core elders of the Heavenly Demon sect would not dare to venture in recklessly? Yet, if even Golden Core cultivators faced the danger of perishing, what purpose would it serve to send in even more chi refining stage cultivators? Zhao Qingshan could only hope that the Golden Core cultivators from other sects would arrive soon to restrain the Heavenly Demon sect. Chapter 74. The Celestial Master Huayang and the Fairy Yuhua in the city of Chongping. A sense of unease permeated among the cultivators, who feared being driven by the Heavenly Demon sect to explore perilous ruins. Their desire to delve into these ancient sites stemmed from the hope of acquiring fortuitous opportunities to advance further on their path of cultivation, rather than being utilized as mere cannon fodder, sent to their demise. No one wished to face death without purpose. 2 days later, Bai Su was suddenly filled with joy, announcing that her master had arrived in Chongping City and that she would go to pay her respects. With a swift motion, she soared into the sky on her sword, departing from the Zhao residence. Sword flight is a fundamental skill that foundational cultivators must master. While they may not be able to sustain long-distance flight, short distances pose no difficulty. Upon reaching a mountain outside the city, Bai Su found a few thatched cottages. This was the residence of the Li Yang sect in Chongping, a mere 20 miles from the city. Junior Sister Bai, it is a relief to see you well, exclaimed 2 gatekeeping disciples, their faces alight with joy and eagerness to please. Bai Su nodded slightly. I must see my master. The 2 young men dared not impede her. Bai Su was a direct disciple of the Fairy Yuhua, holding an extraordinary status. She proceeded into the courtyard and immediately spotted 2 individuals engaged in a game of chess. One was an elderly man with silver hair, clad in a dark green robe, exuding an ethereal grace, his eyes warm and bright. The other was a beautiful Taoist maiden, unmistakably the celestial master Huayang in the Fairy Yuhua. Disciple pays her respects to the master and the Peak Lord. Bai Su bowed deeply. At that moment, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that not only her master had descended from the mountain, but the celestial master Huayang had also come down. It was known that Huayang was a peak leader, a formidable figure within the Li Yang sect, possessing immense strength. However, the expression of Fairy Yuhua shifted, her voice cold. Susu, how could you be so foolish? You are currently in a crucial period of cultivation. Indulging in romantic entanglements will hinder your progress. With gritted teeth, she continued. And what of you? You descend from the mountain, forgetting my admonitions. You are no longer unblemished. Your future cultivation will be fraught with difficulties. The expression of Celestial Master Huayang also grew solemn. With their level of cultivation, they could effortlessly discern the changes in Baisu, though it had not been long. Her cheeks radiated a captivating allure, which could not escape their discerning eyes. Huayang sighed, with your innate talent, the golden core path is not your final destination. The possibility of achieving the embryo formation in the future is considerable. Had I known, I would not have allowed you to descend from the mountain. As seasoned practitioners, they understood all too well the significance of maintaining an unblemished state for one's cultivation. They had always regarded Baisu as their most cherished disciple, for she possessed a rare high-grade fire spiritual root and was practicing the supreme techniques of the Liang sect, presenting vast potential for growth. Baisu's cultivation speed had pleased them greatly. However, they never anticipated that her descent from the mountain would lead to such a misstep. This filled the Celestial Master Huayang and the Fairy Yuhua with profound regret. Having encountered this tribulation, Baisu's cultivation speed would inevitably slow, and the challenges ahead would only intensify. Baisu promptly bowed her head and recounted in detail the events that had transpired since her descent from the mountain, including her encounter with the treacherous Shen Bao and how she was rescued from his malicious grasp by Zhao Qingshan, revealing the latter's true identity. The esteemed Huayang Jinren and the graceful Yuhua Xiangu exchanged glances, astonished by the unfolding revelations and the unexpected connections that emerged. Zhao Lai, please come in. Huayang Jinren commanded. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Lai entered and greeted. Disciple pays respects to master. Indeed, this was the same Zhao Lai who had recently ventured away from home. He and Tang Wanyu had successfully joined the inner sect of the Liang sect, and since they were both from Chomping City, Huayang Jinren and Yuhua Xiangu had made a special trip to bring them down the mountain. Zhao Lai, what is the situation with your grandson Zhao Qingshan? Enlighten me. Huayang Jinren inquired. Zhao Lai appeared somewhat bewildered. He had arrived in Chongping City early that morning, intending to invite his master to his home, but instead, his master had come here, leaving him no time to return home. Why, then, was his master inquiring about Zhao Qingshan? Nevertheless, Zhao Lai cautiously shared what he knew. Master, has my little rascal done something to offend you? He asked. Huayang Jinren replied with mild irritation. Your precious grandson has not offended me, but he has certainly incurred the wrath of your wife. Zhao Lai was taken aback, quickly pleading, I implore you, master and madam, to show mercy and spare Qingshan's life. Huayang Jinren chuckled. Your beloved grandson has taken a shining disciple from your wife. At this moment, Zhao Lai noticed Baisu standing nearby, and his eyes lit up at the sight of her. What a remarkable young woman. Baisu, I have the honor of meeting you. Baisu, now aware that Zhao Lai was Zhao Qingshan's grandfather, greeted him respectfully. Seeing Baisu's charming demeanor, Zhao Lai felt a sense of satisfaction deepen within him, his eyes crinkling with delight. He had heard of Baisu during his time at the Liang sect. Fellow disciples spoke of her with admiration, noting that despite her youth, she was already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, a prodigy among the disciples of the Liang sect, now unexpectedly becoming his granddaughter-in-law. Yuhua Xiangu remarked, Susu, bring Zhao Qingshan to me tomorrow. I wish to see him. Yes, master. Baisu replied earnestly. Huayang Jinren then inquired, Susu, what is the current situation in Chomping City? Please share with us. Having just arrived, Huayang Jinren was keen to understand the circumstances. Baisu proceeded to describe the state of affairs in Chongping City. Huayang Jinren sighed. I did not anticipate that Taoist Chongping would pass away, stirring such great turmoil. I shudder to think how many cultivators may perish in his cave dwelling. The most despicable of all are the heavenly demon sect, employing such vile tactics. Yuhua Xiangu remarked, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Humph. The heavenly demon sect excels in treachery and deceit. Their prowess in formations is laughable. The Taoist Huayang chuckled coldly, stating, the malevolent Tian Sha harbors a grudge against our esteemed Taoist Chongping. He foolishly believes he can claim Taoist Chongping's cave abode. Such is the folly of delusion. Tian Sha, indeed, is the elder dispatched by the heavenly demon sect, a cultivator of the golden core stage. Taoist Chongping is renowned for his mastery in array formations. Thus, his cave must be fortified with extraordinary arrays. Without a profound understanding of such formations, even a golden core cultivator would find themselves ensnared within. Fairy Yuhua nodded in agreement with Huayang's words. However, upon hearing this, Baisu was inwardly alarmed. She had not anticipated that the relic cave would pose such peril. It was not only Foundation establishment cultivators who faced grave risks, even Golden Core cultivators could potentially meet their demise therein. Nonetheless, recalling the considerable expertise of her master and Taoist Huayang in the art of formation, Bai Su felt a renewed sense of confidence. Chapter 75. On-site alchemy, you audacious rascal. What remarkable skill you possess, to have brought back the proud daughter of the Liang sect. Upon returning home, Zhao Yu twisted his ear upon summoning Zhao Qingshan. Away with you, you old codger. Without my precious grandson, where would your current prestige lie? Tang Wanyu glared at Zhao Yu, asserting that Qingshan's ability to bring Su Su home was a testament to his prowess, not a subject for envy or jealousy. Tang Wanyu, having met Bai Su, was utterly satisfied with her. She had long been advocating for Zhao Qingshan to take a concubine, not once or twice. Seeing that Zhao Qingshan had not yet fathered a child with his current wife and concubines, Tang Wanyu was anxious as she yearned to hold her grandchild. With Bai Su, she noted, one could easily foresee a healthy and robust offspring. Her grandson's remarkable capability was evident. It had been but a brief separation, and he had already taken another concubine. It seemed the Zhao family would flourish and thrive without concern for future generations. Bai Su possessed superior spiritual roots, a most promising talent, which would undoubtedly enhance the lineage of the Zhao descendants. Goodness, my dear, Qingshan is destined to become the public enemy of the Liang sect, Zhao Liu remarked, exasperated, as he grappled with his own concerns. The most outstanding young disciple of the Liang sect had now become Zhao Qingshan's concubine. The thought filled him with a tumult of emotions, both joy and dread. Should the disciples of the Liang sect become aware of this, surely Zhao Qingshan would find himself in dire straits. If Yuhua Xiangu were to learn that her sole disciple had become another's concubine, she would likely deliver a fatal blow to Zhao Qingshan. The mere contemplation of this made Zhao Yu wish to strangle his own grandson. Is this a surprise? A shock? Perhaps. Let them be enemies. I have no intention of joining the Liang sect. Zhao Qingshan replied with a casual smile, unperturbed. He was poised to successfully establish his foundation at any moment, and once he did, his cultivation would be on par with that of the Liang sect disciples. Moreover, as a second-tier alchemist and talisman master, his status would surely surpass theirs, never to be beneath them. The following day, Zhao Qingshan prepared to introduce Bai Su to his family. Bai Su retrieved a flying sword from her storage bag, which then enlarged tenfold and hovered in the air. With a gentle leap, she alighted upon the sword. Zhao Qingshan, intrigued, followed suit. Though the sword was only 2 meters above the ground, he could not resist wrapping his arms around Bai Su's slender waist. This was the first time Bai Su had been embraced in such a manner before the gaze of others, causing her cheeks to flush. Reciting an incantation, Bai Su waved her hands, and the sword soared into the sky. Zhao Qingshan, filled with curiosity, observed the clouds drifting by. The flying sword was not particularly swift. Yet this experience of riding a sword evoked a profound yearning within Zhao Qingshan. Perhaps, deep within the essence of humanity, there lies an enduring dream of soaring freely like a bird. At the entrance of the courtyard stood 2 young men, their expressions darkening as they beheld Zhao Qingshan with his arm around Bai Su's waist, their gazes laced with hostility. Within the entire Liang sect, countless suitors pursued Bai Su, each male disciple yearning to forge a bond with her, for she possessed a superior spiritual root. It was not merely the Foundation establishment cultivators who sought her hand. Even Golden Core practitioners harbored such aspirations. A chill ran through Zhao Qingshan. The situation was indeed precarious. Bai Su, undeterred by the 2 young men, grasped Zhao Qingshan's hand and led him into the courtyard. Upon entering the main hall, they encountered 2 individuals seated above them, exuding an aura that made Zhao Qingshan's heart quaver, as if a mere thought from them could extinguish his life. Greetings, Master and Peak Lord. Bai Su promptly pulled Zhao Qingshan down to kneel. Salutations, Yuhua Fairy and Huayang Real Person. Zhao Qingshan refrained from kneeling, opting instead to bow respectfully. Yuhua Fairy regarded him with a disapproving countenance. So, you are Zhao Qingshan? I am indeed Zhao Qingshan, he replied, maintaining his composure. Huayang Real Person's interest was piqued. At the 10th level of Qi refinement, and already a second-tier alchemist and talisman maker, quite an impressive young man. The connection between Zhao Qingshan and Zhao Lai undoubtedly tilted Huayang Real Person's favor in his direction. Now that Zhao Qingshan had attained the status of a second-tier alchemist and talisman maker, he was regarded with even greater esteem. Yuhua Fairy interjected. A mere Qi refinement cultivator cannot possibly become a second-tier alchemist or talisman maker. Sustaining such energy is a challenge. Young man, Susu ought not to mingle with the mundane. You may deceive her with your sweet words, but you cannot deceive me. Her gaze towards Zhao Qingshan grew increasingly malevolent. The disciple she had meticulously nurtured had unwittingly fallen prey to this youth. The more she pondered it, the angrier she became, losing sleep over it the previous night. Bai Su hastily interjected, "Master, Qingshan truly is a second-tier alchemist and talisman maker. He can even refine foundation establishment pills." Foundation establishment pills? Yuhua Fairy scoffed. What audacity to boast. Su, it has not been long since you left the sect, and you are already being dishonest. Zhao Qingshan declared. If the esteemed elder does not believe me, I shall demonstrate my abilities on the spot. With that, he retrieved a medicinal cauldron and the materials for refining a foundation establishment pill from his storage bag. Then I shall observe how you execute this. Yuhua Fairy challenged. Master Bai Su began to plead sweetly. Su. Yuhua Fairy's expression darkened, silencing Bai Su instantly. Concentrate and calm your spirit. Zhao Qingshan began to summon the flames beneath the cauldron, a process he had mastered, executing it with remarkable ease. As Zhao Qingshan moved with fluid grace, both Yuhua Fairy and Huayang Real Person exchanged astonished glances, yet they refrained from commentary. The essence of alchemy lies in the successful creation of the pill. Anything less is deemed failure. A fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron as Zhao Qingshan meticulously controlled the input of what attribute true energy, showing no signs of laxity. In the end, Zhao Qingshan formed a hand seal, flicking his fingers lightly against the cauldron. The air hummed with the resonant vibrations of the alchemical furnace as the mouth of the cauldron opened, releasing a shimmering pill into the air. With a swift flick of his robe, Zhao Qingshan ensnared the elixir, and soon a steaming foundation establishment pill rested in his palm. He retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch and carefully placed the pill within. Master, surely you must believe me now, Bai Su proclaimed with a triumphant expression. Su, your audacity grows by the day. Yuhua Xinju admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Bai Su. Realizing the moment, Huayang Zhenren regarded Zhao Qingshan with admiration. Young man, have you considered joining my Liang sect? Well, esteemed elder, I rather cherish my freedom and have no desire to be constrained by a sect, Zhao Qingshan replied, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. Huayang Zhenren smiled gently. Do not dismiss the offer so hastily. I observe that the cultivation method you practice aligns with our teachings. By joining my Liang sect, you could further your studies. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshan's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. He had learned from Bai Su that Elder Guhong of the Liang sect specialized in this very practice, and despite his relentless pondering, he had yet to devise a means to acquire it. Now, with Huayang Zhenren's proposition, whether due to the elder's reputation or Bai Su's influence, Zhao Qingshan found himself captivated by the prospect. Chapter 76. Guhong, the serene figure of Master Huayang, smiled gently upon noticing the flicker of interest in Zhao Qingshan's eyes, prompting him to stoke the flames of temptation further. By joining the Liang sect, you shall gain access to first-tier and second-tier alchemical formulas, and if you prove your worth, there lies the opportunity to acquire third-tier formulas, Master Huayang declared with a smile. For an alchemist, the formulas and the alchemical furnace are treasures of utmost value. Zhao Qingshan's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson. The path of foundational cultivation is fraught with hardship. Resources for cultivation are scarce. The Zhao family endeavors to assist him in gathering formulas and talismanic secrets, yet what they manage to procure are merely first-tier. As for second-tier formulas and talismanic secrets, they are exceedingly arduous to obtain. The second-tier formulas he possesses are the result of serendipity alone. Very well, I shall join the Liang sect, Zhao Qingshan resolved without a trace of hesitation. Master Huayang replied with a smile, I am not well versed in alchemy myself, but I shall introduce you to the elder of the apothecary hall, under whose tutelage you may flourish. Upon hearing this, Bai Su could not contain her joy. She observed Zhao Qingshan's momentary bewilderment and hurriedly clarified, the elder of the apothecary hall is none other than Elder Guhong. Zhao Qingshan's face brightened with delight at this revelation. Suddenly, a jade pendant at Master Huayang's waist began to radiate light. After a brief glance, Master Huayang's smile widened. Elder Gu is but 1,000 miles away and shall arrive shortly. Such serendipity indeed. Isn't Elder Gu in search of spirit herbs? How could he be so near to us? Asked Yuhua Xiangu, perplexed. We shall await Elder Ji's arrival to inquire further, Master Huayang replied with a tranquil demeanor. A stirring sensation coursed through Zhao Qingshan's heart. The jade pendant served as a communication talisman, though its exact tier remained uncertain, whether it be a third-tier or fourth-tier talisman. A first-tier communication talisman has a range of 50 miles, while a second tier extends to 200 miles. A talisman capable of reaching a distance of 1,000 miles must undoubtedly be of the third tier, though it could potentially be of the fourth tier. Master Huayang and Yu Huaxian Gu proceeded to ask Zhao Qingshan a series of questions, to which he responded with a certain reticence. Approximately an hour later, a short and stout elder arrived, exclaiming, "Huayang, you just mentioned a good fortune in your communication talisman. What could it possibly be?" "Ah, Elder Gu. Indeed it is a great fortune," Master Huayang replied with a smile. "I wish to introduce to you a promising young talent as a disciple. Would you not consider this a good fortune?" Elder Ji's eyes twinkled as he responded with a grin. "But you wish for the little girl, Su Su, from Wulong Peak to come under my tutelage in the art of alchemy?" Master Huayang's lips twitched slightly before he clarified, "Bai Su is a direct disciple of Yu Hua. I cannot make decisions on her behalf. The disciple I wish to introduce to you is this one." He gestured toward Zhao Qingshan. "This is Zhao Qingshan, grandson of Zhao Lai, aged 27, having reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation, and he has self-studied alchemy, now attaining the rank of a second-tier alchemist." Elder Gu regarded Zhao Qingshan with skepticism. "Reaching the pinnacle of qi is insufficient to concoct second-tier elixirs, Huayang. Do not attempt to deceive me." Yu Huaxian Gu interjected. "Old Gu, just moments ago, this young man personally concocted a foundation establishment pill before our eyes, succeeding on his first attempt." "A foundation establishment pill? How could this be possible?" Elder Gu widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "The materials for refining the foundation establishment pill number nearly 100, and the true energy of someone at the peak of qi refinement is barely sufficient to support the purification of the herbs. How could one possibly concoct a foundation establishment pill? Young man, now you shall refine a foundation establishment pill." He directed this at Zhao Qingshan without hesitation. Zhao Qingshan, undeterred, took out the alchemical furnace and placed a dozen herbs within. He then suggested, "The materials for the foundation establishment pill are no longer available. May I concoct April's protection pill instead?" "That is acceptable." Elder Gu nodded in agreement. Zhao Qingshan proceeded to refine the pill. The process of creating the pulse protection pill was considerably more straightforward than that of the foundation establishment pill. Having crafted numerous pulse protection pills before, Zhao Qingshan was now quite adept, executing the entire procedure with remarkable fluidity. After 2 hours, he lightly tapped the furnace, which resonated with a low hum. As the mouth of the furnace opened, he swiftly cast a spell to ensnare the pill, which soon found its way into his hand. "Let me see the pill," Elder Gu said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He took the pill, inhaled its aroma, and examined its shape, praising, "This is undoubtedly a pulse protection pill, and of excellent quality." "Indeed, indeed." However, a hint of confusion crossed his face as he continued, "Young man, I noticed you manipulated both fire and wood true energy while refining. Do you possess 2 types of spiritual roots?" The expressions of Master Huayang and Fairy Yuhua shifted upon hearing this. It was only after Elder Gu's remark that they recalled the fluctuation of wood attribute true energy during Zhao Qingshan's alchemical process. Having 2 types of spiritual roots means they can influence each other, often leading to what is commonly referred to as spiritual root contamination, making cultivation significantly more challenging than with a single root. Zhao Qingshan clasped his fists and replied, "Indeed, I possess both fire and wood spiritual roots, both of superior quality." "Why did you choose to incorporate wood attribute true energy into the furnace and flames?" Elder Gu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Zhao Qingshan respectfully explained, "I discovered that flames can be quite ferocious and difficult to control. A moment's inattention may lead to failure in pill refining." Elder Gu nodded slightly, acknowledging the common knowledge. Being an alchemist is no easy feat, and failures are frequent due to the challenges of flame control, as the temperature of the flames must remain stable. Zhao Qingshan continued, "I later found that adding would attribute true energy to the flames allows them to burn more vigorously while also increasing the temperature, yet the flames become much tamer." He did not hold back, adding, "Incorporating some would attribute true energy into the furnace makes the blending of the medicinal liquids easier." Elder Gu marveled, "What a genius idea. Your talent for alchemy is indeed remarkable. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" He gazed at Zhao Qingshan, a sense of fondness for talent burgeoning within him. At this moment, Master Huayang interjected, "Elder Gu, he possesses dual spiritual roots. You must think carefully before proceeding. The presence of dual spiritual roots signifies that cultivation will be significantly more arduous, as one must practice 2 sets of techniques, inevitably slowing down progress. A cultivator's lifespan is limited, and so too is their energy. Yet, what of dual spiritual roots? He possesses 2 superior roots and has already reached the 10th level of qi refinement. His success in establishing a foundation is assured." Elder Gu dismissed the concern. "Disciple, I pay my respects to my revered master." Zhao Qingshan bowed respectfully to Elder Gu. "Haha, now you're an intersect disciple. Once you successfully establish your foundation, I shall accept you as my personal disciple." Elder Gu laughed heartily. He then retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag. I see you are cultivating a fire attribute technique. Coincidentally, I possess one here for you. In the future, you need not change your cultivation method. This is a lineage technique, and practicing it will be a seamless process, not considered a transformation of methods. The more profound one's cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to change techniques. Zhao Qingshan accepted it, his face brimming with joy, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Elder Ge. He had not anticipated receiving such a valuable gift so effortlessly. Chapter 77. The Malevolent Old Demon Master. I have elderly and young ones at home. May I temporarily stay there and not return to the sect for now? Zhao Qingshan said, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. He truly wished to remain at home. After all, it was a delightful place with his many wives and the charming antics of his younger siblings. Haha. Ge Hong burst into hearty laughter, joined by the laughter of Master Huayong and the fairy Yuhua. Bai Su covered her face and softly remarked, husband, joining the sect is quite a free choice. There is no compulsion to go to the Liang Mountains. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. Is it truly like that? Ge Hong replied with a smile. Qingshan, you may stay at home for as long as you desire. However, should any disciples of the sect pass by, you must show them some hospitality. Of course. Zhao Qingshan nodded without hesitation. Having joined the Liang sect, it was only natural to extend courtesy to its wandering disciples. Elder Ge, now that you are here, matters will be easier to handle, Master Huayong said earnestly, shifting the conversation to the main topic. The malevolent old demon recently slaughtered our sect's younger members. And today the three of us shall seek retribution. Yes, old Ge, this malevolent old demon seeks death, and we shall oblige him. Fairy Yuhua affirmed. If he wishes for death, we shall grant it. Ge Hong nodded in agreement. Zhao Qingshan's eyes brightened. Witnessing the fierce battles of the immortals was something he greatly anticipated. He had yet to behold a confrontation among golden core cultivators. The three of them stood upon a massive flying sword, soaring directly towards Chomping City. Su, let us also go and have a look. Zhao Qingshan exclaimed. Bai Su nodded, and they flew together on their sword, albeit at a noticeably slower speed. By the time they arrived, the battle had already commenced. Huayong, why waste words? Just eliminate him. Fairy Yuhua commanded. In an instant, the flying sword in her hand was hurled forth. Zhao Qingshan was secretly astonished, not expecting Bai Su's master to possess such a fiery temperament. He silently rejoiced at not having been struck down by Fairy Yuhua's wrath. Ah! A series of piercing screams echoed. The old man in the black robe dodged the flying sword, yet it did not return. Instead, it turned upon the disciples of the demon sect. The disciples, whether at the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stages, were utterly defenseless, and in the blink of an eye, countless lives were extinguished. Ball servant, you seek death. The malevolent old demon roared in fury, wielding a blood-red blade radiating malevolence, striking towards Fairy Yuhua. Today, the three of us face you alone, and your death is inevitable. Master Huayong declared, swinging his sword to intercept the blood-red strike. In that moment of combat, the entire estate was reduced to ruins. The terrifying aftermath of a battle between golden core cultivators was beyond imagination. Zhao Qingshan's expression changed as he pulled Bai Su aside, fearing the battle's aftermath might claim their lives. Simultaneously, he donned a superior defensive robe to bolster his protection. Today, I concede. I shall settle the score with you another day. The malevolent old demon sneered, having fallen at a disadvantage after several exchanges. Do not let him escape, Master Huayong shouted. Soon, the three individuals pursued him. However, just as they managed to encircle the celestial demon once more, he suddenly transformed into a shadow of blood, vanishing in the blink of an eye. How infuriating. That celestial demon has actually mastered the blood shadow escape, allowing him to flee, exclaimed Yuhua, filled with indignation. Ge Hong chuckled. The blood shadow escape is indeed a superior secret technique, yet employing it comes at a cost. The celestial demon will require at least 2 to 3 years to recuperate. Below, Zhao Qingshan's eyes were still wide with astonishment. After a long pause, he inquired, Su, what exactly is the blood shadow escape? Bai Su replied, the blood shadow escape is a high-level secret technique of the heavenly demon sect, utilizing the essence of beast blood to instantaneously retreat 100 miles away. Zhao Qingshan clicked his tongue in admiration. Such a bizarre escape technique is truly the ultimate means of evasion. With the celestial demon having fled, the cultivators could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Qingshan remarked. Subsequently, he took Bai Su home. Upon returning, Zhao Qingshan did not rush into cultivation. He decided to postpone practicing the Dan Yanju until he reached the later stages of foundation establishment. For now, he simply wished to engage in meaningful conversation with Bai Su. The following morning, Zhao Qingshan lay in bed, glancing at the virtual panel in the lower left corner of his vision. Congratulations, host. Forging 2000, True Qi 2000, Fire Spiritual Root 2000. Alchemist, 2nd tier. Intermediate Artificer, 2nd tier. Superior Talisman Master, 2nd tier. Intermediate Formation Master, 2nd tier. Intermediate Realm, Qi Refinement. Level 10 Gold Spiritual Root. Superior Wood Spiritual Root, Superior Water Spiritual Root, Superior Fire Spiritual Root, Superior Earth Spiritual Root. Superior Zhao Qingshan surveyed his gains from the previous night. Feeling rejuvenated, his waist no longer ached, and his back felt strong. He was brimming with vitality. This treasure of a girl, the more he explored her, the more wealth he unearthed, making it impossible for him to resist her charm. Zhao Qingshan sensed that if this continued, he might soon ascend to the ranks of a 3rd-tier artificer. As for his Qi refinement realm, he believed he would not even need to cultivate, with daily exchanges. He could break through to foundation establishment in less than a month. Overjoyed, Zhao Qingshan felt increasingly aware of the immense power of his lucky charm. Naturally, he cherished this treasure of a girl even more. A foundation establishment cultivator with superior spiritual roots was indeed a boundless treasure, inexhaustible in its potential. After a considerable time, the two finally stepped outside. The weather was splendid, with bright sunshine illuminating the clear, azure sky, lifting one's spirits at the mere sight. His wives had prepared a delightful meal. Seeing their harmonious interactions, free from chaos, Zhao Qingshan felt immense joy in his heart. After enjoying a lavish lunch, Zhao Qingshan proceeded to the cultivation chamber. Having taken Gu Hong as his mentor the previous day, he had acquired numerous jade slips, filled with 1st and 2nd-tier pill formulas, materials he intended to study thoroughly. The significance of pill formulas to an alchemist is beyond doubt. Only with these formulas can an alchemist concoct elixirs. Certainly, an alchemist may devise their own formulas. However, this path is fraught with challenges. Each existing formula is the culmination of countless failures endured by the alchemist, ultimately leading to a refined conclusion. Thus, even a single formula carries substantial worth. For an alchemist, the most vital asset is the formula itself, followed closely by the alchemical furnace. In the eyes of an alchemist, the value of a formula surpasses that of 10 or even 100 potions of the same grade. It is precisely because other practitioners lack knowledge of alchemy and are unaware of the rarity of formulas that they are willing to exchange a formula for a potion of equivalent grade, allowing such treasures to gather dust. Chapter 78. The Superior Alchemical Furnace in the Cultivation Chamber. Zhao Qingshan meticulously polished the alchemical furnace, a precious artifact bestowed upon him by Gu Hong as a token of his apprenticeship. He refrained from hastily concocting elixirs, choosing instead to familiarize himself with the intricacies of this furnace. Each alchemical furnace possesses unique characteristics. A lack of acquaintance may lead to failure if one rushes into the process. After thoroughly examining the furnace, Zhao Qingshan retrieved various herbs from his storage pouch, arranging them in order. Rather than embarking immediately on the creation of 2nd-tier elixirs, he opted to first brew a 1st-tier elixir to acclimate himself to the furnace. This approach minimized potential losses in the event of failure. One by one, the herbs were cast into the furnace where the flame ignited, purifying and refining the ingredients into a viscous liquid. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan began to regulate the temperature within the furnace, entering the phase of solidification. Soon, the air was suffused with the fragrant aroma of the completed elixirs. As he controlled the flame, it gradually extinguished, and the influx of what attribute true energy diminished, transitioning into the nurturing phase of the elixirs. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the furnace emitted a resonant hum. After a few breaths, Zhao Qingshan lifted the lid, revealing 12 elixirs nestled within. He carefully placed the elixirs into a jade vial, marveling at the efficiency of the superior artifact, which significantly reduced the mana expenditure required for alchemy. Zhao Qingshan silently praised its efficacy. He then resolved to attempt the simultaneous production of 24 1st-tier elixirs. Although he had previously succeeded in crafting them with his own furnace, using a newly acquired superior artifact was still a bold endeavor. One by one, he added the 24 ingredients into the furnace, initiating the alchemical process. As the spiritual herbs transformed into liquid, Zhao Qingshan skillfully manipulated the true energy to delineate the liquid into individual portions, gradually forming distinct elixirs. The rich fragrance once again emanated from the furnace. As the aroma intensified, Zhao Qingshan sensed that the elixirs were complete. He ceased the flame and the flow of true energy, allowing the process to conclude gently. Upon opening the furnace, a collection of elixirs appeared before him, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. With such a remarkable furnace at his disposal, he realized that his previous furnace had become obsolete. He was determined to fully harness the potential of this new artifact. Thus, Zhao Qingshan planned to transform all the 1st-tier elixir materials in his storage pouch into finished elixirs. The prospect of producing 24 elixirs in a single batch exhilarated him. Naturally, all elixirs produced in one batch must be of the same kind. Otherwise, conflicting effects could lead to catastrophic failure. With renewed vigor, Zhao Qingshan diligently proceeded to concoct elixirs one batch after another. He consumed a fasting elixir, negating the necessity for food and drink. The creation of these first-tier elixirs posed no challenge for him. It was a task he could accomplish with ease. Eventually, his storage pouch, once filled with the materials for first-tier elixirs, was completely depleted. Zhao Qingshan, however, received bottles of elixirs. Although they were all first-tier elixirs, the sheer quantity rendered them extraordinarily valuable. After concocting so many batches of first-tier elixirs, Zhao Qingshan felt somewhat fatigued and decided to take a brief respite. After a short rest, he opened the door to the cultivation chamber and stepped outside. Upon seeing Zhao Qingshan in his disheveled state, Bing Tong and the other wives were taken aback. It was the first time they had seen Zhao Qingshan in such a state of untidiness, his unkempt beard, disordered hair, and clothes that carried an unpleasant odor. The women hurriedly led Zhao Qingshan to the swimming pool, stripping him of his garments as they watched him bathe and wash his hair. Zhao Qingshan felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had been so engrossed in alchemy that he had neglected his appearance for quite some time, to the point where he dared not look in the mirror. After a thorough cleansing and having drained the pool of its water, he refilled it with fresh water. This time, the wives were already damp, their clothes clinging to their skin, accentuating their exquisite figures. Zhao Qingshan could not help but express admiration. A thought crossed his mind. He had always desired for Baisu to fully integrate with the other wives, yet had lacked an opportunity. Now, that opportunity had presented itself. He approached Baisu from behind and gently embraced her. "Su, you are truly beautiful." Instantly, a mist enveloped the swimming pool, creating an ethereal ambience. The following day, Zhao Qingshan lay in bed, appearing somewhat languid and unwilling to rise. Baisu attempted to get up several times, but was pulled back by Zhao Qingshan each time. Once one embarks on a ship of thievery, disembarking is not so easily accomplished. With no choice left, Baisu rested her head upon Zhao Qingshan's chest. "What have you been so busy with these days, my husband?" she inquired. Zhao Qingshan caressed Baisu's silky hair and replied with a smile. "My master bestowed upon me a high-grade alchemical furnace. I have been using it recently to familiarize myself with its workings." "Oh, I see," Baisu responded. She understood that while one could bond with a magical artifact through blood, truly mastering it required personal exploration. Alchemy and artifact crafting shared certain commonalities. The benefits at your apothecary are indeed enviable. As the only direct disciple of my master, I have only been granted a single high-grade artifact, Baisu remarked enviously. Unlike your apothecary, where even second-tier alchemists are bestowed with a high-grade alchemical furnace. As they lounged together, exchanging intimate words, Baisu seamlessly integrated with the other women. After all, the bonds forged through shared experiences in battle are often the most resilient and profound. After some indulgence, Zhao Qingshan resumed his alchemical endeavors, this time focusing on concocting second-tier elixirs. The first he attempted was the recovery pill, a second-tier elixir that could accelerate the restoration of true essence for foundation-building cultivators. With the blessings of Gohong, Zhao Qingshan now possessed 10 second-tier recipes at his disposal. This was sufficient for him to thoroughly familiarize himself with the refinement of second-tier elixirs. Before long, a month had passed since the escape of the malevolent celestial demon. Chomping City had returned to its former tranquility. Although the number of cultivators was substantial, none were as apprehensive as they had been previously. However, soon the city was once again stirred by tumultuous events, as 4 Golden Core cultivators descended upon Chongping City. In due course, these Golden Core practitioners reached a consensus. They would refrain from participating in the exploration of the relics and caves. Instead, it would be the cultivators below the Golden Core stage who would venture into these ancient sites. While the relics of the esteemed Chomping Master held a certain allure for Golden Core cultivators, it was important to note that the Master himself was merely at the Golden Core stage, thus limiting the appeal. Undoubtedly, this arrangement was advantageous for the Qi refining and foundation-building cultivators. After all, should the Golden Core practitioners engage in the exploration, there would be little opportunity left for the others. How could they possibly compete with the Golden Core cultivators? As Zhao Qingshan bid farewell to Gohong, his spirits were inevitably lifted, for this also signified that he too had the opportunity to explore the relics and caves, potentially uncovering fortuitous opportunities therein. Chapter 79. Fratricidal Strife. The residence of the Burning Sun sect has not been relocated to the city. It remains nestled within the mountains. The bustling urban life is not conducive to cultivation. Zhao Qingshan took the elixirs that Gohong had tasked him to refine and brought them to the sect's residence to share with his fellow disciples. Here, The practitioners also required elixirs for their cultivation. With the absence of the 3 golden core cultivators to keep them in check, the Foundation establishment disciples did not conceal their dissatisfaction. After all, among them were many who admired Bai Su, desiring to pursue her and even to become her Dao partner. Yet, it turned out that Zhao Qingshan, a mere Qi refinement cultivator, had stolen the lead. The toad aspires to eat swan meat, yet fails to recognize its own limitations. Zhang Shan provocatively remarked, This toad has not merely aspired. It has already dined on swan meat. Zhao Qingshan retorted disdainfully. What I don't desire is to be a toad that longs for swan meat, yet cannot attain it. Zhang Shan was also one of Bai Su's many suitors. At the age of 50, he was in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment and harbored hopes of forming a golden core. He considered himself a formidable rival in the pursuit of Bai Su's affections. However, he was blindsided by the disheartening news that the goddess he had long pursued had become a Dao partner to a lowly fellow. Zhang Shan looked down upon Zhao Qingshan. The latter was merely at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and his profile indicated a dual attribute of fire and with spiritual roots. Even if they were of superior quality, they were still deemed inferior. Achieving Foundation establishment would be the pinnacle of his accomplishments, with no hope of attaining a golden core. Zhao Qingshan regarded Zhang Shan with scorn. What is the matter? Are you unwilling to accept it? At 50 years old, you still covet a young maiden like Bai Su? An old cow eating tender grass should not be so brazen. Zhang Shan's eyes blazed with fury. Zhao Qingshan curled his lip. He had dealt with Foundation establishment cultivators before. The gazes of the Foundation establishment disciples were filled with hostility toward Zhao Qingshan, yet the Qi refinement disciples were all eager to curry favor with him. After all, Zhao Qingshan was a second-tier alchemist, and they could not afford to offend him. In the world of cultivation, alchemy, tools, talismans, and formations reign supreme. Alchemists hold the highest status. As Zhao Qingshan glanced at the darkening sky, he decided to descend the mountain and return home. In a secluded valley, 3 figures cloaked in black were crouched low. Tang Yin, judging by the time, that brat should arrive here in about 15 minutes. This is the only path to Chongping City. He will undoubtedly pass through, one of the figures whispered. Another figure in black scoffed, a mere Qi refinement cultivator. Believing that by taking Elder Guo as his master, he can act with impunity and arrogance. If we kill him today, he has no one to blame but himself. With the 3 of us in Foundation establishment joining forces, he stands no chance against any one of us, let alone all 3. A mere 10th level Qi refinement cultivator dares to aspire to swan meat? With his dual spiritual roots, he is nothing but trash. It's likely he only reached the 10th level by seizing the essence of that vile woman Bai Su. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Zhang Shan. Lu Tao, this valley is a place of good fortune. Choosing it as his final resting place also honors the bond of brotherhood among us. The leader clad in black glimmered with a cold light. The 3 individuals were disciples of the Sunfire sect, all cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. This brat possesses limited cultivation and mediocre talent, yet he displays an arrogant demeanor. If he meets his demise here today, we cannot be blamed. Zhang Shan sneered. A chilling glint evident in his eyes. There were over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators from the Sunfire sect within the borders of Chongping City. But Zhang Shan had only contacted his close associates, Lu Tao and Tang Yin. Each of them harbored feelings for Bai Su, and they were deeply resentful that Zhao Qingshan had become her companion. The moment Zhao Qingshan departed from their encampment, they followed closely behind. They dared not act while at the encampment, fearing detection. If discovered, their fates would be sealed. The Sunfire sect strictly forbids disciples from harming one another. Thus, they had set an ambush in advance. This valley was chosen as the burial ground for Zhao Qingshan. Unbeknownst to them, a paper crane hovered overhead, relaying their words verbatim to Zhao Qingshan. Ever vigilant, Zhao Qingshan had a paper crane patrolling the skies, a second-tier scouting talisman with an astonishing detection range of 5 miles. In the event of any unforeseen danger, he would receive immediate notice, allowing him to evade it. A surge of alarm coursed through Zhao Qingshan, and he silently vowed, "There is no escaping this confrontation. Thus, I shall not hesitate to be ruthless. As the saying goes, he who kills shall be killed." Zhao Qingshan was neither a villain nor a do-gooder. He deemed that any enemy must be eliminated. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they provoke me, I shall retaliate. Since they sought his life, if he merely fled, they would undoubtedly pursue him to Chongping City, where the Zhao family would face 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, suffering considerable losses. Hence, the most prudent course of action was to eliminate them all, eradicating any future threats. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a robe and a long sword from his storage bag, both exquisite magical artifacts, ensuring his invulnerability. He then produced 10 second-tier talismans, crafted during this period. Among the first-tier talismans was the Explosion Talisman, and the second tier also included the same, but with significantly greater power. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators warranted the use of all 10 second-tier Explosion Talismans at once. Zhao Qingshan pressed on silently, as he approached within 3 zhang of them. The trio prepared to unleash a surprise attack. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan hurled the 10 talismans. Boom! The deafening explosions ensued. The detonation of the Explosion Talismans occurred in an instant, swift beyond evasion. At the moment he cast the talismans, Zhao Qingshan had already retreated, his robes sweeping to shield his head. The terrifying shockwaves sent him staggering backwards. As the tumult subsided, Zhao Qingshan looked ahead. A lifeless body lay on the ground, utterly still. Zhang Shan spat blood in fury, exclaiming, "Despicable and shameless. Relying solely on ambush, have the courage to engage in a fair fight." Zhang Shan donned a mid-grade defensive magical artifact. And although he survived the catastrophic explosion of the explosive spirit talismans, he sustained injuries. "Despicable?" Zhao Qingshan scoffed. "You 3 foundation-building cultivators attempted to ambush me. And now you dare to call me despicable?" Tang Yan's expression darkened as he realized that their plan had backfired. They had failed to eliminate Zhao Qingshan, and instead, one of their own was slain while 2 others were wounded. However, Tang Yan coldly regarded Zhao Qingshan. "You regret not killing us both, don't you?" Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile. "It is merely a matter of dying a minute sooner or a minute later. Prepare to meet your end." Tang Yan lunged forward with his sword at great speed. "What? How is this possible?" Just as the blade was about to pierce Zhao Qingshan's body, a radiant aura materialized, halting the sword's advance. Both Tang Yan and Zhang Shan were utterly astonished. "Nothing is impossible." Zhao Qingshan's sword had already penetrated Tang Yan's body. The defensive prowess of a top-tier magical artifact is undeniably reliable. Zhao Qingshan seized this fleeting opportunity to eliminate Tang Yan. Zhang Shan, filled with dread, implored Zhao Qingshan, "Qingshan, we are all inner disciples of the Li Wang sect. You cannot kill me. This is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Zhao Qingshan chuckled, finding it to be the most amusing remark he had heard all year. Were it not for his cautious nature and numerous trump cards, they would have undoubtedly sought to end him without hesitation. Now, they claimed it was all a misunderstanding. "Remember, in your next life, strive to be a good person." Zhao Qingshan spoke coldly. Zhang Shan's face contorted with malice. "Since you refuse to listen to reason, I shall perish with you." However, Zhang Shan, already wounded, was no match for Zhao Qingshan. With the protection of his top-tier magical artifact, Zhao Qingshan focused solely on offense. His sword, also a top-tier artifact, effortlessly severed the mid-grade sword in Zhang Shan's grasp. A quarter of an hour later, a lifeless body lay upon the ground. "In your next life, be a good person," Zhao Qingshan murmured softly to himself. After collecting the storage bag and magical artifacts, he flicked his fingers, and a flame split into 3, cascading onto the 3 corpses, which instantly ignited in a fierce blaze. The flames quickly consumed the bodies, reducing them, even to ashes. Chapter 80. The Absence of Spirit Talismans. Just then, a round of applause resonated through the air. Suddenly, a dozen individuals emerged, led by a remarkably handsome youth who wore a wicked smile. What a splendid performance of betrayal among comrades. Truly captivating. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that beyond Zhang Shan and his companions, there were others lying in ambush. His eyes narrowed in realization as he exclaimed, "Tianma sect." The striking youth, Chen Feiyu, applauded enthusiastically. "Clever. I, Chen Feiyu, take great pleasure in befriending the astute." He boasted of his rank, the 10th level of Qi refinement, a second-tier alchemist, and a disciple of Gu Hong from the apothecary hall of the Liang sect. "Now that you have slain 3 fellow disciples, you have violated the sect's regulations. The Tianma sect holds greater power within the Liang sect, unencumbered by such constraints. Join us, and you shall have a grander stage." With a nonchalant smile, Chen Feiyu added, "Refusal will lead you to your grave in this valley." The surrounding disciples of the Tianma sect displayed sinister grins. A chill ran down Zhao Qingshan's spine. "Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who defy me shall perish." The ruthless nature of the Tianma sect weighed heavily on him. Should he dare utter a word of dissent, they would not hesitate to end his life. Join the Tianma sect? The notion had never crossed Zhao Qingshan's mind. After all, he was already a member of the Liang sect and had reaped numerous benefits from it. How could he possibly align himself with the Tianma sect? From his storage pouch, Zhao Qingshan produced several spirit talismans, brandishing them with a defiant shake. "Do you think you have me cornered?" he coldly retorted. "Do you wish for us to perish together?" Chen Feiyu frowned, taken aback by Zhao Qingshan's unexpected possession of spirit talismans after having previously utilized so many talismans. It was known that second-tier spirit talismans were quite valuable, and cultivators at the foundation establishment stage typically carried only a few for emergencies. Could it be that this lad was attempting to deceive him? Pondering this possibility, Chen Feiyu recalled the intelligence he had gathered. Zhao Qingshan was a 10th-level qi refinement cultivator and a highly efficient alchemist. Yet there had been no mention of his skills as a talisman maker. Resolute, Chen Feiyu sneered, "You think to deceive me? It appears you have chosen refusal. Thus, you shall die." He commanded, "Eliminate him." Chen Feiyu was incredulous that Zhao Qingshan possessed so many spirit talismans. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. To think someone would doubt a talisman maker would lack spirit talismans. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For second-tier explosive talismans soared through the air, igniting instantaneously. Explosions erupted in all directions. The disciples of the Tianma sect screamed in agony. Not all of the individuals Chen Feiyu had brought were cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. In fact, more than half were merely at the qi refinement stage. How could such cultivators withstand the explosive might of the spirit talismans? They were obliterated in an instant. Chen Feiyu's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, how does he still possess explosive talismans? The remaining foundation establishment cultivators also wore grave expressions as they began to comprehend the severity of the situation. Zhao Qingshan smiled faintly, shaking the talisman in his hand. Can you guess whether these are genuine talismans or mere fakes? Just 4 explosive talismans earlier were enough to slay 7 qi refinement stage cultivators. If all the talismans in my possession were second-tier explosive talismans, then they would be in grave danger. I refuse to believe you possess so many talismans. Chen Feiyu retorted in a low growl. Then you may as well perish. Zhao Qingshan's gaze turned frigid. The talismans in his hand flew forth. One cultivator met with 3 explosive talismans. Boom, boom, boom. They detonated almost simultaneously. 18 second-tier explosive talismans exploding in such a confined space unleashed a terrifying power that made one's complexion pale. As Zhao Qingshan ignited the talismans, he crouched down, retracting his limbs and head into his robe. He too dared not withstand the cataclysmic force of so many explosive talismans detonating at once. However, with the protection of this exquisite robe, the situation differed greatly. The formidable defensive power of a superior artifact could not be breached by second-tier explosive talismans. Otherwise, such artifacts would not be deemed so precious. Despite the robe as shielding, the diminished explosive force still sent Zhao Qingshan's blood surging within him, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. If even I, clad in a superior artifact robe, sustain injuries, then they must surely be obliterated. Zhao Qingshan mused inwardly, thoroughly satisfied with the explosion's potency. Upon rising, he beheld the ground devoid of any intact corpses. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a demise must be entirely painless, Zhao Qingshan thought, pleased with his handiwork as he stowed away his storage bag and weapons. Suddenly, a sound made Zhao Qingshan's expression change. Oh no, with the continuous explosions, the valley's cliffs cannot withstand it. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the valley's exit, witnessing rocks tumbling down incessantly. As he burst forth from the valley, a cloud of dust enveloped the area, thick and palpable. Zhao Qingshan felt a lingering dread. Had he been any slower, he would have undoubtedly perished within the valley. It seems this return journey cannot reveal my true identity, he murmured softly, his expression grave. He had initially faced a deadly ambush from his fellow disciples, soon followed by the disciples of the heavenly demon sect, which made him acutely aware of the peril he was in. This unfortunate series of events inadvertently led others to believe he had perished in the valley. Discretion, discretion, more discretion. This realm of cultivation is perilous. My fragile frame cannot withstand it. Zhao Qingshan's demeanor grew serious. He had believed himself to be sufficiently inconspicuous. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had become a thorn in the side of the inner disciples of the Liang sect, earning the enmity of countless individuals. He rarely ventured from his courtyard, yet the heavenly demon sect had set its sights on him. He had underestimated the danger posed by others. Zhao Qingshan employed the shape-shifting technique. Although he had not mastered it to perfection, altering his appearance was still within his capabilities. Suddenly, the once handsome visage transformed. As his muscles contorted into a rugged countenance, his elongated form now bulged with sinewy strength. In the span of merely 15 minutes, Zhao Qingshan metamorphosed into a brawny figure. He extended his palm, water coalescing within it, and gazed at his reflection in the liquid, marveling at the wonders of the shape-shifting technique. In this guise, even standing before his parents, they would fail to recognize him. Even his most intimate wife and concubines would be utterly unable to identify him. Zhao Qingshan swiftly departed. Such a cacophony would surely attract attention before long. Indeed, in less than 15 minutes, numerous cultivators arrived at the scene. The terrifying explosion and the resultant fluctuations in energy were unmistakable, given their proximity to Chongping City, merely 10 miles away. It was impossible not to draw the attention of other practitioners. Yet, this valley lay in ruins, and no one could ascertain who had engaged in battle here or who had met their demise. Chapter 81. The foundations of wives and concubines having returned to the Zhao residence with remarkable ease, Zhao Qingshan gradually regained his composure. The memory of the ambush he encountered that night lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of trepidation. Had it not been for his ample reserves and the fact that he was far from an ordinary practitioner at the peak of qi refining, he would have undoubtedly faced a dire fate. It seemed he had been too ostentatious lately. A more discreet approach was warranted. Zhao Qingshan reflected inwardly. Yet, if given another chance, he would unhesitatingly eliminate Zhang Shan and his associates. Though they were ostensibly fellow disciples, they were as unfamiliar as strangers. If they sought to take his life, then theirs would be a deserved demise. The explosive spirit talismans proved to be exceedingly effective. He resolved to craft several more. This evening, he had experienced the formidable power of the second-tier explosive spirit talismans, striking unexpectedly and catching his foes off guard. Even the most formidable Foundation establishment cultivators were left with no escape from the talisman's wrath. Soon after, Zhao Qingshan entered his meditation chamber, sitting cross-legged upon the cushion. He retrieved several storage bags. These bags often contained the majority of a cultivator's wealth. A broad smile spread across Zhao Qingshan's face. Although the treasures within these bags paled in comparison to those of a Zile true person, they were nonetheless significant. Even the smallest morsel has its worth. After meticulously categorizing the items from the storage bags, he placed them into his own. Indeed, one cannot amass wealth without a windfall. The swiftest means of accumulating riches lay in the act of seizing treasures from the vanquished. Zhao Qingshan felt quite buoyant. Upon returning home, he resolved to maintain a lower profile for some time. Outside, the atmosphere was vibrant, with cultivators venturing daily to explore the ancient ruins and caverns. The relics were situated not far from the city, accessible only through a narrow passage. Yet, despite the numerous cultivators who had perished, the passage remained unbreached. As for the interior of the ruins, no one had laid eyes upon them. As 2 months quietly passed, even the bustling activity surrounding the relics of Zhang Ping true person failed to capture Zhao Qingshan's attention. It was as if he had completely forgotten the matter, content to remain within the tranquility of his small courtyard. His days were spent refining pills and crafting talismans, while his evenings were devoted to meaningful exchanges with his wives and concubines, leading a life of delightful ease and comfort. Despite the presence of 7 Foundation establishment cultivators at the Zhao residence, it remained remarkably understated. On a particular deep night, under a sky adorned with countless stars, the gentle rustling of the bed ceased. Zhao Qingshan, feeling utterly exhausted, yearned to drift into a deep slumber. He opened the virtual panel, gazing at the rows of golden text. Congratulations to the host. Your wives and concubines are harmonious and united, resulting in Formation 1000, Refining 2000, Talismans 1000, Formation 1000, True Qi 2000, with Spiritual Root 1000, Water Spiritual Root 1000, Fire Spiritual Root 2000. Alchemist, second tier, medium quality weaponsmith, second tier, upper quality talisman maker, second tier. Medium quality formation master, second tier, medium quality realm, Qi refinement. 10th layer gold spirit root, upper quality with spirit root, upper quality water spirit root, upper quality fire spirit root, upper quality earth spirit root, upper quality. Zhao Qingshan wore a satisfied smile. This harvest made him feel that all his hard work had not been in vain. The more effort one exerts, the greater the rewards. Working diligently yields gratifying results. Of course, Zhao Qingshan was acutely aware that the primary contributors to this bounty were his 3 wives, Bing Tong, Xuemei and Bai Su. The contributions of the other 3 concubines were nearly negligible. It seemed time for Qiuyu, Xiachan, and Qing'er to consume Foundation establishment pills and strive for their own advancement. Zhao Qingshan contemplated this privately. Excessive consumption of pills is naturally unadvisable. However, given their innate talents, if they wished to progress more swiftly, the use of pills became inevitable. Currently, Qiuyu and the other 2 had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, with a 70% chance of successfully establishing their foundation upon consuming the pills. This was an exceptionally high success rate. It was worth the endeavor, even in the event of failure, should their cultivation regress to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. They could easily recover within a few months. Once the 3 women reached the Foundation establishment stage, the potential for mutual enhancement would undoubtedly be greater. At times, Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but marvel at the significance of spirit roots. Despite all engaging in cultivation, Qiuyu, with her medium quality with spirit root, had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement, while Xiachan and Huanqing had only just stepped into the 9th layer. Similarly, Bai Su, possessing an upper-quality fire spirit root, had ascended to the peak of the foundation establishment stage in just a few months. Fearing the repercussions of rapid advancement, Bai Su now had to consciously suppress her true essence growth to avoid facing the minor, heavenly tribulation of the 4th and 9th phases before solidifying her foundation. Successfully overcoming the tribulation would open vast expanses, allowing for further exploration on the path of cultivation. Failing, however, would lead to a singular dead end. Thus, it was best to prepare thoroughly before confronting the minor heavenly tribulation. The following day, around noon, after the group joyfully indulged in a lavish lunch, Xiaoyu and the other 2 women, with unwavering determination, entered the training room holding the foundation establishment pills bestowed upon them by Zhao Qingshan. They eagerly anticipated their success in establishing their foundations. After all, achieving this milestone would grant them 200 years of lifespan, allowing them more time to be with their husband. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Xiaoyu and her companions emerged from the training room in unison. Their auras significantly strengthened. Clearly, after consuming the foundation establishment pills, they had succeeded in their endeavor. A radiant smile spread across Zhao Qingshan's face. This signified that all his wives had transformed into foundation establishment cultivators. Consequently, the number of foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhao family surged to 10, establishing them as a formidable force in Chongping City. After all, there were only a few dozen foundation establishment cultivators throughout the entire Chongping City. In celebration of this momentous occasion, Zhao Qingshan hosted a grand feast, bringing the family together for a sumptuous banquet, even more lavish than their reunion dinner during the New Year. Zhao Lai and others were filled with immense joy, for their family had suddenly welcomed 3 foundation-building cultivators, significantly enhancing their power. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. The might of one's fist dictates the weight of their words. Qingshan, now that your wives have successfully established their foundations, you remain merely at the qi refining stage, Zhao Lai chuckled. Isn't it rather embarrassing that your cultivation lags behind that of your wives? Zhao Qingshan was taken aback, having momentarily overlooked this detail. With his wives having achieved foundation establishment while he remained at the qi refining stage, he undoubtedly felt diminished. Upon hearing this, his wives stifled their laughter behind their hands. Zhao Qingshan resolutely replied, "There is no rush. Once I solidify my cultivation, I shall strive for the foundation-building realm in due course." Already at the 10th level of qi refining, he was fully capable of consuming a foundation-building pill, which would guarantee his success in establishing his foundation. However, he had chosen to suppress his cultivation, refraining from using the pill. He believed that breakthroughs should occur naturally, as shortcuts often come with a price. After all, the achievements of his wives were also a testament to his own prowess, were they not? Chapter 82. Exploring the ruins in the Zhao family hall. A warm and cheerful atmosphere prevailed. The young Zhao Jiyi and Zhao Yufei were diligently indulging in their meals. Over the years, the Zhao family had amassed considerable wealth, ensuring an abundant supply of cultivation resources. Not to mention the elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts. The spiritual vegetables, grains, and beast meat they consumed were never in short supply. This fortunate circumstance allowed Zhao Jiyi and Zhao Yufei to develop robust physiques. Such is the advantage of belonging to a prosperous family, as it lays a solid foundation from a young age. Zhao Qingshan, however, did not enjoy such privileges, even though the family concentrated resources on him at that time. Their financial constraints meant he could not indulge in spiritual food to the same extent. As for elixirs, even obtaining one every few months was considered a significant fortune. It was precisely due to the current conditions of the Zhao residence that Zhao Leiteng hesitated to send Zhao Yufei to the Liyang sect. "Qishan, are we truly not going to explore the ruins?" Zhao Leiteng inquired tentatively. Despite the Zhao family's evident power, they maintained an astonishingly low profile. Once so understated, it was almost overlooked. This was the atmosphere Zhao Qingshan had previously established, to the extent that the family even ceased their business in elixirs and talismans. However, in Zhao Leiteng's eyes, this was quite unwarranted. The opportunity to explore ruins was rare. Missing it could mean a lifetime of regret. Should they embark on such an adventure, they might acquire treasures capable of enhancing their spiritual roots, a veritable chance to alter their fate. Otherwise, with their inferior spiritual roots, reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage would be the limit of their potential. Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow, surprised that his father would bring this matter up at such a time. The ruins were indeed extraordinarily precious, and if fortune favored them, they could pave a smoother and more promising path in their cultivation journey. Yet, the crux of it all was survival. If one were to perish, all hope would dissipate. Observing his father's eyes glimmering with excitement, Zhao Qingshan realized that his father too was eager not to miss out on this grand affair. Father, the exploration of the ruins is indeed essential, but you both cannot participate. It will suffice for Susu and me to delve into the depths of the ruins, Zhao Qingshan declared after a moment of contemplation. Zhao Leitang's eyes widened in disbelief. Why can't we go? Zhao Qingshan replied with conviction. You both have only recently established your foundations and have yet to fully adapt to and solidify your realms. Look at yourselves. Which of you can fly using a sword? Zhao Leitang retorted, somewhat petulantly. You criticize us, yet at least we have successfully established our foundations. You are still only at the 10th level of qi refinement. The elder nodded in agreement, affirming Zhao Qingshan's reasoning. It is settled then. Only Susu and I shall venture into the ruins, Zhao Qingshan decisively asserted. The others exchanged glances, yet no one voiced dissent. In the Zhao family, the true authority did not rest with the elder or even with the head of the family, Zhao Leitang, but rather with Zhao Qingshan, the true pillar of the Zhao household. In the stillness of the night, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. After a night of revelry, silence reigned once more. Zhao Qingshan lay in bed, silently activating the virtual panel, his eyes drawn to the lines of gleaming golden text. Congratulations, host. Your wives have all reached the foundation establishment stage. Formation 2000, Refining 2000, Talisman Making 2000, Formation 2000, True Chi 2000, with Spiritual Root 1000, Water Spiritual Root 1000. Fire Spiritual Root 2000. Alchemist, Second Tier Middle Grade Refiner, Second Tier Upper Grade Talisman Maker, Second Tier Middle Grade Formation Master, Second Tier Middle Grade Realm. Chi Refining 10th Layer Gold Spiritual Root, Upper Grade Wood Spiritual Root, Upper Grade Water Spiritual Root, Upper Grade Fire Spiritual Root, Upper Grade Earth Spiritual Root, Upper Grade. Upon witnessing his gains, Zhao Qingshan could not help but break into a wide smile. Excellent. Truly excellent. Indeed, with all his wives achieving the foundation establishment stage, the benefits of their collaboration were substantial. Even if he chose not to take additional concubines in the future, this achievement alone could propel him toward immortality. With diligent effort, even an iron pestle could be ground down to a needle. Setting aside other considerations, the daily acquisition of 2,000 true chi amounted to an astonishing 730,000 true chi in a year, and 3 million over a decade. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. As long as he didn't meet his demise during the 4-9 minor heavenly tribulation, ascending to the golden core stage seemed all but assured. Reflecting on his decision to have the 3 women consume foundation establishment pills, Zhao Qingshan felt himself to be both wise and formidable. However, he noted that the only spiritual roots enhanced were the wood, water, and fire types. He understood the underlying reason. At this level, concubines with inferior spiritual roots could not elevate Zhao Qingshan's own. Among his wives, Bing Tong possessed a middle-grade water spiritual root, Bai Su an upper-grade fire spiritual root, and Xiaoyu a middle-grade wood spiritual root. The higher the quality of spiritual roots, the greater the rewards. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qingshan realized that improving the quality of his wife's spiritual roots would not be an easy feat. Previously, Bing Tong had consumed a 5th-tier spiritual herb, water fairy grass, which had fortuitously elevated her root from inferior to middle grade. This was largely a matter of chance, with a high likelihood of failure and a slim chance of success. Acquiring such herbs capable of enhancing spiritual roots was no simple task. Otherwise, countless cultivators would not suffer from the challenges of low-quality roots. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su resolved to embark on an expedition to explore the ruins of a cave dwelling. Bai Su soared through the skies on her sword, with Zhao Qingshan embracing her from behind. The sensation of gliding through the azure expanse filled him with exuberance, even though this was already their second flight. Before long, they arrived at Bopping Ridge, located 200 miles away. This mountain range, the largest within the jurisdiction of Chongping City, stretched nearly 200 kilometers in length and approximately 100 kilometers in width, characterized by numerous peaks, rocky terrain, and scant vegetation, with the desolate valley below devoid of human presence. It was truly unfathomable that the ruins of Chongping Jinren would be situated here. Bai Su could not help but express her astonishment. What cultivator would not prefer to establish their sanctuary in a picturesque setting? Indeed, it is precisely so. In the beginning, numerous cultivators were in search of the ancient ruins and caverns, yet none succeeded in their quest. It was only due to the enigmatic information acquired by the notorious Tian Sha that the location of these ruins was unveiled, revealing that they were concealed within the Bopping Ridge. Perhaps the esteemed Changping, in his lifetime, foresaw that cultivators would come to investigate his cavern, thus orchestrating such a deliberate arrangement. Zhao Qingshan could scarcely believe it. The desolation of this place was overwhelming. While it harbored fierce beasts and certain medicinal herbs, it was undeniably inhospitable to human life. Were he given a choice, Zhao Qingshan would certainly not select this as the site for his own sanctuary. He would opt for the majestic Tianzhu mountain instead. It remains uncertain how many cultivators might perish in pursuit of the treasures hidden within these ruins. As Zhao Qingshan surveyed his surroundings, he noted the presence of hundreds of cultivators, most in the qi refinement stage, with a minority having reached the foundation establishment stage. The adage rings true: humans die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. Even though over 1,000 cultivators had already met their demise in the ruins, this grim reality did little to deter others from their relentless pursuit of exploration. Chapter 83. The bloodthirsty bat. Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su arrived at the entrance of the ancient cave. This vast semi-cavern was situated in a shaded area of the mountain, gently sloping downward. Only the entrance offered a faint glimmer of light. Beyond it lay an abyss of darkness. Standing 5 or 6 paces away from the cave's mouth, both felt a chilling wind emanating from within, brushing against their faces with an icy touch. Simultaneously, a faint rustling sound reached their ears, reminiscent of whispers or ghostly wails, sending shivers down their spines. Thousands of cultivators had perished within this cave. It was a place that devoured lives. Bai Su could almost detect the scent of blood. Zhao Qingshan clasped Bai Su's delicate hand and said, "Let us proceed. Perhaps fortune favors us, and we may find something of value inside." With those words, he led Bai Su into the inky darkness. Meanwhile, flames flickered 3 paces ahead, illuminating their path. As they ventured deeper, the chill of the wind intensified. Zhao Qingshan remained vigilant. Despite his exquisite robe of magical protection, he dared not let his guard down. His grip on the sword trembled slightly, his palms damp with sweat. He glanced at Bai Su, noticing her tightly furrowed brow and pale complexion. Zhao Qingshan understood that, despite her superior cultivation, Bai Su rarely descended from the mountain and lacked experience. Fear not. Even if there are demonic beasts within, they should not be overly formidable, Zhao Qingshan reassured her. Bai Su bit her lip, declaring, "I am not afraid. My cultivation surpasses yours. It is I who must protect you." Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Zhao Qingshan's heart raced. He waved his robe, which rippled in response. To his horror, a serpent as thick as a thigh and roughly 10 feet long emerged, its scales dark and glistening ominously in the firelight, exuding a chilling radiance as it flicked its tongue, revealing sharp teeth that glinted menacingly. "Be cautious. This serpent is comparable to a foundational stage cultivator." Bai Su unsheathed her sword. Zhao Qingshan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Thankfully, his protective robe shielded him. Otherwise, he would have been gravely injured by the serpent's ambush. Bai Su stepped forward, her sword drawn, radiating brilliant light. With a swift motion, she struck at the serpent, her blade slicing through the air like a fiery dragon. The clash of metal against scale resonated as sparks flew. "Such formidable defense!" Zhao Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Su's sword was a superior magical artifact, yet it failed to cleave the serpent in two. Encountering such a terrifying beast at the very entrance of the cave shed light on the fate of the thousands who had perished before them. The serpent's eyes glowed red as it hissed. Although Bai Su had not slain it, she had shattered some of its scales. The serpent, displaying a flicker of intelligence, chose to retreat into the darkness rather than continue the battle. Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su continued their journey, unaware of the distance they had traveled. The cave seemed boundless, spacious yet winding, leaving them disoriented, save for a slight inclination towards the depths below. The fireball emitted warmth and light, allowing them to perceive their surroundings. 5 passageways lay ahead. Zhao Qingshan's expression turned grave. Before them stood 5 darkened tunnels, resembling gaping voids eager to devour life. Along their path, they had encountered countless bones, a grim testament to the fate of other cultivators who had ventured here, only to meet their demise. "My husband, which passage shall we choose?" Bai Su inquired, casting her gaze upon Zhao Qingshan. "The central one." Zhao Qingshan pondered briefly before responding. The two then proceeded towards the middle tunnel. Before long, they stumbled upon numerous corpses. Their eyes beheld the stone walls teeming with bats, each one larger than the ordinary, with gaping mouths that glistened red in the darkness, exuding a terrifying aura. "Be cautious. These are bloodthirsty bats." Bai Su's face paled. Zhao Qingshan retrieved several spirit talismans from his storage pouch and activated them. Instantly, flames erupted, searing the dark bodies of the bats, which emitted a hissing sound before plummeting to the ground, struggling in vain, doomed to perish. Yet, there were simply too many of these bloodthirsty bats, perhaps millions, while those consumed by flames barely numbered in the hundreds. Countless bats surged forward, their monstrous jaws and the foul stench they emitted inducing revulsion. Zhao Qingshan summoned another flame talisman, knowing the bats feared fire. Its effect would far surpass that of the explosive spirit talisman. The flames roared, and despite the bats' monstrous nature, they could not withstand the inferno. The entire cave was engulfed in fire. Observing this, Baisu also took out her talismans, unleashing flames that incinerated countless bats. Simultaneously, she wielded her true essence to conjure fire, burning the bats alive. The piercing sounds of burning and the wretched shrieks of the bats reverberated throughout the cave, causing Zhao Qingshan and Baisu to blanch in fear. However, they had no choice. If they did not eradicate these bats, they too would meet the same fate as the corpses strewn about, becoming fodder for the creatures. Blood flowed profusely, and the air was thick with the stench of carnage. The shrill cries never ceased, and the bats, undeterred by the demise of their kin, continued their relentless advance. Though the bloodthirsty bats possessed low cultivation, their most terrifying aspect was their overwhelming numbers. Even late-stage Foundation cultivators would find themselves facing certain death. Only those at the Golden Core stage could hope to disregard the threat posed by the countless bats. As the last bloodthirsty bat was reduced to ashes, Zhao Qingshan and Baisu's legs weakened, leaving them unable to stand. Zhao Qingshan suddenly realized that his clothing was drenched in cold sweat. As he gazed ahead, he beheld a mound of bat corpses towering like a small mountain. It was at this moment that he comprehended why thousands of cultivators had ventured into the ruins. Yet none had emerged alive. The central passage was teeming with bloodthirsty bats, thus it was reasonable to assume that the perils of the other passages were equally formidable. To suggest that even 10,000 cultivators could enter and return unscathed would be a naive folly. My dear husband, the bloodthirsty bats have finally been vanquished. Baisu grasped Zhao Qingshan's arm tightly. This time, thanks to our spiritual talismans and protective gear, we managed to escape danger. Zhao Qingshan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Subsequently, he wielded his sword to carve a path through the chaos. Zhao Qingshan was oblivious to the sheer number of bloodthirsty bats he had slain. Pressing onward, the ground was littered with remains. Zhao Qingshan, as before, gathered weapons and storage bags, meticulously sorting the contents of his own bag with the items from the others. Even the tiniest morsel, like a mosquito's leg, was still flesh. After all, Chapter 84, The Ruins Cave. Even without truly entering the Ruins Cave, the gains made from this journey are indeed worthwhile. Zhao Qingshan expressed his profound sentiments. There are over 100 magical artifacts. Although the majority are of inferior grade, with fewer than 10 of medium grade and none of superior grade, the value of these numerous artifacts is still considerable. Moreover, there are over 100 storage bags. While many of their contents may be of little use, there are still some medicinal pills, spiritual talismans, and various herbs and fruits. Individually, they may not be worth much spirit stones, but the sheer quantity is impressive. What does this signify? If one could enter the Ruins Cave and, with a stroke of fortune, acquire even a single spiritual artifact, its worth would far surpass these items. Baisu remarked. Are spiritual artifacts truly so precious? Zhao Qingshan inquired. Indeed, they are precious. Baisu affirmed emphatically. My master is a formidable cultivator among those in the Golden Core stage, and he too endured countless hardships to obtain a single inferior spiritual artifact. Some independent cultivators in the Golden Core stage only possess supreme-grade artifacts. Zhao Qingshan felt a chill of astonishment. He had underestimated the rarity of spiritual artifacts. Even among Golden Core ascendants, not all possess spiritual artifacts. He must ensure that no one discovers his possession of a spiritual artifact. Otherwise, Golden Core cultivators would undoubtedly turn their attention towards him. This secret was one he had not even disclosed to his wives. Such matters must be kept under strict confidentiality. If even one other person learns of it, true secrecy becomes impossible. Let us proceed. Perhaps we are nearing the Ruins Cave, Zhao Qingshan declared. After advancing for approximately half an hour, Zhao Qingshan suddenly sensed the coolness dissipate, replaced by a faint warmth. As they ventured deeper, the fiery aura surrounding them intensified, and the temperature steadily rose. Fortunately, both Zhao Qingshan and Baisu practiced fire attribute cultivation techniques, and their cultivation levels were high enough to endure such heat. The deeper they descended, the more concentrated and volatile the fire attribute's spiritual energy became. We are almost there. Upon turning another corner, a crimson glow appeared at the end of the passage. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Qingshan's body trembled with excitement. In the final stretch, their pace quickened as they swiftly traversed this short distance, arriving at the passage's end. Standing there, they gazed in awe at the fiery world that unfolded before them. Before them lay a vast cavern where crimson magma flowed languidly, occasionally releasing enormous bubbles that would rise to the surface, only to burst a moment later with a soft sound, erupting forth in a spectacle akin to a fiery firework. The seemingly endless expanse of the magma world unleashed scorching waves of heat. In their astonishment, Both Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su could not help but swallow nervously. No one had anticipated that the passage would lead to a realm of magma. At the very heart of this magma world was a colossal crimson stone, upon which stood a grand estate, emanating a gentle glow, clearly protected by a formation. "My dear," Bai Su said, glancing at Zhao Qingshan. "Gaining entry into the ruins is no simple task. Just look at this world of lava. One can only imagine the number of fire serpents lurking within." Zhao Qingshan's expression turned grave. Surrounding that residence was a vast expanse of flowing lava. The width of the lava was considerable, unless one could fly with a sword. Reaching it would be impossible. However, attempting to fly with a sword would expose one to the attacks of the fire serpents dwelling in this molten realm. Each of these serpents exuded an aura of immense power, likely at the level of foundation-building beasts. Moreover, even if one managed to evade the fire serpents, they would still have to breach the residence's array. Otherwise, entry would be unattainable. "The formations set by Master Chomping are indeed formidable," Zhao Qingshan mused. He had already attained a mid-tier second-stage proficiency in formations, yet as he studied the array, he could only vaguely sense an invisible barrier isolating the interior from the exterior, preventing any intrusion. It appeared that only the residence was protected by an array. But in truth, the entire lava world was riddled with formations. Furthermore, these formations were at least second-tier, with some reaching third-tier complexity. Opening the virtual panel, Zhao Qingshan silently intoned, "Array, breakthrough." In an instant, a multitude of insights regarding formations flooded his mind. He felt as though his mastery of formations had significantly advanced. "Alchemy breakthrough. Talisman crafting breakthrough," Zhao Qingshan silently chanted. In a flash, he had become a top-tier second-stage alchemist and talisman master. He gazed at the virtual panel. Alchemist, second-tier, top-grade, artifact master, second-tier, top-grade, talisman master, second-tier. Top-grade, formation master, second-tier. Top-grade, realm, chi refinement level 10, gold spiritual root. Top-grade, wood spiritual root. Top-grade, water spiritual root. Top-grade, fire spiritual root. Top-grade, earth spiritual root. Top-grade. Meanwhile, Bai Su suggested, "Husband, why don't I fly over with my sword first to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshan was taken aback and quickly interjected, "Su, this place is rife with formations. We cannot act recklessly." He knew all too well the power of formations. A second-tier array could easily annihilate a foundation-building cultivator. Bai Su was an artifact master, not a formation master, and thus lacked a profound understanding of arrays. "Formations? Aren't they only present in that residence?" Bai Su inquired, puzzled. Zhao Qingshan sighed and explained, "I can discern over 30 formations. The number I cannot identify is beyond comprehension. Moreover, among these formations, the second-tier arrays are merely the weakest. There are likely no fewer than 10 third-tier arrays." Bai Su gasped in astonishment. Third-tier arrays could only be breached by golden core cultivators who possessed expertise in formations. Those lacking knowledge would find it impossible to penetrate such defenses. Master Chomping is truly ruthless, even in death. He refuses to allow his dwelling to fall into the hands of others. With so many formations, one must ask, which foundation-building cultivator could ever hope to enter? Even golden core cultivators may not succeed in gaining access to the residence. "Let us not rush. Instead, let us observe this place carefully," Zhao Qingshan remarked. He then began to scrutinize the formation before him. Bai Su, well aware of Zhao Qingshan's unparalleled expertise in formations, refrained from interrupting him and instead stood guard. Meanwhile, as Bai Su surveyed the surroundings, she discovered that there were not merely 5 paths leading to this location, but a total of 20. Regarding the fire python in the magma, it would not attack unless one ventured directly above the molten rock, rendering the riverbank a safe haven. Zhao Qingshan meticulously studied the formation, noting its dense intricacies. A reckless intrusion would prove perilous, even for a golden core stage cultivator, who would surely sustain grievous injuries. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan's eyes lit up. He realized that 18 second-tier formations had coalesced into a spiral pathway. Entering the third-tier formation would undoubtedly entail grave dangers, with no hope of breaking through. However, the second-tier formations presented no such obstacles. He was confident in his ability to navigate through them. "Bai Su, prepare to ride your sword and follow my lead," Zhao Qingshan instructed. Bai Su, placing unwavering faith in him, summoned her flying sword and ascended. Zhao Qingshan then directed their course. Chapter 85. The Tao. Upon entering the first second-tier formation, a surge of magma erupted, transforming into fiery serpents that lunged toward them. With a deft motion of his Taoist robe, Zhao Qingshan thwarted the onslaught of these fire serpents, guiding Bai Su forward. Outside, he had thoroughly studied these 18 second-tier formations, making the task of breaking through them a trivial challenge. In the blink of an eye, they successfully navigated the first formation and promptly entered the second. Bai Su soared through the air on her sword, while Zhao Qingshan pointed the way. United in purpose, they advanced in a spiraling motion. Before they realized it, they had arrived at the heart of the magma realm, their residence. With a sigh of relief, Bai Su exhaled a deep breath, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. A sense of dread lingered in her heart. Had Zhao Qingshan not been there to guide her, venturing in alone could have led to dire consequences. With little hope of survival, the formations were indeed numerous and formidable. The more powerful second-tier formations could easily ensnare and eliminate foundation-building cultivators. Should one be unfortunate enough to stumble into a third-tier formation, the chances of survival for a foundation-building cultivator would be utterly non-existent. After a brief respite, the two cautiously entered the estate. Upon entry, they were greeted by a vast courtyard, expansive enough to span 100 yards. To the left stood a pavilion, adorned with a plaque reading Dao. The name Dao sparked intrigue in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. "Bai Su, let us make our way to the Dao," he exclaimed, taking her hand and heading directly toward the pavilion. Typically, a Dao would house various cultivation techniques and texts. Even a modest collection of 2 or 3 tomes from a golden core stage Immortals Dao could incite frenzy among seekers for any sect's heritage. Such texts were of paramount importance. Upon entering the Dao, they found a bookshelf containing a singular scripture. Zhao Qingshan picked it up and began to read, becoming engrossed in its contents. Although it was merely an ordinary text, he found himself captivated, delaying his search for cultivation methods as he perused the scripture. Page after page, he lost track of time. Before he knew it, half a year had passed, and he had finished reading every book on the shelf. The insights gained were profound. Zhao Qingshan marveled at the extraordinary wisdom embedded within what seemed like mundane scriptures. His heart felt increasingly expansive, and his demeanor radiated an ethereal quality. Noticing Bai Su immersed in her own practice, Zhao Qingshan refrained from disturbing her. The estate was rich in fire attributes' spiritual energy, making it an ideal environment for her cultivation. He ascended to the second floor of the Dao. The second floor exuded an air of spaciousness. With a portrait of a transcendent Taoist hanging on the wall, Zhao Qingshan speculated that this figure might either be the esteemed Cultivation or his master. After a moment of contemplation, he paid his respects to the portrait and began to search the second floor meticulously. After a thorough examination, Zhao Qingshan discovered 3 jade slips. Upon activating the first slip, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The array, this was the profound insight of the esteemed Cultivation regarding formations. Zhao Qingshan was elated. It is well known that Cultivation is adept in the art of formations, a fact evident from the numerous arrays scattered throughout the ruins. Second-tier arrays were abundant, and third-tier arrays were not uncommon. Such invaluable insights from a master of formations are indeed rarer than any cultivation techniques or secret arts. Zhao Qingshan immersed himself in contemplation, striving to comprehend and master this knowledge. The lore of formations is as vast as the ocean. Within it, there lie not only Cultivation's insights but also an array of formations, first tier, second tier, and even a fourth tier array. The intricacies of this third tier array were nothing short of astonishing. Zhao Qingshan marveled in awe. These insights were akin to having a master guiding Zhao Qingshan in his pursuit of array mastery. He had already attained a high-grade second-tier formation. With these insights, once assimilated, Zhao Qingshan would seamlessly ascend to the ranks of a third-tier formation master. A third-tier formation master holds a prestigious status, even among the great sects, where they are regarded as prominent figures. If the third-tier arrays are so profound, one can only imagine the magnitude of the fourth-tier arrays. Zhao Qingshan gasped in wonder. At that moment, he realized that Cultivation was not merely a third-tier formation master. In truth, he was a fourth-tier formation master. This entire ruin was, in fact, composed of 365 second-tier arrays and 108 third-tier arrays, which together formed a fourth-tier array. Should anyone trigger it, the fourth-tier array would activate. Within such a fourth-tier array, even cultivators at the Golden Core stage would face certain death. It is no wonder that those Golden Core cultivators refrained from recklessly storming the ruins. They must have gleaned some intelligence. Zhao Qingshan mused. With so many formations, one could surmise that not just 1,000 or 2,000 cultivators, but tens of thousands could meet their demise within these ruins. Now, having comprehended Cultivation's insights, it is no exaggeration to assert that this ruin already belonged to Zhao Qingshan. Provided he could refine the boundary steel of the estate, he would be able to command all the formations within the ruins. Zhao Qingshan was not in haste to refine the steel. Instead, he continued to examine the second jade slip. Upon reading the second slip, Zhao Qingshan was jolted. This was a body refinement technique, named through body refinement, which, once perfected, would endow its practitioner with physical strength rivaling that of Golden Core cultivators. Body refinement. Within the realm of cultivation, is also a recognized path, though not widely pursued due to its arduous nature and the scarcity of techniques available. He had not anticipated that Qingshan possessed such a remarkable body refinement technique. After reading it, Zhao Qingshan did not rush into practice but continued to explore. The third jade slip contained a secret art fire escape. At a critical moment, one could ignite their vital essence, transforming into a blazing flame to flee with incredible speed, serving as a vital life-saving trump card. Fire escape. A technique with a singular limitation. Only those who cultivate fire attribute practices may master it. Zhao Qingshan clicked his tongue, beginning to comprehend why, over the years, few cultivators dared to provoke the venerable Chongping. Proficient in formations, each array capable of instilling fear, he remains utterly unperturbed by ambushes. Even in the direst circumstances, he could employ fire escape to flee. Who would wish to incite such a foe? Provoking an adversary like this, one who cannot be vanquished, would undoubtedly invite a frenzied reprisal, which, even for a first-rate sect, would be a veritable nightmare. Strikingly, the cultivation methods of the venerable Chongping have been left unrecorded, suggesting that he harbors some attachment to his sect, likely wishing to prevent the leakage of his techniques. After regaining his composure, Zhao Qingshan reasoned. After a considerable time, he departed from the Tao and arrived at a concealed area within his residence, where a jade monument stood a height of 10 feet. Zhao Qingshan commenced the process of refining the jade tablet. Chapter 86. The Cataclysm of the Nine Heavens. The jade tablet was effortlessly refined. By mastering the jade tablet, Zhao Qingshan could control all the formations within the entire relic cave. With the formations at his disposal, it was nearly impossible for any golden elixir cultivator to breach without his permission. Even an old nascent soul expert, if lacking in knowledge of the formations, would find it exceedingly difficult to penetrate this place. Zhao Qingshan sealed the internal formations of the residence, feeling a wave of relief that they had not wandered carelessly upon entering. Otherwise, they would have faced considerable danger. Within the residence, two third-tier formations existed, one a killing formation, the other a trapping formation. After sealing the formations, Zhao Qingshan entered a chamber. Inside the room sat an elderly Taoist, white-haired, in a meditative posture upon a stone bed. This Taoist appeared no different from any other old practitioner, yet the aura he exuded instilled a sense of dread in Zhao Qingshan. Nevertheless, he did not retreat. This Taoist had long since lost all vitality. His soul had already perished. The resemblance to the figure depicted in the Taoist painting from the Taoist scripture library was striking. It was evident that this Taoist was the Chomping Taoist. The Chomping Taoist never managed to transcend to the nascent soul stage in his lifetime, his existence ceasing at 500 years. His cultivation journey had been a defiance against heaven itself, a struggle for survival. With his lifespan at its limit and without a breakthrough, he met his end. Even if his physical body remained intact, his soul would inevitably fade away. Zhao Qingshan took a deep breath and bowed 3 times before the remains of the Chomping Taoist. Regardless of circumstances, death commands respect. The Chomping Taoist was, after all, the first recorded cultivator to reach the golden elixir stage in the realm of Chongping, deserving of reverence. Following this, Zhao Qingshan began to collect items. First was the Taoist robe worn by the Chongping Taoist, which turned out to be a low-grade spiritual artifact. The whisk he held was also a low-grade spiritual artifact. Even a low-grade spiritual artifact was immensely valuable, for those below the golden elixir stage could not refine such items. One must attain the golden elixir rank to even begin the refinement of low-grade spiritual artifacts. The acquisition of these 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts greatly elevated Zhao Qingshan's spirits, as their worth was beyond measure. Next, he removed the ring from the hand of the Chomping Taoist, after dropping a drop of blood on it. The blood seamlessly merged with the ring. It was indeed a spatial ring. The space within the ring measured a staggering 100 meters in length and width, with a height of 10 meters, amounting to a volume of 100,000 cubic meters. Within the spatial ring lay a sword. As Zhao Qingshan drew it forth, the power emanating from the blade left him trembling. A low-grade spiritual artifact. Zhao Qingshan placed all 3 low-grade spiritual artifacts into the spatial ring. Regardless of how many artifacts he possessed, he could not refine them with his current cultivation level. He opened his mouth, and a blaze of flame erupted, incinerating the remains of the Chomping Taoist. Soon, the body was reduced to ashes. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a jade box, placing the ashes within it. After burying the box, he made his way to the artifact refinement chamber. In the refining chamber, there stood a solitary alchemical cauldron, capable of ceaselessly drawing upon the essence of earth fire for the purpose of crafting artifacts. This cauldron was of a quality that reached the level of a mid-grade spiritual tool. As Zhao Qingshan emerged, he immediately noticed Bai Su's face was awash with panic. Su, what troubles you? Zhao Qingshan inquired hastily. Bai Su, her complexion ashen, replied, Husband, It is grave news. I inadvertently achieved a breakthrough. And the 4-9 heavenly tribulation shall descend in half a month's time. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation. The first true tribulation for one aspiring to become an immortal. Colloquially known as the minor tribulation. Many practitioners tremble at the thought of the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, yet others yearn to endure it, thereby attaining the status of a genuine cultivator. However, the 4-9 heavenly tribulation is not encountered easily. Some individuals may wait decades, having perfected their foundational stage, without ever sensing its approach, while others, shortly after reaching the latter phase of foundation establishment, may perceive their impending tribulation. Who could have anticipated that Baisu would cultivate so swiftly, sensing the arrival of the 4-9 heavenly tribulation at this moment? Moreover, the rapid onset of the tribulation, allowing merely half a month's preparation, was astonishing. Typically, practitioners sense their tribulation after a span of 6 months to even a year. Do not be afraid, Su. Zhao Qingshan comforted her. While the 4-9 heavenly tribulation appeared to be a calamity, Zhao Qingshan perceived it as a fortuitous opportunity. If she were to successfully navigate this tribulation, Baisu would solidify her golden core, significantly enhancing her power. And the Zhao family would benefit from the protection of a golden core cultivator, greatly increasing their security, influence, and status. How can I not be afraid? Even if I were to return to the Liang sect now, it would be too late. Baisu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation. The probability of success was exceedingly low. The 3 great tribulations faced by cultivators were increasingly formidable. She had initially intended to suppress her cultivation for several years, refining her abilities before advancing. Yet, the dense earth fire essence in this location had propelled her to a breakthrough, causing her to sense the imminent tribulation. Su, is it possible for you to refine a spiritual tool now? Zhao Qingshan asked. Baisu regarded him with skepticism. Of course. My true essence is beginning to transform into magical energy. With magical energy, I can indeed refine spiritual tools. Zhao Qingshan produced a low-grade spiritual robe he had discovered at their residence. This is what I found. If you refine it, you should be able to withstand the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. The time is too short. At most, I could refine half of it, Baisu lamented. Gently caressing Baisu's delicate face, Zhao Qingshan reassured her. In these next 2 weeks, focus on refining this spiritual tool. When the time comes, we shall find a suitable place for you to face the tribulation, and I will set up a formation for you. Facing a tribulation is a test from the heavens. Thus no one can assist the tribulation bearer during this ordeal. Should anyone overestimate their capabilities and attempt to aid, they would be perceived by the heavens as a provocation, resulting in the intensification of the tribulation's power. However, the use of medicinal pills or formations poses no issue. Upon hearing his words, Baisu gradually regained her composure. Without wasting any time, she began the process of refining the spiritual tool, while Zhao Qingshan contemplated the appropriate location for Baisu's impending tribulation. Although this place is replete with numerous formations and restrictions, capable of withstanding the impending tribulation, there lies a significant concern. The arrival of the tribulation could easily disrupt the ley lines, leading to the eruption of the magma world. In such a scenario, the entire estate might be obliterated, and it is not out of the realm of possibility that the magma world could engulf Chomping City. Gradually, Zhao Qingshan contemplated a most suitable location for the tribulation. 14 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Zhao Qingshan and Baisu departed from the estate, and after several hours of travel, they arrived at their destination, Guanyin Mountain, a range stretching for dozens of miles. Zhao Qingshan made his way to a seemingly ordinary cave nearby, with Baisu following closely behind. Upon entering the pitch-black cavern, where not a single glimmer of light could be seen, both were undeterred, as they possessed the ability to see in darkness. As they ventured deeper, the tunnel's diameter gradually diminished, at times constricting to the point where one had to stoop to proceed. After maneuvering through several meters of this winding passage, the cave widened again, eventually allowing 5 or 6 individuals to walk side by side, with light emerging before them. The cave served as a passage, and upon exiting, they beheld a scene of a valley, encircled by towering stone walls, stretching several miles in circumference. The valley was overgrown with wild grasses and weeds. What an odd place! Baisu exclaimed, her complexion shifting as she experienced a wave of dizziness. This location was a natural illusion array, intricately woven with the principles of the Bagua, exuding an enigmatic aura. Zhao Qingshan explained, allow me to make a few adjustments, and we shall establish a grand formation. This valley was one Zhao Qingshan had fortuitously stumbled upon while foraging for medicinal herbs, leaving a profound impression on him. Given that Baisu was to face the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, this valley was indeed the most fitting sanctuary. Zhao Qingshan withdrew his talisman and began to carve into the stone walls of the mountain, effortlessly shaping them as if they were mere tofu. He proceeded to lay out a reversed bagua formation around Baisu, interweaving the positive and negative aspects of the bagua to harness the natural energies of the surroundings to safeguard her. With this arrangement, the probability of Baisu successfully enduring the tribulation was significantly heightened. Should she falter against the fourth nine heavenly tribulation, it could only be deemed as her fate. Baisu was astounded. A colossal bagua, naturally formed by the valley itself, was further augmented by Zhao Qingshan's foundational arrangements, enhanced with premium spirit stones. Once fully activated, this natural bagua would absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, channeling it through 8 pathways towards the valley's center. At the heart of the valley lay a miniature reversed bagua formation, where Baisu sat cross-legged. The immense natural bagua drew in the spiritual essence, which traversed the 8 pathways into the reversed bagua. After several hours of absorption, the reversed bagua's intake had slowed, yet at this moment, it was pulsating with formidable energy, allowing Baisu to summon this power to form a protective shield at any time. She sat in meditation, adjusting her state of being, as darkness gradually enveloped the sky. And with each passing moment, Zhao Qingshan sensed the approaching tribulation. Despite his confidence in Baisu, a tension gripped his heartstrings. The might of the heavenly tribulation posed an arduous challenge for mortals to withstand, even against the weakest of the fourth nine heavenly tribulation. In the ominous event of the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, a total of 4 bolts of divine lightning descend, each capable of effortlessly annihilating a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Within the entire realm of cultivation, the success rate of overcoming the 4-9 heavenly tribulation is less than 10%. Suddenly, an intense gale arises, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The clouds above the valley, within a span of several hundred miles, are swiftly scattered, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, the color of the sky above the valley gradually shifts to a deep crimson hue. The heavenly tribulation is upon them. Zhao Qingshan's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. The dark red sky loomed ominously overhead, exuding an overwhelming pressure, and soon began to whirl as though it were a colossal vortex in the ocean. Striking purple lightning snakes materialized seemingly out of thin air, emerging from the crimson heavens before being drawn into the enormous whirlpool. As the vortex intensified, the spiritual energy of the world within a radius of several hundred miles became utterly chaotic, with massive serpentine bolts of lightning twisting and coiling within it. Gradually, the whirlpool ceased its tumultuous spinning, transforming into a purple tribulation cloud. The dark red sky, the purple tribulation cloud, and the flickering serpents of lightning, all of these elements combined instilled a profound sense of dread within Zhao Qingshan. He gazed skyward, feeling as though his heart was crushed beneath an immense weight. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a bolt of purple lightning, resembling a sinuous dragon, struck towards the center of the valley where Baisu stood. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation comprises 4 bolts of lightning, each more formidable than the last. This was merely the first bolt, yet its ferocity hinted at the terror of the tribulation to come. Baisu positioned herself at the center of the reversed 8 trigrams formation, activating its protective array. Radiant beams of light swirled around the periphery of the formation, coalescing into a barrier that enveloped her entirely. Harnessing the natural, colossal 8 trigrams spiritual energy, and utilizing the amplification effects of both the positive and negative formations, it took several hours for the barrier to form successfully, demonstrating formidable strength. Boom! The purple lightning struck the azure barrier with tremendous force, causing the spiritual energy within the 8 trigrams to surge restlessly. The barrier quivered but held firm against the first bolt of heavenly lightning. Witnessing this, Zhao Qingshan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The natural 8 trigrams indeed possessed remarkable power, as the barrier it produced withstood the initial bolt unscathed. A trace of joy flickered across his face. The purple tribulation cloud continued to churn ominously, and an overwhelming pressure sent shivers down Zhao Qingshan's spine, as the second bolt of lightning was evidently far more formidable. Boom! Another bolt of purple lightning descended swiftly from the heavens, larger and more blinding than the first, striking down in an instant. The second bolt, bearing a terrifying celestial might, crashed into the 8 trigrams barrier, causing it to tremble violently as if it were a surface of water. The forces of the heavenly lightning clashed with the energies within the barrier, while glyphs began to manifest from within, surfacing on the barrier's exterior. Zhao Qingshan's expression grew grave as he keenly sensed the rapid depletion of energy within the protective shield. Suddenly, the bagua shield shattered, and the talismans floating on its surface vanished without a trace. Thus, the protective barrier formed by the opposing bagua had been breached, fortunately. The energy of the second celestial thunder had also been exhausted. This formation, capable of withstanding 2 bolts of heavenly wrath, was commendable in its own right. Go! Zhao Qingshan intoned, manipulating the incantation as pieces of superior spirit stones soared forth, settling into predetermined positions. Bagua formation arise. With a deft gesture, Zhao Qingshan re-established the formation. The immense spiritual energy contained within the superior spirit stones swiftly reinvigorated the Bagua ray. Moments later, the ominous clouds of calamity above had finally coalesced, with a thunderous roar. A colossal purple dragon descended from the heavens, exuding an oppressive aura as it struck directly towards Baisu in the heart of the valley. The Bagua formation activated, bracing itself against the onslaught of the third bolt of heavenly thunder. Ultimately, the celestial force dissipated, yet the grand array, having endured such might, could not withstand the strain. The mountainside crumbled, and boulders tumbled into the valley below. This natural Bagua formation nestled within the valley would no longer exist. However, Zhao Qingshan felt no sense of loss. The paramount concern was whether Baisu could transcend the fourth nine heavens tribulation, rendering all else inconsequential. With the first three bolts of thunder successfully repelled, Baisu's chances of overcoming the fourth had risen to an impressive 90%. Chapter 87. Breakthrough Foundation Establishment. A 90% probability. Such odds are exceedingly high. Typically, the success rate for transcending the fourth tribulation in the realm of cultivation is less than 10%. Zhao Qingshan fixed his gaze upon Baisu in the heart of the valley. From this moment forth, everything depended solely on her. The tribulation is directed at the one undergoing it. Any attempt to assist the cultivator in withstanding the heavenly lightning would not only prove futile but would also invite retribution from the heavens. Suddenly, ominous thunderous roars erupted from within the dark red clouds overhead, as if the very air was being compressed, elevating the oppressive atmosphere to an entirely new level. Zhao Qingshan understood that the fourth bolt of heavenly lightning was about to descend. Boom! A terrifying crack of thunder resounded as the final bolt, the fourth, surged forth like a colossal purple dragon, diving straight down from the tribulation clouds. Zhao Qingshan's eyes remained fixed on Baisu. The upper-grade magical armor she wore shattered under the force of the lightning strike. However, her half-refined Taoist robe activated its protective properties just in time. Ultimately, the might of the heavenly lightning dissipated. After being partially absorbed by the armor, the remaining force was inadequate to penetrate the Taoist robe. Gradually, the ominous clouds began to disperse, and the dark red sky reverted to its former starry splendor, revealing a multitude of twinkling stars before Zhao Qingshan's eyes. His heart swelled with immense joy. Baisu had successfully weathered the fourth tribulation unscathed, which meant that her success in forming a golden core was imminent. At this moment, the valley could no longer withstand the might of the tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. Rocks shattered, cliffs crumbled, and explosions echoed continuously. "My dear, let us depart," Baisu exclaimed, her face aglow with happiness. She had not anticipated that her passage through the fourth tribulation would be so smooth, emerging without a scratch. With a flick of her finger, her flying sword materialized, enlarging suddenly. Baisu took Zhao Qingshan's hand, stepping onto the sword as they soared out of the valley. "Congratulations, esteemed immortal, on your successful tribulation." "How delightful. Heartfelt congratulations on your successful tribulation, esteemed immortal. A bright future awaits." Numerous Foundation establishment cultivators surrounding them beamed with joy and offered their congratulations. The commotion of the tribulation was indeed monumental. Given their proximity to Chomping City, it was no surprise that these Foundation establishment practitioners were stirred into action, hastening to witness Baisu's trial with their own eyes. Witnessing a fellow cultivator's success in transcending the tribulation served as a tremendous encouragement for those on their own paths of cultivation. After all, witnessing such an event firsthand leaves no room for doubt. Baisu cast a cold glance over the crowd. Cultivation is arduous. Having just passed through the fourth tribulation, I must enter seclusion to further my practice. With that, she swiftly departed on her flying sword. Having triumphed in her tribulation, Baisu's speed while flying had more than doubled. Before long, they arrived back at their residence. "My dear, I must now enter seclusion to solidify my cultivation and hasten the formation of my golden core," Baisu said apologetically. "Haha," Zhao Qingshan chuckled, caressing Baisu's cheek. "Hurry, Su, and enter seclusion to strengthen your practice." Baisu embarked on her cultivation journey, while Zhao Qingshan was not idle either. In the artifact forging chamber, he harnessed the power of the earth's fire to refine magical instruments. He retrieved several inferior-grade artifacts and cast them into the furnace, where the intense heat melted them away. For Zhao, no matter how well-crafted these inferior artifacts were, they held little value. His intention was to melt them down and attempt the creation of superior-grade artifacts. Logically, he possessed the capability to forge superior-grade instruments, yet his primary focus had been on alchemy rather than forging. Now, however, he needed to hone his skills. On this particular day, Zhao Qingshan finally succeeded in forging a superior-grade flying sword. Indeed, The quality of this flying sword was commendable, and Zhao nodded in satisfaction. He remained humble, continuing his work in the forging chamber. Unbeknownst to him, Chongping City was in a state of uproar, with some individuals recognizing Zhao Qingshan and Baisu's identities. The Zhao family found themselves in a rather peculiar position. Historically, the Zhao family had only boasted foundation-building cultivators. In a city like Chongping, where numerous foundation-building cultivators roamed, their status was not particularly noteworthy. The chi-refining cultivators treated the Zhao family with utmost courtesy, yet the foundation-building cultivators could easily disregard them. However, the situation had changed. Baisu had successfully traversed the tribulation of the 4-9, emerging as a golden core immortal. A family with a golden core immortal at its helm was considered a prestigious one, even among the ranks of noble families. Consequently, the foundation-building cultivators regarded the Zhao family with a newfound respect, wary of provoking them. Meanwhile, the Zhao residence remained tightly sealed, maintaining a low profile. At this moment, the family members were unaware that Baisu had become a golden core cultivator. Upon returning to the estate, Baisu immediately entered seclusion. After overcoming the 4-9 tribulation, her true essence had undergone a remarkable transformation. Within her inner vision, her dantian appeared as an expansive realm. Streams of water flowed throughout this boundless space, circulating and gradually coalescing into a sphere. As a core elite disciple of the Liang sect, Baisu was well versed in the process of forming a golden core. She promptly began to invoke her secret techniques, causing the water sphere to initially shrink significantly before expanding once more. This cycle of contraction and expansion continued, gradually reducing the size of the sphere while its color shifted, slowly transitioning towards a golden hue. After a meticulous transformation process that spanned 81 cycles, a pale golden sphere, reminiscent of a dove's egg, emerged the golden core. Surrounding the golden core were swirling currents of energy. She had finally succeeded. A wave of relief washed over Baisu. Instantly, streams of magical power flowed from the energy currents surrounding the golden core, permeating her entire being. This magical power was a level above true essence, capable of fortifying the body even without body-refining techniques. Thus, a golden core cultivator could retain a corporeal form for centuries, even upon reaching the end of their life. Now, she resolved to refine 2 spiritual artifacts before exiting her seclusion. Zhao Qingshan bestowed the spatial ring upon Baisu. Now, having successfully formed her golden core, she could effortlessly refine spiritual artifacts. However, completely refining these artifacts and unleashing their full potential was not a simple endeavor. On one particular day, Zhao Qingshan transformed all his inferior and medium-grade artifacts into superior-grade ones. Upon exiting the forging chamber, he unexpectedly encountered Baisu. A wave of joy washed over Zhao Qingshan as he eagerly inquired, Su, have you succeeded in forming your golden core? Baisu replied with a radiant smile, husband. After enduring the tribulations of the 4-9 heavenly calamity, I shall soon achieve my golden core. My prolonged seclusion was solely to refine spiritual artifacts and solidify my cultivation. Zhao Qingshan was elated. What changes have you experienced upon successfully forming your golden core? He asked, his gaze fixed on Baisu. With the formation of her golden core, her true essence had instantaneously transformed into magical power, significantly extending her lifespan from 200 years to 500 years. Baisu pondered aloud, moreover, I feel empowered. I believe I could effortlessly vanquish my former self. Having entered the golden core realm, Baisu finally comprehended the formidable strength of golden core cultivators and understood why they were revered as celestial beings. She also grasped the pivotal role golden core cultivators played within first-rate sections. This newfound strength captivated her. Leaning against Zhao Qingshan's shoulder, she softly advised, husband, you should consume the foundation establishment pill soon to expedite your own cultivation and significantly enhance your lifespan. Zhao Qingshan embraced Baisu's delicate waist and smiled reassuringly. Fear not, Su. Before long, I will achieve foundation establishment without the need for the pill. Now that they were united as husband and wife, it was time for them to. Zhao Qingshan held Baisu close as they made their way to a room. After a while, he eagerly opened the virtual panel. Congratulations, host. Enjoy the wonders of the golden core, refining 5,000, true chi 10,000, fire spiritual root 5,000. Refiner, second tier superior, 50,000, artificer, second tier superior 45,000 50,000, talisman master, second tier superior, 50,000, formation master, second tier superior, 40,000 50,000, realm. Chi refining 10th layer 42,000 50,000, gold spiritual root, superior 2,500 50,000, with spiritual root, superior 3,550,000, water spiritual root, superior 13,000, 50000. Fire spiritual root, superior 43,000 50,000. Earth spiritual root, superior 3,000 50,000. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a substantial gain from a single interaction was remarkable. It seemed that Baisu's breakthrough to the golden core had significantly enhanced the effects of their exchanges. Baisu was truly a treasure, a wellspring of potential that could never be fully tapped. Unable to resist, Zhao Qingshan mounted once more, continuing until exhaustion rendered him motionless. He gazed at the changes displayed on the virtual panel. Congratulations, host. You have attained remarkable achievements. 5,000 in weapon refining, 10,000 in true energy, and 5,000 in fire affinity. Refiner, second tier high grade, 50,000. Alchemist, second tier high grade, 50,000. Talisman master, second tier high grade, 50,000. Formation master, second tier high grade, 40,000 50,000. Realm, Chi training level 10, 52,000 50,000. Metal affinity, high grade, 2,500 50,000. Wood affinity, high grade, 3,550,000. Water affinity, high grade 13,000 50,000. Fire affinity, high grade, 48,000 50,000. Earth affinity, high grade, 3,000 50,000. Zhao Qingshan gazed at the virtual panel, his face breaking into a broad smile, radiating joy that was infectious. Despite the fatigue weighing on his body, he reveled in the bountiful rewards of his efforts. The greatest torment for a person is to labor tirelessly yet reap only meager results. Now, however, the harder he worked, the more he reaped, a motivation that was utterly invigorating. Casting a glance at the slumbering Baisu, Zhao Qingshan disregarded his exhaustion and quietly slipped out of bed, making his way to the training chamber. He sat cross-legged, focusing on regulating his breath. After a considerable time, he silently chanted, "Refiner, breakthrough." A radiant beam of golden light surged into Zhao Qingshan's mind, instantly flooding him with a wealth of knowledge about weapon refining, as if a master refiner were imparting new techniques and insights directly into his consciousness. Chi training, breakthrough. Since he could experience two breakthroughs, why not indulge in both? Another golden light penetrated Zhao Qingshan's body. Almost immediately, he felt an immense surge of energy racing towards his dantian, expanding its capacity with relentless vigor. Upon reaching its limit, the overflow of spiritual energy surged into his meridians, transforming and widening them. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan's body felt as if it were boiling, akin to water reaching its boiling point. Within him erupted a torrent of heat, pure spiritual energy cascading through his limbs, resonating with a sound reminiscent of a raging tsunami. It felt as if flames were igniting within, incinerating every obstacle in their path. The intense pain enveloped him entirely, akin to his flesh being scorched to the core. The boundless spiritual energy of the world seemed to find an outlet, surging forth like a flood that had burst its banks. Zhao Qingshan sensed his dantian reaching its limit, unable to accept any more energy, while his meridians threatened to rupture under the pressure. Yet, under a peculiar force, the meridians would repeatedly tear and then mend, creating an unending cycle of rupture and repair. The spiritual energy, once imperceptibly fine, gradually coalesced into delicate droplets, transforming into a dense mist that solidified into a thick aura of vitality, enveloping Zhao Qingshan. This tangible essence, imbued with a rich fragrance, rushed into his body with a fervent intensity. Surrounded by ethereal energy, Zhao Qingshan felt no sense of relief. His body was nearly paralyzed, and sharp pangs of pain radiated throughout his being. The flicker of crimson flame in his dantian surged forth, traversing his meridians and bloodstream, igniting every cell as if he were iron being refined in a forge, purifying and tempering his physique. This flame exhibited an exquisite care, touching upon every structure within him, from bones to flesh, from vital organs to skin, rendering Zhao Qingshan akin to a porcelain doll. As he invoked the technique of the flame of elixir, he guided the energy to circulate throughout his body, permeating his cells. The process of refining was far from pleasant. He felt an overwhelming weariness, a soul-deep fatigue that was inescapable, a relentless ache that penetrated every fiber of his being. The agonizing ordeal continued, beads of perspiration cascading down his brow, the pain incessantly stimulating his mind, keeping him tethered to a semblance of consciousness. Gradually, Zhao Qingshan sensed that his body had become entirely numb. Regardless of the flame's relentless assault, he felt nothing. Gritting his teeth, he activated the technique of the flame, determined to seize this opportunity to transition from the flame of elixir to the technique of the flame. Though both techniques stemmed from the same source, the latter possessed significantly greater potency. Breakthrough, he commanded, and with that, an explosive surge of true energy erupted from every part of his body, soaring skyward like a spring gushing forth. It was vast and tumultuous, enveloping him entirely and converging at the crown of his head, the Tianling acupoint, with ferocious force. Zhao Qingshan felt as if something within him had been instantaneously unleashed, the vital energy flooding forth like a deluge, reaching for the heavens. This energy, akin to a dragon or a mythical beast soaring between the realms, after moments of communion with the cosmos, bore a certain spirit and profundity. Like scattered starlight, it descended upon him like myriad rays of dawn, a celestial blessing enveloping his form. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Qingshan transcended. He ascended from the 10th level of Qi training into the foundational stage, successfully establishing his foundation without the aid of a foundational elixir. It was a natural culmination of his efforts. You are a genius, remember this. Honggongquan. Chapter 88. The Foundation Establishment Feast at last. The foundation has been successfully established. Zhao Qingshan could no longer contain the excitement swelling within him and rose to his full height. He could not help but roar. Amidst Zhao Qingshan's cries, a surge of magical energy intertwined with a dark, swirling aura erupted from his mouth. With successive howls, waves of gray-black gas were expelled alongside the sound waves, and his body became enveloped in a layer of viscous black substance, exuding a foul stench. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan's body underwent a thorough refinement and purification. He retrieved a spirit talisman from his storage pouch and crushed it, causing a stream of water to materialize and cleanse his body. It took 3 talismans to achieve complete cleanliness. Zhao Qingshan felt invigorated, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him from all directions, filling him with a sense of elation and clarity. His 5 senses had sharpened significantly. Is this what it means to establish a foundation? Zhao Qingshan was overjoyed. With his advancement into the foundation establishment stage, he felt his lifespan greatly extended, now reaching 200 years. His strength had also seen a remarkable increase. Ambitious and determined, Zhao Qingshan chose not to leave his seclusion, but instead focused on cultivating the body refinement technique, mighty bull strength. His physique, already formidable, had a solid foundation, making it easy for him to practice this technique. Within a few days, he had cultivated mighty bull strength to a minor accomplishment, allowing him to match the physical prowess of foundation establishment practitioners. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan practiced the secret technique Fire Escape. As he was already adept in fire attribute techniques, mastering Fire Escape came naturally to him. Cultivating a secret technique provided an additional means of survival in critical moments. After several days of effort, he finally succeeded in mastering Fire Escape. This advancement in the foundation establishment realm only strengthened Zhao Qingshan's resolve to pursue the path of the strong. Now that he possessed foundation establishment capabilities, I can also practice the art of sword flight. With this thought in mind, Zhao Qingshan eagerly began his attempts. Previously, he had envied the ability of foundation establishment practitioners to fly on their swords. Now that he had successfully established his foundation, he, too, could practice sword flight. Thus, Zhao Qingshan took out the sword he had reforged. It had transformed into a superior magical weapon. The initial step in sword flight was to form a profound resonance with the magical weapon, achieving a state of unity between man and sword. Only by accomplishing this could he fully control the weapon and soar through the skies. Gradually, Zhao Qingshan managed to completely refine this flying sword, mastering the essentials of sword flight. Initially, his flight was neither fast nor high. However, as he grew more adept, both his speed and altitude increased. This sword flight was exhilarating. Zhao Qingshan grinned widely, darting about in the air like a carefree child. Should anyone witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly presume he had recently suffered a blow to the head. Zhao Qingshan soared joyfully, unrestrained by the fierce winds, reveling in his freedom to roam the skies. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan felt an unparalleled sense of freedom and joy, reveling in the exhilaration of soaring through the heavens. He possessed the 5 elemental spiritual roots and harbored an abundance of true essence within him, far surpassing that of other cultivators who had merely established their foundations. While ordinary foundation-building cultivators could fly with their swords for a mere couple of 100 miles, Zhao Qingshan could traverse 1,000 miles effortlessly. My husband, how astonishing! Even golden core cultivators can only manage 3,000 miles at most. Bai Su exclaimed in awe. Following that night, when she awoke the next day, she discovered that Zhao Qingshan had indeed succeeded in establishing his foundation. Her heart brimmed with joy. His accomplishment signified that they could be together for nearly 200 years, granting him ample time to strive for the golden core stage. What amazed her even further was that within just a few days, Zhao Qingshan had mastered the art of sword flight. Although this technique was typically acquired by all foundation-building cultivators, it was no simple feat, often requiring years of dedication to perfect. Zhao Qingshan's journey was replete with marvels. He was a cultivator with mixed spiritual roots, typically regarded as inferior. and one would expect his path to be fraught with difficulties. Cultivators with low-grade spiritual roots often found establishing their foundations to be an insurmountable challenge. Yet, here was Zhao Qingshan, not yet 30, having successfully established his foundation, a level of achievement that would mark him as an elite disciple within any first-rate sect. This led Baisu to harbor a flicker of hope, yearning for Zhao Qingshan to reach the golden core stage, allowing them to share 5 centuries of companionship. As for the prospect of having a child, she dared not entertain such thoughts. Even though she possessed high-grade spiritual roots and held a glimmer of hope for ascending to the nascent soul realm, that hope was but a distant dream. Throughout the annals of the Xianghua cultivation world, many talented individuals with high-grade spiritual roots had emerged, yet fewer than 1 in 100 ever reached the nascent soul stage. As for cultivators like Zhao Qingshan, with their mixed spiritual roots, none had ever achieved such heights. Come, let us return to the manor, Zhao Qingshan said, his spirits high. He was pleased with the results of his recent flight distance test. Naturally, when compared to Baisu, a golden core cultivator, the difference was substantial. Baisu's speed in sword flight was double his own, and her range was threefold. This stark contrast illustrated the formidable prowess of golden core practitioners. Upon our return, I shall host a grand banquet to celebrate your ascension to the golden core stage, Zhao Qingshan proclaimed with a smile. Additionally, it is time to announce to the world that the relic cave of Zhang Pingzhenren now belongs to you, thus sparing many lives in vain pursuits. Within that cave, numerous second and third-tier formations existed, culminating in a formidable fourth-tier formation. Countless chi refining and foundation-building cultivators had perished in their reckless endeavors to explore, rendering their fates utterly pointless. Of course, Zhao Qingshan also missed his wives. Let us take my flying sword and return, Baisu suggested. Zhao Qingshan nodded and leapt onto Baisu's flying sword. With a flick of her fingers, she propelled them forward. Whoosh! They surged through the air, clouds parting behind them. 1,000 miles may seem distant, yet in reality it was not far at all. Soon, they arrived at Chomping City, where Baisu directly controlled the flying sword to descend into the Zhao residence. The Zhao residence stood with its doors firmly closed, exuding an aura of tranquil existence. Husband, you have returned, Bing Tong exclaimed with immense joy upon seeing Zhao Qingshan. After all, their separation had lasted for quite some time, and she had even worried that Zhao Qingshan might have perished within the ruins. Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile. Once the exploration of the ruins was concluded, I naturally returned. Turning to Bing Tong, he added, go and instruct everyone to prepare a lavish banquet. Let us celebrate properly at the Zhao residence tonight. Bing Tong nodded with a smile, replying, indeed, it is a cause for celebration that you and sister Baisu have returned safely. Zhao Qingshan continued. This banquet is to honor Su Su for successfully overcoming the 4-9 heavenly tribulation and advancing to the golden core realm. Bing Tong's expression turned to one of astonishment as she gazed at Baisu in disbelief. Sister Baisu, you have transcended the 4-9 heavenly tribulation and have now become a golden core immortal. As Zhao Qingshan's wife, she was no longer the naive individual she once was. Now a foundation establishment practitioner herself, she understood that upon reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, one would sense the impending 4-9 heavenly tribulation. Only by overcoming it could one solidify the golden core and thus enter the golden core realm, which lies above the foundation establishment stage. The perils of the 4-9 heavenly tribulation were known to her, albeit in fragments. Yet now, Baisu had indeed surpassed the tribulation and formed her golden core. Zhao Qingshan urged, hurry, this golden core banquet merits a grand celebration. Bing Tong promptly went to make preparations. Baisu's advancement to the golden core realm signified that the Zhao family now had a golden core practitioner to safeguard them, a matter of great significance. Before long, news of this achievement spread throughout the Zhao residence, and soon everyone was aware that Baisu had ascended to the golden core stage, becoming an immortal. Instantly, the Zhao residence was filled with joy, with servants decorating the place festively. The doors of the residence, long closed, finally swung open. Servants ventured out to procure ingredients, no longer shrouded in modesty, but rather, they held their heads high, proudly boasting to others that their young mistress had attained the status of a golden core immortal. This news had become no secret among the foundation establishment practitioners. One by one, they arrived with gifts to pay their respects, turning the Zhao residence into a bustling hub of visitors. The Zhao family laid out a grand banquet, not only within the estate but also outside, setting up over 100 tables and inviting renowned chefs from local taverns to prepare the feast. The servants even established a porridge stall at the city gates, offering bowls of porridge and bags of rice to the impoverished. During the golden core banquet, Baisu summoned forth her low-grade spirit weapon sword, its fierce and terrifying aura instilling profound fear among the attending practitioners. Dear friends, the chomping real person's ruin has now become my abode. This flying sword was acquired from within that cave. Henceforth, it shall serve as my training ground, and I kindly ask all fellow practitioners to refrain from entering without permission, lest they meet with untimely demise. Baisu's voice was calm, yet it resonated within the ears of every cultivator present. In an instant, a wave of discomfort washed over them. They had not thoroughly explored the relic cave, yet it had already been claimed by another. However, they were acutely aware that this was the undeniable truth. Baisu was a golden core immortal. Even if she were to slaughter them, how many could hope to escape? It was reminiscent of the earlier incident when the celestial fiend drove thousands of cultivators into the relic cave, and none returned from its depths. Following the Jidan feast, news of the cave's new ownership spread throughout Chongping City. The next day, countless cultivators departed from Chongping City, for they had come solely for the relic cave. Yet, some chose to establish their residence in Chongping City. Suddenly, a profound tranquility enveloped the city. No cultivator dared to disturb the peace in Chongping City. Zhao Qingshan, self-proclaimed lord of Chongping City, although lacking official appointment from the court, was accepted as such by all. With numerous cities in the Jin Kingdom, Chongping City was relatively remote. In such places, the court's decrees often held little sway. Before long, Zhao Qingshan began to reorganize the guard army, weeding out the old and weak while retaining the elite. After rigorous training, more than two-thirds of the 100,000 guards were dismissed, leaving only 30,000. Zhao Qingshan returned to his tranquil life, rarely stepping beyond the doors of the Zhao residence. Meanwhile, the influence of the Zhao family was rapidly expanding. Chongping City had nearly transformed into Zhao family city. On a particular day, Zhao Qingshan and Baisu departed, soaring through the skies on their swords, directly leaving Chongping City. Baisu's sword flight covered 3,000 miles, ultimately bringing them to the vast expanse of the Dian Mountain Range. The Dian Mountain Range sprawled widely, teeming with a rich variety of medicinal herbs. Common, low-efficacy spiritual herbs like wild spirit grass and feather crane grass were plentiful as few cared to seek them out. Zhao Qingshan casually gathered dozens of herbs and spiritual medicines, storing them in his spatial ring. The herbs he collected were not easily procurable in Chongping City. As he continued on his journey, gathering herbs, Zhao Qingshan was filled with joy. As an alchemist, these spiritual herbs held great allure for him. Though he had established a medicinal garden on Tianzhushan, the herbs there would take years to mature. Gradually, he ventured deeper into the dense forest. While the outskirts of Dian Mountain lacked formidable beasts, many lower-tier creatures roamed freely. Neither the cultivation world nor the secular realm sought to eradicate all beasts. Humanity understood that absolute slaughter would incite the wrath of powerful beings among them. It is essential to recognize that both humans and beasts are beings of the world, equally entitled to cultivation. Many beasts, having cultivated to a certain level, could rival humans in power, possessing the ability to wreak havoc upon the world. Humans collectively referred to them as the Demon Clan. For countless years, the human and demon clans have engaged in a silent struggle with no resolution. Neither side possessed the strength to annihilate the other, nor could either claim dominion over the world. Thus, they acquiesced to the natural law, the survival of the fittest. As long as one party does not overstep, the other remains indifferent. Deep within the great Yinshan Mountains lies a realm abundant with rare herbs, and naturally, the level of the mystical beasts therein rises accordingly. Therefore, Zhao Qingshan and Baisu refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. Their purpose in venturing to the great Yinshan was to gather spiritual herbs rather than to hunt down mystical beasts. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the mountainside. Looking down, they beheld a canyon. The most striking feature of the canyon was a lake emanating warm vapor, perpetually heated and shrouded in mist, hence dubbed the Fog Lake. This canyon was referred to as the Fog Lake Canyon. Zhao Qingshan widened his eyes in astonishment. Not far from the Fog Lake stood a fruit tree, its form reminiscent of intricately carved ice. Even amidst the fog, the sunlight refracted beautifully upon it. On this tree hung a solitary azure fruit. Merely that single fruit caused Zhao Qingshan's breath to quicken. This tree was a millennium-old ice jade fruit tree, yielding but one fruit known as the millennium ice jade fruit. Consuming this fruit could extend a cultivator's lifespan by 50 years. It is no exaggeration to claim that the millennium ice jade fruit is a treasure of heaven and earth. Chapter 89. The cold pool in the mountains. A sudden, thunderous howl of a wolf reverberated through the air, causing Zhao Qingshan and Baisu to exchange alarmed glances. Before long, they beheld a pack of wolves emerging from the misty lake canyon. These were the blue fire wolves. A flicker of fear glinted in Baisu's eyes. Zhao Qingshan was equally startled. The blue fire wolves were a social beast, typically found in packs of at least 100, with thousands not being an uncommon sight. The weakest among them equated to human foundation establishment cultivators, while the strongest could reach the golden core stage. It was evident that the Misty Lake Canyon harbored at least 1,000 blue fire wolves. With such a formidable number, it was inconceivable for them to venture into the canyon to seize the Millennium Ice Jade fruit, especially considering the potential presence of beasts at the demon core level. Su, remain here. I shall sneak, and using an invisibility talisman, Zhao Qingshan whispered into Baisu's ear. Baisu furrowed her brow. Husband, allow me to go instead. My cultivation level is higher, and should there be danger, I can swiftly escape on my sword. Zhao Qingshan pondered briefly. Your aura fluctuations are too pronounced, making you more susceptible to detection. Although Baisu had been consolidating her cultivation during this period, mastering her aura entirely was no easy feat conversely. Zhao Qingshan had full control over his own presence. Zhao Qingshan activated the invisibility talisman, enveloping himself in a transparent barrier formed by intricate symbols that clung closely to every inch of his body. Once shrouded, he became utterly invisible. The talisman he crafted was so refined that a golden core cultivator would struggle to detect him without meticulous scrutiny. With a swift movement, he darted forward. Baisu was secretly astonished. She realized that she could no longer see Zhao Qingshan with her naked eye, nor could she sense his aura. Her husband's talisman-making skills were truly impressive. Zhao Qingshan refrained from flying on his sword, as doing so would easily attract the attention of the beasts. He made his way toward the canyon and soon arrived at its center, where stood a Millennium Ice Jade fruit tree, which bore a single fruit every 1,000 years. The number of blue fire wolves in the canyon was indeed staggering, likely exceeding 2,000. Zhao Qingshan felt a surge of trepidation as he spotted the wolves scattered around. Not far from the Ice Jade fruit tree, dozens of blue fire wolves lingered. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan noticed that the Ice Jade fruit was gradually turning red, its surface emanating a purple glow. His eyes widened in astonishment as he realized the spiritual fruit was ripening. The Ice Jade fruit tree began to release a fragrant aroma, and the surrounding blue fire wolves, sensing the fruit's maturity, erupted into excited howls. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qingshan leaped into action, landing beside the Millennium Ice Jade fruit tree. He swiftly reached out, grasping the precious fruit and yanking it from the branch with a decisive pull. Placing it into his jade box and then unhesitatingly stowing it away in his spatial belt, Zhao Qingshan took to the skies on his sword, departing with urgency as the blue fire wolves howled in exhilaration. However, suddenly, they discovered that the place where the spiritual fruit once resided was now barren, leaving behind only the crystalline branches, resembling shattered ice. A howl of fury erupted, echoing through the air. Waves of azure flame wolves surged forth, relentless in their pursuit, scattering in all directions. Within the forest, new azure flame wolves continuously emerged. Hurry, Zhao Qingshan urged as he reached Baisu's side. Baisu drew forth a flying sword, and together they ascended upon it. Whoosh! The flying sword swiftly departed. Leave them. At that moment, a robust man bellowed in anger. Zhao Qingshan's eyes narrowed, realizing that this man was not human, but rather a beast of the demon variety. Generally, a demon beast that survives the tribulation can transform into human form. It is said that in this form, cultivation progresses significantly faster than in their beastly state. Su, you must exert full control over the flying sword. Leave him to me. Zhao Qingshan commanded. Instantly, dozens of spiritual talismans appeared in his grasp. He hurled the talismans, which erupted in bursts of energy. Although these second-tier talismans could not harm a demon beast of such caliber, they could impede its progress and slow its speed. I shall not let you escape. The man roared in frustration as he fell behind. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Zhao Qingshan's sight, allowing Zhao to exhale a quiet sigh of relief. Soon followed by immense joy. The Millennium Ice Jade fruit could extend one's lifespan by 50 years. Such a treasure was worth the life-and-death struggle of golden core cultivators. After all, an additional 50 years could provide the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage, a realm of great prominence in the cultivation world of the Gene Kingdom, where a mere stomp could shake the very foundations of the realm. After flying for a while, they reached the outskirts of Dian Mountain. The two descended from the sky and sought refuge in a cave. Zhao Qingshan set up a barrier and dispelled the spiritual talismans, masking their presence. Husband, did you manage to obtain the Millennium Ice Jade fruit? Baisu could not restrain her curiosity. A radiant smile blossomed on Zhao Qingshan's face, for he had indeed secured it. Otherwise, those azure flame wolves would have detected him. With a flourish of his hand, he revealed a jade box, within which lay the coveted Millennium Ice Jade fruit. Baisu's face lit up with a joyful smile. Acquiring this fruit made the perilous venture worthwhile. Husband, shall we return now? She suggested. There are many demon beasts in Dian Mountain. Records indicate at least 3 at the demon core level. Zhao Qingshan responded. It is a rare opportunity to be out here. We must gather more spiritual herbs and fruits. Their purpose for venturing into Dian Mountain was to harvest spiritual herbs and medicines, and having already acquired the Millennium Ice Jade fruit upon entry. It was indeed a fortuitous beginning, reinforcing Zhao Qingshan's belief that their expedition was most propitious. Meanwhile, in the Mist Lake Canyon, the robust man seethed with rage. This territory had been the ancestral home of the Azure Flame Wolf clan for millennia. Their continued residence in the Mist Lake Canyon was due to the presence of a Millennium Ice Jade fruit tree, which bore a single fruit every 1,000 years. At long last, the Ice Jade fruit was on the verge of ripening, and he harbored hopes that consuming this exquisite fruit would grant him an additional 50 years of life, thus paving the way for the possibility of transforming into a demon infant. However, to his utter astonishment, just as the Ice Jade fruit reached maturity, it was snatched away by human cultivators, like a cooked duck that unexpectedly takes flight. This was utterly intolerable. As the sovereign of the Qinghua Wolf clan, the Qinghua Wolf King would undoubtedly not let this transgression go unpunished. All of you, go forth and track down those two humans by their scent. The Qinghua Wolf King bellowed. The pack of wolves howled in response. Beastly creatures, unless they have transcended the tribulations of the 4-9, are incapable of human speech or assuming human form. Thousands of Qinghua wolves departed from the misty Lake Canyon, embarking on a search across the Dian Mountain. After a brief respite, the two individuals exited the cave. Yet, in a display of caution, they employed invisibility talismans. As a talisman maker, Zhao Qingshan was never short of spiritual talismans. Only someone like Zhao Qingshan, a master talisman craftsman, could afford to use invisibility talismans so liberally without concern for the cost. Goodness, the Qinghua Wolf King must be going mad, sending so many wolves to scour for us, Zhao Qingshan remarked, plucking a spiritual herb. Throughout their journey, they had already encountered hundreds of Qinghua wolves, each exuding an aura of lethal intent, as if harboring an irreconcilable vendetta. That ice jade fruit has existed for a millennium. It bears fruit only once every 1,000 years, Bai Su pointed out. Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly. Indeed, despite having gathered numerous spiritual herbs upon entering Dian Mountain, their combined worth paled in comparison to that of a single ice jade fruit. Such a rare spiritual fruit is virtually unattainable for purchase. Dian Mountain resembles a treasure trove, replete with various spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits. In this regard, the beastly creatures fall short of humanity. Only the more exceptional herbs and fruits attract their attention. Otherwise, they disdain consuming spiritual herbs, as they remain oblivious to their value. As they continued onward, they arrived at the summit of a mountain. The wind at the peak was fierce yet refreshing. Oh, my dear, what is that? Bai Su inquired with curiosity. Following her pointed finger, Zhao Qingshan beheld a bright spot halfway up the mountain. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was the surface of water. Let us go take a look, Zhao Qingshan exclaimed. In an instant, they reached the mid-slope. Hiss, this place is truly cold, Zhao Qingshan marveled. Despite it being summer, the water in the pool was remarkably frigid, likely hovering around -30 to 40 degrees Celsius. Logically, such low temperatures should render the water frozen. However, contrary to expectation, the water remained unfrozen. Zhao Qingshan was left in awe at the wonders of nature, which truly defied imagination. Zhao Qingshan meticulously observed the waters of the pond, which were remarkably clear. Upon closer inspection, one could barely discern a faint purplish hue across the surface. However, if one were to scoop a cup of water, not a trace of color would be found. The water remained crystal clear. As he crouched by the pond, an icy chill enveloped him, and when he reached in, his hand was instantly numbed by the frigid temperature. Hiss, Zhao Qingshan gasped. It's truly cold, at least 50 to 60 degrees below zero. The water was astonishingly frigid, beyond belief. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan froze in place. He had caught sight of a fiery red crystal resting at the bottom of the pond's center. Upon retrieving the crystal, he discovered it was quite large, nearly half his height, resembling a nearly perfect cylinder. To be precise, it was akin to a stout rod, considerably thicker and shorter than an ordinary stick, about the girth of a thigh. Grasping the crystal with both hands, he felt a surge of warmth emanating from it. How heavy? Zhao Qingshan was astonished to realize the crystal was extraordinarily heavy. With a determined effort, he let out a low shout as he lifted the fiery red crystal and transported it to the shore. Good heavens, a mere cylinder exceeds 10,000 genes. Even the legendary 10,000-year-cold iron could not compare in density to this fiery red crystal. What in the world is this? Furrowing his brow, Zhao Qingshan scrutinized every facet of the crystal, noting its unusual weight and the fiery glow it emitted, still warm to the touch. As a second-tier artifact refiner, Zhao Qingshan's skills surpassed those of Bai Su. He was well acquainted with various ores, yet this fiery red crystal left him utterly perplexed. Su, take a look at this fiery red crystal. What do you make of it? Zhao Qingshan inquired of Bai Su, who was deep in thought. Suddenly, her expression shifted as if a realization dawned upon her. "Have you deduced what it is?" Zhao Qingshan prompted eagerly. Bai Su's gaze was fixed intently on the fiery red crystal, her eyes ablaze with fervor. "If I am not mistaken, this should be yin qi iron, an excellent material for crafting fire attribute spiritual tools." Zhao Qingshan trembled with astonishment. This fiery red crystal could indeed be utilized to forge fire attribute spiritual tools. Human spiritual roots possess elemental attributes, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth also bears attributes. Similarly, spiritual tools not only vary in rank but also in elemental properties. For instance, Bai Su, possessing a fire attribute spiritual root, cultivates fire attribute techniques, making fire attribute spiritual tools the most suitable for her. Should she be given a water attribute spiritual tool, not only would she be unable to harness its power, but it could also hinder her cultivation, with the potential for backlash from the tool itself. The requirements for materials in spiritual tool crafting are far more stringent than those for mere artifact refining. Ores such as 10,000-year cold iron are entirely unsuitable for crafting spiritual tools. He had never anticipated that this fiery red crystal could be employed in the creation of fire attribute spiritual tools. Given that the fiery red crystal weighed 10,000 genes, it could be used to forge more than one spiritual tool. Zhao Qingshan hastily instructed Bai Su to store the blazing iron within his spatial ring. Upon a closer inspection of the cold pool, he discovered that it had already formed a thick layer of ice. One could only wonder what extraordinary secrets lay at the bottom of this frozen abyss, giving birth to such a rare treasure as the blazing iron. Zhao Qingshan's curiosity about the depths of the cold pool was piqued. However, he had no intention of venturing into its depths. With only foundational cultivation, it would be far too perilous to explore. He resolved to wait until he had transcended the fourth nine heavenly tribulation and solidified his golden core before embarking on such an expedition. Instead, Zhao Qingshan began to search around the cold pool. Such peculiar locations often yielded high-quality spiritual herbs and fruits. Indeed, he soon spotted a lotus flower, its azure petals exuding a faint yet enchanting fragrance. Zhao Qingshan's eyes brightened as he recognized this exquisite bloom as a fifth-tier spiritual herb, the water spirit lotus. Exercising caution, he refrained from acting impulsively and chose to observe carefully. Generally, fifth-tier spiritual herbs were guarded by spiritual beasts, and if such protectors were present, they would at the very least be of the demon core level. In more formidable cases, they could even rival the strength of nascent soul experts. However, to Zhao Qingshan's astonishment, he noted that the water spirit lotus was devoid of any guardian beasts. Elated, he retrieved a large jade box from his storage pouch and, using a jade knife, carefully severed the neck of the lotus. He then placed the water spirit lotus into the jade box with utmost caution before securing it within his spatial belt. As an alchemist of Zhao Qingshan's caliber, it was customary to leave roots when harvesting spiritual herbs, allowing them to regrow over time. Chapter 90. Third-tier array master regarding such ethereal entities that take centuries to form. It is prudent to leave a trace. Heaven possesses a benevolent nature towards all living things. By preserving its roots and granting it several centuries, even a millennium, it may once again flourish into a new water spirit lotus. However, should one uproot it entirely, this place would be condemned to eternal extinction, and the prospect of its resurgence would be exceedingly bleak. For an alchemist, to extract a spiritual object or herb while destroying its roots is an affront of the highest order. After all, the conditions for the emergence of more advanced spiritual objects and herbs become increasingly stringent. Suddenly, as if stirred by a distant roar, both Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su turned pale. Bai Su promptly summoned her flying sword, and the two ascended upon it. With a swift whoosh, they took to the skies. Zhao Qingshan could not resist the urge to glance back. He beheld a massive python, as thick as a water barrel, launching itself from the icy pool. Its scales shimmered with a faint purplish-red luminescence. As the serpent emerged, Zhao Qingshan estimated its length to be nearly 10 zhang, an utterly terrifying sight, its presence far surpassing that of the Qing Hua Wolf King. A chill ran down Zhao Qingshan's spine. Moreover, the python bore a diminutive silver horn upon its forehead. Could it be that this creature was a jiaolong? A horned python? Such a thing could only belong to the legendary jiaolong. Dragons are sovereigns among the demon race, and jiaolong are formidable beings, nearing the majesty of true dragons. Zhao Qingshan felt a surge of relief, grateful that they had fled at the first sound of the roar. Otherwise, they would have been in grave peril. The roar resonated like a low, ominous growl, reminiscent of an approaching tempest. With that sound, the colossal python pursued them, its gaping maw resembling a bloodied chasm. The python's mouth, a full zhang wide, promised certain doom should it catch them. Its golden eyes glimmered with a lofty indifference. For this denizen of the deep, extinguishing a human life might be but a trivial matter. The speed of the python was astonishing, surpassing even Bai Su's swiftness. Zhao Qingshan's expression shifted dramatically. If this continued, they would likely be overtaken by the python before they could escape the Great Yin Mountain. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Qingshan withdrew a spiritual talisman from his storage belt. Infusing it with his essence, he cast it forth, and it swiftly materialized into an earthen wall. A furious roar erupted as the giant python crashed through the wall. Though it sustained no injury, its momentum faltered momentarily, allowing Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su to widen the gap between them. Bai Su, fly with all your might. I shall hinder its pursuit. Zhao Qingshan urged in a hushed tone. Bai Su responded gravely. Indeed, this python is immensely powerful. We are no match for it. Beasts of the demon race are inherently stronger than human cultivators of the same level. The colossal python had evidently reached the realm of Demon Dan. And unless a coalition of 3 to 5 Golden Dan cultivators banded together, a solitary Golden Dan practitioner would stand no chance against it. Bai Su possessed a clear understanding of this fact. Zhao Qingshan observed as the great python let out a thunderous roar and pursued them once more. He swiftly cast a spell, manifesting a net that impeded the python's advance. With each talisman he deployed, Zhao Qingshan managed to continually slow the serpent's relentless pursuit. The golden pupils of the python narrowed in fury, its enraged roar echoing through the air. However, it halted at the borders of Dine Mountain. Watching helplessly as Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su distanced themselves from it, after flying a distance of 3,000 miles, they finally landed on a desolate hill where Bai Su came to a stop. It was terrifying. The great python was simply too fearsome, and its mere presence instilled a profound sense of dread within her. Bai Su gasped for breath, her heart racing. Had it not been for Zhao Qingshan's persistent use of talismans to delay the python's speed, they would have surely been caught. Encountering the great python would have meant certain death. It seemed prudent to avoid Dine Mountain in the future. They had hardly entered before encountering 2 Demon Dan-level beasts. Bai Su remarked. Zhao Qingshan, a bit embarrassed, responded, I never anticipated that Dine Mountain harbored such formidable beasts. Their purpose in venturing to Dine Mountain was to gather spiritual herbs and fruits, and he had gleaned information suggesting that although Demon Dan-level beasts roamed the area with caution, it could still be considered safe. Yet, who could have foreseen such misfortune? Or perhaps one could argue they were exceedingly fortunate. The 1,000 or so ice jade fruits, the water spirit lotus, and the blazing iron were treasures beyond compare, artifacts that could scarcely be purchased even with spirit stones. After resting and replenishing their true essence and magical power, the two made no further delays and returned directly to Chongping City. Su, do you think you could refine this blazing iron into a spiritual artifact? Zhao Qingshan inquired. Bai Su shook her head, replying, I am quite confident in crafting upper-tier magical artifacts, but my success rate for supreme-tier artifacts is considerably lower. As for spiritual artifacts, I have no confidence even in producing inferior ones. Once my refining skills improve, I shall endeavor to attempt crafting spiritual artifacts. Not every Golden Dan cultivator possesses inferior spiritual artifacts. It is not uncommon for those in the Golden Dan stage to wield supreme or even upper-tier magical artifacts. Bai Su was indeed a Golden Dan cultivator, yet this did not imply her refining skills had progressed significantly. On the contrary, her abilities had seen little improvement and were even inferior to Zhao Qingshan's. Upon returning to the Zhao residence, Zhao Qingshan adopted an even more subdued demeanor. Time passed silently, and over a year slipped by unnoticed. One fateful night, under a canopy of brilliant stars, the room was enveloped in tranquility, with only the gentle sounds of breathing filling the air. Zhao Qingshan cast his gaze upon the virtual panel before him. Alchemist, 2nd tier. Superior quality, 50,000. Breakthrough possible. Blacksmith, 2nd tier. Superior quality, 50,000. Breakthrough possible. Talismancer, 2nd tier. Superior quality, 50,000. Breakthrough possible. Array Master, 3rd tier. Inferior quality, 200,000. Breakthrough possible. Realm, Foundation Establishment. Mid-stage, 50,000. Gold Spiritual Root, superior quality, 2,550,000. With Spiritual Root, superior quality, 15,000. Water Spiritual Root, superior quality, 15,000. Fire Spiritual Root, superior quality, 50,000. Breakthrough possible. Earth Spiritual Root, superior quality, 3,000. Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly. Satisfied, his cultivation speed was indeed quite remarkable. Rising quietly, he made his way to the training chamber, activating the array's restrictions. Alchemist breakthrough. Blacksmith breakthrough. Talismancer breakthrough. Array master breakthrough. Streams of golden light penetrated Zhao Qingshan's body, causing him to shudder. A deluge of information flooded into his mind, inducing a sensation of dizziness. After a considerable time, Zhao Qingshan regained his composure. His mind was now filled with vast knowledge of alchemy, blacksmithing, talismancy, and array formations. Gazing at the virtual panel, he noted, Alchemist, second tier, exceptional quality, 01000000, blacksmith, second tier, exceptional quality, 01000000, talismancer, second tier, exceptional quality, 01000000, array master, third tier, medium quality, 04000000, realm, foundation establishment, midstage, 50,000 gold spiritual root, superior quality, 2,550,000, with spiritual root, superior quality 15,000,50,000, water spiritual root, superior quality 15,000,50,000, fire spiritual root, superior quality 50,000, breakthrough possible, earth spiritual root, superior quality 3,050,000. Having obtained the legacy of Zhao Qingshan, Zhao Qingshan's mastery of array formations had surpassed that of alchemy, blacksmithing, and talismancy. He had now ascended to the rank of third-tier array master. Within the Zhao residence, he had laid down 4 third-tier formations, a maze, a confinement array, an illusion array, and a lethal array. His progress in cultivation was commendable, having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The primary reason for his rapid advancement was largely attributed to Bai Su, while the contributions of his other wives paled in comparison. Zhao Qingshan leaped into the sky, surveying the entirety of the Zhao residence in the city of Chongping from above. Over the past 2 years, the Zhao family had flourished significantly, amassing an abundance of spiritual talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts, establishing dominance over the entire treasure pavilion and becoming the true rulers of Chongping City. Furthermore, members of the Zhao family had ventured to neighboring cities to establish shops, engaging in the trade of talismans, elixirs, magical artifacts, as well as the procurement of spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits. The formidable strength of the Zhao family renders the entirety of Chongping City remarkably secure. With 100,000 elite defenders well-trained and firmly in control, the city flourishes even more. Yet, an unexpected realization dawned upon Zhao Qingshan. Chongping City felt rather diminutive. Once, he perceived it as vast, bustling with a population of hundreds of thousands and thriving commerce. However, after venturing into the world and facing life and death experiences, he found Chongping City to be rather unremarkable. Having encountered cities with populations in the millions and unparalleled prosperity, now with the Zhao family governing the entire Chongping City, he regarded it as merely a speck on the map. Suddenly, a white figure appeared. Bai Su, soaring through the skies on her sword, joined him. Su, we shall embark on our journey to the Liyang sect tomorrow. Zhao Qingshan felt a stirring in his heart. Having been a disciple of the Liyang sect for some time, it was indeed rather unjustifiable that he had never visited. Wonderful. It has been quite a while since I last saw my master. Bai Su beamed with delight. The following midday, after Zhao Qingshan had arranged all matters, he and Bai Su took to the skies on their swords. Having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, his true essence had grown increasingly profound, allowing him to fly 3,000 miles at once. While his speed did not quite match that of Bai Su, his flying distance was not far behind. That evening, they took rest atop a desolate mountain. A fire was kindled, and a wild boar was hunted. Zhao Qingshan meticulously removed the hair and entrails, ensuring the boar was well cleaned and roasted over the flames. The Liyang sect had been embroiled in conflict with the Tianma sect for many years, showing no signs of fatigue. Zhao Qingshan found these sectarian rivalries to be exceedingly tedious. On that day alone, they encountered 2 skirmishes between disciples of both sects, with Bai Su intervening each time to slay the Tianma sect disciples and rescue those from the Liyang sect. The Tianma sect ranked among the top 3 within the demonic factions, known for its ruthless tactics and significantly greater strength compared to the Liyang sect. Bai Su harbored no affection for the Tianma sect, as such sect wars, lasting decades or even centuries, were far from uncommon. Defeating one another proved immensely challenging. At worst, they would retreat to the Liyang mountain range and activate their protective formations. First-rate sects typically occupy a mountain range, complete with their own defensive arrays. Thus, unless a true behemoth emerges with overwhelming strength, obliterating a first-rate sect is no simple feat, though the Liyang sect may be slightly inferior to the Tianma sect in strength. They were undaunted in their battles, bolstered by this confidence. Zhao Qingshan remarked, Such sect wars incur tremendous consumption of elixirs and talismans, and without deep-seated enmity, they truly seem rather tiresome. The battles between the two factions led to the most terrifying depletion of elixirs and talismans, while the consumption of magical artifacts remained rather ordinary. Both the Liang sect and the Tianma sect possessed their own alchemists, yet at this juncture, the speed at which their alchemists could produce elixirs paled in comparison to the rate of consumption. Consequently, the prices in the markets for elixirs and talismans throughout the Jin Kingdom surged. Unbeknownst to them, the wild boar had turned a golden hue, wafting an irresistible aroma. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a knife and a plate from his spatial belt, slicing off a piece of thigh meat for Baisu. He placed pig heart, pig lung, and pig intestines onto his own plate, methodically cutting them into thin slices and savoring each bite. He even produced a flask of wine and 2 jade cups, filling them generously. The two indulged in the exquisite cuisine and fine wine while admiring the night sky. This evening, the stars shone with extraordinary brilliance, and a luminous moon hung gracefully above. Baisu reminisced about their encounter with the giant python during their trip to Dianshan. She had discovered that it was a creature known as the Purple Jiao, a mythical beast that could transform into a dragon after overcoming the tribulations of 6 nines. Zhao Qingshan, intrigued, inquired, Purple Jiao? Given its aura, it seems it has already passed through the tribulations of 4 nines and formed a demon Dan. Why has it not yet transformed? Baisu elaborated, typically, a mythical beast that has passed through the tribulations of 4 nines can take on human form, but there are exceptions. The stronger the bloodline of the beast, the more challenging it is to transform. This Purple Jiao belongs to a lineage of considerable strength. It must overcome the tribulations of 6 nines to achieve transformation. This was Zhao Qingshan's first encounter with such information. It made sense, he thought. Unlike humans, the potential of mythical beasts is determined by their bloodline strength. The more powerful the beast, the greater its bloodline force. For most beasts, forming a demon Dan is significantly more arduous than for human cultivators to form a golden Dan. Once I form my golden Dan, we shall return to Dianshan and attempt to subdue that Purple Jiao as our guardian spirit beast. Even if that fails, slaying it would yield a treasure trove. Zhao Qingshan expressed with anticipation. Baisu's expression changed. Absolutely not. Last time we were merely fortunate to escape quickly. Otherwise, we would have faced certain death. According to the records, a single Purple Jiao killed for Golden Dan cultivators. She cautioned, who knows if that Purple Jiao has formed a demon infant. If it has, we would be insufficient to even serve as a snack. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. If forming a Golden Dan is inadequate, then I shall advance to the nascent soul stage before we attempt again. He felt a pressing need to leave a legacy for his family. Otherwise, every departure from home would be fraught with worry. If he could subdue the Purple Jiao as their guardian spirit beast, he would venture forth with peace of mind. Chapter 91. The Golden Core Elder. The following evening, Zhao Qingshan and Baisu arrived at the Liyang mountain range. This majestic range, located in the northwest, stretches beyond into a vast desert, where the temperature fluctuates dramatically between day and night. The Liyang mountain range, extending over 1,000 miles, exudes grandeur. Zhao Qingshan marveled inwardly at the enormity of the mountains, realizing that such a vast expanse was solely owned by the Liyang sect. Half of the territory is reserved for the demonic beasts raised by the sect, and Baisu appeared quite exhilarated. Zhao Qingshan was secretly astonished, not expecting the Liyang sect to rear such beasts, seemingly unafraid of their potential to grow powerful and pose a threat. It was said that the founder of the Liyang sect, the venerable Liyang ancestor, chose this location for its defensibility, making it suitable for establishing a sect. Baisu provided some background, noting that the Liyang sect has thrived for over 10 millennia. The Liyang ancestor was a formidable figure at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Legend has it that the sect once faced a formidable enemy, suffering heavy casualties among its disciples, and was forced to retreat into the Liyang mountain range, activating the protective mountain formation. The enemy, confident in their own prowess as a nascent soul expert, invaded the mountains but ultimately fell victim to the protective array of the Liyang sect. From that point on, the reputation of the mountain formation spread throughout the cultivation world of the Jin Kingdom. Even during periods of decline, no one dared to contemplate the annihilation of the Liyang sect. The Liyang sect comprises 5 branches, each occupying one of the 5 highest peaks. Instead of flying directly into the mountains on their swords, Baisu stopped at the foot of the mountain. After verifying their identities, she explained that aside from the elders, no one is permitted to fly directly into the mountains. Violators face severe punishment. Should one trigger the formation and perish within, it would be deemed their own fault. Subsequently, Baisu summoned her flying sword, and Zhao Qingshan followed suit. Before long, they reached the highest peak. Before them lay an expansive square, its surface paved with white jade. sparkling brilliantly and evoking a sense of insignificance in onlookers. In the distance, wispy clouds floated like delicate veils beneath their feet. In the center of the square, a series of enormous bronze cauldrons were arranged in 3 rows of 3, each emitting wisps of fragrant smoke. At the far end of the square, a stone bridge arched gracefully, devoid of seats or supports, stretching from the square into the depths of the clouds above, resembling a dragon soaring into the sky. Exuding an air of majesty, the gentle sound of flowing water reached their ears, and under the sunlight, the bridge shimmered with a spectrum of colors reminiscent of a rainbow descending to earth, a breathtaking spectacle of brilliance. As the two alighted on the stone bridge, Zhao Qingshan noticed that water flowed down on both sides, crystal clear, while the center remained untouched by a single drop. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, refracted by the flowing water, creating a resplendent rainbow. Zhao Qingshan was astounded, having realized that this peak housed an extraordinary spirit-gathering array, drawing the ethereal essence of heaven and earth into a concentrated stream, ultimately liquefying the abundant spiritual energy into the flowing water. As the water cascaded down, the heavenly essence dispersed once more. What a grand spectacle! What a grand spectacle! Zhao Qingshan marveled in awe. This formation, at the very least, is a 4th-tier array, possibly even a 5th-tier one. A 3rd-tier array could never achieve such a feat. After walking for a while, the clouds began to thin, and unexpectedly, they emerged from the sea of clouds. Before them lay a breathtaking vista. The vast sky was as clear as crystal, an azure expanse seemingly transparent. The heavens stretched infinitely in all directions, while below, a boundless sea of clouds gently undulated, instantly widening one's heart upon a mere glance. Directly ahead stood a grand edifice, the Hall of the Fiery Sun. The verdant mountains cradled it, the temple towering majestically, perched atop the peak, surrounded by ethereal mists. Occasionally, a few auspicious cranes would soar by, their melodious cries echoing, circling in the air as if in a realm of immortals, evoking profound reverence. Junior Sister Baisu, you have finally returned, exclaimed several disciples clad in the inner sect attire of the Fiery Sun sect, their faces alight with eager expressions. These disciples, without exception, possessed foundational cultivation levels. Baisu responded with a hint of aloofness. I must pay my respects to my master. Subsequently, she took Zhao Qingshan's hand and proceeded toward the Hall of the Fiery Sun. However, the disciples of the Fiery Sun sect obstructed their path. The leading youth declared, Junior Sister Baisu intends to meet with the celestial maiden Yuhua, which is only fitting. Yet, this is the Hall of the Fiery Sun. Unauthorized individuals are forbidden to enter. Baisu let out a cold snort, her voice imbued with magical essence, reverberating like thunder in their ears, striking them with force. Within moments, their vital energy spiraled out of control, blood involuntarily seeping from their lips as they gazed at Baisu in horror. They suddenly realized that Baisu had already transcended the 9th heavenly tribulation and had condensed her golden core. Entering the golden core stage signifies an entirely new realm. As the saying in the cultivation world goes, with a single golden core swallowed, my fate is in my hands, not dictated by heaven. The difference between the two realms was akin to that of heaven and earth. My dear husband, let us proceed. Baisu grasped Zhao Qingshan's hand, resolutely advancing towards the Hall of the Fiery Sun. Upon entering, they beheld 2 figures seated within the grand hall. These individuals were none other than Master Huayang and the celestial maiden Yuhua. The moment the celestial maiden Yuhua spotted Baisu, her eyes sparkled with delight. Su, when did you transcend the 9th heavenly tribulation? Baisu bowed. Disciple Baisu pays her respects to Master and the Peak Master. Master, it is my fault for not reporting back to the sect after I faced the 9th heavenly tribulation last year. The celestial maiden Yuhua rose to assist Baisu, chiding gently, You child, how could you be so careless? Upon sensing the 9th heavenly tribulation, you ought to have returned to the sect immediately to utilize the sect's formation for your tribulation. Baisu giggled, but Master, have I not already transcended the 9th heavenly tribulation and condensed my golden core? Now that she had stepped into the golden core realm, the Fiery Sun sect gained an additional elder, a momentous occasion for the sect. A smile graced Master Huayang's face as he proclaimed, I shall report to the sect leader. Convene a council of elders, and declare your status as an elder of the sect, bestowing upon you the elder's token. You will also receive a low-grade spiritual artifact and have the privilege to choose a superior cave dwelling as your cultivation abode. Master Huayang retrieved a 1,000-paper crane, infusing it with magic, and the crane took flight. The esteemed Master Huayang gazed at Zhao Qingshan, instantly discerning the depth of his cultivation, his eyes betraying a look of astonishment. Zhao Qingshan, your pace of advancement in cultivation is indeed remarkable. After 2 years of absence, you have reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. At this rate of progress, it is not inconceivable that you may one day step into the golden core realm. Both Master Huayang and the fairy Yuhua were profoundly shaken. They were acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivating with mixed spiritual roots. And Zhao Qingshan possessed no less than 4 types. Yet, here he was, having attained the mid-stage of foundation establishment, an unfathomable feat. I have merely encountered some fortunate opportunities to cultivate at this speed, Zhao Qingshan humbly replied, wishing to keep his greatest secret concealed. He had not even disclosed the existence of his fortuitous advantage to his own parents or spouses, let alone to others. Before long, a peculiar chime resonated, ringing out 9 times. "Susu, you shall accompany us," Fairy Yuhua commanded. Subsequently, Fairy Yuhua and Master Huayang took Baisu away from the Liangyang Hall, soaring through the skies on their swords. As Zhao Qingshan exited the Liangyang Hall, he reflected that the Liangyang lineage was one of the 5 principal branches of the Liangyang sect, practicing the supreme technique known as the Liangyang mystical art. Ordinarily, the peak master of the Liangyang branch would be the most formidable among the sect's various lineages. However, the sect leader of the Liangyang sect need not necessarily be the strongest, as the role demands overseeing the entire sect and requires proficiency in various other aspects. The Liangyang sect boasted over 20 formidable Golden Core practitioners, yet this strength still did not elevate it to the apex of the cultivation world within the Jin Kingdom. Zhao Qingshan often marveled at this reality. The Jin Kingdom spanned vast territories, with a distance of 28,000 miles from east to west and 23,000 miles from north to south, covering approximately 150 million square kilometers. Its population approached 100 billion, yet among such a multitude, there were merely around 500 Golden Core cultivators. Undoubtedly, these Golden Core practitioners stood at the pinnacle of the societal hierarchy in the Jin Kingdom. As for the presence of nascent soul experts within the Jin Kingdom's cultivation realm, Zhao Qingshan was uncertain. However, it was evident that if such beings existed, they would be exceedingly rare. Shortly thereafter, the chime rang out once more, summoning all inner disciples and core members of the Liangyang sect. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Qingshan hesitated not. He took to the skies on his sword, following the sound. Before long, he arrived at the central peak of the Liangyang mountain range, where a vast plaza crowned the summit, leading to a grand hall at its terminus. One by one, the inner and core disciples of the Liangyang sect arrived, assembling neatly in the plaza. Once all had gathered, the grand hall opened, revealing 23 figures emerging from within, with Baisu among them. At the forefront stood a Taoist clad in a deep green robe, exuding an ethereal grace, his eyes warm and luminous. "We pay our respects to the sect leader. We pay our respects to the elders." The assembly bowed in unison. "Esteemed members, today brings joyous news. The disciple Baisu of the Liangyang Peak has successfully transcended the 9 heavenly tribulations, condensing her Golden Core and achieving the Golden Core stage." Huayu Daoran proclaimed loudly, "In accordance with the sect's regulations, any cultivator at the Golden Core stage shall be regarded as an elder. From this day forth, Baisu shall be an elder of our Liang sect." The disciples were taken aback. They were well aware of Baisu's reputation as a prodigy of the Liang sect, and many among them yearned to form a partnership with her. They recalled that she was scarcely 20 years of age and had already ascended to the Golden Core realm. Nevertheless, the disciples of the Liang sect bowed in respect. Zhao Qingshan silently marveled at the transformation in status that accompanied entering the Golden Core stage. Even without competing for power, one immediately gained immense authority. At this moment, Baisu had accepted the Elder's robes and the Elder's token. Concurrently, Huayu Daoran presented her with a low-grade spiritual sword, a testament to the Liang sect's heritage as the founding ancestor. The Liang old ancestor was a master craftsman who had bequeathed countless spiritual artifacts. Furthermore, the Liang sect was renowned for its mastery in crafting, capable of producing even low-grade spiritual tools. Thus, every elder of the Liang sect was entitled to a low-grade spiritual artifact. After the grand ceremony, Baisu and Zhao Qingshan embarked on a quest within the Liang Mountains to find a suitable cave dwelling for her cultivation. Although Baisu could remain on Liang Peak, she preferred to seek a secluded retreat. "My dear, what do you think of this cave?" Upon arriving at a cave rich in fire attributes spiritual energy, she remarked, "The abundance of earth, fire, and spiritual essence here is perfect for my cultivation." Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly, acknowledging the cave's ample space, extending over 1,000 square feet. "Indeed, this is quite suitable," he affirmed. Baisu activated the token, thereby designating the cave as her sanctuary, off-limits to any disciples of the Liang sect without her consent. After tidying the cave, it appeared renewed. The following day, Zhao Qingshan visited the Medicine Peak, one of the 5 main branches of the Liang sect, where the Medicine Hall was situated. "Disciple, greetings to Master." Upon seeing Guhong, Zhao Qingshan promptly paid his respects. Guhong, beaming with vitality, warmly replied, "Qingshan, no need for such formalities. He had instantly discerned Zhao Qingshan's cultivation level and was quite pleased. Subsequently, Gu Hong introduced Zhao Qingshan to the disciples of the medicine hall, who were divided into inner sect and core disciples, each at least at the foundation establishment stage. Only those with exceptional talent could qualify as inner sect disciples without having successfully established their foundation. Zhao Qingshan noticed a display of contributions, noting that unlike other disciples of the Liang sect, those of the medicine hall earned contribution points solely by refining elixirs for the sect. These contribution points could be exchanged for techniques, secret arts, and artifacts. With sufficient contribution points, one could even procure spiritual artifacts. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon realizing that the materials for alchemy were provided by the medicine hall, presenting him with a splendid opportunity to accumulate experience in elixir refinement. Zhao Qingshan undertook several tasks and began his alchemical endeavors. In the blink of an eye, 2 months swiftly passed. Zhao Qingshan accumulated over 100,000 contribution points. My dear husband, with such a wealth of contribution points, do you have anything in mind to exchange for? Bai Su inquired with curiosity. During these 2 months, Zhao Qingshan immersed himself in the art of alchemy, producing numerous second-tier elixirs of exceptional quality. Indeed, the elixirs crafted by Gu Hong could scarcely rival Zhao Qingshan's superior creations through his fervent alchemical pursuits. Zhao Qingshan garnered a substantial amount of contribution points, ranking second only to Gu Hong within the entire apothecary hall. Perhaps I should exchange for some advanced techniques. The cultivation methods of others seem rather inferior, Zhao Qingshan pondered thoughtfully. He possessed spiritual tools, had an abundance of alchemical recipes, and as a talisman master, he lacked nothing in that regard. What he truly needed were advanced cultivation methods and secret arts. The techniques practiced by his family could only lead them to the foundation establishment stage. While still commendable, they paled in comparison to the Liang Xiangong. The higher the grade of the cultivation method, the swifter the progress and the greater the power. Zhao Qingshan himself practiced the Dan Yinju, which was reasonably proficient. Yet he had to consider the advancement of his wives as well. Subsequently, he made his way to the Daofa Pavilion, a sacred place within the Liang sect where cultivation methods and secret arts were preserved, overseen by an elder who resided there. Following the catalog, Zhao Qingshan identified the techniques he wished to exchange for and redeemed 6 volumes of methods, depleting his contribution points entirely. You are a genius, remember this. Honggong Quan. Chapter 92. The Secret Realm of Lishan. In the blink of an eye, half a year has swiftly passed. Zhao Qingshan's contribution value has officially surpassed that of Elder Gu Hong from the medicine hall, with the continuous production of pills, all of which are second-tier elixirs. Zhao's alchemical efficiency even eclipses that of Gu Hong, a formidable cultivator at the golden core stage. Consequently, the disciples of the Liang sect, buoyed by the abundant supply of elixirs, have managed to turn the tide of battle in their favor for the first time, without the hindrance of a pill deficit. Liang sect disciples engage effortlessly with their adversaries from the Tianma sect, leading to a significantly higher rate of casualties among the latter. Within the confines of his cave dwelling, Zhao Qingshan is meticulously refining pills using the fire of the earth's veins. Suddenly, a wave of joy washes over him as he gently taps the alchemical furnace. To his astonishment, one batch of pills yields a remarkable 72 elixirs. Having arrived at Liang sect, the plethora of spiritual herbs and fruits available has greatly enhanced his alchemical skills. With such proficiency, Zhao can concurrently refine 72 foundation establishment pills. For second-tier elixirs like the recovery pill, he can produce a staggering 108 in a single session. Having spent considerable time at Liang sect, he feels it is time to return. Rising from his seat, Zhao Qingshan leaves his cave and submits the pills he has refined over the past few days. He then visits the weapon hall to exchange for a low-grade spiritual artifact. This artifact, a bell named the Soul-Snatching Bell, possesses the ability to assail the souls of cultivators, a rather sinister tool. Typically, spiritual artifacts take the form of weapons or defensive gear, such as swords and armor. Artifacts capable of targeting the soul are exceedingly rare, often crafted only by those of malevolent intent. Zhao Qingshan expends nearly all his contribution points to acquire this soul-snatching bell. Upon returning to his cave, just as he prepares to seek out Bai Su, she enters through the cave entrance. Su, it has been nearly a year. It is time for us to return, Zhao Qingshan declares. Bai Su replies, my lord, I fear we cannot leave just yet. Is something amiss? Zhao Qingshan inquires, puzzled. My lord, I recently visited Liang Mountain, where Master Huayang informed me that the secret realm of Lishan is about to open. It is a rare opportunity. You should venture into the secret realm, Bai Su explains. The secret realm of Lishan? What kind of place is that? Zhao Qingshan asks, somewhat bewildered, as it is his first encounter with the concept of the secret realm of Lishan. The secret realm of Lishan was discovered 3,000 years ago and is said to contain great fortunes. However, entry is restricted solely to cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Baisu elaborates on the nature of the secret realm. Such a remarkable place can only be accessed by foundation establishment cultivators. Neither Qi refinement nor golden core cultivators can enter? Zhao Qingshan queries, intrigued. Indeed, according to Master Huayang, it is highly likely that the secret realm of Lishan was established by an ancient nascent soul master, or perhaps even a being beyond the nascent soul stage. Baisu responds. Baisu nodded and said, the Li Mountain secret realm opens once every 50 years. It is said that within the secret realm lie various fortuitous opportunities. If one can seize a great chance, transcending the 4-9 heavenly tribulation and condensing the golden core will no longer be a distant dream. Zhao Qingshan instantly became intrigued. When does the Li Mountain secret realm open? It opens in 7 days, Baisu replied. Zhao Qingshan slightly nodded. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be too late to return home. He resolved to venture into the Li Mountain secret realm. After making the necessary preparations, he took to the skies on his sword, departing from the Luoyang sect. Currently, Zhao Qingshan could fly 3,000 miles in a single day, nearly matching Baisu, a practitioner at the initial stage of Golden Core. Of course, he still lagged in speed. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with his ability to fly on a sword, which was significantly faster than a 1,000-mile steed. Days later, Zhao Qingshan finally arrived at the vicinity of Li Mountain, proceeding leisurely towards the secret realm. The Li Mountain secret realm is connected to the Yandang Mountain range in the south, featuring 3 entrances: the northeast entrance at the eastern part of the secret realm, the southern entrance at the southern part of the mountain, and the northwest entrance located in the western area. Zhao Qingshan had come to the western part of Li Mountain. At this moment, Li Mountain was no longer tranquil. Due to the impending opening of the secret realm, the area frequently experienced minor tremors. Numerous wild and demonic beasts rushed out of their lairs. Even second-tier demonic beasts were no longer a rarity, with third-tier beasts appearing as well. Outside the secret realm, every step was fraught with danger. Upon arriving at Li Mountain, Zhao Qingshan adopted a cautious demeanor. After slaying several demonic beasts, he finally reached the entrance of the secret realm. Here, makeshift camps erected by various sects dotted the landscape, with hundreds and thousands of foundation establishment practitioners gathering to await the opening of the realm. Zhao Qingshan also spotted disciples of the Luoyang sect. However, he chose not to join them and instead settled in a random spot. After some inquiry, he learned that nearly all the major forces in the cultivation world of the Jin Kingdom were present. No one fought or clashed here. Even the disciples of the Luoyang sect and the Tianma sect refrained from violence. There existed an unwritten rule. During the month leading up to the opening of the secret realm, no one was permitted to engage in conflict around its periphery. Soon, the secret realm was opened. Upon entering, Zhao Qingshan was astounded. The environment here was exponentially superior to that outside. Only the 5 main peaks of the Luoyang sect could compare. If one could cultivate within this realm, even without foundation establishment pills, there would be a considerable chance of success. Unfortunately, only foundation establishment practitioners were allowed entry. Once inside, Zhao Qingshan utilized an invisibility talisman to conceal his presence. The secret realm would remain open for only 5 months, and he intended to thoroughly explore its wonders. The abundance of spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and spiritual fruits in the Li Mountain secret realm was truly astonishing. Zhao Qingshan did not rush deeper into the realm but lingered at its periphery, savoring the rich spiritual energy that permeated the air, cultivated over 50 years of dormancy, resulting in a plethora of spiritual flora. Those cultivators in the foundational stage often disdain the first and second-tier spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits. Zhao Qingshan diligently harvested spiritual herbs and medicines, storing them within his spatial ring. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as he spotted a small tree not far ahead, laden with purplish-red fruits, the coveted third-tier spiritual fruit, the heavenly spirit fruit. This exquisite fruit is a rarity, one that can only be encountered by chance. Among the treasures of heaven and earth, the heavenly spirit fruit holds a place of esteem, prized for its ability to expedite the absorption of celestial energy and to expand the meridians, serving as a principal ingredient in the concoction of foundational elixirs. The tree bore an astonishing number of heavenly spirit fruits, likely over 1,000. While only 1 fruit is required for a single foundational elixir, Zhao Qingshan, despite the absence of competitors, carefully began to collect the fruits, placing each one into a jade box and securing them in his storage pouch. Upon counting, he found that he had gathered an impressive total of 1,300 fruits. His spirits soared, even if he were to find nothing further. This journey had already proven worthwhile. As he continued on, Moving at a leisurely pace, Zhao Qingshan was in no rush to reach the core area. His storage pouch and spatial belt were filled with an array of spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits, including several rarer specimens tucked safely within his spatial ring. Upon arriving at a serene valley, he gazed at the lush greenery adorning the mountains, with a gentle stream meandering through the glade. Enveloped in a warm mist and fragrant grass, there were no signs of demonic beasts in this tranquil haven. At a nearby waterfall, Zhao Qingshan leaped into the pool below to wash and relax, momentarily easing the tension within him. Yet, the Lishan secret realm was home not only to second-tier demonic beasts but also to those of the third tier. Zhao Qingshan sighed inwardly. Third-tier demonic beasts, having formed demon cores, possessed an intelligence comparable to that of humans and could even assume human form, akin to golden core cultivators among human practitioners. Only those in the foundational stage could enter the Lishan secret realm, making encounters with demon core beasts a certain death for foundational cultivators. Along his journey, Zhao Qingshan had already come across numerous corpses, noting that the majority had perished at the hands of human cultivators rather than beasts. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze fixed ahead where a waterfall concealed a cave behind it, within which grew a soil-colored spirit mushroom. Earth spirit mushroom, a fifth-tier elixir. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard, astonished to discover such a treasure in this place. A fifth-tier elixir would undoubtedly be guarded by a formidable spirit beast, one whose strength would rival that of a golden core cultivator. Realizing this, Zhao Qingshan's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. Armed with a top-tier artifact and adorned in a robe of the same quality, both of which he had fully refined, he prepared himself. Indeed, not far from the earth spirit mushroom, he spotted a Xieji spirit beast. This beast was over 10 feet long, with sharp claws on its limbs and its body covered in dark scales. Zhao Qingshan took a deep breath, retrieving a flag of formation from his spatial ring. This was a premium-grade artifact, capable of establishing a third-tier maze. Go! Zhao Qingshan chanted a spell, and the flag soared into the air. He then produced 365 medium-grade spirit stones, meticulously placing them in position. In an instant, a third-tier maze was established. Observing the cave, he noted the Xieji beast still slumbering. Zhao Qingshan summoned his sword, launching an attack against the beast. The metallic clash resonated, sparks flying in every direction. The Xieji beast awakened, its gaze locking onto Zhao Qingshan, letting out a furious roar. With remarkable speed, the beast charged towards him. Yet, as it reached Zhao Qingshan's position, he had already vanished. Seeing the Xieji beast ensnared within the maze, Zhao Qingshan felt a surge of triumph. He approached the cave, retrieving a jade box and extracting a jade knife. He severed the roots, placing the earthen spirit mushroom into the jade box before stowing it away in his spatial ring. Zhao Qingshan's heart brimmed with joy. A fifth-tier spirit herb was a rare treasure, one that could not be purchased even with an abundance of spirit stones when the need arose. He took his time, not rushing to depart, and began searching the valley. To his delight, he discovered numerous spirit herbs and medicines. He spared no effort in collecting them, storing every one within his spatial ring. As an alchemist, he would never complain about an excess of herbs or elixirs. Upon leaving the valley, Zhao Qingshan performed a spell, causing the flag to return to him. The Xieji beast let out a thunderous roar, shaking the ground. Zhao Qingshan smirked. Given the distance, the beast would be unable to pursue him. Furthermore, he had concealed his presence and activated an invisibility talisman. Whether the Xieji beast would trouble other cultivators was of no concern to him. Continuing onward towards the core area, Zhao Qingshan harvested a fourth-tier spirit herb. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble, and distant thundering sounds echoed. A fierce wind howled as a beam of pitch-black cold light shattered a towering tree, scattering its branches and leaves into fragments, rushing towards Zhao Qingshan with terrifying force. His expression shifted slightly. With a flick of his robe, he deflected the dark light. Such an attack was indeed formidable. Zhao Qingshan surmised that it belonged to a beast at the demon core level. Stealthily approaching, he soon witnessed a completely black python fiercely battling the Xieji beast. Trees were uprooted, and boulders were reduced to dust in their ferocious clash. What could have provoked the Xieji beast to engage with this black python? Zhao Qingshan pondered silently. He chose to remain hidden, wary of attracting the attention of these fearsome creatures. After a considerable time, the black python was slain by the Xieji beast, though it too bore injuries, blood pouring from its mouth. Moreover, it was pitch-black blood. This Xieji beast had been poisoned by a serpent. Zhao Qingshan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, the Xieji beast writhed on the ground, displaying a visage of agony, emitting a mournful cry. Zhao Qingshan took a deep breath. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. If he took the risk and succeeded, the corpses of 2 demon-tier beasts would rightfully belong to him. The bodies of demon-tier beasts were treasures in their entirety. Zhao Qingshan, wielding a superior magical sword, moved with remarkable swiftness and precision, aiming for the shattered black scales of the Xieji beast. With each thrust of his sword, blood gushed forth. He struck again, targeting another damaged section of the black scales. Roar! The Xieji beast paused momentarily, then erupted in fury, letting out a thunderous roar. It had recognized Zhao Qingshan as the one who had stolen its sacred earth spirit herb, which it had guarded for centuries. Now, it dared to attack it once more. The Xieji beast was intent on tearing Zhao Qingshan into shreds. Yet, it soon realized that its vitality was rapidly waning, its strength being drained away. It found itself incapable of mounting a counterattack. In a brief span, the Xieji beast succumbed to death, its eyes wide open in disbelief. Zhao Qingshan stored the 2 demon beast corpses in his spatial ring, then retrieved a bucket to collect the blood from the ground. This was excellent material for crafting spiritual talismans. With the 2 demon beast corpses, he was even confident in his ability to create 3rd-tier spiritual talismans. You are a genius. Remember this. Hong Gongquan. Chapter 93. A great opportunity. The clam and the heron struggle, and the fisherman benefits. This time, Zhao Qingshan took on the role of the fisherman. The 2 demon beasts of the Demon Dan level, their corpses held immeasurable value. Zhao Qingshan did not leave. Instead, he began to search the area. He was unaware of why the Xieji demon beast had engaged in a fierce battle with the dark giant python. However, he understood that this was the territory of the dark giant python, which often harbored treasures of heaven and earth. Indeed, before long, Zhao Qingshan discovered a zhu fruit tree, bearing a single zhu fruit. The zhu fruit was a 5th-tier spiritual fruit, its worth surpassing even that of the earth spirit mushroom. For cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques, the value of a millennium zhu fruit was truly incalculable. Unfortunately, this millennium zhu fruit had not yet fully ripened. Zhao Qingshan took out 100 medium-grade spiritual stones from his spatial ring and set up a spirit-gathering array around the zhu fruit tree, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to hasten the fruit's maturation. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan arranged a formation to conceal the area, ensuring that no other cultivators could discover it. As soon as the millennium zhu fruit ripened, he would be able to sense it and come to harvest. Following the stream, he collected spiritual herbs and ordinary medicinal materials from both banks. When parched, he quenched his thirst with the crystal-clear stream water, and when hungry, he caught plump fish to roast for his meal. While others risked their lives to seize treasures of heaven and earth, Zhao Qingshan leisurely roamed the secret realm. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of cascading water interrupted his blissful existence. He abruptly halted, finding himself with no path forward. The cliff shrouded in mist loomed deep and unfathomable. After contemplating for a moment, he thought to himself, great wealth often lies in peril. Zhao Qingshan summoned his flying sword and glided downward. In a flash, a shadow shot toward him. With a swift swing of his sword, he transformed the shadow into a mist of blood. It was a venomous snake. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a towering tree at the edge of the cliff. Surveying the surroundings, he realized he was in a valley. The waterfall poured down from the cliff, and the pool exuded a refreshing coolness, alleviating the sweltering heat. The valley floor was adorned with an array of bizarre and unique flora, resembling a garden of spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits. With a mere step, one could easily grasp spiritual herbs and medicines. Observing this not-so-large area, Zhao Qingshan's eyes gleamed with greed. His hands grew weary from harvesting, disregarding those of lesser age. His feet ached, and he had no desire to examine common spiritual herbs. With his jade boxes emptied, he directly placed the spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits into his spatial ring. The capacity of his spatial ring was ample, accommodating everything with ease. After thoroughly harvesting all the spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits in the valley, Zhao Qingshan contemplated his next move. Rather than proceeding further, he took out his alchemy furnace. He decided to refine pills right there. Protective pulse pills, chi recovery pills, vitality pills, rejuvenation powder, ice heart pills, foundation establishment pills. Regardless of whether they were 1st-tier or 2nd-tier pills, he directly refined them all. The spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits within his storage ring diminished at a noticeable pace, transforming into jade bottles and boxes filled with elixirs. In a single cauldron, if all the elixirs produced are of the 1st tier, Zhao Qingshan is capable of refining 365 pills at once. For 2nd-tier elixirs, he can still produce several dozen in a single batch. Within his dantian, 5 liquidified elemental spheres circulate incessantly, perpetually transforming. This allows Zhao Qingshan's true essence to far surpass that of a foundational stage cultivator, rivaling even that of a golden core practitioner. Having successfully concocted 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier spiritual herbs and fruits into pills, Only a handful of 4th and 5th tier spiritual herbs remain in his spatial ring. The process of alchemy is both mentally and physically taxing, and after intense sessions, Zhao Qingshan feels the urge to pause. After all, he ventured into this secret realm to seek rare treasures and cannot afford to remain stagnant. Should he continue to refine elixirs in this place, numerous opportunities might slip away during this interval. He stowed away the alchemical furnace and concealed the discarded remnants of his craft before making his way to the pond. Having spent days in alchemical pursuits, he realized he had not taken a proper bath. Stripping off his robe, Zhao Qingshan plunged into the waterfall. The torrent was fierce, crashing against his body like a battering ram. Astonished by the raw power of nature, he mused that this was indeed an excellent venue for body tempering. Thus, Zhao Qingshan engaged in a contest with the waterfall, initially unable to endure for more than a few breaths, but eventually managing to withstand the force for the duration of an incense stick. Ultimately, his body acclimated to the relentless onslaught of the cascade. Harnessing his pure physical strength, Zhao Qingshan bellowed and struck the waterfall with a punch. Boom! The waterfall halted momentarily, his punch striking the rock face. To his astonishment, the wall shattered. With wide eyes, Zhao Qingshan hurried to the waterfall, only to discover an entrance concealed behind it. Had it not been for the forceful impact on the rock, this opening might have gone unnoticed. Clearing the stones, he unveiled an entrance measuring 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, its depth unknown. A flame materialized in Zhao Qingshan's hand, illuminating the cavern 5 meters ahead. Clad in his robe and wielding a sword, he advanced cautiously. This was a natural cave, the ground littered with jagged stalagmites, while stalactites hung from the ceiling in various shapes and sizes. It felt as though he had stepped into a wondrous realm. As he progressed deeper, he sensed the passage leading further underground, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth growing denser with every step. The rhythmic dripping of water became increasingly pronounced, accompanying Zhao Qingshan's careful footsteps. He remained acutely vigilant, wary of any lurking dangers. Aside from the regular dripping, the only sounds were his own footsteps and the faint rhythm of his breathing. No other noises permeated the air, nor did he detect any unusual auras. Could it be that this place harbored no beasts or creatures? Nevertheless, Zhao Qingshan did not dare to lower his guard. The world of cultivation is rife with the extraordinary, and this secret realm, so enigmatic, might conceal secrets yet unknown. Navigating through the jagged stone pillars of varying sizes, resembling the interlocking teeth of a beast, Zhao Qingshan finally discerned the source of the rhythmic dripping sound. In a small, 3-foot square pool stood a crystalline stalagmite, as thick as a calf and 3 feet in height, reminiscent of a stone hot pot. The marvels of nature, a harmonious blend of yin and yang, left one in awe. The water surrounding the stalagmite was a milky white, devoid of any impurities, pure to the point of being breathtaking. Suspended above this milky pool was a long, inverted stalagmite, perfectly aligned with the one at the center of the pool. From the core of this upside-down stalagmite, a droplet of pure milky liquid slowly formed and then fell. It landed upon the translucent stalagmite in the smaller pool below, creating a crisp drip sound, before spilling over to cascade down into the pool. This extraordinary treasure born from the fusion of yin and yang exuded a fragrant aroma that penetrated Zhao Qingshan's nostrils, filling his lungs and enveloping his entire being, inducing a sensation akin to ethereal transcendence. Earth Heart Essence. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This milky liquid was none other than the coveted Earth Heart Essence. Formed beneath the earth, it represented the purest essence of the Earth's energy, compressed over centuries into a vaporous form known as Earth Heart Mist, which possesses remarkable solidifying effects. After a millennium, it transforms into a liquid, and for those of greater caliber, it is revered as Earth Heart Essence. Known for its miraculous ability to cleanse bones and refine the spirit, and due to the immense earth energy contained within, it can even aid individuals in breaking through barriers. Typically, the conditions for the formation of Earth Heart Essence are stringent, making encounters with it exceedingly rare. Zhao Qingshan had only read about it in records from the Liang sect, never anticipating he would find it here. Swallowing hard, he swiftly retrieved a jade vial and filled it with the Earth Heart Essence, managing to collect enough to fill 5 vials before ceasing. Zhao Qingshan did not continue on his path, but instead took out one of the vials and drank a mouthful of the Earth Heart Essence. The moment it touched his lips, a delightful flavor enveloped his senses. As he swallowed, a smooth, cooling sensation spread throughout his body, flowing like water through his limbs and bones, instilling a profound sense of ease. He felt as if he had become weightless, able to dance with the wind. This sensation was not solely physical, it resonated deeply within his spirit. Yet, Zhao Qingshan did not succumb to this euphoria. Instead, he cast aside all distractions. Channeling his focus and willpower as he settled into a meditative position, circulating his energy to refine and absorb the earth heart essence coursing through him. The essence, free from impurities, assimilated effortlessly, nourishing his body and subtly inducing transformative changes. With each sip of the earth heart essence, he infused its power into his limbs and integrated it into his formidable and pure essence. A delicate white aura enveloped him, swirling like mist and exuding a refreshing fragrance that was invigorating to the soul. A surge of energy surged forth, instantly amplifying his strength. In that moment, Zhao Qingshan reached the late stage of foundation building. Opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. A mere vial of earth core refinement elixir has enabled his true essence and physique to reach the late stages of foundation establishment. One can only fathom the terrifying energy contained within this elixir. Zhao Qingshan refrained from further absorbing the earth core refinement elixir. Instead, he rose and continued onward, driven by curiosity about what lay beneath. Before long, Zhao Qingshan halted abruptly, his pupils narrowing in astonishment as he fixated on a plant with alternating white and red leaves upon the rock face. It was the ice spirit flame grass. This extraordinary plant exhibited a duality of colors, with white branches adorned with crystalline-like formations, while the fiery red crown seemed to flicker as if engulfed in flames. The stark contrast of colors and properties coexisting within a single organism was indeed remarkable. A gentle mist coiled around the plant, imparting an ethereal ambience akin to being amidst clouds. This peculiar plant, known as ice spirit flame grass, was exceedingly rare in the outside world. Yet it was a bona fide fifth-tier spiritual herb, possessing both water and fire attributes. Zhao Qingshan's face flushed with excitement as he gazed intently at the spiritual herb. He retrieved a jade box and a jade knife from his storage pouch, carefully collecting the ice spirit flame grass and placing it within the jade box before storing it in his spatial ring. Without lingering further, Zhao Qingshan pressed on. In scarcely any time, he managed to harvest a fifth-tier spiritual herb, spiritual medicine, and spiritual fruit. At last, Zhao Qingshan came to a halt. Before him lay a formation, a third-tier array. After observing for quite some time, he discerned how to break the formation. Stepping into the array, he emerged within a mere quarter of an hour. The heat was intense. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard. However, without donning a supreme artifact robe and lacking the robust true essence to withstand such temperatures unaided, he dared not confront the heat directly. A quick appraisal revealed the surrounding stone walls to be a deep crimson hue. Zhao Qingshan became increasingly cautious. After walking for a while, he encountered a dark stone door ahead. Surprisingly, under the high temperatures, this stone door showed no signs of reddening, suggesting it was composed of an extraordinary material. A scorching airflow emanated from within the stone door, accompanied by a subtle yet palpable pressure. Faced with this pressure, Zhao Qingshan felt an involuntary urge to bow in reverence. Steeling himself, Zhao Qingshan thought, fortune favors the bold. He pushed open the dark stone door. Instantly, he was taken aback. Inside was a chamber approximately 1,000 square feet in size. Beyond the room lay a world of molten lava. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard at the thought that if the chamber were to collapse, with lava cascading down, even a golden core cultivator would face certain doom. His gaze then settled upon a stone bed in the center of the room. Seated cross-legged upon the bed was a figure radiating the overwhelming pressure Zhao Qingshan felt. Cautiously, he approached. The closer he drew, the more intense the pressure became. Upon reaching the figure, Zhao Qingshan trembled uncontrollably, his very soul quaking in fear. He could scarcely comprehend the cultivation level of this individual, whose terrifying presence was beyond imagination. He comprehended that the Taoist had been deceased for countless years, nevertheless. Even in death, the remains exuded an aura that invoked an instinctive reverence within him. My lord, once death occurs, it is the end of all things. Dust returns to dust. Zhao Qingshan offered a bow to the remains, reciting these words with solemnity. Gritting his teeth, he reached for the ring upon the skeletal finger. Typically, a cultivator's wealth is encapsulated within spatial rings. Zhao Qingshan pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the ring, which absorbed it effortlessly. Upon donning the spatial ring, Zhao Qingshan was immediately struck by its extraordinary nature. The sheer magnitude of the space within was astonishing. Its dimensions stretched over 10,000 meters in length and width, and equally in height. A mountain could effortlessly be contained within its confines. In contrast, his own spatial ring merely measured 100 meters in each dimension. This ring's capacity was a staggering 1,000,000 times greater than his own. Such exaggeration was beyond belief. As Zhao Qingshan explored the spatial ring, he discovered numerous jade boxes and bottles. Alas, the passage of time had rendered the spiritual herbs and medicines within them utterly ineffective. He cleared away the remnants of these spiritual plants, freeing the jade containers. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan retrieved a plethora of jade boxes and bottles, each adorned with labels detailing various elixirs. As he perused these descriptions, his heart raced with excitement. You are a genius. Remember this at once. Crimson Sweet Spring. Chapter 94. A broadened horizon before him lay an abundance of third-tier elixirs, a considerable number of fourth-tier elixirs, and even some fifth-tier ones, leaving Zhao Qingshan utterly astounded, his mouth watering uncontrollably. He was acutely aware of the rarity of third-tier elixirs. Although Gohong's prowess was merely average within the entire Flame Sun sect, his status was remarkably elevated, ranking among the top 5 due to his identity as a third-tier alchemist capable of refining third-tier elixirs. Given the preciousness of third-tier elixirs, one could only imagine the value of fourth and fifth-tier elixirs. As Zhao Qingshan opened the vials and examined their contents, disappointment washed over him. The greater the anticipation, the more profound the disillusionment. The elixirs contained within the jade bottles had lost their potency, barely maintaining their original form. Infuriated, Zhao Qingshan cursed inwardly as he discarded the ineffective elixirs. Those devoid of medicinal properties were utterly useless. He then retrieved several weapons from his spatial ring, a sword, a blade, a suit of armor, and a bell, all exuding formidable auras, far surpassing the low-grade spirit tools he possessed. These were mid-grade spirit tools, perhaps even upper-grade ones. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard. While elixirs could lose their potency, spirit tools remained unchanged over millennia. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly acquired 4 spirit tools, all at least mid-grade. Excitement surged within him as he carefully stored the 4 spirit tools in his spatial ring. However, as he was not yet a golden core practitioner, he could not yet refine these spirit tools. The very essence of a spirit tool lies in its sentience. Those of insufficient strength could never claim them as their own. Within the ring, Zhao Qingshan found 3 jade slips. He took one and dripped a drop of blood upon it. Instantly, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and scrutinized the information, which turned out to be the testament of a long-deceased individual. The remains belonged to one named Peng Hai, who hailed from humble beginnings. At the tender age of 6, he encountered the master of the alchemist sect, Dan Xuanzi, and became his disciple. Possessing a fire attribute of superior spiritual root, Peng Hai quickly rose to prominence, overcoming the 4-9 tribulation before reaching the Golden Core realm by the age of 40. Yet, he did not rest on his laurels. Instead, he progressed further, transforming his Golden Core into an infant spirit and ascending to the nascent soul stage. Peng Hai became the steadfast anchor of the alchemist sect, guiding it toward greatness. After a millennium of cultivation, he faced the 6-9 tribulation and birthed his primordial spirit, stepping into the divided spirit stage. Ultimately, he emerged as the preeminent figure in the world and the foremost alchemist. Tragically, when confronted with the 9-9 tribulation, Peng Hai faltered. He was compelled to become a loose immortal. As a loose immortal, he faced calamities every millennium, each more terrifying than the last. In the face of the 9th loose immortal calamity, Peng Hai met his demise. Zhao Qingshan inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. This individual is, astonishingly, a 9th-tier scattered immortal, a being on the cusp of ascension. The 4 spiritual artifacts within the spatial ring are not merely mid-grade, but rather high-grade spiritual tools. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Zhao Qingshan picked up a jade slip, which contained the cultivation method practiced by Peng Hai. It turns out that the Danyin Ju was indeed devised by Peng Hai himself. Yes, the Danyin Ju is the creation of Peng Hai. This jade slip holds the complete Danyin Ju technique. After dripping his blood on the slip to acknowledge it as his own, Zhao Qingshan accessed the technique, and instantly, the entirety of the Danyin Ju materialized in his mind. The 3 stages of the Danyin Ju grow increasingly powerful. Yet the Dan Fen Ju is not the culmination. True strength lies in the unification of Danyin Ju, and Dan Fen Ju. The flames resulting from their amalgamation possess the might to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. Undoubtedly, the Danyin Ju is the most suitable cultivation method for an alchemist. This alchemical fire can enhance the potency of elixirs. This signifies that the fire-attributed cultivation method is sufficient for him to reach the great ascension stage, sparing him the confusion of lacking a technique. Regrettably, Peng Hai ultimately failed to ascend. Zhao Qingshan sighed. The Lishan secret realm was, in fact, established by Peng Hai. Consequently, the Lishan secret realm is replete with abundant spiritual herbs, plants, and fruits. The reason only Foundation establishment cultivators are permitted entry into the Lishan secret realm is due to a specific formation. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan picked up another jade slip, which chronicled various techniques and spells collected by Peng Hai. He dripped blood on it and accessed the methods inscribed within. In the blink of an eye, He lost track of time. A profound realization dawned upon Zhao Qingshan. The time for the Lishan secret realm's closure had arrived. Once the time limit was reached, one must vacate the realm. Otherwise, they would inevitably perish within it, as their presence would become fully exposed to the beasts lurking therein, leading to their demise. Fortunately, Zhao Qingshan had no need to depart, for he could now be regarded as the master of the Lishan secret realm. He activated the formation to secure the cave entrance. The rocky wall indeed harbored a formation. Each time the Lishan secret realm opened, this formation would deactivate, awaiting a fated individual to discover it. Alas, for so many years, no one had unearthed it until Zhao Qingshan stumbled upon the cave entrance through fortuitous circumstances. Now, it was time to delve into these tomes. Zhao Qingshan exited the chamber. As the temperature there was exceedingly high, if he were to take out the books, they might spontaneously combust. He ventured into the natural cavern and retrieved a jade slip. Each slip akin to a book. Upon reading it, he easily absorbed the information inscribed within. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes. A look of exhilaration illuminating his gaze. These jade slips not only detailed alchemical techniques but also contained numerous formulas regarding those introducing spiritual vegetables, herbs, and fruits. Many were entirely unfamiliar to Zhao Qingshan, previously unseen. It can be said that the knowledge inscribed in these jade slips has significantly broadened his horizons. In the Li Mountain range, Baisu's eyes were filled with anxiety. She had not anticipated that Zhao Qingshan would not emerge from the Li Mountain secret realm. She had dispatched individuals to observe all three entrances, yet none had seen Zhao Qingshan exit the mysterious domain. The Li Mountain secret realm only permitted foundation-building cultivators to enter and opened once every 50 years. Once the time limit was reached, one must depart, or remain trapped indefinitely. For thousands of years, no one had defied this rule. What could have happened? Could it be that her husband encountered misfortune within the Li Mountain secret realm? Baisu's heart was ablaze with worry. In her view, although Zhao Qingshan was merely in the mid-foundation stage, he was protected by a superior magical artifact and possessed numerous talismans, ensuring his safety within the secret realm. Even if besieged by a group of foundation-building cultivators, he could easily preserve his life. Yet, she never expected such an unforeseen complication. How could she return to Chomping City to face her sisters? Baisu was increasingly anxious. She took out a communication talisman to contact Zhao Qingshan, but he did not respond. Within the natural caverns of the Li Mountain secret realm, Zhao Qingshan remained unaware of Baisu's distress. At that moment, he was engrossed in reading various jade slips, which significantly broadened his understanding. It would not be an exaggeration to say that these jade slips surpassed those of any sect within the Jin Kingdom's cultivation realm. He discovered that he resided on a planet named Tianxian Star, composed of two continents, the Lonting continent, where he was located, and the Zishuan continent. Between these two landmasses lay a vast ocean, teeming with countless islands and myriad beasts. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as a window of knowledge opened before him. Overall, regardless of how many years had passed, the essence of this world remained unchanged. What evolved were merely the strengths of various factions. For instance, during the era of Pang Hai, the Jin Kingdom did not even exist. It turned out that the entire Tianxian Star was divided between human cultivators and demonic beasts, with the latter often being more powerful and occupying a greater territory. Zhao Qingshan marveled silently. The entire ocean belonged to the domain of demonic beasts, which were astonishingly numerous. After all, the ocean's expanse was 3 times that of the combined land area of the two continents. No one could fathom the true number of oceanic demonic beasts. However, it was undeniable that their quantity was staggering. The entire ocean was under the dominion of these creatures, and they completely ruled the seas. Even human cultivators, including those at the Golden Core stage, faced peril if they attempted to traverse the ocean, as they would be susceptible to the attacks of oceanic demonic beasts. Golden Core cultivators could not sustain continuous flight. Only those in the nascent soul stage could safely cross the vast ocean, albeit relatively speaking, for beyond the oceanic beasts. There were also aerial demonic beasts. Should they encounter airborne demonic beasts at the infant level, even nascent soul cultivators would find themselves in jeopardy. Furthermore, both the Lonting and Zishuan continents were home to many territories occupied by demonic beasts, with human-occupied land comprising merely half the area of one continent. Even during the era of Pang Hai, when he was regarded as the foremost figure in the world, the outcome remained unchanged. This was because within the demon tribe, there existed formidable beings at the Grand Ascension stage, as well as scattered demons. Zhao Qingshan silently marveled. He realized that beyond the borders of Jin, there lay an expansive realm, where Jin was merely a corner of the entire continent. He acknowledged that he had previously possessed a narrow perspective, resolving to strengthen his abilities. He vowed to venture forth into the world. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qingshan decided to depart. He intended to leave the Lishan secret realm, but first, he aimed to harvest all the spiritual herbs and fruits within it. With the legacy of Pang Hai, Zhao Qingshan became aware that some secret realms were artificially created, while others were discovered alternate dimensions, essentially another layer of existence. These realms varied in size. Lishan's secret realm was considered quite expansive, having been meticulously developed by Pang Hai. Here, there were 3 formations at the 9th tier alone, while the 8th and 7th tier formations exceeded 10 in number. This secret realm could also be described as Pang Hai's constructed burial site, stretching 100 miles in length and 50 miles in width. It covered an area of 5,000 square kilometers. At this moment, a flying sword sped through the secret realm, carrying a graceful figure whose presence was intoxicating. Soon after, a cold light relentlessly pursued the departing sword, echoing ominously through the valley. "Princess Mingyang, you cannot escape." Before the voice faded, the pursuer, wielding a sword, unleashed a barrage of spells toward the front. Flames blazed in crimson, wind blades shimmered in white, and the azure was a manifestation of sword energy. The woman ahead was already gasping for breath, unable to evade the incoming spells. In desperation, she conjured a talisman to shield her entire body, hoping to dissipate the force of the spells. The wind blades were successfully blocked, but the flames still clung to her body, feeling as though the talisman would not be destroyed immediately. With a swift counter, she parried the approaching azure sword energy with her own blade. When the 2 swords clashed, the azure energy proved slightly stronger. Although both energies shattered in succession, the formidable force of the azure energy still sent the woman staggering. Injured and with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she struggled to maintain her composure, channeling her energy to disperse the searing flames, which consequently affected her speed of flight. The distance between the pursuer and the pursued gradually diminished. "Zhang Feng, you madman. You would not leave the Lishan secret realm just to kill me." The woman's eyes blazed with fury. "If you kill me, you shall not live either." Zhang Feng appeared unhinged. "Princess Mingyang, as long as I can slay you, what does my own demise matter?" Princess Mingyang's heart burned with rage. Zhang Feng was also a disciple of the Qingyan sect, and their entry into the secret realm was unexpected. To her dismay, Zhang Feng, having suffered defeat at her hands, sought to reclaim his lost honor by attempting to kill her. At a crucial moment, he had delayed her escape, putting her at risk. As time passed, those cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage remaining in the secret realm would face attacks from demon beasts, and Princess Mingyang was no exception. After enduring several assaults from demonic beasts, she succeeded in slaying them, yet sustained injuries in the process. Consequently, Zhang Feng caught up with her, intent on taking her life. Unharmed, Princess Mingyang would have faced Zhang Feng without fear. However, in her weakened state, she stood little chance against him. As Zhang Feng drew closer, even though she knew defeat was imminent, Princess Mingyang had no choice but to engage him in combat. Not long into the skirmish, she was panting heavily, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, staining her garments crimson. Exhausted, she consumed a medicinal pill and exerted herself to the utmost, momentarily diverting to the side, quickening her pace. Yet, Zhang Feng was relentless in his pursuit, charging forth with lethal intent. The clash of blades and the sparks flying were countless. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow slightly, hurling his flying sword toward Zhang Feng with great force. Before Zhang Feng's blade could reach Princess Mingyang, Zhao Qingshan's sword had already pierced through his body. Upon witnessing this, Princess Mingyang felt an unexpected relief wash over her, and she fainted. Zhao Qingshan's figure materialized as he caught the fallen princess in his arms. It was then that he beheld her countenance, struck by her breathtaking beauty. Princess Mingyang was indeed a vision of unparalleled grace, her features exquisitely delicate, rivaling even that of Bai Su. In her current state of injury, she appeared pitifully charming, evoking a profound sense of compassion. As Zhao Qingshan landed, he retrieved a healing pill from his spatial belt and administered it to her. Chapter 95, The Premature Tribulation. Zhao Qingshan carried Princess Mingyang to a secluded location. He then retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag and scattered some medicinal powder around. This powder emitted a scent repugnant to the beasts, ensuring that as long as the aroma lingered, ordinary creatures would keep their distance. Before long, Princess Mingyang stirred awake. Upon seeing Zhao Qingshan, she was startled and instinctively drew her sword, pointing it at him. Zhao Qingshan regarded her with a bemused expression. "What is this? Do you wish to repay kindness with enmity? Was it not you who saved me?" Princess Mingyang retorted, "What other option was there? Had it not been for my intervention, you would have perished long ago." Zhao Qingshan, unfazed, replied, "If you continue to point that sword at me and provoke my ire, I assure you, I possess the capability to both save and end your life." With a wry smile, Princess Mingyang lamented, "What good is your rescue? The deadline has passed. and the passage is now sealed. The difference between dying sooner or later is negligible. Over these years, anyone who remained beyond the deadline within the Lishan secret realm has met with an inevitable demise. At this moment, her heart brimmed with hatred for Zhang Feng, the madman who would forsake his own life merely to extinguish hers. "Why did you not depart from the secret realm?" she inquired, her countenance heavy with despair. Young as she was, with a bright future ahead, she wished not for death. Yet, remaining in the Lishan secret realm was tantamount to a death sentence. Zhao Qingshan maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "It was not my greed for spiritual herbs that delayed us." Princess Mingyang cast a sympathetic glance at him. "You have been ensnared by your own avarice. If fortune favors us, perhaps we might survive until the next opening of the secret realm." Zhao Qingshan chuckled, "Indeed. Then we shall have our chance to escape." Princess Mingyang, amused, responded, "The Lishan secret realm opens but once every 50 years. We cultivators in the foundation establishment stage may possess lifespans of 200 years, which is sufficient to withstand the wait. However, without sustenance and with the multitude of beasts around, even if we evade their pursuit, the fasting pills will not endure for long." Zhao Qingshan chose not to elaborate further. He did not know Princess Mingyang well enough to place his trust in her. Who could say if this seemingly enchanting woman harbored a heart as venomous as a scorpion's? The more beautiful a woman, the more adept she is at deception. A day later, Princess Mingyang's wounds had healed completely. The mountains remain unchanged, the waters flow eternally. "Now that you have recovered, we must part ways," Zhao Qingshan declared. Princess Mingyang hastily replied, "Zhao Daoyu, we are but two solitary souls in this Lishan secret realm. Why not join forces? In the face of the beasts, we would have strength and unity. It seems we are the last two remaining in this realm." Zhao Qingshan smiled lightly. "Are you not concerned that I might be a nefarious character?" "You do not appear to be a villain," she replied. "Very well. Then let us stay together." Zhao Qingshan acquiesced with a grin. A month swiftly passed. In this realm teeming with beasts, the solitary man and woman found their hearts drawn closer together. Zhao Qingshan exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, effortlessly winning the affections of Princess Mingyang while gathering spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits, and crafting second-tier pills. He soon discovered that Princess Mingyang's true name was Sima Mingyang, the daughter of the current emperor of the Jin Kingdom, who had devoted herself to the Qingyan sect since childhood. Now in her early 20s, she was regarded as the treasure jewel of the royal family and a prodigy of the Qingyan sect. Zhao Qingshan pondered whether Mingyang would be willing to become his companion. Sensing the opportune moment, he smiled and inquired. Princess Mingyang nodded, affirming her willingness. Recognizing the moment, Zhao Qingshan lifted Princess Mingyang into his arms and proceeded toward the stream. With the secluded Lishan secret realm devoid of onlookers, it was the perfect setting for making the earth their bed and the sky their blanket. With a gentle yet firm motion, he removed her gown. Zhao Qingshan felt a surge of admiration within. Princess Mingyang produced a white silk handkerchief, placing it beneath her, her entire being trembling. Soon, a vibrant plum blossom blossomed upon the fabric. Zhao Qingshan cast a glance at her, noting the flush of her cheeks, which brought a radiant smile to his face. Opening his virtual panel, he observed a transformation. Congratulations to the host. Joy brings a spirit uplift. Chi 3000, talisman making 3000. Gold spiritual root 3000. Alchemist, mid-tier third stage 0400, 000. Weapon refiner, premium second stage 0100, 000. Talisman maker, premium second stage 3000 000. Formation master, mid-tier third stage 0400, 000. Realm, late foundation establishment 300400, 000. Gold spiritual root, superior 550. 000 with spiritual root, superior 15. 00050, 000. Water spiritual root, superior 15. 00050, 000. Fire spiritual root, superior 50. 00050, 000. Can break through. Earth spiritual root, superior 3. 00050, 000. Zhao Qingshan felt a surge of joy, astonished by the bounty of his gains. Mingyang, indeed, possessed a superior gold spiritual root, yielding unexpectedly fruitful results, he mused. At that moment, he sensed a significant surge in Princess Mingyang's aura. "Congratulations, my lady. Your cultivation has advanced," he exclaimed. Joy illuminated her face as she leaned against him, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, my husband. Without your care, Mingyang would not have achieved this breakthrough." Through their union, harnessing the power of yin and yang, Princess Mingyang had transcended from mid to late foundation establishment. Although she lacked a formal partner, She had heard that in such relationships, men often held the advantage while women found themselves subordinate. She never anticipated Zhao Qingshan would be so attentive, inadvertently aiding her in her cultivation. Having reached the late foundation establishment stage, she was now closer to comprehending the fourth nine heavenly calamity. As partners, we should support and uplift one another, she thought. Zhao Qingshan gently wrapped his arm around Princess Mingyang's slender waist, caressing her silky hair as he spoke with a soft chuckle. The princess, touched by his tenderness, regained some of her strength. With a bite of her lip, she turned to embrace him. Zhao Qingshan silently marveled at the formidable combat prowess of a foundation establishment cultivator. Their strength in battle was unparalleled, and their recovery speed remarkable. After a while, the sound of flowing water became distinctly audible. Zhao Qingshan glanced at the virtual panel. Congratulations. Host, Qi 3000, Talisman Creation 3000, Golden Spiritual Root 3000. A gentle smile graced his lips. Indeed, one ought to seek high-quality spiritual roots, as their effects were extraordinary. For the moment, he felt no urgency to depart from the Lishan's secret realm. After all, relationships require careful nurturing. Otherwise, upon returning home, managing the affections of multiple women could become quite challenging. Naturally, Zhao Qingshan had no intention of revealing the secrets of the Lishan secret realm to Princess Mingyang. The implications were too significant, and he would confide in no one. Once he amassed sufficient strength, this realm would serve as the Zhao family's greatest support and enduring foundation. Until he attained that power, however, should word of this secret realm leak, the entire cultivation community of the Jin Kingdom would erupt, and he would find himself an enemy to all. Thus, Zhao Qingshan spent his days foraging for spiritual herbs and fruits, concocting elixirs, while his evenings were devoted to meaningful conversations with Princess Mingyang. Life unfolded quite pleasantly. One day, the princess exclaimed in distress, "Husband, something's amiss. I sense the 4-9 heavenly tribulation approaching. Do not panic, do not panic." Zhao Qingshan quickly reassured her. Sensing the 4-9 heavenly tribulation is a fortuitous sign. If you can overcome it, we may very well leave the Lishan secret realm. With a quiver in her voice, Princess Mingyang replied, "In this place, I truly have no confidence in facing the tribulation. If I were outside, sensing the 4-9 heavenly tribulation would allow me to return immediately to the Qingyan sect, where the aid of elixirs and formations would significantly increase my chances of success. But here, how could I possibly endure it? Unlike wandering cultivators." As a royal princess and a prodigy of the Qingyan sect, she had only recently established her foundation and was acutely aware of the terror associated with the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. "Fear not, my lady. When is the 4-9 heavenly tribulation expected to arrive?" Zhao Qingshan inquired gently. "In 3 months," she answered. Zhao Qingshan smiled reassuringly. "With your husband by your side, you will surely pass through the tribulation unscathed." He then produced 3 jade vials, saying, "These are the clear heart pill, the recovery pill, and the guardian pill, all of which are third-tier elixirs and can aid you in overcoming the 4-9 heavenly tribulation." Next, he unveiled a robe and a flying sword, declaring, "These are 2 inferior spiritual artifacts, one for defense and the other for offense. Once you refine them, you will undoubtedly triumph over the tribulation." Princess Mingyang was left utterly astonished by Zhao Qingshan's generosity. Third-tier elixirs, each one unknown to her, nonetheless promised to provide her with substantial assistance. Not to mention, the 2 inferior spiritual artifacts. Even within the Qingyan sect, not every Golden Core elder possessed such treasures. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan produced 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts in one go. With these 2 items, if she completely refined them, she would have a 100% chance of surviving the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. "My dear husband, where did you acquire these 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts?" Princess Mingyang exclaimed in disbelief. Zhao Qingshan smiled and replied, "I chanced upon them in a cave within the Lishan secret realm, which is why I missed the opportunity to leave in time. For now, just sense the 4-9 heavenly tribulation and utilize them." Princess Mingyang suddenly understood that Zhao Qingshan had missed the chance to leave the Lishan secret realm for this very reason. She hastily accepted the 3 jade vials and the 2 spiritual artifacts, eager to begin their refinement. Refining spiritual artifacts was no simple task, even for her at this moment. Time was of the essence. As Princess Mingyang entered her secluded training, Zhao Qingshan also commenced his serious cultivation. He had not anticipated that, under the exchange of secret methods, Princess Mingyang would sense the 4-9 heavenly tribulation so swiftly. However, this was a fortuitous development. To most cultivators, the 4-9 heavenly tribulation was undoubtedly akin to a death warrant, yet for Zhao Qingshan, the heavenly tribulation represented both a trial and an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. After all, overcoming it would enable one to successfully transcend to the Golden Core stage, significantly enhancing their strength and extending their lifespan to 500 years. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a vial of earth heart body refining elixir and unhesitatingly drank it down. Subsequently, he silently refined the energy of the elixir. His consciousness delved into the ethereal realm, blending seamlessly with the universe. Within several miles, he could distinctly sense the vitality and vigor of all flora and fauna. While his cultivation was rapidly ascending, time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Zhao Qingshan could not restrain himself and unleashed a punch, striking the rocky wall of the valley, causing stones to tumble down. At that moment, his face was alight with exhilaration. In 3 months, the 4-9 heavenly tribulation would arrive. This was indeed splendid news. Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as a vast energy surged deep into his mind. Enlightening him about the timing of his tribulation, this sensation was truly profound. Even within the secret realm, the feeling of the tribulation could not be entirely blocked. Zhao Qingshan took out the armor and sword from his spatial ring and began the refinement process. At this juncture, the true essence within him began to transform into magical power, which was necessary for refining the spiritual artifacts. However, for a golden core cultivator to refine low-grade spiritual artifacts was no easy feat. The difficulty increased significantly for high-grade artifacts, resulting in a painfully slow pace of refinement. On one particular day, Zhao Qingshan sat cross-legged by the stream, refining a high-grade spiritual artifact when suddenly a fierce wind erupted, causing the towering trees around him to sway violently. While the surrounding beastkin fell silent, as though sensing some impending terror, the clouds in the sky dissipated, and what had been daylight transformed abruptly into a deep crimson hue. Zhao Qingshan's eyes flew open, fixated on the heavens. This scene was eerily familiar, reminiscent of Baisu's tribulation. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation was upon them. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. Could it be that a formidable demon beast was about to undergo tribulation nearby? Suddenly, a colossal vortex manifested in the dark red sky, from which surged forth serpentine bolts of lightning, drawn inexorably into the whirlpool. In mere moments, the vortex transformed into a purple tribulation cloud. Strangely, this purple cloud loomed directly above Zhao Qingshan. What? My heavenly tribulation? Zhao Qingshan was momentarily stunned. He recalled that his tribulation was still over 4 months away. How could it suddenly appear, and why was that purple cloud hovering above him? Could it be that the tribulation had come early? As if struck by a revelation, Zhao Qingshan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger igniting within him as he cast his gaze in a particular direction. There, a white figure emerged, Sima Mingyang. Clad in a flowing white gown, gracefully descended onto the grass, her expression serene. Have you lost your mind? Zhao Qingshan admonished. At that moment, a tempest of fury surged within him. It was not his own tribulation that had arrived prematurely, but rather Sima Mingyang's. And her failure to maintain distance had cast the tribulation's shadow over him. This place, so picturesque, shall serve as your final resting place. It is only fitting for our marital bond, Sima Mingyang stated calmly. Why? Zhao Qingshan questioned, bewildered. Sima Mingyang replied, though you have cared for me, your incessant turmoil is excessive. I have heard that partners engage in occasional exchanges to alleviate the monotony of cultivation, yet you, tirelessly devoted day and night, seem never to tire of it. Such absurdity. Failing to focus your thoughts on cultivation will limit your future accomplishments. What right do you have to be my partner? Zhao Qingshan could only bitterly smile, astonished that such sentiments of resentment had arisen in Sima Mingyang, compelling her to seek his demise through the tribulation. Chapter 96. Crossing the tribulation and forming the golden core, Zhao Qingshan felt an intense anger within. Was she not also filled with joy each time? Why then did she harbor such resentment towards herself? He inhaled deeply. Why not wait until you have traversed the 9 heavenly tribulations and condensed your golden core? At that point, your strength will surge, and vanquishing me would be effortless. Currently, the power of the tribulation summoned would be doubled. For 2 souls were intertwined in their trials. Sima Mingyang replied, I have already refined 2 spiritual artifacts. With the tribulation's power doubled, I possess at least a 70% certainty of overcoming it. Ultimately, we are companions on the path. A day as husband and wife grants 100 days of affection. I cannot bear to slay you with my own hands. Allowing you to perish beneath the tribulation is the best course. A day as husband and wife grants 100 days of affection. Zhao Qingshan was consumed with fury. He had saved her life. Had he not intervened, she would have long been slain by Zhang Feng. Had it not been for his protection, her aura would have been detected by the beasts in the Lishan secret realm. And faced with their onslaught, she would not have survived. Their communication was facilitated through secret arts, advantageous to both. But now, Sima Mingyang desired his demise. Zhao Qingshan felt utterly deceived. This venomous person ought to meet her end. Gazing at the swirling purple tribulation clouds above, He had come to a realization. He was marked by the tribulation, and escape was futile. The clouds churned ominously, electric serpents coiling within. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure emanated from the clouds, descending forcefully upon the earth, causing the very air to thicken, making it challenging for Zhao Qingshan to breathe. He discerned that the magnitude of this tribulation far surpassed that of Baisus. To defy the heavens invites retribution, and thus the tribulation was born. When two souls face the tribulation, the divine punishment inevitably intensifies, doubling in ferocity. With a thunderous roar, two thick bolts of purple lightning surged forth like a dragon from the clouds, charging downward with an unstoppable momentum, as if to annihilate any who dared to oppose it. Zhao Qingshan's gaze narrowed. Once the tribulation locked onto its target, evasion was impossible. He could only confront it head-on. I shall witness the true power of this tribulation, he declared with a hint of madness in his eyes. He chose not to don any protective artifacts, allowing the purple lightning to strike him directly. In an instant, the entire purple dragon of lightning collided with him, reducing his garments to mere dust, while electric serpents flickered across his skin. This, Sima Mingyang gazed in shock, having anticipated Zhao Qingshan would be obliterated by the lightning. Yet, he withstood the purple strike, miraculously not reduced to ashes, nor even coughing up blood. In her moment of distraction, she was forcefully hurled hundreds of meters away by the very lightning she had underestimated. Amidst the tumultuous roar of thunder, the violet tempest clouds churned with increasing ferocity, while serpentine flashes of lightning flickered with urgency. It was evident that a second bolt from the heavens was imminent. Suddenly, two dragon-like streaks of lightning descended from the skies with remarkable speed, aimed directly at Zhao Qingshan and Sima Mingyang. With a resounding crash, the lightning struck Zhao Qingshan, causing electric arcs to flicker violently around him. The terrifying destructive force of the lightning inflicted immediate harm. It is worth noting that Zhao Qingshan was not only adept in qi cultivation, but also in physical refinement, rendering his body immensely powerful. He could unleash peak foundational strength purely through his physical prowess. Common artifacts would scarcely leave a mark upon him. However, in this instance, Zhao Qingshan felt the annihilative power of the lightning ravaging his form, affecting not only his skin and bones, but also his meridians. In a rush, Zhao Qingshan retrieved a vial of healing elixirs from his spatial ring, hastily consuming several pills designed for rapid recovery from injuries, classified as third-tier elixirs. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he noticed a horde of monstrous beasts emerging from the nearby forest, rushing toward him at an alarming speed. A glance revealed dozens of these creatures had already breached the forest confines and were barreling towards his position. With a thunderous roar, the beasts continued to surge forth. A relentless tide. Within moments, Zhao Qingshan discerned that over 100 beasts were charging toward him, with new ones continually emerging. Anger bubbled within him as he seethed at the foolish woman who had brought this upon them. Had she sensed the impending calamity and alerted him, he would have activated the formation to isolate them, thereby avoiding disturbance during his tribulation. Instead, Sima Mingyang's malicious intent aimed to use the heavenly tribulation as a means to eliminate him. Given the circumstances, Zhao Qingshan resolved not to show any mercy. For every beast that approached, the intensity of the tribulation would double. With such a multitude of beasts, even if Sima Mingyang possessed a low-grade spiritual artifact, her survival would be exceedingly improbable. At that moment, 30 beasts had already entered the realm of the tribulation, causing the tempest above to undergo a significant transformation. The violet clouds roiled with urgency, exuding an oppressive aura as Zhao Qingshan recognized that the third bolt of lightning was about to descend. With a cataclysmic crash, 32 colossal purple bolts of lightning hurled downwards, targeting the life forms within the tribulation zone. In an instant, several supreme-grade artifacts manifested around Zhao Qingshan, coalescing into a protective formation. This formation created a shield, and Zhao Qingshan, aware of the formidable power of the third bolt, 32 times greater than the previous strikes, approached the situation with utmost caution. The purple lightning struck the shield with the force of a divine hammer, causing it to shimmer with electrical brilliance. However, within mere moments, the shield shattered under the onslaught, and the lightning struck Zhao Qingshan directly. Although he wore a supreme-grade armor, it too could not withstand the assault for long before it disintegrated completely. The remaining power of the thunderbolt must be borne solely by Zhao Qingshan. His recently restored body was instantly struck as if by a heavy blow, the force of the thunder surging into him, wreaking havoc upon his meridians, bones, and internal organs. Unable to withstand it, Zhao Qingshan coughed up a mouthful of blood. He hastily retrieved a vial of elixir, hastily consuming it, and then silently began his recovery. What terrifying power! In a fleeting moment, it had gravely wounded me. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. It is worth noting that the third lightning strike was already diminished by the formation and the protective enhancement of his superior-grade armor. The true force that had befallen him was likely only a fraction, perhaps 1/10, of its original might. Even so, it had nearly claimed his life. With a sudden impulse, he extracted his high-quality spirit armor from his spatial ring and donned it, while a superior-grade spirit sword materialized in his hand. Only then did Zhao Qingshan take a moment to survey his surroundings. All 30 of the monstrous beasts that had intruded within the thunder's reach lay slain by the heavenly lightning. Not far off, Sima Mingying lay in a pitiful state, gasping for breath, clearly beyond saving. Zhao Qingshan felt no pity. He harbored no compassion for a venomous woman who sought to take his life. The slayer must always be slain, since she wished to evade the act of murder herself and instead attempt to use the might of the tribulation to end him. He would return her malice with her own methods. To kill her would only sully his own hands. The terrifying power of the third heavenly thunder instilled fear in the surrounding beasts, none daring to encroach upon the domain of the tribulation. Zhao Qingshan drew forth a substantial number of mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and then formed a series of incantations, establishing a protective array. Simultaneously, the skies above churned ominously, the thunder booming as the storm clouds brewed relentlessly. Boom! A fierce wind howled, and violet lightning flickered erratically, akin to two celestial purple dragons descending, striking directly towards Zhao Qingshan and Sima Mingying. This was the final bolt of heavenly thunder. Surviving this strike would signify his readiness to condense a golden core, thus becoming a true cultivator. The bolt aimed at Zhao Qingshan was met by the barrier he had conjured. The protective shield absorbed the energy of the thunder, allowing Zhao Qingshan a moment to adjust his stance. A brief glance at Sima Mingying revealed that she had already been obliterated by the fourth lightning strike. Her remains utterly disintegrated, and her spirit artifacts severely damaged. It has come. Zhao Qingshan's eyes narrowed as mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones shattered, the barrier dissipating, leaving him unable to fend off the impending thunder. The lightning fell upon him. "Break for me," Zhao Qingshan cried. Wielding the superior-grade spirit sword, he slashed at the thunderbolt, which radiated a fiery crimson glow. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the lightning was utterly dispersed beneath the force of the sword's strike, electric serpents flickering in the aftermath. The collision was direct and forceful. Zhao Qingshan felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer, half of his body sinking into the ground. He violently shook his head, the intensity of the clash leaving him disoriented. A metallic taste filled his mouth, blood surging into his throat. With a powerful thrust of his hand against the ground, he propelled himself upward. Simultaneously, a beam of pure light descended from the heavens, enveloping Zhao Qingshan. In an instant, all of Zhao Qingshan's injuries miraculously healed, and his body underwent a profound transformation. The heavenly tribulation, while a trial, also presented an opportunity. It is a challenge bestowed by the heavens, yet overcoming it grants divine favor. Zhao Qingshan could not help but close his eyes, savoring the changes within him. As he transcended the tribulation, an extraordinary transformation occurred within his vital essence. Each grain of sand represented an entire world within his inner vision. His dantian resembled an infinite expanse. At this moment, streams of water flowed ceaselessly within the vast space of his dantian, continually circulating before beginning to coalesce into spherical forms. Zhao Qingshan activated the Golden Dance secret technique, causing the water to gather into sizable orbs, which suddenly diminished in size by half, only to expand again slightly. This rhythmic contraction and expansion caused the spheres to gradually shrink, their colors shifting delicately until they began to transform into a golden hue. After some time, within his dantian, 5 resplendent orbs, each resembling the size of a pigeon egg, emerged. These were the Golden Dawn. Surrounding the Golden Dawn, currents of energy flowed harmoniously. At last, he had succeeded. A wave of relief washed over Zhao Qingshan. Typically, a cultivator would form only one Golden Dawn, but Zhao Qingshan possessed 5, each embodying the 5 elemental attributes, interconnected in a cycle of vitality. In that moment, all of his vital essence coalesced into formidable magical power. Upon opening his eyes, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, causing the surrounding beasts to flee in terror. With a flick of his hand, he gathered the severely damaged spiritual artifacts. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qingshan retrieved a token from his spatial ring. It was a teleportation token, granting access to the secret realm of Lishan. Channeling a surge of magical energy into the token, he was enveloped by a force, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. When Zhao Qingshan regained consciousness, he found himself within Lishan. He extracted a top-tier flying sword from his storage belt and soared into the sky. Whoosh! The speed of the sword was astonishing. Soon, Zhao Qingshan departed from Lishan, intent on returning home for the first time in ages, curious about the state of his family. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a figure descended at the city gate. It was Zhao Qingshan. Gazing at Chongping City, he felt a wave of nostalgia. However, he was puzzled by the white cloth and banners adorning the city, which emanated a somber atmosphere. Observing the city guards clad in white and the downcast expressions of the townsfolk, he approached an elderly man passing by. "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire what has transpired in Chopping City? Why does everyone seem to be in mourning?" The old man sighed and replied, "Young master, you must be from afar. It is indeed a misfortune for our Chopping City. The Lord's eldest son, the city's foremost alchemist and talisman master, has perished while venturing outside." "What? He is dead?" Zhao Qingshan was left dumbfounded. How could one live so well and yet meet with death? Zhao Qingshan, like a wisp of green smoke, soared skyward, racing towards the Zhao family estate. The entire city was draped in white mourning attire, with not a single tavern or entertainment venue open for business. Upon arriving at the Zhao residence, he found everyone clad in funeral garments. Zhao Qingshan, bemused, realized that his prolonged absence from the Lishan secret realm had led Bai Su to believe he had perished within its confines. Entering his courtyard, he was met with the sight of his wives and concubines all dressed in white. Upon his sudden appearance, they were left speechless. "Husband, you are not." Bing Tong uttered, tears cascading down her cheeks as she rushed into Zhao Qingshan's embrace. The other concubines quickly gathered around him. "Fear not. I am very much alive." Zhao Qingshan gently wiped away their tears and reassured them. "Quickly, remove these ominous symbols. This is hardly fitting." At his words, the other wives sprang into action. Soon, the entire Zhao household was aware that Zhao Qingshan had not met his end. They hastily tore down the mourning decorations. Upon learning of this, Zhao Leitang promptly commanded the city guards to ensure that the citizens of Chopping City remove the white cloths. Servants busied themselves throughout the estate, scattering flower water as if to dispel any lingering misfortune. Chapter 97. Reunion celebration soon. The melancholic atmosphere enveloping the entire Chongping city dissipated entirely. The white cloths and banners were removed, and the people no longer donned mourning attire. Instead, they busied themselves with cleaning the streets and tidying their homes, adorning them with red lanterns and crimson cloths. The temporarily closed hotels and venues for fireworks reopened for business. By nightfall, the city had returned to its former vibrancy, filled with song and dance, a tapestry of flourishing festivities. The Zhao residents, too, radiated joy with the safe return of Zhao Qingshan, adorned with colorful decorations that filled the air with celebration. Banquets were laid out, not only for the Zhao family, but also for the relatives of Zhao Qingshan's wives. Other cultivators were conspicuously absent, as the Zhao family had transformed. Now, with a golden core cultivator at the helm, they had become a premier force within the region. In the grand hall, a single long table was set for Zhao Qingshan and his immediate family. "My dear husband," said Bing Tong, dressed in splendid attire, "Sister Susu mentioned that you had entered the Lishan secret realm and had not emerged as expected, presumed to have perished there. How is it that you have returned now?" Her lips parted gracefully, revealing pearly white teeth, her enchanting figure accentuated by her dignified demeanor, exuding an air of sophistication befitting a noblewoman. As the lawful wife of Zhao Qingshan, following Zhao Leitang's ascension to city lord and establishment at the Lord's Manor, Bing Tong had truly become the matriarch of the Zhao household. Indeed, the Lishan secret realm permits only foundation establishment cultivators to enter. Those who surpass the time limit inevitably meet their demise. "How did you manage to escape, my husband?" Shuemeishu inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity. As an inner disciple of the Qingxia sect, obtaining information about the Lishan secret realm was not a daunting task for her. Zhao Qingshan smiled and replied, "Not everything is absolute. While it is indeed challenging to leave the Lishan secret realm after the time has elapsed, seizing an opportunity to break through and transcend the 4-9 heavenly tribulation to condense a golden core allows one to exit the realm with ease. After all, the Lishan secret realm repels those whose cultivation exceeds the foundation establishment stage." Bai Su's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you implying, my husband, that you have transcended the 4-9 heavenly tribulation and entered the golden core realm?" Her disbelief was palpable, for she could not sense Zhao Qingshan's aura at all. It was known that as a golden core cultivator herself, she should have been able to perceive the presence of someone in the same realm. Previously, she had not made a special effort to sense Zhao Qingshan's aura, but now, her attempts yielded nothing. The other wives, unable to contain their joy, were equally astonished. They were aware of Zhao Qingshan's complex spiritual roots, recognizing the arduous journey of cultivation he had undertaken. Yet, he had shattered their expectations. Now standing as a true golden core cultivator, a genuine immortal. Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. Naturally, the Lishan secret realm is a treasure trove of opportunities. In that realm, I inadvertently broke through during my secluded cultivation. When the Lishan secret realm closed, I happened to be in retreat, thus missing the chance to depart. Zhao Qingshan did not disclose the events that transpired within the secret realm of Lishan to anyone. Had they known that while they were consumed with worry, she was indulging in a paradise of tranquility, they would undoubtedly have shown him a frosty demeanor. Once I transcend my current limitations and sense the impending tribulations of the heavens, I shall prepare adequately and successfully navigate the trials. Upon overcoming these challenges and forming my golden core, an instinctive message will guide me to leave the confines of the Lishan secret realm, Zhao Qingshan remarked with a smile. From this moment forth, the Lishan secret realm shall remain closed, and Zhao Qingshan harbors no fear of his words being uncovered. By the time he intends to reopen the secret realm, he will possess sufficient strength. Even if his wives were to uncover the truth, he would be unperturbed, for he would have the audacity to face it. Bai Su sighed. I never anticipated such a turn of events. During this time, I have regretted allowing my husband to enter the Lishan secret realm. Bai Su waited at Lishan for an extended period. Yet as Zhao Qingshan's presence remained elusive and no news from the Liang sect reached her, she ultimately resolved to travel to Chongping City to convey the news of Zhao Qingshan's demise. To her surprise, just as she departed, Zhao Qingshan emerged from the secret realm. However, like others, her overwhelming emotion was one of joy. Zhao Qingshan had successfully traversed the heavenly tribulations, solidified his golden core, and entered the golden core realm, granting him a lifespan of 500 years to accompany her. As for whether Zhao Qingshan might hope to advance to the nascent soul realm in the future, Bai Su dared not speculate. Historical records indicate that in the realm of cultivation during the Jin dynasty, no cultivator with medium-grade spiritual roots had ever ascended to the nascent soul realm, let alone those with inferior roots. The prospect of Zhao Qingshan being able to be with her for nearly 500 years filled her with immense happiness. Zhao Leitang and the others also rejoiced at the news. With Zhao Qingshan now a golden core cultivator, it signified that the Zhao family would henceforth be protected by 2 golden core practitioners. Moreover, Zhao Qingshan's 500-year lifespan foretold a prosperous future for the Zhao family. Father, these are the elixirs I have concocted during this time. They include several first and second-tier elixirs. Please handle them, Zhao Qingshan said as he presented a storage bag to Zhao Leitang. Zhao Leitang accepted the bag, pricking his finger to establish a bond with it. Upon inspection, his eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. The sheer number of jade bottles and boxes filled with elixirs was beyond his counting. After a period of celebration, the gathering eventually dispersed late into the night, while the servants busied themselves with tidying up. Returning to his courtyard, Zhao Qingshan activated the formation. It is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, and time reveals true intentions. No matter how fragrant wildflowers may be, they can never rival the blossoms of home. The swimming pool was filled with water, adorned with petals that released a delicate fragrance, the temperature perfectly regulated, wisps of steam rising from the surface. His wives gently placed their tender hands upon Zhao Qingshan's shoulders, offering soft caresses. Sensing their gentle touch, Zhao Qingshan could not resist the urge to stroke their delicate fingers, reminiscent of white scallions. In that moment, the swimming pool became a scene of joyous splashing and laughter. As time passed, the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Qingshan reclined upon the grand bed, his body enveloped in an unprecedented sense of comfort. A virtual panel materialized. Congratulations, host. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Alchemy 2000. Weapon crafting 2000. Talisman making 2000. Formation 2000. True Chi 10,000. Alchemy master. 3rd tier intermediate 20040000. Weapon craftsman. 2nd tier superior 20010000. Talisman maker. 2nd tier superior 100,0010000. Potential for breakthrough. Formation master. 3rd tier intermediate 20040000. Realm. Early golden core 10,001000000. Metal spiritual root. Superior 50,000. Potential for breakthrough. With spiritual root. Superior 15,000. 50,000. Water spiritual root. Superior 15,000. 50,000. Fire spiritual root. Superior 50,000. Potential for breakthrough. Earth spiritual root. Superior 3,000. Zhao Qingshan mused quietly, noting that the further he progressed, the more insignificant his gains seemed. At this pace, to break through to the next realm, he would need to undergo 1,000 trials, which, if one per day, would require a staggering 28 years. It was not due to a lack of rewards, but rather the overwhelming scale of the endeavor. Talisman maker. Breakthrough. Zhao Qingshan intoned silently. Instantly, he felt a surge of information flood his consciousness. His talisman-making ability successfully advanced to 3rd tier lower grade, signifying his newfound capacity to craft 3rd tier talismans. Despite the narrow margin of difference, the reality was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Upon further examination, he realized that only his weapon crafting had yet to reach the 3rd tier, indicating that a thorough discussion with Bai Su was in order. Zhao Qingshan gently closed his eyes, savoring the moment. His body, now thoroughly relaxed, had achieved an extraordinary level of strength with the attainment of the Golden Core realm. This newfound power eradicated any previous feelings of inadequacy, allowing him to decisively execute 6 kills with formidable force. The following day, they rose languidly. Just as the sun reached its zenith, his wives took it upon themselves to tend to the aftermath, while Zhao Qingshan wandered into the garden to admire the blooming flowers, their subtle fragrance wafting through the air. He preferred the delicate scent of flowers, thus his wives had chosen plants that exuded a gentle aroma. "Shuo, come here." Zhao Qingshan called for Shui Meishu. Since her elevation to concubine, she had blossomed even more beautifully, being the first among his wives to successfully establish her foundation. Her heart was firmly with the Zhao family, rather than with the Qingxia sect. Zhao Qingshan held her in high regard, although since Bai Su's arrival, he had inadvertently neglected her husband. Shui Meishu perched on Zhao Qingshan's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes shimmering with enchantment as she gazed at him. Unable to resist, Zhao Qingshan leaned in for a kiss. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a jade box from his spatial ring and remarked, "Within this jade box lies a 5th-tier spirit herb, the earth spirit mushroom, which possesses a certain probability of enhancing a cultivator's earth spiritual root. Take it. Even if it fails to elevate your root, it should at least improve your constitution and enhance your cultivation." Shui Meishu, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. She had not anticipated that Zhao Qingshan would bestow such a precious treasure upon her. It is essential to recognize that such rare materials are not easily obtained, often. Even with an abundance of spirit stones, one cannot procure such a treasure. Previously, Bing Tong had consumed the water fairy grass, elevating her spiritual root to a medium-grade water spiritual root, a fact that stirred envy in Shui Meishu's heart. Although she was the first to successfully establish her foundation, Bing Tong had surpassed her in cultivation. A similar fate befell Qiuyue. This illustrates the advantage of possessing higher-tier spiritual roots, as cultivation progresses naturally at a swifter pace. "My dear husband." Shui Meishu gazed at Zhao Qingshan with affection, wishing to offer him the world. "Go on, quickly enter seclusion and consume it." Zhao Qingshan gently caressed her delicate face. Shui Meishu understood that to absorb the potency of such a rare herb effectively, one must be in optimal condition, thereby increasing the likelihood of enhancing her spiritual root. She promptly made her way to her cultivation chamber, activating the restrictions to peacefully consume the earth spirit mushroom. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan summoned He Wanqing. Unlike his other wives and concubines, He Wanqing possessed a certain vigor, likely attributed to her golden spiritual root. After becoming his concubine, she embarked on the path of cultivation. Throughout the years, He Wanqing had maintained a low profile, neither competing nor claiming attention, and had never actively supported her family. Her heart and mind had always been devoted to Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan embraced He Wanqing's slender waist. Over the years, her figure had become increasingly alluring. He Wanqing pressed her face against his chest, feeling the robust rhythm of his heartbeat. "Qing'er, this is a 5th-tier spirit herb, the golden lotus. You shall consume it." From his spatial ring, he produced a jade box containing a lotus radiating golden light. This golden lotus, a golden attribute spirit herb, guarantees the elevation of a cultivator's inferior grade golden spiritual root to a medium grade. This precious flower was also obtained from the Lishan secret realm. In terms of rarity, the golden lotus surpasses the earth spirit mushroom, while the earth spirit mushroom offers only a chance to enhance the earth spiritual root. The golden lotus assures the elevation of the golden spiritual root. When comparing the two, the distinction becomes evident. Although He Wanqing began her cultivation journey after becoming Zhao Qingshan's concubine, she had gained considerable understanding over the years and was acutely aware of the significance of her spiritual root tier. Zhao Qingshan had chosen her as a concubine precisely because she possessed an inferior grade golden spiritual root. Had she not possessed such a root, no matter her beauty, she would have remained unnoticed by Zhao Qingshan. Furthermore, the higher one's spiritual root, the faster the rate of cultivation. If she were to possess only a low-grade golden spiritual root, no matter how hard she endeavored, the foundation establishment stage would be her ceiling, and she would never be able to encounter the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. The foundation establishment stage grants a lifespan of merely 200 years, which may seem scant. However, it is crucial to recognize that Zhao Qingshan has already transcended to the golden core stage, enjoying a lifespan of 500 years. 200 years alongside Zhao Qingshan is insufficient. She aspires to accompany him for 500 years. Now, Zhao Qingshan is poised to fulfill her dream. In that moment, He Wanqing felt as if she were enveloped in a dream. Husband. He Wanqing tightly embraced Zhao Qingshan, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Qing'er dear. Hasten to inner seclusion and cultivate. Consuming the golden lotus flower, Zhao Qingshan gently caressed He Wanqing's silky hair, soothing her with tender words. Once your spiritual root is enhanced, your cultivation speed will accelerate, and the golden core will no longer be a distant dream. Cultivating immortality is a path fraught with cruelty and hardship. Merely possessing a natural spiritual root has thwarted the dreams of countless cultivators. The vast majority of individuals are devoid of spiritual roots. Without them, one cannot embark on the path of cultivation, as they cannot even practice the techniques. Among those who do possess spiritual roots, most are of low grade, which results in sluggish cultivation and limited growth potential, rendering them unworthy of attention from prestigious sects and leaving them with scarce resources for cultivation. Many cultivators are unwilling to accept this fate, yet they remain shackled by the constraints of their birth. There exist certain celestial treasures capable of enhancing spiritual roots. Yet it is essential to understand that such treasures are at least fifth-tier spiritual herbs, medicines, or fruits. Even golden core practitioners find it arduous to procure or locate such treasures. They are elusive and cannot be sought after. After a considerable time, He Wanqing finally took the jade box and made her way to the training chamber. Zhao Qingshan fell into contemplation, realizing that only Xia Chan remained without suitable celestial treasures to elevate her spiritual root. Although he possessed fifth-tier spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits, none were suitable for Xia Chan. You are a genius, he reminded himself as he continued to ponder. Chapter 98. A surprise. Xia Chan possessed a low-grade fire attribute spiritual root and practiced the Dan Flame scriptures. After successfully establishing her foundation, she had become a first-tier alchemist over time. The first-tier pills produced in the Zhao residence were primarily crafted by Xia Chan. As Zhao Qingshan's concubine, he endeavored to treat her fairly. He retrieved a jade box from his spatial ring, within which lay a bright red fruit, the legendary Millennium Vermilion fruit. This fruit, a pinnacle fifth-tier spiritual fruit, was on the verge of entering the sixth tier and was categorized as a fire attribute spiritual fruit. Zhao Qingshan had perused ancient texts that only mentioned the Millennium Vermilion fruit's ability to refine one's essence and enhance cultivation. Yet none stated that it could elevate a cultivator's spiritual root. Nevertheless, he decided that this Millennium Vermilion fruit would be consumed by Xia Chan to boost her cultivation. In truth, to fully unleash the potential of spiritual herbs and roots, the most effective method was to refine them into pills. However, at this moment, Zhao Qingshan prioritized compensating Xia Chan over such considerations. He summoned Xia Chan, who, from her beginnings as a maid, had transformed over the years. Now adorned in attire of artifact caliber and exuding a significantly altered demeanor. Chaner, this Millennium Vermilion fruit was acquired from the secret realm of Lishan. It can refine your essence and elevate your cultivation. Zhao Qingshan presented the jade box to her. Go into seclusion and consume it. Thank you, my lord. Xia Chan was deeply touched. Originally just a maid to the lady of the house, she had been sent to serve Zhao Qingshan upon his return to the family. Unexpectedly becoming his concubine, not only had she embarked on the path of cultivation, but she had also successfully established her foundation over the years. Now, Zhao Qingshan bestowed upon her treasures, such as the Millennium Vermilion fruit. Even in secular literature, this fruit was often mentioned. Xia Chan then proceeded to the cultivation chamber to enter seclusion. Zhao Qingshan, on the other hand, chose not to seclude himself, but rather spent his days accompanying his wives and guiding his younger siblings in their training. As they were at a crucial age for laying a solid foundation, time passed swiftly, and soon several days had elapsed. Shui Meishu, He Wanqing, and Xia Chan emerged one after the other. Each of the three women had significantly enhanced their cultivation, all breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, with their spiritual roots elevated to the mid-grade. While Zhao Qingshan had anticipated the advancement of Shui Meishu and He Wanqing, Xia Chan's improvement in her spiritual root was a delightful surprise. The Zhao residence was filled with jubilance. With mid-grade spiritual roots in their youth, it signified that they would have the opportunity to pursue the Golden Core realm in the future. Seasons changed, and November arrived. Chomping City experienced its first wave of cold this year. In the dead of night, the cold wind swirled with dancing snowflakes. Inside, warmth enveloped the room, illuminated by the soft glow of crystal lamps, casting elongated shadows as garments fluttered gracefully. The harmonious sounds of the zither and flute filled the space, playing a melodious tune. After a long while, tranquility settled in. Zhao Qingshan reclined comfortably, instinctively opening his virtual panel. Congratulations, host. Your wife is with child. A grand gift awaits. Gazing at the golden lines of text, Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. His wife was pregnant. How could this be? Wasn't his own body flawed, destined to remain childless? After years of diligent effort, with no sign of life from his wives, Zhao Qingshan had steeled himself for the worst. Yet now, the miraculous news of his wife's pregnancy struck him with overwhelming joy. At long last, he would have an heir. He would become a father. As the saying goes, among the three greatest acts of filial piety, having no descendants is the gravest. Though he had prepared himself mentally, how could Zhao Qingshan truly remain indifferent? The thought of his lineage extinguished a century hence, with no one to honor his memory, left him feeling utterly desolate. The prospect of a bloodline to carry on his legacy, to honor his ancestors during festivals and rituals, filled him with hope. His heart raced, and his trembling hands gently caressed Bing Tong's abdomen, yearning to sense the pulse of his own lineage. Yet, strangely, there was no movement. Zhao Qingshan froze. Could it be that the system had malfunctioned? Undeterred, he examined the situation repeatedly, but there were no anomalies to be found. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. As a cultivator in the Golden Core stage, his ability to sense was formidable. If Bing Tong were genuinely pregnant, it would be impossible for him to miss it. The absence of sensation implied that she was not with child. In an instant, Zhao Qingshan experienced a tumult of emotions. The elation he had felt moments ago vanishing into profound disappointment. He sighed, revealing a wry smile. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to bear offspring. Despite his previous tireless efforts yielding no results, now that he had reached the Golden Core stage, how could he suddenly expect to have descendants? It felt as though the system was merely jesting with him. What was the meaning of this grand gift package? Zhao Qingshan mused to himself. He quietly rose and made his way to the training chamber. It was time to unveil the gift. A radiant beam of golden light illuminated the room, revealing a token before him. One side of the token bore the image of a flame, as if it were ablaze, while the opposite side was inscribed with the character, flame. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard. The token exuded an extraordinary aura. He attempted to grasp it firmly, but it remained unscathed. Resisting his efforts to crush it, he let a drop of blood fall upon it, yet it refused to acknowledge him as its master. Drawing out a top-grade spirit sword, he attempted to carve the token, but it left no mark. Zhao Qingshan was astounded. This was a top-grade spirit weapon, a rarity even in the entire cultivation realm of the Gene Kingdom. Yet, this weapon could not mar the token in the slightest. With a gasp, he conjured a flame. Its heat so intense it could incinerate an entire city in an instant. Yet, the token remained unscathed amidst the inferno, unchanged. What on earth was this token made of? Zhao Qingshan was left in disbelief. The reward from the system's grand gift package was astonishingly powerful, impervious to all his attempts to harm it. After spending the better part of the day in contemplation, Zhao Qingshan remained perplexed by the purpose of the token he had acquired. What utility does this token possess? Zhao Qingshan was at a loss. What a wretched system, rewarding me with a grand package, yet neglecting to inform me of the token's significance. He lamented, expressing his frustration by tossing the token to the ground and stamping on it a few times to vent his ire. Ultimately, he decided to place the token within his spatial ring, just as Zhao Qingshan believed the system was merely jesting with him. He soon felt a peculiar sensation emanating from Bing Tong's abdomen. It seemed as though something within her was gradually growing larger by the day. When Bing Tong began to experience nausea and fatigue during meals, Zhao Qingshan suddenly realized that his wife was indeed pregnant. Upon further scrutiny, he confirmed the delightful news. Bing Tong was truly expecting. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhao Qingshan erupted into laughter, sensing a newfound clarity and vigor for the future. His grandparents and parents also beamed with happiness upon hearing the splendid news. It was indeed a momentous occasion. Previously, they had discreetly urged Zhao Qingshan to consider taking additional concubines, encouraging him to make further attempts. Now, with Bing Tong finally with child, it seemed the heavens had rewarded diligent hearts. Bing Tong, too, was filled with elation. She had long endured considerable pressure as a wife who had not borne a child over the years, which weighed heavily on her conscience. Thus, she not only accepted but actively supported Zhao Qingshan's potential for taking concubines. Just days ago, she had even contemplated the idea of helping him find another concubine. Now, with the burden of pregnancy lifting her spirits, the other concubines expressed their joy and envy towards Bing Tong, as, like all women, they aspired to conceive and bear children for their husbands. Since Bing Tong's pregnancy, she had become the most cherished person within the Zhao residence. Zhao Qingshan regarded her as a treasure, treating her with the utmost care. Chomping City remained vibrant and flourishing, yet unrest began to stir in the surrounding cities. The lords of 3 cities had been murdered in succession. It is worth noting that within the 12 provinces, 36 prefectures, and 365 cities of the entire Gene Kingdom, each provincial governor, prefectural lord, and city lord was appointed by the imperial court, representing its authority. Historically, such occurrences of city lords being slain were rare. Yet now, with 3 city lords assassinated, an ominous sense of impending turmoil loomed. The Zhao household refrained from involving themselves in these matters, content to focus on the governance of Chongping City. The prosperity of Chongping City continued to grow. With its population surpassing 100,000, Zhao Qingshan frequently took his wife and concubines on outings to enjoy the beauty of nature. At this point, Bing Tong was 5 months pregnant, and her condition was becoming increasingly evident. Unknowingly, she radiated an aura of maternal love. As the seasons shifted from spring to summer, Zhao Qingshan had just finished his meal when Zhao Jiyue approached him. "Brother, father has summoned you." Zhao Qingshan, filled with curiosity, could not comprehend the reason his father had summoned him. Ordinarily, his parents resided in the Lord's manor, overseeing the affairs of the entire Chongping city. Zhao Qingshan made his way toward the main hall, soon spotting Zhao Leitang sipping tea. "Father, you asked Jiyu to summon me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhao Qingshan inquired. "Qingshan, what do you think about us taking control of those 3 cities?" Zhao Leitang asked. "The court is yet to appoint a city lord." Zhao Qingshan smiled lightly. "If father intends to seize these 3 cities, simply send someone to accept them. Appointing a city lord ourselves is entirely feasible. What does it matter if the court disapproves?" Zhao Qingshan spoke nonchalantly. It is worth noting that the Zhao family boasted 2 golden core cultivators, himself and Bai Su, granting them unparalleled strength within the entire estate. Moreover, they had 9 foundation establishment cultivators, with over 20 more aligned with them. This was a carefully selected force. Otherwise, it would be effortless to gather over 100 foundation establishment cultivators. Upon hearing this, Zhao Leitang's face broke into a smile. As a man, he naturally yearned for his domain to expand, desiring to command a larger army. However, he also understood that although he was the head of the Zhao family and Zhao Qingshan's father, the true soul of the Zhao family was Zhao Qingshan. Without his son's support, he would be unable to pursue such ambitions. "With your words, I feel reassured," Zhao Leitang declared. Within half a month, he had already dispatched troops to occupy the 3 cities, bringing them under his command and beginning to recruit soldiers. On a certain day, Zhao Qingshan, accompanied by his wives, journeyed to Tianzhushan. This mountain had become his territory, home to the medicinal gardens he cultivated, where he had also laid down formations. Zhao Qingshan established a courtyard amidst the mountain, surrounded by a serene lake, far removed from the bustling world, ensuring their solitude was undisturbed. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan felt a stirring within him and soared into the sky like a wisp of smoke. Upon reaching the Golden Core realm, even without flying on a sword, he could ascend into the air, albeit at a speed inferior to that of sword flight. Upon exiting the formation, he saw an elderly man riding a celestial crane, which surprisingly bore the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. "May I inquire who you are, and what brings you to Chongping City?" Zhao Qingshan asked with a gentle smile. "I am Yuxuzi, hailing from Shudu." The elder replied. "Are you Zhao Qingshan?" Shudu was indeed the capital of the Jin Kingdom, the most prosperous region therein. "I am Zhao Qingshan," he acknowledged with a slight nod. "Zhao Daoyu, having stepped into the Golden Core realm, you should transcend worldly desires, seeking longevity. Pray tell, why do you indulge in the mundane struggles for power?" Yuxuzi inquired. Zhao Qingshan grasped the situation. It seemed that Zhao Leitang's acquisition of the 3 surrounding cities had reached Shudu, prompting Yuxuzi to come and seek accountability. Zhao Qingshan replied with a serene smile. "Your words are misplaced, my friend. I am indeed cultivating. The pursuit of worldly power is merely my father managing affairs for our Zhao family." Zhao Qingshan regarded Yuxuzi with a knowing smile. "Could it be that you have come to seek retribution, wishing to engage me in a duel?" Yuxuzi replied. "As practitioners of the immortal path, we ought to distance ourselves from worldly affairs, devoting ourselves solely to cultivation. I serve the royal family and have come to discuss matters with you. I implore you, Zhao Daoist, do not place me in a difficult position." Yuxuzi's words trailed off abruptly. In that moment, a formidable sword manifested in Zhao Qingshan's hand, radiating an intimidating aura, while his other hand conjured several talismans. Yuxuzi's eyelids twitched involuntarily. "If you wish to engage in combat, I would be more than willing to oblige. It has only been a short while since I reached the Golden Core stage. It would be a fine opportunity to observe your techniques." Zhao Qingshan replied with a sardonic smile. Meanwhile, Bai Su had made her appearance behind him. A bitter expression crossed Yuxuzi's face. Although he was a Golden Core cultivator, he had only just entered the early stages of this realm, relying on superior magical artifacts. In contrast, both Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su were also Golden Core cultivators, each possessing a spiritual artifact, and Zhao Qingshan had those formidable talismans at his disposal. Should a confrontation arise, who could predict whether Zhao Qingshan might inadvertently take his life? Should that occur, the court of the Jin dynasty would hardly take notice. Zhao Daoist has misunderstood. Zhao Daoist has misunderstood. Yu Shuzi hastily exclaimed. I shall take my leave at once, so as not to disturb your tranquil cultivation. With that, Yu Shuzi departed atop a celestial crane. Zhao Qingshan displayed a look of disdain. As an elder of the Liang sect, his understanding of the Jin dynasty's cultivation world was far superior to what it had once been. The royal family of Jin was indeed powerful, yet it was not enough to instill fear in him. After all, the Jin royal family lacked a nascent soul elder to safeguard it. Chapter 99. Far away indeed. According to the intelligence from the Sunfire sect, the royal family does not possess any nascent soul elder. The reason they continue to govern the mundane world, aside from the robust strength of the Jin royal family, is their profound relationship with the Qingyun sect. The founding emperor of Jin, Sima Yin, hailed from the Qingyun sect and cultivated to the nascent soul stage, establishing the Jin dynasty. Since the day of its inception, the Jin royal family has maintained a deep-rooted connection with the Qingyun sect, and any of its offspring with spiritual roots invariably join the sect. It is precisely due to the backing of the Qingyun sect that Jin has endured to this day. However, this does not imply that the Jin dynasty remains as steadfast as it once was. In truth, the Jin dynasty is no longer what it used to be. With its control greatly diminished, numerous regions have, in fact, fallen under the influence of sects. For instance, the cities surrounding the Sunfire Mountain range are all under the control of the Sunfire sect. It is entirely reasonable for the Zhao family to possess 2 golden core cultivators and occupy several cities. Zhao Qingshan fundamentally does not believe that the Jin royal family would sever ties completely over this matter. His lack of opposition to Zhao Leitang's control over other cities stems from his disdain for Sima Mingying and an overall lack of affection for the Jin royal family. A dignified royal devotee, yet they do not even possess a single spiritual artifact and still dare to demand an explanation, Bai Su scoffed. She could forge top-tier magical artifacts at this very moment. In fact, Zhao Qingshan is already capable of crafting spiritual artifacts. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. Not everyone is like the Sunfire sect, where becoming an elder guarantees a low-grade spiritual artifact. For cultivators, strength largely hinges upon their weapons. Among golden core cultivators of the same level with similar techniques, one wielding a top-tier magical artifact often prevails over another with a low-grade spiritual artifact. Zhao Qingshan's fearlessness toward the Jin royal family also arises from his status as a 3rd-tier formation master, a 3rd-tier alchemist, and a 3rd-tier talisman maker. These credentials are his source of confidence. A 3rd-tier formation master can arrange numerous 3rd-tier formations, rendering even the most skilled golden core cultivators ineffective. Once he comprehends all the formations left by the esteemed Zhang Ping, he will be able to combine 2nd and 3rd-tier formations into a 4th-tier formation. With a 4th-tier formation, he would be beyond the reach of any nascent soul elder. As a 3rd-tier alchemist, he can summon other golden core cultivators to his aid. Just as he became an elder of the Sunfire sect, which boasts 2 3rd-tier alchemists, the news of this quieted the heavenly demon sect, abruptly halting years of warfare. Furthermore, being a 3rd-tier talisman maker means he can produce a multitude of 3rd-tier spiritual talismans. During this period, he has crafted over 100 3rd-tier spiritual talismans, each possessing unique functions. The offensive 3rd-tier talismans can unleash power capable of slaying golden core cultivators. After Yu Shuzi's departure, the previously turbulent undercurrents settled into tranquility. With his territory expanding, Zhao Leitang now commands 4 cities and is recruiting soldiers, aiming to muster an elite force of 200,000. Numerous rogue cultivators have flocked to the Zhao residence, drawn by the abundance of elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts, resources that spark envy among the scattered cultivators. However, these can only be considered peripheral. True confidence must be cultivated anew, akin to the workings of a sect. For it is only in this manner that one can endure through the ages. Gradually, the time arrived in August. Bing Tong, having carried her pregnancy for 10 months, bore a prominent belly, with the imminent possibility of labor. The household had prepared 3 midwives, poised and ready. In mid-August, on this particular day, Bing Tong felt a pang of pain in her abdomen, sending the entire Zhao residence into a state of heightened alert. Zhao Qingshan paced anxiously outside the room, unable to find solace in either sitting or standing. Qingshan, stop pacing like that, Zhao Lai admonished. Grandfather, Zhao Qingshan faltered, at a loss for words. It was impossible for him not to feel anxious. His wife was inside, laboring. Typically, the first childbirth for women carries significant risks. Instances of complications leading to fatalities were not rare occurrences in Chongping City, happening several times a year. After years of effort with his 6 wives, his spouse had finally conceived, and he held this child in the highest regard. Naturally, his heart was in turmoil. Qingshan, have you decided on the child's name? Zhao Qingshan inquired, attempting to divert the conversation. Yes, if it's a boy, I shall name him Yuan Mo. If a girl, I shall call her Xiaoyu. Zhao Qingshan responded. In truth, he had contemplated several names for a girl. However, given that it was raining lightly at that moment, he found the name Xiaoyu particularly fitting and meaningful. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding wail of a newborn pierced the air from within the room. Everyone simultaneously turned to glance at the door, just as the midwife emerged, cradling the infant, her face aglow with delight. It's a boy! It's a boy! She exclaimed. Zhao Qingshan swiftly took the child from her, scrutinizing the infant with joy illuminating his face. Ha ha! Ha ha! Zhao Qingshan exclaimed exuberantly. I, Zhao Qingshan, finally have a child. Ha ha! The sensation of bloodline connection enveloped him, and in that moment, he felt an extraordinary surge of vitality. He was resolute. He would spare no precious possession for his child. At that instant, he yearned to present his child with the finest of treasures. This little one, with such a vigorous cry, is surely destined for greatness. Zhao Lai chuckled heartily. This was his legitimate grandson, ensuring the continuation of the Zhao family's legacy. Father, look. This little fellow is gazing at us. Zhao Leitang beamed. Indeed, those glistening little eyes are fixed on us. Haha! Zhao Lai's laughter rang out, and he reached out to playfully poke the baby's tiny nose. My dear grandson, call me grandfather, he said, unable to contain his mirth. After all, how could a newborn possibly speak? Zhao Qingshan carried the child into the room, where Bingtong lay on the bed, drenched in sweat and pale of face. Childbirth is perilous, akin to traversing the gates of death. Bingtong had been severely weakened, her cultivation plummeting from mid-foundation to early foundation stage, nearly falling out of the foundational realm altogether. Husband, how is our child? Bingtong inquired weakly. The little one is healthy and adorable. Zhao Qingshan cradled the child, allowing Bingtong to gaze upon the infant. Bingtong looked at the baby, her face radiating affection. My dear husband, have you chosen a name for the child? Bingtong inquired. Yuanma Zhao Yuanma. Zhao Qingshan replied. Outside, Zhao Leitang had already arranged for a banquet, rewarding the midwife with a generous 100 taels of gold. Each servant of the estate received a bounty of 10 taels, while the cultivators were gifted medicinal pills. The entire household was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere, celebrating the arrival of this newborn. As the first of the Zhao family's 3rd generation and the legitimate grandson, the child's status was extraordinary from the moment of birth. In celebration, all items in the Zhao family shops were offered at a 20% discount, inciting excitement among countless cultivators eager to save their coins. What once required 100 low-grade spirit stones now only demanded 80, a substantial saving of 20 stones. Such discounts had never before graced the Zhao family shops. The Zhao family also organized the distribution of rice and porridge to the impoverished at the city gates. The festivities continued late into the night, with a sky adorned with countless stars. Upon returning to their courtyard, tranquility descended upon Zhao Qingshan and his family. The concubines took turns cradling the infant, each showering him with affection, for he was Zhao Qingshan's sole child. It is often said that the first and last children receive the most indulgence. Eventually, the child was returned to Bingtong. After giving birth and consuming a rejuvenating pill, Bingtong quickly returned to her normal state. In the room, Bai Su approached Zhao Qingshan step by step. Her delicate hands rested on his shoulders, gently kneading. Dressed only in a belly wrap, Bai Su leaned against Zhao Qingshan's back, her demeanor dreamy and intimate. Sensing her soft presence, Zhao Qingshan could not resist caressing her fingers, as exquisite as jade. My dear husband, let us strive to have a child, Bai Su said shyly. Although she was a golden core cultivator, she was still a woman, desiring a child just like any other. Witnessing Bingtong's childbirth had intensified her yearning. Seeing Bai Su's eagerness, Zhao Qingshan understood her intentions, and, with a gentle push, she fell into his embrace. Then let us make an earnest effort tonight, Zhao Qingshan murmured as he leaned down. The bed creaked under their weight. After a while, the creaking ceased. Zhao Qingshan lay on the bed, while Bai Su drifted into a deep slumber. The combat prowess of 2 golden core cultivators was remarkable, a fierce struggle indeed. Ultimately, Zhao Qingshan triumphed, owing to his more robust physique. He opened a virtual panel. Congratulations, host. The legitimate son has been born. You are awarded a grand gift package. Congratulations to the host, who grows more formidable with each battle. Refining skills, 8,000. True energy, 8,000. Alchemist, 3rd tier, medium grade, 300, 000 400, 000. Refiner, 3rd tier. lower grade, 28, 200, 000. Talisman Master, 3rd tier, lower grade, 20, 200, 000. Formation Master, 3rd tier, medium grade, 20, 400, 000. Realm, Early Golden Core 200, 0001, 000. Gold Spiritual Root, upper grade, 50, 00050, 000, can be transcended. Wood Spiritual Root, upper grade, 15, 00050, 000. Water Spiritual Root, upper grade, 15, 00050, 000. Fire Spiritual Root, upper grade, 50, 00050, 000, can be transcended. Earth Spiritual Root, upper grade, 3, 00050, 000. Zhao Qingshan was astonished. He did not expect such a powerful boon from the Golden Finger. The reward for his wife's pregnancy was one thing, but the reward upon the child's birth was an unexpected bonus. It seems that having a wife and concubines bear children could also yield considerable rewards. System. Open the grand gift. Zhao Qingshan silently commanded. A beam of golden light enveloped his body, and he felt an overwhelming surge of information rushing into his mind, inducing a sense of dizziness. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. To his amazement, a new cultivation technique appeared in his mind, the 9 turns of celestial stars. What a remarkable level of technique this is. So extraordinary that the subsequent layers are automatically sealed. Zhao Qingshan was left speechless. The 9 turns of celestial stars comprises 9 tiers of cultivation. Yet he could currently only access the 1st tier. This technique is specifically designed for body refinement, absorbing the power of the stars to temper his physique. Upon completing the 1st turn, he would condense the celestial true fire. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard. By overcoming the 4-9 heavenly tribulation and solidifying the golden core, he could master the 3 flavors true fire, which is used for refining spiritual artifacts. However, the power of the celestial true fire is significantly greater than that of the 3 flavors true fire. Eagerly, Zhao Qingshan rose, treading lightly as he left his room and made his way to the cultivation chamber. In the chamber, he sat cross-legged, adjusting his state of being and earnestly contemplating the 1st turn of the technique. As he circulated the technique, his body emanated a mist of purple true energy, swirling continuously around him. It enveloped him in a cloud of purple vapor, absorbing the celestial power of the heavens and earth, which surged into his muscles and bones. As the celestial power penetrated his physique, his body instinctively absorbed and tempered it, leading to a transformation in strength. The sensation of his body growing ever stronger immersed Zhao Qingshan in bliss. Gradually, he lost track of time. After an indeterminate duration, his body, tempered by the celestial power, was as resilient as jade or diamond. Within his dantian, a flame began to form, a pale azure flame. This pale azure flame was none other than the celestial true fire forged through his practice of the 9 turns of celestial stars. This celestial true fire possesses a potency far surpassing that of the 3 flavors true fire, rendering even the danyin fire relatively inferior. Zhao Qingshan reveled in the formidable power of the celestial true fire, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. Such a potent flame is undoubtedly beneficial, whether in combat or in the art of forging, yielding remarkable results with minimal effort. However, he mused that for alchemy, the Dan flame was far more suitable. The Dan flame was indeed tailored for refining elixirs, whereas the celestial true fire, with its domineering nature, was ill-suited for such endeavors. The 9 turns of celestial transformation was truly astonishing. Merely at the initial stage, his physical strength had surged manifold. Zhao Qingshan was secretly astounded. This 1st stage surpassed the physical cultivation techniques he had previously acquired by an incomprehensible margin. Upon exiting the training chamber, Zhao Qingshan encountered a child crawling on the ground. He paused momentarily, feeling an inexplicable sense of kinship that compelled him to lift the child into his arms. Unable to resist, he affectionately kissed the little one. The child gazed at Zhao Qingshan with curiosity, subsequently bursting into joyous laughter, flailing its tiny hands in delight. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback, realizing that during his seclusion, several months had passed, and his child had grown to the point of crawling. "Papa!" the child suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Qingshan froze, trembling all over. That single utterance pierced his very soul. Overcome with emotion, he lavished several more kisses upon the child. What an ungrateful little one, to utter Papa as their first word. Bing Tong, who had appeared unbeknownst to him, remarked with a hint of jealousy. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. "Just look at whose offspring this is. It is truly a reflection of my lineage." He lifted the child high into the air, eliciting peals of laughter. "Papa!" the child repeatedly called out, each iteration growing clearer. After a delightful interlude of playful banter, Zhao Qingshan gently set the child down. It dawned on him that he had been in seclusion for a full 8 months. In the realm of cultivation, time seemed to lose its meaning. He felt a sense of relief that he had not rushed to achieve perfection at the first stage. Otherwise, upon emerging, his child would likely be running about everywhere. Chapter 100. The cloud-dreaming marsh. Zhao Qingshan emerged from his secluded retreat and was delighted to see his child had learned to crawl. He joyfully engaged in play with the little one until exhaustion set in, prompting the child to be carried off to sleep. After several months of solitude, the reunion felt as exhilarating as a new marriage. His wives, each tender and affectionate, surrounded him. Yet, despite their numbers, Zhao Qingshan had cultivated his strength through the 9-turn star technique, rendering them no match for him. In a single-handed display of prowess, he easily overwhelmed their attempts to confront him. Even Bai Su, at the Golden Core stage, fell swiftly without much resistance. Not a single capable opponent remained. With a sense of inner pride swelling within him, Zhao Qingshan reveled in his newfound strength and confidence. Days passed as he basked in the company of his wives and the joy of his child. Gradually, they transitioned to Talentless, which had become his sanctuary. Located outside the city, Zhao Qingshan had meticulously arranged numerous formations, ensuring solitude. Though it lacked the bustling vibrancy of Chomping City, it offered a rare tranquility, ideally suited for cultivation. Cultivation requires a serene environment. Talentless boasted a 3-tiered spirit-gathering formation, where the concentration of spiritual energy now surpassed that of the Zhao residence's backyard. Here, he cultivated a medicinal garden, established a forging chamber, an alchemical room, a talisman crafting area, and a meditation space. In terms of significance and safety, this place far eclipsed the Zhao residence. Having entered the Golden Core realm, Zhao Qingshan understood why cultivators preferred the wilderness over urban life. The mundane world, rife with distractions, created numerous entanglements that hindered focused cultivation. Zhao Qingshan envisioned transforming Talentless into the Zhao family stronghold, while the Zhao residence would serve as a dwelling for those in the family who could not cultivate or possessed mediocre talents. Thus, the Zhao family would be divided into 2 branches, one devoted to the mundane and the other to cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. A Golden Core practitioner could effortlessly attain power and wealth. Conversely, a wealthy family without a formidable protector could easily face annihilation. As long as a powerful figure resided within the Zhao residence, it could enjoy enduring prosperity. After spending time with his wives and child, Zhao Qingshan retreated once more for cultivation. A year or more of seclusion was commonplace for a cultivator. During this period, aside from meditative practices, he dedicated much of his time to studying formations. The legacy of Chomping Jinren provided ample material for his contemplation. The study of formations is vast and profound. Basic formations such as the 1 yuan, 3 talents, for symbols, and 5 elements serve as foundational knowledge. Mastery of these basics would enable him to comprehend more complex formations. Only by grasping the essence of foundational formations can one truly master the art. Each formation is built upon a singular foundation, while many advanced formations intertwine multiple basic formations, influencing and transforming one another. Thus, learning formations requires a comprehensive approach. Zhao Qingshan began his studies with the most fundamental formations, revisiting and refreshing his knowledge step by step. At long last, Zhao Qingshan comprehended all the legacies left by the revered Chongping, mastering every intricate 3rd-tier formation. He began to meticulously arrange the formations, starting with the 1st tier, then the 2nd, and culminating in a sophisticated 4th-tier formation. The outermost layer consisted of 1st-tier formations, gradually increasing in complexity towards the core, where the area they inhabited was densely interwoven with 3rd-tier formations. It could be said that the entire Talentless had been fortified to resemble an impregnable bastion. In their dwelling, the cultivation chambers of his wives and concubines each possessed distinct attributes of spiritual energy. For instance, Bingtong's chamber was saturated with the essence of water, while Xue Meishu's abode was rich in the energy of the earth. Through this period of seclusion, Zhao Qingshan's mastery of formations had unequivocally reached the level of Chongping, placing him on the threshold of becoming a 4th-tier formation master. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Tonger, you and the others should focus on your cultivation here at Talentless. Su Su and I shall return to the Liang sect for a brief visit, Zhao Qingshan instructed, emphasizing. Remember, do not leave Talentless lightly. Regardless of what transpires outside, remain steadfast here. Rest assured, my husband. You and Sister Su Su may proceed to the Liang sect without worry, Bingtong assured him. During this time of recuperation, Bingtong's cultivation had been restored to the mid-foundation stage. Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su departed Talentless, soaring through the skies on their swords. They soon received a message from their sect, summoning them back with urgency. After traversing over 3,000 miles, Baisu's magical energy was entirely depleted, necessitating her to board Zhao Qingshan's flying sword, which had barely consumed a fifth of its power. By the time dusk fell, they had arrived at the Liang Mountains. Unlike the previous atmosphere of stringent vigilance, now the mountains exuded a sense of ease. The disciples of the Liang sect were noticeably fewer, as many had ventured out for training. Instead of heading directly to the peak where the sect leader resided, they made their way to Liang Peak. Upon entering the palace, they beheld the esteemed Huayang Zhenren and the enchanting Yuhua Xiangu seated upon their thrones. Master, Baisu greeted upon seeing Yuhua Xiangu. Su, how is it that you have returned so swiftly? Yuhua Xiangu inquired, astonished. You were just notified this morning, and yet you arrive by evening, appearing unscathed with your magical energy intact. Master, it is due to Qingshan's profound magical prowess, Baisu replied. A look of realization dawned upon Yuhua Xiangu as she recalled Zhao Qingshan's status as a third-tier alchemist. She surmised that the two must have consumed elixirs to restore their magical energy during their journey. Zhao Qingshan smiled, offering no further explanation, but instead posed a question. Might I inquire what has transpired that necessitated our return to the mountain at the behest of the sect leader? With both Huayang Zhenren and Yuhua Xiangu present in the Liang Mountains, it was evident they were privy to the situation. Huayang Zhenren spoke. A relic cave has been discovered in the Yunming days, attributed to the blood demon ancestor from 3 millennia ago. The sect leader has summoned all to explore this cave. Yunming days, a vast marshland located in the eastern part of the Jin state, spans several hundred miles, remaining largely untouched and desolate. It is inhabited by numerous demonic beasts, classifying it as an undeveloped area. Even the foundation building cultivators dare only to explore the periphery of Yunming days, refraining from venturing deeper. Who is this blood demon ancestor that commands such respect from our sect leader? Baisu inquired, astonished. Blood demon ancestor is a formidable figure from 3,000 years ago in the realm of cultivation within the Jin state, replied Master Huayang with a smile. His cultivation reached the nascent soul stage. According to sect records, a millennium ago, the blood demon ancestor attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, making him the foremost expert in demonic arts in our realm. However, he has not been heard from in this past millennium, likely having failed to transcend to the out-of-body stage as his lifespan approached its limit. In cultivation, each stage comes with a distinct lifespan. A step forward often grants a significant extension of life. The golden core stage offers a lifespan of 500 years, the nascent soul stage 2,000 years, and the out-of-body stage extends it to 5,000 years, unless one breaks through to a higher realm or obtains rare treasures to prolong their life. They are destined to perish. Even those life-extending treasures have their limitations. As long as the blood demon ancestor has not reached the out-of-body stage, he must have perished by now. His relics and dwelling could harbor untold treasures. Indeed, the entire cultivation community in the Jin state is now in turmoil. Remarked Yuhua Xiangu. The allure of the relics from a nascent soul stage master is immensely powerful for golden core cultivators. After all, within such relics, a fortuitous encounter could significantly enhance a golden core cultivator's strength. Moreover, for wandering cultivators, the appeal of these relics is even greater. Spiritual tools, elixirs, techniques, and secret methods. Many of them may only possess methods to reach the golden core stage, remaining ignorant of what lies beyond. It is even possible that it may attract the attention of nascent soul stage masters to explore these relics. Zhao Qingshan pondered briefly and foresaw that the upcoming events in Yunming days would undoubtedly be fraught with danger, with countless golden core cultivators likely to meet their demise there. To be candid, the blood demon ancestor's relics held little allure for Zhao Qingshan. He had inherited the legacy of Pang Hai, and although the elixirs, spiritual herbs, and fruits had lost their potency, the alchemical techniques and secret arts passed down from Pang Hai were of far greater value. He could also access the Lishan secret realm at any time, which served as his true trump card. Once within the Lishan secret realm, even a master of the Great Ascension stage would find it challenging to contend with him. Nonetheless, Zhao Qingshan did wish to visit Yunming days, hoping to gather some spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. As a third-tier alchemist, only spiritual herbs, medicines, or fruits of at least the third tier would catch his eye, while those that could truly entice him would need to be of the 5th tier. 3 days later, in the Grand Hall, the Golden Core cultivators of the Fierce Sun sect gathered in unison. The sect master formally announced the discovery of the Blood Demon Ancestor's relic cave, leaving some elders, who had just returned and were unaware of the matter, utterly astonished. The atmosphere in the hall became lively. Sect master, what news from the Cloud Dream Marsh? Inquired one elder, appearing somewhat disheveled with a gourd hanging from his waist, reeking of spirits. Yet, no one dared to underestimate him. for his prowess ranked him among the top 10 elders. The Cloud Dream Marsh harbors a primordial infant-level flood dragon, which has yet to transform, possessing formidable strength. It is advisable to avoid such a creature, as encountering it would surely lead to death, the sect master replied. Moreover, preliminary estimates suggest that there are 15 golden core-level demonic beasts in the marsh. These beasts may also seek to explore the relic cave, making our adversaries not only the other sects, but also these formidable creatures. A chill ran through many hearts, as they had not anticipated the presence of such powerful demonic beasts in the Cloud Dream Marsh. Zhao Qingshan, too, was somewhat taken aback. The marsh indeed housed a primordial infant-level beast, and a flood dragon at that. Dragons were the sovereigns among demonic beasts, and any association with them signified great power. A primordial infant flood dragon was indeed more formidable than other beasts of the same level, evident from its failure to transform despite reaching such a stage. As night fell, Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su returned to their cave dwelling. Su, you must not venture to the Cloud Dream Marsh. It is far too perilous. Zhao Qingshan grasped Bai Su's hand earnestly. Bai Su leaned against Zhao Qingshan. Husband, if the Cloud Dream Marsh is so dangerous, then you should not go either. We have only recently entered the Golden Core realm, and being still young, we possess ample time for cultivation. There is no necessity to court such grave danger. Bai Su shared his reluctance, knowing full well the risks posed by the marsh. Su, you are aware of my strength. Fret not. I would never gamble with my life, Zhao Qingshan reassured, gently stroking Bai Su's long hair. With a sigh, Bai Su conceded. If you must go to the Cloud Dream Marsh, then during these 3 days, please stay by my side. Her cheeks flushed as she added, let us strive together. Perhaps I shall conceive your child. Zhao Qingshan laughed heartily, embracing Bai Su. The cave was suffused with a peculiar fragrance. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Su, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep slumber. Zhao Qingshan quietly rose, donned his attire, and habitually activated his virtual panel. Congratulations, host, your concubine is pregnant, and you have received a grand gift. Upon reading those gleaming words, Zhao Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that their efforts over the past 3 days would bear fruit. Bai Su had finally conceived his offspring, having experienced the previous episode with Bing Tong. Zhao Qingshan had come to firmly believe in the efficacy of his golden finger. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qingshan realized that with a child soon to arrive, he could not afford any misfortune. He certainly did not wish for his child to enter the world without a father. As Zhao Qingshan stood outside the room, he silently chanted, claimed the grand gift. In a flash of golden light, a talisman materialized. The small teleportation talisman, upon activation, could transport him 3,000 miles instantaneously. Disregarding any formations or restrictions, Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. This small teleportation talisman was undeniably formidable. Moreover, it was not a one-time use item. It could be employed repeatedly, with a cooldown of 1 year after each use. Undoubtedly, it was a treasure for preserving one's life. Zhao Qingshan was filled with joy. With the small teleportation talisman in hand, how could he possibly encounter danger in the Yuming Marsh? Even if he found himself in peril, he could swiftly activate the talisman and leave the marsh without hesitation. However, before venturing into the Yuming Marsh, he intended to visit the Dine Mountain Range first. Zhao Qingshan soared through the skies on his sword, departing from the Liang Mountain Range. He could not shake off his thoughts about the violet dragon residing in the cold pool of the Dine Mountain Range. He yearned to subdue this violet dragon, for with its presence guarding the Zhao residence, he could leave without constant concern. Flying with all his might, Zhao Qingshan's speed was remarkable. Within just a few hours, he reached the Dine Mountain Range. Unlike his cautious demeanor during his initial visit, this time he boldly flew on his sword, heading straight to the location of the cold pool. You are a genius. Remember this. Hong Gongquan. Chapter 101. Beast Mastery Circle. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in rain. The surface of the cold pond had solidified into a thick layer of solid ice. As raindrops fell, they crystallized into ice at a visibly rapid pace. Zhao Qingshan landed upon this frozen expanse, and with each step, he could feel waves of chilling air enveloping him. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan stomped his foot forcefully. Boom! It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. That thick sheet of ice shattered and crumbled, sending fragments flying in all directions. Numerous shards collided against the nearby cliffs, exploding into a fine powder. Zhao Qingshan plunged directly into the cold pond. A thick protective barrier formed at the surface, isolating him from the frigid waters below. The temperature of the pond was indeed shockingly low. Zhao Qingshan marveled inwardly. For a foundational practitioner, it was likely that entering these depths would result in a swift and merciless freezing. As he sank deeper, the movement of the water intensified, He descended, continuously downward. 20 fathoms, 40 fathoms, 60 fathoms. The further he went, the colder the water became. Zhao Qingshan felt an intense chill enveloping his body. He finally reached the bottom. Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath the surface lay red, purple, gray, and blue crystals. He gazed in awe. These crystals were exceedingly precious and could be utilized in crafting spiritual artifacts. This cold pond truly was a treasure trove, Zhao Qingshan thought to himself, diligently collecting these vibrant crystals. As a third-tier artifact craftsman, he could easily refine these crystals into low-grade spiritual implements. Zhao Qingshan marveled at the bounty, and before long, he had gathered a total of 85 crystals of various hues. Strangely, he had not caught sight of the purple flood dragon. Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow. That massive purple serpent was nearly equivalent to a flood dragon, possessing formidable strength and ideal as a spiritual beast. Unlike humans, the lifespan of demonic beasts often far exceeds that of humans. It was quite normal for demonic beasts of the demon core level to live 1,000 or 2,000 years, while those with dragon bloodlines could live even longer. Zhao Qingshan had taken a liking to the purple flood dragon the first time he laid eyes on it. The pond's floor was not vast. He had thoroughly searched it, yet there was no sign of the purple flood dragon. Could it be that it had ventured out? Zhao Qingshan mused. It was not implausible. Demonic beasts of the demon core level possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. They would not necessarily remain in their lairs, but could roam freely as well. Roar at that moment, a terrifying low growl echoed through the water. Zhao Qingshan turned towards the sound and spotted a small dark cave entrance. Just then, the purple flood dragon emerged from the cave, swiftly advancing forth. Roar recognizing Zhao Qingshan. The purple flood dragon let out a furious roar. Damn human, how dare you return? I shall tear you to shreds. Not long ago, the purple flood dragon had indeed recognized Zhao Qingshan. It opened its massive maw, preparing to engulf him. Drink, Zhao Qingshan shouted lightly, thrusting his long sword towards the advancing purple flood dragon. The sharp sword transformed into a fleeting shadow. With a resounding splash, the water was swiftly cleaved apart. This sword, a superior spiritual artifact, though not yet fully refined by Zhao Qingshan, still exuded an aura of terror, effortlessly tearing through the scales of the purple dragon. With a piercing strike, the blade embedded itself into the creature's body, eliciting a roar of pain from the purple dragon. How many years had it been since it had suffered an injury? Now, it found itself wounded by this human before it. Zhao Qingshan withdrew the sword, only to see the purple dragon's tail whip toward him. He ascended rapidly, buoyed by the water's lift. Human, where do you think you're going? Roared the purple dragon, pursuing him with a fury, intent on tearing apart the one who dared to injure it, to vent its pent-up rage. A flicker of indifference crossed Zhao Qingshan's eyes. Through this confrontation, he discerned that the purple dragon was of the demon core level, not yet an infant dragon. This realization bolstered his confidence in his purpose here. In the water, his strength faced constraints, but once above the surface, the purple dragon would lose its advantage. Within mere moments, Zhao Qingshan had breached the water's surface. The purple dragon followed closely, its cavernous mouth agape, seemingly ready to swallow him whole. Rising from the depths, it towered above him, reminiscent of a serpent as formidable as a 10-story building. In all likelihood, this purple dragon was the apex predator among the beasts of Dian Mountain. With a deft movement, Zhao Qingshan unleashed a flurry of sword shadows that enveloped the purple dragon. The scales of the creature shattered under the relentless assault. Wounded and bloodied, the dragon emitted a pained roar. It opened its mouth, releasing a hissing black mist wherever this dark fog spread. The chilling waters of the cold pool instantly froze into solid ice. In the blink of an eye, the 20-meter deep expanse from the dragon's maw to the surface was transformed into a colossal block of ice, encasing Zhao Qingshan within. Drawing upon his magical energy, he ignited the starfire, a force of unparalleled might that swiftly melted the ice. Zhao Qingshan's power eclipsed that of the purple dragon. While the creature was indeed formidable, even seasoned golden core cultivators like Bai Su would find themselves overwhelmed within mere exchanges. However, Zhao Qingshan, having honed his physical form through the 9-turn star technique, was inherently powerful. Armed with a superior spiritual sword and clad in superior spiritual armor, the dragon's attacks posed little threat. As the battle progressed, the tide turned against the purple dragon. Wounded and bleeding, its strength waned, while Zhao Qingshan's advantage grew increasingly pronounced. The purple dragon roared in fury, its cries echoing through the air. Realizing it was at a disadvantage, it cast a resentful glance at Zhao Qingshan before attempting to flee toward the cold pool. Nowhere to escape, Zhao Qingshan intoned, forming a magical seal. Suddenly, the cold pool vanished, replaced by a realm of molten lava. As he activated a fire array he had previously set in place. Roar. The purple dragon was utterly incredulous. How could its lair, the cold pool, have transformed into a realm of molten lava? Zhao Qingshan sheathed his sword and began to rain down punches upon the purple dragon. In no time, the creature was left on the brink of death, gasping for breath. It became evident that its survival was in jeopardy. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a circular artifact from his spatial ring, known as the Beast Taming Ring, specifically designed to subjugate monstrous beasts. Once a beast was ensnared by this ring, it would be subject to the whims of its master. One thought from the master could trigger the beast's annihilation. This particular ring was a low-grade spirit artifact crafted by Zhao Qingshan himself, capable of taming even nascent soul beasts. As he placed the ring upon the purple dragon, it transformed into a streak of light and burrowed into the creature's mind. Panic seized the purple dragon. It had no inkling of how to resist or repel this binding force. In that very moment, Zhao Qingshan realized he had forged a connection with the beast. Its obedience was now absolute. With but a thought, he could compel the purple dragon to self-destruct or dissipate into nothingness. Zhao Qingshan clicked his tongue, acknowledging the ring's formidable nature. Once a beast was enslaved, it forfeited its freedom entirely. He then produced a vial containing a third-tier healing elixir from his spatial belt, a sacred remedy for injuries. Pouring the contents into his hand, he forcefully fed it to the purple dragon. Miraculously, the dragon's wounds began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Within a day's time, the creature had nearly recovered completely. Shrink your form, Zhao Qingshan commanded the purple dragon. Upon hearing his directive, the dragon complied instantly, transforming from its fierce, menacing visage into that of a docile kitten, exuding an aura of submission. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan felt an overwhelming power. With a mere command, he could bring the purple dragon to its demise. He approached the subdued creature and delivered a swift kick, taunting, "Let us see if you still possess your ferocity." The purple dragon bristled with indignation, yet found itself unable to retaliate. "What treasures lie beneath the cold pool?" Zhao Qingshan inquired. "Master, there are several storage bags and magical artifacts belonging to the cultivators I have slain," the purple dragon replied obediently. Zhao Qingshan instructed it to lead him to the depths of the cold pool. Mounted upon the dragon's back, they swiftly descended to the bottom. Upon reaching the entrance of a cavern, Zhao Qingshan discovered it led to an underwater passage, the destination unknown. He also beheld the purple dragon's trove. In addition to the storage bags and weapons, there lay a collection of precious crystalline stones, far more valuable than any he had previously encountered. He meticulously gathered the weapons and crystals into his spatial ring. Among the plethora of arms, he found 2 low-grade spirit artifacts, alongside 7 top-tier magical artifacts and 6 superior ones. Ascending back to the surface, Zhao Qingshan systematically opened each storage bag, transferring all valuable items into his spatial ring. By the way, now that he was in the Dian Mountains, why not subjugate the Azure Fire Wolf King as well? With the capture of these Azure Fire Wolves, his father could establish a formidable cavalry of elite wolf warriors. Zhao Qingshan found himself stirred with excitement at this thought. Although the purple flood dragon possessed formidable strength, it was ultimately a solitary entity. In contrast, the Qinghua Wolf King was different. It was the sovereign of the Qinghua Wolf clan in the Dian Mountain region, commanding a multitude of Qinghua wolves. To subdue the Qinghua Wolf King would signify command over a legion of these wolves. It was rumored that the royal family had assembled a force of 100,000 elite Fire Tiger cavalry, the most formidable army of the Jin Kingdom. Due to their conquest of a Fire Tiger King, which enabled them to forge such a powerful contingent, action speaks louder than words. After resting for 2 days at the cold pool for the purple flood dragon to recuperate, Zhao Qingshan, accompanied by the dragon, set forth directly towards the Mist Lake. "Cursed purple flood dragon, how dare you betray the demon clan and willingly become a pawn of the human race?" The Qinghua Wolf King was sent flying by the purple flood dragon, landing in a disheveled heap. Although the Qinghua Wolf King was also a demon beast of the demon core realm and could transform into human form, its strength paled in comparison to that of the purple flood dragon. The Qinghua Wolf King seethed with fury, while conflicts among demon beasts were fierce. They typically united against humans. Regardless of their enmity, when faced with humanity, they would set aside their grievances to strike down their common foe. Yet now, the purple flood dragon had become an accomplice to mankind. Deeply aggrieved, the purple flood dragon did not wish to be enslaved by humans, but felt powerless to resist. In its frustration, it unleashed its wrath upon the Qinghua Wolf King. The 2 demon beasts of the same realm erupted into a fierce battle, causing a tremendous commotion. Other Qinghua wolves fled in terror to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire and meeting a similar fate. The Qinghua Wolf King stood no chance against the purple flood dragon, whose myriad scales afforded it formidable defense. Soon, the Qinghua Wolf King lay gravely injured and near death. "Purple flood dragon, cease this at once," Zhao Qingshan remarked with a calm smile. At that moment, a wolf with a striking blend of blue and red fur lay on the ground, unable to rise despite its struggles. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a beast-taming collar from his spatial ring, reciting an incantation as he placed it around the Qinghua Wolf King's neck. What is this? The next moment, the wolf felt the circular object transform into a stream of light that penetrated its mind. This realization filled it with panic, as it had no understanding of how to resist or defend against such an entity. In that instant, it recalled the name of this object, the beast-taming collar, an instrument that incited immense anger and fear among countless demon beasts. Humans wielded this insidious collar to enslave demon beasts, forcing them to obey. For a demon beast, being subjugated by humans was far more intolerable than death itself. It dawned on the Qinghua Wolf King why the powerful purple flood dragon would aid a human. It, too, was ensnared by the very individual before it. Upon sensing the connection established with the Qinghua Wolf King, Zhao Qingshan produced a vial of healing potion from his spatial ring and administered it to the injured creature. Once the Qinghua Wolf King's wounds were mended, Zhao Qingshan instructed it to summon the Qinghua wolves. With a resounding howl, the Qinghua Wolf King summoned its kin, and soon, one by one, the Qinghua wolves made their way towards the Mist Lake. The birth of intelligence, both those who possess it and those who do not, has all converged. A vast multitude. Zhao Qingshan meticulously counted, and to his astonishment, there were a staggering 50,000 blue fire wolves. This signified that the Zhao family could assemble a formidable cavalry of 50,000 blue fire wolves. With such an elite force at their disposal, the Zhao family could easily sweep through several neighboring prefectures. Zhao Qingshan decided against allowing the Blue Fire Wolf King to lead the pack directly from Dine Mountain to Chomping City just yet. That could be addressed later. First, he returned to Tian's Hushan in Chongping City with the purple flood dragon. My dear, is this truly the dragon you have tamed? The women, including Bing Tong, gazed at the purple flood dragon, trembling with excitement. Indeed, from this day forth, it shall serve as the guardian spirit beast of Tian's Hushan, safeguarding our home. Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile. He then proceeded to teach Bing Tong the incantation to command the purple flood dragon. In times of necessity, even in his absence, Bing Tong would be able to summon the dragon through the spell. Zhao Qingshan placed the purple flood dragon in a serene water pool outside the core area. For as a water attribute beast, the dragon thrived in such aquatic environments. After entrusting the magical artifact to Bing Tong and ensuring everything was in order, Zhao Qingshan took flight on his sword. Having delayed for several days, he needed to hasten his journey to Yunming Days. With the purple flood dragon now securing their home, Zhao Qingshan felt reassured that he would not need to worry about golden core cultivators intruding during his absence, allowing him to venture forth with peace of mind. Chapter 102. Arrival at Yunming Marsh. With a swift whoosh, he soared through the air on his sword, reaching an exhilarating speed that made him vanish from the sight of his companions in the blink of an eye, heading northeast. After an indeterminate duration of flight, he finally arrived at Yunming Marsh. From his elevated vantage point, Zhao Qingshan gazed upon the vast expanse of the marsh, his eyes reflecting a sense of awe. Although he had perused the intelligence reports on Yunming Marsh, witnessing its grandeur firsthand was an entirely different experience. The marsh stretched for hundreds of miles, dotted with numerous swamps and countless islands, shrouded in a haze that rendered visibility extremely limited. It was a veritable paradise for demonic beasts. Even cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage dared only to venture at the fringes, too fearful to delve deeper. Casting a glance back, he observed the nearby riverbank, now adorned with budding willows, interspersed with patches of vibrant red amidst the greenery, while further afield lay expansive fields of crops. One side was a haven for demonic beasts, while the other was a realm of humanity, creating a stark contrast. High above, a flock of avian demonic beasts soared gracefully, scanning the land below. Among them were terrestrial, aquatic, and aerial beasts, with the latter possessing particularly sharp gazes. This was precisely why places like Yunming Marsh, teeming with demonic beasts, remained largely untraversed by humans. Those with insufficient cultivation lacked even the ability to evade these aerial predators. As this group of avian beasts spotted Zhao Qingshan, they swooped down towards him, their expressions menacing and fierce. Zhao Qingshan, however, merely extended his hand, with a series of swift, silken sword energies slicing through the air. The bodies of these flying beasts were pierced in an instant. The several avian beasts were immediately engulfed in terror before plummeting into the waters below. Simultaneously, Zhao Qingshan propelled his flying sword, which left behind a fleeting shadow in the air, swiftly covering several miles in the blink of an eye. With each pass, the sword traversed through the ranks of avian beasts, causing them to fall lifelessly from the sky. In a flash, the sword returned to Zhao Qingshan's grasp, his expression unwavering. The relationship between humanity and demonic beasts was one of enmity. If one did not eliminate the beasts would come to eliminate them. As he continued his flight, Zhao Qingshan collected the fallen avian corpses into his spatial ring. The remains of demonic beasts were treasures in themselves. Their flesh was imbued with rich spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, serving as a potent nourishment for ordinary individuals, while cultivators could utilize it to accelerate their training. The fur and blood of these beasts also constituted excellent materials for crafting weapons and talismans. Meanwhile, approximately 50 miles away, a cultivator, clutching a wooden staff, hurriedly navigated through a thicket, his complexion pale and unable to suppress a cough. The pursuit of fortune often demanded perilous risks. In his quest for opportunity, he had indeed acted recklessly. The formidable python had overwhelmed him, and he had barely withstood 100 exchanges before succumbing. As he fled for his life, he anxiously pondered his next course of action. His name is Xiuyun, an elder of the Qingshan sect. He has come to the Yuming days in search of the blood demon ancestors' ruins. However, during his stay, he encountered a spirit fruit tree, bearing a fruit on the verge of ripening. Tempted by the allure of the fifth-tier spirit fruit, Xiuyun resorted to using an invisibility talisman to seize it. Yet, this fifth-tier spirit fruit was guarded by a formidable spirit beast, a massive azure python. A fierce battle ensued, and after merely 100 exchanges, Xiuyun was soundly defeated and severely injured by the great serpent. The python's strength was terrifying. One must understand that Xiuyun was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm and possessed a low-grade spirit artifact, yet he still succumbed. Now, he finds himself being relentlessly pursued by the python. Oh, that is, Elder Zhao Qingshan of the Liang sect. Shortly thereafter, Xiuyun spotted Zhao Qingshan soaring through the air on his sword. Recognizing his attire, Xiuyun quickly identified Zhao Qingshan as an elder of the Liang sect. His eyes sparkled with hope. He had discovered a means of escape. If he could lure the azure python towards Zhao Qingshan, the elder might intercept the beast, allowing him to evade its pursuit. Fellow Taoist, Xiuyun exclaimed, soaring into the sky like a wisp of smoke. Zhao Qingshan, puzzled, turned to Xiuyun and inquired, "What business do you have in calling me?" Xiuyun's heart swelled with joy. He noted Zhao Qingshan's demeanor and realized that the elder did not recognize him, suggesting he had only recently entered the Golden Core realm. Such a novice daring to venture into the Yuming days was truly reckless. Roar. At that moment, the azure python had detected Xiuyun and surged upward, its gaping maw seemingly poised to swallow the two human cultivators whole. Xiuyun immediately darted forward, inadvertently making Zhao Qingshan the target of the python's wrath. This treacherous Taoist, should I encounter him again, I will surely kill him, Zhao Qingshan thought, incensed to realize he had become a scapegoat. Initially, he had intended to assist a fellow cultivator, only to find himself used as a shield. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. Instead of confronting the python head-on, he flew directly towards Xiuyun. His speed on the sword was far superior to Xiuyun's. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed Xiuyun. Damn it. How can this elder of the Liang sect be so fast? Xiuyun's heart sank and his expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated Zhao Qingshan's decision to evade the python and instead head in his direction, and the serpent was closing in on him at an alarming rate. "O King Serpent, spare my life. I am willing to submit to you and obey your commands," Xiuyun cried out in desperation. "Cunning human, you shall make a fine meal for me." The azure python responded with human speech. In an instant, it closed the distance, ensnaring Xiuyun with its immense body and constricting tighter and tighter. Crack! The resounding sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. With only a breath of life remaining, Xiuyun was swallowed whole by the python's cavernous maw. Heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamities are inescapable. Zhao Qingshan observed from a distance as Xiuyun was effortlessly slain by a massive python, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. The glint of disdain flickered in his eyes. What a disgrace for the Qingshan sect, the foremost sect in the righteous path of the Jin Kingdom as cultivation world, to resort to such treachery. First, Sima Mingyang, and now Xiuyun. Zhao Qingshan harbored no affection for the Qingshan sect whatsoever. He refrained from engaging the great python in battle, for he was in the territory of the Cloud Dream Marsh, a realm dominated by ferocious beasts. Should he fail to dispatch the python swiftly, the ensuing commotion would undoubtedly attract other demon beasts of the Dan realm, or even the dreaded dragon of the infant beast level. At his current strength, he was no match for such formidable foes. A day later, Zhao Qingshan arrived at the temporary encampment of the Liang sect. "Qingshan, what brings you here?" Guhong's expression shifted upon seeing Zhao Qingshan. "You have only recently entered the Golden Core stage. Why venture into the Cloud Dream Marsh?" "Master." Zhao Qingshan clasped his fist in salute, a smile gracing his features. "This is my first visit to the Cloud Dream Marsh, and I have come to broaden my horizons." "Master, has the lair of the blood demon ancestor been opened yet?" Guhong sighed deeply. The blood demon ancestor was once the most powerful figure of the demonic path. His lair is fraught with peril. During our explorations, several individuals have already perished within. Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly. The blood demon ancestor was a peak nascent soul powerhouse. A lair of such a formidable being would undoubtedly be riddled with dangers. This expedition to explore the relic of the blood demon ancestor comprises over 200 golden core cultivators. In addition to the demon beasts of the Dan realm within the Cloud Dream Marsh, Gu Hong elaborated. Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, such a formidable entourage. It seemed a third of the golden core cultivators of the Jin Kingdom's cultivation world had gathered. Yet, this was hardly unexpected. The blood demon ancestor's era was merely a millennium ago, and many sects possessed records of him as the former strongest of the demonic path. The legacy he left behind was bound to be richly abundant. It could be reasonably inferred that if there were any medicinal pills, they would still retain their potent efficacy. The allure of the blood demon ancestor's lair was, therefore, self-evident. Were it not for the Cloud Dream Marsh, but rather on human territory. It was likely that all golden core cultivators of the Jin Kingdom's cultivation world would converge upon it. In the Cloud Dream Marsh, unless absolutely necessary. It is wise to avoid provoking those demon beasts, lest you incite the wrath of the dragon, Gu Hong advised earnestly. Master, what of the blood demon ancestor's lair? Zhao Qingshan inquired. Gu Hong responded, the lair of the blood demon ancestor is situated on a large island 30 miles from here. The largest island in the entire Cloud Dream Marsh. The island is laden with complex formations. Countless third-tier formations are present, and even fourth-tier formations exist. Currently, we are only exploring the periphery and have yet to penetrate the core area. Third-tier formations can ensnare and slay golden core cultivators. As for fourth-tier formations, recklessly intruding would render survival for a golden core cultivator nearly impossible. Even a mere fourth-tier formation can confine a golden core cultivator until their lifespan expires. Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly. The situation aligned closely with his expectations. As the former foremost practitioner of the demonic path in the realm of cultivation within the Jin Kingdom, it was entirely reasonable for the blood demon ancestor's lair to possess a fourth-tier formation. In fact, having a fifth-tier formation would not be surprising either. Before long, the other elders of the Liyang sect had all arrived. In total, 13 elders, including Zhao Qingshan, had come to venture into the Yuming Great Marsh. The elders welcomed Zhao Qingshan warmly. The following morning, Zhao Qingshan set out early. The blood demon ancestor certainly had an eye for choosing such an exquisite locale for his sanctuary. Observing the mist-enshrouded island, surrounded by water like a jade belt. The scenery was breathtaking. Descending from the sky, Zhao Qingshan arrived at the outermost edge. There were already golden core cultivators exploring the area. For those unfamiliar with formations, entering the relic's lair required dismantling the outer formations one by one. Otherwise, recklessly venturing deeper would lead to certain death. However, Zhao Qingshan was different. He entered the formation directly, his figure vanishing. In an instant, the world transformed, and he found himself within a realm of water. After a brief observation, Zhao Qingshan discerned that this was a Ren water formation, a third-tier array. He proceeded northward and soon discovered a black formation flag. Removing this black flag would shatter the entire Ren water formation. Without hesitation, Zhao Qingshan continued onward. No one noticed Zhao Qingshan on this island. The mist obscured visibility to about 10 meters. He paused to closely examine the complex fourth-tier formation before him. Zhao Qingshan refrained from recklessly entering the array. Without thoroughly comprehending the formation, doing so would be tantamount to courting death. Just then, a burly figure appeared, crowned with pointed horns. A bull demon. Zhao Qingshan's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized this giant as a demon beast of the demon core level. I am the water rhinoceros king, bellowed the bull demon. Are you a formation master? And if so, what of it? Zhao Qingshan replied indifferently. Submit to me, or perish. The water rhinoceros king revealed a menacing expression. Zhao Qingshan scoffed coldly. The water rhinoceros king suddenly transformed into a shadow, launching a massive fist, encased in a thick layer of ice, directly at Zhao Qingshan. If he refused to comply, then he would first receive a thorough beating, nearly to the brink of death. Demon beasts adhere strictly to the law of the jungle. Clang. Zhao Qingshan thrust a sword, piercing the enormous fist. A thunderous sound erupted, echoing as if a great mountain had collapsed. Zhao Qingshan was sent flying over 100 meters. While the ice layer on the water rhinoceros king's fist shattered explosively, leaving his arms severely damaged. Excellent. The water rhinoceros king growled deeply. Suddenly, the water rhino king transformed into an immense cloud of mist, which rapidly coalesced into a colossal beast towering over 10 zhang high. This extraordinary creature was a gigantic water rhinoceros, its hide a thick, earthy brown, and its length exceeding 20 zhang, truly resembling a small mountain. The gusts of air expelled from its nostrils were so powerful that they coated the ground in a thick layer of frost. The rhinoceros's yellow glowing eyes scanned the surroundings, and an intense chill pervaded the air, causing the temperature to plummet as layers of frost spread forth, intent on encasing Zhao Qingshan in ice. Frost enveloped Zhao Qingshan, covering his brows and skin with a crystalline layer. However, the starfire surged forth, swiftly melting the ice. Remarkably, he was a fire attribute cultivator. The water rhinoceros scoffed, declaring that in the Yunming marsh, the water attribute's spiritual energy was the most abundant, and even in a war of attrition, it could outlast him. With its enormous eyes gazing down upon Zhao Qingshan, the beast began to stomp its hooves, shaking the very ground beneath it as if a mountain were bearing down. Perish! It bellowed. With a thunderous crash, its massive hoof descended from above, aiming directly at Zhao Qingshan. The air erupted with a piercing howl, the force creating deep fissures in the ground. Even before the hoof made contact, Zhao Qingshan sensed its formidable power. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. He wielded a low-grade spiritual weapon rather than a high-grade one, as the latter could easily attract unwanted attention from more powerful beings. You are a genius. Remember this instantly. Honggongquan. Chapter 103. King of the Green Serpent Enter. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhao Qingshan's eyes as an immense force erupted from within him. The body of the water rhinoceros staggered back, retreating a few steps. Yet that was sufficient. It vanished into the fourth-tier formation. Zhao Qingshan smirked inwardly. He had been scheming for this moment. With both intention and fortuity, he had successfully lured the water rhinoceros into the formation. Although this creature possessed intelligence akin to a human, it was not a master of formations. Once ensnared within this fourth-tier array, its fate was sealed. Having spent considerable time comprehending this fourth-tier formation, Zhao Qingshan understood that it was an offensive array, its attacking power rivaling that of the nascent soul stage. The water rhinoceros, merely a beast of the demon core realm, stood no chance of withstanding such might. Instead of hastily entering the formation, Zhao Qingshan took a moment to quietly contemplate the grand array. Time slipped away unnoticed until, at last, he grasped the intricacies of the fourth-tier formation, and a smile graced his face. With a purposeful step, he entered the array. What a magnificent five-elements grand array it was. So intricate and profound, had he not possessed considerable insight into the five elements. Unraveling its mysteries would have consumed countless hours. Upon entering the array, Zhao Qingshan was instantly transported to an alternate realm. Within the confines of the five elements grand array lay a self-contained space. Unless one could break free from this grand formation, they would age and perish within. A terrifying roar echoed nearby. Following the sound, Zhao Qingshan soon witnessed the water rhinoceros being assailed by flames. As a water attribute beast, it was inherently averse to fire. Within this inferno, it suffered immensely, its strength greatly suppressed. The five elements, in their cyclical interplay of creation and destruction, revealed that this was not merely a five elements grand array, but rather a fourth-tier formation comprised of five separate third-tier arrays. No longer concealing his prowess, Zhao Qingshan drew forth his exquisite spirit sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed his full power in a single strike. The resilient hide of the water rhinoceros was ruthlessly sliced open by the sharp blade, a gaping wound appearing as if a dam had burst, blood gushing forth abundantly, revealing glimpses of its innards. The water rhinoceros let out a pained and furious howl, its abdominal muscles writhing as the grievous wound began to close. Yet, Zhao Qingshan's strike had been too brutal, the injury was far too severe. Despite its desperate attempts to staunch the flow, blood continued to seep outward, though not with the same ferocity as before. Your demise is imminent, water rhinoceros. Zhao Qingshan transformed into a blur, dashing toward the creature with incredible speed. With a desperate bellow, the water rhinoceros turned and fled into the distance, racing away in panic. Fleeing? Zhao Qingshan scoffed inwardly. Within this five elements grand array, where could it possibly escape? In a flash, he caught up to the water rhinoceros and drove his sword into the vulnerable area beneath its neck. The blade pierced through with a sickening thud, shattering its skull. The colossal corpse of the water rhinoceros thudded heavily to the ground. With a mere wave of his hand, Zhao Qingshan summoned the immense body of the water rhinoceros into his spatial ring. While other golden core cultivators would typically extract only the demon core from a slain demon beast due to the limited capacity of their spatial rings, Zhao Qingshan faced no such dilemma. This formation shall remain intact. He chose not to dismantle the five elements great array, but instead departed from it directly. After traversing a short distance beyond the array, Zhao Qingshan arrived at the core area, where a serene lake lay before him, its opposite shore housing the residence of the blood demon ancestor. Exercising caution, he refrained from soaring into the estate on his sword, aware of the potential dangers that lurked within. Just as he began to scrutinize his surroundings, a sudden commotion erupted. The surface of the lake trembled violently, giving rise to a colossal whirlpool. An exquisitely beautiful, emerald-scaled tongue emerged from the depths. From afar, the lake's surface began to reveal the massive, scaled body of a serpent. The serpent's head rose majestically, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Zhao Qingshan, its eyes filled with curiosity as it emitted a deep growl. Human? A mere golden core cultivator. How did you pass through the preceding array to arrive here? A chill settled in Zhao Qingshan's heart. The aura emanating from the serpent was far more formidable than that of the previous water rhinoceros. The oppressive force it exuded weighed heavily upon him. Yet, despite its overwhelming power, this demon beast had not transformed into its humanoid form. Zhao Qingshan understood that typically, demon beasts that survived the tribulations of the heavens and formed demon cores would take on a human shape. The absence of transformation indicated a lineage of exceptional strength. Such powerful demon beasts, while remaining in their primal forms, often possessed even more terrifying capabilities. For instance, the ruler of the Yunming Marsh was a dragon-like creature that, despite achieving the infant demon realm, had not taken on a humanoid form. Flee. Without a second thought, Zhao Qingshan chose to escape. The serpent darted through the water, transforming into a silver wave. In an instant, a massive serpent's head loomed before him. Such speed. It surpasses my own by a considerable margin. Zhao Qingshan abruptly halted, a fierce determination igniting within his eyes. This battle seemed unavoidable. Since evasion was no longer an option, he resolved to confront his foe. The sword in his hand instantly transformed into a high-grade spiritual weapon, and he donned a high-grade spiritual armor. Human cultivator, you are no match for me. Surrender willingly. The serpent growled. Submit to me and guide me out, and I may spare your life. Zhao Qingshan scoffed. With such formidable power, how can you find yourself ensnared here? The blood demon ancestor, that wretched fiend, has enslaved me with his beast-controlling circle, and even in death, I shall not regain my freedom. The serpent roared. I am the king of the azure serpents of noble bloodline. How can I be trapped here, unable to escape until my last breath? I have already attained the form of a demon infant. You shall undoubtedly be no match for me. Surrender to my will, and in time, you shall become my confidant. For I can cultivate you to reach the stage of the primordial infant. The demon serpent growled ominously. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback, realizing that this demon serpent had indeed reached the level of a demon infant. No wonder its speed was so astonishing and its aura so terrifying. What shocked him further was that this king of the azure serpents was actually enslaved by the blood demon ancestor, serving as the guardian of the cave dwelling. However, he had no intention of submitting to the king of the azure serpents. Born a human, how could he bow to a beast? Zhao Qingshan raised his gaze towards the king of the azure serpents, unflinching. Since escape was not an option, he swiftly cast aside any hesitation or fear, leaving only an ardent zeal, a fervor for battle. To engage in combat with an opponent whose power vastly surpassed his own was the true essence of igniting one's blood. The king of the azure serpents roared in fury. With a tremendous force, a massive azure-scaled tail erupted from the water, sweeping towards Zhao Qingshan with astonishing swiftness. How fast? Zhao Qingshan, wielding his sword, glimmered with determination. With a swift thrust, he aimed at the oncoming tail. The clash resonated with a metallic clang, and a spray of emerald blood erupted from a significant wound on the serpent's body. Though the flow soon diminished, the vibrant green blood remained strikingly vivid. The king of the azure serpents coiled its immense body, fixated on Zhao Qingshan, astounded that a mere gold core realm human cultivator could inflict harm upon it. Suddenly, the colossal form of the king of the azure serpents began to shrink rapidly. Previously larger than even the winged serpents, in the blink of an eye, it diminished to merely a dozen meters in length, its body now comparable to the thickness of a thigh, while the emerald serpent continued to fixate on Zhao Qingshan. Emitting a hissing sound, Zhao Qingshan felt a chill run down his spine. The reduction in size meant enhanced speed and agility. In an instant, the king of the azure serpents transformed into a streak of azure lightning, hurtling towards Zhao Qingshan. A fierce glint flickered in Zhao Qingshan's eyes as his sword transformed into a flash of fire, reaching unparalleled speed. Simultaneously, the celestial true fire ignited upon its surface. With a resounding clash, this time Zhao Qingshan's sword failed to pierce the serpent's body. Yet, the serpent's form collided directly with Zhao Qingshan. Even though much of the force was absorbed by his armor, the residual power still impacted him. He gasped sharply, his blood surging, a sweet taste filling his throat as he fought to suppress the urge to vomit blood, yet crimson still seeped from the corners of his mouth. His body involuntarily crashed into the lake. Zhao Qingshan understood that the king of the azure serpents would hold the advantage in the water, its power amplified, while he would be at a disadvantage. Thus, without hesitation, he surged forth from the water. The king of the azure serpents lunged at Zhao Qingshan once more. It yearned for freedom, eager to escape this place. However, On one side of the lake lies a fourth-tier formation, while on the other rests the estate, which is protected by a fifth-tier formation. Even if it were a guardian spirit beast, it could not freely traverse in and out. Lacking understanding of the formations, it required assistance to be led away. Undoubtedly, it would never permit anyone to trespass into the estate, for within it resided the legacy of the blood demon ancestor. Should anyone acquire this legacy, they would uncover the incantations to control the beast within it, thus seizing its freedom, a rebellion it could not afford. Therefore, those who dared to intrude had but two fates. Either they would submit to it or meet their demise at its hands. No other alternatives existed. Before long, Zhao Qingshan's garments were tattered, his chest stained with blood, and the ties of his hair had snapped, leaving his hair disheveled. Yet, his grip on the sword remained unwavering, and his eyes shone with an indomitable fire, a fervent desire for victory. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, despite repeated injuries, Zhao Qingshan had never relinquished hope. In this moment, he yearned for formidable strength. Although he had possessed considerable power in the past, he had lacked practical experience. Now, confronting a formidable adversary, he was unleashing his potential, rapidly enhancing his combat skills. What is the matter with this human cultivator? The king of the green serpent pondered, perplexed by the resilience exhibited against his attacks. What quality of spiritual weapon is that sword and armor? Could it be of mid-grade quality? Even so, his magical energy should be depleted by now. The king of the green serpent was engulfed in confusion. With a clash, Zhao Qingshan's sword met the serpent's tail. He was sent flying, yet the king of the green serpent emitted a wretched cry as a portion of its tail was severed, emerald blood gushing forth. "I will kill you," the serpent roared. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. He did not halt his momentum, but instead propelled himself toward the opposite shore with even greater speed. Although he was unharmed at present, he could not sustain this state for long. Once his magical energy was exhausted, he would be left helpless, regardless of his unwillingness to succumb. The king of the green serpent pursued furiously. Just as it was about to close the distance, Zhao Qingshan's figure abruptly vanished. The serpent halted, a flicker of wariness and fear crossing its gaze. Ahead lay the fifth-tier formation, enveloping the entire central island of the lake. "Damn human, perish within the formation," the king of the green serpent bellowed. The failure to personally eliminate Zhao Qingshan left it feeling deeply frustrated. The serpent plunged into the water, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, upon entering the formation, Zhao Qingshan found himself in a dramatically altered environment. The world had transformed into a realm of white mist, resembling an ocean of clouds. The landscape was entirely shrouded in a dense fog, visibility limited to mere dozens of meters, with the depths veiled in an endless expanse of white. Zhao Qingshan felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment and shock. This is a formation, an exceedingly profound one, crafted by an individual of exceptional prowess. Zhao Qingshan felt a surge of trepidation as he extended his spiritual perception, only to realize that it was severely constrained. With his observational range inferior even to that of his naked eye. Truly remarkable. He admonished himself to remain composed. Within such a formation, the greatest folly lies in agitation. Restlessness begets errors, ensnaring one in perilous situations. He could not ascertain whether this was a fourth or fifth-tier formation, and thus speculated quietly. Cautiously, Zhao Qingshan commenced his exploration. Soon, he discerned that this was primarily a confinement array, supplemented by a lethal formation. No matter which direction he took, he was engulfed in a dense white mist. With visibility exceedingly low, it appeared devoid of danger, yet was fraught with hidden perils. What he encountered next was a heartbreak herb. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard upon discovering a small gray plant, seemingly inconspicuous, yet it harbored deadly poison. Just a single sprig of this herb, if its leaves were to inadvertently cut one's skin, could lead even a peak golden core cultivator to a tragic demise. The heartbreak herb serves as a principal ingredient in the concoction of the heartbreak pill. A single pill could spell doom even for an ancient Yuan cultivator. With utmost care, Zhao Qingshan harvested the heartbreak herb and placed it into a jade box. Clearly, this grand formation demanded the highest level of vigilance. He resolved to heighten his alertness. Chapter 104. The art of puppetry. At that moment, a melodious yet haunting sound emerged, reminiscent of a lamenting widow's sorrowful wail. Low and raspy, it stirred Zhao Qingshan profoundly, evoking a wave of melancholy that welled up within him, moistening his eyes. Alarmed, he swiftly centered his mind, striving to remain unyielding against the enchanting flute's control. Despite his awareness of the enchantment, an inexplicable sorrow still enveloped his heart, as if witnessing a tragic human spectacle that unnaturally unsettled his spirit. Even though he recognized the source of his distress, he found himself powerless to govern his emotions. The flute's tune was undeniably eerie. Zhao Qingshan felt an unsettling thrill. The melody seemed to possess an otherworldly allure, drawing one's consciousness into the depths of despair. Before long, the melody shifted. It erupted like a stampede of 1,000 horses, the atmosphere of the battlefield thickening, suffused with a palpable sense of impending doom. As if a shroud of bloodlust enveloped the air. It was a stark reminder. It was either you or I who would perish. The essence of life and death permeated his very soul. A sense of dread washed over Zhao Qingshan as he realized he could no longer sustain his composure. Even with the awareness of the flute's malevolence and the need to resist its influence, he remained helpless. The true danger lay in the dual nature of the formation. It masqueraded as a mere trap while concealing a lethal array, and no one could foresee when the deadly mechanism would be triggered. The blood demon ancestor truly lived up to his reputation as the foremost figure of the demonic path within the realm of cultivation in the Jin Kingdom. This formation was indeed terrifying. Seizing the moment of clarity, Zhao Qingshan hastily withdrew. Once he distanced himself from the area, the haunting flute melody faded into silence. Despite the blood demon ancestor's demise, he would not allow his sanctum to be easily accessed. Zhao Qingshan mused. It was only logical. Cultivators often possess an acute awareness of their lifespan. When they sense their end is near, they frequently retreat into their sanctums for seclusion. These sanctums serve as both their sanctuaries and their final resting places. No one desires to be disturbed in death. Thus, they naturally seek tranquility in the afterlife. The blood demon ancestor, far from being a benevolent soul, was a cold and ruthless titan of the demonic path. It was inconceivable that he would allow other cultivators to easily access his remnants. Firstly, his sanctum was situated in the heart of the Cloud Dream Marsh. A veritable paradise for monstrous beasts, a realm not easily traversed by any cultivator. Furthermore, the intricate third-tier formations were far from simple to dismantle. Even if one were to breach the outer defenses, the formidable Azure Serpent King, a beast of monstrous caliber, awaits. And even should one surpass this perilous guardian, there lies a formidable array of intricate formations. The dangers abound. It seems that even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would find it exceedingly challenging to acquire the remnants of the blood demon ancestor. Zhao Qingshan began to cautiously explore within the confines of the formation. Gradually, as he encountered more and more, he began to grasp certain aspects of it. Within this formation, there were no other cultivators or beasts to contend with, alleviating concerns regarding potential assaults. However, the items present, be they magical artifacts, spiritual tools, or even the spiritual herbs and fruits, were all traps laden with peril. As long as one refrained from disturbing these objects, the threats remained minimal. Time passed, and eventually, Zhao Qingshan uncovered some clues regarding the formation. He discovered a blood-red stone tablet, which served as the foundation of this array. The blood demon ancestor had evidently expended considerable effort and resources in creating this formation, Zhao Qingshan murmured to himself. He refrained from shattering the stone tablet. Should it be destroyed, the formation would collapse, and the Azure Serpent King would surely seek him out once more. Zhao Qingshan began to contemplate the inscriptions upon the tablet, each rune imbued with profound complexity, representing the essence of the formation. He aimed to comprehend this array thoroughly, seeking a means to exit without dismantling it. This was a fifth-tier formation, replete with intricate mysteries that eluded his understanding for the time being. Gradually, as time slipped by, a faint smile graced Zhao Qingshan's face. So it is, he realized. Fortunately, this formation lacked a master, otherwise even a nascent soul cultivator would face dire consequences. Having unraveled the intricacies of the formation, Zhao Qingshan understood its formidable nature. Enlightened by the mysteries of the array, he did not linger further. Easily navigating his way out and arriving at the heart of the residence. Before him stood a manor, a veritable paradise in the eyes of mortals, sprawling over an expanse of roughly 200 acres. Beyond several pavilions lay a vast garden. Zhao Qingshan proceeded with caution as he explored. The hall of repositories featured rows of shelves lined with jade slips and tomes. The blood demon ancestor had likely perished merely a millennium ago. Thus, the books would not have succumbed to decay or erosion. Zhao Qingshan was in no rush to examine them. Instead, he meticulously collected all the texts and jade slips into his spatial ring, intending to peruse them at leisure once he departed this place. He then ventured into another pavilion, which revealed itself as a storeroom filled with an array of minerals. Crimson, green, gold, black, and white. Various hues radiated their luminescence, resembling a captivating treasure trove. Zhao Qingshan's initial impression was that these minerals were exceptionally rare crystals, each on par with those he had previously acquired, suitable for crafting spiritual tools. The blood demon ancestor was indeed affluent. How could he amass such a wealth of crystals? Zhao Qingshan pondered in bewilderment. Zhao Qingshan harbored doubts that the crystals of the Liang sect paled in comparison to those found here. With a swift motion, he collected all the crystals from the storeroom. After thoroughly searching and finding no other valuables, he departed. He soon arrived at a pavilion, which housed a solitary 8 trigrams furnace, specifically designed for crafting artifacts. This medium-grade spiritual instrument was undoubtedly the most precious treasure Zhao Qingshan had thus far uncovered within the estate. Could it be that the blood demon ancestor was also adept in the art of forging? Zhao Qingshan mused quietly, though he quickly dismissed the notion. According to records from the Liang sect, the blood demon ancestor practiced a metal-based cultivation technique, known for its formidable offensive capabilities, with no mention of any expertise in artifact crafting. While it is true that once a cultivator transcends the 9 heavens tribulation and condenses their golden core, they can summon true flames, such as the demonic flame and the beast soul flame. These flames are inferior to those wielded by a master craftsman devoted to fire-based techniques. After placing the 8 trigrams furnace into his spatial ring, Zhao Qingshan moved on. In the final pavilion, he encountered the remains of the blood demon ancestor. Even after a millennium, the body remained uncorrupted. Its aura was still terrifying, causing a stir within Zhao Qingshan. Once, the blood demon ancestor was the preeminent figure in the realm of cultivation in the Jin Kingdom, dominating an era and standing unrivaled among righteous cultivators. Alas, he ultimately failed to break through. Without such a breakthrough, when one's lifespan reaches its conclusion, demise is the only outcome. Zhao Qingshan's gaze shifted to the spatial ring adorning the blood demon ancestor's hand. He removed the ring and, with a drop of blood, acknowledged it as his own. As he meticulously examined the wealth contained within the ring, he discovered a treasure trove of medium-grade and high-grade spiritual stones, along with elixirs and spiritual talismans. Among the 5 spiritual artifacts, 3 were medium-grade. Astonished, Zhao Qingshan marveled at the riches within the spatial ring, far surpassing even those of the Liang sect's leader, a testament to the ancestor's status as a former titan of his era. Of course, the wealth within the spatial ring was still dwarfed by the fortunes of Peng Hai, whose Lishan secret realm alone was worth 10-fold or even 100-fold more than all the riches of the blood demon ancestor, not to mention other assets. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan began to examine the various books and jade slips. Many contained cultivation techniques, while others held secrets of mystical arts. Puppet technique? Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. One jade slip detailed a puppet technique, allowing the practitioner to transform the corpses of cultivators or demon beasts into puppets for their own command. These crafted puppets would retain 50% of their original strength. Zhao Qingshan was filled with astonishment. If I could forge the blood demon ancestor's remains into a puppet, would I not possess a guardian with the prowess of a primordial spirit? The thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. Were it the remains of any other cultivator, he might feel a pang of remorse. However, the blood demon ancestor was a formidable figure of the demonic path, far from a benevolent soul. Without a trace of psychological burden, Zhao Qingshan proceeded to transform his remains into his own puppet. He meticulously delved into the art of puppetry, investing considerable time until he finally comprehended its intricacies. With a drop of his heart's blood, he executed a series of incantations, infusing the remains of the blood demon ancestor with his essence. As he cast spell after spell, an extraordinary connection with the remains gradually emerged. This puppetry technique was indeed a physical embodiment, akin to refining a corpse into a spiritual artifact. Kai Jin observed in silent astonishment. "Greetings, master." The voice of the blood demon ancestor emerged, albeit stiffly, accompanied by somewhat rigid movements. "You shall oversee the residence from now on." Zhao Qingshan presented the blood demon ancestor with a mid-grade spirit sword and a piece of mid-grade spirit armor as his weapons. "Yes," the blood demon ancestor replied. Zhao Qingshan chose not to linger in the residence and quietly departed. Unbeknownst to anyone, the wealth of the blood demon ancestor had been entirely claimed by him. The heavenly demon sect and the Qingyan sect shall suffer significant losses this time, Zhao Qingshan mused coldly. He intended to exploit the blood demon ancestor's relics and cave to ensnare the heavenly demon sect and Qingyun sect thoroughly. The heavenly demon sect was well aware of the long-standing enmity with the Liang sect, having clashed for many years, and while a truce had been called, the animosity remained. Seizing this opportunity would undoubtedly weaken the heavenly demon sect and provide a measure of retribution for the Liang sect. As for the Qingyan sect, Zhao Qingshan harbored no fondness for them. He wished for the elders of the Qingyun sect to meet their demise here. Upon leaving, Zhao Qingshan took flight on his sword, making no unnecessary stops as he swiftly exited the Yunming Marsh. Before long, the Liang mountain range came into view. "Congratulations, host, your first daughter has been born. Reward, a substantial gift package." At that moment, a voice resonated in Zhao Qingshan's mind. He was taken aback, quickly followed by immense joy. He had not anticipated that Bai Su had given birth. Without pausing to examine the contents of the gift package, he hastened back to the cave. Inside, the sound of an infant's cries filled the air, stirring Zhao Qingshan's very soul. Upon seeing Bai Su, pale and cradling the newborn, still unwashed, his heart swelled with compassion. This woman had delivered their child without even summoning a midwife, managing it all on her own. Zhao Qingshan approached and embraced Bai Su, hurriedly retrieving a medicinal pill from his spatial ring for her to ingest. "My husband, look, this is our child." "It's a pity she is a daughter and not a son," Bai Su said, a smile gracing her face. As Zhao Qingshan took the child into his arms, he felt an undeniable bond of blood. "Regardless of whether she is a daughter or a son, she is our child, and I cherish her." A sphere of water materialized in his hand, and he adeptly controlled its temperature, gently cleansing the infant before wrapping her in a garment retrieved from his spatial ring. Upon hearing Zhao Qingshan's words, Bai Su's face lit up with radiant joy. Zhao Qingshan waited patiently for Bai Su to regain some strength before leading her and the child out of the cave dwelling. Although the spiritual energy within the cave was abundant, it predominantly consisted of fire attribute energy, resulting in a rather high temperature that was not conducive for the infant. Zhao Qingshan was determined not to let his daughter suffer any foundational damage from an early age, thus leaving regrets on her path to immortality. As night fell, Bai Su and the baby succumbed to sleep. Zhao Qingshan activated the virtual panel, commanding, "System, open the grand gift package." In an instant, a golden light enveloped the area, revealing a spiritual talisman. Concurrently, a wealth of information regarding the talisman flooded Zhao Qingshan's mind. The Great Teleportation Talisman could facilitate instantaneous travel of 300,000 miles, disregarding any formations or restrictions, with a cooldown period of 5 years after each use. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. The rewards he received during Bai Su's pregnancy and childbirth were all teleportation talismans. Although their functions overlapped to some extent, they were nonetheless invaluable treasures for preserving life. Zhao Qingshan would never complain about acquiring more of such treasures. He stored the Great Teleportation Talisman in his spatial ring and pondered whether he should take Bai Su and the child back to Chongping City. After some contemplation, he resolved to return with them in a few days. No matter how splendid the Liyang sect was, it ultimately was not his home. Chapter 105. Ambition and Aspiration. Return to Talentless. Zhao Qingshan experienced a profound sense of belonging. With the formation of the Spirit Gathering Array, the core area of Talentless had become infused with spiritual energy rivaling that of the Liyang sect. His wives were overjoyed to see Zhao Qingshan and Bai Su return, especially with Bai Su cradling their child, which only heightened their happiness. "Husband, let us prepare a grand feast to celebrate your and Sister Su's return," said Bing Tong, her face radiant with joy. Naturally, Zhao Qingshan would not refuse. Although cultivators of higher realms often forego the need for sustenance, it was not unusual for a golden core practitioner like him to go a month without food, drink, or sleep. Moreover, with the help of a fasting pill, one could easily stave off hunger and thirst. Nevertheless, Zhao Qingshan had never turned down a culinary delight, using it as a means to remind himself of his humanity. He playfully engaged with his eldest son, who was in a particularly energetic phase, darting about with excitement. Initially, there was a hint of unfamiliarity due to their time apart. But after some playful interaction and a flight on his sword, the child quickly warmed up to him, calling out "Daddy" with unabashed affection. After satisfying their appetites, Bai Su took the two children away, allowing Zhao Qingshan and the others some privacy. In the deep of night, under a canopy of twinkling stars, the bedroom resonated with a symphony of intimacy. Bing Tong, with a playful flick of her tongue, remarked, "Husband, your prowess continues to grow. Even with our combined efforts, we find ourselves at a disadvantage." Xiao Yu, leaning against the bed, sighed wistfully. "I can only hope our efforts will bear fruit, sowing seeds that take root, blossom, and bear fruit." Xia Chan, He Wanqing, and Shui Meishu nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with anticipation upon seeing Bai Su with her child. It was ironic that Bai Su, a later arrival, had become the first to conceive and give birth. Zhao Qingshan smiled, saying, "With our diligent efforts, we shall surely reap rewards. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. There will come a time when our wishes are fulfilled." With a son and a daughter already born, he felt a sense of ease regarding his lineage, free from any burdens. In the past, he had often questioned whether there was an issue with his own body, but now it was evident that he was in excellent health. Observing his wives, who soon succumbed to slumber, Zhao Qingshan's expression turned contemplative. As his cultivation and physique improved, his wives found it increasingly challenging to keep pace. He resolved to enhance their cultivation and improve their physical conditions, seeking superior techniques to achieve better results efficiently. Zhao Qingshan meticulously examined the collections of Pang Hai and the Blood Demon ancestor. Notably, Pang Hai, who had no partner throughout his life, had surprisingly amassed no secret techniques. Zhao Qingshan shook his head in disappointment. Despite paying high superior cultivation over the blood demon ancestor and a more extensive collection, he found this aspect profoundly lacking. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan turned his attention to the blood demon ancestor's collection, which, true to his reputation as a formidable figure in the demonic path, contained several secret techniques. Zhao Qingshan glanced briefly at the esoteric techniques involving female practitioners as vessels and set them aside. However, one particular secret art captivated his attention, prompting him to delve into its study. The intricate illustrations contained profound mysteries, subtly embodying the dualities of heaven and earth, yin and yang. Accompanied by explanations, these complex patterns, despite their considerable difficulty, enthralled Zhao Qingshan. The universe encompasses yin and yang, and so too do human beings. Men embody yang, while women represent yin. Neither solitary yin nor solitary yang can thrive. It is only through their harmonious union that myriad laws emerge, and such balance is the essence of true mastery. As he meticulously explored these intricacies, Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Solitude can be a heavy burden. Naturally, Zhao Qingshan wished for his wives to accompany him further along this journey, extending their time together. The 9 turns of the celestial stars is an unparalleled method for refining the body. Alas, it is too domineering for women to cultivate. Had it been otherwise, it could have enhanced their physical constitution, Zhao Qingshan mused. The ensuing days returned to tranquility. His cultivation routine fell into a steady rhythm. Alchemy, talisman crafting, artifact forging, meditation. Playfully engaging with his children, and sharing insights on the mysteries of yin and yang with his wives. Occasionally, he would take his family to Chongping City. Returning to the Zhao estate, time passed quietly, and spring arrived in March. Tianzhushan was awash in vibrant greenery, its lakes crystal clear. And the gentle spring breeze brought an overwhelming sense of comfort. In the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan concluded his practice, sensing the magical power within his dantian, a smile gracing his face. While others might possess a single golden core, making their cultivation arduous, Zhao Qingshan harbored 5 golden cores, rendering his own journey significantly more challenging. Simultaneously cultivating 5 distinct techniques to refine the 5 elemental energies within his dantian posed a difficulty far exceeding that faced by other golden core practitioners. Rising and stretching, Zhao Qingshan exited the chamber. In the courtyard, his 2 children were frolicking, their laughter infusing the atmosphere with a sense of earthly warmth. "Daddy!" the 2 little ones exclaimed, rushing towards him with outstretched, dirt-streaked hands. Haha! Zhao Qingshan scooped one child into each arm, bursting into hearty laughter. The children giggled, planting kisses on his cheeks, further brightening his spirits. "Husband, you've finished your seclusion. The meal is ready, come quickly to dine," Baisu said with a cheerful smile. Initially, Baisu feared that having a daughter might lead to her being undervalued. Yet, she soon observed her husband's affection for their daughter was no less than that for their eldest son. Zhao Qingshan, looking at Baisu, also smiled. He had returned just in time to administer a 3rd-tier elixir to Baisu, allowing her to recover from the vitality lost during childbirth, ensuring her aspirations for the nascent soul realm remained intact. Carrying the children into the room, he found that his wives had already set the table with their meal. Each day, they feasted on meat from spirit beasts, savoring soup brewed with both spirit spring water and beast flesh, enhanced with medicinal herbs. The rice is meticulously prepared from spiritual grains, while the vegetables are cultivated from our own spiritual crops. Within the majestic Tianjia mountain, a dedicated expanse of spiritual fields has been established, yielding an abundance of spiritual rice and vegetables. Even the provisions consumed daily by the Zhao residents are sourced from this fertile terrain. Under such bountiful cultivation resources, the 2 little ones have experienced remarkable growth. One, nearly 3 years old, appears to be a child of 6 or 7, while the other, just over a year, resembles a 3 or 4-year-old. It is undeniable that the elevated cultivation of the elders greatly benefits the younger generation. In the past, Zhao Qingshan could hardly have imagined such splendid resources. With such exceptional cultivation materials, the likelihood of their descendants possessing outstanding spiritual roots is significantly heightened. "My dear husband, news has arrived from the Liang sect regarding the blood demon ancestor's relic cave. It remains unbreached, and within it resides a demon beast of infantile caliber. Already, 5 golden core cultivators have perished at its hands," Baisu remarked. Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly, unperturbed by the grim tidings. Had he not possessed sufficient strength and decisiveness to enter the formation directly, he too would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the Azure Serpent King. Furthermore, the estate is protected by a 5th-tier formation, rendering even an infant transformation elder utterly helpless. By suicide, to date, over 10 Golden Core cultivators have met their demise. Golden Core cultivators, regarded as celestial beings by ordinary folk, are among the elite of the cultivation world in the Gene Kingdom, each wielding immense influence. The luxuries and beauties of the mundane world are but trifles to them. Yet now, more than a dozen have suddenly perished. It is a stark reminder that greed can lead to ruin. The allure of the blood demon ancestors' relic cave is simply too great. Zhao Qingshan replied with a calm smile. Those who venture forth have already accepted the risk of downfall. He felt no sympathy for these cultivators. In fact, he had prepared a special gift for the Qingyun sect and the royal family, confident it would bring them unexpected joy. By the way, my dear husband, my father contacted me recently and expressed a desire for Jai and Yufei to come to Tianzhu Mountain for cultivation. Bing Tong interjected. Several buildings have already been erected on the outskirts of Tianzhu Mountain, designated for the Zhao family's cultivation purposes. However, previously, their parents were reluctant to send Zhao Jai and Zhao Yufei at such a young age. Let them come. They have grown and are capable of taking care of themselves now, Zhao Qingshan declared. Father wishes to speak with you after your seclusion. It seems he has something important to discuss, Bing Tong added. Zhao Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement. An hour later, Zhao Qingshan departed from Tianzhu Mountain and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at Chomping City. At this moment, Chomping City was even more prosperous than before. To describe it as resplendent would not be an exaggeration. As the stronghold of the Zhao family, Chomping City is the heart of the four cities and the most flourishing among them. Moreover, it is the area with the highest concentration of cultivators. Yet, in Chomping City, no cultivator dares to break the law, for none would risk offending the Zhao family, especially with 2 Golden Core cultivators safeguarding their interests. This ensures the Zhao family's position remains exceedingly distinguished. Father, I hear from Tongma that you sought my presence. Zhao Qingshan arrived at the Zhao residence, where Zhao Leitang happened to be present. In the grand hall, aside from Zhao Leitang, there were also Zhao Lai and others. Zhao Qingshan greeted each of them respectfully. At present, Zhao Lai and Zhao Leitang, having consumed 5th-grade spiritual herbs, had all acquired mid-grade spiritual roots, coupled with an abundance of cultivation resources. They had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. In the realm of first-rate sects, this level is hardly remarkable. However, within this context, it is indeed quite rare. Additionally, with the 3rd-grade spiritual talismans and exquisite magical artifacts provided by Zhao Qingshan, they possessed sufficient means for self-defense. Qingshan, I wish to inquire about the possibility of our Zhao family taking control of Qian'an Prefecture. Zhao Leitang's voice lowered as he spoke. Zhao Qingshan cast a surprised glance at him. Qian'an Prefecture, where Chomping City is located, is one of the 36 prefectures of the Gene Kingdom, comprising 10 cities in total. He had not anticipated that Zhao Leitang, despite already commanding 4 cities, was still unsatisfied and harbored even greater ambitions. Father, what makes you desire to seize Qian'an Prefecture? Zhao Qingshan asked, regarding Zhao Leitang with a curious expression. Zhao Leitang revealed a hearty smile. Is it not because we have established a formidable force of Qinghua wolf riders? We cannot let their potential go to waste. Zhao Qingshan suddenly understood. After his return, he had taken the time to visit Dianshan, bringing back the Qinghua Wolf King along with 50,000 Qinghua wolves. This elite unit of Qinghua wolf riders had instilled immense confidence in Zhao Leitang. After all, many of these 50,000 Qinghua wolves were comparable to cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Such an elite force would be more than capable of sweeping through Qian'an Prefecture. With a light chuckle, Zhao Qingshan remarked, since my husband possesses such ambition, let us pursue it. Should any Golden Core cultivators seek trouble, I shall handle it myself. Zhao Qingshan brimmed with confidence. Qian'an Prefecture could only be regarded as a remote area of the Gene Kingdom, far from its core. Even if the Zhao family were to dominate Qian'an Prefecture, as long as they did not openly rebel, the imperial family of Jin would not take drastic measures. If only 1 or 2 Golden Core cultivators were dispatched, Zhao Qingshan need not intervene. He could simply deploy his 2 spirit beasts of the Demon Core realm. In the future, should his father wish to overthrow the Jin Kingdom and establish a dynasty, it would not be beyond possibility. Zhao Qingshan smiled lightly. Zhao Leitang felt a surge of excitement, swallowing hard. Compared to cultivation, he yearned more for the conquest of a vast territory. His mind drifted to visions of himself toppling the Jin Kingdom, adorned in a dragon robe, with civil and military officials bowing before him. Zhao Lai scoffed. With his current state, he dreams of establishing a dynasty? Foolish daydreaming. Father, must you be so discouraging? Zhao Leitang rolled his eyes. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Zhao Leitang slapped his forehead in frustration. I almost forgot something important. He retrieved a golden invitation from his storage bag. This was delivered a few days ago by the manager of the treasure pavilion, intended for you. Unable to reach you, he entrusted it to me. Zhao Qingshan took the golden invitation and, upon examination, instantly comprehended the matter at hand. The treasure pavilion is set to hold its biennial auction at White Deer Mountain. Such a prestigious event is beyond the reach of practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Even those in the foundation establishment stage, with a few exceptions, are similarly excluded. Only cultivators of the Golden Core realm, as well as the elusive nascent soul elders, will receive invitations. This auction is scheduled for the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Precisely 5 months from now, Zhao Qingshan felt a stir of excitement. He yearned to attend this gathering and see if it would offer treasures he coveted. As Zhao Qingshan departed from the Zhao residence, he was accompanied by his mother, Zhao Ji, and Zhao Yufei. Two soared through the skies on their swords, while one guided the other. Now, both Zhao Ji and Zhao Yufei had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Although Zhao Ji embarked on his cultivation journey first, Zhao Yufei's superior talent allowed her to catch up. Despite their youth, they appeared as if they were mere teenagers of 15 or 16. Zhao Qingshan led them to the outskirts of Tianzashan, where they could best thrive in their current state. Here, he had established formations and restrictions, complemented by 2 guardian spirit beasts, ensuring a level of safety that far surpassed that of the Zhao residence and the city lord's mansion. Chapter 106, The Banquet at the Core Region of Tianzashan. Within the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan sat cross-legged, silently reciting, Breakthrough. Instantly, an immense surge of magical power erupted, and the 5 golden cores within him became significantly more solid. In that fleeting moment, he had completely transitioned into the mid-stage of the golden core realm, experiencing a substantial increase in his magical energy. He opened his virtual panel, Alchemist, 4th stage, 20,000 Refiner, 3rd stage, Supreme Quality, 400, 120,000, Talisman Master, 3rd stage, Supreme Quality, 5120,000, Formation Master, 4th stage, 100,200,000, Realm, Mid-stage Golden Core, 0150,000, Gold Spiritual Root, Superior Quality, 50,000, Can break through with Spiritual Root, Superior Quality 150,000, Water Spiritual Root, Superior Quality 150,000, Fire Spiritual Root, Superior Quality 50,000, Can break through. Earth Spiritual Root, Superior Quality 3,000. Zhao Qingshan nodded with slight satisfaction. His 5 elemental spiritual roots had all reached superior quality, and with his already swift cultivation speed, combined with the contributions of his wives, he had finally attained the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, surpassing Bai Su in cultivation level. As for combat prowess, he could easily overpower Bai Su. After a brief gathering with his wives for 2 days, Zhao Qingshan departed, soaring through the skies on his sword. With the 4th stage formation he had set up and the presence of 2 demon-tier guardian beasts, he could leave with peace of mind. By evening, Zhao Qingshan arrived at Bailu Mountain, located at the heart of the Jin Kingdom, merely 500 miles from Shuchu. This place was also the headquarters of the treasure pavilion. Gazing upon Bailu Mountain, Zhao noticed its resemblance to a deer, shrouded in white mist, aptly named Bailu Mountain, descending from the heavens. He found himself in a bustling gathering place for cultivators. The treasure pavilion, while not a sect, wielded formidable influence, supported by a formidable nascent soul elder. Bailu Mountain was a sanctum for immortals, attracting countless practitioners of the arcane arts, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Before long, a paper crane flew towards Zhao Qingshan. Observing the crane, he extended his hand, and it gracefully landed in his palm. In that instant, he realized it was an invitation from a golden core cultivator named Wood. Zhao had heard of Wood, who hailed from Qiantang Prefecture, had joined the Tiandao sect, and ultimately achieved the golden core stage, now serving as an elder of the sect. The Wu family was also a prominent clan in Qiantang Prefecture. The paper crane led the way, guiding him to a serene lake where he spotted a beautifully adorned boat drifting on the water's surface, engraved with intricate spiritual patterns, indicating it was inscribed with formations. With a swift motion, Zhao transformed into a streak of light, landing upon the boat. Wood greeted him personally, his face beaming with a straightforward smile. Zhao Daoyu, I have long heard of your esteemed name and have yearned for this meeting. Today, I am finally honored to meet you. Fellow Wu, is this the young and talented Zhao, a rising star of Qian'an Prefecture? A burly man in middle age chuckled. Zhao, I am Qiu Yunhe. Zhao Qingshan regarded Qiu Yunhe with mild surprise. He was indeed an elder of the unbounded demon sect. It was curious how a righteous figure and a demonic one could grow so amiably acquainted. However, upon further reflection, Zhao Qingshan understood that both Wu De and Qiu Yunhe hailed from Qian'an Prefecture. After all, there existed some ties of kinship. With a smile, Zhao Qingshan greeted. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Wu and fellow Qiu. Please, come in. Since we all hail from Qian'an Prefecture, let us indulge in a hearty conversation to strengthen our bonds. Wu De chuckled in response. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan followed the two into the decorated boat. The interior of the boat was not lavish, but rather simple and understated, furnished only with a screen and a dozen jade tables arranged along either side. The screen, adorned with intricate rust patterns, depicted a beautiful landscape, while the water shimmered with glistening reflections, indicating the work of a master craftsman. They took their seats according to their status as host and guests. Alas, if only Gu and Qian were not in seclusion, our Qian'an Prefecture's faction would be complete. Wu De remarked with a smile. Qiu Yunhe added, Fellow Wu, now that Zhao has arrived, why not unveil your cherished fine wines? Fellow Qiu, you seem fixated on my exquisite wines. Wu De retorted playfully. Nevertheless, he procured 3 ancient jars containing spirit liquor, opening them one by one. Instantly, the aroma of the wine filled the air, invigorating the senses. Zhao Qingshan, possessing a discerning palate, could not help but brighten at the extraordinary quality of the spirit liquor. Come, let us fill our cups and toast. Wu De proposed cheerfully. Zhao Qingshan also filled his cup with the spirit liquor and drank it down in one swift motion. The cool elixir coursed through him, bringing an unparalleled comfort on this crisp autumn day. Only those at the golden core stage could endure such a drink. If a foundation establishment cultivator were to consume it, they would surely need to sit cross-legged to refine its potent essence immediately. This spirit liquor was akin to medicinal pills. Consuming it could enhance one's true essence and magical power. As the first cup was downed, the atmosphere in the boat lightened considerably. The 3 men admired the scenic beauty while engaging in lively conversation, gradually becoming more familiar with one another. One cup followed another, the flavor of the wine intensifying. Just then, the sound of a guqin resonated as 6 maidens entered the boat, gracefully dancing. Zhao Qingshan's gaze was drawn to one of the dancers, who, adorned in colorful ribbons, exhibited a mesmerizing figure with translucent feet, seemingly gliding on celestial mist. She danced as if descending from the heavens. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to inquire of the azure sky. I wonder how many years it has been in the celestial palace. The maiden's voice was exceptionally melodious, akin to a crystal-clear spring babbling or a cuckoo calling, captivating the listeners with its enchanting allure. Her graceful movements revealed an endless charm, and her melodious song tugged at the heartstrings. Bravo! Wu De exclaimed, slightly intoxicated. Fairy Lian Yu truly deserves her reputation as a celestial being of the Tian'an Pavilion. Her dance is exquisite. Qiu Yunhe applauded. This tune should only exist in the heavens. To hear it today, I would have no regrets even in death. Fellow Wu, fellow Qiu, may I inquire as to the identity of this enchanting friend? She certainly appears unfamiliar. The enchanting fairy Lian Yu approached Zhao Qingshan with a radiant smile. Accompanying her was another lady, who gracefully took her place beside Zhao Qingshan. Fairy Lian Yu, this is the talented Zhao Qingshan from our Qian'an Prefecture. Now a revered elder of the Liang sect, would introduced with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, is he the prodigious alchemist from the Liang sect? Fairy Lian Yu inquired playfully, as she poured a cup of wine for Zhao Qingshan, saying, It is indeed an honor for Lian Yu to make the acquaintance of such a distinguished third-tier alchemist. Zhao Qingshan responded with a smile. So, Fairy Lian Yu is an elder of the Tian'an Pavilion. No wonder you possess such breathtaking beauty and unparalleled grace in dance. The Tian'an Pavilion is a first-rate power, known for its exclusive recruitment of female disciples and its rejection of any male aspirants. Disciples of the Tian'an Pavilion are highly sought after in the cultivation world, yet the moment they find a partner, they are required to leave the pavilion. However, no one dares to underestimate the Tian'an Pavilion, for it is uncertain how many formidable allies they have secured through such marital connections, weaving an intricate web of influence. As Fairy Lian Yu lifted her wine glass, she brought it to Zhao Qingshan's lips, and he drank it in one go. Observing Wu De and Qiu Yunhe playfully engaging with their beautiful companions, Zhao Qingshan followed suit, embracing a lovely lady in each arm. Amidst exquisite delicacies and merriment, the night wore on, and as the wine flowed, Wu De and Qiu Yunhe departed with their enchanting companions, leaving Zhao Qingshan slightly intoxicated. The atmosphere was intoxicating, and soon only Zhao Qingshan, Fairy Lian Yu, and the Tian'an Pavilion's maiden remained aboard the boat, while all others had long since departed. Words felt inadequate in the stillness. The boat rocked gently, creating ripples on the water's surface. After a prolonged moment, the boat finally stilled, resting serenely beneath the moonlight, with 2 lovely maidens slumbering beside him. Zhao Qingshan glanced at the virtual panel, which announced, Congratulations, Host. Joyous moments with your master and disciple. Magic power 20,000. Water spiritual root 2,000. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback, realizing that Fairy Lian Yu and the maiden named Qing Yun were indeed master and disciple, and that Fairy Lian Yu possessed a high-quality water spiritual root. After all, a medium-quality water spiritual root would hardly enhance his own attributes. Yet, he could not deny the allure of the Tianyin Pavilion's disciples, whose skills were simply impeccable, bringing him an unprecedented joy. The next day at noon, the trio awoke naturally. Master, this Zhao Daoist is truly remarkable. I feel utterly exhausted, Qing Yun remarked. Her cheeks flushed as she unconsciously licked her lips. Fairy Lian Yu chuckled. You little girl, it seems you have savored the pleasures of life. Should you part from him in the future, you will have much to endure. Master, you might as well become Dao partners with Zhao Daoist. This way, you won't have to worry about alchemical resources or cultivation materials, and perhaps you may even hope for a shared destiny in this life, Qing Yun suggested softly. Ah, you playful girl, jesting with your master, Zhao Qingshan mused as he awoke, propping up his head with one hand while gently lifting the delicate chin of the Fairy of Compassionate Moon with the other. Fairy. The words of Qing Yun are certainly worth contemplating. The Fairy of Compassionate Moon leaned against Zhao Qingshan's chest, saying, if Zhao Daoist is willing to join my Heavenly Sound Pavilion, I would gladly like to form a partnership with you. Zhao Qingshan smiled faintly. Once one becomes an elder of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, finding a partner becomes a challenge, as any chosen partner must also join the pavilion. Was this not akin to entering a family? How could Zhao Qingshan possibly accept such a fate? Well, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Though we cannot become partners, I shall not treat you and your master poorly, Zhao Qingshan said with a gentle smile. With a wave of his hand, a suit of soft armor and a sword appeared on the ground, both of exquisite quality, along with 3 vials of medicinal pills. Qing Yun, these shall be your reward. I was quite satisfied with last night. Thank you, Zhao Daoist, Qing Yun exclaimed, her joy evident. The value of these items far exceeded her expectations. Not to mention, last night, Zhao Qingshan did not rudely seize her most precious possession. Instead, he returned it to her, significantly enhancing her cultivation to the late stage of foundation building. With diligent practice, she harbored hopes of advancing to the golden core stage. She felt certain that choosing Zhao Qingshan had been the right decision. Zhao Qingshan gently lifted the Fairy of Compassionate Moon's chin and inquired, what type of weapon do you excel with? What is its quality? The fairy replied, I wield a sword, a top-tier magical weapon. Zhao Qingshan nodded lightly and retrieved a sword from his spatial ring. As he unsheathed it, an impressive aura emanated forth. He then produced 2 vials of pills, both 3rd tier. This sword is a low-grade spiritual weapon. These 2 vials contain 3rd-tier pills. They are yours. Zhao Qingshan leaned in and brushed his lips against the fairy's. I am most grateful, Daoist, she replied, her joy shining through, feeling that her proactive demeanor from the previous night was not in vain. However, at that moment, the fairy could not help but harbor resentment towards the rules of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Given such generous rewards for a fleeting encounter, how much more would she benefit if she were to become Zhao Qingshan's partner? With him, she would surely possess an abundance of spiritual weapons and pills, significantly enhancing her chances of achieving the golden core stage. Despite being a high-grade water spiritual root with excellent cultivation talent, recognized as a key disciple by the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, and now a golden core cultivator, she felt uncertain about her prospects for achieving the golden core stage. After all, possessing a high-grade spiritual root did not guarantee success in this endeavor. The path of cultivation requires opportunity, talent, and perseverance. Each is indispensable. Although she was an elder of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, her resources for cultivation were somewhat limited. She had chosen to take this step because she had heard about Zhao Qingshan and knew he was a 3rd-tier alchemist. For the next few days, you too shall accompany me. I assure you that you will not suffer, Zhao Qingshan said with a light laugh. Qing Yun could not help but nod in agreement. The Fairy of Compassionate Moon hesitated for a moment, having significantly increased her cultivation level. It was wise for them to retreat and consolidate their strength to avoid any risk of regression. However, upon reflecting on Zhao Qingshan's generous demeanor, the enchanting Fairy Lian Yu ultimately found herself unable to resist acquiescing. There was no alternative. Zhao Qingshan's offerings were simply too substantial. Observing the attitudes of the 2 women, Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but smile. These 2 ladies were quite perceptive, and he appreciated that. After a brief respite, Zhao Qingshan and his companions rose to freshen up and don their attire. It was then that he realized this picturesque boat was, in fact, a property of the Tianyin Pavilion, not belonging to Wit or Qiu Yunhe. Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly, recalling the conversation from the previous night with Wit and Qiu Yunhe. It became clear to him why Wood had extended an invitation, merely to ensure that familial relations remained amicable. Qingyun ventured out to prepare exquisite wine and delicacies. Zhao Qingshan, with an arm around the delicate waist of Fairy Lianyu, admired the breathtaking scenery surrounding the lake. The lake was quite expansive, and at that moment, their boat floated serenely in its center. The water was crystal clear. The autumn breeze caressed the surface, creating gentle ripples, while fish and shrimp frolicked beneath the surface. Seized by the moment, Zhao Qingshan took Lianyu's hand and stepped into the lake. They played joyfully in the water, their laughter resonating through the air. Before long, however, the weather took a dramatic turn. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and a tempestuous storm unleashed its fury. After a considerable interval, the dark clouds dispersed, restoring tranquility and unveiling a clear blue sky once more. Zhao Qingshan, reveling in an unprecedented sense of freedom, felt unrestrained and wholly immersed in joy, a feeling beyond description. At that moment, he began to grasp why the demonic path has persisted throughout history. Even in an era of righteous strength, it has never been entirely eradicated. For many cultivators, the desire to remain unshackled is paramount. They yearn to act in accordance with their hearts, free from constraints, pursuing whatever they wish. The inability to do so only serves to reinforce a belief in their own inadequacy. Thus, their fervor for power intensifies, propelling them to grow ever stronger. Even resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. You are a genius, remember this. Hongkong. Chapter 107. The auction at dawn. The first light pierced the horizon. A resplendent sun ascended slowly from the edge of the sky, casting vibrant rays that illuminated the city of Bailu in a kaleidoscope of colors. Numerous shops opened their doors early, displaying a dazzling array of goods that captivated the eye. Today, Bailu was bustling with life, throngs of people streaming towards the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion, the headquarters of its kind, stood as the grandest edifice in the entire city, boasting seating for thousands. Zhao Qingshan adjusted his waist, feeling the toll of recent indulgences. Accompanied by the enchanting Fairy Lianyu and the graceful Qingyun, he arrived at the treasure pavilion. Gazing in awe at the magnificent structure that stirred profound emotions within him. The vastness of the pavilion was overwhelming, particularly the opulent auction hall that soared dozens of feet high, proudly situated at the heart of Bailu. At Zhao Qingshan's level of cultivation, he had access to a wealth of information. Behind the treasure pavilion loomed an ancient nascent soul master. However, as the pavilion conducted purely commercial endeavors and did not align with any sect, it garnered respect from various factions, allowing its business to flourish throughout the Jin kingdom. Zhao Qingshan approached the entrance, presenting his invitation and showcasing his golden core cultivation. Immediately, a female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage escorted the trio to the second floor of the pavilion. Seated in a private box, they could clearly observe the proceedings of the auction, while those outside remained oblivious to the interior. The treasure pavilion, with its immense wealth and exalted status, left Zhao Qingshan in awe. Fairy Lianyu smiled and remarked, "There's no denying it, after all. They have the support of a nascent soul master and over a dozen golden core cultivators. Their power is such that even our Tianyin sect cannot compare." Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly, skeptical of her words. The Tianyin sect was a premier force within the demonic path, with a legacy spanning over 5 millennia. Anyone who underestimated the Tianyin sect was a fool. Those who believed its cultivators were easily trifled with were naively mistaken. He wrapped his arm around Fairy Lianyu's slender waist, appreciating her charm, as she had allowed him to save her life these past few days. He felt a reluctance to let go. Yet, the matter of a cultivator's romantic partner was one of mutual affection. It could not be forced. Though a coerced relationship may quench one's thirst, it would never be sweet. Time flowed unnoticed. As a melodious voice resonated, a captivating woman ascended the auction stage in the hall. Utilizing amplification equipment, she addressed the attendees. "Esteemed friends, I am Yu Su, and I warmly welcome you to the Treasure Pavilion's biennial auction. I hope you all succeed in acquiring treasures that please you." This host of the auction, Yu Su, was revealed to be a golden core cultivator herself. "Yu Su, you are the true treasure I seek," someone exclaimed. However, Yu Su was not merely an object to be possessed. Obtaining her would depend on one's own abilities. The clamor of voices and lewd language reverberated throughout the auction hall. Yet, amidst this chaos, Yu Su stood gracefully at the auction podium, exuding an air of composure. Even when subjected to flirtatious remarks, she remained unperturbed. With a charming smile, she addressed the assembly. "Esteemed friends, let us commence this auction." Zhao Qingshan could not help but express admiration. This Yu Su was the esteemed owner of the treasure pavilion. Holding a significant position, her beauty was unparalleled, and her poise was remarkable. Were she an ordinary cultivator, she would likely have lost her composure by now. Zhao Daoist. Who is more beautiful, this Yu Su or the enchanting Lianyu? The enchanting Lianyu inquired playfully. Each possesses her own unique charm, Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile. Lifting Yin Yu's delicate chin. At that moment, Yusu began to preside over the auction. First, let us present the initial item for bidding. With a graceful gesture, she summoned a girl clad in an eye-catching outfit, who approached the stage while holding an ebony tray. Upon the tray lay a pair of boots. These are the low-grade spirit tool, flying cloud boots. Wearing them doubles one's flying speed. The starting bid is 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. I hope everyone will grant me a modicum of favor and ensure this item does not go unsold. Yusu feigned a pitiable demeanor, a sight that would likely ensnare the heart of any man. 10,000. 10,100. The bidding was fierce. The offers escalating rapidly. Zhao Qingshan marveled inwardly, surprised that the first item on the auction block was a low-grade spirit tool, although they were merely boots. The ability to enhance speed was indeed commendable, an excellent piece of equipment for a hasty escape. Zhao Daoist, will you not lend your support to the enchanting Yusu? Lian Yu teased as she playfully nudged Zhao Qingshan, aware of his wealth. In just a few days, Zhao had already given her more than her entire fortune. Zhao Qingshan replied nonchalantly, this low-grade spirit tool holds no utility for me. Why should I place a bid? After a spirited round of bidding, the flying cloud boots were ultimately sold for 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The identity of the winning bidder remained concealed, only the box number was revealed. Gratitude to the esteemed friend from box 23 for their patronage. Yusu beamed, her smile radiant. Next, we shall present the second item for auction. As her words faded, another dazzlingly dressed girl glided onto the stage with an ebony tray. Upon the tray rested a golden collar. This is a low-grade spirit tool beast taming ring, capable of subjugating demonic beasts, even those of the nascent soul level. Once ensnared by the ring, escape is impossible. Yusu elaborated. The starting bid is 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In comparison to the flying cloud boots, the value of this beast taming ring was indisputable. After all, it was specifically designed to dominate demonic beasts, making it highly sought after and igniting fierce competition among the bidders. 20,000. 20,100. Amidst fierce competition, prices soared dramatically, swiftly surpassing the 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones mark. Yet, Zhao Qingshan remained entirely unfazed. After all, he could craft such a beast-taming ring himself. What merit was there in auctioning it off? For other cultivators seeking to capture spirit beasts as guardians, the value of the beast-taming ring was immense. For Zhao Qingshan, it held no significance whatsoever. Remarkably, this fairy beast-taming ring fetched a staggering 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Subsequent auction items were either magical tools, talismans, or elixirs. Yet none piqued his interest. The appetizers of the auction had been fully served. Yusu displayed a solemn expression, announcing, "We shall now commence the main course of our auction." The next item was, after a prolonged pause, Yusu articulated each word with gravity, conception elixir. The previously bustling venue fell into an abrupt silence upon her utterance of these three words, faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The conception elixir, a fourth-tier potion, could enhance a gold core cultivator's success rate in conception by 30%. Those in the nascent soul stage stood at the pinnacle of cultivation within the gene kingdom. Any sect possessing a nascent soul cultivator was deemed a first-rate power. And now, the treasure pavilion had astonishingly presented the conception elixir as an auction item. Zhao Qingshan felt a flicker of surprise. Despite being a fourth-tier alchemist, he had never concocted a conception elixir. The ingredients required a fifth-tier spiritual herb as its primary component, of which he had yet to procure a single specimen, rendering him incapable of crafting it. The starting bid for the conception elixir was set at 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent raise not to be less than 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Yusu announced the price and rules to the audience. The allure of such a fourth-tier elixir for gold core cultivators was extraordinary, particularly for those in the later stages of gold core cultivation. The possession of this elixir could significantly augment their success rate in conception, prompting many gold core cultivators to risk everything, undeterred by the potential consequences. 200,000, 201,000, 202,000. Zhao Qingshan pondered thoughtfully. It was evident that this conception elixir had incited a frenzy among the gathered cultivators. He could easily envision that, should someone acquire the elixir, it would likely lead to chaos and bloodshed. Within the confines of Bailu City, the treasure pavilion could maintain order. However, beyond the city's borders, the pursuit of treasure could spiral into ruthless violence beyond the pavilion's jurisdiction. Fairy Lian Yu swallowed hard, her expression reflecting shock. The starting bid alone placed her in a position of reverence. Although she had progressed from early to mid-gold core stage, her accumulation of medium-grade spirit stones was rather meager. This auction exclusively accepted medium or high-grade spirit stones, dismissing low-grade ones entirely. Zhao Daoyu, might you consider acquiring this conception elixir and presenting it to me? Fairy Lian Yu leaned closely against Zhao Qingshan, her breath a gentle whisper in his ear. She was aware that she could not participate in the bidding. However, Zhao Qingshan could. Oh, Fair Moon Fairy, I have always believed that no profit comes without effort. How do you intend to repay me? Zhao Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The Fair Moon Fairy, blushing delicately, replied. If Zhao Daoist is willing to bid on this essence-birthing pill for me, I would gladly serve Zhao Daoist for 100 years, bearing children for you as well. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. This woman, after all, could not resist temptation. The rules of the sect merely amounted to insufficient bidding. Zhao Qingshan found himself quite fond of her. She was unlike any woman he had encountered among his wives and concubines. At that moment, the essence-birthing pill had already attracted a bid of 350,000 middle-grade spirit stones. For 100,000. Zhao Qingshan instantly raised the price by 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones. This bold move captured the attention of the crowd, who couldn't help but gaze towards the private room occupied by Zhao Qingshan. Nevertheless, this did not deter other cultivators. Soon, another bid was made. 500,000. Zhao Qingshan elevated the price once more to an unprecedented level. At this point, no one dared to outbid him. Congratulations to the friend in box 68 for securing the essence-birthing pill, Yusu announced cheerfully upon noticing the lack of further bids. This price had significantly surpassed the estimates of the treasure pavilion. The auction proceeded with the next item, the young of a golden core demon beast, followed by a low-grade spiritual armor. After 5 items, none had exceeded the price of the essence-birthing pill. Next came the grand finale. As Yusu's words echoed through the hall, an immediate hush fell over the auction venue. Naturally, the final items were the most precious. There were 3 grand finale items this time, the first being the purple thunder bamboo, starting at a low price of 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan displayed a keen interest. The purple thunder bamboo was a rare treasure that emerged when heavenly lightning struck during a cultivator's tribulation, transforming the bamboo in a moment of desperation. Zhao Qingshan was aware of the purple thunder bamboo due to its mention in the inheritance of Pang Hai. The bamboo absorbed the thunder attribute of the world's spiritual energy. The longer it grew, the more powerful it became. 1,000-year-old purple thunder bamboo was akin to a low-grade spiritual weapon. Most importantly, there was a chance it could form a purple thunder bamboo grove. 500,000. Zhao Qingshan bid. Strangely, as time passed, no one else placed a bid. Clearly, the others were oblivious to the wonders of the purple thunder bamboo. Remarkably, Zhao Qingshan secured the purple thunder bamboo for just 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The 2 subsequent grand finale items, both middle-grade spiritual weapons, a sword and a dagger, were ultimately auctioned off at high prices. The auction concluded, and the other cultivators began to disperse. Zhao Qingshan, however, did not leave immediately, as he needed to settle the payment for the middle-grade spirit stones and collect his auctioned items. Moments later, Yusu entered the private room. Upon witnessing Zhao Qingshan, Yusu was somewhat taken aback, realizing he was none other than the esteemed Taoist from the Liang sect, which elucidated his lavish demeanor. Clearly, as the master of the treasure pavilion, Yusu possessed intelligence about Zhao Qingshan. Your praise is misplaced, esteemed fairy Yu, Zhao Qingshan replied with a gentle smile. Yusu then produced a storage pouch, stating, within this pouch lie the conception pills and purple thunder bamboo. Please, take a look, Taoist Zhao. Zhao Qingshan accepted the pouch and, upon inspection, indeed found the conception pills and purple thunder bamboo within. In turn, Zhao Qingshan revealed his own storage pouch, which contained 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, saying, Fairy Yu, do examine if there are any discrepancies. Upon verification, Yusu's face brightened with a smile. Taoist Zhao is truly a man of integrity. Might I inquire if your acquisition of these conception pills is to win the heart of a fair maiden? The reputation of Fairy Lian Yu is indeed illustrious. Fairy Lian Yu then intertwined her arm with Zhao Qingshan's, as if to assert her claim. Zhao Qingshan responded with a smile. Should Fairy Yu be willing to accompany me, I would certainly strive to win the heart of a beautiful lady. With a light-hearted laugh, Fairy Yu replied, but Taoist Zhao has many companions. I shall refrain from intruding. With that, Fairy Yu exited the private chamber. Zhao Qingshan took the conception pills from the storage pouch and, gazing at Fairy Lian Yu with a cheerful demeanor, said, Fairy Lian Yu, do swear an oath. As the spirit stones were cast forth, it was indeed the moment for reaping rewards. He was no fool. Without hesitation, Fairy Lian Yu pledged her oath. After she made her vow, Zhao Qingshan tossed the conception pills to her. In the realm of cultivation, oaths should not be made lightly. Once sworn, To violate such an oath could result in stagnation of one's cultivation, or worse, calamities leading to a tragic demise. It is not uncommon for one to inadvertently descend into madness as well. You are a genius. Remember this. Hong Kong Quan. Chapter 108. A new objective. The celestial maiden Lianyu, without a moment's hesitation, recognized the formidable challenge ahead of her despite possessing superior spiritual roots and being a key focus of cultivation at the Tianyin Pavilion. She understood that the path to forming a nascent soul was fraught with difficulty. However, with the aid of a nascent soul pill, her chances of success would significantly increase. In comparison to her own cultivation journey, serving Zhao Qingshan seemed a trivial matter. Once her vow was made, a sense of resonance reverberated through the cosmos. Zhao Qingshan beamed with a radiant smile, his heart brimming with overwhelming possessiveness. The notion of allowing anyone else to lay claim to what he had already possessed was intolerable. The mere thought of the celestial maiden returning to the Tianyin Pavilion, possibly engaging with other cultivators, ignited a surge of discomfort within him, akin to an unsettling green growth atop his head. Yet, he believed that any issue solvable with spirit stones was hardly an issue at all. Beside him, Qingyun gazed on enviously, yet secretly delighted. Alone, she lacked the confidence to continue serving Zhao Qingshan, but with her master by her side, her hopes soared. Accompanying a third-tier alchemist, even in the capacity of a maid, far surpassed the prospect of seeking a foundation-building cultivator as a partner, by tenfold or even 100-fold. What was a mere chicken compared to a phoenix? Zhao Qingshan's entanglements with wives and concubines mattered little. As long as she could derive some benefits, it sufficed. Possessing a medium-grade with spiritual root, her journey to the golden core stage was undoubtedly challenging. Yet, with Zhao Qingshan's protection and ample cultivation resources, her hopes of reaching the golden core realm would be greatly enhanced. As for notions of propriety and honor, disciples of the Tianyin Pavilion had never held such ideals in esteem. Zhao Daoyu, let us remain in Bailu City for a while longer. Leaving now would be perilous. The celestial maiden Lianyu stated, leaning against Zhao Qingshan, her breath fragrant like orchids. Zhao Qingshan dismissed her concerns with a scoff. There is no need for such caution. We shall depart Bailu City tonight. I am eager to see how many dare to come to their demise, which will also serve to establish my authority. Zhao Qingshan was well aware that many would plot against him, yet he felt no fear. As long as it was not a Yuanying elder taking action, he feared no one. Indeed, he sought to leverage this opportunity to assert his dominance. In a world where the strong commanded respect, without sufficient strength, even a third-tier alchemist would not inspire awe. Instead, he would be seen as a target. Thus, he led the two women out of Bailu City. Under the deep night sky, the brilliance of the stars and moon dimmed. Without any alteration of their appearances, they departed the city directly. As the flickering lights of Bailu City succumbed to slumber, they had already exited its bounds. Not long after their departure, laughter echoed, Zhao Daoyu, celestial maiden Lianyu. Why the haste to leave Bailu City? Might you not consider leaving behind that nascent soul pill? At that moment, two figures emerged before them, exuding an astonishing aura as they gathered their strength, poised for an explosive confrontation. Wu Daoyu, Qiu Daoyu, what is this? Are you two planning to disregard our shared hometown ties and seize my treasure? Zhao Qingshan's expression turned to a cold smirk as he recognized the two, Wu Da and Qiu Yunha, both hailing from Qian'an Prefecture. The formidable Golden Core practitioners had recently reveled in the serene beauty of the lake, drifting on a painted boat, indulging in wine and jovial conversation. Yet now, ironically, it was they who sought to ambush him. The conception pill, what Golden Core cultivator would not covet it? Wood chuckled, an innocent man bears the burden of possessing treasure. Zhao, my friend, surrender the conception pill, and we shall not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, should combat ensue, it will surely attract other cultivators, and you may unwittingly forfeit your life. Then you too shall meet your demise. Zhao Qingshan's eyes glinted with cold light. Swiftly, several spiritual talismans soared forth, encircling Wood and Qiu Yunha in an instant. A thunderous explosion erupted. The fairy Lianyu gasped in horror. How ruthless! He has simultaneously unleashed several third-tier talismans. As the smoke cleared at the epicenter of the explosion, Wood and Qiu Yunha had been utterly obliterated, their presence extinguished. Humph! Fools who do not know their limits dare to obstruct me. Zhao Qingshan sneered, collecting their storage bags and weapons with a wave of his hand. However, he had scarcely taken flight before more sought to intercept him. Kai Jin regarded the approaching figures with disdain, all of whom were Golden Core practitioners. Do you also wish to kill me? Zhao, surrender the conception pill, and we shall not trouble you. A young man with flowing hair, exuding an air of nonchalance, smiled at Zhao Qingshan. Then you too shall perish. Zhao Qingshan retorted with a cold smirk. In an instant, he retrieved a series of talismans from his storage ring, unleashing them with great speed. Some detonated, while others summoned flames. Within moments, All 7 golden core practitioners who had attempted to ambush him lay defeated. Surveying his surroundings, Zhao Qingshan was acutely aware of the numerous golden core cultivators lurking about, eager to reap the rewards. Those unafraid of death may approach. You may speculate whether I possess any talismans left. He taunted with a mocking smile, gathering his spoils. Over the years, he had crafted a substantial number of third-tier talismans, primarily for the protection of his family, never offering them for sale. He held a considerable stock of these talismans, having used only a fraction of what he possessed. In but a brief span, 10 golden core practitioners had fallen, a staggering spectacle. After all, attaining the golden core realm is no trivial feat. The conception pill is indeed a treasure that could drive cultivators into madness, yet one must first have the means to seize it. Should one fail and meet death instead, many would regain their rationality. After a while, as no one emerged, Zhao Qingshan chuckled to himself. These individuals were merely a collection of cowards, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Accompanied by the fairy Lian Yu and Qing Yun, he took to the skies on his sword, swiftly arriving at the lake. In the center of the lake, the painted boat remained, a precious mid-grade magical artifact belonging to the fairy Lian Yu, marking a location within the territory of White Deer Mountain. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion boasted numerous female disciples, many of whom, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation and feeling stagnant, would seek a partner to employ secret methods to enhance their cultivation speed. Alternatively, one may serve the powerful and reap rewards. The first night is often the most precious for a female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. It can yield no less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, post the inaugural night, the earnings significantly diminish. After all, not every golden core cultivator is as extravagant as Zhao Qingshan. She shed her garments and plunged into the lake, the water crystal clear, rippling with her movement. The fairy of compassionate moon and Qing Yun entwined around her like 2 enchanting serpents. This evening, Zhao Qingshan spent lavishly, his eyes unblinking as he squandered 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, having just forcefully vanquished 10 golden core cultivators, thereby earning their admiration. In the realm of the strong, reverence for power prevails. This is true in the mundane world, and even more so in the New York Pavilion, which is aligned with the demonic path. They could only take pride in this. As autumn faded into winter, several months swiftly passed. Snowflakes drifted from the sky like feathers, and the lakes had frozen over. The painted boat no longer swayed. Zhao Qingshan routinely accessed his virtual panel. Congratulations, host, Mana 20,000. Alchemist, 4th rank, 20,000,2,000,000. Refiner, 3rd rank. Supreme, 401,200,000. Talismonger, 3rd rank. Supreme, 51,200,000. Array Master, 4th rank, 102,000,000. Realm, Mid Golden Core, 250,000,001, 500,000. Gold Spiritual Root, Superior, 80,000,50,000. Breakthrough possible with Spiritual Root, Superior, 15,000,50,000. Water Spiritual Root, Superior, 50,000,50. 000. Breakthrough possible. Fire Spiritual Root, Superior, 50,000,50,000. Breakthrough possible. Earth Spiritual Root, Superior, 3,000,050,000. Zhao Qingshan regarded his gains with a contemplative expression. The acquisition of true energy became increasingly scarce as time passed. It is not merely diligence that matters. At times, choice outweighs effort. The greatest advantage he derived from the fairy of compassionate moon was that his water spiritual root had finally reached the threshold for a breakthrough. However, concerning his realm, he remained a considerable distance from achieving a breakthrough. Observing the efforts of the period, he noted that Qing Yun, with her comparatively inferior cultivation, was struggling. Despite her advancement to the late foundation establishment stage through diligent sustenance and daily medicine to consolidate her essence and cultivation, her weight plummeted. If this continued, she would surely perish. The fairy of compassionate moon, while in a slightly better state, was not faring much better herself, as the brunt of the pressure was primarily directed at her. Does your sect have any golden core sisters with their primordial lean intact? Kai Jin inquired softly. Embracing the fairy of compassionate moon, his thoughts turned towards the New York Pavilion. He had little interest in chi refinement or foundation establishment cultivators, as the rewards from such were negligible. His aspirations lay solely with female cultivators of the golden core stage or those of the nascent soul stage. Yet, it was likely that a nascent soul female cultivator would not regard him, a mere golden core cultivator, with any significance. In the realm of the golden core stage, Zhao Qingshan possesses a discerning eye. Not just anyone can capture his attention. Ideally, he seeks cultivators with either earth or with spiritual roots. Zhao Qingshan expressed his thoughts on the matter, noting that he still needed to absorb the essence of these attributes to fortify himself for a future breakthrough. Although breakthroughs could also be achieved with metal, fire, or water roots, he was reluctant to pursue them hastily, fearing that such actions might lead to an imbalance among the 5 elements, a consequence that would prove detrimental. He remained uncertain of the perils that might arise from such an imbalance. As for the rewards, Zhao Qingshan chuckled lightly, indicating that it was a simple matter. Immortal Lianyu leaned against him, reveling in the happiness of the moment. She felt that life should inherently be this way, contrasting sharply with her previously mundane existence. Yet, she found herself overwhelmed. She had heard that for Dao companions, such intimate encounters were typically infrequent, serving merely as a sporadic seasoning to their lives. However, Zhao Qingshan appeared utterly engrossed in their shared experiences. Though she contemplated refusal, the abundance Zhao Qingshan provided was simply too compelling. He had consistently supplied her with third-grade elixirs, third-grade talismans, and low-grade spiritual artifacts, leaving her wanting for nothing. Moreover, the spoils from the 10 golden core cultivators he had vanquished had mostly been granted to her and Qingyun, save for a few items Zhao Qingshan deemed useful. This windfall had significantly enriched her family, leading her to suspect that even a Yuaning elder as a Dao partner might not yield as much wealth as she currently possessed. Upon hearing Zhao Qingshan's proposal, Immortal Lian, you did not shy away from the idea of seeking a partner to share the burden of cultivation. She began to contemplate. Zhao, I have a senior sister named Yaoyu, who has cultivated for a century and has reached the mid-golden core stage, only a step away from the late stage. However, Sister Yaoyu is wholly devoted to her practice and has high expectations for a Dao partner. First and foremost, he must surpass her in strength and defeat her in combat, and he must help her reach the Yuaning stage, she explained, her brow slightly furrowed. Sister Yaoyu possesses superior earth spiritual roots, excelling in both attack and defense, making it no easy feat for a golden core cultivator to best her. Zhao Qingshan's laughter erupted at this moment. This indeed sounded like a fitting candidate, although she might be slightly older in the world of cultivation. Reaching the golden core stage grants one a lifespan of 500 years, and a century of cultivation is hardly considered old. How does she appear? Zhao Qingshan inquired. Sister Yaoyu is as beautiful as a celestial being, even more so than I, Immortal Lianyu responded. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. It is often said that women are competitive about their looks, and he did not expect Immortal Lianyu to acknowledge that Yaoyu was more beautiful than herself. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Zhao Qingshan exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us seek her out immediately." His eagerness was palpable. After a brief period of preparation, they set out the following day. As they departed, Immortal Lianyu stowed away their boat. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, the stars shone brilliantly. Zhao Qingshan soared through the air on his sword, carrying both Immortal Lianyu and her disciple without pause, heading straight for Jiufeng Mountain, the location of the Tianyin sect. The mountain range is named Jufengshan, for it boasts 9 peaks. However, they did not venture directly into Jufengshan, but instead descended upon a desolate mountain located 50 li away. Zhao Qingshan, wielding his sword, cleaved the summit of the barren mountain. He then retrieved a palm-sized mansion from his spatial ring. Chanting an incantation, he flung it, and the mansion descended, expanding into an estate of approximately 1,000 square feet. This was a mansion he had refined, classified as a low-grade spiritual artifact. Upon witnessing this, the fairy Lianyue was left in awe, marveling at Zhao Qingshan's grand gesture. Such a mansion, being a low-grade spiritual artifact, was far more precious than ordinary weapons or armor of the same grade. Without hesitation, Fairy Lianyue produced a communication talisman to contact Sister Yaoyu. About an hour later, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens. The newcomer was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of elegance and grace, reminiscent of a celestial being. In terms of looks, she was comparable to Fairy Lianyue, yet in demeanor, she surpassed her significantly. Sister Yaoyu, Fairy Lianyue exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer. Yaoyu furrowed her brow. Sister Lianyue, is this man your Dao partner? Have you informed him of the rules of our Tianyin pavilion? Zhao Qingshan interjected. I assure you, fairies, I am not her Dao partner, and I have not violated any regulations of the Tianyin pavilion. Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but scrutinize Yaoyu closely. It was hard to fathom that within such a formidable sect of demonic arts as the Tianyin pavilion, there existed someone of such remarkable demeanor. This quality, one might argue, is scarcely found even among the righteous sections. With an embodiment of purity and allure, she was undeniably a sorceress, yet she carried herself with a regal dignity. Such an extraordinary blend of contrasting traits coalesced seamlessly, never appearing disjointed. Moreover, While practitioners of demonic arts typically pursued their goals with ruthless tenacity and exhibited extreme temperaments, Yahweh radiated a profound sense of tolerance and gravitas. Chapter 109 conditions. The enchanting Yahweh fairy scrutinized the Lian Yue fairy closely, her heart filled with silent astonishment. She discovered that Lian Yue fairy's cultivation was strikingly akin to her own. It was important to note that during their previous encounter, Lian Yue fairy was merely at the initial stage of the golden core realm, significantly inferior in cultivation. Observing Lian Yue fairy now, who appeared quite intimate with the gentleman before her, it was evident that she had lost her primordial Yin. A realization began to dawn upon her. Senior sister Yahweh, this is my companion, Zhao Qingshan, Lian Yue fairy introduced. Zhao Daoist, this is Yahweh fairy. Zhao Qingshan smiled and offered a courteous greeting. Yahweh fairy, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have long heard of your beauty, likened to that of a celestial maiden, and seeing you today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Zhao Qingshan held a favorable impression of Yahweh fairy, captivated not only by her extraordinary beauty but also by her unique aura. Are you the third-tier alchemist from the Liang sect? Yahweh fairy inquired, astonished. Clearly, although Zhao Qingshan had not frequented the cultivation world, his reputation was far from insignificant, a testament to the esteemed status of an alchemist. Despite Zhao Qingshan's relatively recent attainment of the golden core, his identity as a third-tier alchemist commanded the respect of any golden core cultivator. It appears that Yahweh fairy has heard of my humble name, Zhao Qingshan replied with a light chuckle. Soon, the group entered the residence. Qingyun had prepared a sumptuous feast and gracefully took her place to play the zither. As cups clinked and spirits were lifted, several cups of spiritual wine had already been consumed. After a round of pleasantries, they had grown somewhat familiar with one another. Lian Yue fairy remarked, Senior sister, the purpose of inviting you here is that Zhao Daoist has a matter to discuss with you. Oh? With Zhao Daoist cultivation at the mid-golden core stage and as a third-tier alchemist, what could he possibly seek from Yahweh? Yahweh fairy inquired with curiosity. Zhao Qingshan smiled and said, it is with great admiration for Yahweh fairy. I have heard from Lian Yue fairy that you possess a superior quality of earth's spiritual root, coupled with unparalleled beauty. I wish to propose that we become partners in the path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation can be a lonely one. Rather than traversing it alone, we could support each other and journey further together. In the entire cultivation realm of the Jin Kingdom, the number of golden core cultivators barely reached a few hundred, with male cultivators significantly outnumbering their female counterparts. Male cultivators could seek out foundation-building female cultivators as partners, but females often set their sights higher, preferring partners of the same level or even those who had transcended to the nascent soul stage. Yahweh fairy's brows furrowed slightly, revealing her displeasure. Proud as she was, being the most gifted disciple of the Tianyin Pavilion among her peers, she had advanced to the golden core stage early on and was now merely a step away from the late golden core stage. She harbored aspirations of achieving the nascent soul stage in this lifetime. Consequently, over the years, she had received numerous suitors eager to win her favor, but none had piqued her interest. Zhao Qingshan discerned the discontent on Yahweh fairy's face, but remained unfazed. Female cultivators often held a more haughty demeanor than their male counterparts. Although their strength might be comparable at the same level, male cultivators frequently exhibited greater prowess. However, rarity held its value, and cultivators were no exception. Zhao Qingshan remarked with a smile, rest assured that as my partner, you shall not be treated poorly. For a century, the enchanting fairy, Lian Yue, has served me faithfully. In return, I bestowed upon her a conception pill, along with 3 inferior spirit artifacts, third-tier elixirs, and third-tier talismans, which would aid her in reaching the nascent soul stage. Zhao Qingshan smiled and remarked, if the fairy were to become my companion, you would never lack for elixirs, talismans, or spirit artifacts. Leaning against Zhao Qingshan, Lian Yue chuckled while glancing at the fairy. Yao Yu, sister, what we women seek is simply a powerful man upon whom we can rely. Zhao's words harbor no hint of falsehood. Sister, I wonder, if we were to dedicate ourselves to cultivation, what chance do we have of forming a nascent soul? 2%, not even a single percent. Yao Yu's expression revealed her astonishment. Cultivating in the realm of immortality is arduous, a sentiment deeply felt by Yao Yu, who has labored for a century. Although the Heavenly Sound Pavilion has a nascent soul elder as its backing, that elder merely offers protection out of gratitude for past kindnesses from the pavilion's master. Unless the pavilion faces dire peril, the elder would not intervene. As for Yao Yu, her cultivation had reached a challenging juncture. Observing Zhao Qingshan, who shared her level of cultivation, she remained skeptical of his assertions. When selecting a companion, I have always held that he must possess strength surpassing my own, capable of aiding me in attaining the nascent soul. Furthermore, According to the rules of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, a companion must join the pavilion and assume the role of an elder. Zhao Qingshan wrapped his arm around Lian Yu's slender waist, chuckling lightly. The world of cultivation is one where the strong reign supreme, the mightier one's fist, the more weight their words carry. Should Yao Yu attain the nascent soul, those so-called rules would merely be a jest. As for strength, dear fairy, you ought to experience it firsthand. Zhao displayed little regard for the rules of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. As they stepped outside, a confrontation unfolded, showcasing a clear dominance. In less than 10 exchanges, Yao Yu lay defeated. What do you think of my strength, fairy? Zhao Qingshan removed his sword from her neck, smiling gently. Shock filled Yao Yu's eyes. She had not anticipated that Zhao Qingshan, of the same realm, would surpass her so greatly. Her defeat was swift and decisive. How could your cultivation be so formidable, Zhao Daoyu? Yao Yu gasped, visibly astonished. Zhao Qingshan approached, gently lifting Yao Yu's delicate chin. Yao Yu, this is merely a manifestation of my great fortune. As long as you accompany me, elixirs, talismans, spirit artifacts, and cultivation methods shall never be lacking. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, akin to scaling the heavens. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion, a prestigious sect, possesses only a single method capable of leading to the nascent soul stage, and that method can only be practiced by those with water attribute spiritual roots. Zhao Qingshan's proposition was immensely alluring to her. Very well, Zhao Daoyu, I am convinced of your strength. Yao Yu smiled, leaning closer to Zhao Qingshan's ear, adding, I hope you do not forget your promises and do not betray a woman's heart. Zhao Qingshan laughed heartily, suddenly lifting the moon invitation fairy into his arms and making his way toward a chamber. Within the bedroom, only two figures remained. The compassionate moon fairy and the clear melody, understanding the unspoken sentiments, graciously left the night to the moon invitation fairy. After more than an hour, Zhao Qingshan's gaze swept over the virtual panel, which had already undergone a transformation. Congratulations to the host. Spell crafting 2000, mana 40,000, earth spiritual root 2000. Alchemist, 4th rank, 20,000 200,000. Artifact refiner, 3rd rank superior, 400, 120,000. Spellcaster, 3rd rank superior, 2051 20,000. Array master, 4th rank 100, 200,000. Realm, mid golden core, 290000, 150,000. Gold spiritual root, upper grade, 80,000 50,000. Breakthrough possible, with spiritual root, upper grade 150,000, 50,000. Water spiritual root, upper grade, 50,000 50,000. Breakthrough possible, fire spiritual root, upper grade, 50,000 50,000. Breakthrough possible, earth spiritual root, upper grade, 5,000 50,000. Seeing the fruits of his labor, Zhao Qingshan's heart swelled with joy. He had not anticipated that the moon invitation could also be a spellcaster, or possess the potential to become one, directly enhancing his spell crafting experience by 2,000. Moreover, the increase of 40,000 in mana surpassed his previous gains with the compassionate moon and clear melody. It was clear to him that, at that time, the compassionate moon was merely at the initial stage of the golden core, while clear melody was still in the foundation establishment stage. Now, however, the moon invitation stood at the pinnacle of the mid-golden core stage, merely a step away from the late golden core stage. Naturally, the effectiveness of their exchange of secret techniques was significantly enhanced. What pleased Zhao Qingshan the most was the substantial improvement of his earth spiritual root, which had increased by 2,000. At this rate, it would take less than 30 days to reach its maximum potential. In high spirits, Zhao Qingshan closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Zhao Qingshan awoke naturally, noticing the beautiful figure beside him, her eyelashes fluttering as if she feigned sleep. He chuckled softly but chose not to disturb her. Instead, he embraced the fair maiden tenderly. Dear friend Moon Invitation, are you skilled in spellcrafting? Zhao Qingshan inquired. I devote myself entirely to cultivation and can only play the flute. I have never learned the art of spellcrafting. The Moon Invitation fairy replied, shaking her head. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, aside from cultivating, we do not engage in alchemy, artifact refinement, or spellcrafting, for these require a legacy. Such a legacy is precious and not easily attained. Thus, disciples of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion study the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as various secret techniques, ensuring that we are not at a disadvantage in interactions and may even gain an advantage. At this moment, the Moon Invitation Fairy was in high spirits, aided by the secret techniques and the fusion of yin and yang energies from the previous night. Her cultivation had surged, now reaching the pinnacle of the late golden core stage. with the Yuaning realm already beginning to manifest. Perhaps, after consolidating her cultivation, she would soon attain the Yuaning. I perceive a latent potential within you to become a talismanic master. Would you care to learn the art of talisman crafting? Zhao Qingshan chuckled lightly. He harbored no desire for his beloved to languish in idleness and indulge in frivolous thoughts, thus he consistently sought tasks to occupy her mind. The Fairy of Invitation's eyes sparkled with interest. Zhao Daoist, you too possess the skill of talisman crafting? Would you be willing to impart this knowledge to me? It is known that within the realm of cultivation, there exist 4 paramount professions: alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and formation mastery, all of which facilitate the swift accumulation of cultivation resources. Zhao Qingshan gently lifted the Fairy of Invitation's pristine chin and replied with a smile, as you are my woman. You shall not be deprived. The Fairy of Invitation remarked, once we have a child together, we may openly declare ourselves as partners in the path. With a tender kiss, Zhao Qingshan produced 2 low-grade spirit artifacts and presented them to the Fairy of Invitation, one for offense and the other for defense. A wave of joy surged within her heart. She had not anticipated Zhao Qingshan's generosity. In that moment, she comprehended why Lian Yu was utterly devoted to Zhao Qingshan and had even drawn her into his world. Despite her century of cultivation, she had painstakingly acquired but a single low-grade spirit artifact. Yet, Zhao Qingshan had bestowed upon her 2 in one go. In the days that followed, Zhao Qingshan instructed the Fairy of Invitation in the art of talisman crafting by day, while they busied themselves with various tasks by night. Within a few days, the Fairy of Invitation and Lian Yu became close sisters, serving together in harmony. Before long, a month had passed. Zhao Qingshan accessed his virtual panel. Congratulations to the host. Talisman crafting 2,000, mana 60,000. Alchemist, 4th stage, 20,000. Artifact refiner, 3rd stage, premium, 400, 120,000. Talisman master, 3rd stage, premium 62050120000. Formation master, 4th stage 100,200,000. Realm, mid-golden core, 150,000,000,150,000. Can break through. Gold spiritual root, superior, 80,000 50,000. Can break through. With spiritual root, superior 150,000,50,000. Water spiritual root, superior, 50,000 50,000. Can break through. Fire spiritual root, superior 50,000 50,000. Can break through. Earth spiritual root, superior 50,000 50,000. Can break through. In terms of realm, it was indeed time for a breakthrough. Zhao Qingshan carefully descended from the bed and made his way to a meditation chamber. He seated himself in a cross-legged position, adjusting his state of being. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and calmed his spirit. Once he attained his optimal state, Zhao Qingshan began to circulate his cultivation technique, his Dantian's mana steadily growing and compressing as it approached the threshold of his meridian's capacity. System, initiate realm breakthrough. Zhao Qingshan silently intoned. Instantly, a beam of golden light surged into his being. In that fleeting moment, his mana surged significantly. The mana within his Dantian felt invigorated. At that instant, he transitioned from the mid-golden core stage to the late golden core stage. He pondered why his progress with Lian Yu and the Fairy of Invitation was more fruitful than with Bai Su, who also resided within the golden core stage, a conundrum that had occupied his thoughts for some time. Could it be that due to the cultivation techniques, Lian Yu and Yao Yu, who practiced the methods of the Tianyin Pavilion, possess a unique advantage in this regard? Or is it that Bai Su and I are merely at the foundation establishment stage, while Lian Yu and Yao Yu have attained the golden core realm? Zhao Qingshan pondered quietly. Unfortunately, this matter requires gradual exploration to uncover its mysteries. By the time Zhao Qingshan stepped out of the room, the sun was already setting in the west. Daoist Zhao, have you broken through? Yao Yu exclaimed, rising to her feet upon seeing Zhao Qingshan. Daoist Zhao, have you reached the late stage of the golden core? Lian Yu sensed the notable surge in Zhao Qingshan's aura. Zhao Qingshan playfully wrapped an arm around one of their slender waists, chuckling, it was merely a fortunate breakthrough. But truth be told, you two deserve the greatest credit. At that moment, Qingyun entered with a medicinal dish. Zhao Qingshan observed Qingyun. After a month of recuperation, she had restored her health, her complexion now adorned with a hint of rosy glow. Today, I shall impart a cultivation technique to each of you, dear fairies. In the days to come, you may cultivate these methods to enhance your chances of successful embryonic formation. A flash of light emanated from Zhao Qingshan's hand, revealing 2 jade slips. These jade slips, painstakingly acquired by Zhao Qingshan, contain not only the initial 4 layers of cultivation techniques, but also secret methods and precautions regarding embryonic formation. Yao Yu and Lian Yu joyfully accepted the jade slips, their value beyond mere words to describe. Daoist Zhao, are you about to leave? Lian Yu leaned against Zhao Qingshan. Her voice sweet and lively. Could it be that my sister and I cannot keep your heart here? Zhao Qingshan smiled lightly. Now that our cultivation has progressed significantly, we must invest time in solidifying our foundations, and you both will need time to adapt to the new techniques. When love is true and enduring, does it really matter if we are together day and night? Zhao Qingshan remarked. Let us strive diligently in our cultivation, and soon we shall achieve embryonic formation, at which point we can openly declare ourselves as partners and cherish each other for eternity. However, no matter how many wives and concubines I may have, you two will always hold a special place in my heart. Zhao Qingshan added, but remember, you are my women. Should you dare to attract the attention of other cultivators, do not blame me for being heartless when the time comes. Chapter 110. The harbor. A warning was issued to the Moonlit Fairy and the Moon Invitation Fairy. Zhao Qingshan did not wish for a day to come when he would wear a green cap. The Moonlit Fairy and the Moon Invitation Fairy were elders of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, a first-rate force within the demonic path. For those of the demonic path, moral codes were non-existent. Only power and profit mattered. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Zhao, my heart belongs solely to you. Other Golden Core cultivators do not capture my interest. Not even those of the nascent soul stage, the Moonlit Fairy shyly declared. What a jest. Even an ancient nascent soul cultivator could not compare to Zhao Qingshan's generosity. Moreover, Zhao Qingshan was undoubtedly a promising prospect. Now in the late stage of the Golden Core, he was entirely capable of achieving the nascent soul stage. Once Zhao Qingshan succeeded, he would become a fourth-tier alchemist, a thought that made the Moonlit Fairy's legs weak with excitement. The Moon Invitation Fairy chuckled, fellow Taoist Zhao. Please rest easy. We are consumed with refining low-grade spiritual artifacts, transitioning our techniques, and practicing secret methods. There is no time to spare for the next 5 years. And as for seeking a partner, it must be you, fellow Taoist Zhao. No one else can compare. The Moon Invitation Fairy was not naive. With Zhao Qingshan's immense strength, being a third-tier alchemist and talisman maker, his extravagant demeanor, and his provision of techniques and secrets, such a person was rare to find. Zhao Qingshan smiled lightly. In the secular world, wealthy individuals could rarely fail to attract beautiful women. The same principle applied in the realm of cultivation. As long as one was willing to invest, nothing was unattainable. If you happen to know any female Golden Core cultivators with high grade with spiritual roots, please do introduce them. I assure you, I will not treat them poorly. Zhao Qingshan added, as he was merely lacking the with spiritual root to complete his 5-elemental foundation. High grade with spiritual roots? The Moon Invitation Fairy inquired curiously. Why must you seek a partner with spiritual roots? In the cultivation world of the Jin Kingdom, there were dozens of female Golden Core cultivators. If there were no limitations, most would likely follow Zhao Qingshan. With such a restriction, however, it would be quite challenging. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. This is beneficial to my cultivation. He offered no further explanation, for in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the 5 elemental roots were considered utterly useless, incapable of reaching the Golden Core stage. Now I understand. No wonder junior sister Lian Yu has water spiritual roots, and I possess earth spiritual roots. The Moon Invitation Fairy realized, enlightened. Zhao Qingshan chanted a spell, and in an instant, his residence shrank rapidly, flying into his hand. He stored it away in his spatial ring, and then took flight upon his sword. The Moonlit Fairy linked arms with the Moon Invitation Fairy, smiling charmingly. Sister Yao Yu, what do you think? Isn't it splendid? How shall I be repaid for my kindness? Fellow Taoist Zhao is exceptional in every regard. Yet he is overly fond of romantic affairs, not fearing the toll on his foundational health. The Moon Invitation Fairy remarked. You mischievous minx. Can you not keep your voice down? You embarrass me. The Moonlit Fairy retorted. Your voice isn't exactly quiet either, sister. The Moon Invitation Fairy replied with a smirk. Junior sister, we must seize the moment to enter seclusion, to refine our spiritual tools, transition our cultivation techniques, and hone our secret arts. This is crucial for our attainment of the nascent soul. We cannot afford to be careless, remarked Fairy Yaowei. I understand. The recent rapid breakthroughs necessitate a period of diligent seclusion and cultivation, replied Fairy Lin Yue. She too sensed a certain instability in her magical essence, a sign of her weak foundation. They took Qingyan with them and flew toward Nine Peaks Mountain. Upon returning to the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, they each went to their own chambers to cultivate. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingshan soared through the skies on his sword. By nightfall, he had arrived outside Chongping City at Tianzhu Mountain. It was almost unbelievable to reflect on the fact that he had been away for a full 6 months. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Golden Core. Entering the formation, he descended from the heavens, landing in the courtyard at the heart of Tianzhu Mountain. A sweep of his spiritual awareness revealed that the children had already fallen asleep. Next to Zhao Qingshan's courtyard, he planted a purple thunder bamboo, approximately 500 years old, capable of wielding power comparable to that of a top-tier magical artifact. Yet, in terms of current value, it was hardly worth 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, the true worth of the purple thunder bamboo lay in its potential for growth. Once it reached 1,000 years of age, it would be equivalent to a low-grade spiritual tool. At 2,000 years, it would equate to a mid-grade spiritual tool, and at 5,000 years, it would possess the might of a high-grade spiritual tool. After 10,000 years, the purple thunder bamboo would be akin to a top-grade spiritual tool. After planting the purple thunder bamboo, Zhao Qingshan set up a spirit-gathering array, employing mid-grade spirit stones of the thunder attribute, ensuring that only thunder attribute spiritual energy from the heavens and earth would converge. This method would expedite the bamboo's growth. Zhao Qingshan estimated that it would take merely 10 years for the bamboo to reach 1,000 years. In 20 to 30 years, it could attain 2,000 years. And within a century, it would reach 5,000 years. If he were to become a fifth-tier formation master, the effects of the spirit-gathering array would be even more pronounced, accelerating the bamboo's growth further. Having completed these tasks, Zhao Qingshan quietly approached Bing Tong's room. She was deep in slumber. "Tonger," Zhao Qingshan called softly. Bing Tong suddenly awoke, her face lighting up with delight upon seeing him. It had been half a year since his departure, and no word had reached her, causing her to worry at times. But now, he had finally returned. Long absence rekindles affection. Zhao Qingshan expressed his feelings through his actions. The bed creaked under their weight as the clouds above obscured the moon. In the early hours, the clouds dispersed, revealing the moon. Zhao Qingshan felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Here was his home, a warm haven. The longer one is away from home, the more one longs for it. His wives, although only by Su possessed significant cultivation, were wholly devoted to him, untainted by ulterior motives. In contrast, although Fairy Lianyue and Fairy Yaiyue were of higher cultivation, their association with him was largely driven by personal gain. As for emotions, discussing feelings can truly be heart-wrenching. Yet, such is the nature of the demonic path, which serves solely for personal gain. When the stakes are sufficiently high, one would not hesitate to commit the most heinous acts, even against their own kin. Do not be deceived by the claims of the Celestial Maiden of Compassion and the Celestial Maiden of the Moon, who incessantly speak of rules and regulations. It is merely because Zhao Qingshan has yet to fully reveal his strength, and the benefits he offers remain insufficient. Otherwise, no matter how they profess adherence to moral codes, they would not hesitate to betray their mentors and ancestors. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the experiences brought to Zhao Qingshan by the two women are unparalleled by those of his wives and concubines. He encountered an entirely different form of joy. Zhao Qingshan did not glance at the virtual panel. It was of no consequence. He understood that the advantages provided by his wives and concubines had long since become negligible. He sought tranquility, focused his energy, and gently succumbed to slumber. This rest was profound and restorative. The following noon, he awoke naturally, and upon his return, his other wives and concubines were filled with joy. His son and daughter initially seemed a bit distant, yet after some playful interaction, they quickly warmed up, laughing joyously. Zhao Qingshan took the two children on a sword flight, bringing them to the lake to frolic in the water. "Daddy," the two children called out, their affection palpable. After their playful escapades, they returned to find his wives and concubines waiting expectantly. As Zhao Qingshan surveyed the scene, he quickly noticed that each of them had meticulously adorned themselves, showcasing their finest selves. The table was laden with exquisite spirit wine, meat, and vegetables. The family joyfully feasted together. Following the meal, the children began to doze off, and Bing Tong tenderly carried them to their room. Having enjoyed a night that was exclusively hers, she wisely relinquished her time to the other sisters after being well fed and content. In the presence of his many concubines, he indulged in a bath and changed his attire. Before long, the sound of fabric tearing filled the air. In that instant, the skies roared with thunder and a tempest raged. Time seemed irrelevant in the pursuit of immortality. In the blink of an eye, 3 springs and autumns had passed. In the training chamber, Zhao Qingshan practiced the 9 turns of the starry essence, the true fire of the stars blazing, honing his physique. Under the refinement of this stellar fire, even his magical power was becoming increasingly pure. After 3 years of cultivation, Zhao Qingshan had solidified his foundation at the late stage of the golden core, nearing the threshold of conception. His body, a result of practicing the 9 turns of the starry essence, had grown remarkably strong. Even relying solely on his physical strength, he could unleash the power of the late golden core stage. His physical defenses were approaching those of low-grade spirit artifacts. He opened the virtual panel, Alchemist, 4th rank, 500. 0002, 000, Weapon Refiner, 3rd rank Supreme, 100, 0001, 200, 000, Talisman Maker, 3rd rank Supreme, 100, 0001, 200, 000, Formation Master, 4th rank, 50. 0002, 000, 000, Realm, Late Golden Core, 1, 500, 0003, 000, 000, Gold Spiritual Root, Superior, 80, 00050. 000 can be transcended, with Spiritual Root, Superior, 15. 00050, 000, Water Spiritual Root, Superior, 50, 00050, 000, can be transcended, Fire Spiritual Root, Superior, 50, 00050, 000, can be transcended, Earth Spiritual Root, Superior, 50. 00050, 000 can be transcended. Over the course of 3 years, he would occasionally visit the Tianyin Pavilion every 10 days or so, seeking out the fairies Lian Yu and Yao Yu to indulge in their delicacies. However, his stays were brief, rarely exceeding 2 days. On numerous occasions, he would arrive in the evening and depart early the next morning, embracing the role of a master manager. At this juncture, Zhao Qingshan stood on the precipice of advancing to the next stage, that of the infant formation, without considering his foundation. He was confident that with 3 more years of effort, he could achieve this transformation. Rising to his feet, Zhao Qingshan paced within the cultivation chamber. Beyond his advancements in realm, his most significant progress was in alchemy, boasting a commendable success rate in concocting 4th-tier elixirs. The 4th-tier fasting elixir he produced could sustain a golden core cultivator for 5 years without sustenance. It seemed prudent to plan a journey to the Lishan secret realm to gather spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and spiritual fruits. Zhao Qingshan mused to himself. In these 3 years, he had exhausted all the spiritual herbs and medicinal plants he could refine. The remaining options were insufficient in quantity. While there were territories inhabited by various beasts where he could harvest spiritual resources, none could compare to the bounty of the Lishan secret realm. Exiting the cultivation chamber, he found his son and daughter playing in the courtyard, appearing as youthful adolescents of 11 or 12 years. His son, Yuan Emo, had now reached the age of 6. Since Yuan Emo was engaged in cultivation at 6 years old, it would be beneficial for Zhao Qingshan to assess his spiritual roots and impart cultivation techniques now that he had emerged from seclusion. Ice Tong grasped Zhao Qingshan's arm and suggested this. Zhao Qingshan smiled and nodded. Despite his diligent efforts over the past 3 years, none of his other wives had conceived, leaving him with but 1 son and 1 daughter. He produced a circular disc, a low-grade spiritual artifact crafted during his leisure, capable of detecting a total of 11 attributes, the 5 elements, yin and yang, thunder, light, darkness, and wind. Son, come here, Zhao Qingshan called out. Daddy, his son, eagerly took his sister's hand and approached. Place your hand here, and I shall assess your spiritual roots, Zhao Qingshan said with a smile. Zhao Yuanmo's eyes lit up. At 6 years old, although he rarely ventured beyond Tianzhushan, he was aware that his parents were both practitioners of the mystical arts. He, too, aspired to cultivate immortality, longing to soar through the skies on a sword like his parents. Yet, he understood that to embark on the path of cultivation, one must possess a spiritual root. Only with a spiritual root could one truly practice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanma eagerly placed his hand upon the disc, which instantly radiated a distant blue light. Zhao Qingshan's face broke into a joyful smile. Excellent, splendid. A high-grade water spiritual root. Who would have thought my son is such a prodigy? He had not anticipated that his son's innate talent would be so remarkable. A high-grade water spiritual root signified boundless potential. The cultivation speed of one with a high-grade spiritual root was 100-fold easier than that of an individual with a low-grade root. In identical circumstances and utilizing the same cultivation techniques, those endowed with high-grade roots would cultivate 10 times faster than their low-grade counterparts. Just like Bai Su, who, at a tender age, had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Ice Tong and the other wives displayed expressions of joy, particularly Ice Tong, who was overjoyed. Father, I want to test my spiritual root too. I want to cultivate immortality, Zhao Lingo exclaimed. Dear Linger, you'll be able to test your spiritual root next year. You are only 5 years old. It is not yet time. Zhao Qingshan soothed her. Wow, Zhao Linger burst into tears, sitting on the ground and crying. Zhao Qingshan scratched his head, while Bai Su picked Zhao Linger up and began to comfort her. Zhao Qingshan found a water attribute cultivation technique, Zhimu Xiangong, to impart to Zhao Yuanma. Of course, he only taught the first layer, which pertained to the qi refinement stage. Zhao Qingshan explained the technique and the essentials of cultivation to Zhao Yuanma, then began to guide him gently in his practice. In just an hour, Zhao Yuanma managed to cultivate his first strand of qi, astonishing Zhao Qingshan and the others. Truly, with a high-grade spiritual root, the speed of cultivation was remarkable. With the emergence of his first strand of qi, it could be said that Zhao Yuanma had already become a practitioner at the qi refinement first layer. It is worth noting that Zhao Qingshan had spent considerable time to achieve his first strand of qi, after a month of diligent guidance. Once Zhao Yuanma had firmly established his qi refinement first layer, Zhao Qingshan finally felt at ease. With Ice Tong watching over and Bai Su present, he knew that even if he departed, his son's cultivation would be secure. Zhao Qingshan summoned his wise for a brief discussion before taking to the skies on his sword and departing. Instead of heading directly to the Lishan mountain range, he first made his way to Jiufeng Mountain. Upon landing on the original peak and retrieving his residence, Zhao Qingshan contacted the fairies Lian Yu and Yao Yu. That very evening, the two fairies arrived together. You are a genius. Remember this well. Honggon Quan. Chapter 111. The formation of the golden core. The enchanting fairy Lian Yu was enveloped in a flowing white robe. Her earlobes were adorned with delicate bells, and around her neck hung a jade pendant strung on golden threads. With exquisitely applied makeup and raven black hair cascading down to her waist, she captivated the eye. Although her attire concealed her curves, it sparked a longing to unveil the beauty hidden beneath the fabric. Fairy Yao Yu, dressed in a striking emerald gown, stood out distinctly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with laughter as she gazed at Zhao Qingshan. Qing Yun, a subtle attendant, lit up at the sight of him. Zhao Qingshan welcomed the three ladies into his abode with a warm smile, closing the door behind them to activate the protective formation. No matter how loudly they might shout inside, the outside world would remain blissfully unaware. On the table, exquisite spiritual fruits and divine wine were arranged, alongside a freshly roasted wild boar, golden and fragrant with the aroma of its savory meat. Zhao Daoyu, allow me to pour you some wine, Fairy Lian Yu said, lifting the wine jug to fill a jade cup. Fairy Yao Yu picked up a small knife, slicing off a piece of the tender leg meat, expertly dividing it into smaller morsels, and cheerfully offered, Zhao Daoyu, let me feed you some meat. Qing Yun obediently took a seat nearby, producing a guqin and filling the air with melodious tunes. Zhao Qingshan reveled in this attentive service, a luxury he could only experience in such company, as his wives would not indulge him in this manner at home. His heart swelled with satisfaction as he observed the cultivation levels of the three ladies. Fairy Yao Yu, the most accomplished among them, exuded an aura of nearing completion, her magical powers significantly refined, suggesting she was on the verge of attaining the late stage of the golden core realm, with the next step leading to the formation of an infant. Fairy Lian Yu had also reached the late stage of the golden core realm, her foundation solid, though her cultivation was slightly inferior to Yao Yu's. As for Qing Yun, she had achieved the completion of the foundation establishment stage. Univer, when do you anticipate your tribulation? Zhao Qingshan inquired, with a downcast gaze. Qing Yun replied, Zhao Daoyu, I sensed the arrival of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation yesterday. It will descend in 6 months. 6 months until the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Zhao Qingshan nodded thoughtfully. With a wave of his hand, he produced a piece of armor, an inferior grade spiritual armor. I bestow this upon you. With this armor and the elixirs I provide, your chances of overcoming the tribulation will be considerably enhanced. If you cannot pass it, it would simply mean that Qing Yun is not destined for the golden core. Overcome with joy, Qing Yun wept. I am deeply grateful to Hao Daoyu. Whatever you command, I shall comply without hesitation. In that moment, she felt as if she were living a dream. It was worth noting that her spiritual root was of middle quality, fairly commendable, yet merely decent, having reached the foundation establishment stage and becoming a disciple of Fairy Lian Yu. She had anticipated decades of arduous practice before achieving the golden core by the age of 100, a feat not easily accomplished. Little did she know that her fate would take a remarkable turn upon meeting Zhao Qingshan. The essence of the primaline force did not diminish her, rather, it fortified her being, leading to significant advancements in her cultivation. Coupled with the elixirs, talismans, exquisite artifacts, and spirit stones bestowed upon her by Zhao Qingshan, she found herself abundantly equipped with resources for her spiritual journey, her wealth surpassing that of certain elders in the Tianyin Pavilion. To her astonishment, upon hearing of her impending tribulation of the 4-9 heavens, Zhao Qingshan granted her a piece of inferior spiritual armor. With such a protective artifact, her chances of weathering the heavenly tribulation soared. Disciple, do not delay. Come forth to assist Zhao Daoyu with his attire and bath, commanded the enchanting Fairy Lian Yu. The delightful Fairy Yao Yu chuckled. Qing Yun, be sure to comport yourself well this evening. Laughter filled the estate in abundance. After a 3-day revelry, Zhao Qingshan felt invigorated. He took his leave and soared directly on his sword towards the secret realm of Lishan. At this moment, the Lishan mountain range had become the domain of ferocious beasts, teeming with numerous monsters, including several of the demon core level. Only a few intrepid cultivators dared to venture into the mountains, hunting these beasts or foraging for spiritual herbs and fruits. Zhao Qingshan ventured deep into the heart of the Lishan range, retrieving a token from his spatial ring. Channeling his mana into it, the token radiated a mystical glow, revealing a luminous portal. Without hesitation, he stepped through the portal, experiencing a dizzying whirl before regaining his senses within the Lishan secret realm. Here, he hunted both foundational and demon core level beasts with ease. The confines of the realm dictated a finite number of monsters, even without his intervention. They would inevitably clash amongst themselves, making his hunting efforts more efficient. In addition to slaying beasts, Zhao Qingshan diligently gathered spiritual herbs and fruits of every conceivable tier. From the 5th to the 6th rank, after more than a month of foraging, he found his jade boxes inadequate for the bounty he had amassed. Eventually, he arrived at a cavern, revisiting the site where he had previously collected the earth core body refining essence, descending to the lowest point where a few precious drops remained. This place possessed a unique quality, with a soft luminescence radiating from within, rendering it almost translucent and strikingly beautiful. Zhao Qingshan carefully extracted his jade knife and began to excavate. Soon, he uncovered a viscous liquid, shimmering in an emerald hue. Seemingly imbued with sentience, an essence of the earth core, aged for a millennium. Excitement flickered in his eyes. This elixir was the quintessence of the earth core body refining essence. With each drop containing an abundance of pure energy, tenfold the potency of what he had previously acquired. With utmost care, Zhao Qingshan siphoned this precious liquid into a jade vial. He was acutely aware of the benefits of the earth core body refining essence. Over the years, he had facilitated its use for his wives, significantly accelerating their cultivation progress, leading them all to reach the peak of foundational establishment. His child, Zhao Qingshan, would also dilute the earth core body refining elixir for their baths. Zhao Qingshan suspected that his son's possession of a superior water spiritual root was connected to these baths. Arriving at the secret chamber where the underground magma world resided, Zhao Qingshan retrieved the alchemical furnace and commenced the preparation of elixirs. He began by preheating the furnace before adding the necessary ingredients. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan extracted 10 jade vials from his spatial ring, each containing a golden elixir. His intention was to utilize these elixirs to concoct the pinnacle of third-tier elixirs, the golden core elixir. As its name suggests, the golden core elixir guarantees that a foundation establishment cultivator will successfully form a golden core. Unlike ordinary cultivators who must first endure the 4-9 heavenly tribulation before forming their golden core, those who consume the golden core elixir will condense a golden core before facing the tribulation. This elixir is primarily crafted using the golden core of a cultivator or the demon core of a beast as the main ingredient, combined with numerous other medicinal herbs. It takes a single golden core or demon core, along with dozens of herbs, to produce just one golden core elixir. Zhao Qingshan proceeded with utmost caution in his alchemical endeavors. Despite being a 4th-tier alchemist, a single misstep could lead to failure in crafting the golden core elixir. This elixir is already considered a half-step into the 4th tier of alchemy. The entire process took a full 3 days, after which a jujube-sized golden core, glimmering with golden radiance, came into view. Zhao Qingshan meticulously placed this golden core elixir into a jade vial. Following the same method, he transformed the remaining golden elixirs into golden core elixirs, a task that occupied him for a month in total. In his heart, Zhao Qingshan had already devised a plan for the distribution of these 10 golden core elixirs. With his grandparents and parents advancing in age, their prior success in foundation establishment had been somewhat fortuitous. If they were to rely solely on their own cultivation, they would undoubtedly remain forever incapable of reaching the golden core stage. Therefore, Zhao Qingshan resolved to have them consume the golden core elixir, facilitating their entry into the golden core realm. Although there was a drawback to consuming the golden core elixir, namely, that the individual would be forever barred from attaining the nascent soul stage, he considered it a stroke of fortune for them to reach the golden core realm. The thought of his grandparents and parents being able to accompany him for another 400 years filled Zhao Qingshan with contentment. As for the remaining golden core elixirs, Zhao Qingshan intended to use them to nurture loyal cultivators dedicated to the Zhao family. With this strategy, the Zhao family could not only dominate the Qiantang prefecture, but also overthrow the Jin royal family to establish a new dynasty. Over the past 3 years, Zhao Leitang had swept through the entire Qiantang prefecture, seizing control of its territory. The court, though angered, dared not voice their discontent, yet they took corresponding measures. 50,000 troops were stationed around the Qiantang prefecture, ready to act should the royal family resolve to intervene. However, the royal family remained wary, and thus far, both sides had avoided a complete rupture in their relations. After completing the golden core elixirs, Kai Jin proceeded to concoct other third-tier elixirs, along with 3 types of fourth-tier elixirs. His success rate for third-tier elixirs was nearly 100%, while the success rate for fourth-tier elixirs stood at 50%. Regrettably, the Lishan's secret realm remains merely a realm shrouded in mystery. Although it was established by the formidable Bao Hai, a once great powerhouse of an era, it ultimately does not constitute an entire world. Within the Lishan secret realm, the finest spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits only reach the 6th tier, and their numbers are exceedingly scarce. To speak of 6th tier items is already a stretch, as even 5th tier spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits are not abundant. In contrast, 3rd and 4th tier varieties are relatively plentiful. After a month of concocting elixirs, Zhao Qingshan emerged, having completely harvested the spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits from the entire realm, leaving with a sense of fulfillment. Upon departing from the Lishan secret realm, Zhao Qingshan did not leave the Lishan mountain range immediately. Instead, he hunted demonic beasts within the mountains. Within just 2 days, he had slain 4 demonic beasts of the Dan realm, and simultaneously, his spatial ring brimmed with the corpses of several thousand foundational-level demonic creatures. After completing these tasks, Zhao Qingshan took to the skies on his sword, heading toward Jufeng Mountain. 3 days later, Zhao Qingshan, amidst the reluctant gazes of 3 women, set forth on his journey home. What a remarkable young lad! His cultivation has progressed remarkably. In just over 3 months, he has already reached the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Zhao Qingshan observed from a height, casting a glance at Zhao Yuanma, a flicker of astonishment gracing his eyes. The speed of this cultivation is truly extraordinary. It is worth noting that at the tender age of 13, he had only just entered the 1st layer of qi refinement, struggling to progress to the 2nd. Yet now, his son, a mere 6-year-old child, soon to turn 7, has already attained the 2nd layer of qi refinement. At that moment, the purple dragon emerged from the water. What is it? Zhao Qingshan inquired, gazing at the creature. Master, this little demon senses that it is on the verge of entering the demon infant realm. The purple dragon lowered its head. This is excellent news. Zhao Qingshan's face brightened with a smile. Master, to conceive the infant, I require a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Could you bestow upon me some elixirs? Zhao Qingshan understood the purpose of the purple dragon's visit today. It sought elixirs. He produced 6 jade vials, each containing a golden core pill. The golden core pill is not only instrumental for foundational cultivators to solidify their cores, but it also harbors immense medicinal potency that can replenish spiritual energy. Is this sufficient? Zhao Qingshan asked, regarding the purple dragon. The creature opened a vial, inhaled deeply, and its eyes sparkled, instinctively sensing the vast medicinal power within the golden core pill. It is more than enough. The purple dragon expressed with gratitude. Thank you, Master. Previously, bound to Zhao Qingshan's will, the purple dragon harbored some grievances. However, at this moment, its resentment dissipated, and it suddenly felt that following an alchemist was indeed a fortunate circumstance. You may break through. I shall guard you, Zhao Qingshan declared. Thank you, Master. The purple dragon bowed in appreciation, then proceeded to consume all 6 golden core pills in one swift motion. Zhao Qingshan formed a hand seal, activating a 4th tier formation to protect his courtyard. The process of conceiving an infant would undoubtedly create significant commotion, and he wished to avoid any damage to his home or distress to his wives and children. Soon, a powerful aura surged from the purple dragon. It revealed a visage of anguish, emitting mournful wails from its mouth. It sought to give birth to a demon offspring, yet such a feat was not easily achievable. Otherwise, it would not have remained unaccomplished until now. Human cultivators are constrained by their innate spiritual roots, while demonic beasts are limited by their own bloodlines. The purple flood dragon, though named a dragon, is essentially a giant python, yet to undergo its transformation into a true dragon. Its bloodline is indeed more potent than that of the Azure Flame Wolf King, but its strength remains relatively confined. This time, however, it was on the verge of transformation. The purple flood dragon's breakthrough lasted for 5 days and nights. At last, it succeeded. Its length had grown to an impressive 15 zhang. The horns atop its head became more pronounced. The aura of the purple flood dragon was considerably more formidable than before. Have you entered the realm of demon offspring? Zhao Qingshan eagerly inquired. The purple flood dragon appeared ecstatic, responding, Master, the little demon has broken through. Zhao Qingshan marveled in astonishment. Despite successfully forming a demon offspring, the purple flood dragon still could not assume human form. It seemed that it truly needed to endure the 6-9 heavenly tribulations to attain human shape. How much longer do you have to live now that you have become a demon offspring? Zhao Qingshan asked. The purple flood dragon earnestly replied, Master, having entered the realm of demon offspring, my lifespan has greatly increased. I can live for 10,000 years. I have only lived for 1,000 years thus far, leaving me with 9,000 years remaining. Zhao Qingshan gasped in surprise. It is worth noting that human cultivators, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, typically have a lifespan of merely 2,000 years, whereas the purple flood dragon boasts 5 times that. The disparity is indeed remarkable. Some have perished, yet they have not truly died. Chapter 112. The formation of the golden core. The purple flood dragon breaks through to the monster infant stage. This signifies that the Zhao family now possesses the formidable strength of a nascent soul cultivator. The foundation of the Zhao family has thus deepened further. However, the purple flood dragon has only just achieved this breakthrough, and its realm remains somewhat unstable, preventing it from fully harnessing its power. It must enter seclusion to consolidate its cultivation. Purple flood dragon, devote yourself to your seclusion and solidify your realm, commanded Zhao Qingshan. At your command, master, responded the purple flood dragon, displaying utmost respect. It did not dare to act arrogantly despite its new status as a monster infant. For the beast's control ring was a low-grade spiritual artifact, and even with its elevation, it could not escape the ring's control. Life and death still rested in Zhao Qingshan's hands. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan returned to his courtyard. The 2 children, encountering him, appeared somewhat shy and timidly gazed at him. Daddy, as Zhao Qingshan began to play with them, their unfamiliarity dissipated, and they joyfully shouted in delight. Meanwhile, his wives were all aware of his return and were filled with happiness. After a heartwarming reunion, they enjoyed a hearty meal. Darling, Linger is now 6 years old. Although she hasn't reached her full month, it is time to test her spiritual roots, Bai Su proactively mentioned. Zhao Lingo gazed eagerly at Zhao Qingshan. Ever since Zhao Yuanma had tested his spiritual roots and embarked on the path of cultivation, Zhao Lingo had been enviously longing for the same opportunity. Yet, despite her best efforts, no one had taught her the ways of cultivation. She had to wait for her spiritual root assessment. Zhao Qingshan hesitated. Zhao Linger was still several months shy of her 6th birthday. Theoretically, it was indeed possible to test her spiritual roots at this time. But the results might not be entirely accurate. A person's spiritual root typically fully develops only after turning 6. However, he could not bear to deny his daughter's hopeful gaze. Both he and Bai Su possessed superior spiritual roots, and given that their daughter had always been well cared for, the likelihood of her having a spiritual root seemed quite high. He retrieved the disc for testing spiritual roots. Zhao Ling's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly rolled up her sleeves and placed her small hand upon the disc, then shut her eyes. A brilliant crimson light erupted, dazzling like the sun, so intense that it made one squint. Upon witnessing this sun-like radiance, everyone in the courtyard was momentarily stunned. Zhao Qingshan's hands trembled. Bai Su covered her mouth in disbelief, filled with excitement. Others felt their hearts racing intensely. Zhao Lingo timidly asked, Daddy, Mommy, does this mean I don't have spiritual roots or that my roots are poor and I cannot cultivate? No, Lingo possesses an exceptional fire spiritual root. A true genius among geniuses, Zhao Qingshan declared as he put away the disc and lifted his daughter in his arms, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek. My precious daughter is a genius, the greatest genius. Linger is the best. Linger is a prodigy in cultivation, Bai Su exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. An exceptional spiritual root signifies unparalleled aptitude, allowing for a cultivation speed 10 times faster than that of a superior spiritual root under equivalent conditions. While superior spiritual roots are rare in the cultivation world of the gene state, they certainly do exist. Every decade or two, amidst a population of billions, a genius with exceptional spiritual roots emerges. However, since the founding of the gene state, no individual with supreme spiritual roots has ever appeared, at least not in recorded history. Zhao Linger was instantly filled with joy, her laughter ringing out. Father, am I not more formidable than my brother? Am I not a greater genius? Zhao Qingshan chuckled and replied, Your brother is also a genius, just as talented as you, Lingoi. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan began to patiently guide his daughter in her cultivation. The technique he imparted was structured into 3 parts, yet during practice, they were interconnected, ultimately merging into a singular, potent form. Furthermore, this method of cultivation was particularly suited for becoming an alchemist. Among the myriad pursuits of immortality, Zhao Qingshan preferred for his daughter to embrace the path of alchemy. Of course, one could also become a weaponsmith through this technique without detriment to their path. Zhao Linger's displayed talent was nothing short of astonishing. Within merely a quarter of an hour, she had managed to cultivate a strand of energy, surpassing even Zhao Yuanma's swiftness. As she embarked on her journey of cultivation, Zhao Linga was overcome with exhilaration, only being sent to bed at the hour of high. After a prolonged separation, the reunion with his wives was fervent. Though their allure was somewhat lacking, the depth of their affection was rich enough to compensate. Zhao Yuanma's remarkable lineage seemed to have ignited a desire among his other consorts. Xie Yue, Xia Chan, He Wanqing, and Xue Meishu all yearned for children. Bingtong and Bai Su harmoniously wished to support their sisters, thus enduring a greater share of blessings. Naturally, Zhao Qingshan also aspired to perpetuate his bloodline. After all, a more extensive lineage would facilitate the transmission of his legacy. His family was vast and prosperous, necessitating heirs to inherit the estate. He had no fear of the burdens of parenthood. Alas, matters of lineage were unpredictable. After diligently striving for half a year, there was still no sign of progress from his consorts. The seeds had been sown, yet no sprouts emerged. Instead, each consort sensed the impending trial of the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, which unexpectedly delighted Zhao Qingshan. On one particular day, Zhao Qingshan arrived at the Zhao residence, summoning Zhao Lai, Tang Wanyu, Zhao Leitang, and Li Qin. Before long, the group had gathered, and the rare occasion of their reunion sparked immense joy. Zhao Qingshan retrieved 4 jade vials from his spatial ring. Qingshan, what are these? Zhao Lai inquired, puzzled. Grandfather, these vials contain the golden core formation pill, which allows foundation establishment cultivators to directly condense a golden core, Zhao Qingshan explained. What? A pill that enables foundation establishment cultivators to directly condense a golden core? Zhao Lai exclaimed in shock. He was well aware, having visited the Liang sect intermittently over the years, of the formidable challenge involved in reaching the golden core stage. Yet now, it seemed that with merely one pill, a foundation establishment cultivator could attain a golden core. Zhao Leitang's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Zhao Qingshan continued. This golden core formation pill is a half-step 4th-grade elixir, crafted primarily from the golden cores of golden core cultivators or the cores of demon beasts. One such pill guarantees that a foundation establishment cultivator will successfully condense their golden core. First, the golden core, then the trial of the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. However, the golden core pill does possess a significant drawback. Those who consume it remain forever confined to the golden core realm, unable to ascend to the Yuaning stage in their lifetime. Zhao Qingshan did not conceal this fact and laid out both the advantages and disadvantages before them. Zhao Lai, with a hint of self-mockery, remarked, "We are merely of inferior spiritual roots. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Achieving foundation establishment is already a blessing bestowed upon us by you, Qingshan. As for becoming a golden core cultivator, that is a thought we dare not entertain. If we were to have the fortune to enter the golden core realm, it would be akin to our ancestors' graves emitting blue smoke. We would not dare to harbor further extravagant desires." With that, Zhao Lai swiftly took the jade vial, opened it, and unhesitatingly placed the golden core pill into his mouth, executing the action in one fluid motion. Zhao Qingshan, unable to intervene in time, urged, "Grandfather, quickly sit cross-legged and refine the medicinal power." Zhao Lai promptly complied, entering a meditative state to absorb the medicinal energy. The immense potency of the pill caused his face to flush crimson, akin to a furnace, as he felt an intense heat coursing through him, as if he might ignite. Concurrently, impurities surged forth from his body, exuding a foul stench. Zhao Qingshan moved Zhao Lai to the courtyard, anticipating that once the refinement was complete, it would be easier to cleanse the accumulated filth. The process of absorbing and refining the medicinal energy took a full 10 days. Zhao Lai was enveloped in a thick layer of grime, a testament to the profound transformation he was undergoing. Elation washed over him as, in that moment, he sensed the formation of a golden core within his dantian, a ball of energy radiating golden light. With this golden core, my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. At that instant, Zhao Lai felt a newfound ability to soar through the winds, even without the aid of a sword. Moreover, upon achieving the golden core, he sensed an increase in his lifespan, extending it to 500 years. "Grandfather, how do you feel? When will the 4-9 heavenly tribulation arrive?" Zhao Qingshan inquired. "Excellent. Indeed. I feel immensely powerful now. I could easily crush my former self with a single slap." Zhao Lai replied with joy, "The 4-9 heavenly tribulation will come in a year." Zhao Qingshan nodded slightly. A year would provide ample time for Zhao Lai to solidify his cultivation, adapt to his newfound strength, and refine inferior spiritual tools. Previously, they could only utilize top-tier magical artifacts due to their foundation establishment. Now, having entered the golden core realm, they could refine inferior spiritual instruments. Kaijin produced an inferior spiritual sword and presented it to Zhao Lai. Witnessing Zhao Lai's success in forming his core, the others hastily retreated to their cultivation chambers to refine their own golden core pills, eager to avoid any embarrassment like Zhao Lai's. Zhao Qingshan remained in the Zhao residence, guarding his kin. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred, and everyone successfully achieved golden core formation. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan traveled 50 miles beyond Tianju Mountain to a secluded valley, where he unfurled his array flags and established a third-tier defensive formation. Under normal circumstances, the 4-9 Heavenly Tribulation would not breach this formidable defense, and in the future, this location would serve as the site for the Zhao family's tribulation. For Zhao Qingshan, setting up a third-tier formation was a task of utmost simplicity. In a mere moment, the third-tier defensive formation was established. Once one knows the method to activate the formation, it can be initiated at any time. To the east of Jiufeng Mountain, 50 miles away, a solitary mansion appeared unexpectedly. Zhao Qingshan retrieved a deer from his spatial ring, kindled a fire, and began to roast it. This evening, he would indulge in venison while savoring fine wine, accompanied, of course, by enchanting company. Today, Qiu Yue and her 4 companions successfully traversed the 4-9 Heavenly Tribulation, completing the ordeal in less than 5 hours, each of them achieving the Golden Core realm. Having just formed their golden cores, it was only natural for them to enter a period of seclusion for cultivation. Thus, Zhao Qingshan made his way here. Before long, the fairy Lian Yue and the fairy Yao Wei arrived together. They entered the mansion and, without prior arrangement, positioned themselves on either side of Zhao Qingshan. Regrettably, Qing Yun lacked the fortune to serve Zhao Daoyu, lamented fairy Lian Yue. Oh, did Yuner fail to pass the 4-9 Heavenly Tribulation? Zhao Qingshan raised an eyebrow. It was known that Qing Yun possessed a low-grade spiritual tool bestowed by him, along with numerous elixirs and talismans. Logically, her success rate in overcoming the 4-9 Heavenly Tribulation should have been as high as 80 or even 90%. Zhao Qingshan found it perplexing that Qing Yun had such unfortunate luck in not succeeding. Alas, it could only be attributed to her ill fate. During her tribulation, she encountered a ferocious beast, significantly amplifying the tribulation's intensity, ultimately leading to her failure to withstand the final thunderclap. Fairy Lian Yue leaned against Zhao Qingshan's back, closely pressing against him. Feeling the softness against him, Zhao Qingshan could not resist caressing her delicate fingers, reminiscent of white scallions. Such occurrences could only signify that Qing Yun was fated to be separate from the Golden Core realm. Zhao Qingshan was not overly concerned. He had done all that he could and extended the necessary kindness. To not pass the 4-9 Heavenly Tribulation could only be deemed destiny. Junior sister, let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Zhao Daoyu has come here. We must not dampen his spirits, urged Fairy Yao Wei, raising a jade cup to offer Zhao Qingshan some wine. I happen to have pleasant news to share with Zhao Daoyu, she added with a smile. Oh, I wonder what delightful tidings Fairy Yao Wei has. Zhao Qingshan inquired, intrigued. Fairy Yao Wei continued, Zhao Daoyu, did you not wish to find a high-grade wood-attributed golden core female cultivator? I happen to have a sister who fits that description, possessing high-grade with spiritual roots, is also a golden core cultivator, and has yet to lose her primordial lean. Zhao Qingshan's eyes instantly brightened. This was crucial to his foundational path. Naturally, he was more invested than anyone else. Which fairy is this? Does she have any conditions? Zhao Qingshan asked eagerly. She is the heavenly demon maiden, Shangwan Shui, possessing high-grade with spiritual roots, Fairy Yao Wei replied with a smile. The heavenly demon maiden? Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. Such a title was not casually bestowed upon anyone. The heavenly demon maiden was the saintess of the heavenly demon sect, holding a significant position within the sect. According to the sect's customs, she was destined to become a Dao partner with the heavenly demon king. Curiously, Zhao Qingshan asked, if she were to follow me, would not the heavenly demon king seek retribution? And indeed, the entire heavenly demon sect would pursue vengeance? The heavenly demon maiden is the saintess of the heavenly demon sect, while the heavenly demon king is its saint son. In terms of status, the latter holds a slightly superior position, tasked with wielding control over the entire sect. Moreover, the heavenly demon sect is home to an ancient being of the nascent soul stage. What is a saintess, if one were to speak candidly? She is merely a vessel for the heavenly demon king. Fairy Yao scoffed, stating that the demands of the heavenly demon maiden are such that one must provide her with protection and resources for her cultivation. What say you, Zhao? Do you dare accept? With a smile, Fairy Yao Yu gazed at Zhao Qingshan. Certainly, I dare. The mere heavenly demon sect does not instill fear in me. Zhao Qingshan declared as he lifted Fairy Yao Yu into his arms, proclaiming, this time, you have accomplished a significant feat upon your success in achieving the infant stage. I shall bestow upon you a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Fairy Yao Yu wrapped her arms around Zhao Qingshan's neck, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao, do you truly mean it? A mid-grade spiritual artifact. She was well aware of its rarity, recognizing that the esteemed Tianyin Pavilion possessed but a single mid-grade spiritual artifact, which served as the sect leader's token and treasure. Indeed, I speak the truth. Zhao Qingshan affirmed with a pat. Fairy Lianyu, overhearing this, felt a surge of envy, her eyes reddening with emotion. She had not anticipated that Zhao Qingshan would be so generous over such a mere introduction. Regret washed over her as she scolded herself for not being more attentive. Had she been, this advantage could have been hers. In the midst of this splendid occasion, Zhao Qingshan decided that he should first treat the two fairies, ensuring that he honored their contributions before proceeding further. There was no rush on his part, for he understood that careful arrangements were essential. Chapter 113, The Demoness. 3 hours later, Daoist Zhao, are you still enjoying yourself? Lian Yue emanated an aura of languor. Yao Yu reclined, propping her chin on her hand. The two, one on each side, found themselves increasingly appreciative of accompanying Zhao Qingshan. Since aligning with him, they had been amply supplied with elixirs, talismans, and spiritual artifacts, along with access to superior cultivation techniques and secret arts. Their fortunes had skyrocketed. Once, they had dismissed the golden core cultivators who sought to pursue them and forge partnerships. Now, they regarded them with even greater disdain. I hope Daoist Zhao, upon finding a new love, does not forget his old affections and neglects us sisters, murmured Yao Yu softly. Such a robust ally was one she had no desire to relinquish easily. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. Fair maidens, do not fret. I possess many virtues, the foremost being my attentiveness to my wives and concubines. As long as you remain loyal, I would never dream of neglecting you. He cherished their company, for the joy they provided was unparalleled, something his household could not offer. Daoist Zhao, shall we head to Demon Mountain now? Inquired Yao Yu. Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile. There is no rush today. We shall go tomorrow. Let us first take some time to relax. After a brief moment of tenderness, they gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, they awoke in the afternoon. With the attentive service of Lian Yue and Yao Yu, Zhao Qingshan washed and donned his garments. The demon sect is home to a nascent soul elder. Should we attempt to take the demoness, that elder would undoubtedly be furious. We are no match for such a formidable foe, Yao Yu expressed her concerns. Even a coalition of 10 late-stage golden core masters would likely falter against a single nascent soul elder. In the realm of cultivation, each tier represents a significant leap in power, and the nascent soul elder stood at the pinnacle within the cultivation society of the Jin Kingdom. Reflecting on the situation, Yao Yu deemed it unwise to provoke such an elder over a mere demoness. In her view, it would be far more prudent for Zhao Qingshan to ascend to the nascent soul realm before pursuing the demoness. By then, the demon sect would surely refrain from engaging in a life-or-death conflict with a nascent soul cultivator over one individual. Do not worry. Rest assured that I will devise a strategy, Zhao Qingshan reassured her with a smile. At that moment, two figures pierced through the air, exuding an aura of immense terror. Lian Yue and Yao Yu's faces paled instantly. They recognized that such energy could only belong to nascent soul elders. It was rare to encounter even one. Yet now two were present. Upon closer inspection, they noticed one was an elderly man, his face rigid but radiating a formidable presence. The other figure was a massive azure python, its length an astonishing 13 or 14 feet, a creature of demonic infant level. Greetings, master. Both the elder and the azure python bowed in deference, addressing him as their master. Lian Yue and Yao Yu stared in astonishment at this unexpected scene. Zhao Qingshan chuckled lightly, stating, this is my assurance. Two formidable Yuan-ing-level allies. Lady Inviting Moon, do you believe that the heavenly demoness will feel at ease now? This was the source of Zhao Qingshan's confidence. The king of the green serpents was once a beast enslaved by the blood demon ancestor. Though the blood demon ancestor had perished, the beast master's ring still resided within the king of the green serpents. Having acquired the incantations for the ring, Zhao Qingshan could easily dictate the fate of the king, subduing it with effortless ease. In the time that had passed, many golden core cultivators had perished in the ruins of the blood demon ancestor, instilling fear in the hearts of these golden core practitioners, who now refrained from exploring the remnants. Under Zhao Qingshan's command today, the puppet of the blood demon ancestor had retrieved the estate and brought the king of the green serpents along. The two ladies, Princess Compassion Moon and Princess Inviting Moon, were overjoyed upon hearing this revelation. They had not anticipated that Zhao Qingshan possessed two Yuan-ing-level subordinates. Such formidable allies were indeed impressive. It was no wonder Zhao Qingshan regarded the Heavenly Sound Pavilion with such disdain. With these two Yuan-ing-level companions, it would be a trivial matter to obliterate the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, should he choose to do so. Princess Compassion Moon exclaimed, Zhao, my friend, from this moment on, My sisters and I shall be your companions, serving you diligently. With such powerful allies, there was no reason for hesitation. As for the heavenly sound pavilion, it was no longer a concern. Rise, Zhao Qingshan replied with a gentle smile. The puppet of the blood demon ancestor, crafted through his puppetry arts, had adapted over time and now possessed 50% of the former ancestor's strength. In life, the blood demon ancestor had reached the peak of the yuaning stage, and thus 50% of his might was already comparable to that of a late-stage yuaning cultivator. The king of the green serpents, being at the mid-stage of the demon infant realm, boasted a robust physique that granted it power equivalent to a late-stage yuaning cultivator. It was precisely this formidable strength that bolstered Zhao Qingshan's confidence, to the extent that he did not even summon the purple flood dragon for assistance. Darling, why not accompany my sister and me back to Jiufeng Mountain to resolve our past entanglements in front of the pavilion master? Proposed Princess Inviting Moon. Indeed. Although we have addressed each other as friends, we are, in truth, companions. Now that you possess such overwhelming strength, it would be inappropriate for us to remain at the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, Princess Compassion Moon added. The two had resolved to follow Zhao Qingshan. Given his current strength, it was certain he would grow even more formidable in the future. Very well, let us visit the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, Zhao Qingshan contemplated before acquiescing. In truth, he preferred the two ladies to remain at the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, allowing for periodic reunions to savor their companionship. After all, distance fosters beauty, and long separations can rekindle passion. However, since both ladies had expressed their desire to accompany him and had served him sincerely, he found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, it would not be long before they had the opportunity to cultivate their offspring, thereby enriching the Zhao family lineage. He anticipated that their children would undoubtedly possess exceptional talents. In a mere 50 li, they arrived effortlessly. Zhao Qingshan did not bring the king of the green serpents, only the puppet. For the trivial Heavenly Sound Pavilion, the puppet of the blood demon ancestor was more than sufficient. Yao Yu, Lian Yu, what brings you here? A middle-aged woman furrowed her brow and cast an unfriendly glance at Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Daoist, your visit to my Tianyin pavilion raises questions. Do you not fear perishing on Jiufeng Mountain, given the long-standing enmity between the righteous and the demonic? For countless years, the two paths have clashed, each despising the other. The righteous cultivators often proclaim their mission to eradicate demons, lumping all demonic beings together, failing to recognize that demonic cultivators are also human. Conversely, demonic cultivators harbor disdain for righteous practitioners, considering them nothing but hypocritical and despicable individuals. Master Zhu Qing, I have come to Tianyin Pavilion today with the intent of taking Yao Yu and Lian Yu as my companions. Henceforth, they shall no longer be disciples of Tianyin Pavilion. Zhao Qingshan stated with a calm smile, dismissing Zhu Qing's threats entirely. Although Zhu Qing, as the pavilion master, had attained a late golden core stage, she was no match for Zhao Qingshan in combat, even with her mid-grade spiritual weapon. Zhu Qing's expression shifted, and she coldly replied, It seems you are unaware of Tianyin Pavilion's rules. Forming a partnership with an elder of our sect is not impossible. But you must first join us and become one of our elders. Furthermore, are you not being a tad greedy, seeking two at once? Zhu Qing's anger turned to a sardonic laugh. Do you truly underestimate Tianyin Pavilion? Indeed, I hold little regard for your Tianyin Pavilion, Zhao Qingshan replied nonchalantly. Were it not for the bond Yao Yu and Lian you share with your sect due to their upbringing, I might have acted otherwise. He snorted disdainfully. In that instant, the blood demon ancestor ceased to conceal his aura, unleashing a terrifying presence that stirred the air and summoned ominous clouds, a suffocating aura of bloodlust enveloping the surroundings. Zhu Qing, now pale and shaken, lost all semblance of composure befitting a sect leader. My dear Yao Yu entwined her arm with Zhao Qingshan's, playfully appealing to him. Zhao Qingshan gestured to the blood demon ancestor, who then subdued his aura. Yao Yu continued, Aunt Zhu, the sect has invested considerable effort in nurturing my sister and me. We wish to avoid unnecessary conflict today. As she spoke, she produced 3 bottles of elixirs from her spatial bracelet. Within are 23rd tier elixirs, a token of gratitude for the years of cultivation provided by the sect. From now on, may our paths remain harmonious. Should Tianyin Pavilion refuse to let this matter rest, you are welcome to visit Chomping City anytime, Zhao Qingshan said with a cold smile. Subsequently, they departed from Tianyin Pavilion. The 23rd tier elixirs possessed considerable value. Perhaps the entirety of Tianyin Pavilion lacked such a quantity. Yet, to conclude this matter was worthwhile. By resolving this issue, it would not adversely affect Yao Yu and Lian Yu's future cultivation. Otherwise, even if they succeeded in forming a bond, their subsequent training could encounter complications. Cultivators in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages often disregard the concept of karma. However, upon reaching the golden core stage, One becomes acutely aware of its intricacies and learns to navigate around it. The cultivators of the golden elixir stage possess extraordinary powers, extinguishing the lives of ordinary mortals with the ease of crushing an ant. However, whether on the righteous path or the demonic, practitioners seldom take the life of an ordinary person, as it incurs karmic retribution detrimental to their cultivation. Of course, those in the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages are largely unaware of this. Yet when sensing the impending tribulations of the 4-9 heavenly calamity, its significance becomes apparent. Cultivators burdened with heavy karma face a far more formidable trial during this celestial event. Departing from Jiufeng Mountain, they soared through the night on their swords, soon arriving at a tranquil valley. The valley, modest in size, featured a crystal-clear river that meandered through it, imparting a serene ambience. This location was a mere 100 miles from Tianma Mountain. Zhao Qingshan set up his residence within the valley. At this moment, Yao Yu retrieved a communication talisman to reach out to the celestial demoness, Shangguan Shui. Yet, no one knew when she might receive it. Consequently, they indulged in merriment within the residence, drinking and enjoying each other's company. That night, Yao Yu and Lian Yu were unusually proactive. Lian Yu appeared diminished in stature, her earlobes adorned with rounded jade beads that swayed delicately, producing a melodious chime. Meanwhile, Yao Yu playfully fed Zhao Qingshan wine. As dusk fell on the following day, a figure descended, cloaked and indistinct. Upon their arrival, a curved blade, approximately 40 centimeters long yet undeniably sharp, materialized in hand, clearly a low-grade spiritual weapon. Swift as the wind, the blade reached Zhao Qingshan in an instant. He tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the strike, then seized the hand that wielded the knife, unveiling a delicate and pristine visage as he gently removed the cloak. Once the cloak was cast aside, an ethereal beauty emerged before Zhao Qingshan. He found himself momentarily entranced. Even his wives, blessed with captivating allure, could not compare to the exquisite countenance of the woman before him. To describe her as a celestial fairy would be no exaggeration. At that moment, a charming smile graced her lips. Shangguan Shui, I have met Zhao Daoyu, she declared as she loosened her cloak. So you are the celestial demoness. Indeed a vision of beauty, Zhao Qingshan praised. Shangguan Shui extended her flawless hands, akin to meticulously carved jade, devoid of any blemish, and encircled Zhao Qingshan's neck. In one fluid motion, she nestled into his embrace, the warmth and softness of her presence truly enchanting. As he savored this intimate moment, Zhao Qingshan chuckled and inquired, Are you not afraid I might change my mind? To attain freedom, with life and death no longer at the mercy of others, and to safeguard my cultivation, such a bargain is worthwhile. Shangguan Shui responded. Zhao Qingshan smiled softly. I am curious, if you were to become a partner of the Demon King, how would you escape the control of another, and how could you preserve your cultivation? Shangguan Shui displayed a pitiful expression. Although the heavenly demoness appears to hold a position of great esteem, her fate was predestined from the very beginning, merely destined to serve as a furnace for the heavenly Demon King's future cultivation. Zhao, my friend, have you ever encountered a heavenly demoness who could live beyond 2 centuries? Is there any heavenly demoness who possesses formidable strength and achieves great renown? Zhao Qingshan pondered for a moment. Indeed, there had never been such an instance. As expected, both Yao Yu and Shangguan Shui echoed this sentiment, leading him to believe it was an undeniable truth. The so-called heavenly demoness is, in essence, merely cultivated to serve as a furnace. However, upon reflection, Zhao Qingshan found this rather commonplace, for the secret arts between partners are mutually beneficial. Yet, for demonic cultivators, there exists a plethora of techniques for yin-yang supplementation. It is likely that the heavenly Demon King also enhances his power through such means. Perhaps these secret arts are cruel to partners. Yet, this is the nature of the demonic path. Practitioners of the demonic way are solely concerned with their own advancement, willing to betray their masters and annihilate their ancestors without hesitation for the sake of enhancing their own cultivation, let alone the concept of a partner. After all, partners are not limited to just one. If one partner is lost, another can easily be found. For Golden Core cultivators, seeking a partner is exceedingly simple. Not to mention, for a formidable figure like the Heavenly Demon King, a mere beacon could attract countless female cultivators, akin to moths drawn to a flame, eager to become his partner. Even if the chosen one is unwilling, should their strength suffice, they could be forcibly abducted. You are a genius, remember this. Honggong Quan. Chapter 114. Breakthrough of Spiritual Roots. This chapter showcases a remarkable display of power. Zhao Qingshan decisively overwhelms the celestial demoness, Shangguan Shui. With the aid of the Blood Demon Ancestor and the Green Serpent King, who both reveal a fraction of their immense strength, Shangguan Shui finds herself utterly captivated. After her visit to the Tianyin Pavilion and her encounter with Yaoyue, she has been inspired to pursue a new path. As a cultivator who has survived the 4-9 heavenly tribulations and condensed her golden core, Shangwan Shui is unwilling to merely fade into oblivion, allowing her hard-earned cultivation to benefit another. Thus, upon hearing the news, she resolves to take a chance. Should she succeed, she could escape her dire predicament. If she fails, it would only mean her demise. Understanding her intentions, Yaoyue and Lianyue graciously yield the evening to Shangwan Shui. Amidst a night of revelry, within the confines of the bedroom, Zhao Qingshan regards her with a knowing smile, hinting that the next steps are self-evident. With a shy glance, Shangwan Shui gently loosens her garments, her movements fluid and delicate, evoking an exquisite pleasure for Zhao Qingshan as her attire slips away, revealing her enchanting form. Every inch of Shangwan Shui's body seems to whisper sweet nothings, igniting both the physical and spiritual essence within Zhao Qingshan. Leaning closer, she breathes softly into his ear, "Everything I possess is now yours." With a seductive gaze, she conveys her fervor, her body ablaze with desire. At this moment, her allure and charm reach a pinnacle, prompting Zhao Qingshan to silently admire this woman of the demon sect, whose boldness is striking. She is resolute, willing to sacrifice everything for what she desires, without hesitation. As the hour grows late and silence envelopes the night, Zhao Qingshan opens his virtual panel, his eyes scanning the information presented. He remains in rapt contemplation for a considerable time, and upon regaining his composure, he is filled with profound reflections. Congratulations, host. Formation 6000, mana 100000, with spiritual root 6000. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards. Turning his attention to the formations, it seems the celestial demoness possesses skills in this area, or at least the potential for it. This is indeed fortuitous. The path of formations had previously felt uncertain, requiring him to navigate it alone, with only the formations within the Lishan secret realm as his guide. Now, a shortcut lies before him. Most importantly, however, is the increase in his with spiritual root. At this pace, he would attain its maximum capacity in merely 6 days. Meanwhile, within the depths of the celestial demon mountain, in a grand palace, a middle-aged man sits cross-legged, continuously absorbing the celestial energy around him, transforming it into demonic power. This man is none other than the celestial demon king, the holy son of the celestial demon sect, whose cultivation has reached the late stage of golden core. Suddenly, poof, the demon king opened his eyes, and his expression changed dramatically as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The demoness. He ground his teeth in fury. The demoness had lost her most vital essence, the primordial Yin, and due to the unique resonance of their cultivation methods, the demon king immediately sensed it. His rage burned fiercely within him. It must be understood that the demoness was a rare find, one he had painstakingly sought after, and her spiritual root attributes were remarkably compatible with his own. After decades of arduous cultivation, he had finally nurtured her to the golden core stage, eagerly awaiting his own advancement to the peak of the golden core stage, at which point he could employ secret techniques to transform the demoness into a resource for his ascension to the nascent soul stage. While others might view this as cruel, the demon king believed that everything the demoness possessed was a gift from him, and thus, taking it back was entirely justified. Yet now, the demoness had. It was essential to recognize that, as a furnace, the most precious aspect was the primordial Yin. Losing it meant losing 70 to 80% of its efficacy. They must all die. The demon king's face contorted with malice. The most treasured creation of his efforts had been stripped away, regardless of who stood in his way. He would annihilate them. You wretched woman, you too shall perish. At this moment, the demon king was consumed by murderous intent. He retrieved a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it whole. After meditating briefly to stabilize his breath, he waved his hand, summoning a red warblade that flew into his grasp. Subsequently, he departed, following the instinctive pull towards the source of his agitation. At that moment, Shangwan Shui had groggily regained consciousness, sensing the demon king drawing nearer. "My husband," the demon king approaches, "you must protect me." Shangwan Shui appeared pitiful, knowing her strength was far inferior to that of the demon king, and her cultivation method was restrained by him. She was no match for him. The only support she had was Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan gently lifted Shangwan Shui's chin, smiling reassuringly. "Do not worry, with me here, no one shall harm even a hair on my beloved." Shangwan Shui donned a white sheer garment, draping it over herself. Zhao Qingshan dressed under her attentive service. And as they stepped outside their residence, they beheld the demon king advancing menacingly from the sky. The demon king of the devil sect. Zhao Qingshan recognized him instantly. his eyes blazing with fury. There was no denying it. The war between the Devil sect and the Sunlit sect had initially favored the former. However, due to Zhao Qingshan's prowess as a third-tier alchemist, the Sunlit sect had an abundance of elixirs, causing the Devil sect to suffer considerable losses, ultimately forcing a ceasefire. Who would have imagined that the Demoness would become entangled with Zhao Qingshan? The Demon King sneered. I never expected that a prestigious sect would be involved with my Demoness. If this were to become public knowledge, your reputation would be utterly ruined. Zhao Qingshan wrapped his arm around Shang Guanshui's slender waist and replied with a nonchalant smile. As long as my strength is sufficient, who could possibly challenge me? The celestial Demoness is an exceedingly rare beauty. And now she has become my concubine. How envious the entire cultivation realm of Jin will be. Humph, today I shall slay you two wretched souls. The celestial demon king revealed a sinister smile, brandishing his blood-red battle blade, which emanated dark flames and a torrent of malevolent energy. Zhao Qingshan wielded a sword, and in an instant, the two erupted into a fierce battle. Both were at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, their strengths nearly equal. Thus, the initial clash was not particularly decisive. However, it was not long before the effects of Zhao Qingshan's cultivation of the 9-turn-star technique became apparent. His formidable physical prowess granted him a distinct advantage. In less than a quarter of an hour, the celestial demon king was vanquished. As Zhao Qingshan pierced through his golden core, though referred to as a golden core, in the lexicon of demonic cultivators, it should properly be termed a demonic core. The celestial demon king shrieked in agony. The piercing of his core signified the destruction of his dantian. His magical power swiftly dissipated, and the celestial demon king aged visibly before their eyes. An ugly visage, an even uglier soul. Shang Guanshui clutched Zhao Qingshan's arm, her expression one of disdain. With a swift motion, her curved blade soared forth, severing the celestial demon king's head. Zhao Qingshan clicked his tongue in astonishment. The celestial Demoness was indeed ruthless. It was worth noting that the celestial demon king had been her mentor, yet in this moment, she exhibited no trace of mercy, executing him without hesitation. However, Zhao Qingshan's gaze had already shifted towards the direction of Celestial Demon Mountain, where a terrifying aura began to rise. Zhao Qingshan communicated telepathically with the Blood Demon Ancestor and the King of the Green Serpent. They took flight, intercepting the Yuanying Old Monster from the Celestial Demon Sect mid-journey. This Yuanying Old Monster, known as the Demonic Fiend Ancestor, had been cultivating for over 1,500 years. It was precisely due to his existence that the Celestial Demon Sect was regarded as the foremost sect of the demonic path. Blood Demon Ancestor, it is you. The Demonic Fiend Ancestor gasped in astonishment upon seeing the Blood Demon Ancestor and the King of the Green Serpent. You have not yet perished, even if you had fallen. I would not. The Blood Demon Ancestor commanded, kill. Thus, he and the King of the Green Serpent surrounded the Demonic Fiend Ancestor. The Demonic Fiend Ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. Despite his lengthy cultivation, he had only reached the mid-Yuanying stage, while the Blood Demon Ancestor had already been the strongest in the demonic path when he first attained the Yuanying stage. Not to mention, there was also a beast of the monster baby level in their ranks. Blood Demon Ancestor, is there perhaps a misunderstanding between us? The Demonic Fiend Ancestor retreated hastily. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? Moments later, the battle came to a halt. Within the estate, the sound of flowing water was gentle. The three women gazed on in disbelief. The Yuanying Old Monster of the Celestial Demon Sect had fallen just like that. It is worth noting that in the entire cultivation realm of Jin, the number of Yuanying Old Monsters could be counted on one hand. Yet now, one such being had perished. Zhao Qingshan remained composed. Upon realizing that the Yuanying Old Monster of the Celestial Demon Sect was merely at the mid-Yuanying stage, he resolved to eliminate this threat, ensuring no future repercussions. To cut down the weeds without uprooting the roots is to invite the spring breeze once more. Thus, he commanded the Blood Demon Ancestor and the King of the Green Serpent to join forces in eliminating the Demon Fiend Ancestor. Not only that, but the Blood Demon Ancestor and the King of the Green Serpent have already set their sights on Demon Mountain. Given the circumstances, they resolved to eradicate the entire Heavenly Demon Sect. After all, this foremost sect of the demonic path was hardly virtuous. The sooner they perish, the sooner they may be reborn. In less than half an hour, all disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect within Demon Mountain were mercilessly slaughtered. After thoroughly plundering the sect, the Blood Demon Ancestor returned alongside the King of the Green Serpent. With great enthusiasm, Zhao Qingshan began to inspect the spatial belts, spatial jade bracelets, and spatial rings brought back by the Blood Demon Ancestor, eager to ascertain the extent of the wealth possessed by the foremost sect of the demonic path. First, he examined the spatial belt, primarily utilized by qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners. Zhao Qingshan meticulously sorted the items, incinerating those deemed useless, while carefully setting aside the valuable ones. Ultimately, he stored them within a spatial ring. Following this, he turned his attention to the spatial jade bracelet, which is typically wielded by the more affluent foundation establishment practitioners or a select few golden core cultivators, and was slightly larger than the spatial belt. Zhao Qingshan reveled in counting his spoils and, upon growing fatigued, indulged in the attentions of the 3 women who attended to him. It took a full 5 days for Zhao Qingshan to complete the sorting. He discovered 1 mid-grade spiritual weapon, 11 low-grade spiritual weapons, and countless magical artifacts. As for elixirs, spiritual herbs, and talismans, the quantity of low-grade spirit stones was astonishing, while mid-grade spirit stones were also plentiful. Even high-grade spirit stones numbered in the tens of thousands. Techniques and secret arts were entirely acquired by Zhao Qingshan. He could not help but feel a profound sense of emotion. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. By annihilating a sect with a legacy spanning over 10 millennia, he had claimed its wealth entirely for himself. A truly exhilarating experience. In the cultivation chamber, after days of relentless effort, he finally reached his limit. The time had come for his spiritual root to break through. Zhao Qingshan's heart raced with excitement. As he initiated the breakthrough, streams of golden light surged forth and merged with his being. An intangible energy seemed to pour into him, igniting a deep, searing heat within, as if his very blood were coming to a boil. The ambient spiritual energy in the chamber surged toward Zhao Qingshan like sharks drawn to blood. Boom! Zhao Qingshan felt as though he were being shattered from within. Excruciating pain enveloped him, akin to having his very marrow forcibly struck open. Unable to contain himself, he let out a cry of sheer agony, his muscles twitching and convulsing violently. After what felt like an eternity, he ceased his cries. In that moment, he felt as though he had broken free from some shackles, his entire being becoming significantly lighter. Zhao Qingshan realized that his 5 elemental spiritual roots had now ascended to the pinnacle level. Unable to restrain his excitement, he quickly settled into a meditative posture. Was this the effect of transforming into a top-tier spiritual root? Indeed, it was astonishing. Zhao Qingshan marveled at his cultivation speed, which had increased tenfold. Such a phenomenon was nothing short of miraculous. I fear that cultivators endowed with extraordinary spiritual roots can effortlessly attain the Yuaning stage, Zhao Qingshan marveled. For several consecutive days, he immersed himself in the cultivation resulting from the transformation of his spiritual roots, to the extent that even his 3 concubines felt somewhat neglected. The exhilarating sensation of perceiving an enhancement in his magical power with each day of practice was simply marvelous. Ultimately, he reached his limit, achieving the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Unless he breaks through to the next stage, his magical power would cease to increase. Zhao Qingshan suppressed the impulse to advance further. While elevating his cultivation was undoubtedly significant, he preferred to refine his skills for a while longer. After a period of seclusion, Zhao Qingshan emerged from his retreat. Shengwan Shui, Yao Yu, and Lian Yu were overjoyed. During his absence, they had privately expressed their grievances regarding Zhao Qingshan's excessive enthusiasm for romantic entanglements. Yet, now that he had returned, they found themselves reminiscing fondly. Upon his reemergence, the 3 women eagerly prepared meals and a feast to honor him. Kai Jin presented several elixirs to the 3 concubines, for now that they were his partners, he would not treat them poorly. He held no fear that their enhanced abilities could turn the tide against him, for he believed that his strength would always surpass theirs. Practitioners of the demonic path are often pragmatic. As long as one remains stronger than others, there is little cause for treachery. Shuer, here is a technique suitable for you. You shall cultivate this from now on. I anticipate that within 3 to 4 years, you will reach the later stage of the golden core, Zhao Qingshan said. Observing Shengwan Shui, whose cultivation had already reached the mid-golden core stage, he took out a jade slip containing a wood-attributed technique, which he also encouraged Qiuyu to practice. Although it could not compare to the techniques Zhao Qingshan himself practiced, this wood-attributed method could still be cultivated to the spirit-severing stage. You are a genius. Remember this well, Honggan Quan. Chapter 115. The birth of a child. Half a month later, Zhao Qingshan returned to Tianzhushan with his 3 wives. Upon seeing the trio, Bing Tong and the other wives could not help but feel a twinge of surprise, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts. With more companions around, the burden of their shared responsibilities would be alleviated, sparing them from undue strain. At this moment, Yao Yu, Lian Yu, and Shengguan Shui realized the extent of Zhao Qingshan's matrimonial connections, each of which had attained the golden core realm. Furthermore, he also had a son and a daughter. Upon discovering the identities of the three women, Baisu felt a sense of hostility brewing within her. After all, these women hailed from the demoness lineage, and as a member of the Fierce Sun sect, it was difficult for her to accept them outright. Nevertheless, Zhao Qingshan constructed 3 small courtyards to accommodate them. Although Baisu harbored animosity, she did not obstruct their arrival. The 3 women, being astute and charming, took the initiative to ingratiate themselves and quickly forged bonds with the other wives. You have no idea how formidable my husband is. He possesses the allegiance of 2 formidable nascent soul experts who vanquished the demon ancestor of the heavenly demon sect, reducing the heavenly demon mountain to rubble and annihilating the sect entirely, Shangwan Shui proclaimed with a radiant smile. Baisu was taken aback, unable to fathom that the recent uproar in the cultivation world regarding the extermination of the heavenly demon sect was orchestrated by her very own husband. It is important to note that the heavenly demon sect was the foremost sect of the demonic path, backed by a powerful nascent soul entity. During the previous conflict between the Fierce Sun sect and the heavenly demon sect, the former had suffered losses. Now, the very nascent soul expert supporting the heavenly demon sect had been defeated by Zhao Qingshan, leading to the sect's complete downfall. Although some disciples had managed to survive by scattering to distant locales, their numbers were negligible and posed no threat. Baisu felt as if the world had been turned upside down. Zhao Qingshan, with his 4 elemental roots, had ascended to become a titan in the realm of cultivation in the state of Jin. Upon returning to Talentless, Zhao Qingshan did not act recklessly. His wives had only recently achieved breakthroughs and needed time to consolidate their progress. He, too, was not in a hurry to advance, but focused on guiding his 2 children. Life was blissfully serene. As the seasons changed, flowers bloomed and withered. 3 years swiftly passed. During this time, his wives emerged from their respective retreats. Although Bing Tong and her companions benefited from Zhao Qingshan's influence, possessing medium-grade spiritual roots, their limitations became apparent upon reaching the Golden Core realm. Despite practicing superior cultivation techniques and having access to elixirs, the abundant spiritual energy of Tian's Hushan could not elevate their cultivation beyond the early stages of Golden Core. In contrast, Baisu, Yaoyu, Lianyu, and Shangwan Shui, endowed with high-grade spiritual roots, had all progressed to the late stages of Golden Core. Indeed, Yaoyu's cultivation was the most profound, having reached the pinnacle of the late Golden Core stage, standing on the precipice of the nascent soul realm. During these 3 years, Zhao Qingshan meticulously refined his magical powers and solidified his foundation, achieving a state of perfection. Half a month prior, he entered seclusion for cultivation, with the blood demon ancestor serving as his protector. No one was permitted to disturb Zhao Qingshan during this time. Within his meditation chamber, he radiated a hazy starlight, enveloped by immense starry clouds, as he sat cross-legged above his bed. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan sat in a state of profound stillness. Suddenly, a brilliant star radiated forth, and from the heavens, the sun unleashed a searing beam of energy that pierced through the house, striking Zhao Qingshan directly. Instantly, he was enveloped in a golden glow, his entire form shrouded in luminescence. Subtle sounds emanated from his body, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as intense pain caused him to convulse, yet he persevered, for he was on the cusp of a critical transformation. Within Zhao Qingshan's body, the original star-true fire began to metamorphose, incinerating him from within. While tumultuous changes surged through his bones and muscles, every fiber of his being underwent a rapid transformation, his physical resilience amplifying with each passing moment. The heat was suffocating. As if he were being scorched by flames, the star-true fire ignited fiercely, assisted by the primal force of the sun's true fire, enhancing its potency as his body was continuously tempered. Time became an abstraction. Suspended in the air, Zhao Qingshan's face broke into a faint smile. He opened his eyes, unable to conceal his elation. He examined the transformation within himself. His physique had evolved to rival that of a low-grade spiritual artifact. Within his dantian, the original starfire now shimmered with golden radiance, revealing a minuscule golden particle upon closer inspection. He had successfully cultivated the first turn of the 9 turns of star art, and was now embarking upon the second turn. Thus, he shattered his limits, achieving the level of a low-grade spiritual artifact. This enhancement rendered his physical strength utterly formidable. He could vanquish a late-stage Golden Core practitioner with a mere punch, even without the invocation of mana. Moreover, this cultivation session was not solely a physical metamorphosis. The mana within his dantian had become significantly pure. Although the quantity had dwindled to a third of its original amount, its quality had soared to remarkable heights. This strand of golden star-true fire possessed an astonishing might, far surpassing the flames within his dantian. Zhao Qingshan remained in seclusion. For this time he aimed to muster his strength and break through to the Yuaning realm. From his spatial ring, He retrieved a millennium-old Earth core body refinement elixir, unhesitatingly uncapping the bottle and pouring its contents into his mouth. He directed the immense potency of the elixir into his dantian with his willpower, while simultaneously exerting all his energy to activate the 5 golden cores within. To transform golden cores into an infant form, one must first shatter the cores. From silence arose a sound akin to porcelain shattering, reverberating from Zhao Qingshan's dantian. As the sound echoed, anguish painted his face, and his forehead glistened with sweat. The phrase shatter and then reform sounded simple. Yet the risks and agony involved could only be truly comprehended by him. Typically, among 10 late-stage golden core practitioners at this juncture, only one succeeds, a mere 10% chance. Failure would mean but one fate: demise. Before long, Zhao Qingshan gritted his teeth, an expression of profound agony etched upon his face. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, swiftly retrieved the jade bottle he had previously prepared, and hastily uncorked it to pour out the elixir within, swallowing it whole. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of the spiritual energy required for his breakthrough. An overwhelming amount of the millennial-old Earth core essence was still insufficient. The torment of shattering his golden elixirs left him with lingering dread. While others might endure the pain of breaking a single golden elixir, he faced the excruciating challenge of shattering 5, resulting in a suffering that was not merely quintuple but exponentially greater. As time passed, 5 days slipped away in a heartbeat. Each moment an agonizing trial for Zhao Qingshan. At this juncture, the 5 golden elixirs within him had been obliterated, transforming into a liquid essence that churned within his dantian. With the destruction of the golden elixirs, the magical energy in his dantian began to coalesce wildly, gradually taking the form of miniature infantile apparitions under Zhao Qingshan's mental command. The dense spiritual energy of the gathering spirit array converged into countless luminous shades, suddenly rushing towards him. At that moment, the spiritual energies from 100 miles around surged towards Talentless, forming massive clusters of energy that continuously flowed into the gathering spirit array. Such frenetic transformations inevitably invoked celestial phenomena, which could not escape the notice of others. Outside the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan's wives and concubines displayed expressions of deep concern. It was a critical juncture. Uncertainty loomed over whether their husband could successfully achieve the formation of the infant. Bai Su, observing the celestial phenomena, spoke anxiously. "I hope my husband can succeed." Zhao Linger, with unwavering determination, replied, "Mother, father will surely succeed." Indeed, father is an invincible hero. The formation of an infant is nothing to him. Zhao Yuanma added emphatically. In their hearts, Zhao Linger and Zhao Yuanma believed their father, Zhao Qingshan, was capable of anything. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Qingshan's children harbored immense faith in his abilities. At that moment, within the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan was drenched in sweat. The 5 ethereal infant souls within him had fully materialized, their features gradually sharpening into clarity. Finally, after 3 more days, the infant souls achieved complete formation. Zhao Qingshan had successfully birthed an infant. As Zhao Qingshan accomplished this feat, the spiritual energy ceased its frenzied influx towards Talentless, and the celestial phenomena gradually dissipated. Aha! Zhao Qingshan could not contain his laughter. In that instant, he felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis, an evolution in the essence of life itself. In an inexplicable surge of vitality, his lifespan expanded from 500 years to 2,000 years. This transformation was strikingly evident. After consolidating his newfound power, he emerged from the cultivation chamber, elated to see his wives and children. "Congratulations, my husband, on successfully birthing the infant and taking a step forward on the path of immortality." His wives, including Bing Tong, jubilantly congratulated him. "Congratulations, father. I knew you could do it." Zhao Linger exclaimed with joy. Zhao Qingshan erupted in laughter as his wives hurried to prepare a celebratory feast. At this moment, Zhao Lai and the others dared to approach Talentless. Zhao Qingshan sensed their presence and cast a spell, creating a passage that allowed them to enter. Without this, they would have found it impossible to breach the intricate formations. Despite Talentless being merely a modest hill, Zhao Qingshan had arranged 5 4th-tier formations and 33rd-tier formations, making its array of spells more formidable than that of the Liyang Sex mountain range. "Qingshan, have you truly succeeded in your infant formation?" Zhao Lai could not help but inquire. Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile. "Indeed, I have succeeded, blessed by the heavens." The formation was accomplished smoothly. Hearing Zhao Qingshan's affirmation, Zhao Lai and the others could not contain their joy. Zhao Qingshan's success meant that the Zhao family would flourish for the next 2,000 years. Although the Zhao family was now divided into 2 branches, the mundane Zhao family and the cultivator Zhao family, in the eyes of cultivators, mortals were akin to ants, unworthy of even the most trivial resources for cultivation. let alone wives or concubines. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, as long as the cultivator Zhao family thrived, the mundane Zhao family would not falter significantly. Father, if you wish to overthrow the Jin kingdom and establish a dynasty, you may begin your preparations. Zhao Qingshan said with a light-hearted smile. He was aware that Zhao Leitang had long aspired to become an emperor and establish a dynasty. Over the past few years, Zhao Leitang had consolidated power in Qiantang Prefecture, managing it with the efficiency of a fortress. Although he had not openly raised a rebellion, he ignored the edicts of the court entirely. Word has it that the royal family of Jin is backed by the Qingyan sect. If we act now, will we provoke their ire? Zhao Leitang expressed his concerns. Zhao Qingshan responded with a smile. Father, if you wish to act, then act. The burdens of consequence shall fall upon me. In that moment, Zhao Qingshan brimmed with confidence. The Qingyan sect boasted a formidable nascent soul elder, the Taoist Chengqiu, who had attained the nascent soul stage 500 years ago and was now recognized as the most powerful figure in the righteous path of the Jin kingdom's cultivation realm. Yet, Zhao Qingshan remained undaunted. With his own strength, he commanded 4 nascent soul-level warriors. He did not believe that the Qingyan sect would pursue an unrelenting vendetta against him for toppling the Jin royal family. Moreover, the Liyang sect was not to be underestimated. Although their nascent soul cultivator had only recently broken through and was merely at the initial stage, a nascent soul cultivator's capabilities surpassed those of 10 late-stage golden core cultivators. After a celebratory gathering, Zhao Lai and the others took their leave. Zhao Qingshan instructed Blood Demon Ancestor and Purple Flood Dragon to covertly protect his closest kin. News of Zhao Qingshan's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage spread rapidly, creating a ripple effect throughout the realm. Encouraged by Zhao Qingshan's success, Zhao Leitang began to mobilize his forces. The emergence of Zhao Qingshan as a nascent soul cultivator provided Zhao Leitang with tremendous confidence, even if he were to fail. With Zhao Qingshan at his side, the foundation of the Zhao family would remain intact. In the month that followed, the Zhao army of Qiantang Prefecture marched forth, exuding an aura of invincibility. Zhao Leitang personally led the Qinghua Wolf Cavalry in a daring assault. In a single day, an advance of 500 miles was achieved, annihilating the imperial court's formidable force of 400,000 stationed near the capital. Subsequently, the 50,000 troops from Qiantang Prefecture, in a mere month, swept through Jiangning, Guangling, and Zhejiang counties like a relentless torrent. The 30 cities within these 3 counties fell entirely into the hands of the Zhao family. In the entire Jin state, which comprises 36 prefectures, the Zhao family now commands dominion over 4, effectively seizing 1/9 of the Jin territory, surpassing the expanse of an entire province. The Zhao clan, exhibiting immense power, adopted a philosophy of prosperity for the compliant and demise for the defiant. Those who dared to resist were met with torrents of bloodshed. Be they prominent secular families or esteemed cultivation clans, none were spared. Countless families faced ruin and extermination. While some dared to oppose, figures like Zhao Leitang, a golden core cultivator, along with the formidable Azure Fire Wolf King as his steed, rendered any assassination attempts on Zhao Leitang a one-way journey to oblivion. The blood of hundreds of thousands washed away the corruption from the 3 counties, instilling a palpable fear that silenced any dissent against the Zhao family. Even the sects within these territories tread cautiously, for it is well known that the Zhao family wields immense influence, with Zhao Qingshan having ascended to the Yuanying stage. The prospect of provoking the Zhao family was daunting. Should Zhao Qingshan descend upon them, annihilation awaited. No sect dared to take such a perilous gamble. Their primary concern was not the shifting landscapes of the secular world, but rather the preservation of their sect's legacy. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 116, The Refinement of the Pregnancy Pill in the Royal Palace of Sudu. A teacup shattered violently upon the floor. The emperor's desk was overturned, scattering documents across the ground. At this moment, the emperor of Jin, Sima Rue, resembled a ferocious lion, his bloodshot eyes glaring as if ready to devour a whole state. Entirely lost, Sima Rue gasped for breath, his crimson gaze fixed upon the few individuals before him. My Grand Marshal, do you comprehend the significance of my trust in you? And yet, you have allowed 50,000 elite troops to be annihilated? Sima Rue's frustration was palpable. A vast expanse of land, encompassing 30 cities, had been surrendered. The court had previously dispatched 50,000 seasoned soldiers to secure these territories, diligently managing and suppressing the Qiantang region, only for it to be completely breached. 50,000 elite troops, extinguished, 30 cities, conquered, coupled with the Zhao family's control over Qiantang that amounted to 4 regions. In the entire Jin state, there were merely 36 regions. My general, you once vowed that a mere command from the court would see 50,000 elite troops obliterate Qiantang within 3 days. And now? Now, the enemy has directly crushed those 50,000 soldiers. Sima Rue was beside himself with rage. As the emperor, he feared nothing more than being a ruler of a fallen nation. Since ascending the throne, he had diligently governed, caring for his subjects, shunning indulgence in the harem, which consisted of only 3 palaces and 72 consorts, a stark contrast to previous emperors who entertained thousands. He had continuously reduced taxes for the people. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself surrounded by treasonous officials. The ministers present trembled in silence, none daring to speak amidst Sima Rue's growing fury. "Your Majesty, your ancestor requests your presence," a serene voice whispered in his ear. Sima Rue's body jolted at the sound, and he turned to the assembled individuals, admonishing, "Return to your duties. Ensure that no further mistakes occur, or face my wrath." "Yes." The courtiers bowed and retreated immediately. Once they had departed, Sima Rue took a deep breath, straightened his attire, and left the study to seek an audience with his ancestor. Within the palace, certain areas were off-limits to outsiders. The worship hall and the Tai Chi hall were among them. Sima Rue approached the Tai Chi hall alone. Though not far from the worship hall, the environment was secluded, and even the Emperor of Jin could not easily access this place. Upon reaching the entrance, he bowed and called out, "Ancestor, Sima Rue seeks an audience." "Enter," came the response. Sima Rue pushed open the door and stepped inside the Tai Chi hall. There, he beheld an elderly man seated on a dragon throne, while 6 others, all golden elixir cultivators and members of the Sima clan, sat below. The elder spoke, "I have heard that 4 regions have openly raised the banner of rebellion. Is this true?" "Honorable ancestor, it is indeed true. It is my incompetence that has caused others to underestimate the court and to look down upon our imperial family." Sima Rue, the emperor of the Jin state, expressed with a bow. He, a figure of great authority, was aware that each individual present in the hall held a rank superior to his own, capable of deposing him and establishing a new sovereign. These individuals, perched high above, were disinclined to be burdened by worldly affairs, devoting themselves solely to the pursuit of immortality. "It appears that my lineage is not held in high regard," the elder murmured. "Ancestor, the Zhao family is quite extraordinary, having given birth to a prodigious talent. Zhao Qingshan recently broke through from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage. According to intelligence reports, the Zhao family boasts 5 golden core cultivators and a demon-level Qinghua wolf king." A young man interjected respectfully. "Yet, one wonders why they do not simply embrace their role as a family of cultivators, but instead choose to contend with my Sima family for dominance in the mortal realm?" The elder pondered. "This matter remains a mystery." Others shook their heads in response. The elder furrowed his brow slightly. Logically, upon reaching the golden core stage, one would wholeheartedly pursue cultivation and the path to longevity, harboring no attachments to the mundane world, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. Given this, I shall personally visit Qian'an County and converse with this esteemed friend," the elder declared. Upon hearing this, Sima Rue was filled with joy. He knew that this elder was Sima Yan, who had attained the nascent soul stage over 200 years ago, having cultivated for more than 700 years. Very few were aware of Sima Yan's breakthrough, as he was notably low-key and seldom ventured outside. With a powerful nascent soul cultivator stepping forward, it was expected that the Zhao family would yield and withdraw from the struggle for worldly power. Truth be told, when matters pertain to the realm of cultivation, even the emperor, Sima Rue, finds himself eager yet powerless. Tianzhu Mountain is increasingly picturesque, with its spiritual aura surpassing that of the outside world by more than tenfold. The 4th grade gathering spirit array has an astonishingly formidable effect in concentrating the essence of heaven and earth. Zhao Qingshan was in the midst of refining a batch of elixirs. After much effort, he had gathered the ingredients for a conception pill and was now set to craft one. After all, he had made a promise to Yao Wei, and since she had joined him, she had devoted herself to serving him without the slightest negligence. Thus, Zhao Qingshan would not go back on his word. Having broken through to the nascent soul stage, his magical power had become more profound, and his control over fire had grown increasingly adept. One by one, the medicinal herbs were cast into the cauldron, their impurities burned away by the flames, leaving only a drop of essence flowing towards the center of the pill furnace. The materials for crafting the conception pill were indeed precious, with an abundance of 4th grade spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits. Finally, after purifying the herbs, Zhao Qingshan began to condense the pill embryo, which gradually took shape. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan continuously performed hand seals, inscribing them upon the cauldron, which trembled rhythmically in response. At last, a pill emerged within the furnace, round and lustrous, exuding a rich fragrance. The elixir soared from the furnace into Zhao Qingshan's hand. Zhao Qingshan meticulously examined the conception pill, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. This particular pill surpassed the one he had previously auctioned at the treasure pavilion by a considerable margin. He carefully placed the conception pill into a jade box and closed it with a gentle touch. After making a slight adjustment, Zhao Qingshan exited the alchemy chamber with the jade box in hand. The sky was a brilliant blue, the sun shone warmly, and the weather was exquisite. Bing Tong was diligently urging the children to read. Although the children had long mastered reading and writing, their focus had waned since they began their cultivation, leading to some neglect in their studies. Hence, Bing Tong enforced a daily reading regimen for them. Zhao Qingshan made his way to the room of Yao Yu, who was seated in meditation. Darling, Yao Yu sensed Zhao Qingshan's presence and opened her eyes, joy radiating from her gaze. Since joining Zhao Qingshan, she had enjoyed ample resources for cultivation, and her progress had accelerated rather than slowed. With Zhao Qingshan having successfully conceived an infant and ascended to the Yuanying realm, she too was nearing that milestone. She harbored no concerns regarding Zhao Qingshan's other wives. She believed that enduring companionship on the extensive path of cultivation was the true victory. In the Jindan realm, cultivators typically had a lifespan of merely 500 years, whereas entering the Yuanying realm granted her 2,000 years. She was confident in her endurance to outlast others. Zhao Qingshan presented the jade box to Yao Yu, exclaiming, "This is for you." "Oh, what is it?" Yao Yu inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "Let us see." Gently, she opened the jade box and discovered a pill within, her expression tinged with confusion. She lacked for pills, after all. Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly. "This is the conception pill, which can enhance the success rate of conception by 30%. The mention of the conception pill filled Yao Yu with delight. She had not anticipated that Zhao Qingshan would bestow such a precious gift upon her so soon. Her hesitation in pursuing conception stemmed from a lingering uncertainty. She had wished to prepare thoroughly to ensure success. After all, the process of conception required the shattering of the pill, and failure could lead to dire consequences. Now, with the conception pill in her possession, her confidence surged. "Darling." Yao Yu's eyes sparkled with affection as she wrapped her arms around Zhao Qingshan's neck. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier and, embracing Yao Yu, they made their way to the bed. The sound of fabric rustling was crisp and clear. As evening fell, Zhao Qingshan wore an expression of pride. He subsequently opened his virtual panel. "Congratulations to the host. Rune making 5,000, mana 30,000, earth spiritual root 2,000. Alchemist, 4th tier refiner, 3rd tier peak rune master, 3rd tier peak formation master, 4th tier realm, Yuanying period gold spiritual root, peak with spiritual root, peak water spiritual root, peak fire spiritual root, peak earth spiritual root." Peak Zhao Qingshan had discerned a pattern. As the professional levels of his wives increased, so too did his own gains. Previously, Yao Yu was not yet a 1st-tier talisman master, and his gains were a mere 2,000. Now, as a 1st-tier talisman master, his rewards have increased to 5,000. After a brief respite, Zhao Qingshan rose from his bed. The next step for Yao Yu is to strive for the nascent soul stage. It seems that the materials for the core formation pill must be gathered with greater urgency, Zhao Qingshan mused inwardly. His wives, Bai Su and Shangwan Shui, both require it. This is of utmost importance. As for Bing Tong and the others, their cultivation levels are still relatively low, making their needs less pressing. It appears that strengthening collaboration with Liang's sect and Treasure Pavilion is essential, Zhao Qingshan concluded. Although he remains an elder of Liang's sect, in reality, he has nearly attained independence, with their relationship more akin to a partnership. After all, the Zhao family's strength now surpasses that of Liang's sect by a considerable margin. Even when Gu Hong visited previously, he referred to Zhao Qingshan as senior rather than by his name or as disciple. This is the nature of the cultivation world, where the strong are revered, and the accomplished are prioritized. Upon exiting Yao Yu's chamber, Zhao Qingshan beheld Zhao Yuanma and Zhao Ling are frolicking in the lake. These two children have always resided in Tianzhushan and have never ventured into the mundane world, preserving their innocent hearts. This has both advantages and disadvantages. Zhao Qingshan contemplated that in a few years, he would send them away from Tianzhushan to explore the world, broaden their horizons, and refine their resolve. Though the secular world is fraught with chaos, it serves as a grand crucible that can refine the dross while retaining the essence. On the path of cultivation, talent and resources are vital, yet character is equally significant. The following morning, Yao Yu began to adjust her state, preparing to break through to the nascent soul realm. Zhao Qingshan personally guarded her, for she is his concubine, his woman. Should Zhao Yu succeed, the Zhao family would gain another nascent soul cultivator, enhancing their foundation. "My husband, do you think Sister Yao Yu will succeed in forming her core?" Bing Tong inquired with a hint of concern. Even she understood the perils of core formation. The success of core formation relies solely on the individual. All that can be done has been done, Zhao Qingshan replied softly. The techniques have been imparted. and the elixirs provided. From this point onward, it is entirely up to Yao Yu. If, despite this, Yao Yu fails to form her core, it would merely indicate that fate has deemed her unworthy of such a path. Yang Yu and Shang Wanshui exchanged glances, a flicker of worry evident in their eyes. As latecomers to the sect, they all hailed from the demonic faction, forming an implicit alliance, a small collective. Should Yao Yu succeed, their influence would significantly increase. If she were to fail, their future could become arduous, potentially leading to unkind treatment. At that moment, they all silently prayed for Yao Yu's success in core formation. Bai Su's emotions were somewhat complex. Among the wives and concubines, she had initially held the highest cultivation level. However, now Yao Yu and Liang Yu slightly surpassed her. And Shang Wanshui was her equal. If Yao Yu succeeded in forming her core and ascended to the nascent soul stage, she would undoubtedly overshadow Bai Su. The distinction between a nascent soul cultivator and a golden core cultivator represents a profound leap in the realms of existence. Zhao Qingshan was acutely aware that the dynamics among his wives and concubines were far from harmonious. Yet, he remained indifferent. As long as their rivalry did not escalate into chaos, he welcomed a modicum of competition. Such rivalry could be advantageous, propelling them collectively further along the path of cultivation. Conversely, idleness could lead to melodramatic incidents. To maintain a delicate equilibrium, he alternated his nights between them. Zhao Qingshan was ever vigilant, monitoring the situation within Yao Yu's cultivation chamber. Although the formation had been activated, it was crafted by Zhao Qingshan himself, thus posing no hindrance to him. The abundant high-grade and mid-grade spirit stones amplified the spiritual energy of the chamber to 100-fold. It was reasonable to assume that Yao Yu, possessing only a single golden core, had ample spiritual energy to ascend to the nascent soul realm. Inside the cultivation chamber, after optimizing her state, a resolute glimmer flickered in Yao Yu's eyes. Failure was not an option. She opened the jade box, retrieved the core formation pill, and swallowed it whole. Subsequently, she employed a secret technique to commence the shattering of her golden core. To achieve the formation of a nascent soul, one must first dismantle the old to establish the new. Without the destruction of the golden core, the formation of the nascent soul would be impossible. The agony of breaking the core compelled Yao to emit cries of torment, for such pain originated from her dantian. However, she had to endure this suffering, cultivating through the anguish, breaking free from her cocoon to emerge as a butterfly. Some may perish, yet they do not entirely fade away. Chapter 117. The Great Battle. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan's expression shifted dramatically. His figure flickered, and aside from the formation of talentless, two figures emerged, an elderly man clad in imperial robes and a Taoist. At that moment, they fixed their gaze upon Zhao Qingshan, their imposing presence akin to a tempest, sweeping across the sky and bearing down upon him. Instantly, the inhabitants of Chomping City looked skyward towards Talentless, sensing an impending doom, though unaware of the unfolding events. "May I inquire the purpose of your visit to Talentless?" Zhao Qingshan inquired, his gaze steady upon the two. "I am Sima Yin," the elderly man proclaimed. "I am the Taoist Wu Wei," the Taoist replied with a serene smile. Sima Yin? Could he be of the Jin royal family? Was it not said that there were no formidable Yuaning masters within the Jin dynasty? How curious that one has suddenly appeared, Zhao Qingshan pondered. Turning his attention to the Taoist Wu Wei, the esteemed elder of the Qingyan sect, known for his unparalleled righteousness. "So, it is the Sima clan and the Qingyan sect that have come," Zhao Qingshan mused internally, yet he posed the question, "Might I ask what brings you here today?" "Taoist Zhao, as cultivators who have attained the Yuaning realm, our ultimate pursuit should be longevity and traversing further along the path of cultivation. Recently, your family has conquered 4 prefectures. Does this not contravene the principles of our cultivation world?" Sima Yin remarked. "I come today with sincere intentions." Taoist Wu Wei chimed in with a light-hearted laugh. "The mundane world is fraught with turmoil. Why must you entangle yourself within it, Taoist Zhao, risking your cultivation? Since the establishment of the Jin dynasty, there has been little strife. Why incite conflict and subject countless commoners to suffering?" Zhao Qingshan's tone cooled. "Are you two here to coerce me? Do you intend to take advantage of my recent breakthrough into Yuaning?" Sima Yin replied with a calm smile. "Should you refuse our request, it is inevitable that we must engage in combat. However, our abilities are vast, and in such a confrontation, the stakes could be perilous." Zhao Qingshan erupted into laughter. "If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless." In an instant, Blood Demon Ancestor and the King of the Green Serpent flew in, positioning themselves at Zhao Qingshan's sides. The expressions of Sima Yin and Taoist Wu Wei shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that Zhao Qingshan possessed 2 formidable Yuaning warriors. Sima Yin quickly laughed. "I was merely jesting with Taoist Zhao earlier. Do not take it to heart. The Zhao family's acquisition of 4 prefectures is indeed justifiable." Taoist Wu Wei also chuckled. "As fellow practitioners of the righteous path, We should unite in purpose against the demonic forces. If we were to engage in internal conflict, we would only provide fodder for the demon's mockery. Zhao Qingshan smirked internally. They had sought to outnumber him and exert dominance, yet now that they had glimpsed his true strength, they preached their lofty ideals. There is no need for further discourse. Let us settle this through battle. Zhao Qingshan commanded, attack. The blood demon ancestor and the king of the green serpent, upon hearing Zhao Qingshan's command, immediately charged toward the Wu-Wei Taoist. The Wu-Wei Taoist drew a sword to confront his foes. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Blood demon ancestor, how can it be you? How could you possibly still be alive? The Wu-Wei Taoist, having encountered the blood demon ancestor before, was taken aback. However, at this moment, the blood demon ancestor and the king of the green serpent had already launched a coordinated assault against him. The Wu-Wei Taoist noticed the blood demon ancestor's stiff expression and fell silent, as if recalling something. Zhao Qingshan, it turns out that the relic cave of the blood demon ancestor has fallen into your hands. What a ruthless scheme you have devised, turning the blood demon ancestor's remains into a puppet. The Wu-Wei Taoist's countenance darkened. It must be noted that the Qingyan sect had suffered significant losses among its elders in the blood demon ancestor's relic cave, all orchestrated by Zhao Qingshan. Old fool. Let's see if you can survive to speak again. Zhao Qingshan sneered. He did not expect the Wu-Wei Taoist to be knowledgeable in puppet techniques. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. After all, the Qingyan sect possessed the most ancient lineage among the sects of the Jin Kingdom's cultivation world, making the existence of puppet techniques within their records quite normal. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan moved like a flash of lightning, appearing directly before Sima Yin. With a single hand, he delivered a powerful punch. Humph. Sima Yin grunted coldly, his mana coalescing into a tangible armor, and he retaliated with a punch toward Zhao Qingshan. The clash of fists resulted in Sima Yin being sent flying. Ah! He cried out in agony, astonished by Zhao Qingshan's formidable physical strength. Suffering a severe setback from this encounter, Zhao Qingshan transformed into a bolt of thunder, instantly closing the distance to Sima Yin. His fist appearing abruptly as he ruthlessly struck at Sima Yin's chest. Boom! Sima Yin's armor manifested at that moment, successfully blocking Zhao Qingshan's punch. Yet, this armor was merely a low-grade spirit weapon. Zhao Qingshan, today I shall ensure your demise. Sima Yin declared as a sword materialized in his hand. A mid-grade spirit weapon of the earth attribute. Zhao Qingshan also donned an armor and wielded a sword, both of which were mid-grade spirit weapons. The two engaged in a fierce battle, clashing head-on. Although Zhao Qingshan was at the initial stage of the nascent soul, slightly inferior to Sima Yin in cultivation, he relied on his formidable physique to gain the upper hand. However, slaying Sima Yin proved to be no simple task. Taoist Zhao, why not cease hostilities here? My Sima clan is willing to relinquish our claim to the Jin Kingdom, Sima Yin proposed, already feeling a twinge of trepidation. After all, risking everything for a mundane dynasty was not worth it. The Sima clan was not without strength. It was not only a royal family but also a prominent cultivation family. Even without royal status, the Sima clan remained a formidable force in the cultivation world. What he truly valued was his path to cultivation and the aspiration to reach the transcendent stage. Zhao Qingshan sneered, with the lines drawn. He had no intention of sparing Sima Yin or the Wu-Wei Taoist. Although the Taoist of non-action had reached the later stages of the nascent soul realm and was not easily vanquished, his escape was equally challenging. If he were to eliminate Sima Yin, then encircling and eliminating the Taoist would become a trivial matter. Sima Yin's expression darkened, and realizing the gravity of the situation, he resolved to fight with all his might. However, as the battle raged on, Sima Yin's magical energy waned, and he found himself at a disadvantage. The disparity in strength between the two becoming increasingly evident. Zhao Qingshan's form shimmered and fragmented into several afterimages, with a blinding brilliance flashing forth. Sima Yin trembled. Incredulity etched across his face as he beheld Zhao Qingshan. At that moment, his armor lay in ruins, and Zhao Qingshan's sword had pierced through several vital areas of his body, including his heart and throat. Even with critical injuries, Sima Yin did not succumb immediately, for he had attained the nascent soul stage, and his soul was formidable. A flicker of determination crossed his face. Zhao Qingshan seemed to recall something, his expression shifting abruptly as he dove downwards. Yet, in an instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Sima Yin's entire being detonated in a self-destructive act characteristic of a nascent soul expert. A terrifying wave of destructive energy surged outward in all directions. To the masters within Chomping City, it felt as though a blinding sun had suddenly appeared before their eyes. The very ground trembled as if in an earthquake. The self-detonation of a nascent soul expert had reached an appalling magnitude, The dazzling radiance illuminated the night, and in that moment of explosion, the atmosphere resonated with a profound rumble. The earth within a radius of 3,000 meters sank 2 to 3 meters, forming a hollowed depression. Zhao Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pallid. He retrieved a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it, witnessing his injuries mend at a visibly rapid pace. After some time, he rose to his feet, his body covered in dust, resembling a beggar. The force of the recent explosion had been overwhelmingly powerful, and being so close had inflicted grave wounds upon him, even with his mid-grade spirit armor and formidable physique. Damn it! Sima Yin was ruthless enough to self-destruct after his demise. Zhao Qingshan cursed vehemently. He could have at least left a complete corpse as a mark of respect for a nascent soul expert. Now, he has ensured that nothing remains. Zhao Qingshan surveyed the scene, noting that Sima Yan's remains had been obliterated, his armor shattered beyond repair. However, the mid-grade spirit sword, though significantly damaged, could still be salvaged with some effort. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the sword and collected Sima Yan's spatial ring, dripping a drop of blood onto it to recognize its ownership. This signified that the ancient fiend, Sima Yin, was irrevocably deceased. A series of coughs interrupted the silence. On the ground, the Taoist of non-action, severely weakened, staggered to his feet. Sima Yin's self-detonation had caught him unprepared, inflicting serious injuries before he could escape. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he finally stood upright. Zhao Qingshan approached the Taoist. Thief Taoist, do you still have words to say? Zhao Qingshan fixed his gaze upon the Wu-Wei Taoist. The Wu-Wei Taoist forced a smile. Zhao Taoist, I bear no grudge against you from the past, nor do I harbor any animosity in recent times. We are friends, not foes. I have merely come at Sima Yan's invitation to act as a mediator. I implore you, Zhao Taoist, to overlook my transgressions and transform conflict into peace. In that moment, Wu-Wei Taoist chose to yield. Zhao Qingshan's heart bled. Sima Yan's self-detonation had resulted in the obliteration of the blood demon ancestor, not far away. Consequently, he had lost a formidable warrior at the late nascent soul stage. How could he possibly let Wu-Wei Taoist go based on mere words? That is not how I perceive the situation. Zhao Qingshan's tone was frigid. Wu-Wei Taoist proposed, Zhao Taoist. How about this? I owe you a favor, and in the future, the Liang sect shall become the foremost righteous sect. Unfortunately, Zhao Qingshan's sword had already pierced Wu-Wei Taoist's dantian. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, grasping Wu-Wei Taoist's nascent soul. The nascent soul writhed in terror. The nascent soul of a master was exceedingly fragile. If exposed to sunlight, it would perish within the hour. Thus, masters of the nascent soul would never dare to let their souls out of their bodies. Only those who reached the out-of-body stage could sustain their souls for extended periods. Even under the sun, without harm, Zhao Qingshan sneered, swiftly erasing Wu-Wei Taoist's soul. At that moment, the nascent soul was too vulnerable. Zhao Qingshan stored the nascent soul within a spatial ring. The golden core of a golden core cultivator was a treasure, and the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator was equally precious. The nascent soul could be used to concoct elixirs and absorb spiritual energy, surpassing even high-grade spirit stones in utility. Zhao Qingshan approached the king of the green serpents, who was also gravely injured. He produced a vial of healing elixirs, pouring a handful into the king of the green serpent's mouth. Observing the devastation around him, Zhao Qingshan sighed. The ground within a radius of 3,000 meters had sunk by 2 or 3 meters, forming a depression that would become a lake upon rainfall. Fortunately, the area was uninhabited, otherwise, there would have been no survivors. Instead of returning directly to Tian's Hushan, he sat cross-legged on the spot to recuperate. He had sustained severe injuries, with his meridians and bones gravely damaged. It was not until 2 days later that Zhao Qingshan returned to Tian's Hushan with the king of the green serpent. Upon entering the courtyard, a smile broke across his face. He discovered that Yahweh had successfully conceived, stepping into the nascent soul stage. My husband, are you unharmed? Bing Tong and the other wives expressed their concern upon seeing Zhao Qingshan return. The earlier earth-shattering battle and the deafening explosions had instilled a sense of foreboding in them. However, when they attempted to contact Zhao Qingshan, he had instructed them to remain within the mountain and not to venture out. I am fine, merely nursing some injuries. With a period of rest, I shall recover. Zhao Qingshan smiled and said, Tonger, contact your father and inform him that both the nascent soul experts from the Sima clan and the Qingyun sect have been slain by my hand, allowing him to take action. Additionally, let the Liang sect make their move as well. Upon hearing that 2 nascent soul experts had perished, his wives and concubines were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The nascent soul experts stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world in the Jin kingdom, and to have 2 of them killed was an unprecedented event. Coupled with the earlier demise of the demon master from the Tianma sect, that made a total of 3. In that moment, his wives and concubines gazed at Zhao Qingshan with adoration. After making the necessary arrangements, Zhao Qingshan proceeded to his meditation chamber. Due to his injuries, he knew he would need a significant period to recover, optimistically estimating that it might take up to 3 months to heal completely. He began to circulate the 9 transformation star technique, continuously drawing upon the celestial power of the stars and utilizing the starfire to mend his bodily wounds. Meanwhile, his magical energy flowed to restore his internal injuries. Outside, Yayu had successfully entered the nascent soul realm. Upon emerging from her seclusion, she was taken aback by the news, her heart racing with shock, soon followed by a flicker of anger. After solidifying her cultivation, Yayu set her sights on Shudu, determined to ensure that the golden core experts of the Sima clan would all meet their end alongside their clan. Some may have perished, but not all had completely succumbed. Chapter 118, Zhao replaces Jin. 6 months later, Shudu, the elite Zhao army, numbering 100,000, had completely encircled the largest and most prosperous city of the Jin dynasty. Over the past 6 months, the Zhao forces advanced with unstoppable momentum, causing cities to surrender at the mere sight of their banners, while those who dared to resist were swiftly vanquished. Loyalists to the Sima clan were ruthlessly eradicated. With venerable families that had stood for centuries reduced to ashes, their million corpses serving as a grim tribute to the fallen dynasty. Now, only Shudu remained. Once this capital fell, the Jin dynasty would be irrevocably toppled. Zhao Leitang personally led the siege against Shudu, filled with overwhelming excitement. He had never anticipated that he was on the brink of establishing a dynasty, becoming the most powerful figure in the secular world, adorned in a dragon robe. Seated upon the dragon throne, hailed as emperor. Consuming the golden elixir had sealed his fate, precluding him from reaching the Yuan infant realm. Thus, a dynasty was his ultimate pursuit. Instead of launching a direct assault on Shudu, he chose to wait. The tide of fortune had turned, and it was certain that not all within the city remained loyal to the Sima clan. The Sima family was on the verge of collapse, their dominion reduced to this final stronghold. He believed not everyone would choose to perish alongside the Sima. Zhao Leitang understood that seizing a kingdom inevitably involved bloodshed, and his resolve was unyielding. Those who followed him would flourish, while those who opposed him would perish. He was willing to sacrifice countless lives. Over the span of 6 months, the Zhao army had slain more than 1 million resistors. Yet, in the grand scheme of Jin's nearly 10 billion populace, this was but a trifling figure. For the majority of commoners, it mattered little whether the ruling dynasty was the Sima or the Zhao. Indeed, just 3 days after their encampment, the gates of the city were opened in surrender. The loyalist generals had been purged. The army marched in, heading directly toward the imperial palace. The palace was the heart of Shudu and the stronghold of the Sima clan. Although the city guards had capitulated, the palace's imperial guards remained steadfast in their control over the entire palace. These guards were the elite, loyal to the Sima. Inside, Emperor Sima Rui appeared pale and stricken. Since his ascension, he had diligently governed, striving to be a rejuvenating ruler who would restore the nation to its former glory. Yet now, he faced the grim reality of national collapse and personal ruin. The golden elixir cultivators and the worshippers of the Sima clan had been slaughtered. The city was lost, leaving only the last bastion, the imperial palace. He wished to avert his eyes, but the harsh truth was undeniable. The secular realm and the cultivation world seemed distinct, like parallel waters that never crossed, yet in reality, both were intertwined. Upheavals in the cultivation realm invariably impacted the secular world. No matter how formidable the armies of the secular world or how brilliant their commanders, they were powerless against the celestial beings. Sima Rui grasped the emperor's sword, a symbol of his imperial authority, and left the hall of diligent governance. Making his way to the inner palace where the 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines, and his unwed children gathered, all filled with dread. Sima Rui entered the imperial harem and closed the grand doors behind him. The empress, Guishi, wore an expression of sheer terror. Having held the title of mother of the nation for decades, she was encountering such a situation for the first time. How could such a powerful Jin state face destruction so easily? Empress. Sima Rui reached out to caress Guishi's face. She was his first wife, a woman he did not particularly favor, yet for many years she had committed no grave errors and had managed the harem with remarkable order. Thus, despite his personal feelings, he never deposed her. A flicker of resolve crossed Sima Rui's eyes. The royal family must uphold its dignity and never suffer humiliation. He would not permit his consorts to be dishonored, nor would he allow his offspring to be reduced to servitude. Drawing the imperial sword, Sima Rui struck down the empress with a single thrust. "Ah, the emperor has gone mad," cried the other concubines in terror. Yet, nothing could halt Sima Rui. Though aged, he was still a cultivator at the foundational stage, and indeed, in the later phase of it. With one blow, he had slain a consort. The young prince, still in his adolescence, wept bitterly in fright. A tiger does not eat its cubs, yet in this moment, Sima Rue, devoid of paternal instinct, turned against his own children. Soon, the harem was littered with lifeless bodies. Ha! Sima Rue's laughter echoed, filled with desolation and anguish. He ignited a fire that blazed fiercely, consuming all remnants of pride and spirit belonging to the Sima clan. The palace was engulfed in chaos, with some despairing members of the Sima family taking their own lives, while others turned to slaughter the eunuchs and palace maids. There were also those who, unwilling to submit, launched an assault akin to the Zhao army. However, this was undoubtedly akin to striking a rock with an egg. Those who dared to escape the palace were swiftly subdued. Within an hour, the remnants of the Sima family were entirely annihilated. The Zhao army entered the palace in an orderly fashion, greeted by a scene of carnage, bodies strewn about. Both of the Sima family and palace attendants, eunuchs and maids scrambled to seize royal treasures. The atmosphere in the palace was one of utter dread. In merely 2 hours, the entire palace was thoroughly cleansed. Zhao Qingshan gazed at the still-burning harem and commanded the flames be extinguished. The occupation of the palace signified the complete annihilation of the Sima clan's gene state. Selecting an auspicious day, Zhao Qingshan conducted a celestial sacrifice. The Zhao state was established. Henceforth, the former territory of Jin transformed into that of Zhao. The following day, a comprehensive restructuring took place across the 12 states, 36 prefectures, and 365 cities of Zhao, with all remnants of the Sima family being arrested or executed. No sect or noble family dared to shelter the remnants of the Sima clan. Concurrently, as the Jin state fell, the realm of cultivation experienced its own upheaval. The Qingyan sect suffered severe blows, sacrificing numerous treasures to narrowly escape calamity, yet they were compelled to seal their gates and announce a century-long closure. At Tianzhushan, within a courtyard, the Zhao Qingshan family enjoyed a harmonious gathering. Zhao Qingshan had established the Zhao state with its capital in Shudu. Yet Zhao Qingshan chose not to relocate there, believing it more advantageous to cultivate at Tianzhushan. To everyone's surprise, the Qingyan sect exhibited remarkable resolve, opting for self-preservation at a tremendous cost. Bai Su expressed her sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. The decision to seal the mountain for a century certainly came with a hefty price tag. Zhao Qingshan replied with a calm smile, hoping that the Liang sect would not come to regret their choices in the future. He scoffed at the Liang sect's decision. They had the opportunity to completely annihilate the Qingyan sect and seize everything for themselves, thus solidifying their own foundation. Yet, they chose to relinquish it. Now that the facade had been torn apart, did they not fear that the Qingyan sect might one day regain its strength and seek vengeance? However, at present, the Zhao family and the Liang sect were not in a subordinate relationship, so he refrained from expressing further opinions. Should the Liang sect face retribution from the Qingyan sect in the future, he would certainly refrain from intervening. The opportunity was bestowed upon the Liang sect. Yet they failed to grasp it. Who could they blame? My husband, did you not slay the Wu-Wei Daoist? How is it that he has returned? Yao Yu glanced at the Wu-Wei Daoist in the distance, puzzled. Zhao Qingshan replied with a gentle smile, I have forged a puppet from the Wu-Wei Daoist's remains. The previous blood demon ancestor was similarly a product of puppet arts. Zhao Qingshan chuckled. Puppet arts? I never imagined you were a puppeteer. Yao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Being a puppeteer is a rare profession, often vilified within the realm of cultivation. Puppeteers frequently craft puppets from the remains of cultivators, even those who have passed away peacefully. No one desires to be turned into a puppet after death, hence the collective agreement to eradicate puppeteers. Zhao Qingshan chuckled lightly. Now, having established himself as a regional sovereign, he felt emboldened to reveal such truths, a privilege he would not have dared to exhibit in the past. He then waved his hand, producing a sword of moderate spiritual quality, imbued with wood attributes. As previously mentioned, should you successfully cultivate to the nascent soul stage, this mid-grade spiritual weapon shall be granted to you. Zhao Qingshan declared with a serene smile. He had sustained severe injuries and spent a full year recuperating before regaining his strength. Furthermore, through adversity, his cultivation of the 9 revolution star technique had significantly improved, rendering him even more formidable. Yao Yu, filled with joy, quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my husband, for the precious gift. Lian Yu and Shangwan Shui, upon witnessing this, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Zhao Qingshan remarked, you are all the same. As long as someone among you breaks through and successfully attains the nascent soul realm, I shall bestow a mid-grade spiritual weapon upon you, attuned to your elemental attributes. Upon hearing this, his wives and concubines displayed their delight. In the realm of cultivation, one values the harmony of law, wealth, companions, and environment. The more powerful the spiritual weapon, the stronger the cultivator becomes. A spiritual weapon aligned with one's innate elemental affinity is particularly suited for their growth. My husband, the mundane world is rife with turmoil, and we cannot ascertain how many remnants of the Sima clan remain. Is it wise to allow Yuan Imo and the others to descend the mountain and traverse the world? Bing Tong suddenly raised a concern, her face etched with worry. Bai Su concurred. Indeed, Jai and Yufei are of an age where they can explore the world. Yet Yuan Imo and Lingo are still young and have never stepped beyond Tianjia Mountain into the secular realm. They must be aware of the treacherous nature of humanity and the lurking beasts. It is far too perilous. Zhao Qingshan drained his cup in one swift motion. He comprehended the maternal instincts of both Bing Tong and Bai Su, yet understanding did not alter his resolve. He wished for his offspring to rise through merit rather than the favors of their mothers, fearing they would lose their indomitable spirit and squander their innate talents. He envisioned his children as eagles, destined to leave the protective embrace of their parents and venture forth on their own, empowered by the talismans crafted by Zhao Qingshan. Even the most ancient of Yuaning masters would find it impossible to discern the true depth of their cultivation or the essence of their spiritual roots. He desired for them to traverse the world, to witness the grandeur of its landscapes and the suffering of humanity, thereby gaining clarity in their pursuits. To this end, Zhao Qingshan provided each child with a modest sum of 100 low-grade spirit stones and 100 taels of silver, sending Zhao Yuanmao and Zhao Ling'er forth separately into the world. While he acknowledged their considerable talents, Zhao Qingshan understood that potential alone did not guarantee its realization. Unlike him, his children did not possess a system to aid their growth. Nevertheless, he discreetly assigned the Purple Flood Dragon and the Azure Serpent King to protect Zhao Yuanma and Zhao Ling'er, as he believed that allowing them to hone their skills did not equate to risking their lives. The two guardians would intervene should danger arise. That evening, Zhao Qingshan found himself with Yaoyu, Lianyu, and Shangguan Shui, three formidable companions whose prowess was equally matched by their combat skills. It was not until the hour of the tiger that tranquility returned. Zhao Qingshan routinely accessed the virtual panel, receiving the following notifications. Congratulations, host. Array 6,000, Talisman Crafting 10,000, Mana 60,000, Wood Root 2,000, Water Root 2,000, Earth Root 2,000. He had attained the rank of 4th-tier Alchemist, 3rd-tier Master Refiner of superior quality, and 3rd-tier Master Talismanist of superior quality, with a 4th-tier Array Master ranking. His cultivation level was at the Yuaning stage, boasting superior quality in gold, wood, water, fire, and earth spiritual roots. A faint smile graced Zhao Qingshan's face. With Yao Yu's breakthrough into the Yuaning realm, his rewards had notably increased. It seemed that as his wives grew stronger, so too did his own gains. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Among his wives, he had superior quality roots in wood, water, fire, and earth, yet only a mid-grade gold root. The mid-grade gold root could not enhance the benefits of his spiritual root attributes, presenting a conundrum. Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow. Gold, by its very nature, is sharp and often appears more frequently in males than females, particularly in the case of superior quality gold roots. He surmised that it was unlikely to find a female cultivator with a superior quality gold root within the entirety of the Zhao kingdom, let alone a gold core cultivator of such caliber. This realization brought him a measure of frustration. Fortunately, he had ample time at his disposal and felt no urgency. If necessary, he could seek such a practitioner in other realms. He refused to believe that across the entire cultivation world, no superior quality gold core cultivator existed. The following morning, Zhao Qingshan and Yaoyu, along with the others, finally arose around noon. Under the attentive service of the three maidens of the moon invitation, Zhao Qingshan completed his cleansing and donned his garments. He felt a considerable satisfaction with the transformation of the three maidens, regardless of their origins in the demonic path. Once they entered the Zhao family, they became part of it, serving as his concubines and obliged to cater to his needs. As for the distinctions between the righteous and the demonic paths, to Zhao Qingshan, they held little significance. Essentially, there was no difference. Merely a matter of some operating in shadows while others were more overt. Exiting the chamber, he was greeted by the radiant sun, its warm rays illuminating the surroundings. The flora and foliage in the courtyard thrived under the care of Qiuyu. Those who practiced wood attribute techniques naturally possessed a kinship with plants and excelled in nurturing vegetation. Zhao Qingshan entrusted the medicinal garden of Tian's Hushan to Qiuyu's stewardship. In the medicinal gardens of various sects, disciples endowed with spiritual roots were similarly appointed as herb tenders to care for the medicinal plants. Approaching the Wu-Wei Daoist, Zhao Qingshan placed a fist-sized orb into the Daoist's dantian and executed a series of hand seals, restoring him to full health. However, the entire formation had already been activated. This orb served as the core of the formation, continuously absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to transform it into magical energy, which could be unleashed during combat. Thus, Wu-Wei Daoist was endowed with the strength of the mid-stage nascent soul. After some contemplation, Zhao Qingshan resolved to send the Wu-Wei Daoist to Xiudu to oversee the imperial palace, for there resided his closest kin. Some had perished, yet their essence lingered on. Chapter 119. The eldest son. Time flows like a river, and a year has swiftly passed. Husband, the master of the treasure pavilion has come to visit. Would you care to meet her? Shang Guanshui gently placed a tender hand on Zhao Qingshan's shoulder, softly kneading it. Dressed only in a belly band, Shang Guanshui leaned against Zhao Qingshan's back, her presence intimately close to him. Feeling the softness behind him, Zhao Qingshan revealed a look of comfort. Oh, when did you become acquainted with Daoist Yusu? Zhao Qingshan replied with a faint smile. The master of the treasure pavilion is none other than Yusu, whom he had met at an auction years ago. Though several years had passed, Zhao Qingshan's impression of the enchanting Yusu remained vivid. He had once desired to become her partner, but she had declined his offer. After years apart, he had now reached the level of a nascent soul cultivator. Standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world in the Jin Kingdom, or, more accurately, the Zhao Kingdom, and was truly the overlord of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm. In fact, if he opposed the existence of sects within the Jin Kingdom's cultivation world, those sects would either have to relocate or face annihilation. As for the treasure pavilion, which he once regarded as a formidable entity, it was not as daunting as it appeared, although an old nascent soul cultivator presided over it. He was merely in the mid-nascent soul stage. Such a figure would pose little challenge to Zhao Qingshan, should he choose to act against them. Husband, I have known Fairy Yusu for over 20 years, Shang Guanshui remarked, nudging Zhao Qingshan slightly. Recently, we've been in frequent contact. Fairy Yusu is quite curious about you and has been subtly inquiring about you. If you were inclined, a mere beckon would surely bring this beautiful fairy into your embrace. Zhao Qingshan shook his head gently. If Yusu were at the golden core stage and wished to be his partner, he would naturally not refuse. However, now that he had ascended to the nascent soul stage, Yusu remained at the golden core level. Taking Yusu as a concubine would hold little significance for his cultivation. Moreover, who could ascertain whether Yusu had already been claimed by the old nascent soul cultivator behind the treasure pavilion? To him, Yusu was but a tasteless morsel, neither satisfying to consume nor worth discarding. The opportunity had been presented to Yusu, yet she had failed to seize it. Once lost, an opportunity cannot be reclaimed. Zhao Qingshan sought companions among fellow nascent soul cultivators. He had no desire to pursue another golden core practitioner. His current wives and consorts, such as Bing Tong and Qiuyu, still lingered at the early golden core stage, causing him considerable vexation. He had no intention of seeking another golden core cultivator as a partner. Oh, Fairy Yusu, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is simply that my heart is elsewhere. Shang Guanshui thought silently upon hearing Zhao Qingshan's words. Since following Zhao Qingshan, she lacked for cultivation resources, and his strength was undeniable. In her heart, Zhao Qingshan was akin to heaven and earth, and she would never go against his will. At that moment, Yao Yu entered the room. Clad in a fitted robe, her dark hair casually styled, she exuded an air of charm and allure, lessening the formality of her presence. Upon entering, she approached Zhao Qingshan's side. Among their little trio, Yao Yu was the leader, possessing the highest cultivation level. My lord, Shui Meishu is with child. And I too desire to bear a child, said Yao Yu, entwining her fingers with Zhao Qingshan's. Zhao Qingshan replied with a wry smile, for cultivators like us, the continuation of our bloodline is far more elusive than for ordinary folk. It hinges solely on fate and fortune. You have been bestowed with ample blessings, and I have not neglected you. Recently, the news of Shui Meishu's pregnancy filled Zhao Qingshan with uncontainable joy. Despite having several wives, he had only 2 children, Zhao Yuanma and Zhao Linger. As his cultivation reached the Yuanying stage, the challenges of lineage continuation intensified. In the realm of cultivation, the higher one's level, the more arduous it becomes to pass on one's bloodline. This reflects the fairness of heaven. As the saying goes in the cultivation world, heaven's way diminishes the excess to replenish the lacking. Both he and Yao Yu were Yuanying cultivators, making the prospect of conceiving a child even more daunting. I care not for such matters. I simply wish for a child. Yao Yu playfully pouted. Then let us strive harder. Zhao Qingshan reached out with his left hand to caress her. As the rain of clouds began to wane, Zhao Qingshan reclined, savoring the moment. He glanced at the virtual panel in his peripheral vision, noting the changes in his data. Congratulations to the host. Formation 6,000, Talisman Crafting 10,000, Mana 50,000. With Spiritual Root 2,000, Earth Spiritual Root 2,000. Alchemist, 4th rank, Artifact Master, 3rd rank, Top Grade, Talisman Master, 3rd rank, top grade. Formation Master, 4th rank. Realm, Yuanying Stage. Golden Spiritual Root, top grade, with Spiritual Root, top grade. Water Spiritual Root, top grade. Fire Spiritual Root, top grade. Earth Spiritual Root, top grade. Zhao Qingshan calculated silently, realizing he was nearing the threshold of becoming a 5th rank alchemist. However, a challenge loomed within the Zhao Kingdom. Spiritual herbs and medicines primarily catered to the crafting of 3rd rank pills, and gathering the necessary materials for 4th rank pills proved quite difficult. As for the ingredients required for 5th rank pills, they were likely unattainable. Though the Zhao Kingdom appeared expansive, it was merely a small corner of the vast continent. Its borders were often separated from other lands by mountains, deserts, or large lakes. Thus, to the ordinary populace, the Zhao Kingdom represented the entirety of the world. For in their lifetimes, few would traverse its expanse. The same held true for lower-tier cultivators. Yet, for Golden Core cultivators, the scenario differed greatly. They could journey to other nations, as they were capable of flying several thousand miles on their swords in a single day. For Yuanying cultivators, this was even less of a concern. Even someone like Yao Yu, in the early stages of Yuanying, could effortlessly soar 10,000 miles in a day. As for Zhao Qingshan, his endurance was even more formidable, as his mana was nearly inexhaustible, replenished continuously while flying. However, given that the Zhao family had recently overthrown the Sima clan to establish the Zhao Kingdom, Zhao Qingshan was reluctant to leave, fearing that his absence might lead to the downfall of his family. Thus, he refrained from venturing into other nations. With a deft motion, a weathered map was retrieved from the spatial ring. This was a treasure map, a reward from the system for Xue Meishu's pregnancy. However, the system proved to be somewhat deceptive, as it failed to specify the exact location of the treasure. Moreover, it was a fragmented map, insufficient to unveil its secrets. On this day, heavy snow fell from the heavens, cascading like goose feathers, enveloping the world in a silvery shroud. Zhao Qingshan anxiously paced outside the door. For today, Xue Meishu was in labor. My husband, Meishu will surely be safe. There is no need for concern, Bai Su reassured him. We have prepared ample medicinal pills. And with her being a Golden Core practitioner, childbirth should pose no danger. Yet, despite her words, Zhao Qingshan remained restless. The higher one's cultivation, the more arduous the path to progeny. Pregnancy was challenging, and childbirth even more so. Just as ordinary people faced life-threatening risks during delivery, so too did Golden Core practitioners. Thus, even with the abundance of medicinal aids and the assistance of an experienced midwife from Chongping City, Zhao Qingshan's anxiety persisted. The anguished cries emanating from within only deepened his turmoil. As he waited in trepidation, a resounding wail of a newborn pierced the air. At once, everyone turned towards the door, and with a creak, a woman emerged, cradling the infant, her face alight with joy. Congratulations, Immortal. It's a boy, a boy. Congratulations on your noble son. Zhao Qingshan erupted into laughter, swiftly taking the child into his arms. The baby was undeniably adorable. Zhao Qingshan silently sealed the child's innate energy within, preventing it from transforming into acquired energy and from being tainted by worldly impurities. This innate energy would not only nourish the child's body and bones, but also significantly aid in their healthy growth and future cultivation. He then entered the room, where Xue Meishu had just given birth. Exhausted, she was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale. Sure, you have worked hard. Zhao Qingshan grasped her hand and offered her a medicinal pill. The ordeal had nearly cost Xue Meishu her Golden Core status. In a weakened voice, she replied, "To bear a child for my husband is a blessing for me." Her gaze fell lovingly upon the child in Zhao Qingshan's arms. For he was the fruit of her labor, flesh of her flesh. "My husband, what name shall we give our child?" she inquired. "Today, as he enters the world amid the falling snow, it is said that auspicious snow heralds a bountiful year. Therefore, his name shall be Zhao Rui." Zhao Qingshan declared after a moment's contemplation. He had considered several names prior, but upon the child's arrival, this name resonated with greater significance. Zhao Rui, Zhao Rui. A splendid name indeed. A smile graced Xue Meishu's face as she called out, "Ruer, Ruer." At that moment, Zhao Qingshan also noticed the golden line of text that had appeared on the virtual panel at the corner of his eye. "Congratulations, host. Your legitimate son has been born. You are awarded a grand gift package." Zhao Qingshan was in no rush to claim the gift package. It was there, available for him to receive at any moment. There was no need for haste. The birth of a son had transformed the atmosphere in the courtyard into something inexplicably vibrant. The wives and concubines were increasingly eager to conceive, with even Bing Tong expressing a desire to bear a daughter, while Bai Su yearned for another son. Bing Tong was relatively composed, but Zhao Qingshan was particularly cautious with Bai Su. She was already at the peak of the Golden Core stage. on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul realm, and he dared not allow her to become pregnant, as childbirth could potentially delay her breakthrough by decades, if not a century. After all, pregnancy often severely depletes a woman's vitality, and the higher the cultivation level, the greater the toll it takes. The same logic applied to Lin Yu and Sheng Wanshui. They had long lifespans and plenty of time ahead, so there was no need to rush. However, Yao Yu had become almost obsessed, seeking Zhao Qingshan out every night. In the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan silently commanded the system to claim the grand gift package. Instantly, a beam of golden light leapt from the virtual panel. Before him materialized a cold, black-robed figure, exuding a chilling aura that startled Zhao Qingshan. In an instant, he comprehended the figure's nature. This cold, black-robed figure was not a living being, but rather a puppet forged from various materials, a death god puppet. By dripping blood to recognize its master, one could wield its power. The death god puppet possessed formidable strength, reaching the peak of the out-of-body stage. Moreover, its body was incredibly resilient, impervious to pain or death, a source of headache even for cultivators at the spirit-severing stage. If there were any drawbacks, it was that the death god puppet consumed a significant amount of spirit stones, requiring high-grade or top-grade spirit stones as its energy source. Each use consumed 100 high-grade spirit stones per hour, amounting to 2,400 high-grade spirit stones per day. Zhao Qingshan immediately dripped his blood onto the death god puppet, which absorbed it like mercury. With a flicker of thought, the death god puppet was drawn into Zhao Qingshan's body, functioning similarly to a spiritual weapon. He felt a surge of joy with this death god puppet. He had acquired a powerful trump card in a short span of time. Furthermore, as long as he remained within 300,000 miles of it, he could sense its presence, akin to having a doppelganger. It was evident that this death god puppet was crafted through a superior puppet secret technique, far beyond Zhao Qingshan's current mastery. What a splendid treasure! With this death god puppet, I can venture into the outside world with ease. Zhao Qingshan exclaimed with delight. Although Tian's Hushan was home to the purple flood dragon and the king of green serpents, both powerful beasts at the infantile realm, there was typically little danger involved. However, Zhao Qingshan was apprehensive that after his departure, if these two demonic beasts were to break through to the out-of-body stage, it would spell danger. Tian's Hushan would undoubtedly be reduced to rubble, and the Zhao family would face utter annihilation. After all, Zhao Qingshan had enslaved them. The beast-taming circle could only subjugate those at the nascent soul level and was powerless against those at the out-of-body stage. Yet, with the death god puppet, all these problems would be effortlessly resolved. Stepping out of the cultivation chamber, he was met with the sight of Yao Yue gazing at him with a look of deep melancholy. Zhao Qingshan felt a chill run down his spine. Yao Yue, both inexperienced and playful, insisted on challenging him despite knowing she was no match. It was hard to say whether it was a case of repeated defeats or relentless attempts. This stubbornness left Zhao Qingshan feeling a sense of trepidation. When a woman becomes resolute, even one's own heart may tremble. Yet, Yao Yue was willing to try anything, which left Zhao Qingshan both enamored and fearful. My husband, I possess a treasure that I wish for you to appraise. Yao Yue approached, entwining her arm with Zhao Qingshan's, speaking softly. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard. Then let us take a look. Upon entering the room, Yao Yue bade him to sit, then gracefully descended. A quarter of an hour later, she emerged transformed. Clad in a white fox garment, with 3 elegant white fox tails trailing behind her. Husband, do I appear beautiful? She asked, gently tugging at her garment to reveal her midriff, her crimson lips slightly parted. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Zhao Qingshan exclaimed, pulling her close. In this world, some may have perished. Yet not entirely. Chapter 120. The children's situation in the frigid winter of December, the cold intensified with each passing day. That night, after the north wind had howled for half the day, snow began to fall, and by the following day, the snowfall had escalated, transforming the landscape into a vast expanse of white, with silver flakes dancing gracefully in the air. Even the lake had succumbed to the frost, its surface frozen solid. The impoverished folk, who typically relied on hunting and fishing to supplement their meager provisions, now faced dire straits, as the harsh weather rendered even basic sustenance elusive. Before long, the snow had accumulated to such depths that ordinary people found it nearly impossible to traverse. The snow reached up to their thighs, making movement a formidable challenge. Yet, within the courtyard, the ambience remained perpetually spring-like, with vibrant flowers continuing to bloom. Today, the wives and concubines had gathered in rare unity, their collective gaze fixed upon Zhao Rui, who was on the cusp of turning 6. According to tradition, today marked the day for testing Zhao Rui's spiritual roots, a pivotal moment that would determine his destiny in the realm of cultivation. The presence or absence of spiritual roots dictated one's potential for cultivation. Without them, no matter how exceptional the techniques or abundant the resources, The path to immortality would remain forever closed. With spiritual roots, however, the journey of cultivation could begin, and the quality of those roots would reflect one's innate talent. Zhao Qingshan's two children, Zhao Yuanma and Zhao Linger, were both blessed with exceptional gifts. Zhao Yuanma possessed a superior water attribute spiritual root, while Zhao Linger boasted a rare fire attribute spiritual root. Now, everyone was eager to discern the grade of Zhao Rui's spiritual roots. Zhao Rui, too, looked eagerly at Zhao Qingshan, aware of the significance of this test at the tender age of 6. As the child of Zhao Qingshan, he had always been different from ordinary children, nourished from a young age with the flesh of magical beasts, the pure waters of mountain springs, and the finest spiritual rice and vegetables. He yearned to cultivate, to soar through the skies on a sword like his parents, to experience the freedom of flight akin to that of birds gliding through the heavens. Zhao Qingshan produced a circular disc. Ruier, place your hand within. Zhao Rui obediently extended his hand, placing it into the disc. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Zhao Rui complied, shutting his eyes tightly. In that moment, the disc emanated a brilliant earthy glow, dazzling in its radiance. A smile broke upon Zhao Qingshan's face. His son possessed an earth attribute spiritual root of remarkable quality. Upon witnessing this, Xuan Meishu's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally settled, and tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. Her son's talent surpassed her own by leaps and bounds. The better the spiritual root, the greater the talent for cultivation, and thus, the swifter the progress in one's practice. This would enable one to traverse further along the arduous path of cultivation. What mother does not wish to provide the best for her child? A child is indeed the treasure of a parent's heart. With Zhao Rui, Zhao Qingshan now had 3 children, yet, for Xuan Meishu, Zhao Rui was her sole son. Father, do I possess spiritual roots? Zhao Rui asked anxiously, fearing the possibility of being without them and thus unable to cultivate. Zhao Qingshan gently ruffled Zhao Rui's hair. Ruier, you possess a superior earth attribute spiritual root, and your cultivation talent is exceptional. With diligent practice, attaining the status of a nascent soul cultivator will be a natural progression. At these words, Zhao Rui's heart swelled with joy, and the courtyard resonated with laughter as everyone celebrated, reveling in the delight of the moment until the night grew quiet. My dear, Yuanma and Lingo have traversed the world for many years. How cruel of you to deny the child the comfort of home, and even our visits, Bing Tong lamented. Nestled in Zhao Qingshan's embrace, Zhao Qingshan opened his mouth to respond, yet the sorrowful gaze of Bing Tong rendered him speechless. Initially, he had set the goal for his children to descend the mountain and wander for a decade before returning to Tianzhushan. But now, merely 8 years had passed. Zhao Qingshan remarked, in due time, once Susu successfully breaks through to the nascent soul stage, we shall visit Yuanma and Susu. Bai Su, through her diligent practice, had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage and exhibited signs of impending breakthrough. Zhao Qingshan was reluctant to leave Tianzhushan at such a crucial moment. Upon hearing this, Bing Tong's spirits soared. Days swiftly passed. Bai Su entered seclusion, striving for the nascent soul realm, not at Tianzhushan, but within the molten depths of Bopping Ridge. The essence of fire here was most potent, aiding her breakthrough. Zhao Qingshan personally safeguarded Bai Su during this endeavor. Bai Su retrieved the long-prepared nascent soul pill and commenced her breakthrough. She had long since shifted her cultivation to the Danyan Ju imparted by Zhao Qingshan, which was far more profound than the Liyang Xiangong. In just 3 days, Bai Su successfully ascended to the nascent soul realm. Zhao Qingshan discerned the transformation of her aura with clarity, and upon witnessing her success, he nodded slightly. Among his wives, Bai Su possessed the finest talent. However, if not for her motherhood which had replenished her vitality, she could have broken through to the nascent soul realm years ago. Bai Su initially cultivated orthodox techniques, granting her a substantial foundational advantage. In contrast, Yao Yu, Lian Yu, and Shangguan Shui would have found it significantly more challenging to achieve the same, had they not followed Zhao Qingshan later on. While possessing a superior spiritual root could potentially lead one to the nascent soul realm, it was by no means a guarantee. Over countless years, many with superior spiritual roots had failed to achieve such a breakthrough. Bai Su did not emerge from her seclusion immediately, having just broken through. She needed time to solidify her newfound strength. After over 10 days of consolidation, Bai Su firmly established herself in the early nascent soul stage. Upon her emergence, Zhao Qingshan, accompanied by Bai Su and Bing Tong, set out to visit Zhao Yuanma and Zhao Linger. They soared through the skies on their swords, rapidly approaching the horizon. Tianzhushan shrank into the distance, the outline of Chomping City fading until it became but a mere speck. The trio flew with great speed, soon leaving the borders of Chongping City behind. Traveling southwest for more than 2,000 miles, they reached the boundary of the Zhao Kingdom, halting as they beheld the vast expanse of dark wilderness ahead. In the distance, hazy peaks loomed amidst the clouds. Beyond the boundary lay the wilds, a perilous region spanning nearly 3,000 kilometers in length and 2,000 kilometers in width, a forbidden zone for humanity. Yet, this wilds was a paradise for beasts and monsters. In this realm resides a multitude of mystical beasts, and who can truly fathom their number? These creatures harbor a deep-seated animosity towards humanity. Should they catch sight of a human, they will undoubtedly launch an assault. Ordinary individuals would never venture into the wilderness. Only a select few cultivators dare to brave such perilous lands. Despite the vastness of this untamed expanse, it is abundant with spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits. Unlike human cultivators, mystical beasts lack the knowledge of alchemy and artifact forging, which renders many spiritual plants undiscovered or guarded by spirit beasts. Yuan Imo displayed remarkable audacity by traversing into this wild terrain. At that moment, Bingtong realized the whereabouts of her son. Rest assured, Yuan Imo is my firstborn. How could I possibly disregard his safety? Zhao Qingshan reassured her. They then proceeded deeper into the wilderness. The desolate wilderness bore witness to scarce human presence, with layers of decayed leaves accumulating on the ground, rustling underfoot. Towering ancient trees stood sentinel, their age immeasurable, and among them was a colossal tree, its girth spanning 3 meters. The scent of rotting branches and withered foliage permeated the forest, overwhelming the air with its heaviness. A young man traversed this ancient realm with a lightness in his step, as if it were his own backyard. Nearby, a dark-hued tree was entwined by an equally dark venomous serpent, fixated on the swift figure of Zhao Yuanimo. With a sudden rush, the serpent, coiled and poised, launched itself like a streak of black lightning towards Yuan Imo. Yet, without altering his stride, Yuan Imo unsheathed his longsword. He unleashed a torrential downpour of sword strikes, the gleaming blade intertwining like a flowing stream, ensnaring the black serpent. No matter how ferocious the creature appeared, it found itself subdued by the relentless current. The serpent, though endowed with boundless strength, felt as though it were imprisoned in a watery cage, unable to unleash its might against the very element that bound it. In a decisive moment, Yuan Imo thrust his sword forward, and time seemed to still. In the haze of battle, the swordlight transformed into a singular droplet of rain, piercing the serpent at its most vulnerable point. The wisdom of striking precisely at the heart of the serpent was not lost on Yuan Imo instantly. The serpent's vitality seemed to drain away, and it collapsed to the ground. Its eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting the shock that it had been vanquished by this human cultivator. At that moment, applause rang out, startling Zhao Yuanimo. He had not anticipated the presence of others nearby. Turning towards the source of the sound, he was taken aback, only to be filled with joy as he called out, "Father, Mother, and Sue. Indeed, indeed. Over the past 8 years, your dedication to cultivation has not waned. I am immensely proud," Zhao Qingshan commended, patting Yuan Imo on the shoulder. Inheriting the best traits of both Zhao Qingshan and Bingtong, Yuan Imo stood over 6 feet tall, handsome, and charismatic. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to his father. Zhao Qingshan's heart swelled with pride as he recognized that Yuan Imo had successfully established his foundation, drawing ever closer to the peak of his cultivation journey. Moreover, Zhao Yuanmo possesses a wealth of combat experience, and it is evident that his travels across the world have greatly contributed to his growth. In terms of character, he has also developed commendably. In the future, Zhao Yuanmo is destined for remarkable achievements. He felt immense joy upon discovering that his parents had come to visit him. They arrived at a location where a stream flowed, directly carving out a small cave on the rocky wall. There, beside the stream, they kindled a fire to prepare a meal. Under normal circumstances, in such untamed wilderness, one would be wary of the numerous beastly creatures lurking nearby, for lighting a fire could attract them. However, with Zhao Qingshan present, there was no fear of these beasts. As Zhao Yuanmo recounted his adventures after leaving Talentless, he shared that he had spent several years traversing the mundane world, journeying southwest. Upon descending from Talentless, he felt elated, as if the sky was boundless for birds to soar and the sea wide for fish to leap. After all, it was his first departure from Talentless. Throughout his travels, he witnessed many hardships not found in books, such as the struggles of ordinary people and the difficulties faced by low-level cultivators. These cultivators worked tirelessly to secure resources for their practice, often sacrificing much in the process. Initially, he found it perplexing. He could not comprehend why a flourishing female cultivator would seek a foundation-building practitioner with over a century of cultivation experience as a partner. He also failed to understand why cultivators would engage in fierce battles over mere low-grade spirit stones, sometimes even sacrificing their lives. He had countless questions. Yet, as his experiences accumulated, he gradually gained insight. He came to understand the arduous nature of cultivation, which is truly a battle against fate. It is entirely normal for cultivators to take drastic measures to advance further along their path. Finding a female partner of the same level is a daunting task for male cultivators, as there are significantly fewer female cultivators. Women can choose partners of higher status, ensuring both protection and access to more cultivation resources. It was then that he recognized how fortunate he was throughout his life. He had never lacked cultivation resources and possessed exceptional talent. Zhao Yuanma successfully established his foundation, becoming a foundation-building cultivator. He did not halt his journey but continued onward to the southwestern frontier, entering the wilderness. Subsequently, Zhao Yuanma began to cultivate in the wild, battling beasts and attuning himself to nature. Bingtong felt a pang of sorrow, tears streaming down her face, as she realized the many hardships her son had endured. As night fell, Zhao Qingshan and the others departed. Their son had his own path to forge. They would not interfere but would instead offer their respect. The resources they provided could only serve as assistance. The path he walked in cultivation depended solely on his own efforts. Relying on external forces is ultimately unreliable. Reluctantly, Bingtong left, entrusting Zhao Yuanma with a storage bag as she departed. Zhao Yuanma felt a deep sense of loss, yet he had grown. His resolve was steadfast. He would not return voluntarily until the decade had passed. After leaving the wilderness, he traveled northward. To the north lay a desolate expanse, stark and barren, blanketed in ice and snow, with frigid temperatures that were truly alarming. The frigid winds howled, sweeping across the vast expanse, scattering countless icy shards with abandon. In this realm of frost, towering icebergs ascended to the heavens, their surfaces polished to a brilliant sheen by the relentless sculpting of countless years of biting gales. One could even see reflections of themselves upon the icy walls. 3 figures descended from the skies. To everyone's astonishment, Linger had ventured to the Arctic tundra. Bai Su was utterly taken aback. After all, Zhao Linger possessed a fire attribute spirit root, making this icy domain ill-suited for her cultivation. Yet here she was. A figure emerged. "I pay my respects to my master," proclaimed the king of the Azure Serpent with utmost reverence. "Where is Linger?" Zhao Qingshan inquired calmly. The king of the Azure Serpent replied, "Mrs. currently cultivating within that mountain." Not far away stood an iceberg, approximately 1,000 meters high. Under the guidance of the king of the Azure Serpent, they approached a specific location on the iceberg. Remarkably, despite the icy surroundings, this particular spot was imbued with a remarkably active fire attribute. Zhao Qingshan's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he spotted a flame not far from Zhao Linger. This flame exuded a chilling aura, yet paradoxically, it was indeed a fire, radiating immense heat. Even at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, Zhao Qingshan sensed a looming danger. He could hardly fathom that his daughter had stumbled upon such a rare and extraordinary flame. Indeed, Zhao Qingshan had inherited the legacy of Pang Hai and was aware that within the world, peculiar flames could manifest. These flames were wondrous treasures, exceedingly rare and valuable. For cultivators with fire attribute spirit roots, such extraordinary flames were akin to a transformative boon. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 121, Zhaoling, Golden Core Stage, Heaven and Earth's Extraordinary Fire. Such a legendary phenomenon truly exists, and it has been encountered by my own daughter. Zhao Qingshan was filled with awe. In the past, Pang Hai had spent countless hours and efforts, even traveling to other cultivation planets, only to find a single flower of heaven and earth's extraordinary fire. Yet Zhao Lingo stumbled upon one by mere chance. "Husband, what is that flame?" Bai Su frowned in confusion. "Do not approach." Zhao Qingshan quickly intervened, preventing Bai Su from getting closer. "This is heaven and earth's extraordinary fire." "This is fire?" Ice Tong exclaimed incredulously. "It feels so cold." This pure white flame, known as Bone Spirit Cold Fire, is a peculiar fire that combines both extreme cold and extreme heat, said to manifest only in places of unparalleled chill and low temperatures. Zhao Qingshan spoke solemnly. Its power is such that even a tribulation phase expert may struggle to withstand it. So powerful. Isn't it vastly superior to the 3 flavors true fire? Bai Su was left speechless. For cultivators who reach the golden core stage, they can condense the 3 flavors true fire, which is significantly stronger than ordinary flames. Indeed, its potency far exceeds that of the 3 flavors true fire. Even our perfected flames in cultivation can only be compared to this Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Zhao Qingshan acknowledged with a nod. "Father, mother, aunt." At that moment, Zhao Linger emerged from her meditative state. Overjoyed to see Zhao Qingshan and the others, she rushed into Bai Su's embrace. Zhao Qingshan gazed at Zhao Linger. After 8 years, his beloved daughter had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Zhao Lingo inherited Bai Su's beauty, possessing an allure that could captivate nations. Observing her cultivation level, he marveled that in just 8 years, she had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, it seemed that she had not attained this level recently. Dear Linger, have you perceived the impending tribulation of the four nines? Zhao Qingshan inquired. Zhao Lingo linked her arm with Zhao Qingshan's and nuzzled against him. Father, half a month ago, I sensed the four nines tribulation. If I calculate correctly, it will arrive in 10 days. The four nines tribulation is a significant event, and one destined for it would sense its approach clearly. Such a tribulation is inescapable for those who are fated to undergo it. Linger, knowing about the tribulation, why did you not return home sooner? If your father and I came to find you during your tribulation, Baisu said, both anxious and upset. The four nines tribulation is of utmost importance, and every foundation establishment cultivator must exercise extreme caution. Baisu had once relied on Zhao Qingshan's assistance to successfully navigate her own four nines tribulation. How could I forget? Zhao Linger stuck out her little tongue playfully. Zhao Qingshan affectionately ruffled Zhao Linger's hair. Lingo, I will teach you a technique. You must first absorb this extraordinary fire. Father, do you truly understand this peculiar flame? Zhao Linger tilted her head, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. This is called bone spirit cold fire, an extraordinary fire of the world. A unique flame that merges extreme cold and extreme heat, possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Zhao Qingshan gently patted Zhao Linger's head and explained. With this extraordinary flame, combined with your innate talent, the path to cultivating immortality will be smooth sailing. Ascending to the upper realms will merely be a matter of course. Subsequently, Zhao Qingshan tapped Zhao Linger's brow, and a set of incantations appeared in her mind. He then retrieved a few elixirs, pulse nourishing pill, tranquility pill, and yuan recovery pill from his spatial ring. After Zhao Lingo assimilated the incantation, she turned her gaze towards the ghostly white flame. Taking out the pills, she consumed them, then began to manipulate the incantation. As if sensing the fate that awaited her, the ghostly white flame surged violently, and the surrounding space exhibited noticeable distortions. The temperature of this bone spirit cold fire was indeed terrifying. As the extraordinary flame grew increasingly ferocious, Zhao Qingshan's expression turned grave. Refining such a flame was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should one fail, the consequences could range from severe injury to complete annihilation by the flames. However, success promised immense rewards, resulting in profound transformations, granting one a powerful means of defense. Furthermore, whether in alchemy or artifact forging, it would yield significantly enhanced results. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly white flame expanded, enveloping the area and transforming it into a realm of white fire. The flames became tumultuous, crackling, and roaring, incinerating the surrounding air into a void of nothingness. Zhao Qingshan radiated stellar true fire from his body, shielding the three of them as he gazed intently at Zhao Linger. She began to rapidly execute the incantation, her breath quickening, beads of sweat streaming down her forehead and cheeks. The bone spirit cold fire was utterly fearsome. Its intense heat reduced solid rock to mere rubble, which was then burnt to fine white ash. Zhao Lingo commenced her acceptance of the flame's refining process, and in an instant, the entire mountain was consumed by the otherworldly fire. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Qingshan formed a grand formation, confining the overwhelming force within its bounds. Otherwise, even from a great distance, one could sense its presence, manifesting extraordinary phenomena in the heavens. The ghostly white flames surged violently, and the elemental energies within the surrounding space seemed to erupt, swirling in a riot of colors akin to a vibrant river, dazzling to behold. The multicolored energies coiled around the bone spirit cold fire, occasionally sending a burst of flames leaping upward, causing the circular bands of energy to appear jagged and incomplete, reminiscent of a pie bitten by a dog. The destructive power was truly formidable, were it to gain consciousness. It could effortlessly transform a vast expanse into a realm of flames. Zhao Qingshan marveled at this. It is essential to note that this was merely the extraordinary flame instinctively emanating its self-protection and not its full might. After an entire day and night, the ghostly white flame was finally refined by Zhao Linger and absorbed into her body. Linger, have you truly refined that flame? Baisu asked, filled with disbelief. The terrifying power of the flames was overwhelming. Had it not been for Zhao Qingshan's protection, she would have felt compelled to distance herself. Yet now, the ghostly white flame had vanished, revealing that it had entered Zhao Linger's body. Hee, mother, look. Zhao Lingo giggled, extending her hand to conjure a ghostly white flame. It was indeed the extraordinary bone spirit cold fire. Zhao Qingshan displayed a look of contentment. With the possession of this unique flame, Zhao Linger's path to immortality was assured, provided she remained diligent. Reaching the great ascension phase and ascending to the higher realms would merely be a matter of time. Come, Linger, refine these two low-grade spirit artifacts. Zhao Qingshan produced two low-grade spirit artifacts, a flying sword and a soft armor. Utilizing the bone spirit cold fire, Zhao Linger swiftly refined both artifacts to perfection. Zhao Qingshan was astonished. This extraordinary fire was truly remarkable. Linger, immerse yourself in the wonders of this unique flame. With the formation I have set, the 4-9 heavenly tribulation shall pose no threat to you, Zhao Qingshan declared. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and finally, Zhao Linger's 4-9 heavenly tribulation arrived. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and a blizzard raged. The clouds that once floated in the sky were swept away, and what had been daylight transformed into a dark crimson hue. A massive vortex emerged in the dark red sky, giving rise to serpentine bolts of lightning that were drawn into the vortex, converging within it until it culminated in a violet tribulation cloud. The tribulation cloud rolled ominously, with the electric serpents writhing within it. Suddenly, an immense pressure emanated from the tribulation cloud, pressing down upon the ground below, intensifying the spatial pressure in an instant. Why is Linger's 4-9 heavenly tribulation so formidable? Bai Su's complexion paled. She realized that Zhao Linger's tribulation was significantly more potent than her own when she faced her 4-9 heavenly tribulation. Zhao Qingshan's expression also turned grave. To defy the heavens naturally incurs divine retribution, hence the tribulation. The greater the power, the more formidable the retribution. With a resounding boom, a massive bolt of purple lightning, resembling a coiling dragon, burst forth from the tribulation cloud, charged with an unstoppable momentum as it descended in a straight line, akin to a deity slaying demons. Zhao Lingo braved the descending heavenly lightning. She effortlessly navigated through this tribulation. As the thunder roared, the violet tribulation cloud churned more violently, with the electric serpents flickering in haste. Moments later, the intensity escalated, signaling the approach of the second bolt of heavenly lightning. Suddenly, a dragon-like bolt of lightning surged down from the heavens, aimed directly at Zhao Linger. Boom! She withstood the second heavenly strike as well, though blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, indicating she had sustained some injuries. She quickly retrieved a medicinal pill. Swallowing it whole, Linger, use the spirit artifacts to defend yourself or activate the formation, Bai Su urged, her concern for her daughter evident. Thunder rumbled ominously as the violet tribulation clouds churned with urgency, their oppressive presence almost tangible. Zhao Qingshan fixed his gaze upon the impending calamity, aware that the third bolt of heavenly lightning was soon to descend. With a tremendous roar, a colossal streak of purple lightning erupted from the clouds, striking downwards towards Zhao Linger. The terrifying bolt propelled her 1,000 meters skyward, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Resolutely, she retrieved a pill and swallowed it, determination etched upon her face. She recalled Zhao Qingshan's words about transcending the tribulation, how it represented both peril and opportunity. She resolved to face it herself. The thunder rolled again, a suffocating pressure enveloping the atmosphere as the most formidable fourth bolt of heavenly lightning prepared to strike. With a deafening crash, the purple lightning, resembling a dragon soaring through the heavens, surged downwards from the ominous clouds, bearing an annihilating force aimed directly at Zhao Linger. Surrounding her, a brilliant white flame radiated fiercely. In that moment, the purple lightning was astonishingly enveloped and refined by the white flame, which grew significantly stronger. Zhao Qingshan, caught between laughter and tears, could hardly believe that his daughter had chosen such a method to confront the fourth tribulation. She relied not on magical artifacts or formations, but solely on her innate fire. As Zhao Linger persevered through the tribulation, she began to employ secret techniques to condense her golden core. The quality of the golden core would dictate her future potential. After compressing it 81 times, the golden core had reached its utmost refinement, revealing itself as a purple-hued core within her. Linger, having transcended the fourth tribulation and entered the golden core stage. Do you wish to return home with us or continue your journey of cultivation? Zhao Qingshan inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Linger responded, Father, I wish to continue my journey of cultivation. Respecting his daughter's choice, Zhao Qingshan presented her with a spatial ring, now appropriate for a cultivator of her caliber. Within the ring lay the elixirs, spiritual talismans, and various techniques for alchemy and artifact forging that Zhao Qingshan had prepared for her. With her unique fire, Zhao Linger was poised for significant achievements in both alchemy and forging. Having departed from the Arctic ice field, Zhao Qingshan, along with Bing Tong and Bai Su, returned directly to Tianzhu Mountain. Their swift journey brought them home by day's end. That evening, Bing Tong and Bai Su attended to Zhao Qingshan's needs. Husband, do you think I shall ever cultivate to the nascent soul stage? Bing Tong asked, nestled in Zhao Qingshan's embrace. In the past, I was content with merely establishing my foundation to accompany you for 200 years. Upon forming my golden core, I hope to share 500 years with you. Grateful for heaven's grace. Yet now, I cannot help but feel a sense of longing, knowing that Sister Bai Su may accompany you for 2,000 years. while I am limited to 500. Despite her usual diligence in cultivation and the insights gained from Zhao Qingshan, her progress had been commendable. However, with a medium-grade spiritual root, her cultivation speed evidently pales in comparison to Bai Su and the others. Currently, she remains in the initial stage of the golden core, still some distance from the mid-stage. Today, upon observing Zhao Linger, who has already transcended the 4-9 tribulations and entered the golden core realm, a sense of complexity welled up within her heart. Do not say such things, dear sister. With a husband by your side, it is merely a matter of time before you cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Even reaching the out-of-body stage in the future is not beyond possibility. Bai Su reassured. Zhao Qingshan added, Tonger, even if you lack confidence in yourself, you should have faith in your husband. He remained quite optimistic about this. Of course, considering Bing Tong's innate talent, reaching the out-of-body stage would not be an easy feat as for attaining the perfected out-of-body stage, to undergo the 6-9 tribulations, and thus cultivate to the spirit-severing stage. Zhao Qingshan did not dare to even contemplate such aspirations. However, achieving the nascent soul stage grants one a lifespan of 2,000 years, while reaching the out-of-body stage extends it to 5,000 years. Being able to accompany her husband for such a duration already brought Zhao Qingshan great contentment. I cannot dare to dream of the out-of-body stage. I merely wish to bear a son or daughter for my husband, and I would be thoroughly satisfied. Bing Tong chuckled lightly. Her current cultivation speed had already slowed considerably, and as one progresses in cultivation, the pace inevitably diminishes further. You are a genius, remember this. Honggongquan. Chapter 122. Little Purple on this day. Zhao Qingshan was greeted with a momentous occasion. Congratulations, host. Your concubine is with child, and a grand reward awaits. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback, realizing that Wan Qing was indeed pregnant. He had no doubt about it, questioning the system was futile. Overjoyed, he recognized the significance of the bloodline continuation, a momentous event indeed. System, I wish to claim my reward. Entering the cultivation chamber, Zhao Qingshan received the grand gift. Suddenly, a beam of golden light emanated from the system, transforming into a box. Zhao Qingshan paused, noting the difference from previous experiences. Upon opening the box, he discovered a pill within. Instantly, a wealth of information about the pill surged into his mind. It was the Dragon Sun pill, a 9th-tier elixir, which guaranteed offspring upon consumption. Zhao Qingshan was momentarily stunned, never expecting to receive such a remarkable remedy. The fact that this pill belonged to the 9th tier was nothing short of astounding. Without hesitation, he consumed the Dragon Sun pill. In an instant, his abdomen felt ablaze, and his body temperature soared. A peculiar intuition washed over him, an almost mystical sensation. Unwavering, Zhao Qingshan made his way to the room of Yao Yu, activating the barriers upon entry. Once the barriers were engaged, no matter how loud the sounds within, they would not reach the outside world. My husband, what brings you here tonight? Yao Yu inquired, astonished. Zhao Qingshan had always been equitable, treating both of his wives with fairness. Logically, he should have been with the other. As noon approached, Zhao Qingshan lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. The after effects of the Dragon Sun pill were overwhelming, even for his robust physique. Meanwhile, Yao Yu was breathing heavily, on the verge of exhaustion. Had Zhao Qingshan not intervened, she might have succumbed. He retrieved another pill, administering it to Yao Yu. Congratulations, host, your concubine is pregnant, and a grand reward awaits. The system's notification flashed on the screen, prompting Zhao Qingshan to reflect deeply. They had worked tirelessly, yet Yao Yu had shown no signs of pregnancy, nearly driving her to distraction. Now, with a single Dragon Sun pill, she had achieved her desire. Indeed, the Dragon Sun pill lived up to its reputation as a 9th-tier elixir. It was likely more precious to those in the tribulation and ascension stages than anything else. After all, the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it became to continue the bloodline. For those in the tribulation or ascension stages, even a millennium of effort might not yield a child. One can only imagine the allure such a pill holds for them. However, as Yao Yu was only just pregnant, neither of them, despite being nascent soul cultivators, could perceive it yet. Yet within a mere fortnight, they would sense the change. Yao Yu was overjoyed, never expecting to find herself with child. With 2 concubines pregnant, Zhao Qingshan did not linger on Tianzhashan but instead soared westward. Zhao Qingshan soared swiftly westward, surpassing cities, mountains, grasslands, and lakes below him. Suddenly, a vast desert emerged before his eyes. To the west of the Zhao Kingdom lay the unending highland mountain range, known as the Barbarian Mountains, which stretched for thousands of miles, with countless peaks that rendered ordinary mortals incapable of surviving atop the plateau. Thus, the Barbarian Mountains had become a forbidden realm for humanity, yet it thrived as a paradise for countless demonic beasts. In addition to the Barbarian Mountains, there existed the boundless desert, an endless expanse that seemed to stretch into infinity, coupled with the Arctic tundra to the north. The inhabitants of this territory had long believed that the world was thus confined. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages found it exceedingly difficult to depart from this region, with only those of the Golden Core stage capable of traversing these perilous lands to reach other human-inhabited territories. Zhao Qingshan did not linger, continuing his flight. Just as he was relishing the joy of soaring, an immense oppressive force surged from ahead, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat that rushed toward him, instantly raising the temperature around Zhao Qingshan to several hundred degrees. This is bad. Zhao Qingshan's expression shifted. He realized he had encountered a demonic beast. In an instant, a colossal golden eagle appeared before him, its head adorned with a crown-like golden plumage, and its entire body ablaze with fiery brilliance. Dare a mere human cultivator to trespass in my domain? The eagle demon glared at Zhao Qingshan, its gaze akin to that of an emperor looking upon a beggar, as if it held dominion over the life and death of its adversary. A demonic, infant-level beast. Zhao Qingshan discerned its aura and instantly assessed its might. This was indeed a demonic infant, far more formidable than the purple flood dragon or the king of the green serpent. It was likely not far from achieving the out-of-body stage. More importantly, the eagle had yet to take on a human form, a testament to its immensely powerful lineage. Zhao Qingshan felt no fear, nor did he consider retreat. His eyes were filled solely with the spirit of battle. The eagle, being the sovereign of the skies, excelled in flight. Fleeing was out of the question, especially as Zhao Qingshan had no intention of escaping. He sought to test his own strength. Over the years, Zhao Qingshan had not remained stagnant. He had attained the peak of the nascent soul stage, coupled with the formidable prowess of the 9 transformation star technique. His physique was hardly inferior to that of a demonic infant. Human cultivator, prepare to perish. The eagle demon bellowed. With a whoosh, the strength of the demonic infant erupted instantaneously, its speed increasing severalfold as it transformed into a golden beam of light hurtling toward Zhao Qingshan. Armor materialized around Zhao Qingshan, and a sword appeared in his hand. Eagle demon, you may not necessarily be my match, Zhao Qingshan declared, his form shifting with remarkable swiftness. A fierce battle ensued in the air between the eagle and the man. No wonder that even at the demonic infant level, it had yet to assume human form. Its strength was indeed formidable, its speed unmatched, and its claws extraordinarily sharp. Zhao Qingshan marveled at the creature's might. The eagle demon is presumably a creature of both gold and fire attributes, adept at manipulating flames, which surpass the potency of the human 3 flames true fire by a considerable margin. Its entire body can ignite in flames, yet its feathers are remarkably hard, resembling a suit of armor of spirit weapon caliber. Its claws are exceedingly sharp, likely reaching the level of mid-grade spirit weapons. Moreover, this eagle demon is exceptionally proficient in speed. Even when Zhao Qingshan exerts his utmost effort, he cannot match even half of the eagle demon's velocity. Human, your strength is formidable. I, the eagle monarch, admire you. What is your name? The eagle demon inquired, its eyes gleaming with intensity. Zhao Qingshan replied with a faint smile. Zhao Qingshan, eagle monarch, you may depart, but I hope you refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering demon beasts. Otherwise, even if I must ally with other beasts, I shall ensure your demise, the eagle monarch declared. Having realized it could not contend with Zhao Qingshan, the eagle monarch resolved to let him leave. How splendid it would be for you to become my spirit beast, Zhao Qingshan mused, contemplating that he would not simply take his leave. With the eagle demon's swiftness and aptitude for flight, it would serve as an ideal mount. Should he tame the eagle demon, he could traverse from the easternmost to the westernmost parts of the continent in a mere day. The eagle monarch's eyes flared with fury. Zhao Qingshan, you insult the great eagle monarch, and thus, we shall not rest until one of us is dead. The eagle monarch was incensed. Demon beasts harbor a profound resentment towards becoming a human spirit beast, for it signifies a loss of freedom and the essence of their demonic nature, rendering their lives at the mercy of humans. Zhao Qingshan's intention to claim it as a spirit beast was the utmost affront to its dignity. Come at me, Zhao Qingshan challenged as he clashed with the eagle monarch. He harbored no fear of engaging in battle. His trepidation lay solely in the possibility of the eagle demon fleeing. With its speed, once it took flight, Zhao Qingshan would be utterly unable to pursue or intercept it. However, in a life-and-death struggle, the dynamics would shift. As the eagle monarch sustained injuries, its speed would inevitably wane. Although demon beasts possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, they cannot rival human cunning. Thus, the battle commenced between the eagle and the man, akin to a cataclysmic event. In this vast desert, however, there was no one to witness. In this desolate expanse, where life was scarcely seen for miles, the eagle monarch howled in agony as Zhao Qingshan landed a punch. What an opportunity! Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled, and he surged forward once more, gradually gaining the upper hand. In the darkness, the eagle monarch seethed with rage, bewildered by Zhao Qingshan's overwhelming strength. With a powerful flap of its wings, the eagle monarch roared, "One day, I will return to hunt you down and kill you." In an instant, the eagle monarch vanished from sight. "Damn, it has escaped again," Zhao Qingshan lamented, filled with reluctance. He refrained from pursuing, recognizing the futility of such an endeavor. Even wounded, the eagle demon's speed still exceeded his by 30%. Chasing it would merely squander time, especially since the eagle could soar to great heights, while his maximum altitude was a mere 3,000 meters. After a brief respite to recuperate from his injuries, Zhao Qingshan continued his journey westward. There is the aura of a demon beast. It is one of the golden core stage. Zhao Qingshan paused in his tracks. He had left the desolate desert behind, now standing upon lush grassland. Before long, a captivating woman clad in purple entered his line of sight, her delicate hand covering her cherry-red lips in astonishment. A fox. Zhao Qingshan scrutinized the purple-clad maiden and instantly discerned her true nature. "Good sir, are you human?" she inquired, her large, listening eyes blinking with what seemed to be trepidation. "Oh, you, a fox spirit. Encounter me, and yet fear not my blade, which could easily slay you and claim your demon core?" Zhao Qingshan regarded her with a half-smile. The expression on the woman's face shifted slightly. "Though I am a fox spirit, I have never harmed a soul. Why would you wish to kill me? I cannot fathom your cultivation level, but surely it surpasses mine. What use would my demon core be to you? Humans and demons cannot coexist." Zhao Qingshan replied with a serene smile. The enmity between humankind and the demon race began long ago, its origins lost to time. Yet, over countless years, the rift between the two had only widened. The purple-clad maiden summoned her courage. "I believe this is unjust. Why can't humans and demons coexist peacefully? We demons can cultivate to take human form, possessing a physical body. What is the difference? Perhaps the ancestors of humanity were once demons themselves." Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a perspective from this fox spirit. Even the wisest of humanity might struggle to comprehend this notion. "You, dear fox spirit, are indeed intriguing." Zhao Qingshan observed her with interest. "Is this your first encounter with a human cultivator?" The purple-clad maiden nodded vigorously. "Since my birth, I have been following my grandmother in cultivation. Recently, she ventured out to meet friends, and today I secretly slipped away, hoping to explore the human realm. You, a fox spirit, should remain in your own territory. What allure does the human realm hold for you?" Zhao Qingshan chuckled, realizing that this maiden was still quite naive. Her eyes sparkled with longing. "I have heard tales of the human realm being prosperous and powerful, treating the weak with kindness, coexisting harmoniously. There are countless delicacies and delightful amusements to be found. Good sir, might you take me along? I promise to heed your guidance." Zhao Qingshan laughed. "You are an amusing little fox, so refreshingly innocent. Very well, as I have just arrived in this realm, I shall escort you for a time." "Thank you, good sir." "Thank you." The maiden, Little Purple, exclaimed in joyful delight. Zhao Qingshan summoned his sword and they soared into the skies. After flying 1,000 miles, they finally beheld human figures, a bustling little town filled with activity, merchants, and travelers. There were even a few cultivators, though their skills were modest. All at the chi refinement stage, with not a single foundation establishment cultivator in sight. Little Purple was ecstatic, observing everything with wide-eyed curiosity, indulging in candied hawthorn. Unbeknownst to her, purchasing food and goods required currency. Zhao Qingshan shook his head and retrieved a piece of silver from his spatial ring to pay. "What is this item?" "Good sir?" Little Purple inquired, puzzled. What is referred to as silver is, in fact, refined from white silver, serving as the currency of ordinary humanity, Zhao Qingshan patiently elucidated. Although Xiao Zi was a demon beast of the Dan level, it was evident that such concepts were foreign to the realm of demon beasts. Zhao Qingshan savored the local delicacies while simultaneously gathering information about the surroundings. He soon discerned that this nation was named Wei, established for over 30,000 years. They currently resided in the eastern city of Wei, Dongye City. Unlike the expansive territory of Zhao, Wei's domain spanned approximately 70 million square kilometers, roughly half that of Zhao. Furthermore, Wei was not governed by sects within the world of cultivation. Instead, it was ruled by cultivation families. The royal house of Wei, the Chao family, stood as the most formidable among these families. After gaining insight into Wei, Zhao Qingshan expressed his admiration, noting its distinctiveness. The Chao family's enduring strength. Maintaining dominion over this territory for 3 millennia was nothing short of astonishing. It was remarkable to consider that while a sect might experience cycles of prosperity and decline over such a duration, a dynasty often faces even more tumultuous fluctuations. Yet, Wei had remained consistently under the rule of the Chao family. The Emperor of Wei had reigned for a millennium. This implied that the emperor was a Yuanian cultivator, whose aspirations would typically lead one to pursue higher realms. Nevertheless, he chose to remain in the position of emperor. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 123. The 9-rank cultivation families. The Kingdom of Wei, a realm of extraordinary characteristics. The cultivation families are dispersed throughout the kingdom, forming a unique structure. These families are categorized by rank, with the first rank being the highest and the 9th rank the lowest. Beneath the royal Chao family, there are 10 first-rank families, whose influence permeates the entirety of Wei, rendering them immensely prestigious. Following the first rank are the second-rank families, of which there are 20 in the kingdom. Similarly, there are 63rd-rank families, 84th-rank families, 165th-rank families, 326th-rank families, 647th-rank families, 1088th-rank families, and 2169th-rank families. For a family to ascend in rank, they must either defeat a higher-ranked family or seize their rank through conquest. The minimum requirement for a 9th-rank family is to possess at least one foundation-building cultivator, as each 9th-rank family governs a town. Throughout the Kingdom of Wei, there are only 2,160 towns. Beyond these towns, there is no protection from the kingdom, allowing for unrestricted conflict, which the Wei military will entirely disregard. 8th-rank families oversee a county, with each county containing merely 2 towns, and the 2 9th-rank families within will regard the 8th-rank family with utmost reverence. 7th-rank families govern a prefecture, each containing only 2 counties. 6th-rank families preside over a state, with each state also comprising 2 prefectures. 5th-rank families manage a circuit, which encompasses 2 states. As for the 4th-rank families, they are exclusively located in the capital city of Luo. Families of the 4th rank and above reside solely in Luo City. The 9-rank system is exceedingly stringent and harsh. Anyone aspiring to cultivate and establish a cultivation family, including those solitary cultivators, is no exception. 90% of the resources in the Kingdom of Wei are controlled by cultivation families, leaving solitary cultivators in a dire plight, competing for the meager 10% of remaining resources. To grow stronger and secure cultivation resources for future generations, one must establish a cultivation family. If one does not belong to a cultivation family, even those of exceptional talent must marry into one, thereby severing ties with their origins. Indeed, in the Kingdom of Wei, individuals of remarkable talent without access to cultivation resources are relegated to marrying into families, becoming auxiliary sons-in-law. Once one has entered a cultivation family, there is no turning back. Failure to comply results in pursuit and extermination by the family. Even individuals of great strength would find themselves isolated, with no place in the Kingdom of Wei. In this kingdom, there is no distinction between righteous and demonic paths. There exists only a disparity in lineage. Those born into poverty face immense challenges in rising above their station. Should one with exceptional talent fortuitously embark on the path of cultivation, they must navigate a ruthless landscape, ultimately challenging 9th-rank families to usurp their positions. In Wei, families must ascend rank step by step. There is no shortcut to promotion. This incredible structure has endured for a staggering 30,000 years. The aristocracy, elevated and dominant, ultimately established a vast system that governed the entirety of the Wei kingdom. Upon gaining insight into the conditions of Wei, Zhao Qingshan was left astounded. It was inconceivable to him that such a structure could endure for 30,000 years. Ordinary lives were steeped in misery, and those at the lower echelons of cultivation suffered even more. In Wei, there was no distinction between the realms of cultivation and the secular world. Zhao Qingshan began to comprehend why the loose cultivators in this town were so feeble, yet so belligerent, often venturing beyond the town's borders to engage in combat. Their resolve was firm, yet their spiritual cultivation was lacking. Moreover, ordinary citizens were burdened by exorbitant taxes. Those who wished to evade taxation sought survival outside the town, only to face the threat of mountain bandits and the predation of demonic beasts. Little Purple indulged herself, while many eyes were fixated on her, glimmering with avarice. As a fox transformed into a human, Little Purple was inherently beautiful, possessing an alluring figure and captivating visage. The natural charm she exuded was potent enough to enthrall even the most steadfast souls. At the Golden Core stage, her allure was simply irresistible. A handsome young cultivator, consumed by greed, thought it better to accompany her than a mere mortal without any cultivation. Little Purple furrowed her brow and chided. How can you, a human cultivator, be so shameless? Ah, even when angry, you are still exquisite. Come, let me cherish you. The young cultivator laughed heartily, then lunged toward Little Purple. With a flick of her hand, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth, sending the youth hurtling backward. A demonic beast. Such formidable power. The onlookers, who had previously failed to discern her true nature, now recognized her as a creature of immense strength. Zhao Qingshan shook his head in exasperation, swiftly grasping Little Purple and whisking her away. "Young master, have I caused trouble?" Little Purple inquired anxiously outside the town. Zhao Qingshan smiled gently. "It is not your fault." He then conjured a crystal and wielded the starfire to scorch it. Little Purple's expression shifted in astonishment at the overwhelming might of the starfire. If it were directed at her, she would have no means to resist. It was in this moment that she truly grasped Zhao Qingshan's power. Realizing that with a mere gesture, he could easily end her life, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Grateful that Zhao Qingshan was not a greedy human cultivator, otherwise, her fate would have been dire. As Zhao Qingshan controlled the starfire to refine the crystal, he ultimately forged a red bracelet. This bracelet, classified as a low-grade spiritual artifact, was designed to conceal one's aura. After refining it, the demonic energy would be transformed into magical power upon use. "Infuse it with your blood," Zhao Qingshan instructed, tossing the bracelet to Little Purple. She let a drop of blood fall onto the bracelet and joyfully adorned her wrist. "How beautiful!" Little Purple exclaimed with delight. Zhao Qingshan, accompanied by Xiaozi, journeyed towards the nearest city. Before long, they arrived at Dongya City, a modest yet vibrant urban locale on the eastern frontier of the Wei Kingdom. Significantly smaller than Chomping City, but bustling with life. As they wandered through Dongya City, Zhao Qingshan found it remarkable that the city lord was merely a foundation-building cultivator. The entire lord's mansion, situated at the heart of the city, was occupied solely by a single family, its expanse dominating the surroundings. Such extraordinary prosperity was truly inconceivable. While opulent estates were scarce outside, the city lord's residence was alive with music and dance. In this city, there were hardly a few foundation-building cultivators, and those few were rather destitute, their fortunes meager. After exploring Dongya City, Zhao Qingshan continued westward, indulging in the scenic beauty along the way, stopping to enjoy the sights of various towns. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at a great river, the Luo River, the largest in the Wei Kingdom, which traversed the realm from east to west, bifurcating it. The main artery of the Luo River connected the entirety of the kingdom, with numerous tributaries intricately woven throughout its regions. It could be said that the Luo River nurtured the majority of humanity within the Wei Kingdom. What a magnificent river! Zhao Qingshan sat on the deck of a grand pleasure boat he had directly hired, having spent 1,000 taels of gold to rent it for a year. "Young master." Xiaozi emerged from the cabin, her long dress and hair billowing in the strong winds of the river's center. "This river is truly vast," she exclaimed in awe. Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly, his hand resting on the iron chains as he surveyed the surroundings. The surging waters of the Luo River stretched for thousands of miles, with its broadest sections exceeding 20 miles across, while even its narrowest points spanned 3 to 4 miles. The origins of the Luo River were uncertain, existing for at least several 100,000 years. Gazing upon the flowing waters, Zhao Qingshan found himself lost in thoughts of scenes from millennia past. Observing the grandeur of the Luo River broadened his perspective considerably. The countless individuals and nations that had risen and fallen over the ages had long since turned to dust. In the grand tapestry of history, the insignificance of the individual became apparent. Be it humans or demons, they were ultimately just manifestations of life. The conflicts between them were merely struggles for survival and the pursuit of cultivation resources. While human cultivators proclaimed their quests to vanquish demons, it often boiled down to coveting the remains of the demon beasts, for every part of those creatures held value. "Young master, wouldn't it be wonderful if humans and demons could coexist peacefully, instead of perpetually waging war?" Xiaozi mused thoughtfully. During their travels, she seemed to have matured significantly. The strife between humans and demons is something that cannot be altered by individuals. Our only recourse is to strengthen ourselves, so we are not at the mercy of fate. Zhao Qingshan replied with a gentle smile. The enmity and bloodshed between the two races had persisted for countless years, whether it was tens of thousands or millions. No one could say. Zhao Qingshan had no intention of resolving the hostilities between humans and the demon race. Such a notion was simply unrealistic. In the kingdom of Wei, countless cultivators hunted demon beasts solely to enhance their own strength, aiming to establish powerful clans that would safeguard their descendants. For the majority of cultivators, slaying demon beasts meant acquiring abundant resources for their cultivation. Conversely, for the demon beasts, preying on humans and consuming their flesh and blood allowed them to accelerate their own cultivation and increase their power. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan's expression shifted. He looked up to see an elderly woman descending from the heavens. "Why have you taken my granddaughter, human?" Her eyes blazed with fury, her voice hoarse. "Grandmother!" Xiaozi exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" The old woman commanded, "Xiaozi, come here quickly. Humans are cunning. They harbor no good intentions." Zhao Qingshan smiled faintly. So it is an old fox. Aren't you afraid for your life by entering human territory? With a single glance, Zhao Qingshan discerned the true identity of the elderly woman. She was indeed an old fox. The creature had evidently practiced for an extended period, emanating a peculiar aura of twilight. Young master, this is my grandmother. She has come to find me. Xiaozi clung to Zhao Qingshan's arm and turned to the old woman. Grandmother, he is not a bad person. The elderly woman retorted angrily, Xiaozi, have you forgotten how I've taught you? Humans are untrustworthy. They are far too sly. Zhao Qingshan chuckled lightly, conjuring the celestial true fire in his hand. Old fox, do you wish to engage me in combat? Such a powerful flame. Who are you, and why has Wei not heard of your kind? The old woman was taken aback. I hail from the Zhao Kingdom, Zhao Qingshan replied with a calm smile. Zhao Kingdom? The old woman furrowed her brow. What is this Zhao Kingdom? I have never heard of it. It is the former Jin Kingdom, Zhao Qingshan explained with a light laugh. Dynasties may change, yet it occurs within mere years. It is likely that the news of Jin's overthrow and Zhao's establishment has yet to reach Wei. Jin Kingdom? The elderly woman gasped in shock. It lies thousands of miles from Wei, with the territory of the Golden Flame Eagle in between. How did you manage to arrive here? Oh, so the formidable eagle demon is a Golden Flame Eagle. Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile. Had it not been for its incredible speed, it would have long been my steed. The old woman gazed at Zhao Qingshan in astonishment, not anticipating that he had encountered the Golden Flame Eagle. Human, I do not wish to fight you. Please release my granddaughter. The elderly woman spoke in a grave tone. Zhao Qingshan replied with a faint smile, Xiaozi, I have never coerced her. Young master, my grandmother has come to find me. I must return with her. Xiaozi expressed her reluctance. I will come to find you again in the future. Zhao Qingshan made no attempt to stop her. After all, humans had their own lives, and demons had theirs. The realm of humanity was not suitable for demons. The old woman departed with Xiaozi. Witnessing this, the captain and sailors knelt in reverence, fervently praying. To soar through the skies is, for the common man, nothing short of divine. The grand vessel glides along the banks of the Luo River. Flanked by vibrant towns brimming with life, the Luo River serves as a vital artery for many, facilitating travel throughout the realms of the Wei Kingdom. The towns that dot its banks are often the most prosperous. Each time they reach a new town, Zhao Qingshan takes the opportunity to explore and revel in its delights. On this particular day, as he stood on the deck of the vessel, a magnificent city came into view. Zhao Qingshan gazed in awe at this sprawling metropolis. It was the capital of the Wei Kingdom, Luodu, nestled beside the waters of the Luo. Luodu is the largest city in the realm. In comparison to Xuqing, Luodu is significantly grander and more imposing, sprawling over a vast area and home to a population exceeding 10 million souls. Upon arriving at a dock outside Luodu, he disembarked and approached the city gates. The towering walls commanded respect, emanating a palpable sense of ancient history. These fortifications are laced with countless formations, which have protected them through the ages, allowing the walls of Luodu to withstand the test of 30 millennia. Otherwise, even stone would surely succumb to decay over such an extensive period. A sixth-tier gathering formation? Zhao Qingshan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He discerned a large gathering formation enveloping the heart of Luodu, leaving him astounded. Some souls may perish, yet they do not entirely fade away. Chapter 124. The enigmatic Jade Linglong, a grand spectacle. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. The sixth-tier gathering spirit array, a construct only a sixth-tier formation master could orchestrate. The cost of such an arrangement is not trifling. As the array's focal point, a low-grade spirit tool would be inadequate. At the very least, a mid-grade spirit tool is required. Perhaps even a top-grade spirit tool would suffice. Moreover, the annual consumption of spirit stones is certainly considerable. Upon entering the capital of Luo, Zhao Qingshan immediately sensed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was 2 to 3 times more abundant than outside. A brief inquiry revealed the structure of Luo, divided into 3 sections: the outer city, the middle city, and the royal city. The outer city is inhabited by 4th-tier noble families, while the middle city accommodates 3rd-tier, 2nd-tier, and 1st-tier noble families. The royal city, situated at the heart of Luo, is also the core of the 6th-tier gathering spirit array. The closer one is to the royal city, the more concentrated the spiritual energy becomes. Within the royal city, the spiritual energy is a staggering tenfold compared to the outside. The royal city is the abode of the Chao family, the imperial lineage of the Wei Kingdom. The Chao family exhibits remarkable ambition. Their ancestors were likely powerful beings of the out-of-body stage, if not even the divine transformation stage. Zhao Qingshan marveled. It can be said that through such means, they have established a 9th-tier noble family that governs the entire Wei realm. The very essence of the Wei Kingdom resides in Luo. And at the core of Luo lies the royal city. The spiritual energy in the royal city is the most potent. No other family, even the first-tier ones, can challenge the supremacy of the royal Zhao family. For a first-tier family, the presence of a nascent soul cultivator is paramount, as such a figure must preside over the family. Zhao Qingshan comprehended that although the territory of the Wei Kingdom is not as vast as that of the Zhao Kingdom, its overall strength is formidable. On the surface, 10 first-tier families possess 10 nascent soul cultivators. The stability of the Zhao family's rule over the Wei Kingdom undoubtedly implies that they have at least one nascent soul cultivator, if not a being in the out-of-body stage. Otherwise, their imperial power would have surely been overthrown long ago. Having found an inn, Zhao Qingshan indulged in fine wine and exquisite cuisine while quietly absorbing the ambience of Luo. The city is vast, and even Zhao Qingshan found it challenging to grasp all its intricacies. Have you heard? The royal family is hosting an auction. Is that true? Indeed, it is. However, the auction is of the highest caliber, taking place on Blue Yuan Island, and only golden core cultivators are permitted to enter the auction grounds. Such high standards. Does that mean we have no chance? Zhao Qingshan felt a stir of curiosity in his heart. He wondered what treasures might be unveiled at this auction. After some inquiries, he set his sights on Blue Yuan Island. Blue Yuan Island lies at the center of the Blue Yuan Sea, an expansive inland sea formed by the confluence of the Luo River, measuring an impressive 500 miles in circumference. Blue Yuan Sea. Zhao Qingshan stood upon his flying sword. Gazing into the distance, the sky and water melded in shades of azure, creating a breathtaking vista that invigorated the spirit. As he overlooked the boundless expanse of the Blue Yuan Sea, waves surged relentlessly, crashing against the rocky shore with a thunderous roar, sending forth plumes of snowy foam. In Zhao Qingshan's mind, the information about Lanyuanhai emerged involuntarily. Lanyuanhai, encompassing a radius of 500 miles, spans an area of 196,250 square kilometers, taking on a circular form. This inland sea is adorned with countless islands, large and small, and serves as a paradise for myriad demonic beasts, whose numbers are beyond reckoning. Zhao Qingshan found himself perplexed as to why the royal auction was not held in the capital, Luodu, but instead took place on Lanyuandao, located at the southern end of this territory. He soared toward the center of Lanyuanhai, and as he flew, he beheld an endless expanse of azure waters. Although referred to as a sea, it is more accurately described as a lake. The Kingdom of Wei is an inland nation, having no coastline. Beyond Lanyuanhai lies not a true sea, but the realm of the southern barbarians. As he gazed down at Lanyuanhai, a fish leaped from the water. A smile graced Zhao Qingshan's face. This body of water is home to a species of flying fish, approximately 4 inches in length, possessing wings and a singular vertebra. The flesh is remarkably tender. By simply removing the wings, extracting the spine, and cleaning out the entrails, one can obtain a piece of exquisite fish meat, which even cultivators find hard to resist. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Qingshan captured the fish that had leaped from the surface. He caught several more before finally descending onto a nearby reef. This reef was diminutive, measuring about 10 square meters. Zhao Qingshan proceeded to remove the wings and spine from the 10 flying fish he had caught, cleaning them thoroughly. It is said that whether grilled, steamed, or made into soup, the flavor of these flying fish is exceptionally delightful. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a set of cooking utensils. Unlike other cultivators who fast for extended periods, Zhao Qingshan preferred to indulge in food and drink. Thus, he possessed a dedicated set of cookware within his spatial ring. He arranged the utensils, placed the flying fish on a plate, and filled a pot with water. A flame ignited in his palm as he controlled its temperature. Before long, the water reached a boil, and the aroma of fish wafted through the air. 10 minutes later, the flying fish were perfectly steamed. Zhao Qingshan savored the delicacy with delight. Indeed, this flying fish is exquisite. No wonder it ranks first on the culinary list of the Great Way, he exclaimed. He favored steaming the fish, as it best preserved its freshness. Soon, he had devoured the 10 steamed flying fish entirely. I should catch a few more to bring back for Bing Tong and the others to taste, Zhao Qingshan mused. While he intended to catch just a few, he ended up capturing over 1,000, placing them into a container before storing them in his spatial ring. Although the spatial ring could only hold inanimate objects, the items within would remain fresh for years. Before long, Zhao Qingshan located Lanyuandao. This island was not large, stretching approximately 30 kilometers from north to south and about 20 kilometers from east to west, with an area estimated at less than 300 square kilometers. However, Lanyuandao was quite prosperous, functioning as a cultivation island. Those who arrived here were at least foundational cultivators, and weaker foundational cultivators would likely meet their demise before even reaching Lanyuandao if they were alone. Upon setting foot on Blue Yuan Island, Zhao Qingshan could not help but marvel at its splendid and enchanting beauty, distinct from the mainland. The roads were lined with exotic flowers and peculiar grasses, while pavilions and towers were nestled in the depths of the lush greenery. Even the casually arranged stone tables and stools appeared to be masterfully crafted. Each small building was constructed from the island's timber, yet adorned with unique embellishments that delighted the eye. Before long, Zhao Qingshan learned that Blue Yuan Island was under the governance of the royal Chao family of the Wei Kingdom. The island was home not only to human cultivators, but also to mystical beasts, coexisting in an astonishingly harmonious manner. There was no bloodshed on Blue Yuan Island. After exchanging a few spirit stones, Zhao Qingshan was ushered into a wooden pavilion. Every visitor must submit spirit stones to stay overnight, for venturing outside without protection could be perilous. As night fell, an extravagant banquet commenced, and Zhao Qingshan eagerly joined the festivities. The banquet table was laden with a plethora of exquisite dishes and seasonal fruits. The atmosphere was lively and exuberant, with the melodious sounds of stringed instruments filling the air, glasses clinking and laughter echoing joyfully. Zhao Qingshan found a quiet corner to occupy at table, indulging in the feast while observing the scene around him. With a month remaining until the royal auction, anticipation ran high among the guests. The royal auctions, organized sporadically, were grand events, with the previous one having transpired 30 years prior. Each auction showcased items that ignited fierce competition among attendees. As the revelry continued into the early hours, the night on Blue Yuan Island was enchanting, with a gentle sea breeze creating ripples across the lotus ponds, enveloped in the rich fragrance of blooming lotuses. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan opened his eyes and gazed skyward. He noticed two figures soaring above. A beautiful woman in a finely embroidered dress with green patterns, petite and delicate. Her fair cheeks youthful. Her flowing black hair was adorned with a pink bow and secured with a jade hairpin. At that moment, she appeared distressed, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, her breath erratic. Following her was a towering man, exuding a formidable presence, adorned with a horn atop his head, enveloped in a menacing aura. "Yulinglong, you shall remain here and become my consort," the hulking man bellowed. "Yulong, one day Yulinglong, will slay you," the woman retorted, filled with animosity. With a thunderous clash, the two engaged in a fierce duel midair. The woman seemed like a kite severed from its string, cascading downwards, directly towards Zhao Qingshan. With a furrowed brow, he instinctively reached out, catching her slender waist. She was petite, yet exquisitely beautiful, radiating an astonishing allure. With a soft gasp, Yulinglong coughed up blood and fainted in Zhao Qingshan's embrace. "Humph, human, surrender Yulinglong to me, or I shall devour you," the man threatened. The towering figure of the man stood aloft, gazing down upon Zhao Qingshan below. With a sigh, Zhao Qingshan lamented the misfortune that befell him while he was simply admiring the moonlit sky. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of sword energy, sharp and lethal, directed at the towering man. The man's head severed and fell to the ground, transforming into Azure Bull's head, while his body morphed into the carcass of a blue bull. This was no ordinary beast. It was a transformed spirit of a blue bull, having attained the cultivation level of the nascent soul, specifically the mid-stage. In contrast, the woman in Zhao Qingshan's embrace was at the initial stage of the nascent soul, rendering her incapable of matching the formidable power of the blue bull spirit. Regrettably, she had provoked Zhao Qingshan and met her end by his sword. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Qingshan stored the blue bull demon's corpse within his spatial ring. Such a creature possessed meat rich in spiritual essence. Its hide could be fashioned into defensive spiritual artifacts, its horns into offensive ones, its fur into talismans, and its blood for crafting spells. Just then, a young man clad in a python robe appeared, greeting Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan cast a glance at the youth, who was a nascent soul cultivator but had refrained from intervening during the battle between Yulinglong and the bull demon. It was understandable, for he was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul. "Daoist friend, do you have something to discuss?" Zhao Qingshan inquired with a faint smile. The young man, "Xiao Yu, cautioned, friend, that Yulinglong is a harbinger of misfortune. It would be wise to keep your distance to avoid attracting calamity." Zhao Qingshan replied with a serene smile. "I fear many things, but courting trouble is not among them." He then carried Yulinglong toward a wooden pavilion, where he set up a barrier to isolate the interior from the outside world, gently placing her on a wooden couch. He retrieved a jade vial containing a singular healing pill. Zhao Qingshan administered the pill to Yulinglong, and soon, her recovery was visibly accelerated. As she stirred awake, Yulinglong was startled to see Zhao Qingshan nearby. She vividly recalled being gravely wounded by the bull demon. However, as comprehension dawned, she bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude. "I am Yulinglong, thankful for your life-saving grace, Daoist friend." Zhao Qingshan, intrigued, responded, "Indeed, I have rescued you, provided a fourth-tier pill, and vanquished that blue bull demon. I wonder how the esteemed maiden intends to repay my kindness? Did you truly slay Wang Mang? Yuling Long was taken aback. She understood well the formidable strength of Wang Mang, having been defeated by him and unable to escape. Zhao Qingshan smiled lightly. Is this not the head of the blue bull demon? Instantly, a large bull's head appeared in his hand. Upon seeing it, Yuling Long was convinced of Zhao Qingshan's feat. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she declared, to repay a life-saving grace, I shall offer myself. If you do not mind, I, Yuling Long, would be honored to be your companion. Zhao Qingshan grasped Yuling Long's delicate hand. Do you not have any regrets? Once the moment passes, it shall be too late. Certainly no regrets, she replied, her teeth lightly biting her lip. As night deepened, the brilliant starlight cascades upon the wooden cottage. Within the cottage, a premium golden spiritual root is indeed a rarity. Upon arriving in the Wei Kingdom, he never anticipated encountering it on Blue Origin Island. Taoist Zhao, your physique is remarkably robust. Have you practiced a body refinement technique? Yuling Long rested her head upon Zhao Qingshan's chest. Zhao Qingshan chuckled lightly. Indeed, I have cultivated a superior body refinement technique. You need not worry about my physical condition in the future. With your formidable strength, I fear I may have to rely on your protection in the days to come. To evade the pursuit of my enemies, Yuling Long spoke softly. I merely hope that Taoist Zhao does not abandon me. Enemies pursuing you? Zhao Qingshan inquired with curiosity. Given that Yuling Long was already a nascent soul practitioner, what adversaries could she possibly have? He recalled Xiao Yu's prior warning to steer clear of Yuling Long to avoid attracting calamity. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 125, The Royal Auction. Yuling Long began to recount her tale. Her parents, originally cultivators of the Golden Core stage, had tragically slain a prince of the royal family, which led to their being hunted down. Realizing that there was no safe haven for them in the Kingdom of Wei, they embarked on a perilous journey with Yuling Long towards the southern wilderness. Their path was fraught with bloodshed, as they faced not only the relentless pursuit of human cultivators, but also the ferocious beasts eager to earn the royal bounty on their heads. The temptation of such a reward was indeed alluring. Ultimately, before reaching the southern wilderness, Yuling Long's parents were gravely injured. They met their demise at the hands of the Azure Bull demon, Nyogong, who devoured them as mere sustenance. At that time, Yuling Long was but a child, hidden away in a small crevice, where she bore witness to the horrific slaughter of her parents. Surviving this tragedy ignited a fierce hatred within her heart. Possessing exceptional talent, she honed her cultivation skills, utilizing the techniques passed down by her parents, and astonishingly ascended to the nascent soul stage in just over a century. Upon achieving the nascent soul, Yuling Long sought vengeance for her parents. She ventured to the capital to exact retribution upon the royal family, slaying several members before the infuriated Emperor of Wei pursued her relentlessly for 3,000 miles, ultimately issuing a warrant for her capture. Yuling Long then turned her sights on Nyogong, intent on avenging her parents, yet she found herself outmatched by the demon. Listening to Yuling Long's account, Zhao Qingshan remained unfazed. According to her, the Emperor of Wei had failed to vanquish Yuling Long, who was estimated to be at the early nascent soul stage, likely now at the mid-stage. Such a level of cultivator was no match for Zhao Qingshan, who could easily contend with multiple foes of that caliber. Gently lifting Yuling Long's delicate chin, he declared, Dear Taoist Yuling Long, from this moment forth, I shall be your protector. A wave of emotion washed over her, having spent her childhood fleeing alongside her parents and witnessing their tragic demise at the hands of a beast. She had grown up in the southern wilderness, perpetually devoid of security. The promise of protection from Zhao Qingshan brought her solace. As a woman, she yearned for a strong shoulder to lean upon. Zhao Daoist, a hint of allure graced Yuling Long's features as she bit her lip softly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, betraying her shyness. Zhao Qingshan laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Though Yuling Long was petite and delicate, her form was as exquisite as jade, possessing a captivating allure. In a brief moment, she had fully regained her strength. The recuperative abilities of a nascent soul cultivator were indeed formidable. In this instance, she could not help but desire to further explore the intricacies of the mystical arts together with him. Unbeknownst to them, a month had swiftly passed. Under the starry night sky, two figures engaged in a profound exchange of techniques within a wooden hot tub. Through the course of their shared cultivation this past month, Yuling Long had mastered the arts to an impressive degree, fully grasping all 36 techniques. After a considerable time, the splashing waters gradually settled into tranquility. Leaning against Zhao Qingshan, a subtle smile graced Yuling Long's lips. Zhao Daoist, are you satisfied? Zhao Qingshan chuckled softly as he caressed the damp hair of Yuling Long, remarking, Friend you. Your cultivation has grown increasingly profound, directly pointing towards the path of yin and yang, truly captivating and utterly entrancing. Yu Linglong's cheeks blushed a fiery red, spreading warmth across her skin. However, Zhao Daoist, one must not become overly enraptured by this path of yin and yang. We ought to pursue longevity. Matters of intimacy between men and women are but trivial pursuits, permissible only to relieve the tedium of cultivation. How can one be ensnared by such distractions? She replied, her eyes sparkling with allure, yet her tone earnest. Cultivators possess resolute willpower. No matter how cherished, they can uphold their hearts on the path, clearly discerning their desires. Ultimately, even the most pleasurable pursuits pale in comparison to the quest for immortality. Zhao Qingshan smiled, saying, daily practice is also a form of cultivation. In this past month, your progress has been remarkable. You have already reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Is this not satisfactory? He playfully brushed his finger against Yu Linglong's delicate nose, eliciting a deeper blush. Loneliness cannot give rise to life, nor can singularity foster growth. Thus, the universe is balanced by yin and yang. The transformation of primordial yin and primordial yang is profoundly mysterious, and it is through this that your cultivation has flourished. Yu Linglong felt immense gratitude towards Zhao Qingshan. Without his assistance, merely maintaining her status within the nascent soul realm would have been a fortunate outcome, let alone achieving further advancement. Previously, she had only heard of the delicacies of such matters, warned to exercise moderation, much like drinking, where a little brings joy, but excess harms the body. Yet, Zhao Qingshan seemed to revel in the act, seemingly tireless. Despite her own cultivation reaching the nascent soul realm, her body often struggled to keep pace. Zhao Daoist, tonight is the royal auction. Do you not wish to attend? Yu Linglong inquired. Naturally, I must see what treasures the royal auction has to offer. I only hope it does not disappoint. Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile. Shortly thereafter, the two emerged from the wooden tub. Zhao Qingshan donned a flowing white robe, exuding an aura of elegance akin to that of a true immortal. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong adorned herself in a pink gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Checking the time, they realized it was nearly time to depart. Thus, Zhao Qingshan and Yu Linglong made their way from the wooden dragon towards a resplendent pavilion at the heart of the island. At that moment, the pavilion was bustling with activity. After assessing their strength, they entered the lavish structure. The opulence of the pavilion's courtyard dazzled Zhao Qingshan. Resembling a castle with its shimmering gemstone pathways, grand sculptures, and fountains, so luxurious that one hesitated to tread upon it. Inside the room, a vast soft bed adorned with delicate flower petals awaited, and the air was filled with a fragrant aroma. In addition to the tea set placed on the table, sandalwood incense burned gently, and wisps of smoke cascaded from a sculpted mountain, creating an ambience of poetic beauty. Sitting on the bed, Zhao Qingshan embraced Yu Linglong, relishing the softness of her form, momentarily losing himself in blissful comfort. This was their private chamber, and as practitioners of the nascent soul, their quarters were indeed grand and opulent. They could revel in their playful antics within the confines of the room, completely shielded from the outside world, unseen and unheard. The auction items will be revealed through a smooth mirror, accompanied by a token representing the room, allowing participants to place bids. Zhao, this royal auction will undoubtedly showcase some remarkable items. Occasionally, even nascent soul cultivators will vie fiercely for them. The enchanting Yu Linglong spoke with a blush gracing her cheeks. Zhao Qingshan chuckled lightly, expressing his curiosity about what might captivate his interest. As time drew nearer, the crowd in the auction hall swelled, predominantly comprising golden core cultivators, with a smattering of nascent soul practitioners. However, the latter enjoyed private booths, while the golden core cultivators had to remain seated among the throng in the main hall. Observing the golden core cultivators and their bestial counterparts in the mirror, Zhao Qingshan felt a surge of emotions. Who would have imagined that human cultivators and demon beasts could coexist so harmoniously on Blue Origin Island? On the eve of the auction, there were always items of varying significance that stirred the atmosphere. Third-grade spiritual talismans, third-grade elixirs, third-grade formations, exquisite artifacts, and inferior spiritual instruments. Each auctioned item would elicit fervent shouts, and while these things held little value for Zhao Qingshan, they were immensely precious to many cultivators. Inferior spiritual instruments were esteemed in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm, and similarly prized in the Wei Kingdom. At that moment, a stunning woman clad in a crimson robe appeared under the spotlight at the center of the auction hall. Her entrance ignited a wave of applause, echoing like thunder, punctuated by ravenous cheers and whistles. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend tonight's auction. Next, a young lady will host the event. The beautiful woman in the red robe, with a voice as sweet as honey, captivated everyone present. Her name was Chao Yuhua, the Princess of Wei, rumored to be the most beautiful woman in the kingdom. Yu Linglong wrapped her arm around Zhao Qingshan's neck, teasingly suggesting that if he were to spend lavishly, This enchanting lady might take a liking to him, offering him the chance to win her heart. Zhao Qingshan gazed at the alluring curves of the woman in the mirror. Admiring her exquisite beauty, Qiao Yuhua exuded a mature charm that likely left many men utterly enamored. Next up for auction are spirit herbs, elixirs, and fruits. Qiao Yuhua announced with a smile. On the auction stage, besides her captivating presence, there was a glass display adorned with pure white silk and colorful petals. This storage bag contains 1,000 third-grade spirit herbs, elixirs, and fruits, 100 fourth-grade, 55th grade, and 26th grade spirit herbs. A seductive smile graced Qiao Yuhua's lips as her enticing voice sent shivers down the spines of the audience. The starting bid is 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, payable in mid-grade stones or an equivalent value of high-grade stones. Low-grade stones will not be accepted. To everyone's astonishment, a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits was presented. One individual marveled and promptly offered 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was evident that a Dan practitioner was among them, as spiritual herbs and medicines hold immense allure for such alchemists. 250,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Another alchemist chimed in. 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan declared without hesitation. He too sought these spiritual resources. Collecting them individually would undoubtedly consume considerable time and energy, with no guarantee of success. This batch of spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits undeniably matched his needs. If all went well, he could concoct elixirs valued at 2 to 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. 310,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Another alchemist bid. What is happening? This price is exorbitant. The other alchemists opted to withdraw. 350,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan boldly proclaimed. Yu Linglong regarded Zhao Qingshan with a mix of surprise and admiration. A sum of 350,000 mid-grade spirit stones was no trivial amount. Yet, Zhao Qingshan remained unfazed in his bidding. Is my friend Zhao excessively affluent? Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? Qiao Yuhua inquired with a smile. 360,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The hesitant alchemist finally responded. 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan declared, unblinking and resolute. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid higher? Qiao Yuhua surveyed the tranquil assembly and smiled. Since no one is raising their bid, this batch of spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits will be secured by box number 6. With no further responses, Qiao Yuhua lightly tapped the table with her small hammer, finalizing the sale. Following this, the auction continued with items such as third-tier elixirs, third-tier talismans, third-tier formations, and inferior-grade spirit artifacts, all of which surpassed the previous offerings in value. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, holding a storage bag. Esteemed sir, please inspect the auction items. The woman glanced at Zhao Qingshan, who was accompanied by the voluptuous Yu Linglong, her cheeks slightly flushed. Zhao Qingshan examined the bag, confirming it to be unclaimed. Once verified, he retrieved a storage bag and tossed it to the woman. This contains 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan was hardly in need of spirit stones. The woman inspected the storage bag, counted its contents meticulously, and upon confirming its accuracy, bowed. I shall not disturb you further, esteemed sir. Should you require anything, feel free to ring for assistance. She then gracefully withdrew. The royal family truly possesses deep pockets. Even their servants are at the foundation establishment stage, Zhao Qingshan remarked. What servants? These individuals are all members of the royal family, Yu Linglong retorted disdainfully. Zhao Qingshan, taken aback, inquired, members of the royal family? Engaging in such activities? Yu Linglong elaborated, since the founding of the Zhao dynasty over 30,000 years ago, the royal family numbers not less than 800,000. With such a multitude, it is impossible for everyone to possess abundant resources for cultivation. Naturally, some royal members seek ways to earn spirit stones. Upon reflection, Zhao Qingshan found this notion to be quite reasonable. Indeed, it was as she said. Half an hour later, Zhao Qingshan's gaze suddenly fixed upon the mirror before him. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, Qiao Yuhua dimmed the lights on the high platform, slightly bowing as a scroll materialized upon the exquisite glass display. This was a crimson scroll, exuding an air of antiquity. At that moment, it appeared imbued with an aura of profound mystery. The legacy of a formation master, upon appraisal, revealed itself to be the inheritance of a 6th-tier formation master. Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. The legacy of a 6th-tier formation master was an invaluable treasure, worth more than the entire Wei kingdom itself. Now, the royal family of Wei had chosen to auction it off. Simultaneously, a hush fell over the auction hall. Undoubtedly, The presence of a sixth-tier formation master was electrifying, leaving everyone in awe. While other auction items were indeed precious, they remained within the realm of acceptability. However, the inheritance of a sixth-tier formation master was enough to drive people into a frenzy. Although comprehending formations posed challenges, no one could deny their formidable power. Even if one could not grasp them, perhaps future generations would succeed, thereby birthing a profound formation master. After a moment of stunned silence, attendees gradually regained their senses. Their fervent gazes fixated on the crimson scroll atop the platform, rendering even the enchanting Zhao Yuhua momentarily forgotten. In comparison to the legacy of the sixth-tier formation master, she seemed almost trivial. Some had perished, yet they had not entirely vanished. Chapter 126. The contest for power. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. He lacked the inheritance of an array master, though he possessed the legacy of a ninth-rank alchemist, which was sufficient for his continued growth to that rank. However, his knowledge of formations was derived solely from system upgrade rewards, which could only be obtained upon reaching certain levels. If he were to acquire the inheritance of an array master, his progress in this realm would accelerate significantly. The sixth-rank array master inheritance was something Zhao Qingshan deemed indispensable. His gaze sparkled with intensity. He held no interest in other elixirs, spirit talismans, or cultivation techniques. Yet the allure of the sixth-rank array master inheritance was irresistible to him. Esteemed guests, the inheritance of a sixth-rank array master is invaluable. I trust you all understand its worth. Mastering formations can yield a formidable array master, and one need not even attain the sixth rank. Merely achieving the fourth rank is sufficient, making any cost incurred entirely worthwhile. Zhao Yuhua declared with a charming smile. Indeed, it was not necessary to become a sixth-rank array master. Becoming a fourth-rank array master would justify an expenditure of millions in mid-grade spirit stones, even tens of millions. After all, the formations laid by a fourth-rank array master are of great significance. A fourth-rank formation can generate substantial wealth in spirit stones, and its power should not be underestimated, drawing the attention of all. A particularly potent fourth-rank formation could even ensnare and eliminate several nascent soul cultivators. One can only imagine the stature of a fourth-rank array master. Their status is only surpassed by that of a fourth-rank alchemist, standing shoulder to shoulder with fourth-rank artifact masters. The starting bid was set at 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 50,000. Zhao Yuhua's voice was compelling, captivating the audience in fervor. It seemed that acquiring the inheritance of a sixth-rank array master would guarantee at least the status of a fourth-rank array master. Zhao Qingshan remained composed. He understood well that in the pursuit of immortality, talent is paramount. Without innate ability, even the most diligent effort would yield little fruit. For example, despite his years of trying, Zhao Qingshan's skill at playing the piano remained that of a novice, far inferior to an ordinary person. A person devoid of talent for formations would find it futile to receive even the inheritance of a sixth-rank array master, let alone that of a ninth rank. They would struggle to establish even a first-rank formation. Otherwise, alchemists, array masters, artifact masters, and talisman makers would be a common sight. This woman is remarkable. Zhao Qingshan observed the enchanting Zhao Yuhua at the auction stage with newfound respect. This princess of the Wei royal family was formidable, demonstrating exceptional auctioning skills. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. An immediate bid emerged from a golden core cultivator, as those of the nascent soul rank occupied private boxes, while the golden core cultivators participated openly in the auction hall. A mere 1 million mid-grade spirit stones to acquire the inheritance of a sixth-rank array master? What a delusion! Came the derisive laughter from the crowd. I bid 110,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The golden core cultivator raised the stakes, incrementing the bid by 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones in an instant. Millions of medium-grade spirit stones represent a substantial fortune for a gold core cultivator. Not every gold core cultivator possesses such an abundance of medium-grade spirit stones. With a hearty laugh, a burly man interjected, 1,200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Princess Yuhua, you must grant the princess a modicum of respect. Zhao Yuhua glanced at the man with her beautiful eyes, her smile deepening. As an auctioneer, it was only natural for her to desire higher bids, as her commission would increase accordingly. 1,250,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 1,300,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Soon, the auction price soared to 1,500,000 medium-grade spirit stones, marking a 50% increase from the starting bid. Clearly, the legacy of a sixth-tier formation master was highly sought after. Although Zhao Yuhua wore a radiant smile, she understood that the inheritance of a sixth-tier formation master was undoubtedly worth far more than this price. The initial bid of 1 million medium-grade spirit stones was set merely to create an atmosphere conducive to high bids, as Zhao Yuhua had anticipated. The price did not stagnate at 1,500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. It continued to ascend rapidly. Before long, it reached 1,900,000 medium-grade spirit stones. A derisive snort pierced the air. A mere group of gold core cultivators thinks they can lay claim to the legacy of a 6th-tier formation master. I, Lu Jia, shall secure it for 2 million medium-grade spirit stones. A collective gasp arose. Lu Jia, a prestigious first-tier family. The expressions of the gold core cultivators shifted dramatically. The royal Zhao family was the most powerful force in the Wei Kingdom, having ruled for 30,000 years with unquestionable strength, including several formidable soul transformation experts. Had the Zhao family been lacking in power, the entire realm would have long been usurped. Beneath the Zhao family, the 10 foremost first-tier families stood supreme, each boasting at least one soul transformation elder. For nearly a millennium, these first-tier families had remained unchallenged. Lu Jia was indeed one of these 10 illustrious families. With a chuckle, another voice emerged. Lu Lai, 2 million medium-grade spirit stones will not suffice to claim the legacy of the 6th-tier formation master. My Jiang family offers 2,500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Our Jiang family has its roots in formations, and my brother Jiang Feng is in dire need of this 6th-tier formation master's legacy. Fellow cultivators, grant me a favor. Once again, a first-tier cultivation family had entered the fray. Moreover, the Jiang family's ancestor was a powerful 4th-tier formation master, and generations of formation masters had emerged from their lineage. Undoubtedly, the allure of a 6th-tier formation master's legacy was immense for the Jiang family. Zhao Yuhua observed this development with immense delight, for it was clear that the gold core cultivators were now out of the running. Those with 2 million medium-grade spirit stones were likely no more. The stage was now set for the prestigious first-tier cultivation families. 3 million medium-grade spirit stones. An elder sneered, just what my southern barbarian demon clan requires. Be cautious. Ao Ling, securing the legacy may cost you your life. Jiang Feng retorted with a cold smile. The power of the Wei Kingdom far surpassed that of the demon beasts. Rest assured, this matter requires no concern from you, Ao Ling remarked with a cold laugh. This auction is not solely attended by human cultivators. Beastly entities are also participants. 3,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan placed the bid. In an instant, many gazes turned towards the private room number 6, where Zhao resided. However, the room itself was ensconced with formations and prohibitions set by Zhao Qingshan, rendering the ancient Yuaning cultivators incapable of probing within. What brings you here, fellow cultivator? There is no need to meddle in such murky waters. Lu Lai expressed his displeasure. The presence within the room indicated that the individual was a Yuaning cultivator. Zhao Qingshan replied with a faint smile, since this is an auction, the highest bidder shall prevail. When has an auction relied on threats to deter competitors? He appeared quite disdainful. Lu Lai's words were laced with anger. Beware of inviting calamity upon yourself. If you wish to test my capabilities, the auction will reveal all. Zhao Qingshan said lightly. 4 million mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Lai declared a price. This esteemed fellow cultivator speaks wisely. In an auction, the principle of the highest bid must be upheld. A voice chimed in with a chuckle. For 1,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ah, I did not expect such a gathering of esteemed cultivators at today's auction, Jiang Feng remarked with a smile. However, this 6th-tier formation master shall be claimed by my Jiang family for 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brows. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones was nearly the price for the inheritance of a 6th-tier formation master. After all, it was merely the inheritance, not the master themselves. Yet, it was evident that the current price had not yet reached its zenith. 5,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan re-entered the bidding. 5,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Are there no fellow cultivators willing to bid higher? If not, this inheritance of the 6th-tier formation master shall belong to the esteemed cultivator in room 6, Zhao Yuhua remarked with a smile. This is indeed the inheritance of a 6th-tier formation master. No sooner had Zhao Yuhua's words left his lips than Jiang Feng promptly raised the bid. 6 million mid-grade spirit stones. 7 million mid-grade spirit stones. A hoarse voice resounded. Esteemed cultivators, I shall claim this 6th-tier formation master. Zhao Qingshan raised an eyebrow, astonished that the inheritance had reached the staggering price of 7 million mid-grade spirit stones. This fellow cultivator is rather overly confident. Jiang Feng sneered. 7,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This inheritance of the 6th-tier formation master shall be secured for my Jiang family. The seats in the auction hall were filled with dumbfounded golden core cultivators. witnessing the fierce competition among the Yuaning elders as they propelled the prize to unprecedented heights. 7,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Such an amount could hardly be excavated even from a substantial spirit stone mine. It was likely only those ancient first-rate cultivation families, steeped in deep heritage, could sustain such wealth. In that moment, these golden core cultivators yearned even more for their families to ascend to the ranks of first-rate cultivation families. Only by rising could they acquire greater resources for cultivation. Yet, they soon realized that 7,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones was far from the final bid. 8 million mid-grade spirit stones. A hoarse voice resounded, once again announcing a lofty price. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan refrained from making any further bids, deeming it unworthy. He scrutinized the identity of his opponent, a cold smile creeping into his heart. In an auction, acquiring an item does not necessarily equate to possessing it. The act of killing for treasure is no rarity. Soon, the price continued to soar. 8,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 9 million mid-grade spirit stones. 9,500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. The hoarse voice echoed through the hall. Dear friends, is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, the legacy of the 6th-tier formation master shall belong to this esteemed friend. Zhao Yuhua smiled charmingly. It was evident that the auction of such a high price for a 6th-tier formation master's legacy exceeded her expectations. Seeing that no one was willing to bid higher, she brought down her gavel. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for winning the 6th-tier formation master's legacy. A sigh of relief escaped Zhao Qingshan as he observed the brutal competition drawing to a close. He couldn't help but shake his head, a bittersweet smile forming in his heart. He yearned to claim the 6th-tier formation master's legacy, yet spending 10 million mid-grade spirit stones for it seemed excessive. Even if he possessed 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, it would not justify such an extravagant expenditure. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones could procure a high-grade spirit tool. After all, with diligence and patience, his mastery of formations would inevitably improve over time, albeit at a slower pace. Zhao, my friend, the 6th-tier formation master's legacy is indeed precious. Even if it is won at auction, one might acquire it but lack the life to comprehend it, Yu Linglong consoled Zhao Qingshan. Besides, this is not the final item. Perhaps there are even more remarkable treasures to come. Zhao Qingshan's heart jolted. Indeed, it was not yet the culminating item of the auction. Currently, the bids were for the 6th-tier formation master's legacy, and who could predict what rare treasures lay ahead? Your words are wise, Yu, Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile, his grip instinctively tightening. That hurts. Be gentler. Yu Linglong pouted in mock anger. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan glanced towards the auction platform, where Zhao Yuhua's face glowed with delight. After all, auctioning off an item for 10 million mid-grade spirit stones was quite unexpected. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones could translate into 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for the auction house, of which she would receive a 10,000 mid-grade spirit stone commission. Taking a moment to exhale a deep breath, she sought to calm her emotions, but suddenly her expression turned serious. Many in attendance noticed the change in Zhao Yuhua's demeanor, seemingly having discerned something, prompting their hushed whispers to cease as they fixated their gazes in eager anticipation for the main event of the auction. Clap, clap. On the auction platform, Zhao Yuhua lightly clapped her jade-like hands. As the sound of her hands clapped, a sudden series of clicking noises emerged from the edge of the auction stage. Gradually, a circle of pitch-black metal barriers rose, ultimately encircling the platform in a circular formation, with even the air above the auction stage being securely covered by extending metal strips. Esteemed friends, please do not take this to heart. It is merely a precautionary measure we employ to ensure the safety of the auction items. Observing the completion of the cage-like enclosure, Zhao Yuhua smiled at the crowd and explained, this cage is a formation. Even a powerful being at the out-of-body stage would find it challenging to break free in a short time. As she spoke, the light in Zhao Yuhua's eyes shone brightly, and the implication of her words was unmistakable. The crowd received her particular emphasis with mere faint smiles, not overly concerned. Incidents of attempting to seize auction items had occurred in past auctions. Thus, Zhao Yuhua's caution was entirely reasonable. Zhao Qingshan, however, displayed a look of astonishment, unable to fathom Zhao Yuhua's meticulousness. Could it be that the upcoming auction items were of greater significance than the legacy of a 6th-tier formation master? At that moment, a cage slowly ascended, covered by a white cloth. Subsequently, Zhao Yuhua drew back the cloth, and an uproar erupted among the attendees. Within the cage lay a snow-white fox, its fur pure as snow, appearing limp, and astonishingly, it possessed 6 tails. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 127, The Six-Tailed Celestial Fox. Xiaozi, the Six-Tailed Celestial Fox. No one anticipated that the auction item would be a 6-tailed celestial fox. The celestial fox is a mythical beast, and the greater the number of tails, the purer the bloodline. It is said that each tail represents a life. Thus, a six-tailed celestial fox signifies that it possesses 6 lives. This particular six-tailed celestial fox is at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, having undergone a serendipitous bloodline mutation and is now bound by a beast-controlling collar. Qiao Yu's reign, the fallen empire, was the predecessor of the Mingyue Empire, which supplanted it. The chaos during the garden party resulted in numerous parents being injured, and others were also affected by the weapon's might. Although, in the aftermath, Bryce's subordinates were eliminated by the police, that faction continues to thrive unscathed. This misfortune inadvertently turned into fortune, as what seemed to be a certain demise unexpectedly yielded boundless benefits, largely thanks to the Shadow's contributions. At this moment, however, the young Master Chu had no time to ponder these matters. His immediate concern was the dark abyss before him. Are you Qiao? No. It would be more fitting to address you as Qiao Xian, Yi Xiao suddenly remarked, scrutinizing Qiao Xian closely. Dressed in ordinary civilian attire, Qiao Xian appeared unremarkable, lacking any distinct aura of a formidable expert. Yet, Qing Jun was of equal caliber, a battle-hardened warrior clad in armor, making them evenly matched. Unbeknownst to them, Xian Li's playful nature masked her true intentions. Her engagement proposal was a ruse, while her penchant for life and death was genuine. Today, the embroidered ball had been thrown over a dozen times, with numerous talented young men vying for the chance to compete with Xian Li. However, during the contests, each fell victim to treachery, meeting untimely ends, ultimately becoming a feast for the great fish beneath the lake. Although she had never encountered such long, slender stockings adorned with an array of intricate patterns and colors, it did not deter Xiao Suner from her fondness for stockings. Indeed, it was time to contemplate how to deal with this matter. With that, Yushin revealed a stone that shimmered with a multitude of colors. Yunling Yuan understood that the members of the Black Guardians had not yet assembled. Should Qing Jun's side falter even slightly, the 49 Black Guardians stationed at the East U City barrier could swiftly take action. Previously, the higher-ups of the Evil Spirit sect, who were aware of Qi Ruer's successful acquisition of numerous vital cultivation texts from Kunlun, were reveling in their dreams of unifying the demonic path and wielding power in the cultivation world. However, upon receiving the news from the covert messenger, panic ensued among them. Having heard strange words in a dream, Tang Yuan's mood was not particularly pleasant, leading him to respond absent-mindedly. He quickly tidied himself and exited the room. At that moment, a thunderous broadcast erupted from the direction of the Power Supply Bureau. Its volume was so immense that it seemed to resonate throughout the entire city, leaving one to wonder what kind of equipment could produce such a sound. Juju's body was already marred with numerous scars. Stealing a glance from the side, he observed that the path in the distance still persisted, but Yun Yoxuan's skirt was already stained with blood. Gritting his teeth, he realized he could no longer conceal his intentions. Upon witnessing the silent presence of Bian Qiji, Li Huamu gestured for Rodney to extinguish the searchlight, opting instead to illuminate his own handheld flashlight. The following day, 2,000 veterans from Guangxi formed an orderly line at the Xishan fortifications. When Shun Fei emerged and beheld the scene, he was taken aback. These soldiers were tattered and emaciated, most lacking even straw sandals. Su Hongguang had already leapt away, and naturally, their neighbors would not linger here any longer. They animatedly discussed the recent events, their heads nodding in contemplation as they returned to the county town, filled with myriad reflections. Chapter 128. Breakthrough to the out-of-body stage soon. Qiao Yuhua returned to the auction stage once more, dressed in a resplendent red robe. She captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Everyone knew that the final item of this auction was about to be revealed. Zhao Qingshan eagerly anticipated what this grand finale would entail. Before the auction commenced, Qiao Yuhua, as before, activated the defensive array. Esteemed friends, the next item for auction is the Pai Si De assistance of this event, the 7th grade elixir, dragon and phoenix mysterious pill, she announced, carefully bowing as she retrieved a half-foot-sized purple gold plate from beneath the counter. Atop this plate rested a palm-sized cold jade box, emanating a faint white chill, signifying its exquisite quality. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. They had not expected this final item to be a 7th grade elixir. Qiao Yuhua delicately lifted the lid of the box, and in an instant, a burst of golden light erupted forth. This sudden brilliance illuminated the entire pavilion, causing some unprepared individuals to instinctively close their eyes. Zhao Qingshan's gaze fell upon the jade box, where a golden pill, the size of a longan, lay quietly within. Its surface was remarkably smooth, with 2 streams of golden energy swirling restlessly inside. Upon closer inspection, these golden currents coalesced into 2 slender golden dragons, entwined with one another. Their subtle roars reverberating through the air, sending tremors through the souls of all who heard them. Qiao Yuhua, visibly exhilarated, explained. The Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill is crafted primarily from the blood essence of true dragons and mysterious phoenixes, combined with countless rare herbs. Even a 7th-grade alchemist faces significant challenges and a high failure rate in its creation. Her eyes sparkled with fervor as she continued. The effects of the Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill are not merely to enhance one's power. Instead, it allows cultivators to improve their constitution and aptitude without any barriers prior to the out-of-body stage, even increasing their chances of surviving the 6-9 heavenly tribulations. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd as they gazed longingly at the golden pill within the jade box, their initial all morphing into unrestrained greed. This nearly indicated that consuming the elixir would facilitate a smooth journey into the out-of-body stage, or even enable one to transcend the 6-9 heavenly tribulations and reach the tribulation stage. The tribulation stage had become a legend throughout the Wei Kingdom. Even the founding ancestor, Emperor Wei Wu, had only attained the out-of-body stage, ultimately halting his advancement there. Nonetheless, he had maintained dominion over the Wei Kingdom for 3 millennia, with no faction daring to threaten the royal Chao family. The value of the Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill is clear to all. The starting bid is 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Other equivalent items may also be considered, Qiao Yuhua declared. As her words echoed, the bidding price began to soar dramatically. Zhao Qingshan shook his head, truly bewildered by the madness of the situation. In just a brief moment, the auction price had already surpassed 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, his expression shifted. The nascent soul cultivator who had previously bid on the 6th-tier formation master had stealthily slipped away while everyone's attention was captivated by the Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill. What a cunning old fiend! Zhao Qingshan was taken aback by the opponent's slyness, completely disregarding the Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill. He had initially planned to ambush this old monster, to kill and seize the treasure. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan's gaze lingered on the Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill. To be honest, he too was tempted by its allure. However, having expended a considerable amount of spirit stones, he found himself lacking sufficient funds. Even if he combined the pills and talismans he possessed, it would hardly amount to 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. Unless he was willing to part with his high-grade spirit weapon, which he was reluctant to do. The Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill was indeed precious. Yet he believed that once he attained the status of a 7th-tier alchemist, he could concoct it himself. Zhao Qingshan was quite confident in his path toward becoming a 7th-tier alchemist. The competition for the Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill was exceedingly fierce, with prices seemingly boundless. Ultimately, it was auctioned off for an astounding 35 million mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, contemplating whether he could amass such a fortune even if he plundered the entire Zhao nation's cultivation community. Qiao Yuhua, beaming with delight, congratulated the friend in box No. 2 for acquiring the Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill. A moment later, a burly man emerged from box number 2 and soared into the air. Just as he departed, a flurry of figures shot up after him. Zhao Qingshan's eyes narrowed. It seemed a fierce battle was inevitable that night, despite the prohibition against fighting on Blue Yuan Island. However, in moments like these, no one would heed such rules. Zhao Qingshan instructed Yu Linglong and Xiaozi to stay put while he exited the box. Haha, Dao Quan. Why not leave the Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill for us? The figures surrounding him exuded an impressive aura. Not one among them was at the Golden Core stage. All were nascent soul cultivators. Haha. If you wish to keep the Dragon and Phoenix Mysterious Pill, let us see your capabilities. The burly man laughed heartily. If I slay you, I wonder if your families will be annihilated immediately. He then cast a disdainful glance at the nascent soul beasts, sneering, you old fiends. Why do you meddle here instead of staying in the southern wilderness? At that moment, his slightly crimson eyes glinted with a chilling menace as they swept over the crowd. Zhao Qingshan silently praised the formidable strength of the Wei nation's cultivation community. It was indeed superior to that of the Zhao nation. The total number of human nascent soul cultivators likely exceeded 20, while the nascent soul beasts surpassed 10. A fierce battle was unavoidable that night. Kill him, someone shouted, igniting a whirlwind of blades and swords, erupting into chaos. The lake below began to rise in tumultuous waves. A flicker of unusual emotion appeared in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. The strength of this rugged man was indeed formidable, and it seemed he was not far from reaching the out-of-body stage. Suddenly, Zhao Qingshan retreated swiftly as a terrifying figure descended from the sky, a colossal hand striking down, directly smashing the rugged man into the water. The cold jade box was seized by that enormous hand. This was a powerful being at the out-of-body stage, and not a weak one at that. This Dragon and Phoenix Xiandan belongs to me, Chao Shuang. Do you have any objections? The elder's voice was calm, yet it resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. Subsequently, the elder departed. Zhao Xuan. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhao Qingshan's eyes. He knew without guessing that it must be one of the ancestors from the royal Chao family. He never expected that the royal Chao family still had a powerful figure at the out-of-body stage. It was common knowledge that the foremost strength of the royal Chao family was Emperor Wei. Damn it, it's Zhao Xuan. Was he not supposed to have perished in the southern wilderness? How could he possibly appear now, and even have broken through to the out-of-body stage? An old Yuaning expert cursed vehemently. The royal family was concealed so deeply. How infuriating. With Zhao Xuan in possession of the dragon and phoenix Xiandan, he could likely cultivate to the spirit-severing stage, or even the tribulation stage. At the out-of-body stage, one's lifespan already extends to 5,000 years. As for a spirit-severing expert, their lifespan could reach a staggering 10,000 years. And the lifespan of a tribulation stage being could last as long as 50,000 years. They could scarcely fathom how long the royal Chao family could continue to dominate this land. After venting their frustrations, these Yuaning experts departed, followed by Zhao Qingshan. He knew he was no match for someone like Zhao Xuan at the out-of-body stage. After settling Yu Linglong and Xiao Zi, Zhao Qingshan followed the instructions to arrive at a courtyard. A figure appeared at the entrance. It was Chao Yuhua. Unlike her appearance at the auction, she was now adorned in a flowing violet-blue gown, her hair elegantly arranged with jeweled hairpins sparkling. Her brows were slightly adorned, her lips a luscious red, and her cheeks radiated an air of grace and nobility. With her hands elegantly folded in front of her waist, she walked with a dignified gait. Her shoulders adorned with purple-pink jade ribbons trailing behind her. Chao Yuhua's rosy lips moved slightly, her dignified and beautiful face breaking into a smile as she spoke. Zhao Daoyu, you truly are a person of sincerity. You have not stood me up. What a marvelous princess. You have already captured my heart. Zhao Qingshan replied with a smile, though inwardly he scoffed. It would be hard to quell the resentment in his heart without adequately reprimanding Chao Yuhua that evening. Just because of her, he had expended at least a few million mid-grade spirit stones. Chao Yuhua led Zhao Qingshan into a room filled with fragrant aromas and a table laid with food and wine. Zhao Daoyu. This is the royal family's specially brewed blue flame water wine. At first taste, it may feel somewhat icy, but once it settles in the stomach, it ignites a flame within. Its flavor is unparalleled and should be savored drop by drop. Otherwise, some of its subtlety will be lost. Chao Yuhua gently picked up the wine jug and poured a cup of wine into a jade glass. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The crystal chandelier cast its luminous glow upon the graceful curves of Chao Yuhua's purple gown, her regal visage now flushed with a gentle hue, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Her delicate hands encircled Zhao Qingshan's neck, exhaling softly like the fragrance of orchids. As the most cherished princess of the Wei Emperor, it was perplexing why she remained without a consort. Zhao Qingshan gazed at her, cradling her alabaster chin. With a playful smile, Chao Yuhua remarked, "Ah, what does it matter to be the most favored princess? Without reaching the nascent soul realm, one is but an ant. The royal lineage spans millions. The emperor's sons and daughters, upon their demise, turn to dust, and though there may be countless kin, what bond remains? Cultivation is the harshest of paths. Perhaps once the emperor mourned the loss of his offspring, but after all these years, his heart has turned cold, hardened like stone. Given his situation, he could still occupy the dragon throne for centuries. Who knows how many princes and princesses might arise in that time? My only wish is to traverse further along the path of cultivation." Zhao Qingshan, still youthful in the realm of cultivation, could not fully grasp her sentiments. Unbeknownst to them, Chao Yuhua's garments gradually slipped away as they engaged in a profound exchange of Taoist principles. In the candlelit night, their discourse flourished, embodying the essence of enlightenment. For to hear the Tao at dawn and perish by dusk is the utmost fulfillment. As the moon rabbit descended in the west and the golden crow ascended in the east, Chao Yuhua rolled her eyes, exhaling more than inhaling. Zhao Qingshan produced a pill, administering it to her before settling cross-legged, forming a hand seal. The delicate balance of yin and yang surged within him, leading to an unexpected breakthrough, one he could no longer contain. In truth, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, poised to transcend into the out-of-body phase at any moment. Yet, he had long suppressed his progress, diligently solidifying and refining his powers. This time, however, he could no longer restrain himself. The ethereal energies of the Blue Origin Island, even the vast Blue Origin Sea, surged towards him in a frenzy. Simultaneously, Zhao Qingshan perceived a shattering sound. He extended a sliver of his mental energy toward it. As his consciousness brushed against the nascent soul, a golden radiance burst forth from above the soul, enveloping it in a single breath. When his mental energy reached the nascent soul once more, the infantile form he had known transformed into that of a 3-year-old child, wide-eyed and gazing at him. Zhao Qingshan understood that this metamorphosis signified his ascension to the out-of-body stage. Moreover, his 9 transformations of the celestial stars had also advanced. Countless stellar energies were drawn into him, amplifying the power of the celestial star fire, incessantly refining his physical form. This monumental breakthrough reverberated for an entire month. Undisturbed by any external force, Qiao Yuhua watched in trepidation as Zhao Qingshan transcended. Being by his side, she acutely felt the magnitude of his transformation. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of astonishment and fear. She never anticipated the terrifying nature of Zhao Qingshan, nearly losing her life. Her cultivation plummeting to the mid-stage of the golden core, and her vitality depleted, requiring at least several decades to restore. Yet Zhao Qingshan had broken through. The sheer force of his advancement, instilling fear within her. It felt as though with a mere wave of his hand, her very soul would be obliterated. She despised Zhao Qingshan, yet feared to harbor such hatred. The dread of him potentially ending her life loomed large. Moreover, with his breakthrough, he had ascended to the realm of a nascent soul cultivator, a towering tree she could neither resent nor afford to distance herself from. This breakthrough unfolded over a full month, until Zhao Qingshan finally opened his eyes. His uncontrollable spiritual power surged forth, transforming the entire courtyard into ruins. Congratulations, Taoist Zhao. We celebrate your remarkable advancement to the nascent soul stage. Qiao Yuhua beamed with a radiant smile, her heart brimming with resentment, yet her exterior remained a facade of joy. Zhao Qingshan cast a sidelong glance at her, then produced 3 vials of elixirs. This is your compensation. It should suffice for you to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. With that, he departed. Despite his focus on his own cultivation following his breakthrough, Zhao Qingshan was not oblivious to the world around him. He was well aware of Qiao Yuhua's previous anger and curses, yet such a woman was but a fleeting amusement. He had no intention of taking her as a concubine. Qiao Yuhua was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the situation. By the time she regained her senses, Zhao Qingshan had vanished without a trace. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, realizing that her intricate schemes had ultimately led to her own downfall. Some may die, yet not entirely. Chapter 129. The fox assuming the tiger's might. Qiao Yuhua was undeniably alluring, a natural beauty. Whether it was her visage, figure, or demeanor, she was impeccable. However, Zhao Qingshan harbored no intentions of claiming her as his own or taking her as a concubine. For this woman possessed an abundance of cunning and an expansive heart. She was not someone who could share his sentiments. Such a woman was best enjoyed in fleeting moments. The notion of making her a wife or concubine was out of the question. To take her as a concubine would likely require his household to align with the aesthetic of an American muscle car, complemented by his tattoos and bushy beard, reminiscent of a new rendition of Mad Max. The handgun had already been cast aside in the room, while the dagger, having been subjected to earlier abuse, had been reduced to a twisted mass of scrap metal, unsuitable even for opening letters. With the approval of young Master C, he no longer needed to attend to guests and could naturally converse with her good friends. Yet, apart from this, Mi Lu's words were devoid of flaws, compelling her to assist Jiang Baoqing in grinding ink. The bright spot was that the box office performance was remarkable, steadily climbing, and by the 4th day, global earnings had surpassed $10 million, sending the entire crew into a euphoric frenzy. Hu Mingxian observed that after a year or 2 away from Liangsheng, the changes here were indeed significant. Once inconvenient in terms of transportation, an airport was now under construction, and highways were on the verge of becoming increasingly accessible. Li Zheng had initially anticipated that upon witnessing his division of troops, the Aji people would also divide their forces. However, to his surprise, the Aji remained unmoved by his stratagem, which left Li Zheng both astonished and elated. Freed from the burden of that contingent, he felt more assured of his escape. The leader of the lion-hearted raiding party, Alan, watched in fury as his cavalry fell victim to the extraordinary archery skills of the White Horse Knights, causing him to bellow in anger and impatiently urge his troops to hasten their pursuit. The password is something you input yourself, if you truly lack funds. Perhaps you should attempt a different card, the front desk replied with professional politeness. The people here harbored malicious intent, perpetually devising ways to consume others, and any misdeeds they committed were invariably blamed on others. Yet I saw none of this. Instead, I was confronted with grotesque rocks and an overwhelming stench. Nevertheless, this matter required considerable contemplation. Should I choose incorrectly, the delay might afford that person an opportunity to flee. However, prolonging the decision would yield no resolution. After a moment of deliberation, I ultimately resolved to trust my initial judgment. Suppressing my impatience, I feigned a leisurely demeanor and strolled into the tavern. After dining, I glanced at my increasingly disheveled room and tidied it up a bit. The time was already 5:58. So I donned my gaming glasses once more and logged in to appear in the novice village. For today, everyone received the 500 I had compensated from Qingdai. Yet surprisingly, no one was willing to descend. Oh, is that not our unparalleled film emperor? A young high school student skated past Songyi, delivering a hearty slap on his back. No, he is the one mingling with me. Songyi revealed a charmingly sinister smile as he dialed Long Ye's number. Indeed. He had once been a fervent supporter of the Führer, viewing him as the savior of Germany, a divine gift bestowed upon the Germanic people. In pursuit of this belief, over 500,000 soldiers of the British Empire met their eternal rest in foreign lands. Montgomery himself had once sustained grave injuries, narrowly escaping death. Then I witnessed Cui Banjian tidying up, after which he retrieved a peachwood sword, talismans, and a bagua mirror from his stall. What did you discuss with your father? I whispered gently into Gao Shiming's ear as she emerged. The night was beautifully enchanting, with the crystalline lake shimmering under the moonlight, its surface glistening like diamonds. Occasionally, a breeze would stir the willow branches along the bank, mingling the freshness and coolness of the surrounding flora. Chapter 130. The maid. Upon witnessing the expression on Qiao Yuhua's face, Yu Linglong could not help but laugh with even greater joy. As the Dao partner of Zhao Qingshan, she was well aware of the dynamics at play. Although Zhao Qingshan exhibited a particular enthusiasm for matters of romance, he was exceptionally kind to his Dao partner. She had never been lacking in elixirs or talismans, and each time they practiced secret techniques together, Yu Linglong always reaped the benefits, never once suffering any depletion of her vital energy. In contrast, Qiao Yuhua had recently experienced a minor setback in her cultivation. Xiao Rui observed with delight as the lamb fed eagerly, personally placing the horse mint leaves at the bottom of Qiao Qingshan's basket. The members of the Qiao family did not disturb the two baskets, which put Xiao Rui at ease. Put down the knife now, and I will act as if nothing ever happened, Yusher said, her brow furrowed as she aimed at Jiangshan, yet hesitated to act for fear of inadvertently harming Qinlin. What is so remarkable about that? Have you not noticed that the 13th prince has already reached 300 zhang? By the time they realized what had transpired, they found themselves in a corner, having escaped the encirclement of bandits. Even Nie Linyu was at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. What trouble? Xiu'er and Xinxin are having a splendid time together. They even helped me with some work today. Upon returning to Yang Fengqing's courtyard, Xiao Qinghao, seeing that he had no further business, departed for his own temporary residence. You can wield demonic arts? So what? After the plane lands, I will make you pay. At this moment, Xiao Ku and his companions fell silent, each taking out their phones to jot down notes, the contents of which remained a mystery. Wait for me. Gu Fei sighed helplessly before continuing. With a firm stomp, he propelled himself into the air, landing deftly on the bow of the ship. Upon hearing the commotion, Yin Su and her companion's expression shifted dramatically, prompting them to rush to the door, scanning their surroundings in vain for any sign of Lu Yunting. However, contemplating the situation, he realized it would not be appropriate to share a room with Jia Xian, especially since the innkeeper had mentioned that the establishment was fully booked. The warhorses galloped fiercely. Moments before, they had been alive, only to succumb to cries that transformed them into mere flesh and bone, leaving behind a gruesome scene of corpses scattered across the ground. What? Gute exclaimed, suddenly startled. Without warning, a surge of information materialized in his mind, a unique warning spell from the floating Black City. Suddenly, he heard a knocking sound emanating from the room. Shan Yuma extended her hand, seemingly wishing for him to grasp it, seeking solace. The memories of her past suffering flooded back, and she found herself unable to control her trembling. The Ziyang sect has now joined us. Nearly everyone is here. They are quite low-key, and I have not heard of any incidents, He Chaoying replied after a moment of contemplation. I opened my mouth wide and bit down on her back, only to hear a crunch as a tooth fell out. Startled, I pushed myself up, only to see a burly man thrusting a knife toward me, prompting me to roll aside in haste. In truth, the number of police vehicles was not substantial, and the crowd had clearly exceeded capacity. Yet, it seemed that public servants were unconcerned with such matters, much like ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars that blare alarms and run red lights in emergencies. A person who cherishes talent and delights in forming friendships, surrounded by numerous loyal subordinates and enterprises, is acutely aware of the capabilities of those who serve the prince. Thus, he cannot remain indifferent. The extraordinary prowess of this pig has been witnessed by all, and they are aware that it is a close companion of Lin Mu, having exerted considerable effort to rescue them. Consequently, everyone holds a certain respect for Benben. Upon observing the situation, Liang Maoyan grew increasingly anxious. He awaited the moment when Longyang would be besieged by the crowd, allowing for an escape. However, the group of expendables remained inactive, infuriating Liang Maoyan and darkening his expression. The entirety of his back was reduced to a mere mass of flesh, exposing stark white bones. The ghastly sight of shattered bones intertwined with blood and flesh left onlookers feeling a deep sense of unease. Chapter 131. Return of the Fiery Red Lotus. Zhao Qingshan was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that such a divine entity as the Fiery Red Lotus truly existed in this world. The Fiery Red Lotus, a celestial treasure, possessed a single seed capable of nurturing a genius, enabling one to transcend from inferior spiritual roots to superior ones. However, this transformation was not universal, limited solely to those with fire and earth attributes. According to hierarchical classifications, it could be categorized as a ninth-tier spirit. Feng Wuxuang's faint breathing was as familiar to Long Feiyan as his own, rendering any inquiry unnecessary. He instinctively knew Feng Wuxuang was concealed within the cave. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. Xiao Kaiyang and Xiao Wan's hesitation and restraint were but fleeting moments. In that instant, Mo Langyue hesitated briefly, yet reluctantly extended his hands. Upon entering the burial grounds, I was immediately struck by the vastness of the landscape. It was an endless expanse of mountains. The remains of a colossal dragon lay still, forming a mountain. Here, there were at least 300 to 400 dragon carcasses, equivalent to 300 to 400 mountains. Xiaoyu scoffed. Humph, what a meddlesome affair. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed that Xiaoyu and Tianming could always engage in a war of words. Should their banter escalate poorly, a physical altercation was likely. Diao meticulously adorned herself and arrived resplendently at Dongzhu's residence. As she dismounted from her carriage, she lifted her gaze and immediately spotted Elbu. The situation was complex. On one hand, the K-279 unit did not belong to the Komiya Star Domain, being a bona fide federal troop. Yet most of its soldiers hailed from the local Komiya populace. As the three walked, they encountered the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. These two young ladies were noticeably more courteous to Mo Langyue than before, leaving him somewhat bewildered. UCI halted, observing Wei Songping and Bao Fei, who were utterly defeated and had lost all capacity for resistance, merely chattering and pleading with him. He gently shook his head. Who? Which fool dares to defy us? Dozens of soldiers brandished their blades, surveying their surroundings. However, at present, Catherine concealed her face, realizing that the foolish one was undeniably herself. Did every man truly harbor the attributes of a submissive spouse? Wu Lian gazed up at the hazy sky and, at that moment, tucked the glowing orb into her sleeve. For some inexplicable reason, it felt as though my chest had been struck heavily by something. From then on, I vowed to protect her. The following 2 days were marked by clear skies. There were no delays along the journey, and the group successfully returned to Donghuan City. The eyes of these individuals were fierce, unmistakably belonging to those from tumultuous regions, each bearing bloodshot eyes that suggested something far more sinister than mere robbery. It resembled a vendetta. Lin Xen climbed onto the nearby sofa, her gaze fixed intently, offering no regard to her father, whose expression was as dark as a burnt pancake, as all her attention was captivated by her brother. Nini, Jin Yongyi, on the dormitory balcony, heard the call and hurriedly exclaimed, without a moment's thought, donning his jacket and moving outside. Yen Muching silently seated himself before the computer, entering an advanced software program and tirelessly coding. She reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Today, after traversing such a considerable distance, he found himself somewhat weary from carrying her. How should he convey this to Banksia and the others? He certainly could not confess his affection for her or express his desire to distance himself. Forgive me, my dear wife, for I have not treated you as you deserve. Gu Yingxin gently embraced her, feeling a twinge of regret for not introducing her to the splendor of various countries sooner. If the nation's president were to function perfectly, then discussions about everything else would be rendered irrelevant. Yang Leffen opened the box to discover his own underwear alongside several newly purchased stylish pairs. His handsome visage instantly froze, draining of all color. Mu Jihan ended the call, wrapped her arms around her legs while seated on the sofa, and smiled reminiscingly. Have you had your fill? I procured a beautiful and alluring new nightgown, eagerly awaiting your return. Chapter 132. Offspring. On the day of Zhao Jiyi's grand wedding, the entire Shudu was abuzz with excitement. In addition to the presence of civil and military officials offering their congratulations, prominent figures from both the righteous and demonic sects also came to extend their best wishes. Zhao Qingshan orchestrated a magnificent spectacle, with the golden flame eagle, the king of the azure serpents, and the three-headed purple flood dragon soaring through the sky, their presence awe-inspiring. Zhao Qingshan, along with the Yuema and Bai Su, 3 nascent soul cultivators, sat atop these majestic beasts, descending from the heavens. Zhao Qingshan exuded an aura befitting a cultivator of the out-of-body stage, causing those at the golden elixir and nascent soul stages to feel the weight of his presence. As for Yuema and Yu Wuqing, they had lingered here for a considerable time, and Yuema harbored concerns that the Yusha sect might not relent, potentially leading to unforeseen complications on their return journey. Thus, she was reluctant to tarry in Qingyi City. Like Chu Zhong, she, as someone who had traversed this path before, was acutely aware of the impending busyness that awaited him, and naturally, she did not mind spending time with him while the opportunity presented itself. The client's issue was not overly concerning. Their old computer had malfunctioned, and they had recently acquired a new one. However, the computer company had only installed the system, leaving the installation of the cutting software to the expertise of their technicians. Yet, this new contraption posed no sharp weapons nor concealed crossbows. If it were to be deemed a siege engine, such a trivial object would hardly suffice to breach enemy fortifications. It might struggle even to topple a vessel. At the sound of laughter, Ding Yongji suddenly emerged from the room. "Apologies, boss. I'm feeling a bit unwell and couldn't come down to greet you." Ding Yongji quickly approached and shook hands with Xiangyu. There is a saying, one can steal for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. The eagle young master would not overlook Lu Chen. He would assuredly launch an attack, which left Lu Chen with an uncomfortable feeling akin to a prickling sensation at his back. Thus, even without this predicament, he was prepared to take action. Lu Chen himself was uncertain of his escape prospects. The looming threat of the Void Insect clan, stretching hundreds of kilometers away, weighed heavily upon him. It was unclear how long they had been traveling when a scout suddenly came rushing towards them in a state of panic. Judging by the scout's demeanor, it was evident that he had uncovered some crucial intelligence. Zhao Yu immediately commanded the army to halt, awaiting the scout's arrival. She was aware that her father had gone out, which led her to seek Fang Kuai, and she fortuitously witnessed this scene upon her arrival. The few who had felt disinterested suddenly perked up at Zhao Yi's use of the word, but, their eyes gleaming with renewed focus. And Liang's smile grew brighter as he observed that his elder sister was discreetly wiping away her tears before turning away, as if she wished to shield her vulnerable side from him. "What's wrong?" And Qi, perplexed, fidgeted as she was tugged along by Xiaocheng. After returning to prepare for the upcoming imperial consort ceremony, two figures emerged slowly from the side of the palace hall, with Sifu supporting the heavily pregnant Yushin. In this era, who does not recognize that documentaries are a rather niche genre? Directors or companies daring enough to venture into documentary filmmaking are often seen as courting disaster. The situation is intricate and ambiguous. For them, the wisest course of action is to proceed with caution. Li Xiangqian wishes to avoid being labeled a lowly enthusiast due to such matters. To maintain domestic tranquility, it is imperative to reserve the position of the legitimate wife. Thus he must deal with the elderly gentleman before him, ensuring that he does not create a scene. "How infuriating it is that you have disrupted the protective talisman bestowed upon me by Lord Yinma. I shall extract your very soul and incinerate it for a millennium." A roar reverberated throughout this realm. Even at noon, this place appears shrouded in darkness. And it would not be surprising if someone were to infiltrate under the cover of night and launch an attack on others. Of course, the wedding that everyone anticipates must not be overlooked. That final scene is exceedingly beautiful and is a legacy that Jia Shang wishes to share with all.